Your godly Meteor and earth-shattering star are indeed formidable. But how will you contend with Mewtwo's psychic prowess and Rayquaza's meteor showers? Sato Shuichi remarked, gazing intently at the being before him who claimed to be a god. With a cadre of Pokémon possessing the might of legendary creatures, Sato Shuichi had successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the world, delivering blows to Uchiha Madara and striking down Otsutsuki Kaguya. Moreover, he was not without a multitude of companions, including but not limited to Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, Konan, and Terumi Mei. Chapter 1. The Graduation Assessment. Charmander. Unleash Ember. At Sato Shuichi's command, the Charmander before him opened its mouth wide and released a stream of fire toward the towering tree. In an instant, the once lush and vibrant tree was engulfed in flames. Within moments, the verdant giant had succumbed to the inferno, akin to dry kindling meeting a fierce blaze. The intensity of the fire was such that even Boruto's efforts would be futile in extinguishing it. Before long, the grand tree had been replaced by a charred remnant of its former self. After completing this feat, Charmander turned, its eyes glimmering with hope as it looked to Sato Shuichi. Understanding the sentiment, Sato Shuichi affectionately patted the Charmander's head and encouraged, "You are the greatest, Charmander. One day, you will undoubtedly become the strongest Pokémon in the world." In truth, Charmander was already the strongest Pokémon in existence, for it was the sole Pokémon in this realm. Indeed, this was not the world of Pokémon, but a far more perilous domain, the world of Naruto. Originally, Sato Shuichi was merely an ordinary university student, until one fateful day when a dump truck transported him to this new reality. After several years in this world, Sato Shuichi's parents had perished during a mission, leaving him orphaned. However, due to the inheritance of a house and a substantial fortune from his parents, coupled with his burgeoning independence, he was spared a fate in an orphanage. Upon entering the Naruto universe, Sato Shuichi was not without resources. Accompanying him was a grand roulette wheel. This wheel granted him a chance to draw a prize once a month, though the outcomes were entirely dependent on fortune. To date, Sato Shuichi had spun the wheel no fewer than 100 times, with the most valuable reward being the Charmander before him. Most often, the prizes were mundane items such as spicy strips or tissues, of little practical use. Tomorrow marked the day of the graduation assessment at the Ninja Academy, prompting Sato Shuichi to train his Charmander in the nearby forest. After lavishing praise upon his Pokémon, he instructed it to focus on physical conditioning. As for Sato Shuichi, he leaned against a tree and allowed himself a brief respite. After all, he bore neither the Uchiha nor Senju surname, and lacking any innate talent, his 6 years of effort had merely enabled him to master the transformation technique. Given this reality, rigorous training seemed futile. It was far more enticing to anticipate the next opportunity to draw something extraordinary from the roulette wheel and ascend to greatness. Moreover, the Charmeleon is not to be underestimated. Despite its diminutive stature, its true combat prowess rivals that of an average Chunin. In simpler terms, the battle strength of a single Charmeleon could be likened to that of 10 Sato Shuichi. Consequently, with Charmeleon by his side, Sato Shuichi harbors no concerns regarding the upcoming graduation examination. A throng of onlookers was intently focused on the two combatants in the arena. Indeed, the graduation examination was underway, and the task was rather straightforward: to endure 10 minutes under the scrutiny of the proctoring ninja. This is not a time of peace. The Second Shinobi World War could erupt at any moment, hence the examination for promotion to Genin encompasses more than mere basic techniques. At this moment, Sato Shuichi was wholly engrossed in the duel taking place in the arena. Suddenly, a powerful force struck his back, nearly causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Simultaneously, a melodious voice, akin to that of a lark, reached his ears. "Why are you so engrossed? With that unique summoning beast, passing this examination should be a breeze for you, right?" Sato Shuichi turned around, casting a resigned glance at Kushina, and replied, "Charmeleon has a name. It is not merely a summoning beast. If you continue to refer to it that way, you might want to be cautious of having your hair singed next time." Upon hearing this, Kushina instinctively touched her hair. Although she harbored a disdain for tomatoes, she held her silky, crimson locks in high regard. However, she quickly clenched her teeth and retorted fiercely, "Humph, I'm not afraid of any Charmeleon or even a little water dragon. Should it dare to flaunt its prowess before me, I shall turn it into roasted chicken." Kushina waved her petite, snow-white fists, her expression one of disdain. The reason for the familiarity between Kushina and Sato Shuichi stemmed from the time when she first arrived in Konoha and was mocked. Sato Shuichi was the first to step forward in her defense, Furthermore, when the Cloud Ninjas abducted Kushina years prior, it was Sato Shuichi who, accompanied by the Umbu, swiftly eliminated those assailants. However, due to Sato Shuichi's early warning about the Cloud Ninjas, the heroic rescue by Minato Namikaze did not transpire. Consequently, Kushina now regards Minato with a measure of contempt, leaving the future of the prince, Naruto Uzumaki, uncertain. Just as Sato Shuichi was about to say something further to Kushina, the battle in the arena concluded. A teacher clad in a Chunin vest approached, holding a roster. Shuichi, you're next. Do not be anxious. Based on your usual performance, passing this examination should be quite simple. Kushina gave Sato Shuichi's shoulder an encouraging pat. As my little brother, Shuichi, you will undoubtedly succeed. Once I become Hokage, you shall serve as my advisor. Sato Shuichi nodded at the two of them and then made his way to the arena. That's Sato Shuichi. I recall this child. He was the one who reported the Cloud Ninjas a few years ago, and he possesses a unique summoning beast as well. On the viewing platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, spoke thoughtfully. Indeed, it is he. Although Sato Shuichi's practical assessment may not be exceptionally strong, his theoretical examinations have consistently garnered full marks. Moreover, his understanding of the will of fire is remarkably unique. That phrase, wherever leaves dance, fire will ignite. The shadows of the fire will illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout, originated from his lips. A nearby teacher from the Ninja Academy promptly responded. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a gaze towards Sato Shuichi, filled with newfound admiration. So this profound statement comes from Shuichi. At such a tender age, he possesses such insight. He is indeed a ninja worthy of cultivation. It appears that Shuichi shares a good rapport with Kushina. Given this, the latter part of Sarutobi's sentence dwindled to a whisper, barely audible to anyone. Unbeknownst to Sato Shuichi, the conversation taking place, he was currently summoning a small fire dragon, fully focused on the ninja, serving as the examiner before him. After forming a confrontational hand seal with the examiner, Sato Shuichi swiftly employed the body replacement technique to create distance. Then, he shouted at the small fire dragon. Little fire dragon, unleash spark. Chapter 2. The third class. The little fire dragon opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of flames aimed directly at the examiner. If it were to hit, Sato Shuichi's assessment would swiftly conclude. However, as a seasoned Chunin, the examiner was far from easy to defeat. With a powerful kick of his left leg, he evaded the fiery onslaught and maneuvered to the side of the little fire dragon, brandishing a sharp kunai. Just as the kunai was about to pierce the dragon's head, the creature instinctively executed a slicing maneuver. With a resounding clang, its seemingly feeble claw astonishingly cleaved the kunai in two, much to the examiner's shock. Fortunately, the examiner, experienced in combat, sensed the unusual resistance and promptly employed the body replacement technique. Otherwise, he would likely have suffered severe injury. At that moment, Sato Shuichi suddenly shouted, Little fire dragon, unleash a fiery vortex at the 8 o'clock direction. A swirling inferno instantly enveloped the arena. Just then, an observing Jonin quickly formed hand seals, sending a water dragon bullet surging toward the flames. In the ensuing clash of fire and water, the entire arena was shrouded in steam. The Jonin then leapt onto the stage and waved his hand, dissipating the vapor with a gentle breeze. With this, the assessment concluded, and Sato Shuichi passed with an excellent evaluation. As the steam cleared, the examiner's disheveled form came into view, charred, and with several large holes burned into his clothing. Had the Jonin's water dragon bullet arrived even a moment later, the consequences could have been dire. The surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, astonished that the usually low-profile Sato Shuichi had so effortlessly defeated a Chunin examiner. Feeling the reverent gazes around him, Sato Shuichi experienced the exhilarating sensation of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Just as he placed his hands behind his back, feigning nonchalance alongside the little fire dragon, a familiar, immense force struck him from behind. Haha, I knew you would win, Shuichi. Truly worthy of being my partner. You haven't embarrassed me at all, Kushina exclaimed, thumping Sato Shuichi's back with pride. Watching the exuberant Kushina, Sato Shuichi shook his head in exasperation, pulling her down from the stage. While her antics were usually endearing, in front of such a crowd, Sato Shuichi felt a rare pang of embarrassment. The subsequent assessments proceeded in an orderly fashion, with figures such as Minato Namikaze, Hayashi Hyuga, and Mikoto Uchiha each triumphing over their respective Chunin examiners. Although Kushina did not directly defeat an examiner, she exhibited remarkable ease during the evaluation. After passing, she complained to Sato Shuichi, if only I had 5 more minutes, I could have taken down the examiner. What a pity. Sato Shuichi could only pat her head in consolation. The following day marked the division into teams, and as expected, Sato Shuichi and Kushina found themselves placed in the same group. In the current Konoha, he was the one with whom Kushina shared the strongest bond. As the future Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, forging such ties in Konoha was undoubtedly crucial. However, the other member of their team came as a surprise to Sato Shuichi, Mikoto Uchiha, the esteemed heiress of the Uchiha clan. He wondered what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. Allowing a member of the Uchiha clan to be grouped with the future Ninetales Jinchuriki, was he not concerned about potential complications? Mikoto's status was clearly elevated, as evidenced by the respectful demeanor of the surrounding Uchiha clansmen. As Sato Shuichi contemplated this, the other students were soon escorted away by their respective teachers, leaving only the three of them in the spacious classroom. Originally, Mikoto sat behind Sato Shuichi and Kushina, but as the others departed, she moved to the front desk, turning to reveal a warm smile. Shuichi-kun, Kushina, we will be team members from now on. I look forward to working together. Despite her high standing within the Uchiha, Mikoto lacked the haughtiness typically associated with her clan, instead embodying a gentle demeanor. With her privileged background, striking beauty, and kind nature, Mikoto enjoyed considerable popularity at the Ninja Academy. If there were to be a vote for the school beauty, she would undoubtedly win by a landslide. Of course, Kushina was also quite attractive. However, her boisterous demeanor and origins from a different village meant that she only got along well with Sato Shuichi. Yes, we will be a team from now on. I look forward to it, Sato Shuichi replied with a gentle smile. Kushina then leaned over the desk, swiftly flipping over to sit beside Mikoto, wrapping her arm around her neck. We three will form the strongest team in all of Konoha. When I become Hokage, you, Mikoto, and Shuichi will be my right and left hands, and under our guidance, we will surely make Konoha thrive and achieve greatness. Faced with such enthusiasm from Kushina, Mikoto was momentarily at a loss for words, exchanging an awkward glance with Sato Shuichi before managing a sheepish smile. After an indeterminate amount of time, as Kushina was nearly dozing off on the desk, the classroom door finally creaked open, revealing their team leader's identity, Tsunade. The granddaughter of the first Hokage and apprentice of the third Hokage, a princess of the Senju clan, and the future pinnacle of medical ninjutsu in the ninja world. Chapter 3. Tsunade sauntered to the podium, casting a glance at the trio below, and then let out a languid yawn. She had little interest in being a team leader. She would rather be at the casino, relishing the thrill of the game. Moreover, these three students were no pushovers. Sato Shuichi was relatively unassuming, merely a lucky boy who had contracted a peculiar summoning beast. The other two, however, were of considerable importance: Mikoto Uchiha, the sole heir of the Uchiha clan's elder, and Kushina Uzumaki, the future Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. How to effectively guide these three presented a significant challenge. Were it not for Kushina Mito's personal persuasion, Tsunade would never have accepted this responsibility. While Tsunade observed the trio, Sato Shuichi, Kushina, and Mikoto were similarly scrutinizing her. Due to her connection with Mito, Kushina felt somewhat familiar with Tsunade. Mikoto, on the other hand, wore a nuanced expression. Despite Konoha being founded jointly by the Uchiha and Senju clans, their relationship could only be described as one of bitter animosity, akin to a rivalry bordering on life and death. Consequently, Tsunade's reputation within the Uchiha clan was formidable, known for her ruthlessness, excessive drinking, and a propensity for violence and gambling. The last perhaps being the least slanderous. Mikoto harbored doubts about being a Uchiha under the tutelage of a Senju. Would she not face prejudice? Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi, unfazed, recalled a principle beloved by great apple enthusiasts: the greater the mass of an object, the stronger its gravitational pull. Thus, from the moment Tsunade made her appearance, Shuichi Sato found himself utterly captivated by her presence. At this juncture, Kushina also sensed something amiss with Shuichi. Consequently, she followed the direction of his gaze and was immediately inundated with a profound sense of defeat. Before long, this feeling morphed into a blend of embarrassment and indignation. In a swift motion, Kushina reached out with her right hand and firmly tugged at Shuichi's ear, drawing him back to reality. Is Shuichi really that handsome? Under their mutual gaze, Shuichi could even feel the warmth of Kushina's breath brushing against his face. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he reached out to caress her cheek and, without a moment's hesitation, uttered, "You are not that pretty." Upon hearing this, Kushina's face flushed a vibrant hue, even more intense than her striking red hair. She promptly shoved Shuichi away, her hands gripping her clothing tightly as she muttered under her breath, "What nonsense are you spouting? And why are you being so touchy? You're such a jerk." Observing the stark contrast between Kushina's usual boisterous demeanor and her current flustered state, Shuichi began to question whether he was caught in a dream. However, the faint pain radiating from his ears served as a stark reminder that this was no dream. Just as Shuichi and Kushina continued to exchange glances, a voice filled with impatience interrupted their moment. Ahem, what do you two think this place is? This is a ninja academy, the cradle of the will of fire. To engage in such behavior in this sacred space is truly childish and remarkably immature. It was then that Tsunade, having descended from the podium at some point, fixed a disapproving gaze upon Shuichi and Kushina. In a sudden flurry, Kushina stood up, her voice tinged with panic as she explained, Sister Tsunade, what are you talking about? I have no such feelings for that guy Shuichi. I aspire to be the next Hokage, and I won't entertain such notions until I achieve that. Tsunade lightly tapped Kushina on the head. I haven't accused you of anything, yet your reaction seems a bit too revealing, doesn't it? Furthermore, it is work hours. So please refrain from calling me sister. Address me as your instructor instead. After a brief commotion, Tsunade led the three of them to the rooftop of the Ninja Academy. Perched on the railing of the rooftop, she appeared quite precarious. However, given Tsunade's physical prowess, even a fall from such a height would likely result in merely a crater on the ground, with her body remaining unscathed. Well then, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall be your lead instructor. My name is Tsunade, and I specialize in taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. My interests include drinking and gambling. Now, you each introduce yourselves. Starting with Kushina. Tsunade crossed her legs and gestured toward Kushina. I am Kushina Uzumaki, proficient in sensory ninjutsu and sealing techniques. I enjoy salty ramen, detest tomatoes and bitter foods, and my future aspiration is to become Hokage. Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement before shifting her gaze to the middle student, Mikoto. My name is Mikoto Uchiha, skilled in fire and lightning techniques. I relish dango but cannot tolerate spicy foods, and I aspire to be a great ninja in the future. Tsunade continued to nod, then turned her attention to the sole male in the group. Shuichi summoned his companion, the little fire dragon, cradling it in his arms. I am Shuichi Sato, and this is my closest companion, the little fire dragon. It excels in fire techniques and taijutsu. I have no particular likes or dislikes, and my dream is to be a free person. Tsunade regarded the little fire dragon in Shuichi's arms, easily discerning that this summoned beast possessed strength comparable to that of an elite chunin. This indicated that among the three, Shuichi was the most formidable. Is this another ninja who fights relying on a summoned beast, much like the Yamanaka clan? Intriguing, Tsunade mused to herself. Alright, our team is officially established today. We shall disperse for now, but assemble at the Hokage Rock tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Do not be late. Tsunade leapt down from the railing and declared. Instructor Tsunade, don't we need to undergo a test? Perhaps something like a bell-snatching exercise? Mikoto inquired curiously. Tsunade lazily stretched her arms, showcasing her impressive physique. However, before Shuichi could scrutinize her closely, his view was obstructed by Kushina's head. That kind of meaningless test is merely a waste of time. I have observed your graduation assessments, and you all possess the required strength to be ninjas. There is no need for any further demonstrations. Besides, the most pressing matter is that I need to return home for a nap. I have no inclination for such things. With that, Tsunade vanished from their sight in an instant. Chapter 4. Why do you have my house key? Under the radiant sunlight, the rice paddies shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, while the melodic chorus of cicadas in the woods added to the charm of this bucolic summer scene. However, at that moment, Shuichi and his companions were hardly in a position to appreciate the beauty of the countryside. Though it was nearing 4 in the afternoon, the summer sun remained unrelenting. Beneath the sweltering heat, beads of sweat quickly began to form on their foreheads. Instructor, are we not ninjas? Why are we engaged in such labor? And with the sun blazing like this, what if we suffer from heat stroke? Kushina could not help but complain, casting a glance towards Tsunade, who was napping in the shade. Ninjas? You lot are hardly qualified for that title. Hurry up and get to work. The deadline for this task is at dusk. If you fail to complete it, your first mission will end in failure. And don't worry about heat stroke. My medical ninjutsu is quite adept. Tsunade replied without even opening her eyes. Indeed, Shuichi and his companions were tasked with completing their first D-rank mission, transplanting rice seedlings. At this moment, Mikoto turned to Kushina, offering reassurance. Alright, let's get moving. This field isn't that large, and if we put in some effort, we should finish quickly. Shuichi chimed in agreement. Exactly. Plus, the little fire dragon will be here to assist us. Kushina, you mentioned wanting to become Hokage. You wouldn't let the little fire dragon outshine you, would you? Pointing to the little fire dragon, which had already begun to work diligently, Shuichi teased Kushina. Shuichi's playful provocation proved effective, as Kushina promptly rolled up her sleeves and trousers, charging into the field. Who are you looking down on? I am determined to be the champion of rice planting for Hokage. Observing Kushina's fervor, Mikoto couldn't help but comment. Kushina, you really have him wrapped around your finger. That's just because Kushina has a heart of gold. You make it sound as if I'm the villain here. Shuichi retorted as he approached the rice paddies. Watching Shuichi's retreating figure, Mikoto's eyes flickered with intrigue. In her memory, Shuichi was a rather unassuming individual. Aside from being decently attractive and consistently scoring full marks on theoretical exams, he was primarily known as Kushina's sidekick. No one anticipated that Shuichi would make a remarkable showing during the graduation exams, defeating the examiner faster than anyone else in his cohort. Could it be that his years of keeping a low profile were a form of prudent restraint, akin to the saying, "The tall tree catches the wind"? If Shuichi were aware of Mikoto's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort, "Was I aiming to be low-key? If I had summoned the little fire dragon earlier, I would have been looking down on everyone every day." After 2 hours of diligent labor, the expansive rice paddy was finally filled with seedlings. Aside from the spirited demeanor of Charmander, the clothes of Sato Shuichi and the other two were already soaked with sweat, while Kushina and Mikoto had completely disregarded their appearances, sprawled out on the ground. At that moment, Tsunade, who had been dozing nearby, finally stood up and approached the trio. "Well, you all actually managed to complete your task before dusk. Impressive indeed. All right, you are dismissed for today. We shall reconvene tomorrow at 10 in the morning at our usual spot. Do remember to bring an extra bento with you." "Why bring an extra bento?" Kushina turned to Tsunade, her expression one of confusion. "I am human too, and I require lunch," Tsunade replied with a hint of amusement. "Moreover, there will be no tasks tomorrow. I intend to impart some genuine skills to you." Upon finishing her statement, Tsunade turned and departed. "In that case, let me prepare your bento, sensei. After all, whether I am herding one sheep or a flock, the effort remains the same." Sato Shuichi remarked as he brushed off the dust from his clothes. "Great. I want ramen for tomorrow." The mention of food seemed to rejuvenate Kushina. As she sprang to her feet, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Sato Shuichi. "Ramen won't do. It will become soggy if left too long." "How about fish instead?" Sato Shuichi shook his head. "Fish is acceptable." "Shuichi, you can decide," Kushina acquiesced. Observing the exchange between Sato Shuichi and Kushina, Mikoto was filled with curiosity. She had not anticipated that their camaraderie had reached the point where they exchanged meals daily. Nor could she fathom how their roles seemed to have reversed, with Sato Shuichi, a boy, taking on the culinary duties. In truth, there were instances when Kushina had volunteered to cook, yet the resultant dishes left much to be desired. While they were not quite biohazardous, they certainly caused Sato Shuichi considerable discomfort. "By the way, Mikoto, would you like me to prepare a bento for you as well? Since I will already be making 3. One more will be no trouble at all." Initially, Mikoto intended to decline Sato Shuichi's kind offer, but her intrigue about the flavor of his bento overcame her hesitation. "If that's the case, I would appreciate it, Shuichi. In return, I will prepare some snacks for you. We can enjoy them in the afternoon." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three decided to head home, as their disheveled appearances warranted a thorough bath. Suddenly, Sato Shuichi felt a weight on his neck, followed by a familiar scent wafting through the air. "Shuichi, I am utterly exhausted today. Carry me home," Kushina murmured, resting her head against his shoulder in a soft, playful tone. "You did not even ask for my permission before climbing up. Am I really to toss you aside?" He replied, smirking. "Humph. My arms are tightly wrapped around your neck. Should you attempt to throw me off, you would surely fall too." As Sato Shuichi and Kushina's figures intertwined, Mikoto felt a pang of envy. Despite her decent social standing at the Ninja Academy, her Uchiha lineage hindered her from forming genuine friendships. She found the arrogance of her fellow clan members intolerable, and the playful rapport shared by Sato Shuichi and Kushina was an experience she had never encountered. Before long, Sato Shuichi arrived at his home, carrying Kushina on his back. Once they reached the door, Kushina hopped off and effortlessly retrieved a key from her pocket, unlocking the door with ease. Witnessing this, Sato Shuichi could not help but exclaim, "How is it that you possess a key to my house?" Chapter 5. This blanket is too short. Such trivial matters are not worth fretting over. "By the way, where is your little companion?" Kushina inquired, donning a pair of pink slippers from the shoe cabinet. Charmander returned to the summoning realm. He replied, "Oh, then I shall take my leave for a shower." "A shower? Do you have clothes here? Are you really that foolish? I can borrow some of your clothes. Surely, you wouldn't deny me such a minor request." Thanks to the multiple bathrooms in the house, Sato Shuichi did not have to wait for Kushina to finish before taking his own shower. After a quick rinse, He retrieved a bottle of soda, sipping it while immersing himself in the legendary intimate paradise. This work, which permeated the entirety of Naruto, appeared rather simplistic to Sato Shuichi, failing to evoke any significant reaction from him, though the legitimate plot had its moments of interest. In light of this, Sato Shuichi mused that if he were to abandon his ninja career, he could survive as a novelist akin to Liu Bei. Time passed, and the sound of footsteps disrupted the tranquility of the living room. Sato Shuichi turned to see Kushina emerging, her long red hair damp and cascading over her shoulders, her freshly washed skin glowing alluringly. Yet, the most striking detail was that she was clad solely in one of Sato Shuichi's short-sleeved shirts. Although it covered her upper body completely, it was insufficient in length, barely reaching above her knees. The sight left Sato Shuichi parched, and he took a hefty swig of his soda, the icy carbonation alleviating some of the heat rising within him. What kind of expression is that? You look utterly revolting. Your shirt is enormous. I only need to wear this one. Kushina casually plopped down beside him, her gaze drawn to the intimate paradise in his hands. What is that book? A novel? May I borrow it? Before Sato Shuichi could respond, Kushina snatched the intimate paradise and began reading. I must say, do you not underestimate my composure as a man with such actions? He remarked, staring at the empty ceiling with a hint of resignation. What peculiar nonsense are you spouting? I hardly comprehend. This book seems rather inappropriate. Her expression shifted from neutrality to a deep crimson as she continued reading, eventually tossing the book to the ground, glaring at Sato Shuichi with embarrassment. Forget about those strange things. Are we going out to eat, or what? Sato Shuichi turned to the flushed Kushina, inquiring, of course. We shall dine here. How could I possibly go out dressed like this? So you are aware that your current attire is problematic? How could you dare to appear before me in such a state? We're practically siblings. There is no need for such formality. Siblings? You smell delightful, Sato Shuichi jested, prompting Kushina to raise her arm in confusion. I don't. I merely smell of body wash and shampoo, the same as you. Where's the pleasant aroma? After finishing their dinner, Sato Shuichi set up 2 lounge chairs on the rooftop, and both he and Kushina reclined, gazing at the bright starry sky. When do you plan to head back? It's getting late. My clothes have just been hung up to dry. They won't be ready until tomorrow morning. I might as well stay here for the night. This isn't the first time, she replied. Due to her living alone, Kushina enjoyed a degree of freedom. There had been instances in the past when they had stayed up late, leading to her sleeping over at Sato Shuichi's house. On those occasions, he would sleep in his parents' room, while Kushina took refuge in his. In saying so, Kushina could indeed be considered Shuichi Sato's childhood companion. At that moment, Shuichi suddenly sat up as if recalling something, directing his gaze towards Kushina. Oh no, I just washed the other blankets yesterday, and they're still hanging outside. This means there's only one blanket available at home now. Huh, why would you do something like that? It's truly bothersome. I had no idea you were going to stay over tonight. Why not head back home while it's still not too late? I absolutely refuse. It would be quite uncomfortable to wear damp clothes. How about you just make do for tonight? After all, with your robust build, you won't suffer too much without a blanket for one night. Sister, although it is summer now, you know how the nights in Konoha can be. I might catch a cold and miss the gathering tomorrow. No worries, Tsunade is the finest of Konoha's ninjas. A mere cold is hardly an issue. Kushina placed a long body pillow in the middle of the bed, then turned to Shuichi with a warning. This is the dividing line. You must not cross it, or I will certainly give you a sound thrashing. Observing Kushina waving her little fists, Shuichi couldn't help but retort. Didn't you say we were like brothers? Are you really doubting your brother? It was someone else today who had their eyes glued to Tsunade-sensei. Besides, your occasional glances at me seem rather peculiar. Upon hearing this, a thin layer of sweat broke out on Shuichi's forehead. How is Kushina's perception so sharp? Could this be the legacy of the Uzumaki clan? This wretched ninja world only seems to value lineage. Noticing Shuichi's silence, Kushina lightly kicked him with her leg. All right, go turn off the light. We need to wake up early tomorrow. Although the light was already off, the moonlight streaming through the window kept the room from plunging into darkness, allowing Shuichi to discern Kushina's bright eyes. After a moment, Kushina suddenly spoke. Shuichi, are you asleep? Shuichi replied with a hint of helplessness. I'm not Zhang Fei. I don't possess the skill to sleep with my eyes open. Could you pass me some of the blanket? My lower half is completely exposed. Chapter 6. Medicine cannot save Konoha. Regarding Kushina's request, Shuichi did not respond, but instead pulled the body pillow away from between them and snuggled closer. Feeling Shuichi's sudden presence, Kushina's cheeks flushed crimson, causing her voice to tremble slightly. You idiot, Shuichi, what are you doing? The blanket is only so long. I can't cover myself completely. If you remove the body pillow, we can both be covered. We're brothers. There's no need to fuss about it. At that moment, Shuichi unexpectedly wrapped his arms around Kushina, and as she opened her mouth to question him, he quickly interjected. You know how I am. I always need to hug a stuffed toy while sleeping. There's nothing inappropriate about two brothers simply sleeping together. After saying this, Shuichi closed his eyes. Observing Shuichi's somewhat mischievous expression, Kushina suppressed the urge to kick him and also shut her eyes. Initially, Kushina had intended to discuss what Tsunade would teach tomorrow, but now, she felt entirely devoid of that inclination. The following morning, Shuichi slowly opened his eyes and rubbed his sore back. Had he known it would be like this, he would have chosen to sleep on the couch rather than share a bed with Kushina. Who would have thought that Kushina would be such a restless sleeper? She had kicked him off the bed several times throughout the night, nearly injuring his back. Glancing at the still sleeping Kushina, Shuichi shook his head and quietly exited the room. Ah, you are all quite punctual. I was wondering if anyone would be late, Tsunade said with a warm smile directed at Shuichi and the others. Even if you smile like a blooming flower, it doesn't change the fact that you are late. It's already past noon. And didn't we agree to meet at 10? Shuichi remarked with a deadpan expression. Tsunade playfully ruffled Shuichi's hair. Haha, don't sweat the small details. I intended to arrive earlier, but the blanket seal was simply too powerful. Besides, with that look in your eyes at such a young age, you might find it hard to get a girlfriend in the future. Soon after, Tsunade led the group to a forest near Hokage Rock. Alright, let us put the chit-chat aside for now and have a meal first. With that, she opened a bento box and marveled at its contents. Not bad at all. For someone so young, you possess such culinary skills. With this in mind, our team's meals will not be lacking. Shuichi also picked up a bento box and sat beside Tsunade. However, I've heard that other teams, in celebration of their formation, treat their students to a grand feast. Haha, well, at present, my funds are a bit tight. When fortune smiles upon me, not only will I treat you to a feast, but I could also afford to feed you for a week. After saying this, Tsunade eagerly dug into her food. She hadn't eaten anything all day and rushed here after brushing her teeth and washing her face, so her stomach was already grumbling. Observing the dishes before her, Mikoto felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. How could she be outdone by a boy in cooking? In terms of femininity, she felt utterly defeated. However, she soon immersed herself in the delicious meal, forgetting that brief moment of dissatisfaction. Tsunade, satisfied, patted her stomach and turned to the three sitting before her. Today, we will start with tree climbing. It's not the kind of tree climbing you're thinking of. It's climbing using chakra. With that, Tsunade gracefully ascended a nearby tree. Her feet seemed to stick to the trunk as if coated in glue, allowing her to walk effortlessly up to the treetop. Just as she prepared to bask in the admiration of her three students, she saw Kushina had also scaled a tree with ease. What? I expected to learn some formidable technique. This is merely a training exercise for chakra control. I can do this too. Looking at Kushina's proud demeanor, Tsunade's gaze shifted to Shuichi and Mikoto below. I can do it too. Under my father's guidance, I've learned this as well. Tsunade jumped down from the tree and rubbed her forehead. Sometimes, having overly talented students isn't necessarily a good thing, as it diminishes the sense of accomplishment one feels as a teacher. Tsunade had initially planned for Shuichi and the others to fall from the trees a few times before stepping in as their savior to impart her wisdom. In that case, you all should practice on your own. Shuichi, come with me. Although Kushina and Mikoto didn't understand Tsunade's arrangement, they proceeded to practice their own ninjutsu. Mikoto, being of the Uchiha clan, required little guidance, while Kushina, taught by the current Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, could also manage on her own. Thus, Shuichi, lacking any significant background aside from his fire dragon, stood alone. Teacher, I wish to learn medical ninjutsu. Upon seeing Shuichi's earnest expression, Tsunade couldn't help but ask with curiosity, medical ninjutsu? Typically, individuals of your age are enamored with flashy and powerful ninjutsu. Yet you have chosen to pursue the art of medical ninjutsu. Is this inclination perhaps due to your desire for inquiry? In response to Tsunade's question, Sato Shuichi replied without hesitation, my intention in learning medical ninjutsu is to safeguard my comrades. This way, if Kushina or Mikoto were to sustain injuries, I could be the first to assist them. Observing the sincerity in Shuichi's demeanor, Tsunade's gaze softened with a hint of warmth. To protect others? That is not the typical sentiment expressed by a qualified ninja, yet I find it appealing. In that case, do visit my home tomorrow. Medical ninjutsu is not a simple endeavor. It requires mastery of specialized knowledge. Tsunade gently patted Shuichi on the shoulder as she spoke. Learning is the easiest task for me. Do you know why I always score a perfect 100 on my exams? Upon hearing this, Tsunade inquired with curiosity, why is that? Because the test only has 100 points, Shuichi replied, lifting his chin with a touch of pride. Goodness, you certainly have a flair for theatrics, Tsunade remarked. All right, go train with your summoning beast for now, and come to my house tomorrow afternoon. I need to ponder how to initiate your instruction. Tsunade rubbed her temples. Although she was undoubtedly the most authoritative medical ninja in Konoha, she was still at a loss as to how to teach others the intricacies of medical ninjutsu. The prospect of imparting incorrect knowledge and leading a student astray was a daunting one. Subsequently, Shuichi summoned his little fire dragon, engaging in physical training together. As dusk approached, everyone returned to their respective homes. Kushina did not accompany Shuichi back, as she intended to visit Uzumaki Mito to learn sealing techniques. With Kushina absent, Shuichi lacked the motivation to prepare a meal. At Ichiraku Ramen, he encountered the youthful version of Otsutsuki Ichiraku, indulged in a simple bowl of tonkatsu ramen, and then returned home. Just past midnight, as Shuichi lay in bed, he suddenly opened his eyes. It was precisely a month since he had begun his grand wheel of fortune, and it was time to draw his prize. Despite having spun for years, the only truly useful item he had obtained was the egg of his little fire dragon. However, this time felt different. This was his first draw since becoming a ninja, and surely, there should be some sort of guarantee. With excitement glimmering in his eyes, the wheel spun relentlessly. With a resounding clang, a burst of golden light appeared before Shuichi. He slapped his thigh in exhilaration. Golden legend. I've struck lucky again. Today is indeed my fortunate day. However, once he discerned the nature of his prize, his initial excitement was doused like a cold bucket of water. The charm of love's dark spot significantly enhances attraction to the opposite sex. Covering his face with his hand, Shuichi lamented, if I were in my previous life, perhaps I could have leveraged this skill to surpass Roland and become the legendary king of gigolos, or casually find a wealthy patroness and lead a life of leisure. Yet, this was the world of Naruto. What purpose did this skill serve? To seduce the ultimate boss, Kaguya Otsutsuki? Moreover, Shuichi was already quite handsome. Had he not spent most of his time with Kushina, he would have likely received countless love letters. Shaking his head, Shuichi concluded that transcending his previous life and entering a more fortunate one was not so easily attainable. Thus, he closed his eyes and gradually succumbed to slumber. In a lavish estate belonging to the Senju clan, Tsunade playfully lifted Shuichi's chin with her finger, perplexed as she remarked, strange. But you seem to have grown significantly more handsome in just one night. Naturally, Shuichi could not attribute this to his newfound skill, so he simply replied, I am still in my growth phase. Becoming more handsome each day is quite natural. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway. Ah, how did I oversleep? I'm finished. Orochimaru-sensei will surely have my head. Shuichi and Tsunade turned to see a disheveled figure racing toward the door. A piece of bread clamped in his mouth. Suddenly, Shinaru halted, his eyes widening as he beheld Shuichi and Tsunade in the living room. He recognized Shuichi, having been classmates for 6 years, but was baffled by his presence in his home, especially considering his lazy sister's behavior. After a moment of rapid mental processing, Shinaru reached an astonishing conclusion. With disbelief etched on his face, he pointed at Tsunade and exclaimed, Sister, you actually fancy younger men? I must tell grandmother. Veins bulged on Tsunade's forehead as she swiftly vanished from Shuichi's view, only to reappear before Shinaru. Confronted by Tsunade, exuding an aura of menace. Shinaru's memories of previous terror came rushing back, forcing a strained smile onto his face. This is my gentle, kind, and beautiful sister, right? I didn't see anything. I'll report to Orochimaru-sensei now, and we can discuss this later. Tsunade pressed her hands together, producing a series of ominous cracks that resonated in Shinaru's ears like the footsteps of death. I'll inform Orochimaru that you cannot attend today. You must stay home to recuperate. As soon as Tsunade's words fell, Shinaru felt an overwhelming force strike his chin, sending him hurtling backward. Observing this sibling exchange, Shuichi felt an overwhelming sense of relief at not having a sister of his own. Approximately half an hour later, Tsunade returned, her demeanor refreshed and invigorated. Indeed, Shinaru's lackadaisical attitude warranted a thorough reprimanding, and after such a confrontation, her spirits were considerably lifted. Having witnessed the preceding events, Shuichi felt a profound respect for Tsunade. Logically, Shinaru would not have withstood a half hour of punishment, but Tsunade's proficiency in medical ninjutsu ensured he would recover swiftly. All right, enough of that brat. Let us commence our lesson. You are aware that Chakra possesses 7 elemental properties, correct? Shuichi nodded in affirmation. Not knowing is understandable, given that the Ninja Academy doesn't cover this. However, did you know? A book in the library states that, in addition to the common 5 elements, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water, There are also the yin and yang properties. Shuichi replied, indeed, I was unaware of that. Tsunade then produced a piece of chakra paper, handing it to Shuichi. Infuse your chakra into this paper, and it will reveal your elemental affinity. However, this method only detects the 5 basic elements. Yin and yang cannot be measured. Taking the chakra paper, Shuichi gradually channeled his chakra into it. Soon, the once unblemished paper began to transform, revealing 5 distinct areas. One ignited in flames, another split asunder, a third crinkled. A fourth became soaked, and the final area disintegrated into fragments. Observing this spectacle, Shuichi felt a swell of pride. It appeared he possessed a modicum of talent, as he was innately endowed with chakra of all 5 elemental attributes. Chapter 8. Chains? Ah, you indeed possess quite the talent. Extend your hand, Tsunade proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Shuichi promptly extended his right hand. Immediately, Tsunade grasped the right hand of Sato Shuichi. As an exceptional ninja, she had accomplished countless arduous missions, leaving her hands stained with the blood of many. However, her palms bore no calluses. The gentle warmth emanating from her wrist was so exquisite that even without Kira Yashikage's peculiarities, Sato Shuichi found himself somewhat entranced. Soon, Tsunade released his wrist. To possess 7 chakra attributes simultaneously is indeed rare, she remarked, clearly having performed the earlier motion to ascertain whether Sato Shuichi harbored both yin and yang chakra within him. Noticing his silence, she continued, medical ninjutsu is akin to conventional ninjutsu, albeit it requires the invocation of yang chakra. Moreover, a profound understanding of the human body is indispensable. Here, I have a book titled Fundamentals of Human Anatomy for you to peruse. Upon receiving the book, Sato Shuichi was struck by a sense of bewilderment. It was astonishing that such a discipline as anatomy existed in this world. However, upon seeing the author's name, Senju Tobarama, he felt a sense of reassurance. After all, as the creator of the majority of Konoha's forbidden techniques, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was akin to Orochimaru, a mad scientist inclined towards conducting human experiments. It was no wonder he had devised the reanimation jutsu, due to his background in a field somewhat related to medicine. Sato Shuichi found it rather easy to study the book, mastering its contents within the span of an afternoon. Upon discovering this, Tsunade was not overly astonished, rather. She handed him several additional medical texts for him to diligently memorize. After sharing a dinner at Tsunade's residence, Sato Shuichi took his leave, naturally assuming the role of the chief cook for the evening. After all, it would be too burdensome to rely on a seasoned gambler and a hot-blooded fool for culinary tasks. Shuichi, I've learned an incredibly powerful technique. Just as Sato Shuichi was immersed in his studies, a voice from outside interrupted him. Upon stepping outside, he beheld Kushina encircled by several golden chains, which she was vigorously wielding. Meanwhile, the small fire dragon gazed with curiosity at the swirling golden chains, seemingly contemplating whether to reach out and touch them. When Kushina saw Sato Shuichi emerge, her initial intent to show off transformed into a look of astonishment, as if she had discovered a new continent. She quickly dispelled her technique and dashed over to him, exclaiming, Shuichi, did you secretly consume something extraordinary? You look incredibly handsome right now. No, I've always looked like this, Haven Ti. By the way, that technique you just performed was the A-rank sealing technique, adamantine sealing. Sato Shuichi deftly diverted the conversation. Kushina, not pursuing the matter further, stood tall with her hands on her hips, beaming with pride. Humph, as expected of Shuichi, truly knowledgeable. Indeed, that is the illustrious adamantine sealing, which, when mastered further, can even restrain tailed beasts. Granny Mito praised me for being a rare genius of the Uzumaki clan, grasping such a profound sealing technique so swiftly. Were Kushina to have a tail, it would undoubtedly be wagging with delight at that moment. Sato Shuichi, petting her head, complimented. Truly impressive, Kushina. You will be my protector from now on. Rest assured, Shuichi, as long as I'm here, no one shall harm you, she declared. By the way, how is your study of medical ninjutsu with Tsunade-sensei progressing? I'm still in the theoretical stage. Formal learning should commence in a few days, he replied. Oh, with your talent, you should master it swiftly. To celebrate the future Hokage's mastery of the adamantine sealing, shall we indulge in barbecue today? Granny Mito generously bestowed upon me a handsome allowance. Naturally, Sato Shuichi did not decline Kushina's invitation. Thus, the two of them, accompanied by the fire dragon, made their way to the barbecue restaurant in the village center. Despite being a Pokémon, the little fire dragon had a remarkable tolerance for human food and particularly relished spicy dishes, perhaps a trait linked to its affinity for breathing fire. Over the following month, Sato Shuichi and his companions completed several D-rank missions, during which he learned multiple medical ninjutsu under Tsunade's guidance. It seemed as though he possessed an innate aptitude for medical ninjutsu, with even Tsunade remarking that she had never encountered such a gifted medical ninja before. It appeared that Sato Shuichi's skill points were heavily invested in medical ninjutsu, rendering him a veritable prodigy of the healing arts. Bathed in the golden hues of dusk, Sato Shuichi cradled a plump orange cat as he and his companions walked toward the Hokage building. Suddenly, Kushina, who was leading the group, halted in her tracks and turned to Tsunade, voicing her grievances. "Tsunade-sensei, when will our days like this come to an end? Every day consists of either searching for cats or farming. This is hardly the ninja life I envisioned." Sato Shuichi and Mikoto nodded in agreement. While these D-rank missions were exceedingly simple, they were also dreadfully monotonous. The meager rewards, divided among the four of them, were hardly enticing. However, at that moment, Mikoto discreetly stole a glance at Sato Shuichi's face. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable attraction towards him, compelling her to observe him. Yet, this also induced a sense of guilt towards Kushina, as if she were committing an act of betrayal against her friend. In response, Tsunade thoughtfully stroked her chin. "You do have a point. Very well, tomorrow I shall take you to undertake a higher-ranked mission. However, a friendly piece of advice: do not overindulge in your meals tomorrow." A mischievous smile crept onto her face as she uttered the latter part of her statement. Yet, lost in their excitement, Kushina and Mikoto remained oblivious to the peculiar expression on Tsunade's countenance. Chapter 9, Overnight. Observing the strange expression on Tsunade's face, Sato Shuichi already anticipated the nature of the following day's events. Nevertheless, he had mentally prepared himself, for in this world, one must be ready to kill or be killed. Before long, the next day arrived. Under the eager gazes of Kushina and Mikoto, Tsunade accepted a mission to eliminate bandits. Consequently, the group set out in grand fashion beyond the confines of Konoha. Given the distance to the mission site, they anticipated a 2-day journey. After all, no foolhardy bandit would dare commit misdeeds near Konoha. Even if one did, they would swiftly be eliminated as experience fodder. Upon exiting the village, both Kushina and Mikoto gazed around in wonder. Although the scenery bore no difference from that within the village, the two girls felt an exhilarating thrill. This reaction was typical for ninjas embarking on their first mission outside the village, experiencing a mix of anxiety and joy from stepping beyond their comfort zones. However, Sato Shuichi's demeanor was markedly different. Aside from becoming slightly more vigilant, he exhibited no further signs of excitement. Seeing his behavior, Tsunade couldn't help but ruffle his hair and tease. "Is this your first time leaving the village? How is it that you seem utterly unexcited? Resembling that loathsome character Orochimaru?" Sato Shuichi glanced at Tsunade before replying nonchalantly. "What is there to be excited about? We are not here for a leisurely outing. And leaving the village's protective barrier signifies that danger could strike at any moment. TCH, overly mature brats are hardly endearing. Rest assured, with my presence, no peril shall befall us." Despite her words, Tsunade felt a profound satisfaction with Sato Shuichi's demeanor. As a ninja, it is paramount to harbor a sense of reverence for all things. Even the most mundane challenges require utmost effort. Those who are excessively complacent often find themselves buried beneath the weight of their own hubris. Unbeknownst to them, the sun was hastening to meet the moon. Tsunade raised her gaze to the dimming sky and promptly declared, "All right, let us conclude our day here and find a suitable spot to set up camp." Shortly thereafter, they discovered a small stream and pitched tents in a relatively flat area. Observing the fish swimming leisurely in the stream, Sato Shuichi silently regarded his little fire dragon. The fire dragon nodded, raising its paw crackling with electricity before striking the water with a punch. With a cacophony of pops and crackles, the once carefree fish in the stream were sent belly up to the surface. Clearly, the little fire dragon's thunder punch was quite formidable. In the realm of Pokémon, it would undoubtedly possess championship-level prowess. The commotion naturally drew the attention of Tsunade and the others nearby. "Your summoned beast can manipulate lightning?" Tsunade remarked, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at the little fire dragon. "It is an innate ability of the fire dragon, akin to a bloodline limit rather than a ninjutsu," Sato Shuichi explained, having once contemplated teaching the fire dragon ninjutsu. Imagining a creature capable of performing the Rasengan and flying like the flying thunder god was exhilarating. Yet regrettably, the fire dragon lacked chakra, thus rendering it incapable of learning any ninjutsu. "Oh, your summoned beast possesses considerable talent. It is still in its juvenile stage, but as it matures, it may achieve great things," Sato Shuichi nodded, reaching out to gently stroke the fire dragon's head. Under his affectionate touch, the fire dragon contentedly squinted its eyes. Given that the fire dragon already exhibited strength comparable to a Chunin, it could potentially attain Jonin-level power upon evolving into a Charmeleon, with further evolution into Charizard or even Mega Evolution yet to come. Perhaps one day, Sato Shuichi could traverse the ninja world with his fire dragon, far surpassing the utility of the Love Mark skill. Even a month later, Sato Shuichi remained preoccupied by the underwhelming Love Mark ability, a golden tier reward that turned out to be a disappointing and regrettable trinket. Every time he contemplated it, he couldn't help but slap his thigh in frustration. Nevertheless, the Grand Wheel of Fortune would offer another chance tonight, and he hoped to draw something truly useful this time. After retrieving the fish floating in the stream, Sato Shuichi began preparing dinner. After all, who would prefer cold rations over a warm meal? Some of the fish would be grilled, while others would be used to brew a pot of fish soup. During their journey, Sato Shuichi had noticed an abundance of edible mushrooms in the nearby forest. Although it was his first attempt at combining mushrooms with fish soup, he assumed the flavor would not be too far off the mark. After dinner, Tsunade organized the night watch. While the ninja world was relatively peaceful, nighttime always brought unforeseen surprises, making a watchman essential. The first half of the night would be entrusted to Sato Shuichi and Mikoto, while Tsunade and Kushina would take the latter half. After making these arrangements, Tsunade yawned and retreated into the tent. Kushina approached Sato Shuichi, waving her small fist in warning. Shuichi, you must not bully Mikoto, otherwise I shall not let you off easily. You know my character well enough, don't you? Go get some sleep. We will rely on you for the second half of the night, Sato Shuichi replied, somewhat helplessly regarding Kushina. Humph. I only warned you because I know what kind of person you are. Tsunade-sensei should have paired me with you for the watch, Kushina huffed, her mouth opening incessantly. Sato Shuichi could only cast an apologetic glance at Mikoto in the distance before gently pushing Kushina's shoulder, guiding her into another tent. Soon, the camp fell silent, save for the crackling of the campfire. The little fire dragon had nestled against Sato Shuichi's leg, drifting off to sleep. Though the fire dragon possessed strength akin to a Chunin, it was still in its developmental stage and required ample rest. Initially, Sato Shuichi intended to send the fire dragon back to the summoning realm, but it adamantly refused, insisting on staying by his side. Reflecting on recent events, Sato Shuichi's gaze softened as he looked at the fire dragon. Chapter 10, Dice. Is this the little fire dragon? It looks so adorable. Mikoto suddenly stepped forward and sat down beside Sato Shuichi, gazing at the fire dragon. You and the little fire dragon should get along splendidly. As you are the first to remember its name, others merely refer to it as Summoned Beast. Sato Shuichi reached out to stroke the fire dragon's face, responding, could you share how you came to meet the little fire dragon? If you prefer not to, just pretend I never asked. Although Sato Shuichi and Mikoto were teammates, many aspects of a ninja's life remained shrouded in secrecy. Take Hanzo, the so-called demigod. If the information regarding his summoned beast, the salamander, were to leak, it would significantly diminish his strength. Nevertheless, Sato Shuichi appeared to have no intentions of concealing anything, as the entire ninja realm only contained this singular Pokémon. Its origins are quite mysterious. On a moonlit night, I was fast asleep when I suddenly heard a colossal crash from the courtyard. Upon investigation, I discovered a large hole in the center of the yard. Initially, I thought it was a meteorite, but to my surprise, it contained what appeared to be an egg. I then brought that egg home, and it hatched into the little fire dragon. After listening to Sato Shuichi's account, Mikoto regarded him with a hint of skepticism. After all, the tale sounded rather extraordinary. Yet, considering the little fire dragon's remarkable abilities, its origins began to seem plausible. At that moment, Sato Shuichi shifted the conversation back to Mikoto. In exchange, why don't you share your story? If my former classmates knew I was on night watch with the school bell, they would be envious. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept across Mikoto's face, and she shyly replied, the school bell is merely a title that those bored individuals spread around. My past has been quite mundane. I had no friends worth opening my heart to before meeting you and Kushina. Sato Shuichi glanced at Mikoto, astonished. That can't be right. With your popularity and wonderful personality, how could you possibly have no friends? Mikoto buried her face in her knees, taking a while before responding in a muffled tone. Those individuals either sought my family background or were interested in my looks. They never truly wished to befriend me. And some people appear overly friendly while secretly plotting against you. You know, I have always envied the profound bond you share with Kushina. Witnessing Mikoto's despondent demeanor, Shuichi Sato found himself at a loss for words to offer comfort. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to utter a few reassuring words. It's all right. Now Kushina and I have become your friends, haven't we? Besides, Tsunade-sensei is quite amiable, although just remember not to lend her any money. Mikoto lifted her head, a look of confusion crossing her face as she inquired, "Isn't Tsunade-sensei of high standing in the Senju clan? How could she possibly ask us for money?" "Haha, you're giving too much credit to the self-control of a gambler," he replied, "especially one who, despite repeated failures, is still referred to as a big fat sheep by the casino staff. I wonder what the first Hokage would think if he knew his granddaughter behaved in such a manner." Just then, an object suddenly struck Shuichi on the head with a swift thud, interrupting his soliloquy. When he rose to his feet and focused, he discovered that it was a shoe that had attacked him. Judging by its trajectory and size, the owner was easily identifiable. As expected, Tsunade's voice echoed from within the tent. "You little brat, you have no respect for your teacher and dare to speak ill of me. If you do so again, it won't be my shoe that hits you next time." Shuichi shook his head, displaying a resigned expression to Mikoto, then returned the shoe to Tsunade's tent. To be honest, had Mikoto not been watching, Shuichi might have indulged in a rather epic display of indignation. Nevertheless, this unfortunate incident succeeded in eliciting a bright smile from the otherwise downcast Mikoto. Upon noticing her smile, Shuichi, without a second thought, exclaimed, "You look stunning when you smile. If I had a choice, I would undoubtedly choose you as the school belle. Aren't you afraid that Kushina might get upset if you say that?" he added after brushing off his pants and resuming his previous position. "Kushina is quite understanding. Just keep praising her as the future Hokage, and all will be well." The night passed amidst light-hearted chatter, soon transitioning into the latter half. However, before the shift change, Tsunade left a sizable bump on Shuichi's head as a reward for his earlier indiscretion. Observing Shuichi's unfortunate state, Mikoto couldn't help but burst into a melodious fit of laughter. Meanwhile, a recently awakened Kushina, bewildered by the situation, poked the bump on his head and exclaimed, "Wow, Shuichi, you've grown horns. How impressive." This remark even drew a chuckle from Tsunade. Indeed, smiles do not vanish, they merely transfer. Consequently, Shuichi could only return to his tent with a glum expression. After employing medical ninjutsu to heal the bump on his head, he suddenly remembered that his lottery chances had been replenished. Engaging in idle conversation with Mikoto had caused him to forget this detail. It seemed that women indeed impacted his opportunities for growth. As the wheel of fortune spun, a blue light suddenly materialized before Shuichi's eyes. This marked the first time he had drawn a blue item. Though it appeared inferior to gold, it was still significantly better than the usual white. Upon seeing his reward, a grin spread across Shuichi's face. An obsidian gold die, when used, would enhance his luck for the next hour as the points increased. While this item pertained to the elusive concept of luck, it held substantial significance for Shuichi. Should he roll a 6 before his next lottery, the likelihood of receiving desirable rewards would significantly increase. Although merely a blue item, Shuichi felt quite satisfied with it. Chapter 11. Dark humor. By the afternoon of the following day, the group finally arrived at the location of their mission. Gazing at the densely forested mountain before them, Tsunade spoke, "The stronghold atop this mountain is our target. I have but one demand. Leave no stone unturned. Every bandit, regardless of age or gender, must be eliminated. Understood?" Observing Tsunade's serious demeanor, Shuichi and the others ceased their playful banter and nodded solemnly in agreement. "Before we strike, let us devise a simple plan," Mikoto suggested, turning her gaze towards Shuichi along with Kushina. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shuichi articulated, "Let us commence our operation at 3 o'clock in the morning, a time when most are in deep slumber. Little Fire Dragon will create chaos on the inside, while I will guard the back entrance, and the two of you will monitor the front." Given that this was merely a straightforward C-rank mission, and with Kushina having sensed the absence of any ninja among the bandits, their battle strategy was somewhat rudimentary. Yet, simpler plans often led to greater success due to their reduced complexity and lower chances of error. Had it not been for Tsunade's directive to leave no one behind, Little Fire Dragon could have unleashed havoc single-handedly. Mikoto and Kushina had no objections to Shuichi's plan. Thus, the three found a spot to rest, recuperating from their travels while mentally preparing for the impending operation. The gravity of taking lives weighed heavily on both Kushina and Mikoto, their emotions swirling with complexity. Although they had mentally prepared for such a reality since their first day as ninjas, confronting it directly was a different challenge altogether. Even the typically carefree Kushina trembled slightly, let alone the more sensitive Mikoto. At that moment, Shuichi gently grasped each of their hands, his voice soothing. "It's all right. Those bandits are reprehensible individuals. Our mission is to rid the world of their menace, ensuring the survival of many. There is no need to bear any psychological burden." Upon hearing Shuichi's words, Both Kushina and Mikoto's expressions softened considerably. Tsunade, observing from the sidelines, nodded slightly. She had initially expected to intervene herself. Though Shuichi ranked at the bottom in strength within the team, he exhibited the most maturity among the three. In Tsunade's absence, he undoubtedly served as the backbone of the group. Soon, the clock struck 2 in the morning. Shuichi exchanged glances with the others before stealthily making their way up the mountain. Meanwhile, at the entrance, 2 sentry henchmen were idly chatting away. Do you think anyone will come at this hour? How could anyone possibly venture into this godforsaken mountain? Then what is our purpose here? Perhaps we're merely filling the void left by the lack of guards in the stronghold. As the 2 henchmen engaged in their lively discussion, they remained blissfully unaware of the pair of black eyes silently observing them from the shadows. Noticing their obliviousness, Shuichi quietly withdrew 2 pristine shuriken from his pouch. With a swift motion, the blades pierced the throats of the 2 henchmen, who fell lifelessly to the ground without uttering a sound. Warm blood trickled down the shuriken into Shuichi's palms, yet he felt no tumult within. At that moment, his only thought was hoping the blood would be easy to clean. After vanquishing the 2 night watchmen of the bandits, Sato Shuichi and his companions effortlessly infiltrated the encampment. According to their original plan, Kushina and Mikoto were stationed at the entrance of the hideout, while Sato Shuichi sought out the rear entry. Once all had gathered at the designated location, Sato Shuichi nodded to Charizard, who immediately opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, igniting the once quiet hideout in a blaze. The structures, constructed entirely of wood, quickly succumbed to the inferno, illuminating the dark of night as if it were day. Before long, the bandits, roused from their slumber, scrambled in panic like headless flies. The place is on fire. What a conflagration. Quick, extinguish the flames. Help, my leg has been crushed. Save me. An enemy attack. An enemy attack. Charizard, like a stealthy assassin, mercilessly reaped the lives of the bandits amidst the flames. Most of the bandits had scarcely comprehended the chaos before they were dispatched to the afterlife. Even those few who grasped the situation could not escape their fate, caught off guard by Charizard's sudden assault, leaving them no time to arm themselves. Even if they had weapons, they would have posed no threat to Charizard. Occasionally, some bandits approached Sato Shuichi, but all were swiftly dispatched with his shuriken. These bandits could manage against unarmed civilians, but against a trained ninja, they were merely fodder for slaughter. Once the entire encampment was reduced to smoldering ruins, Sato Shuichi and Charizard regrouped with Kushina and Mikoto. Arriving at the entrance, they found Kushina and Mikoto pale, gazing at the corpses nearby. Although they had sustained no injuries, the experience of their first kill left a profound shadow upon their hearts. In response, Sato Shuichi gently placed his hand on their shoulders, knowing that only time could heal their wounds. At that moment, Tsunade appeared behind the 3, clapping her hands. Well, you 3, you executed this mission quite admirably. As a reward, how about I treat you to barbecue upon our return to the village? Despite the mission's conclusion, the acrid scent of burning flesh lingered in the air. Upon hearing the word barbecue, Kushina and Mikoto's expressions soured significantly. Witnessing the 2 rush aside to vomit, Tsunade wore a smug smile. Sato Shuichi sighed. Tsunade-sensei, you truly have a morbid sense of humor. Chapter 12, The Living Slug. This is an experience every ninja must endure, yet you, my boy, seem to have emerged unscathed. Kushina and Mikoto can barely withstand a bit of ninjutsu, while you were directly stabbing with shuriken. Tsunade, curious, turned to Sato Shuichi and inquired, perhaps my enlightenment runs deeper. Or maybe reading so many books has shown me the most efficient ways to eliminate foes. You truly ought to consider becoming Orochimaru's apprentice. You 2 are cut from the same cloth. Tsunade-sensei, would you truly allow such a promising student to be taken by another? And did you not vomit the first time you used ninjutsu? Tsunade pulled Sato Shuichi closer, ruffling his hair. You cunning little imp, trying to pin that on me. Are you? Yet, reflecting back, while I did not vomit, I certainly couldn't eat meat for several days. That useless Jiraiya was retching uncontrollably. As for Orochimaru, he was just like you, showing no reaction whatsoever. At that moment, Kushina and Mikoto returned, their faces still pale. It was evident they would likely adopt a vegetarian diet for the next few days. The subsequent events unfolded without need for elaboration. Upon returning to Konoha and completing their mission, Tsunade eagerly dashed off in a certain direction. Her fervent expression suggested her destination was the casino. 2 days passed, and Kushina and Mikoto had nearly recovered, yet they remained devoid of celebratory spirits. Thus, everyone returned to their respective homes. Time flew by, and in the ensuing 6 months, Tsunade led Sato Shuichi and the others through over 20 C-rank missions. Now, Kushina and Mikoto had become so accustomed to dining near corpses that their appetites remained unaffected. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi's medical ninjutsu had seen remarkable advancement, surpassing that of most doctors at the Konoha hospital. In Tsunade's home, gazing at Sato Shuichi's handsome visage, she couldn't help but ponder, this insufferable brat is growing increasingly handsome. I wonder how many hearts he will break in the future. Subsequently, Tsunade retrieved a scroll from her robes and placed it before Sato Shuichi. This is the summoning scroll for the Wetbone Forest. Sign your name. Sato Shuichi nodded and, without further inquiry, bit his finger and inscribed his name. After all, the Wetbone Forest is one of the 3 great summoning sanctuaries in the ninja world. Moreover, the sage mode of the Sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama, likely originated from there. Otherwise, it would be illogical for the other 2 sanctuaries to have sage mode training methods, while the Wetbone Forest did not. Sato Shuichi also noticed 2 familiar names within the scroll. One was Tsunade, and the other was Senju Hashirama. Once Sato Shuichi had signed, Tsunade continued, "You should be well acquainted with summoning techniques. Now, attempt to summon a living slug." Sato Shuichi nodded, and while his wound was still fresh, he formed the hand seals for summoning. With a loud bang, smoke enveloped the living room, and as it dissipated, a slug of adult size appeared between Sato Shuichi and Tsunade. Any individual with a fear of insects would likely faint at such a sight. Though the living slug's appearance was far from aesthetically pleasing, its voice was melodious, reminiscent of a gentle older sister. "Lady Tsunade, what is it that you summoned me for?" Tsunade gestured towards Sato Shuichi. "It is that young man who summoned you. He is my student, Sato Shuichi, who has just signed the summoning contract for the Wetbone Forest." The slug turned to regard Sato Shuichi, then bowed slightly, speaking in a soft tone, "I see. Then I shall be in your care, Master Shuichi." Sato Shuichi promptly bowed in return. "I look forward to your guidance, esteemed slug." The living slug differed from other summoning beasts in its ability to split, with only one existing in the entire Wetbone Forest. This meant that the slug summoned by Sato Shuichi was merely a clone. If enough chakra were available, summoning the entire slug could easily suppress a tailed beast. However, even a ninja of Tsunade's caliber could not fully summon the slug. Perhaps only Senju Hashirama possessed that level of chakra. Yet, he would not need to summon the slug, as he could effortlessly conjure a wooden clone with a clap of his hands to dominate the Ninetales. After a brief introduction, seeing that there was nothing else for it to do, the slug dispelled the summoning technique and returned to the Wetbone Forest. Following the slug's departure, Tsunade continued, "Though you have a formidable summoning beast like Charizard by your side, and have forged a contract with the living slug, your own combat capabilities remain lacking. Therefore, I have resolved to impart to you a unique ninjutsu of my own invention, which I have named Might of the Beast." With that, Tsunade led Sato Shuichi outside to the training grounds. She then gently lifted her left leg and forcefully stomped it down onto the ground. A tremendous roar resounded, causing the very earth to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Where Tsunade's left foot had made contact, several deep fissures appeared, gaping like bottomless chasms. Observing the bewildered expression on Sato Shuichi's face, Tsunade couldn't help but display a smug smile. The so-called Might of the Beast involves stimulating the cells within one's body using chakra to enhance physical prowess, akin to the lightning release chakra mode employed by the Cloud Shinobi. I once shattered a small hill with a single punch. If you master this technique, your self-defense will be assured. Sato Shuichi nodded eagerly, his eyes filled with admiration directed at Tsunade. This time, Tsunade was revealing all her signature skills. Aside from the yet-to-be-developed Een seal, both the summoning scroll of the living slug and the Might of the Beast represented her trump cards. It was evident that after half a year of companionship, Tsunade had fully regarded Sato Shuichi as her apprentice. In the ensuing time, Tsunade began to methodically teach the essence of the Might of the Beast. However, despite Sato Shuichi's exceptional talent in medical ninjutsu, he proved to be rather mediocre in other ninjutsu disciplines. After an entire afternoon had passed, Sato Shuichi had not even grasped the fundamentals of the Might of the Beast. Chapter 13. If I were to transform. Faced with this situation, Tsunade found herself perplexed. This is strange, given your aptitude for medical ninjutsu. Learning the Might of the Beast should be a walk in the park. Why is it turning out like this? Sato Shuichi could only helplessly gaze at the ground in response. Perhaps I am only gifted in medical ninjutsu, apart from what you have taught me. I only know the body flicker technique. Hearing this, Tsunade was momentarily rendered speechless. It dawned on her that Sato Shuichi had not actually utilized any other ninjutsu. In his daily battles, he had relied on Charizard, and when he fought himself, he resorted to using kunai for close combat. Realizing this, Tsunade rubbed her forehead, a troubled expression crossing her face. After a considerable while, Tsunade suddenly conceived an idea. She placed Sato Shuichi's hands on her wrists and activated the might of the beast. Do you feel anything? Sato Shuichi's gaze became unfocused in response to Tsunade's hopeful expression, and he replied uncertainly, I only feel that your wrists are soft and smooth. Quite pleasant to the touch. With a resounding thud, Sato Shuichi received a swift reprimand from Tsunade. I meant, do you feel the flow of my chakra? Why are you thinking about those things? After receiving a good scolding, Sato Shuichi finally understood Tsunade's intent and redirected his focus entirely to the chakra flowing through her wrists. After Tsunade demonstrated several times, Sato Shuichi finally began to grasp a hint of the technique. He raised his right hand, wearing a contemplative expression. After a considerable pause, Sato Shuichi suddenly struck a nearby tree with his fist. The once upright tree began to shake violently, and countless leaves and branches fell from its boughs. Witnessing this scene, Sato Shuichi erupted with uncontainable joy. He leaped onto Tsunade, wrapping his arms around her waist and exclaiming excitedly, I did it. Did you see, teacher? I truly learned the might of the beast. Tsunade mirrored his enthusiasm, her excitement surpassing even that of when she first developed the technique. She nearly questioned her own teaching methods, but fortunately, Sato Shuichi had successfully grasped the might of the beast. After some time, Sato Shuichi still clung to Tsunade, prompting her to speak with growing impatience. I warn you not to take advantage of this situation. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi reluctantly descended from her. Initially, his embrace had stemmed from excitement, but as time wore on, it became a reluctance to part with the comforting sensation of soft jade in his arms. While this sentiment might seem disloyal to Kushina, the tactile experience of holding Tsunade indeed surpassed that of Kushina. Of course, this was also due to Kushina not having reached her full potential yet. After all, Tsunade was at her peak, while Kushina still required time to mature. Meeting Tsunade's skeptical gaze, Sato Shuichi offered a sheepish explanation. I was just overly excited. Never mind, I'll let it slide this time. But if I catch you trying to take advantage of me again, I won't let you off so easily. Here are my insights on the might of the beast. Take this home and study it well. If you have any questions, come find me at my place. If I'm not home, just head to the casino at the east side of the village. Sato Shuichi nodded, accepting the somewhat thick notebook from Tsunade's hand, the elegant handwriting contrasting starkly with her personality. Why did you hit me out of the blue? Sato Shuichi questioned, rubbing his forehead in confusion. For some reason, I felt like you were just concocting something about me in your mind. Tsunade explained, you possess a beast-like intuition, don't you? Sato Shuichi silently scoffed at this thought. As he noticed Tsunade's intent to strike again, he promptly opted for a strategic retreat. Sato Shuichi handed a cup of barley tea to Kushina and inquired, what happened? Kushina stared at her fingers, lost in thought, and Sato Shuichi chose not to rush her, instead quietly accompanying her. After what felt like an eternity, Kushina finally raised her head and responded in a hoarse voice, Shuichi, if I were to turn into a monster, would you despise me? Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi sighed deeply. It seemed that Uzumaki Mito's time was drawing near, and Kushina was preparing to take her place as the new Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. Otherwise, she wouldn't be displaying such a fragile demeanor. Moreover, with the impending death of Uzumaki Mito, the Second Shinobi World War was set to commence. Although, as Tsunade's student, it was unlikely he would become mere cannon fodder. Even elite shinobi like Shirenui Yuhi could fall victim to explosive tags under Orochimaru's watch. The perilous nature of the Shinobi World War was thus evident. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Faced with Kushina's despondent spirit, Sato Shuichi recognized that typical actions would no longer suffice. He needed to undertake an unprecedented bold move to help Kushina regain her spirits. With that, he extended his hands and firmly slapped Kushina's cheeks, producing a resounding crack. Instantly, her cheeks flushed a visible shade of red, not from emotion, but from the impact of Sato Shuichi's hands. The pain from her face jolted Kushina slightly back to reality, though she remained apprehensive about her impending role as the Ninetales Jinchuriki. If I were to become a monster, what right would I have to stand beside Sato Shuichi? Looking at the still-dazed Kushina, Sato Shuichi spoke earnestly. Regardless of what form you take, my love for you will remain unchanged. It has been so in the past, it is so in the present, and it shall be so in the future. As Sato Shuichi faced the earnest expression of Kushina, she finally grasped the situation, her face instantly flushing crimson. As if emitting steam, under Sato Shuichi's astonished gaze, Kushina abruptly vanished from his sight. Chapter 14. Uzumaki Mito. Sato Shuichi touched his lips contemplatively, murmuring to himself, still so reckless, She hasn't even responded to me. Within the confines of the Senju clan's estate, Kushina lay tossing and turning on her bed like a restless silkworm. Was that a confession? It must have been a confession. Should I accept Shuichi's feelings? Would agreeing too readily make me seem frivolous? But that scoundrel took my first kiss. How am I supposed to face Shuichi now? This is so frustrating. I should have never gone to see him. Meanwhile, as Kushina wrestled with her thoughts, the other protagonist of this incident had already succumbed to slumber. 3 days later, Sato Shuichi awaited Kushina's appearance, but instead, he was greeted by Tsunade. Initially, he assumed she had come to assess his training and superhuman strength, but upon witnessing the sorrow etched on her face, his heart sank. Could today be the day Kushina became the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales? As Sato Shuichi had anticipated, Tsunade scrutinized him for a considerable moment after arriving at his home. Before speaking in a hoarse voice, "Come with me. Kushina is waiting for you." Sato Shuichi had been about to inquire about their destination, but the somber expression on Tsunade's face silenced him. After walking a considerable distance behind Tsunade, the signs of civilization abruptly vanished. Shadows of umbu flitted through the woods, indicating a heavily guarded area. Soon, four figures resembling elderly men came into Sato Shuichi's view. They were the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Ninja World's Iron Chef, Shimura Danzo, and 2 advisors from Konoha, Mito Gate and Tenten. Upon spotting Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached briskly, wearing a warm smile. "Tsunade, Shuichi, you both have arrived." Due to her foul mood, Tsunade merely nodded, while Sato Shuichi bowed respectfully, responding, "Good day, Hokage-sama." Seeing this, a flicker of pleasure crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes as he placed a hand on Sato Shuichi's shoulder, saying, "There's no need for such formality between us. Your teacher is my student. You can simply call me Grandpa Sandane from now on." The atmosphere soured as Danzo's expression darkened at Sarutobi Hiruzen's amiability. Sato Shuichi, despite his current status, was summoned explicitly by Uzumaki Mito. According to her, the Jinchuriki must connect with the Ninetales through love. Sato Shuichi was deemed to be the anchor between Konoha and Kushina, given her origins from Uzumaki village, where her sense of belonging to Konoha remained uncertain. Moreover, considering the relationship between Sato Shuichi and Kushina, controlling him would effectively mean controlling the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't be so affable in his attempts to win Sato Shuichi over. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to engage Sato Shuichi in casual conversation, Danzo coldly interrupted, "All right. Now that everyone is here, let us proceed and not keep Mito-sama waiting." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then took Sato Shuichi's hand and led him to a valley. There, Sato Shuichi spotted Kushina, who sat beside an elderly woman. Although the woman appeared kind and gentle, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo regarded her with utmost respect. Her identity became apparent. She was the wife of the first Hokage, Tsunade's grandmother, and the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito beckoned Sato Shuichi closer. After exchanging a glance with Tsunade, he approached Mito and knelt before her. "Mito-sama, it is a pleasure to meet you." After carefully examining Sato Shuichi, Uzumaki Mito smiled warmly. "You must be Shuichi, so handsome. No wonder Kushina constantly speaks of you." Upon hearing this, Kushina's face flushed a deep red as she playfully chided Mito, "Grandma, didn't we agree not to mention such things?" Mito chuckled, patting Kushina's hand. All right, I shan't speak of it anymore. Kushina is a young lady now. She has become shy." Then, with a serious expression, Mito turned to Sato Shuichi. "You are a clever child. You must have guessed why we are gathered here." Sato Shuichi nodded in acknowledgement. With a deep sigh, Mito continued, "Kushina has faced many hardships over the years. She lost her parents at a young age, moved from Uzumaki village to Konoha, and has been subjected to discrimination. Now, she must become the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. Alone, she cannot control it. Therefore, can I trust you?" Sato Shuichi nodded resolutely, his voice firm. "Rest assured, Mito-sama, as long as I draw breath, I will not allow any harm to come to Kushina." Mito nodded approvingly and handed Sato Shuichi a scroll. "This contains all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. I entrust it to you." Sato Shuichi hesitated before accepting the scroll, glancing at Tsunade in the distance. Noticing his small gesture, Mito teased, "Why are you looking at Tsunade? This concerns the Uzumaki clan. Besides, with Uzumaki village gone, even if I teach Kushina, she would not keep secrets." As she spoke, a flicker of sorrow crossed Mito's eyes. Though she was one of the founders of Konoha, Uzumaki village was her childhood home, and its destruction weighed heavily on her. If it weren't for this, perhaps Mito could have endured a few more years. Hearing Mito's words, Sato Shuichi accepted the scroll. Since you have accepted my gift, you must treat Kushina well from now on. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not let you off easily from above, she added, before breaking into a fit of coughs. Kushina quickly reached out to gently pat Mito's back, concern etched on her face. Chapter 15, The Ninetales. Observing Kushina's sorrowful expression, Mito sighed softly. Kushina, there's no need for sadness. This has all been predestined, beyond human alteration. I dream of Hashirama every day. It is time for our reunion. And you should be happy for me. With tears in her eyes, Kushina nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mito called out to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "It is time to begin." Hiruzen nodded and summoned his summoning beast, Enma. Enma appeared as a massive gorilla, its power rivaling even Hanzo's salamander. More importantly, Enma could transform into a staff. In the original story, it was even depicted as being capable of directly repelling the Ninetales. Perhaps due to prior arrangements, Enma remained silent upon emergence, instead focusing intently on Mito's direction, as if sensing the gravity of the situation. Tobarama Senju summoned his formidable spirit beast, a colossal dream eater, into the fray. Shuichi Sato contemplated for a moment, deciding against summoning his Charmander. Perhaps it would only prove useful once it evolved into a Charizard, capable of making a significant impact in battles of this magnitude. Kushina, Shuichi, you two should stand back for a while. It would be unwise to risk any unforeseen accidents, spoke Mito Uzumaki, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Kushina parted her lips as if to voice a thought, yet no sound escaped her. Reluctantly, Shuichi took Kushina by the hand, guiding her to stand behind Tsunade. At that moment, Mito Uzumaki suddenly pressed her hand against her abdomen, and a myriad of cryptic runes materialized in the air. Simultaneously, a torrent of crimson chakra erupted wildly from the symbols. Before long, this vibrant chakra coalesced into an immense nine-tailed fox. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, you shall pay for your sins. Upon its emergence, the Ninetales let out a thunderous roar, clearly aggrieved by its past enslavement. Its first utterance was not directed at Mito Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki, but rather at Madara and Hashirama. With the arrival of the Ninetales, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Enma, the Monkey King, transformed into a staff, firmly grasped by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Despite Madara's ability to control the Ninetales with a mere glance, and Hashirama's prowess in subduing it as easily as one might handle a chick, the Ninetales' strength remained unequivocal. At that juncture, Mito Uzumaki spoke again. Ninetales, after all these years, it is time to release your vengeance. Hashirama and Madara have long since departed this world. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales burst into a triumphant laugh. Ha ha! Those wretched beings have finally met their demise. Now that they are gone, I shall turn this place to ruins. Not a single one of you humans is worthy. Noticing the Ninetales' refusal to negotiate, Mito Uzumaki shook her head. Suddenly, her body extended numerous thick golden chains. The newly liberated Ninetales had yet to fully stretch its limbs when it found itself ensnared once more. Mito then turned her gaze towards Kushina, calling out, Kushina, now is your moment. Though trembling with fear, Kushina bravely stepped forward. Under Mito's sealing technique, the chakra of the Ninetales surged violently towards Kushina's being. The Ninetales could only emit a reluctant growl. Cursed humans, I shall return. And with that, it was sealed within Kushina. Witnessing this spectacle, Shuichi could not help but marvel at Mito Uzumaki's formidable strength. It was known that typically, a Jinchuriki would perish upon the extraction of their bijou. Despite her frail appearance, Mito had managed to seal the Ninetales with her techniques. Setting aside her identity as a Jinchuriki, Mito Uzumaki was undoubtedly a powerhouse among the elite ninja of her era. Such was the caliber of warriors from the Warring States period. After accomplishing this feat, Mito suddenly coughed up a copious amount of blood, her vitality waning swiftly. Observing this, Kushina and Tsunade rushed to her side, with Shuichi trailing closely behind. Hiruzen turned his back, unable to bear the sight. Shimura Danzo, however, gazed at Kushina's retreating figure with an avaricious glint in his eyes. To him, the Ninetales Jinchuriki represented a power that must be seized. Mito Uzumaki, holding Tsunade with her left hand and Kushina with her right, spoke weakly. I shall reunite with Hashirama. There is nothing to mourn. Kushina, do not fear the Ninetales. It too is lonely at heart. You must reach out to it. I believe you can. She then turned her gaze towards Tsunade. Tsunade, you are a source of pride for me. If only you could temper your drinking and gambling, then no one would need to look after you. Alas, I regret not witnessing you and Shinsuke start a family. Upon hearing this, Tsunade could no longer suppress her emotions, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mito then fixed her gaze on Shuichi. Shuichi, I entrust Kushina to you. Treat her well, and do not let me down. Shuichi nodded firmly. Finally, Mito cast a sweeping glance around before gently closing her eyes, her head drooping. Mito's funeral was held the very same day. In this world, there existed no custom of exhuming the dead for burial alongside others. Her grave rested beside that of Senju Hashirama. During the ceremony, both Tsunade and Shinsuke wept inconsolably, while Jiraiya seemed torn, wanting to comfort Tsunade but ultimately choosing to remain still. Orochimaru, observing Tsunade's sorrowful silhouette, remarked, "Life is indeed fragile." Kushina found solace in Shuichi's embrace, soaking his shirt in her tears. The deceased had departed, yet the living must continue their lives. However, with Mito's passing, the atmosphere within the ninja world grew tense, for the Hidden Leaf had lost its greatest weapon, the Ninetales. Newly appointed as its Jinchuriki, Kushina could not yet harness its power, and the economic progress of other ninja villages had evidently stagnated or even regressed. The Land of Fire, home to the Hidden Leaf, occupied the most fertile lands in the world, making it the most prosperous. Chapter 16, The Second Pokémon. The entire ninja world appeared to be on the brink of a storm, weighing heavily on Shuichi's shoulders. Yet, amidst the turmoil, there was a glimmer of hope. During this time, his Charmander had successfully evolved into a Charmeleon, now possessing a strength comparable to that of a Jonin. Furthermore, Shuichi had acquired a Pokémon egg, the contents of which remained uncertain, yet it provided him with an additional card to play in the future. On a sunny afternoon, Shuichi found himself repeatedly tormenting a carp. To put it simply, he would inflict an injury on the carp, heal it using medical ninjutsu, and then injure it again in a continuous loop to enhance his proficiency in healing techniques. Although the situation in the ninja world was tense, the major villages had yet to engage in conflict, resulting in a relatively low influx of patients at the Hidden Leaf Hospital. Thus, Shuichi had no choice but to compromise on his dinner plans for the night. At that moment, Charmeleon suddenly appeared before him, displaying an anxious demeanor. Quickly, Shuichi inquired about the matter. After Charmeleon gestured animatedly, Shuichi grasped the situation. The Pokémon egg he had placed in the spirit realm was on the verge of hatching. Hence, Charmeleon's urgency to reach him. Without hesitation, Shuichi released the carp back into the stream, simultaneously earning a point of merit and accumulating some good fortune. After all, should the egg hatch into something like a Rattata or a Caterpie, it would spell disaster. The spirit realm where Charmeleon resided was detached from any other place, akin to a fantastical world found in novels. Thus far, only Shuichi and Charmeleon could enter. This realm boasted forests, sandy terrains, ocean surfaces, lakes, and even a volcanic crater, embodying every conceivable landscape. Under the anxious gazes of both Shuichi and Charmeleon, the Pokémon egg trembled incessantly. Suddenly, a greenhorn protruded from the eggshell. Not long after, this Pokémon liberated itself entirely from its egg. It is the juvenile form of the demigod known as the Desert Tyrant, Banjuras, referred to as Eugilus. If Charmeleon is to be regarded as the future master of Fire Release, then Eugilus is destined to become the future master of Earth Release. One cannot help but wonder if he will eventually encounter Pokémon of the water, wind, and lightning types. Observing the cool demeanor of Eugilus, Sato Shuichi crouched down, extending his right hand as he softly spoke. "Eugilus, I am Sato Shuichi, and this is our partner, Charmeleon. I hope we can rely on each other in the days to come." Eugilus glanced at the smiling Sato Shuichi, then at Charmeleon beside him. Subsequently, it gently placed its tiny paw into the palm of Sato Shuichi's hand. After exchanging a brief greeting with Charmeleon, Eugilus burrowed into the ground, heading towards a nearby mountain. Noticing the puzzled expression on Charmeleon's face, Sato Shuichi felt compelled to explain. Eugilus needs to consume an immense amount of earth to gather enough energy for evolution, perhaps an entire mountain's worth. Upon hearing this, Charmeleon gazed at the large hole left by Eugilus and couldn't help but express a newfound respect. To think it requires such a vast quantity of soil to evolve. It must be extraordinarily powerful once it does. I must strive harder and not allow those who follow to surpass me. Watching Charmeleon ignite with inexplicable determination, Sato Shuichi was left bewildered. Nevertheless, seeing Charmeleon train with such fervor was undoubtedly a positive development. If Charmeleon were to evolve into Charizard before the Second Shinobi World War, Sato Shuichi's chances of survival would dramatically increase. However, with Kushina currently serving as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Konoha would never permit her to undertake any perilous missions. Should anything happen to the Ninetales, it would lead to irreparable loss. Thus, even if the Second Shinobi World War were to erupt, Sato Shuichi's team would still be relatively safe. Time passed gradually, during which Sato Shuichi's team successfully completed numerous missions, including several involving B-rank ninja tasks. However, both Tsunade and Kushina had suddenly grown considerably quieter. In light of this situation, Mikoto privately approached Sato Shuichi to inquire about the matter. Yet, Sato Shuichi could only express his helplessness. After all, the loss of a loved one is not akin to a sudden downpour. It is a lifetime of dampness that only time can heal. One day, as Sato Shuichi arrived at Tsunade's residence to practice ninjutsu, as usual, he was taken aback to find Shiranui and Tsunade seemingly engaged in a heated argument. I must go? Kojiro and Nami are both going. Why can't I? I said you cannot go, so you will not go. I am your elder sister. I will speak to Orochimaru about this. For now, you shall stay home. I don't care. You old hag. I'm grown up and don't need your supervision. With that, Shiranui, her face flushed with anger, shot Tsunade a glare before bolting from the house. Tsunade, left behind, rubbed her temples in exasperation. Only then did Sato Shuichi cautiously approach and softly ask, Sensei, may I proceed to practice ninjutsu now? Tsunade cast a glance at Sato Shuichi. Are you not curious about why Shiranui and I were arguing? It is often said that a fair official cannot resolve family matters, and it is clear that Shiranui is in the wrong. After all, how could my illustrious and formidable sensei possibly err? Upon hearing this, Tsunade shot Sato Shuichi a disapproving look. Your response is no different from silence. Shiranui's team has received a mission in the Land of Rain, but I do not wish for him to go, do you understand? The Land of Rain is currently fraught with danger, with Rain Shinobi and Sand Shinobi engaged in continual skirmishes. Nevertheless, under Orochimaru's leadership, there should be minimal risk, given his prowess. Furthermore, if Sato Shuichi recalls correctly, Shiranui was purportedly killed by an explosive tag during one of the battles in the Second Shinobi World War. Hence, this mission to the Land of Rain should proceed without issue. However, Sato Shuichi dared not voice his thoughts. Should his words inadvertently cause a butterfly effect that leads to Shiranui encountering trouble in the Land of Rain, and he had unwittingly advocated for him, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 17, Danzo. Just as Sato Shuichi concluded his practice of medical ninjutsu and prepared to return home, Tsunade suddenly called out to him. I will be leaving the village tomorrow on a mission and may be gone for some time. During my absence, you, Kushina, and Mikoto must focus on your training within the village. Even while on missions, you are not to leave the village, understood? Observing the seriousness etched on Tsunade's face, Sato Shuichi nodded in acquiescence. Subsequently, Tsunade waved him off, signaling he could depart. After Tsunade's departure, Sato Shuichi's days continued in their usual manner. Aside from occasionally seeking out Kushina and Mikoto for leisurely outings, he spent his time in the summoning realm, deepening his bond with Charmeleon and Eugilus. On a moonlit night, after dinner, while enjoying the evening breeze outside, Sato Shuichi was unexpectedly visited by an uninvited guest. A figure clad in dark attire, their face obscured, materialized from the shadows nearby. You are Sato Shuichi, correct? Follow me. Noting the ominous demeanor of the individual, Sato Shuichi feigned compliance, nodding before approaching him. However, as he drew near, Sato Shuichi suddenly swung his fist towards the intruder's midsection. The cloaked figure seemed to anticipate the attack, swiftly raising his hand to block Sato Shuichi's punch. Yet, he did not foresee the sheer force behind it, which sent him crashing into several trees. In the same breath, Sato Shuichi summoned Charmeleon, shouting, Charmeleon, use heat wave. A wave of scorching air enveloped the dark-clad figure, igniting his attire. Sato Shuichi, I am not your enemy. Stop. The figure shouted in desperation. Sato Shuichi, unimpressed, scoffed in response. Even the deranged claim, they are saying. It's late, and you come dressed like this to abduct me. Who would believe you're not a threat? You might as well talk to the Umbu. Charmeleon, use Aura Sphere. Charmeleon's form swiftly appeared behind the cloaked individual, who, still reeling from the heat wave, was completely oblivious to the imminent danger. With a resounding crash, Sato Shuichi observed the remains of the figure now reduced to a puddle. Lost in contemplation. Charmeleon, your strength seems to have escalated. Charmeleon scratched the back of his head, appearing to convey that he was merely following orders to use Aura Sphere, and that the consequences were not his concern. With the situation having escalated, Sato Shuichi scanned the area, confirming the absence of any witnesses, and instructed Charmeleon to unleash a torrent of flames, erasing any trace of the dark figure from existence. After completing this task, Sato Shuichi affectionately patted Charmeleon's head before returning to the house to sleep. After all, the individual had approached with malicious intent. Eliminating him was merely an act of self-defense, leaving no room for dispute. In the dead of night, within a clandestine base in Konoha, Shimura Danzo cast a brooding gaze upon the ninja squatting before him. Has F2 not returned yet? Danzo-sama, we have completely lost track of F2. It is highly probable that he has met with misfortune. Danzo waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the ninja before him to depart. He then stood there like a statue, motionless, before finally murmuring after a long silence. Did you do this, Hiruzen? Just wait. I shall surely become Hokage. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi, lost in dreams, remained blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of a certain humanoid entity due to Kushina. As the host of the Ninetales, the protective forces surrounding Kushina were exceptionally stringent. Thus, even Danzo could not dare to send root operatives to approach her. However, Sato Shuichi was a different case altogether. His most valuable identities at that moment were being Kushina's young boyfriend and Tsunade's apprentice. Consequently, the moment Tsunade left the village, Danzo hastily dispatched Root Ninja to make contact with Sato Shuichi. Little did Danzo anticipate that his exceptionally skilled F2 would be so easily eliminated. Just as Sato Shuichi had foreseen, after eradicating the black-clad figure, no one came searching for him. Time passed monotonously, as Tsunade had instructed him to refrain from leaving the village. Thus, Sato Shuichi and his companions undertook no further missions. After all, the tasks remaining in Konohagakure were merely D-rank, low in reward and tedious, rendering them hardly worth completing. On one particular day, as Sato Shuichi meandered through the village, he suddenly noticed a flurry of hurried ninjas, and the atmosphere shifted to one of unease. To verify his suspicions, Sato Shuichi first visited the grain store. Indeed, the prices of the previously stable provisions had skyrocketed several times over. All these signs pointed to the imminent arrival of war, or rather, that war had already begun. Within the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke after a prolonged silence. Send someone to Awagakure to inquire why they are sending ninjas to invade the borders of the Land of Fire. With a resounding thud, Danzo slammed his palm on the table before Hiruzen. Is that even a question? Those damned IW and ninjas are stirring up war. We cannot cower. Send our ninjas to eliminate those IWA ninjas immediately. Mito Gaiden added. Ever since Lord Mito departed, the neighboring ninja villages have grown increasingly restless. The movements of the IWA ninjas could be a test of our strength. We must respond firmly. At this, Hiruzen finally resolved within himself. In that case, let us dispatch White Fang to eliminate those IWA ninjas. Suddenly, Danzo interjected, let us also bring Sato Shuichi along. Hiruzen looked at Danzo with surprise. Sato Shuichi. He is merely a low-ranking ninja. What use would he be? What if he encounters trouble, and the Ninetales host goes berserk? Danzo, however, appeared confident. Ah, Hiruzen. You seem unaware. Although Sato Shuichi is just a low-ranking ninja, according to my root operatives, he has already attained the strength of a Jonin. Moreover, with Tsunade absent, this mission could perfectly facilitate his promotion to Chunin upon completion. Chapter 18, IWA Ninja. Although it seemed there were ulterior motives at play, ultimately, due to his trust in White Fang's strength, Hiruzen acquiesced to Danzo's request. In Hiruzen's view, Sato Shuichi, having mastered Tsunade's monstrous strength techniques and the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan, would serve as a crucial anchor in dealing with the Ninetales, and his swift development would be advantageous. Just as Sato Shuichi was returning home after purchasing groceries, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Instinctively, he swung his fist backward. To his astonishment, the punch he executed with monstrous strength was effortlessly blocked by the figure behind him. White Fang released Sato Shuichi's fist, revealing a faint smile. Not bad. Your strength is commendable. I am Hitaki Sakomo, but you may call me White Fang. We have a mission that requires your participation, currently classified as A rank. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi's expression fell. But I am merely a low-ranking ninja. What merit do I have to accompany you, White Fang-sama, on an A-rank mission? White Fang seized Sato Shuichi by the collar and sprinted toward the village entrance. This is a mandatory mission you cannot refuse. Besides, upon your return, you shall be promoted to Chunin. Faced with the inevitability of the situation, Sato Shuichi resigned himself to the reality. Then please release me. I can walk on my own. White Fang cast a glance at Sato Shuichi and suddenly let go. Sato Shuichi fell momentarily but quickly regained his balance, standing atop a tree and following White Fang's lead. Though White Fang moved with great speed, Sato Shuichi managed to keep up, for under Tsunade's training, his physical prowess now rivaled that of elite Chunin. Listening to the sounds of pursuit, White Fang displayed no sign of surprise, for it was inconceivable that Sarutobi Hiruzen would allow a mere low-ranking ninja to accompany him on a mission. He was not a babysitter. In no time, Sato Shuichi and White Fang arrived at a location over 90 miles from Kanahigakure, an expansive forest where only the most nefarious outlaws dared to linger, as it concealed myriad dangers. With a swift motion, Sato Shuichi pinned a venomous snake, flicking its tongue against a tree with a kunai. Retrieving the kunai, he turned to White Fang and inquired, "May I ask what our mission entails? Did I not mention it? Our task is to eliminate the IWA ninjas invading the Land of Fire. Just the two of us? Indeed. Or do you wish for additional companions?" At White Fang's response, Sato Shuichi felt a pang of anxiety. While White Fang possessed strength akin to that of a Kaguya, the invading IWA ninja squad would likely consist of at least special jonin. Bringing along a low-ranking ninja to confront them felt somewhat reckless. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen lost his mind? Just as Sato Shuichi continued to grumble internally, White Fang suddenly rose, gazing northeastward. The enemy approaches. 2 jonin and 3 special jonin. I'll handle the 2 jonin. You deal with the 3 special jonin. Before Sato Shuichi could respond, White Fang unsheathed his white chakra blade, and in a flash of cold light, his figure vanished. Uncertain of White Fang's perception, Sato Shuichi promptly summoned his little fire dragon into battle mode. Moments later, 3 IWA ninjas appeared before him, though they bore no identification. Their rough skin immediately revealed their origins from the land of Earth. Why is there a little leaf brat here? Let us not complicate matters. Just eliminate him. The central IWA ninja wore a cruel smile. Little brat, do not take it personally. Blame yourself for obstructing our path. Doton, Doryuden. Facing the earthen dragon formed of soil, Sato Shuichi could only wonder why ninjas always shouted their techniques during battles. Did they not realize it merely served to alert their enemies to their impending moves? Sato Shuichi exerted pressure with his right foot, leaping forward to confront the 3 rock shinobi before him. With a single, forceful punch, he sent the central rock shinobi hurtling away. The trio of rock shinobi were utterly unprepared for the formidable strength possessed by the seemingly innocuous Sato Shuichi. Underestimating him, the middle shinobi was struck with such force that he crashed into several large trees, clearly left in a half-destroyed state. The remaining 2, quick to realize the danger, utilized their body flicker technique to distance themselves from Sato Shuichi. One of them, with an expression of disbelief, remarked, "Is this the legendary strength of Tsunade? Our mission has been compromised." Following this, the rock shinobi exchanged glances, brandishing their kunai as they charged towards Sato Shuichi. Once dismissive, they now regarded him as an equal adversary, launching their lethal assault. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Sato Shuichi. It was Charizard. The fiery creature opened its mouth, unleashing a swirling vortex of flames that enveloped the 2 rock shinobi. Accompanied by their piercing screams, Charizard expelled 2 jets of fire, vaporizing the rock shinobi into nothingness. Sato Shuichi then turned his gaze toward the rock shinobi who had been initially blasted away by the overwhelming force. Upon witnessing the fate of his comrades, the lone shinobi found himself devoid of any courage to continue fighting. Trembling, he scrambled to his feet and attempted to flee. However, as he ran, he was suddenly confronted by a pair of legs that seemed eerily familiar. With a swift motion, his legs were severed as if cut by a hot knife through butter. A cold voice pierced the air. "If I were you, I would not choose to flee." Looking up, the rock shinobi saw White Fang, his body quaking involuntarily. "Why, you are the legendary White Butcher." Chapter 19. Shunin. White Fang retrieved a sealing scroll from his attire and tossed it onto the legless rock shinobi. Upon contact, the scroll erupted with numerous white filaments resembling gauze, wrapping around the shinobi. Subsequently, White Fang suspended the cocoon-like binding from a tree branch and turned to Sato Shuichi. "Well done. I doubt you could have so effortlessly defeated 3 special jonin at your age." In response to White Fang's praise, Sato Shuichi merely nodded slightly, as if it were a matter of course, and then glanced at the suspended figure. "Is it sufficient to leave it like this?" White Fang prodded the cocoon. "He is now sealed. Soon, Umbu will arrive to retrieve him, and that will no longer concern us. The rock shinobi wouldn't dispatch just a single team for an invasion. We should proceed." Sato Shuichi nodded and followed in White Fang's wake as they continued onward. A week swiftly passed, and Sato Shuichi and White Fang managed to eliminate the vast majority of the rock shinobi. As for the few that evaded capture, they were beyond the reach of the 2, given the expanse of the Land of Fire and their lack of comprehensive reconnaissance. Sato Shuichi had reaped significant rewards. The battles between life and death served as the finest sharpening stone. It was no exaggeration to claim that he could now best 3 of his former selves from just a week prior. Presently, even without relying on Charizard, he could effortlessly dispatch a special jonin. After cleaving the last rock shinobi, White Fang flicked his wrist, sending the blood from his blade splattering onto a nearby tree. With a flourish, he sheathed his sword and turned to Sato Shuichi. This mission has been successfully completed. I have matters to attend to, so you may return to the village on your own. Without awaiting a response, White Fang's figure vanished into the woods. As one of the rare elite forces of Konoha, White Fang had no time for respite, especially during such sensitive times. Thus, Sato Shuichi and Charizard began their journey back toward Konoha. As they walked, Charizard suddenly halted, gazing intently at a specific spot with a grave expression. The creature sensed a chilling aura approaching, akin to a venomous snake, capable of striking lethally in an instant. Noticing Charizard's demeanor, Sato Shuichi tensed, his body coiling with readiness to retreat to the spirit realm at a moment's notice. Before long, rustling sounds emerged from the underbrush. And suddenly, a head popped out. Upon seeing it, Sato Shuichi's taut nerves finally relaxed. "Shuichi, what are you doing here?" Roketree inquired, a puzzled expression adorning his face as he hastened to Sato Shuichi's side, excitement evident as he exclaimed, "You won't believe the caliber of mission I just completed in the Land of Rain, an A-rank task. Teacher Orochimaru has assured me that I will be recommended for the upcoming Chunin exams. Soon, I shall be a Chunin, a step closer to becoming Hokage, haha." At that moment, Orochimaru emerged from the same thicket as Roketree, flanked by two passers-by, presumably Roketree's teammates. With a cold, scrutinizing gaze, Orochimaru assessed Sato Shuichi and Charizard before speaking. "Sato Shuichi, if I recall correctly, you are a student of Tsunade. What brings you here? You can't possibly." His tone turned noticeably chillier towards the end. A lowly genin appearing at the borders of the Land of Fire without companions raised suspicions about his motives. Just then, a figure swiftly positioned himself between Sato Shuichi and Orochimaru. It was White Fang. Although he had initially departed, sensing a powerful chakra converging on Sato Shuichi's location compelled him to return. White Fang's presence alleviated much of the need for Sato Shuichi to explain himself. While Orochimaru would not dare to confront him directly due to his affiliation with Tsunade, the need for clarification would have been a cumbersome affair. However, upon hearing that Sato Shuichi would become a Chunin upon returning to the village, Roketree's expression fell. He had never anticipated that, despite being contemporaries. While he was reveling in the prospect of qualifying for the Chunin exams, Sato Shuichi had already ascended to the rank of Chunin. The staggering disparity left even Roketree, with his typically buoyant demeanor, feeling somewhat dispirited. Following this, Sato Shuichi accompanied Orochimaru's team back to Konoha. Upon arrival, he first received his Chunin promotion certificate and vest from Sarutobi Hiruzen before hastily making his way home. Although he had suffered no physical injuries during the week of combat, the toll on his spirit had been substantial. After a quick shower at home, Sato Shuichi collapsed into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already midday the following day. At that moment, an unusual sound emanated from the kitchen. Driven by curiosity, Sato Shuichi slowly made his way toward the source of the noise. Upon approaching, he beheld Kushina, donned in an apron and wielding a spatula, engrossed in culinary endeavors. Observing Kushina bustling about the kitchen filled Sato Shuichi with an overwhelming sense of warmth. At that moment, Kushina noticed Shuichi Sato leaning against the kitchen door, observing her. She promptly set down the spatula in her hand and hurried over to embrace him. "You're finally awake. I was planning to finish cooking before waking you up," she exclaimed. Shuichi gently patted Kushina's head and inquired softly, "Kushina, when did you arrive?" "I came over as soon as I finished breakfast," she replied. "Then why didn't you wake me?" he asked. "I saw you sleeping so peacefully that I didn't want to disturb you, especially since you just accomplished an incredible task." As Shuichi gazed down at the Kushina in his arms, he instinctively lowered his head. Observing Shuichi's action, Kushina's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she made no move to pull away. Just as their lips were about to meet, a whiff of burnt aroma wafted into their noses. Chapter 20, Insect. Kushina let out a sharp scream. "Ah, this is bad, I burnt the noodles." It was evident that the heartfelt lunch she had prepared for Shuichi was a complete failure. But this was precisely to Shuichi's satisfaction, as he had little desire to partake in Kushina's culinary endeavors. Her cooking often bore the peculiar imprint of her personal interpretations, resulting in rather odd flavors. Yet, Kushina herself remained blissfully unaware of any discrepancies in taste. After tidying up the kitchen aftermath, Shuichi and Kushina opted to dine out. Sated and content, they strolled hand in hand down the bustling street. Suddenly, Kushina halted, pointing in a direction and exclaiming, "Shuichi, look over there. Isn't that Mikoto?" Following her gesture, Shuichi indeed spotted Mikoto, though her expression betrayed impatience, accompanied by a man clad in Uchiha attire trailing behind her. At that moment, Mikoto caught sight of Shuichi and Kushina. She muttered something irritable to the man behind her before breaking into a jog towards them. Upon reaching them, Kushina eagerly inquired, "Mikoto, who was that guy just now? Could he possibly be yours?" At this, Mikoto's face contorted into a look of disdain. "That annoying fellow is Uchiha Fugaku, always acting superior. I can't stand him. Lately, he has been all over me. It's utterly infuriating." Witnessing Mikoto's distress, Kushina quickly chimed in. "That guy looks all prim and proper. But I never expected him to be such a person. Don't worry, Mikoto, if I see him again, I'll make sure to give him a good thrashing so he won't dare bother you again." Seeing the seriousness etched on Kushina's face, Mikoto hastily interjected. "It's not that serious, and besides, that guy is said to have awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. He's not weak at all. Humph. I don't care if he has 3 Tomo or 4. Next time I encounter him, I'll give him a good beating. If necessary, I'll borrow a bit of chakra from that pesky fox," Kushina retorted. Curiosity piqued, Shuichi asked, "Have you already established a rapport with the Ninetales?" "Not exactly. That pesky fox goes wild every time it sees me. However, I can forcibly borrow a bit of chakra from it," she replied. As she spoke, a crimson aura enveloped her. Shuichi quickly intervened. "Stop, Kushina. If you unleash the Ninetales chakra here, the Umbu will come knocking." Given her background and the fact that her family was no ordinary one, Mikoto was already aware of Kushina's identity as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and thus felt no surprise. Subsequently, Mikoto joined their little group as they continued their leisurely stroll. In a sense, this outing could be considered a team-building exercise for Shuichi's squad. Days later, Shuichi found himself deep in thought as he stared at the Umbu before him. "Are you implying that I, a mere chunin, am responsible for overseeing a logistics team transporting supplies to the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind?" In response to Shuichi's inquiry, the Umbu simply replied in a curt tone, "That is the assignment, but you will be accompanied by several other genin. The logistics team is scheduled to depart promptly at noon tomorrow. Do not be late." With that, the Umbu leapt out of the window, disappearing from Shuichi's sight. Gazing at the task details before him, Shuichi felt a sense of unease. Something about this mission felt off. Logically, protecting a logistics team should require at least 5 chunin. Even with the current manpower shortages due to war, it seemed unreasonable to dispatch only 1 chunin and a few genin for such a task. Moreover, the supplies to be escorted were minimal, hardly warranting such elaborate precautions. Everything about this scenario reeked of something sinister, as if a hidden hand were orchestrating events from the shadows. However, the mission assignment had already been issued, leaving Shuichi no room for retreat. The only way to withdraw would be to injure himself, which seemed a steep price to pay. Perhaps it was merely an unfortunate coincidence. He was just an ordinary chunin after all. Surely, no one would go to such lengths to target him. He simply needed to remain cautious, he reassured himself. The following day arrived swiftly. After bidding farewell to Kushina and Mikoto, Shuichi set off with a group of nameless passers-by towards the border. For the first 3 days, the journey unfolded without incident, appearing deceptively tranquil. Just when Shuichi believed he could comfortably complete this B-rank mission, an unforeseen event transpired on the 4th night. While Shuichi was asleep in his tent, an odd sense of being watched roused him from slumber. As he opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, he discovered the source of this unsettling feeling was a small insect perched at the edge of his tent. After exchanging a bewildered stare with the insect for a moment, Shuichi shook his head, thinking to himself, "I've become overly paranoid. It's just a harmless bug." However, that thought was swiftly overturned. Sitting up abruptly, Shuichi summoned his fire dragon insect, that's the specialty of the Aburame clan. With that realization, everything fell into place. Someone was indeed watching Shuichi, and that person was none other than the infamous Danzo of Konoha. Ordinary individuals would lack the strength to set such a trap. After swiftly squashing the insect, Shuichi, accompanied by his fire dragon, ventured outside the camp. At that moment, a genin was on watch, and upon seeing Shuichi, he wore a puzzled expression. "Chunin Sato, is there something wrong?" Chapter 21, Fire Dragon. Shuichi nonchalantly brushed off the inquiry and, with his fire dragon, slipped into the depths of the forest. Once they were several miles away from the camp, Shuichi called out into the pitch-black woods, "You sneaky little rodents, come out. I've already discovered your presence." As Sato Shuichi's words fell, the forest was once again enveloped in a profound silence, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a figment of his paranoid imagination. After a short while, 7 or 8 shadowy figures materialized around him. One of the shadows stepped forward and addressed Sato Shuichi. "Since you have discovered us, it would be prudent for you to surrender without resistance." Sato Shuichi cast a cold glance at him, disdain dripping from his response. "Were you sent by that old dog Danzo?" The expression on the shadow's face remained unchanged, as if the situation bore no relevance to him. There's no need for idle chatter. You have two choices. Either accompany us willingly, or we shall break your limbs and carry you away. Out of respect for our shared village, I would prefer to avoid a spectacle. Bah, you hardly qualify as ninjas. You are mere tools of Danzo. Besides, how can you be so certain of your victory? We have meticulously analyzed your intelligence. Even with that peculiar summoning beast, you are barely the equivalent of 2 jonin in strength, utterly incapable of standing against us. Despite the confidence emanating from the shadow before him, Sato Shuichi exhibited no sign of panic. He retrieved several items from his pocket and nonchalantly stuffed one into the mouth of the fire dinosaur. Upon ingestion, a brilliant white light erupted from the fire dinosaur's form. The item he had just fed it was none other than a rare candy. Although Sato Shuichi had not drawn any new Pokémon eggs during this time, his fortune with the 6-sided die had granted him a substantial number of rare candies. The effect of these candies was to elevate a Pokémon's level by 1, and thus, the fire dinosaur was now in the process of evolving into a Charizard. Truth be told, Sato Shuichi began to wonder if he had mistakenly entered a different world, as the majority of the items drawn from the Wheel of Fortune were predominantly from the Pokémon realm. Though uncertain of the circumstances, his battle instincts warned him that these ninjas could not allow the fire dinosaur to complete its evolution, lest dire consequences ensue. Just as the ninjas unleashed various ninjutsu against the evolving fire dinosaur, their techniques suddenly struck an invisible purple barrier. A smirk of derision crept onto Sato Shuichi's lips. Did you truly believe I was merely engaging in idle banter? I have established a barrier around us using sealing techniques. For the time being, you are utterly powerless against me. As the ninjas recklessly unleashed their jutsu, the once impenetrable barrier began to show cracks, as though it might shatter at any moment. At that moment, the radiant white light enveloping the fire dinosaur finally dissipated, revealing a Charizard towering over 4 meters in height. This evolved Charizard was significantly larger than the typical specimen, which is usually around 1.7 meters tall. Sato Shuichi's Charizard was more than twice the standard size. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies, the Charizard announced its arrival. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Charizard, the leading ninja decisively declared, "Mission failed. Retreat immediately." The ninjas then scattered in every direction. Sato Shuichi exchanged a glance with his Charizard, which then flapped its massive wings and swiftly appeared behind one of the ninjas, extending its formidable claws to bisect him. Following a series of agonizing screams, the Charizard returned to Sato Shuichi's side, having eliminated all the remaining ninjas without leaving a trace. Sato Shuichi patted the Charizard's sturdy chest, exclaiming with delight, "From now on, Charizard, you shall carry me into the skies." The Charizard extended its claw and effortlessly tossed Sato Shuichi onto its back before taking flight. A powerful gust of wind rushed past Sato Shuichi, but he quickly acclimated to the force, relishing the cool breeze at high altitude. He gazed down at the endless expanse of forest below. At that moment, Sato Shuichi understood why humanity harbors an unquenchable yearning for the sky. The exhilaration of soaring above the world is truly unparalleled. After several aerial maneuvers, Sato Shuichi instructed Charizard to land. Subsequently, he returned to the camp discreetly. Following the complete obliteration of the rogue ninjas, Sato Shuichi's journey was free from further incidents. 3 days later, the group finally arrived at the main camp of Konoha, and Sato Shuichi's mission was accomplished with flying colors. Just then, a voice filled with astonishment broke the air. "What are you doing here, you little rascal? Did I not instruct you to stay within the village?" Turning around, Sato Shuichi found Tsunade glaring at him with evident displeasure. After a brief moment of shock, he leaped into Tsunade's arms like a fledgling returning to its nest, lamenting, "Teacher, you have no idea. The moment you left the village, I was bullied." Sato Shuichi recounted the events of the past days in great detail. Upon hearing his tale, Tsunade's expression fell. "That old relic Danzo dares to lay a hand on you? Fear not. When I return to the village, I shall ensure you receive justice." As Tsunade patted Sato Shuichi's head, she made her promise. Just then, another voice interjected. "So, you are Shuichi? Quite impressive indeed. To have led the logistics team here all by yourself." Following the voice, Sato Shuichi turned to see a blue-haired individual beaming at him. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable hostility surged within Sato Shuichi at the sight of the blue-haired man. Thus, he inquired of Tsunade, "Teacher, who is this blue-haired fellow?" Upon hearing this, the blue-haired man's smile nearly faltered. "Blue-haired? Is he referring to me?" However, he quickly regained his warm demeanor. "I am Kato Danson. I look forward to working with you. I shall take my leave now and not intrude on your reunion." With that, Kato Danzan waved goodbye and turned to depart. Tsunade then looked at Sato Shuichi with a puzzled expression. Why do I feel as though you harbor some reservations about Kato Danzan? He seems like a decent fellow. I believe that guy's intentions are not as sunny as his exterior suggests. Teacher, why do you consider him a good person? Sato Shuichi questioned. I previously proposed at the Jonin meeting that every team in Konoha should be assigned a medical ninja to greatly reduce casualties. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, those treacherous scoundrels, refused to agree, but Kato Danzan supported me. After listening to Tsunade's account, Sato Shuichi's gaze turned peculiar. After studying her face for a considerable moment, he continued, Teacher, that idea of yours seems to have been born from a moment of impulse, without any practical consideration. Kato Danzan clearly harbors ulterior motives. It's alarming that he would agree to such a proposal. Feeling Sato Shuichi's slightly disdainful gaze, Tsunade's temper flared. Unless you provide a valid explanation today, prepare yourself for a month of confinement in bed. With that, Tsunade interlocked her fingers, and the sound of cracking knuckles reverberated ominously through the air. Faced with Tsunade's threat, Sato Shuichi exhibited no semblance of panic. Instead, he continued in a calm tone. To become a medical ninja, one must possess a certain innate talent for chakra manipulation. With so many teams in the Hidden Leaf, is it feasible to gather a sufficient number of gifted ninjas to learn medical ninjutsu? Moreover, the resources required to cultivate a single medical ninja could easily suffice to train 3 ordinary ninjas. On the battlefield, which would yield greater efficacy, 6 ordinary ninjas, or 2 ordinary ninjas accompanied by 1 medical ninja. Furthermore, not all medical ninjas possess extraordinary abilities like yours, Master. Many are quite fragile and become prime targets on the battlefield. Thus, it would be more pragmatic to establish a wartime hospital within the camp. We could also instruct ordinary ninjas on how to manage wounds in emergencies on the battlefield, thereby conserving resources while achieving commendable results. Upon hearing Sato Shuichi's remarks, Tsunade's eyes widened. After a lengthy pause, she regained her composure and emphatically patted Sato Shuichi on the shoulder. You clever boy, to come up with such a solution. Truly, you are my disciple. It seems my teachings have proven quite effective. Observing Tsunade's self-satisfied demeanor, Sato Shuichi suddenly found himself reflecting on the wisdom of ancient sayings, such as large breasts, small brain. Among Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples, Tsunade undoubtedly ranked lowest in intellect. Orochimaru required no mention. Few in the entire ninja world possessed a mind sharper than his. Jiraiya, too, belonged to the category of those who appeared wise yet were not. Only Tsunade consistently allowed emotion to overshadow reason, leading her to make peculiar choices. At that moment, Tsunade playfully tapped Sato Shuichi on the head. Are you concocting some scheme against me in your mind? Sato Shuichi feigned innocence. In the past, such behavior would have warranted a snowfall in June. To offer you such a splendid suggestion without any reward, and then to be reprimanded, had I known, I would have chosen silence. With that, he turned away, adopting a demeanor of indifference toward Tsunade. Observing his antics, Tsunade sighed in exasperation. I misjudged you. I apologize. Will that suffice? Sato Shuichi glanced back at her, unyielding. Is that all, my esteemed Tsunade? I suppose I shall take my leave, so as not to offend someone's sensibilities. As he prepared to depart, Tsunade suddenly grasped the collar of his shirt. Do not push your luck with me. Speak, what do you truly desire? A hint of embarrassment crossed Sato Shuichi's face. Well, I have yet to be assigned a tent. I wish to share one with you, Master. Huh, you are not a mere child fearing the dark, are you? I would rather not acquire any peculiar nicknames. However, the old fool Danzo has set his sights on me. What if he sends someone to ambush me while I sleep? Besides, we share a master-student bond. What harm could it bring? Tsunade's expression shifted to one of contemplation. After a considerable pause, she ultimately acquiesced to Sato Shuichi's request. After all, as one of the commanders, her tent was quite spacious. She could simply add another bed. Thus, Sato Shuichi followed Tsunade to their future abode, a tent that appeared rather unremarkable on the outside, though significantly larger than others in the vicinity. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing merely a bed and a set of simple tables and chairs, with a few books and empty bottles strewn about. A faint scent of alcohol mingled with a subtle, pleasant fragrance wafted through the tent. Before long, a ninja delivered a bed to the entrance. Tsunade gestured for Sato Shuichi to fetch it while she settled into a chair, pouring herself a drink. After arranging his bed, Sato Shuichi observed Tsunade as she continued to indulge. Master, we are in the midst of war and on the front lines. Is it wise to be drinking so heavily? Don't be ridiculous. This little wine has no effect on me. Ever since Kushina became the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, all I've had left as a vice is drinking. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi fell silent. The fact that Tsunade, who once had an affinity for gambling, had not visited a casino in such a long time indicated the profound impact of Uzumaki Mito's passing on her. Slowly, he moved behind Tsunade and gently embraced her. Chapter 23, A Mere Act. I have not fallen so low as to require comfort from a mere child, she retorted, though her words lacked any hint of displeasure at his embrace, even hinting at a touch of delight. Perhaps it was due to Sato Shuichi's presence that Tsunade drank far more than usual that day. Witnessing Tsunade slumped over the table, Sato Shuichi sighed in resignation. Thankfully, her tolerance for alcohol was decent. Even when inebriated, she merely dozed off. Had she been prone to drunken antics, Sato Shuichi would have found it challenging to manage her formidable strength. He then slid his left hand to the bend of Tsunade's leg and his right to her neck, lifting her in a princess carry. As he fully cradled her, a complex expression crossed his face. Despite the flush on Tsunade's cheeks and her relaxed form indicating she had surrendered control, the chakra coursing through her body remained deceptively stable, and her breathing bore hints of unspoken desires. Realizing she was merely feigning intoxication, Sato Shuichi sighed softly. What a predicament. Even a gentleman must remain vigilant. Confirming her act, he dared not make any unnecessary movements. Initially, he had hoped to seize the opportunity for a more intimate encounter, but with this realization, he swiftly adjusted his actions. He gently removed her shoes and covered her with a blanket, then tenderly stroked her forehead, murmuring, "Master, being your student is the greatest fortune of my life. Though I seldom voice it, you are my utmost idol." At this, a barely perceptible smile graced Tsunade's lips. This clever boy still retained some conscience. Despite her tendencies toward indulgence and gambling, she would not harbor disdain for him. He would always remain her dearest student. Could it be that this boy suspects I have not truly drunk? Should I open my eyes? After a brief internal struggle, Tsunade ultimately chose to keep her eyes shut, curious about Sato Shuichi's next move. This peculiar sensation compelled her to refrain from interrupting his actions. As he observed the deep furrow in her brow, Sato Shuichi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had anticipated an explosive reaction from Tsunade, but instead, she seemed to tacitly accept his ministrations. In light of this, it seems that Tsunade harbors a certain fondness for herself. Otherwise, she would not have permitted such actions. Upon pondering this, a look of exhilaration emerged on Sato Shuichi's face. After Sato Shuichi released his grip, Tsunade finally let out a sigh of relief. Yet she was also engulfed by a sense of wistfulness. Subsequently, Sato Shuichi gently tucked the blanket around Tsunade. Initially, after covering her with the blanket, he intended to return to his own bed. However, gazing at Tsunade's exquisite visage, an impulse surged within him. After all, the teacher had tacitly consented. Surely, a clandestine kiss would not lead to any repercussions? Seizing the moment, Sato Shuichi swiftly leaned down and then immediately raised his head. This series of actions flowed seamlessly. Were it not for the triumphant grin on his face, reminiscent of a weasel that had successfully pilfered a hen, no one would have fathomed what had transpired moments ago. Indeed, under extreme circumstances, human potential is remarkably profound. After completing this act, Sato Shuichi discreetly glanced at Tsunade's face, noting that her eyes remained tightly shut, though faint veins seemed to protrude from her forehead. That little brat, just wait until tomorrow to see how I deal with him. Tsunade clenched her fists concealed beneath the blanket, her mind seething with thoughts. However, at that moment, Sato Shuichi had already nestled himself within his own blanket, and Tsunade's gaze towards the bulging blanket on the opposite bed was exceedingly complex. After a prolonged silence, she finally let out a deep sigh and turned to sleep. That night, both Sato Shuichi and Tsunade were destined to experience a restless night. As dawn broke the following day, Sato Shuichi, having tossed and turned throughout the night, awoke only when the sun was high in the sky. To his astonishment, he found Tsunade busily writing something at the table. It was well known that Tsunade typically rose later than anyone else. "You're finally awake. Hurry and wash up. I've brought you some food," Tsunade remarked, glancing at Sato Shuichi. Observing her nonchalant demeanor, Sato Shuichi began to question whether the events of last night had been a mere figment of his imagination. He had anticipated that Tsunade would certainly confront him the following day, yet she appeared as though nothing had occurred. Not daring to inquire further, Sato Shuichi nodded and exited the tent to freshen up. As he stepped outside, Sato Shuichi unexpectedly encountered an uninvited guest. "Shuichi, what are you doing here?" Kato-dan exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief as he regarded Sato Shuichi. Sato Shuichi shrugged defiantly, responding, "This is my teacher's tent. Why shouldn't I be here? What business do you have?" Kato-dan squeezed the bouquet of flowers hidden behind his back. Wondering if he would claim to have come across these beautiful blooms in the wild, and brought them to win Tsunade's favor. Thus, he stammered, "I have something urgent to discuss with Tsunade. Is she inside?" Following the events of the previous night, Sato Shuichi had wholly regarded Tsunade as his future wife. Consequently, he had little patience for Kato Dan's attempts to undermine him. Chapter 24. A mere paradise of affection. Moreover, the little surprise Kato Dan concealed behind his back was easily discerned by Sato Shuichi. Thus, with an air of impatience, Sato Shuichi waved his hand, stating, "The teacher is currently busy, no one is to disturb her." Hearing this, Kato Dan glanced at Tsunade's tent, seemingly wanting to say something. However, with Sato Shuichi's words hanging heavily in the air, he realized that persisting would yield no favorable outcome. With a despondent expression, he turned and left. "Who were you speaking with outside just now?" Tsunade inquired upon Sato Shuichi's return after freshening up. "Just a trivial clown, nothing to concern yourself with," he replied dismissively before commencing his meal. As one of the highest-ranking commanders in the camp, Tsunade's rations were undoubtedly lavish, featuring a well-balanced assortment of meat and vegetables, though the flavors left much to be desired. After all, they were on the front line of battle. The primary focus was on sustenance rather than culinary delight, which would be an extravagant pursuit. Tsunade observed Sato Shuichi relishing his meal and continued to immerse herself in her work. She had indeed overheard the conversation between Sato Shuichi and Kato Dan, yet she paid it little mind. Initially, she held a slight fondness for Kato Dan, especially considering his staunch support for her proposal during the Jonin meeting. However, after Sato Shuichi's explanations from the previous day, her perception of Kato Dan plummeted, transforming him from a colleague she found somewhat agreeable into a stranger with ulterior motives. Thus, Sato Shuichi's description of him as unrelated was not entirely misplaced. After finishing his meal, Sato Shuichi approached Tsunade from behind, curious to see what she was writing. A brief glance revealed that she was jotting down the suggestions he had made the day prior, along with several of her own insights. As a seasoned medical ninja with first-hand battlefield experience, Tsunade's practical knowledge was formidable. Given a direction, she could swiftly formulate a comprehensive plan. However, as Sato Shuichi's gaze drifted from the words she pinned to the nape of her neck, partially concealed by her flowing golden locks, he found himself captivated by the alluring mystery of it all. Tsunade soon sensed the intensity of his gaze, and, to prevent the situation from escalating further, casually assigned him a task, instructing him to find somewhere else to occupy himself. Reluctantly, Sato Shuichi exited the tent, though there was a silver lining. Tsunade had previously been more direct in her rebukes, resorting to blunt force rather than subtlety. In a certain sense, this shift signified an evolution in the dynamics of their relationship. Wandering aimlessly around the camp, Sato Shuichi observed the comings and goings of various ninja. Stifling a yawn born of boredom, he found himself yearning to return to Konoha, as the monotony here was palpable, with no appealing destinations nearby. Situated at the border of the land of fire and the land of wind, the landscape was dominated solely by endless stretches of sand. "Shuichi?" A familiar voice called from behind him, prompting him to turn around. To his delight, he saw Namake's Minato approaching with a look of surprise on his face. "It's really you, Shuichi. Long time no see. I didn't expect to find you here." Minato approached Sato Shuichi with a warm smile. "I was assigned to protect the logistics team, which brought me here. Coincidentally, my teacher is also here, so I decided to stay and see if I could lend a hand." "I see. I'm here with Jiraiya-sensei as well. By the way, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on becoming a Chunin. You're the only one from our class to achieve that rank. It's quite an accomplishment," Minato exclaimed, handing Sato Shuichi a brand new ninja tool pouch. "Though it's a bit late, please accept this." Sato Shuichi expressed his gratitude and accepted the pouch, noting that this was the third gift he had received for his promotion to Chunin, the first two being from Kushina and Mikoto. However, he and Minato had never been particularly close during their time at the academy, due to Kushina's disdain for Minato's demeanor. Both Shuichi Sato and Minato merely maintained a superficial acquaintance with him. Observing the expression of joy on Minato's face, Shuichi felt a sense of certainty that this individual was indeed a good person. As time passed, Shuichi and Minato found a spot to sit and began to converse about the various amusing incidents that had transpired since they became ninjas. Unbeknownst to them, their exchange was abruptly interrupted by a loud voice. "Ah, Minato, is that you? And who might this be?" Following the sound, Shuichi turned to see a burly figure clad in wooden clogs, adorned with an oil-smeared forehead protector, and sporting long white hair, curiously scrutinizing him. Minato immediately rose to his feet and introduced, "Jiraiya-sensei, this is my friend Shuichi Sato, the only Chunin of our class, an exceptionally talented ninja." Subsequently, Minato directed his gaze towards Shuichi. "Shuichi, this is my teacher, Jiraiya." He has provided immense assistance throughout my ninja journey, serving as a guiding light on my path to growth. Ha! Minato, you flatter me too much. I'm not that remarkable, Jiraiya chuckled before turning his attention to Shuichi. So, you are the author of Makeout Paradise. Upon hearing this, Minato's face turned crimson with embarrassment, as the nature of his teacher's writing was hardly something to boast about. However, Jiraiya's expression was quite the opposite. Pride radiated from him. Oh, you know about that? It seems I have a fan. Would you like an autograph? Shuichi's expression turned dismissive. Humph. Aside from decent prose, your Makeout Paradise is nothing short of a disaster and hardly worthy of recognition. Jiraiya's demeanor shifted instantly. With a determined stride, he approached Shuichi, his eyes wide with indignation. This is art. Do you understand art, you little brat? You can only sit here and make snide remarks. Why not try writing something yourself? Shuichi did not respond verbally, but instead tossed a notebook towards Jiraiya. Upon receiving it, Jiraiya began to read aloud, intending to critique the audacity of this young lad who dared to question his Makeout Paradise. As he perused the pages of young Aben, Jiraiya's initial scorn transformed into surprise. With each turn of the page, he realized that compared to young Aben, his own work was utterly outclassed. After a cursory glance, Jiraiya stealthily slipped the notebook into his pocket, intending to study this masterpiece in detail later. With a complex gaze, Jiraiya regarded Shuichi. You, my boy, are truly a prodigy. It would be a shame for such talent to be squandered in the life of a ninja. Allow me to keep your novel. I shall find a time to get it published for you. Do you have a pen name? This was precisely Shuichi's intention, considering his future. The path of undertaking missions was far too slow in generating income, and Jiraiya's Makeout Paradise had sparked an idea in him. If he could become a renowned arrow manga author in the ninja world, wealth would surely follow. Nevertheless, the entertainment industry in this realm was still rather sluggish, making it challenging for Shuichi to find a publisher. Moreover, established publishers might not even consider such novels for publication. Thus, he had chosen to present young Aben to Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya's personality was somewhat eccentric, he was unlikely to abscond with Shuichi's royalties. My pen name shall be the shadow of the ninja world, Shuichi replied without hesitation, deciding to borrow an alias from the notorious Danzo. After all, not everyone could treat such matters as a source of pride like Jiraiya did. Jiraiya nodded and then addressed Minato. All right, Minato, I have some matters to attend to, so you can train by yourself. With that, before Minato could respond, Jiraiya vanished from sight, leaving Shuichi and Minato in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances. After a brief silence, it was Minato who broke the tension. Shuichi, you are truly impressive. To possess such writing talent is somewhat enviable. Observing Minato's expression, Shuichi inquired with curiosity, do you know what kind of work Jiraiya creates? Minato shook his head. Jiraiya-sensei has instructed me that my primary goal now is to grow stronger and that I should not be influenced by trivial distractions. Upon hearing this response, Shuichi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Jiraiya to be so serious. Initially, he had thought Jiraiya would drag Minato into peeping at the women's bathhouse. It seemed that the infamous trio of Konoha was still in their naive phase, lacking the reckless demeanor they would later exhibit. Days later, Shuichi's visage reflected a sense of resignation upon encountering a familiar face. Kakashi's expression, however, was bright with enthusiasm. Long time no see. We've got a mission. A squad of elite puppeteers from the sand has invaded the land of fire, and our task is to eliminate them. Notably, I recommended you for this mission. Upon hearing this, Shuichi's expression soured further. His current life, while not extravagant, was certainly fulfilling. He spent his days exchanging writing experiences with Jiraiya and his evenings getting to know Tsunade. Life was rather pleasant. Yet, who would have thought Kakashi would insist on keeping him busy? Furthermore, this mission's target couldn't possibly be the parents of Sasori, could it? After all, the current commander of the sand was Chiyo. If she discovered her son and daughter-in-law had perished at the hands of Shuichi and Kakashi, there would be hell to pay. With a deep sigh, Shuichi lamented, why seek me out for this mission when there are so many jonin available? Kakashi patted Shuichi on the head. Well, you're the one I know best here, and I trust you won't hold me back during the mission. Of course, you can decline. This mission isn't mandatory. With Kakashi's words laid bare, Shuichi felt retreat was not an option. After all, should anything go awry, he could always rely on his fire-breathing dragon to expedite their escape. Few in the ninja world could match its speed. I accept this mission, but I would like to recommend someone to accompany me. He should be capable of assisting me effectively. That person is my classmate, Minato, Shuichi stated, despite Minato still holding the title of Genin. However, he now possessed the strength of a jonin, coupled with exceptional combat intelligence, making him an invaluable ally. Hearing this, Kakashi nodded. I've heard of Minato's reputation. Since you vouched for him, I shall extend an invitation. Let us assemble at the camp gate tonight at 8:30. After finishing his words, the figure of Hakuba swiftly vanished. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi proceeded towards Tsunade's tent. Inside, Tsunade was busy organizing various vials and jars that appeared to contain medicinal ointments. As Sato Shuichi approached her from behind, he wrapped his arms around her waist. Teacher, I am about to embark on a mission. Upon hearing this, Tsunade paused her movements for a few seconds before resuming her task. She was already aware of this matter, as Hakuba had informed her beforehand. Initially, she vehemently opposed the idea, considering the task to be perilous. However, when Hakuba posed the question, can you protect him for a moment or for a lifetime? Tsunade ultimately acquiesced. Now, she was diligently preparing an antidote for Sato Shuichi, knowing well that aside from puppetry, the Sand Village's puppet masters were notably skilled in the art of poisoning. Chapter 26, Father of Scorpion. After a considerable period of busyness, Tsunade finally completed her tasks and handed a vial of potion to Sato Shuichi. This is my specially formulated antidote. Just take a sip if you get poisoned. I have no other demands of you. Just return safely. Remember, safety is paramount. Observing the concern etched on Tsunade's face, Sato Shuichi nodded earnestly. Rest assured, teacher, I will not disappoint you. Tsunade nodded in response, then suddenly instructed, close your eyes. Sato Shuichi promptly complied, feeling something cool drape around his neck. Just as he was about to open his eyes to see what it was, Tsunade continued, not yet. He then felt a gentle warmth on his forehead. After leaving a soft imprint on his brow, Tsunade feigned nonchalance, saying, this necklace was passed down from my grandfather. I now gift it to you, hoping it brings you good fortune. And by the way, that was merely a gesture of encouragement, nothing more, do not overthink it. Noticing Tsunade's slight blush, Sato Shuichi stepped forward to envelop her in a heartfelt embrace, whispering, teacher, I truly like you. Upon hearing this, Tsunade involuntarily trembled, yet remained silent for a long moment. Eventually, she extricated herself from his embrace. All right, I have other tasks to attend to. Please do not linger here. Tsunade did not affirm Sato Shuichi's feelings, nor did she reject them, opting instead to leave this concern for her future self. For Sato Shuichi, this outcome was sufficient. After all, there was ample time ahead. Outside the Konoha camp, the prepared Sato Shuichi encountered his two teammates for this mission. Hakuba wore a calm expression, while Namake's Minato displayed a mixture of excitement and tension. Minato stepped forward and bowed sincerely to Sato Shuichi, expressing, thank you, Shuichi, for your recommendation. I will do my utmost to fulfill this mission. Sato Shuichi patted Minato's shoulder, offering no further words. Soon after, the trio stealthily departed under the cover of night. As they journeyed, Hakuba remarked, according to intelligence, the leader of the invading Sand Ninja team is a powerful puppet master of high status. Therefore, if possible, we should aim to capture him alive. Minato diligently noted Hakuba's every word. Sato Shuichi queried, but there are only 3 of us. The difficulty of capturing them alive seems rather daunting. Without hesitation, Hakuba retorted, then let us leave them all in Konoha. His tone exuded a chilling aura of lethal intent. Approximately 2 hours later, Hakuba abruptly halted, signaling Sato Shuichi and Minato to spot their target. The duo immediately froze, daring not to make a sound. The mission objective had appeared, 12 ninjas, 5 of whom were jonin, including 2 puppet masters among them, while the rest were chunin. After stating this, Hakuba turned to Sato Shuichi and Minato. Leave the strongest puppet master to me. Sato Shuichi was the first to speak up. Hakuba nodded, continuing, in that case, I will handle the remaining 4 jonin. Minato, you take care of those chunin, all right? Minato nodded, responding with unwavering determination, I guarantee the completion of the mission. Then, Hakuba unsheathed his short blade, silently approaching the group of sand ninjas like a specter. I wonder if Scorpion will blame us for disappearing without notice again. The father of Akasuna no Sasori gazed at the campfire before him and spoke. Scorpion is a sensible child. He should understand our actions. I just hope this war ends soon. A gentle-looking female ninja beside him, who was Sasori's mother, sighed. Just then, a cold voice interjected. Wasn't this war instigated by your sand ninja? As the words fell, a flash of white light surged forth, and a sand jonin's head was severed in an instant. This sudden turn of events plunged the sand ninja team into chaos. However, the seasoned veterans dispatched for the invasion quickly regained their composure, drawing their weapons and eyeing Hakuba warily. You are Konoha's Hakuba? It seems we have long been under surveillance. Sasori's father grimaced as he spoke. At this moment, Sato Shuichi and Minato also stepped forward. Uncle, do not focus on Hakuba. Your opponent is me. Sato Shuichi pointed a finger at Sasori's father, responding with a nonchalant tone. Heh, a mere brat dares to provoke me? I shall eliminate you first, then deal with Hakuba. I am eager to see if the infamous Konoha's Hakuba is as formidable as rumored. Sasori's father unfurled a scroll, and 10 puppets emerged from it, brandishing an array of weapons, some wielding swords, others knives, and even sickles, each more bizarre than the last. Meanwhile, Hakuba and Minato became entangled with their respective adversaries, while Sato Shuichi summoned forth a fire-breathing dragon. Upon witnessing the fire dragon, Sasori's father, who had initially felt at ease, suddenly grew grave. Sensing a deadly threat emanating from it, he swiftly commanded his puppets to encircle the fire dragon. Fire dragon, unleash your flame breath. Under Sato Shuichi's command, the fire dragon opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of searing flames that melted one of the puppets and raised the surrounding temperature significantly. This summoned beast's fire release is terrifying, Sasori's father murmured, his expression darkening, as he urged his puppets to distance themselves from the fire dragon. For a puppet master, the most feared adversaries were those specializing in physical combat, as they could effortlessly dismantle puppets. Now, the fire dragon's destructive power exceeded that of any physical combat ninja. Chapter 27. Scorpion. Can you guess what has 4 legs, but is dead? Suddenly, a long-haired puppet opened its mouth and expelled a cloud of purple poison mist. Caught off guard, the fire dragon was enveloped in the toxic haze. Upon witnessing this scene, Sato Hidaichi's expression inevitably darkened. It was the first encounter with a puppeteer for both him and Charizard, and they were ill-prepared for such an adversary. Otherwise, against the toxic mist, Charizard could have easily dispersed it with a gust of hot wind. However, it remained uncertain whether the antidote crafted by Tsunade would be effective against Charizard. After the noxious fog dissipated, Charizard appeared to be unaffected, yet a distinct purple sheen glimmered upon its skin. Clearly, Charizard had succumbed to poisoning. To prevent further complications, Sato Hidaichi hastily commanded Charizard to target the other puppets. Yet, under the exquisite manipulation of Scorpion Father, the remaining 9 puppets deftly evaded Charizard's flames while soaring through the air. As the situation gradually tilted unfavorably for them, Sato Hidaichi had no choice but to redirect Charizard's assault directly at Scorpion Father, the puppeteer. After all, no matter how formidable the puppets were, they remained mere corporeal entities. A single hit from Charizard would spell their demise. Unless, of course, one were to modify their entire body into a puppet, akin to the likes of Scorpion. The puppeteer's physical form would ultimately be their greatest liability. As Charizard lunged towards Scorpion Father, the 9 puppets converged upon Sato Hidaichi, creating an apparent scenario of mutual destruction. Just as White Fang prepared to intervene and rescue Sato Hidaichi, a shadowy figure materialized before him, resembling an impregnable wall, steadfastly shielding Sato Hidaichi. Shakira's hardened. A metallic sheen enveloped Shakira's, followed by the clattering sounds of clashing metal. All 9 puppet assaults were thwarted by Shakira's, who emerged unscathed. Simultaneously, Charizard reached Scorpion Father, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of flames that sent him to meet his maker. The 9 puppets, now devoid of their puppeteer's control, plummeted from the sky. In truth, Scorpion Father had anticipated that his puppets would outpace Charizard. Regardless, Sato Hidaichi would never resort to a mutually destructive strategy. He simply did not foresee that. In addition to Charizard, he possessed a second Pokémon, Shakira's. Although Shakira's lacked combat prowess before evolving into Bankira, it served admirably as a shield. Thus, Sato Hidaichi's hidden cards ultimately triumphed over Scorpion Father's. Moreover, even without Shakira's, Sato Hidaichi would have remained unscathed, for White Fang was still present, watching over him. It was well known that White Fang could slice through puppets with ease, akin to a hot knife through butter. Therefore, Sato Hidaichi felt no trepidation. However, he did gain a profound appreciation for White Fang's strength. Apart from the elite ninja who had just been ambushed, the remaining 3 elite ninjas fell beneath White Fang's blade in less than 2 seconds combined. The swordsmanship of Konoha's White Fang was indeed terrifying. No wonder he was vilified by the entire village for saving his comrades in the original narrative. With his strength and credentials, he was entirely qualified to become Hokage, hence the tarnished reputation. Yet, no one could have anticipated White Fang's fierce resolve to affirm his ideals through death. The position of Hokage had always been a legacy passed down through the Hokage's direct lineage. Even if White Fang had not perished, he could never ascend to that role. After all, the second was the first's younger brother, the third was the second's disciple, the fourth was the third's grand disciple, the fifth was the first's granddaughter, the sixth was the fourth's disciple, and the seventh was the fourth's son. Viewed in this light, Sato Hidaichi also bore the demeanor of a Hokage. However, he held no interest in the title. He merely aspired to become Hokage after Tsunade ascended to that position. Setting aside White Fang, Namake's Minato had also dealt with his adversaries. Minato faced the most opponents, yet they were merely of Chunin caliber. Even without having learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he dispatched them as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. After confirming the identities of the fallen, Sato Hidaichi and Minato made their way toward the Konoha camp. Meanwhile, White Fang prepared to return to the village. Initially, Sato Hidaichi had anticipated that the mission would take several days to complete. To his surprise, they had tracked the Sand Shinobi's whereabouts by the first night, and upon returning to the Konoha camp, dawn was just breaking. They had accomplished an A-rank mission in a single night, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. This success also elevated Namake's Minato to the rank of Chunin. It remained to be seen how Shino would react upon learning of this development. After a quick wash, Sato Hidaichi re-entered the tent, only to find Tsunade sitting in a chair, appearing wide awake. It was barely past 6, and given Tsunade's habits, she typically wouldn't rise so early unless there was a pressing matter. A warm sensation surged within Sato Hidaichi's heart. "Teacher, you weren't awake all night worrying about me, were you?" How self-important. Who would worry about a brat like you? I merely had some matters to attend to since you completed your mission so swiftly. Sato Hidaichi flashed a cheeky grin. "No, I found this mission too perilous, so I chose to flee. I was about to ask you for protection." Tsunade rolled her eyes. Exasperated. "I have no ability to shield you. My first action would be to drag you back to the village and lock you in prison." "Just kidding. How could I possibly be a coward? By the way, you wouldn't believe the harrowing battle last night. I single-handedly defeated a puppeteer with near Kaga-level prowess." After listening to Sato Hidaichi's animated recounting, Tsunade interjected, "I recall that in the entire Sunigakure, only Chiyo, that old woman, is a Kaga-level puppeteer. Where did your opponent spring from?" "I said it was near Kaga-level, a half-step Kaguya, understand? For a lowly Chunin like me to triumph over such a formidable enemy is no small feat. I almost met my end at the hands of those puppets." Observing the exaggerated expression on Sato Hidaichi's face, Tsunade simply smiled and turned her head away. Initially, she had been quite concerned for Sato Hidaichi's safety, but seeing him so lively and chatty eased her worries. 2 days later, the leader of the Sand Shinobi, Chiyo, unexpectedly proposed peace talks. Although the motives behind Chiyo's suggestion were unclear, the Konoha side agreed to the negotiations after discussion. After all, aside from the ongoing conflict with the Sand Shinobi, Konoha was also embroiled in a fierce struggle against the IWA Shinobi in the Land of Rain. If they could swiftly conclude hostilities with the Sand, it would be quite favorable. Soon, both parties settled on the location and time for the talks. Konoha's delegation consisted of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and White Fang, while the Sand was represented by Chiyo, Ebizo, and Buntan. The day of the negotiations arrived, and both sides convened in a makeshift wooden hut. Chiyo spoke first. "You will return my son and daughter-in-law, and in exchange, I can return your spies." Upon hearing Chiyo's words, Tsunade and Jiraiya turned to look at White Fang, as they had never heard of anyone captured from the Sand Village. It seemed that only the elusive White Fang was privy to the intricacies of the situation. At that moment, White Fang suddenly recalled a mission he had previously executed alongside Sato Shuichi and Minato Namake's. No wonder he felt a peculiar resemblance in the leading puppeteer to someone he knew. It was Chiyo. However, Chiyo's son had long since turned to dust, carried away by the winds. There was nothing left to say, not even a corpse to mourn. Thus, White Fang resolutely responded, "We have never encountered your son or daughter-in-law. I urge you to refrain from making irrelevant claims." Upon hearing these words, Chiyo erupted in fury, rising abruptly and slamming her hand on the table, seething, "Do not lie. They were ambushed by you, White Fang. Hand them over at once, or there is no point in continuing this negotiation." White Fang cast a cold glance at Chiyo, his demeanor chilling. "Since you are aware that it was I who ambushed them, you should also know that my subordinates do not take prisoners. Furthermore, do not threaten me. While we of Konoha do not seek conflict, we are not afraid of it." Chiyo sank back into her chair, her heart prepared for the worst. Yet, the pain of a parent burying their child struck her deeply. She could hardly fathom how to explain this to her grandson upon returning to the village. Meanwhile, Kaizo hastily moved behind Chiyo, patting her back with concern. "Sister, what is wrong? Please do not frighten me." Thus, the negotiations ended on a sour note. But the venomous glint in Chiyo and Kaizo's eyes as they departed suggested that a fierce confrontation between Konoha and the Sand Village loomed on the horizon. "White Fang, you are as ruthless as ever, having eliminated that old hag's son," Tsunade remarked, unable to resist a tease. White Fang glanced at Tsunade and replied, "It was not I who dealt the blow to Chiyo's son. It was your esteemed apprentice who did so." He is far more merciless than I, leaving not even a corpse behind. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's previously jovial expression darkened. Upon returning to the camp, Tsunade immediately sought out Sato Shuichi. Hurry and pack your things. We must return to Konoha today. Observing Tsunade's urgency, Sato Shuichi was perplexed. What is the matter, sensei? Have you incurred a substantial debt that has come back to haunt you? With a resounding thud, Tsunade struck Sato Shuichi on the head. When have I ever owed anyone money? Stop fooling around. You have killed Chio's son, and she will not let you off easily. Sato Shuichi, unfazed, retorted. She is just an old hag nearing her end. What is there to fear? If I return with my tail between my legs, it would only signify my cowardice. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the tent. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Sato Shuichi and Tsunade rushed outside to witness a colossal tanuki, as massive as a mountain, advancing toward them. Chio has truly lost her mind this time. She has even summoned a tailed beast. Indeed, the enormous tanuki was the one tail of the Sand Village. This brings to mind the remarkable first Hokage of Konoha. After capturing all 9-tailed beasts, he chose to leave Konoha with only the most potent of them, the Ninetales, dispatching the other 8 to various ninja villages. It must be said that this was a stroke of genius. Had Konoha possessed 9 Jinchuriki, no other village would have dared to instigate a war in the ninja world. At that moment, a gigantic toad stood before the one tail. It was Jiraiya's summoning beast, Gamabunta. I have no desire for toads right now. Move aside. The one tail coldly retorted. If the 9 tails were here, perhaps I would retreat, but you, the weakest of the tails, dare to speak so boldly? Gamabunta's words struck a nerve, for the one tail despised being judged by the number of tails it possessed. Thus, it was deemed the weakest tailed beast, despite the fact that the 8 tails and 9 tails were indeed the strongest. Yet, the one tail was not to be underestimated. The one tail opened its mouth wide, drawing in Chakra from the vicinity. Witnessing this, the once imposing Gamabunta quietly murmured, Jiraiya, we should flee. It seems the one tail is preparing to unleash a tailed beast bomb, and I have no confidence in withstanding such a blow. What nonsense. If we flee, what will become of the others? As a hero, abandoning comrades is not an option, Jiraiya replied with grave seriousness, shedding his usual frivolous demeanor. As Gamabunta braced itself to endure the impending tailed beast bomb, a sudden flash of white light cleaved through the air, striking the one tail on the head. With a resounding boom, the tailed beast bomb that had nearly coalesced within the one tail disintegrated, and a deep fissure appeared on its forehead. White Fang had positioned himself between the one tail and Gamabunta, casually stating, I hope I'm not too late. Gamabunta's excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, You arrived just in time. You truly are remarkable. Meanwhile, the wound on the one tail's head began to heal at a visible pace, and its fury surged. Human, you dare to mar my face? I will see you dead. The once clear skies were suddenly shrouded by a storm of winds and sand, reminiscent of a sandstorm. At that moment, Tsunade summoned a sizable slug, comparable to Gamabunta, to join the fray. Suddenly, a steady footfall resonated through the tumultuous winds, followed by a hoarse, venomous voice. Tsunade, hand over that damned brat beside you, or I swear, I will ensure that you and Konoha suffer for my demise. Chio and Kaizo emerged from the swirling sands, Chio's eyes filled with venomous intent, fixated on Sato Shuichi, as if she were prepared to devour him whole. Old hag, have you lived so long that your mind has gone awry? Konoha does not abandon its comrades. At Tsunade's words, Sato Shuichi nearly lost his composure, recalling that 20 years hence, the illustrious Sarutobi Hiruzen would indeed apologize to the Lightning Village for the actions of Hinata Hayashi. It was absurd that they had come to kidnap others on their territory, only to demand an apology upon being discovered and killed. Even more ridiculous was the fact that he actually knelt in submission. It would have been better to have the old Danzo as Hokage. At least he would not have cowered in such a manner. After mentally berating Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sato Shuichi summoned a fire-breathing dragon. With Tsunade preoccupied with Chio, he would have to face Kaizo himself. In a few years, Tsunade in her full capacity would have no trouble dealing with Chio. However, the current Tsunade had yet to unlock the Byakugan technique, nor had she mastered the Yin Sealing, making her struggle against Chio rather formidable. Similarly, had Jiraiya mastered Sage Mode, he could have subdued the One Tail single-handedly, negating the need for White Fang's assistance. Chio let out a cold snort before unfurling a scroll, summoning her prized technique, the puppetry of the 10 from Chikamatsu. This exceptional creation, the brainchild of the revered puppeteer Wenzomon, comprised 10 puppets each wielding the prowess of elite jonin. When united, their strength was formidable. It is said that in her youth, Chiyo single-handedly captured a city in a mere morning using the 10 from Chikamatsu. Even Tsunade felt a sense of trepidation upon witnessing the might of these puppets. Soon, Tsunade and Chiyo were embroiled in a fierce confrontation. Though the 10 from Chikamatsu were immensely powerful, the living slug was no pushover. With a single spray of acidic fluid, even if Wenzuomon were to be resurrected on the spot, his puppets would not withstand the assault. Thus, their battle quickly devolved into a stalemate. Ebizo observed Sato Hideo riding the fire-breathing dragon in midair, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Oh, so you are the one responsible for the misfortune that befell my poor nephew? Mark this day, for next year, it shall be your day of reckoning." With that, Ebizo's hands flew through a series of seals as he shouted, "Wind release, vacuum sphere." Countless gusts of wind surged forth, racing toward the fire-breathing dragon. Although Ebizo was not a puppeteer, as the head of the Umbu and Tsunade, his mastery of wind release had reached unparalleled heights. A B-rank vacuum sphere in his hands possessed the might comparable to that of an S-rank jutsu. However, the fire-breathing dragon was undeterred, unleashing a torrent of flames in retaliation. To Ebizo's astonishment, the flames pierced through his wind blades, hurtling directly toward him. Initially, he believed he had overestimated Sato Hideo's strength, only to realize he had underestimated it instead. The fire-breathing dragon alone was sufficient for Sato Hideo to carve out a place for himself in the ninja world. Faced with the searing flames, Ebizo chose not to withstand the onslaught. Instead, he employed the body flicker technique to evade to a distance of 10 meters. Moments after he departed, his former position transformed into a pool of molten lava, continuously ablaze. Witnessing this, Ebizo's brow furrowed in concern. The potency of the fire-breathing dragon's flames exceeded his imagination, capable of incinerating the ground itself. He could not afford to endure such a force, otherwise, he might not even leave behind a corpse. Resolving this, Ebizo continued to weave seals. With a resounding bang, his figure multiplied into 10 clones. To evade the dragon's flames, he resorted to the shadow clone technique. Had Sato Hideo possessed the power of the wave guide, he would have easily discerned Ebizo's true form. However, Sato Hideo lacked this ability. As Sato Hideo and the fire-breathing dragon pondered over which of the 10 Ebizos was the original, all 10 suddenly synchronized their movements, forming seals in unison before exclaiming, "Wind release, wind blade." 10 8-meter-long blades of wind surged toward the fire-breathing dragon in the sky. Due to their sheer number, the dragon had no choice but to evade, flapping its wings and soaring away from its original position. As the wind blades missed their target, a cunning smile spread across Ebizo's face, revealing the success of his ruse. The 10 Ebizos had merely been shadow clones, while his true self lay hidden beneath the earth, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Truly, Ebizo was a testament to the cunning nature of the Umbu from Tsunade. Suddenly, another Ebizo emerged from underground, darting swiftly beneath the fire-breathing dragon, extending his hand to strike the dragon's talon while shouting, "For limbs resealing." The fire-breathing dragon instantly lost control of its body, plummeting from the sky. Ebizo, wearing a victor's grin, turned to Sato Hideo. "Your summoning beast is indeed powerful, but now it is under my sealing technique's control. What will you do now?" Sato Hideo retorted without hesitation, "You think you are the only one skilled in sealing techniques? This rudimentary sealing technique is something even the 5-year-olds from Konoha could surpass." To Ebizo's astonishment, Sato Hideo swiftly formed a single-handed seal, effortlessly undoing the 4 limbs resealing on the fire-breathing dragon. After accomplishing this, Sato Hideo cast a disdainful glance at Ebizo, as if to say, "Is that all you have?" Meanwhile, his right hand, hidden behind his back, trembled slightly. Fortunately, he had been perusing the sealing technique scrolls from Uzumaki Mito in his spare time. Otherwise, he might have truly found himself in dire straits. Suddenly, the swirling sands came to an abrupt halt. Simultaneously, Jiraiya's boisterous laughter echoed through the air. "Ha ha! Even in the presence of the mighty toad sage, a tailed beast is so easily vanquished." Following the sound, they beheld a disheveled Jiraiya. One foot planted atop the defeated one-tailed Jinchuriki, while White Fang stood nearby, wearing an expression of exasperation, clearly disapproving of Jiraiya's antics. Despite both Jiraiya and White Fang bearing numerous injuries and their chakra reserves dwindling, they had ultimately succeeded in repelling the one-tail, returning it to its host. This signified the complete failure of the Sand Ninja's assault, and due to the capture of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, they would be obliged to pay a substantial ransom to retrieve him from Konoha. Chiyo cast a begrudging glance at Sato Hideo before turning to Ebizo, declaring, "Let us depart. This time, Konoha has emerged victorious." With that, Chiyo and Ebizo turned away without a hint of nostalgia. Concurrently, the Sand Ninja engaged in battle with Konoha's shinobi began to retreat in disarray. After incurring significant casualties, Konoha ultimately triumphed over the Sand Ninja. The remaining negotiations would be left to Sarutobi Hiruzen and his colleagues. With the loss of the One Tail, it was inconceivable for the Third Mizukage to continue hostilities against Konoha, as the Sand Ninja, much like Konoha, were now beset on two fronts, embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Rain Ninja. Teacher, is the war truly over? Sato Hideo approached Tsunade, inquiring softly. Tsunade nodded but remained silent. Although the battle with Chiyo appeared evenly matched, she had not managed to destroy a single one of Chiyo's puppets. If the confrontation continued, defeat would surely be hers. For someone like Tsunade, who held an immense sense of pride, such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. This battle made her acutely aware of her shortcomings. Relying solely on brute strength would not suffice to dominate the ninja world. She needed to develop a more formidable jutsu. Due to the butterfly effect, Tsunade's Baiken no Jutsu and in-sealing technique would soon come to fruition. Unbeknownst to Sato Hideo, who was now busy seeking acknowledgement from Tsunade, he exclaimed, "Teacher, did you see that? If Ebizo hadn't fled so swiftly, he would have been reduced to ashes. I single-handedly thwarted the head of the Sanzumbu. Surely, this feat is worthy of promotion to Jonin." Days later, the arrangements within the village were finalized. Except for White Fang and a select few ninjas remaining at the camp, the rest, under the leadership of Tsunade and Jiraiya, returned to Konoha. The ominous shadow of war had finally dissipated, and the atmosphere within the Konoha camp was filled with a sense of joyous relief. At that moment, Sato Hideo, clad in the newly acquired Jonin vest, proudly flaunted it before Tsunade. "Teacher, do you see? Don't I look particularly dashing in this outfit? Indeed, I am a prodigious ninja, having ascended to the rank of Jonin with such remarkable swiftness." It was true. Due to his outstanding performance during the attack on Sunagakure, Sato Shuichi was exceptionally promoted to Jonin. Achieving such a rank at this tender age was unprecedented in the annals of Konohagakure. War, it seemed, was indeed the most opportune moment for a ninja's elevation. In times of peace, even with sufficient strength, Sato Shuichi would have had to wait several years to complete both the Chunin and Jonin examinations to attain success. However, unlike his peers, who were still Genin, he had already attained the esteemed title of Jonin. Yet, as Sato Shuichi paraded before her, Tsunade found herself in a rather somber mood. She merely offered perfunctory responses, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Tsunade was currently grappling with the development of her new jutsu. The initial stages of any endeavor are fraught with difficulty. Although she had resolved to create a new technique, she found herself devoid of direction. Where to even begin? Noticing Tsunade's distracted demeanor, Sato Shuichi inquired, "We have emerged victorious. So why does your expression remain so glum, teacher?" Upon seeing Sato Shuichi's eager face so close to hers, Tsunade sighed and divulged her inner turmoil. However, it was clear she held little hope for his input. After pondering for a moment following her exposition, Sato Shuichi suggested, "Teacher, why not develop a jutsu that allows you to store chakra when it is not in use, to be summoned when necessary? Or perhaps one that utilizes chakra to stimulate cellular division during battle, accelerating wound healing without compromising combat effectiveness?" At this, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. Sato Shuichi's ideas struck like a bolt of lightning, dispelling the gloom that had clouded her mind. These two techniques could indeed be synergized. One would facilitate chakra storage, while the other would require vast reserves of chakra. Together, they could yield results far surpassing the sum of their parts, potentially replicating the near-immortal abilities of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. With this revelation, Tsunade could not help but cup Sato Shuichi's face and plant a fervent kiss upon it. "You truly are a genius. I have already devised names for these techniques. The chakra storage shall be called in-sealing, and the self-healing technique will be dubbed 100 Heal Technique." With clarity of thought, Tsunade commenced the meticulous preparations for the development of in-sealing. Once an idea was set in motion, everything thereafter flowed seamlessly. Chapter 31. Returned to the village a few days later, Jiraiya and Tsunade led their team back to Konohagakure. As they approached the village entrance, Sato Shuichi spotted a flash of red racing towards him. Witnessing this spectacle, a smile involuntarily graced his features. In mere moments, Kushina bounded into his presence, leaping onto him with all four limbs, securing him in a tight embrace like a sloth. "Shuichi, you are finally back. Do you have any idea how much I've missed you while you were away? Did you miss me? I heard you've become a Jonin. Truly, you live up to being my Shuichi." Kushina chattered incessantly, her words flowing like a babbling brook, expressing her profound yearning for Sato Shuichi. This harmonious scene elicited smiles from those present, many reminiscing about their own youthful romances. However, two individuals bore expressions of discontent. Namikaze Minato, who had been animatedly recounting his own achievements to Jiraiya, found his smile fading upon witnessing the interaction between Kushina and Sato Shuichi. Observing his pupil's demeanor, Jiraiya let out a deep sigh and placed a comforting hand on Minato's shoulder. He understood this kind of pain all too well, fostering a sense of camaraderie born from shared heartache. In a sense, the two had developed a silent understanding. The other individual with a sour expression was Tsunade, who gazed at the blissful smile on Kushina's face. She should have felt happy for her, as Kushina was not only her student but also a distant relative. Furthermore, before her passing, Uzumaki Mito had earnestly implored Tsunade to look after Kushina. Yet, witnessing the affectionate interaction between Sato Shuichi and Kushina filled Tsunade with a sense of suffocation. She was acutely aware that her feelings were misplaced and unwarranted. After all, Kushina was Sato Shuichi's girlfriend, while she was merely his teacher. Nevertheless, her inner turmoil only intensified, especially when she beheld Sato Shuichi carrying Kushina back to the village. At this moment, a voice interrupted Tsunade's disquiet. "Tsunade, may we share a lunch together? I know of a fantastic yakitori place that you will surely enjoy," Kato-dan said, his face adorned with a fawning smile as he extended the invitation. Tsunade, already feeling irritable, harbored little fondness for Kato-dan. Consequently, she turned to glare at him before coldly responding, "No, I do not dine with strangers. Furthermore, please refrain from seeking me out for non-work-related matters in the future." With that, Tsunade stormed away, leaving Kato-dan standing in a daze, bewildered by her sudden shift in demeanor. He could not comprehend what he had done wrong. Their relationship had seemed amicable at the outset. How had it devolved to this? At that moment, Jiraiya erupted into hearty laughter, clearly amused by Kato-dan's predicament. After all, Dan had always prided himself on being the nice guy, constantly lingering around Tsunade. "If I cannot have her, neither shall you," Jiraiya mused to himself. Sato Shuichi carried Kushina back to his home, having been away for over 2 months. Yet, to his surprise, the house was devoid of dust, as if it had been meticulously maintained. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Kushina, who, due to her unique circumstances, had not been assigned any missions, particularly during the ongoing war. Thus, the bored Kushina had spent her days rolling around on Sato Shuichi's bed, counting the days until his return. Once home, Kushina finally released Sato Shuichi from her embrace and, with an air of mystery, exclaimed, "Shuichi, to celebrate your promotion to Jonin, I have prepared a special surprise for you." With that, she darted into the house, shutting the door behind her. Left outside, Sato Shuichi was enveloped in curiosity, pondering what Kushina had in store. Moments later, Kushina's voice called out from within, "Shuichi, you may come in now." Sato Shuichi pushed open the door, only to be greeted by a sight that left him breathless. There stood Kushina, clad in a pristine maid outfit, kneeling gracefully before him, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Upon noticing Sato Shuichi, she bowed respectfully before stepping forward to assist him with his slippers, her voice dripping with sweetness as she spoke. "Welcome home, master. Would you prefer to dine first, or take a bath, or perhaps something else?" Sato Shuichi lowered his gaze to Kushina, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, and could not help but inquire, "Kushina, where did you acquire that outfit? And who imparted such knowledge to you?" Upon hearing this, Kushina rose and slowly twirled, showcasing her maid attire. "This outfit is a surprise I specially prepared for you. As for the details, I gleaned them from the books I found beneath your bed, Shuichi. Honestly, even though I am already yours, you still hide such embarrassing books. How vexing." At this remark, Sato Shuichi's lips twitched slightly. He had no habit of reading Liu Bei's works. The presence of those books was merely for reference in his writing. After all, the Liu Bei of this world was vastly different from that of the previous one. At that moment, Kushina took his hand and led him into the dining area. The table was adorned with a myriad of dishes, each one a favorite of Sato Shuichi. "I've prepared these dishes multiple times, and even invited Mikoto to taste them. While they may not be as delectable as yours, I assure you, the flavors are certainly commendable." With that, Kushina picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and held it to Sato Shuichi's lips, gently urging, "Come, ah." Chapter 32. The gift. As the morsel entered his mouth, Sato Shuichi's eyes widened in astonishment. The seasoning was perfectly balanced, and the texture was just right. With one bite, an explosion of juices filled his mouth. It rivaled even the offerings of external restaurants. How unbelievable that Kushina, who claimed to be inept in the kitchen, could produce such a dish. Observing the look of surprise on Sato Shuichi's face, Kushina beamed with pride. "Humph. One should not underestimate a person who has been away for 3 days. I am no longer the same. I am now Chef Kushina. Subsequently, Sato Shuichi settled into his chair like a lord, enjoying a splendid lunch at the hands of Kushina. After the meal, he reclined on the sofa in the living room, with Kushina nestled in his embrace. As he gently caressed her delicate, jade-like hand, he softly inquired, "You fed me all this while. You hardly ate anything yourself. Are you not hungry now?" Kushina nestled closer, her voice a soft murmur. "It's fine. I've already eaten earlier. Just stay still. I need to recharge your energy." After which, she buried her head in his chest, inhaling his scent like a lovesick girl. Sato Shuichi encircled her waist with his arms. In that moment, regardless of who might enter, they would undoubtedly remark upon the striking compatibility of this golden boy and his jade girl. Time passed, and Sato Shuichi suddenly recalled something. "By the way, I seem to have not seen Mikoto around." Kushina, eyes still closed, responded with a touch of displeasure, "Shuichi, you fool. This is not the time to mention other girls. Even if it's Mikoto, I would feel jealous. I did invite her to join us, but she declined, not wanting to be a third wheel. We'll have a get-together tomorrow instead." Hearing this, Sato Shuichi playfully pinched Kushina's delicate nose, teasing, "When did our Kushina become such a jealous little thing?" "Humph. It's all your fault, Shuichi. You had countless girls writing you love letters during your time at ninja school, but I dealt with them all. Why must you be so handsome? It would be better if you were just average-looking, so you wouldn't attract so many admirers." Sato Shuichi scratched his face, wearing a look of helplessness. "Can I be blamed for being good-looking? Besides, if I were ugly, would you still look at me?" Kushina abruptly sat up, her gaze fixed intently on him as she earnestly declared, "I have always liked you for who you are, not for your appearance. Even if you turned into a great fat pig, I would still love you. By the way, why don't you gain a little weight? That way, no one would vie for your attention." At her words, Sato Shuichi felt a pang of guilt. After all, Kushina held such affection for him and had gone to great lengths to prepare this surprise. Meanwhile, he had engaged in various indiscretions during his time at the Konoha camp with Tsunade. This undoubtedly felt like a betrayal to Kushina. The fervent emotion in her words intensified Sato Shuichi's feelings of remorse. He lowered his head, allowing his actions to convey his sentiments. After a considerable time, Kushina blushed and playfully scolded, "Shuichi, you naughty boy, always scheming to tease me." Clearly overwhelmed by his advances, Kushina's face turned crimson, and she buried her head into Sato Shuichi's chest, acting like an ostrich. Observing her reaction brought a smile to Sato Shuichi's face. Despite Kushina donning such a daring outfit and preparing numerous surprises, she became bashful from a mere declaration of affection. How utterly adorable. The pair spent the entire afternoon cozied up on the sofa. As night fell, Sato Shuichi took the helm in the kitchen, setting up a romantic candlelit dinner on the rooftop. Aside from the wind that threatened to extinguish the candles, everything was nearly perfect. After enjoying the dinner, they spent some time gazing at the stars before heading to the bath and then to bed, where they embraced and fell asleep. Sato Shuichi, having traveled for several days, quickly succumbed to slumber. Kushina, gazing at his serene sleeping face, could not resist leaving a gentle kiss on his lips before finding a comfortable position in his embrace. Her expression blissful as she too drifted into dreams. The night passed without incident. The following morning, while Sato Shuichi and Kushina were enjoying breakfast at the table, the doorbell suddenly rang. Kushina immediately sprang to her feet, her face alight with excitement. "I bet it's definitely Mikoto." With that, she dashed to the entrance to open the door. In no time, Kushina appeared, hand in hand with Mikoto, before Sato Shuichi. Waving his hand, he greeted with a smile. "Mikoto, long time no see. Have you had breakfast? Shall I prepare something for you?" As he spoke, Sato Shuichi stood up, intending to head to the kitchen. Mikoto quickly stopped him. "I've already had breakfast at home, so there's no need to trouble you. I heard you've become a jonin. How impressive." Upon hearing Mikoto's words, Sato Shuichi resumed his seat and replied, "It was merely a stroke of luck. Besides, being a jonin is just a title, nothing worth celebrating." With Mikoto's presence, Sato Shuichi and Kushina hastened their pace in finishing their meals. After breakfast, the three of them settled in the living room to chat. At that moment, Mikoto suddenly produced a long knife, placing it on the table as she spoke. "This is a small gift to congratulate you on becoming a jonin. Please accept this humble token of my esteem." Shuichi Sato grasped the long blade, drawing it swiftly from its scabbard, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashing momentarily. This blade, resplendent in silver, measured a full 90 centimeters in length, its surface gleaming brilliantly under the sun's radiance. Chapter 33, The Pillow of the Knee. Judging by appearances, it could easily be classified as an elite weapon within an RPG game. Most notably, this long sword was forged entirely from the rare Chakra metal. The white short blade wielded by Kakashi was also crafted from this exceptional material. Weapons fashioned from Chakra metal transmit Chakra with unparalleled efficiency, making them exceedingly precious in the marketplace, often priced higher than gold, and perpetually in a state of scarcity. Even with Mikoto's substantial wealth, she could not casually present such a weapon as a gift, just as Shuichi was about to politely decline. Mindful that he and Mikoto shared merely a platonic friendship and that he could not accept such an extravagant offering, Mikoto seemed to anticipate his intentions and interjected, "Shuichi, you mustn't refuse. Otherwise, I shall be quite heartbroken. Besides, I am not well versed in swordsmanship and have little use for it myself." Shuichi longed to express that he too lacked proficiency in swordplay, but the warmth of Mikoto's gentle smile stifled his words. Although Mikoto typically presented a demeanor of amiability, once she made a decision, she would never waver. Meanwhile, within a lavish residence at the Uchiha compound, Dama Uchiha rummaged through drawers, seemingly in search of something. After a prolonged search yielded nothing, he called out to the inner room, "Darling, have you seen my silver longsword?" Shortly thereafter, a soft voice responded from within, "Are you referring to the one hanging in the living room? I believe Mikoto took it when she left." Upon hearing this, Danma stroked his chin, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Could it be that Mikoto has finally come to her senses and wishes to inherit my Uchiha swordsmanship? Haha, truly my daughter. One can only imagine what his thoughts would be if he were to discover Mikoto's actual intentions for taking that sword. After accepting the long blade, Shuichi felt a sudden shiver run through him, as if something unseen were watching him. However, he brushed it aside, continuing to recount his glorious exploits on the battlefield under the admiring gazes of Kushina and Mikoto. For the following week, Shuichi wandered about Konoha with Kushina and Mikoto, neglecting his training entirely. Eventually, one day, he realized he could no longer afford to languish in such idleness. Thus, he decisively rejected Kushina's temptations and made his way to Tsunade's residence. With Kushina in his home, he found no opportunity to practice ninjutsu. As Shoju was currently following Orochimaru in the Land of Rain, the vast estate was left solely in Tsunade's care. Upon encountering this unexpected visitor, Tsunade couldn't help but remark sarcastically, well, a rare guest. Isn't this the Konoha Jonin, Shuichi Sato? What brings you to my humble abode? Is it that Kushina cannot satisfy you?" Hearing the resentment in Tsunade's tone, Shuichi swiftly approached her from behind, offering a tender massage to her shoulders. "Teacher, you've misunderstood me. The reason I haven't visited lately is that I feared interrupting your research on new ninjutsu. However, I find myself unable to suppress my feelings, tossing and turning in bed, yearning for your presence. It is only today that I could no longer contain my emotions." Upon hearing this, a dismissive smile curled at the corner of Tsunade's lips. Such nonsense might fool a young girl like Kushina, but it holds no sway over me. Tossing and turning in bed, you must be embracing Kushina instead. Shuichi quickly retorted, "Teacher, you are mistaken. I swear before the heavens that nothing has transpired between Kushina and me. We haven't even shared our true feelings." Given the proximity of their homes, Tsunade was well aware that Kushina had not returned home since she last visited Shuichi's. The only alternative was clear. However, observing the sincerity in Shuichi's expression, Tsunade hesitated before saying, "You, little lecher, are surprisingly honest. I find that hard to believe." Shuichi fervently replied, "Because my heart belongs entirely to you, teacher. Only a woman as perfect as you can awaken the darkness that lies within me. No one else could." In truth, Shuichi also wished to advance his relationship with Kushina, but the bashful girl steadfastly held her ground. Moreover, Shuichi was not one to force others into situations they were uncomfortable with. Thus, despite being able to hold Kushina's soft, fragrant body each night, their relationship had yet to progress beyond second base. "I might trust you this once, but do you have a reason for visiting my home?" Tsunade remarked, patting Shuichi's head. Shuichi, beaming with a smile, responded, "Is it not permissible for me to visit my beloved teacher?" Observing Shuichi's shameless demeanor, a significant portion of Tsunade's pin-up frustration dissipated. She waved her hand dismissively. "Very well then, you may go wherever you please. I must continue my research on the Yin seal." With the release of her mental burdens, Tsunade found herself brimming with new ideas regarding the Yin seal, leaving no time to linger with Shuichi. Noticing Tsunade was genuinely engrossed in her work, Shuichi fetched a stool and sat beside her, picking up the sealing scroll of the Uzumaki clan to study. Although Shuichi lacked a profound understanding of ordinary ninjutsu, he possessed remarkable talent for sealing techniques, akin to his earlier learning of medical ninjutsu. Sentences that once seemed obscure transformed into comprehensible passages with just a single reading. His rapid progress even prompted Kushina to declare him a true member of the Uzumaki clan, perhaps due to indulging in too much leisure over the past week. After just over an hour of study, Shuichi began to feel drowsy. He glanced at Tsunade, who was still diligently writing, and softly said, "I feel a bit sleepy." He then rested his head on Tsunade's lap, achieving the coveted knee pillow. Chapter 34. The fried rice that risks a chef's career. Whether it was due to their familiarity, Tsunade had grown accustomed to Shuichi's presence. His actions did not draw her attention as she remained absorbed in her work on the Ein seal. After an indeterminate amount of time, once progress on the Ein seal reached a new phase, Tsunade finally snapped back to reality. She turned to gaze out the window, noting that the sun, once high in the sky, was now preparing to yield its place to the moon. Stretching luxuriously, she then realized that a head now rested upon her thigh. If a common person were to have someone resting on their thigh for an entire afternoon, they would surely lose all sensation. However, Tsunade was no ordinary individual. As a formidable taijutsu ninja, her physical constitution surpassed that of the vast majority of shinobi in the ninja world. Hence, Shuichi's afternoon slumber did not affect her in the slightest. As she gazed upon the peacefully slumbering Sato Shuichi, a tender expression flickered across Tsunade's face. She extended her arms and gently laid him upon the sofa before turning to make her way to her room. In a brief moment, Tsunade returned with a blanket in hand. With delicate care, she draped the blanket over Sato Shuichi, as if fearing that her movements might awaken him. She then seated herself on the cushion beside the sofa, gazing at Sato Shuichi's serene visage, murmuring softly to herself, "This lad does possess an appealing sleeping face. But why am I entertaining such thoughts? Could it be that I am indeed inclined towards younger men? That cannot be." As she continued to watch him, Tsunade found herself entranced, gradually leaning her head closer to Sato Shuichi until their lips nearly touched. At that moment, Sato Shuichi suddenly opened his eyes. In truth, he had been awake since Tsunade had lifted him. Under normal circumstances, as an exceptional medical ninja, Tsunade would have detected this immediately. Yet today, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the mental strain from developing the Ein sealing technique, she remained oblivious to Sato Shuichi's act of feigning sleep. Sato Shuichi was equally astonished. He had intended merely to startle her, but had not anticipated such audacity from Tsunade while he was asleep. Upon meeting the mischievous glint in his eyes, Tsunade felt her heart race. As a teacher, it was utterly scandalous to have secretly kissed her student while he slept, particularly now that she had been caught. If word of this leaked, her illustrious reputation would be tarnished. Consequently, Tsunade attempted to distance herself from Sato Shuichi. However, Sato Shuichi was not one to let a cooked duck fly away. He boldly leaned forward, and despite Tsunade's astonished expression, the inevitable transpired. But while their previous encounter had been a mere brush, this time it was far more profound. Where on earth has this brat learned such things? Has he been corrupted by that Jiraiya fellow? She pondered. How many times have you and Kushina shared such moments? Why are you so adept? In response to Tsunade's inquiries, Sato Shuichi merely smiled faintly, jesting. Come now, my heart only harbors you, Tsunade-sensei. I am simply extraordinarily gifted. Tsunade, of course, dismissed his words as mere nonsense. Yet, more pressing matters loomed ahead. Sato Shuichi's hands, unbeknownst to her, had begun to wander restlessly, prompting her irritation. This fellow truly spares no opportunity. How could I, a righteous ninja, have raised such a cunning student? Tsunade shot a cold glare at his mischievous hands and retorted, "Have you touched enough yet?" Sato Shuichi slowly withdrew his hands, responding with a dreamy expression, "A lifetime? No, 100 lifetimes would not suffice. If only time could freeze at this very moment." Upon hearing his somewhat unsettling remark, Tsunade could no longer restrain herself and playfully smacked his head. Rising, she cast a frosty glance at him and declared, "Such beautiful notions you entertain. Should there be a next time, I shall sever your wandering hands." With that, she retreated to her room, as she needed to change into fresh attire. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi, savoring the delightful sensation from earlier, strolled into the kitchen. Since Kushina was spending the night at Mikoto's, he had no intention of returning home. Meanwhile, at Mikoto's residence, Kushina was animatedly discussing the latest fashion trends with Mikoto when a gentle breeze swept by, scattering several vibrant green leaves onto her head. From a distance, it appeared as though she wore a whimsical hat made of leaves. Oblivious to this, Kushina continued her lively conversation, lightly tapping Mikoto's arm as she spoke. Back in Tsunade's kitchen, Sato Shuichi sighed deeply at the sight of various alcoholic beverages in the refrigerator. Indeed, One cannot expect to find anything beyond liquor in the fridge of a drunkard. However, feeling somewhat disinclined to venture out for groceries, he rummaged through the cabinets and ultimately discovered a few eggs and some peanuts meant for drinking. Thus, he resolved to prepare a simple egg fried rice. Although it is preferable to use leftover rice for fried rice, freshly cooked rice could also be refrigerated for a brief period to achieve satisfactory results. Yet, Sato Shuichi clearly lacked the luxury of time. Drawing on his culinary skills, he aimed to compensate for the lack of ingredients. After changing her clothes, Tsunade settled onto the living room sofa, and as she listened to the sounds emanating from the kitchen, a warm feeling enveloped her heart. It seemed ages since her kitchen had been put to use. She could only recall the occasional instant noodles with boiled eggs added. Before long, Sato Shuichi emerged from the kitchen with 2 plates of egg fried rice, calling for Tsunade to join him for dinner. Despite the simplicity of the ingredients, the dish awakened Tsunade's appetite. After much anticipation, I present to you a dish that seals my culinary fate, Sato Shuichi proclaimed proudly. Tsunade, dismissing his antics, swiftly seized a spoon and filled her mouth with the fried rice, her face lighting up with bliss. This brat truly possesses talent. The dish is exquisite, he is handsome, and his abilities are commendable. If only he weren't so young and frivolous, he would be perfect. Reflecting on this, Tsunade couldn't help but kick Sato Shuichi lightly. This fellow, who had already won Kushina's affection, still dared to flirt with her. It was one thing to tease her. She had unwittingly fallen into his trap. The most troubling aspect was that should their affair come to light, others would undoubtedly label her as an old cow eating tender grass, while he, the instigator, would remain unscathed. The more Tsunade contemplated, the more incensed she became, delivering another kick to Sato Shuichi while chewing her fried rice with fervor, as though she were consuming someone else's flesh. Sato Shuichi, observing Tsunade's inexplicable anger, was utterly baffled. He tasted his own fried rice. The flavor was impeccable, quite delightful. Why was Tsunade so irate? Could it be that a relative had arrived? Yet, that did not seem to align with the timeline. After their meal, Sato Shuichi had intended to linger in Tsunade's room for the night, but she seized him by the collar and unceremoniously escorted him to the guest room. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, during which Kushina and Mikoto successfully advanced to Chunin after passing the internal exam of Konoha. Meanwhile, Tsunade made significant progress with the Een sealing technique, a diamond-shaped mark now adorning her forehead. The Umbu, standing before Tsunade, appeared somewhat flustered. Had their masks not obscured their faces, their expressions would have conveyed inner turmoil. I have stated, should any tasks arise, let that old fool come find me himself. I have yet to address the matter of that old dog, Danzo, Tsunade stated, arms crossed and a displeased expression etched upon her face. Faced with Tsunade's resolute stance, the Umbu had no choice but to retreat to the Hokage building to report back. Your earlier demeanor was truly impressive. I was nearly captivated by your presence, remarked Sato Shuichi, gazing at Tsunade with an exaggerated expression. Tsunade, casting him a sidelong glance, replied curtly, do you think I acted for anyone in particular? On the very first day after her return from the borders of the Land of Fire, Tsunade had caused quite the uproar in the Hokage building due to Danzo's previous machinations against Sato Shuichi. Had she known the location of the root's base, she would have surely stormed it. Ultimately, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who intervened, assuring her that he would provide an explanation to both her and Sato Shuichi, which calmed her furious spirit. Inside the Hokage office, Danzo scoffed, Hiruzen, is this how you discipline your disciples? Refusing the village's missions for personal reasons is utterly preposterous. Perhaps you should relinquish your position as Hokage and focus on managing your 3 apprentices instead. Let me handle matters outside of that. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, generally composed, could not contain his fury upon hearing Danzo's words. He stood abruptly, pointing an accusing finger at Danzo, exclaiming, do you think this is about anyone else? Why did you send someone to attack Sato Shuichi? To act against one of our own is unacceptable. Perhaps I have been too lenient with you. Or have you entered a rebellious phase? For now, let Mito-kun take charge of Root, and you shall reflect on your actions. Mito-kun, who had been observing the exchange, was unexpectedly assigned this task. After glancing at the grim-faced Danzo, he accepted the arrangement with a sense of satisfaction. Danzo, rising to his feet, shouted at Hiruzen, you cannot treat me this way. Everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. Hiruzen shot him a cold glance before responding. This matter is settled. I am the Hokage. This meeting is adjourned. Without sparing Danzo another look, he turned and exited the conference room. In truth, Hiruzen had long considered Danzo's influence to be excessive, especially with the Root division daring to oppose the Hokage's direct umbu. This was a perfect opportunity to diminish Danzo's power. Once outside the Hokage building, Hiruzen's previously dark expression softened, and his brisk pace slowed, transforming him from a figure of authority into a seemingly leisurely elder taking a stroll. Good morning, Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama, greetings. Welcome, Hokage-sama. Throughout his walk, Hiruzen warmly reciprocated the villagers' greetings until he arrived at the Senju clan's compound. Sato Shuichi presented a cup of hot tea to Hiruzen's desk. Hiruzen smiled at Sato Shuichi, expressed his gratitude, and raised the cup to his lips, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. Ah, Shuichi, your tea brewing skills are commendable, and the leaves are quite fine. Tsunade shot him a look, responding without reservation. If you've come here merely for tea, you may as well leave now. At her words, Hiruzen's face broke into a wry smile as he explained, indeed. Danzo's actions were inappropriate. However, the village is currently at war, and stability is paramount. Rest assured, I have ordered Danzo to reflect in seclusion, and route has been entrusted to Mito. Please, calm your temper. Yet Tsunade remained unsatisfied, letting out a cold laugh. Oh, so we simply let this matter slide? What if Shuichi had been captured by Root? Would he still be my student? Don't presume I am unaware of the despicable tactics employed by that division. With a deep sigh, Hiruzen fell silent for a moment before looking at Tsunade and saying, if that is the case, Tsunade, what does the village owe Shuichi in compensation? The scroll of seals, she replied. Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. No, the scroll of seals is far too significant. Choose something else. How about I personally give you 5 million as compensation? Under different circumstances, Tsunade might have accepted the offer, especially since she hadn't visited a casino in a long time and felt the itch to gamble. Additionally, the so-called big fat sheep still had a substantial debt pending. The reason for her absence from the casino was not just the exhaustion from the ongoing Ninja World War, but also because she had been prohibited from entering due to her unresolved debts. Given her strength and status, the casino had no means to compel her, lest she resort to physical persuasion. Hiruzen's 5 million would have conveniently alleviated Tsunade's pressing financial situation, allowing her to settle her debts and still have funds left over. However, today was different. Faced with the temptation of money, she resolutely chose to decline. This matter genuinely involved Sato Shuichi. In her heart, his value surpassed her gambling addiction, a truly commendable realization. Standing up, Tsunade slammed her palm on the tea table, which was made of solid mahogany, causing it to splinter instantly. Sato Shuichi blinked in disbelief. With that single strike, an S-rank mission's reward had vanished. Chapter 36. The Land of Rain. Suddenly, Tsunade erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Isn't the scroll of seals written by my great-grandfather? Were the jutsu within developed by my grandfather and great-grandfather? Is it not a treasure of the Senju clan? The scroll of seals is merely being temporarily housed with you. Must I, as the heir of the Senju clan, seek your permission to use it? Look me in the eyes and answer me. Faced with Tsunade's fierce demeanor, Hiruzen ultimately chose to concede. After all, her argument held merit. If the Senju clan truly sought the scroll of seals, they had every right to do so. Very well. I will lend the scroll of seals to Shuichi for half a day for observation, but the jutsu within must not be shared. Having received the answer she sought, Tsunade settled back into her seat and waved her hand, saying, in that case, hurry and send someone to deliver the scroll of seals. Why are you still here? Do you expect me to invite you for a meal? Hiruzen's expression turned awkward. I am still your teacher. Cannot you extend me a modicum of respect? Tsunade shot him a disdainful look. Oh, spare me. Jiraiya learned from you, and I hear he has written something titled Ika Paradise. The title alone speaks volumes. You should leave my home quickly. I can't have you corrupting my student. Indeed, in Tsunade's eyes, although Sato Shuichi was flirtatious and lecherous, he remained a healthy and diligent student. She could not allow him to be led astray by the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya. With a resigned smile, Hiruzen nodded at Sato Shuichi before departing from Tsunade's residence. However, his posture was more hunched than when he had arrived, clearly indicating that Tsunade's final words had struck a significant blow to his spirit. As Hokage, being questioned on matters of personal integrity by a student was an undeniable failure. Not long after Hiruzen's departure, a member of the Umbu appeared unannounced before Tsunade and Sato Shuichi. After respectfully handing over a scroll containing seals to Tsunade, the Umbu vanished with a resounding thud. Tsunade opened the scroll to reveal a somewhat thick notebook inside. Suna casually flipped through the notebook a few times before tossing it to Sato Shuichi, admonishing him. Your sole task for now is to meticulously transcribe the entire sealing book, word for word. As for the ninjutsu contained within, you may take your time to learn it later. Observing the unremarkable notebook in his hands, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but express his disappointment. I expected this so-called sealing book to be something extraordinary, yet it feels so mundane. My illusions have been shattered. Tsuna lightly flicked Sato Shuichi's forehead and explained in a resigned tone, what you hold is merely a transcription of the sealing book. The original remains locked away in an unknown location. After sharing a simple dinner with Tsuna, Sato Shuichi embarked on the monumental task of copying the book. By dawn, he had successfully transcribed every word of the sealing book without a single omission. After meticulously checking it several times for errors, Sato Shuichi cast his transcription into the summoning realm of Charizard and Shakira's. Since only he and his Pokémon could enter that space, he preferred to store anything of significance there. 2 days later, Tsuna and Jiraiya, accompanied by several elite ninjas, headed to the Land of Rain for support. In this domain, apart from the local rain ninjas, 3 major factions loomed: Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure. Due to the relatively small number of Sunagakure ninjas, who spent most of their time clashing with the rain ninjas, Konoha's primary adversary in the Land of Rain was Iwagakure. However, the recent actions of Hanzo, the leader of the rain ninjas revered as a demigod in the ninja world, took an unexpected turn as he commanded the rain ninjas to launch an assault on Konoha. This sudden shift disrupted the previously stagnant stalemate, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to send Tsuna and Jiraiya to assist. Among the supporting ninjas, Sato Shuichi was notably included. Originally, Tsuna had no intention of bringing Sato Shuichi along, yet he could not resist his persistent requests. Numerous significant events were unfolding in the Land of Rain, such as the youth version of the Sannin battling Hanzo, Chiyo's confrontation with Hanzo, the death of Asuma, and Jiraiya's mentorship of the trio that included Nagato. Sato Shuichi felt compelled to involve himself, if only to rescue Asuma from his tragic fate. Otherwise, if Asuma met the same end as in the original storyline, becoming the only notable ninja to perish by an explosive tag, it would lead Tsuna into a downward spiral of despair, resulting in her resorting to excessive drinking or gambling. After several days of vigorous travel, Sato Shuichi and the others finally arrived in the Land of Rain. In stark contrast to the peaceful Land of Fire, the Land of Rain lay in ruins. Debris from collapsed structures littered the area, and wild dogs scavenged the remains of the unfortunate. Witnessing this hellish scene, Sato Shuichi grasped the reason behind Hanzo's madness. It was clear that the conflicts between Iwagakure and Sunagakure were not fought on their own soil, but rather imposed upon the beleaguered Land of Rain, subjecting its inhabitants to unwarranted suffering, a true tragedy of a small nation. Extending his hand out from beneath his raincoat, Sato Shuichi felt the chilling touch of the raindrops and remarked, "The Land of Rain is a sorrowful nation. These raindrops resemble the tears of its people, endlessly flowing, unspeakable and unquantifiable." Tsuna glanced at Sato Shuichi, who wore a look of profound empathy, yet chose not to respond. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, recognizing a kindred spirit, eagerly grasped Sato Shuichi's hand and exclaimed, "I knew you were one of us, Shuichi. You are indeed a ninja with a heart full of empathy." Observing Jiraiya's earnest demeanor, Tsuna refrained from interrupting their exchange. Following this brief interlude, they arrived at Konoha's encampment in the Land of Rain. Chapter 37. The Antidote. Orochimaru. I hear you're having a rough time here? Worry not, for I have arrived. Jiraiya teased, winking at Orochimaru, who sat in the main seat. In response to Jiraiya's mockery, Orochimaru remained unperturbed. Years of acquaintance with Jiraiya taught him that ignoring the banter was the best course of action. He then turned his gaze to Tsuna. "Tsuna, you've come at an opportune moment. Many of our camp's injured have been afflicted by Hanzo's poison, and thus far, no medical ninja has been able to create an antidote." Tsuna nodded, replying, "Leave this matter to me. I will ensure that an antidote is produced as swiftly as possible." Orochimaru acknowledged her with a nod. "I appreciate your efforts." Seeing that neither Tsuna nor Orochimaru acknowledged his presence, Jiraiya grew frustrated. Had it not been for Namake's Minato's restraining hand, he might have charged at Orochimaru in a fit of rage. Concerned for the poison ninjas, Tsuna quickly exchanged information with Orochimaru before leading Sato Shuichi to a makeshift medical base. Though labeled a medical base, it was merely a few large tents hastily erected. As they passed by, the anguished moans of the afflicted echoed from within. Consequently, ordinary ninjas typically avoided this place. Tsuna pushed open the tent flap and entered. The patients, who had previously lain in despair, seemingly awaiting death, became animated upon seeing Tsuna, as if a savior had arrived. The medical ninjas attending to them rushed over, their eyes filled with admiration. Noticing their reverent gazes, Tsuna nodded and promptly inquired, "Do you have samples of the blood from the poison ninjas?" One of the medical ninjas immediately responded, "We have collected samples. The toxins appear to be natural poisons found in the environment, but we have yet to create an antidote." Tsuna nodded and continued, Please hand over your research reports, and also draw a few vials of blood from the afflicted ninjas. With Tsunade's directive, the medical ninjas swiftly began their work. After establishing an efficient operation, Tsunade took Sato Shuichi to her tent, where she retrieved a microscope for examination. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi assisted her. Although his medical knowledge paled in comparison to Tsunade's, he was more than capable of aiding her as a competent medical ninja. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, during which Tsunade and Sato Shuichi barely slept. While this was commonplace for ninjas, Tsunade remained focused, dedicating her full attention to the study of Hanzo's poison. The mental strain she endured far exceeded what Sato Shuichi could comprehend. However, all the effort proved worthwhile. Without a moment's respite, Tsunade returned to the medical base with the newly developed antidote, accompanied by Sato Shuichi. As he prepared to administer the injection, the atmosphere grew tense, with everyone holding their breath, fearful of disrupting Sato Shuichi's actions. Before long, the ninja who had been unconscious due to the poisoning began to twitch and slowly opened his eyes, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, hoarsely inquiring, "Where am I? What has happened? Why are so many people gathering around me?" After a brief moment of silence, the scene erupted into a thunderous cheer reminiscent of a tidal wave. Tsunade's antidote proved to be exceedingly effective. The next course of action would be to disseminate the formula for mass production. Although Hanzo's toxin is renowned throughout the ninja world, even Chiyo is capable of crafting an antidote, rendering it a trivial matter for Tsunade. Having completed her most pressing tasks, Tsunade took a brief shower and then collapsed onto her bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Due to the lack of activity over the past few days, Sato Shuichi felt quite revitalized. After tucking Tsunade in, he stepped out of the tent to survey the camp. The layout of this encampment bore a striking resemblance to the one he had previously inhabited, yet due to the unique climatic conditions of the Land of Rain, the tents were specially designed to be waterproof, accompanied by numerous drainage ditches. While meandering about, a lively voice suddenly called out to him from behind. "Shuichi, over here. This way." Turning to look, he spotted the familiar figure of Nara Shoju sprinting toward him. Despite the absence of rain, the ground was still dotted with numerous puddles of varying sizes. Clearly, given Shoju's character, he was oblivious to the waterlogged terrain. By the time he reached Shuichi, his pants were already drenched up to his knees. However, such an occurrence was evidently of no concern to Shoju. He fidgeted with his Chunin vest, proudly exclaiming, "Shuichi, you won't believe it. I've become a Chunin too, and not through an exam. I was promoted after completing an A-rank mission." Although Shoju typically portrayed a hot-blooded fool, he was certainly not the bottom of the barrel. In fact, his prowess was commendable, ranking among the top 5 of their cohort. Besides, with the direct lineage of Senju Hashirama and the resources of the Senju clan, it was improbable to produce a failure. Therefore, Shoju's Chunin status held considerable merit. Originally, Shoju had intended to flaunt his new rank, but upon seeing Shuichi's Jonin vest, his expression fell. "What? Shuichi, you became a Jonin already? Your promotion speed is utterly unfair." Observing Shoju's disheartened demeanor, Shuichi stoked the flames, saying, "Minato has also become a Jonin. Haven't you seen him these past few days?" "What? Even Minato has become a Jonin? How come you all have left me, the future Hokage, behind? No way. I need to get Orochimaru-sensei to assign me a mission. I want to become a Jonin too. Farewell, Shuichi." With that, Shoju dashed off toward the command center. Chapter 38, The Merchant. Just as Shoju had arrived with fervor, he departed with equal enthusiasm. Watching his retreating figure, Shuichi couldn't help but mutter, "Is that guy really the teacher's little brother? How can their personalities be so vastly different?" Shuichi spent the afternoon memorizing the layout of the entire camp. This way, should enemies attempt a surprise attack, he would be able to swiftly identify an escape route. Subsequently, he enjoyed a hearty dinner in the mess hall, albeit lacking in flavor, which led him to a grand resolution. He would henceforth endeavor to cook for himself. Upon returning to Tsunade, she was still deeply asleep, just as she had been before he left. After taking a shower, Shuichi crawled under the covers. The night passed without incident. When Shuichi opened his eyes the next morning, Tsunade had already vanished. Just as he was still groggy from sleep, Tsunade's voice rang out. "You little rascal, finally awake. Why did you sneak into my bed again last night? You can't do that next time. Hurry up and wash up. I've brought you a bowl of noodles from the mess hall, or they'll congeal." Shuichi, still somewhat dazed, nodded and rose from the bed, heading outside. After consuming the bowl of rather ordinary noodles, he finally felt fully awake. At that moment, Tsunade spoke up, "Since you've been idling around here, I'll assign you a task. Investigate the surrounding area. It's an A-rank mission." Without a moment's hesitation, Shuichi accepted the task. Tsunade then stepped closer, cupping his cheek with her hand. and cautioned with a hint of concern, "Your task is merely to gather intelligence. Try to avoid direct confrontations with the enemy. Remember, if anything seems amiss, return immediately. Caution is paramount. Never be complacent." Seeing the worry etched on Tsunade's face, Shuichi leaned forward, his lips brushing lightly against hers. "Don't worry, sensei. I will return safe and sound. After all, I want to share those joyful moments with you." Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully tapped his head. "I'm discussing serious matters here, and you're taking advantage of me. From now on, I shall expel you, the mischievous rascal, from my tutelage." The previously heavy atmosphere lightened in an instant due to Shuichi's audacity. Afterward, he checked his gear and exited the Konoha encampment. Upon entering the Land of Rain, Shuichi changed his attire. At this point, he had transformed from a Konoha jonin into a speculative merchant, taking advantage of the turmoil in the Land of Rain to peddle goods. Although this merchant persona remained somewhat conspicuous, it was the only role he could assume that suited his temperament. Other identities simply did not align with his nature, and using transformation techniques risked detection by enemies. Thus, as the merchant Sato Shuichi, leading an old horse laden with daily necessities, he began to wander through the Land of Rain. "Hey kid, come here," an Amigakure ninja beckoned, while his companion wore a look of malicious glee. As Shuichi approached this group of Amigakure ninjas, the first ninja suddenly drew his kunai, brandishing it menacingly, and barked. "Do you know who I am?" Shuichi, playing his role, feigned panic, shaking his head vigorously. Satisfied with Shuichi's flustered demeanor, the Amigakure ninja nodded approvingly and continued. "I am Kato, responsible for overseeing this area. You must be new here, unaware of the rules." Kato eyed the horse beside Shuichi with a greedy glint. He had pulled this trick many times before, extorting substantial sums from merchants and civilians alike. Occasionally, some individuals would not succumb to Kato's intimidation, but those were the ones who had met their demise. Shuichi trembled slightly, responding in a quavering voice, "Ninja-san. I just arrived from the Land of Fire to the Land of Rain. Being unfamiliar with this land, I beg you not to hold it against me." Kato relished Shuichi's reaction, patting him on the shoulder with his right hand. It's nothing, and I assure you, the money I pay is not without merit. After the payment is made, we will ensure your safety in conducting business." Sato Shuichi lifted his head, gazing at Kato, and in a hushed tone inquired, "How much do I need to pay?" "Ordinarily, we would charge half of the total value of the goods from a typical individual, but considering your perceptiveness, we shall settle for 1/3 this time," Kato replied, his tone imbued with the air of someone who believes the other has struck a fortunate deal. "Understood. I shall gather the funds when I find the time," Sato Shuichi replied coldly, then swiftly drew the long blade from his waist. Before Kato could react, a silvery gleam, reminiscent of moonlight, flickered. He then beheld a vaguely familiar, yet strange back. Why does that attire seem so familiar? Ah, that is my clothing. As this thought materialized in his mind, Kato's consciousness began to fade. Sato Shuichi pivoted nimbly, evading the blood that gushed forth from the headless corpse before him, and turned his gaze toward the remaining 3 rain ninjas. In the face of Sato Shuichi's sudden onslaught, the trio of rain ninjas found themselves momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for the fact that what they believed to be a mere side job had ensnared even their captain. After a brief moment of shock, the 3 exchanged glances and promptly fled in 3 disparate directions. It was no jest, if even Kato, a chunin, fell so easily. These mere genin possessed no will to fight. They could only scatter, hoping the demon behind them would pursue their comrades instead of themselves. Chapter 39, Hanzo. Sato Shuichi forcefully flicked his right hand, sending the blood from the blade splattering to the side. He then performed a flourish with his knife before sheathing it. After executing this fluid series of movements, Sato Shuichi cast a glance at the 3 rain ninjas, now receding into the distance, a cold smile gracing his lips. He withdrew 3 shuriken from his ninja pouch and flung one towards them. As the echoes of their escape filled the air, the trio of rain ninjas, relieved to have evaded Sato Shuichi's wrath, wore expressions of survival. Yet, just as they reveled in their fortune, a familiar sound of slicing air reached them. 3 successive thuds resonated, followed by the sound of bodies collapsing as their throats were pierced by shuriken, confirming that the 3 rain ninjas had definitively lost their life signs. Sato Shuichi shook his head and continued his journey, leading his horse while softly muttering, 1, 2, 3, 23. Clearly, those 4 unfortunate souls had become the 23rd souls claimed by Sato Shuichi. His efficiency was commendable. After all, he had only been in this realm for 3 days. This was due to his steadfast principle of eliminating any enemies who laid eyes upon him, for true stealth meant leaving no witnesses, perhaps owing to the ongoing conflict. The strongest rain ninja he encountered thus far had only been of Chunin rank. And against such foes, Sato Shuichi wielded his blade with lethal precision, often without the need to employ ninjutsu, much less summon his fiery dragon. Thus, Sato Shuichi embarked upon a rampage of slaughter in the land of rain. Half a month later, as he stood before the imposing figure of an elder, Sato Shuichi felt a surge of disbelief. Did I merely slay a few Chunin and Genin? What brings this formidable presence to seek me out? Is the Rain Ninja village that idol? Indeed. Standing before Sato Shuichi was none other than the esteemed figure within the ninja world, the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo, lauded as a demigod among ninjas. Clad in a heavy-breathing mask to shield himself from his own toxicities, Hanzo wielded a dark scythe, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, having reaped countless lives. Hanzo regarded Sato Shuichi, his voice rasping from beneath the mask. You are the infamous White Death, are you not? At last, I have found you. Prepare to meet your end. Due to Sato Shuichi's penchant for decapitating enemies with the silver blade gifted to him by Mikoto, he had earned the moniker of the White Death, a title steeped in melodrama. Noticing Sato Shuichi's silence, Hanzo remained undeterred, fiercely swinging his scythe in the direction of his foe. With a swish, a cloud of toxic mist surged rapidly towards Sato Shuichi. The mist, potent enough to wilt even the most vigorous of weeds in its path, illustrated its deadly nature. Without a moment's hesitation, Sato Shuichi summoned his fiery dragon, ascending into the sky. In mere moments, the toxic cloud enveloped the spot where he had just stood. The horse that had accompanied Sato Shuichi for over half a month was reduced to a mere skeleton in an instant. Observing the tragic fate of his steed, Sato Shuichi called out to the fiery dragon, "Give that old wretch below a taste of flame." The dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of fire. Feeling the rising heat around him, Hanzo muttered to himself, "This summon-s fire techniques are quite formidable. Why have I never encountered such before?" He then formed hand seals. Bellowing, water release, water dragon bullet technique. The clash of fire and water produced a dense vapor, obscuring the surroundings entirely. Seizing this opportunity, Sato Shuichi whispered to the fiery dragon, "Let us make our escape. We are not yet a match for that old wretch. 30 years of ebb and flow. Once Shakira's evolves into Banjira's, we shall return to confront him." The fiery dragon, understanding his intent, flapped its wings and fled into the distance. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly resonated beside Sato Shuichi. "Humph, attempting to flee? Not so easily." This voice struck Sato Shuichi like thunder, causing him to jump in alarm. Following the sound, he discovered Hanzo had inexplicably appeared behind him. Suddenly, it dawned on Sato Shuichi that Hanzo, renowned for his toxic prowess, also possessed an extraordinary technique known as the Water Instantaneous Body. Surely, he must have used it to reach the fiery dragon. With a resounding thud, the fiery dragon and Sato Shuichi's figures vanished from Hanzo's sight. Deprived of his support, Hanzo plummeted from the sky. Yet, he bore no semblance of panic. Instead, he contemplated how Sato Shuichi had evaded him. A reverse summoning technique? Such a cunning boy. Next time we meet, I shall not let you escape so easily. Just as his head was about to make contact with the ground, Hanzo exerted force, landing deftly on his feet. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi, slightly flustered, wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. This month and a half of relentless slaughter had fostered a delusion within him that he could navigate the ninja realm with ease. Otherwise, upon encountering Hanzo, he ought to have retreated to the summoning realm instead of contemplating a direct confrontation, had Hanzo not chosen to deliver that pretentious line. Shuichi Sato's head might well have been severed by Hanzo's scythe, for he and his Charizard remained utterly oblivious to Hanzo's approach. After a profound reflection on his own audacious actions, Shuichi Sato proceeded to insert a vial of antidote into the mouths of both himself and Charizard. Although Hanzo had not initiated an attack, the toxins surrounding him had stealthily infiltrated the bodies of Shuichi Sato and Charizard. Chapter 40, The Little Beggar. Shuichi Sato lingered in the spirit realm for an entire week before daring to return to the tangible world, all in an effort to thwart Hanzo from lying in wait. Clearly, Shuichi Sato had overestimated the situation, for not long after his departure, Hanzo had also moved on. As the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo was far busier than Shuichi had imagined, with little time to squander on him. The encounter with Hanzo was merely a stroke of misfortune, as Shuichi had fortuitously crossed paths with him. After meticulously surveying his surroundings to ensure there were no ambushes, Shuichi Sato finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not summon Charizard back to the spirit realm. After all, the sensory abilities of Pokémon far surpassed those of humans. Should any trouble arise, Shuichi would not be able to return to the spirit realm in time, but Charizard could whisk him away at once. Charizard nudged its tail closer to a nearby pile of wood, igniting the somewhat damp logs into a roaring flame. Well done, Charizard. Shuichi Sato couldn't help but praise, as he placed the freshly cleaned fish upon the fire to roast. In most circumstances, charcoal would be preferable for grilling, as open flames often led to unevenly cooked results. But Shuichi was confident in his ability to produce exquisite grilled fish over an open flame. After all, as a ninja, one could not rely on charcoal every day. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish permeated the cavern. At that moment, Charizard, who had been dozing nearby, suddenly opened its eyes and gently prodded Shuichi Sato's shoulder with a claw. Turning to glance at Charizard, Shuichi replied in a hushed tone, "It's fine. I noticed that person too." He then directed his gaze toward the cave entrance and called out loudly, "Come out. I see you." Aside from the gentle patter of raindrops, there was an eerie silence. It seemed as though both Shuichi and Charizard had misperceived something. After a moment's contemplation, Shuichi's voice took on a more menacing tone as he continued, "Hurry up and show yourself before I lose my patience, or I shall send you to meet your ancestors." Under the weight of Shuichi's threat, it wasn't long before a ragged little beggar timidly emerged from the nearby underbrush. The child hurried into the cave, glanced at the roasting fish with deep longing, but quickly lowered her head and knelt deeply before Shuichi. "Ninja-sama, I mean no harm. This cave was originally my home. It is an immense honor to have you here. If I am in your way, I shall leave at once." Upon hearing her words, a somewhat awkward expression crossed Shuichi Sato's face. He wondered why it seemed so peculiar that he had inadvertently taken over someone else's dwelling. After ascertaining that the little beggar possessed no trace of chakra and posed no threat, Shuichi sighed. The beggar trembled at the sound of his sigh, yet she dared not move, knowing that even fleeing would be futile in the presence of a ninja. Suddenly, the little beggar cautiously retrieved an apple from her bosom and placed it before herself, exclaiming, "This is my most treasured food. Will you accept it?" Gazing at the slightly spoiled apple before him, Shuichi was overcome with a complex wave of emotions. This must be what they call a war orphan, wandering aimlessly due to the devastation wrought by conflict, cherishing even a bad apple as though it were a treasure, too reluctant to take a bite. Not only had he occupied someone else's home, but he had also frightened her to such an extent, he felt utterly remorseful. Realizing this, Shuichi Sato slowly approached the little beggar, gently lifting her up and speaking kindly, "I apologize. I did not realize this was your territory. As a token of gratitude, would you care to share a meal with me?" The little beggar cautiously studied Shuichi's face through her disheveled bangs. This ninja was quite handsome. Surely he could not be a villain. Moreover, she possessed nothing of value to be sought after. Thus, Shuichi carefully guided her to sit by the fire. To his surprise, he found that the little beggar maintained a surprising level of hygiene. She bore no unpleasant odor, only a hint of earth from being outdoors. Although her garments appeared tattered, they were not filthy, clearly having been washed regularly. This piqued Shuichi's curiosity. How could someone in such dire circumstances still maintain such cleanliness? The little beggar truly was an enigma. When the fish was finally ready, Shuichi handed a piece to the little beggar. She gazed at the grilled fish, swallowing hard before cautiously asking, "Is it truly acceptable for someone like me to enjoy such food?" Shuichi smiled, ruffling her hair with one hand as he gently replied, "What are you saying? Everyone is born equal. Do not belittle yourself." After a long, earnest look at Shuichi, the little beggar gratefully accepted the fish and began to eat voraciously. Perhaps due to having gone so long without proper food, she consumed it rapidly, seemingly oblivious to its heat, even devouring the bones as she chewed them, eliciting a grimace from Shuichi. Having polished off 4 entire grilled fish, the little beggar lay back on the ground, her belly contentedly rubbing against her satisfaction. At that moment, the rain outside finally ceased, prompting Shuichi to rise and prepare to leave. Initially, he had intended to spend the night in the cave, but now that its rightful owner had returned, it would be inappropriate for him to linger. After all, how would it reflect on a seasoned Leaf Village ninja to have usurped a beggar's dwelling? Chapter 41, Konan. Shuichi Sato had initially intended to leave a small sum of money for the little beggar, considering their serendipitous encounter. However, as the saying goes, a man of humble means must beware of the treasures he possesses. If he were to give her money, it might inadvertently bring her harm. Therefore, Shuichi opted to leave behind some food instead, hoping she would endure until the war's end. After all, he was not a saint. There were countless people in the land of rain who had lost their homes, and he could not possibly assist them all. Just as Shuichi was about to depart with Charizard, he felt a tug at the hem of his garment. The little beggar had grasped his clothing with one hand while extending a beautifully crafted paper flower with the other. "Ninja-sama, Please accept this paper flower as a token of my gratitude. May I inquire about your name? Sato Shuichi gazed at the paper flower before him, then turned his attention to the small beggar with the blue hair atop her head. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck his mind. He promptly crouched down, placing his hands on the small beggar's shoulders, and spoke urgently. Is your name Konan? Although Konan was puzzled as to how this strikingly handsome ninja knew her name, she reasoned that anyone who would treat her to grilled fish could not possibly be a bad person, and thus nodded gently. Due to prolonged malnutrition, Konan's frail body hardly betrayed her gender. Sato Shuichi initially assumed she was merely a boy, yet little did he know that within a mere dinner's time, he had encountered a future key member of the Akatsuki organization. At this point in time, had she yet to cross paths with Yahiko and Nagato? Noticing Sato Shuichi silently observing her, Konan instinctively lowered her head, fearing she had erred in some way. After a considerable pause, Sato Shuichi finally snapped back to reality and addressed Konan. Do you wish to become a ninja? At this, Konan nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. She had always dreamt of becoming a ninja, for only then could she possess the strength to protect herself and her family. If only she had not felt so helpless before, perhaps her parents would not have. As this thought crossed her mind, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Sato Shuichi gently brushed away the tears from her face and spoke softly. If you desire to be a ninja, come with me back to Konoha. Once there, no one will be able to bully you again. Wiping her face with determination, Konan cautiously asked, why are you being so kind to me? Taken aback for a moment, Sato Shuichi then reached out, ruffling her hair with a smile. Our meeting is serendipitous. There need not be a reason. By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Sato Shuichi, a jonin of Konoha. I look forward to our future together. Observing the radiant smile on Sato Shuichi's face, Konan timidly placed her hand on his outstretched right hand. Initially, Sato Shuichi had intended to continue his hunting, but upon encountering Konan, he abandoned that thought. Considering the time, he realized he had been away from the camp for some time and wondered how Tsunade was faring. However, his immediate concern was to ensure that Konan was adequately cared for, as her current state was rather disheveled. Consequently, Sato Shuichi instructed Charizard to return to the summoning realm, while he took Konan to a nearby town to purchase several sets of clothing before arriving at an inn. After a while, a nervously dressed Konan reappeared before Sato Shuichi. The sight left him momentarily speechless. In that instant, he truly grasped the adage that clothes make the man. Previously, Konan had been indistinguishable from the countless beggars in the Rain Country, save for being slightly cleaner. Yet after a bath and donning new attire, she radiated brilliance. Despite her frail physique due to chronic malnutrition, one could predict that she would grow into a stunning beauty. Noticing Sato Shuichi's prolonged silence, Konan anxiously fidgeted her adorable little toes and whispered, do I look unattractive? Am I unworthy of wearing such beautiful clothes? Observing the worried expression on her face, Sato Shuichi approached and gently patted her shoulder. Nonsense. It is the ordinary clothing that does not befit you, Konan. Upon hearing his words, a bright smile finally illuminated Konan's face. Subsequently, Sato Shuichi led Konan to a secluded area and summoned Charizard. The sight of the colossal creature filled Konan's eyes with curiosity. Charizard, after a moment's contemplation, cautiously extended its right claw. Instinctively, Konan glanced at Sato Shuichi, who smiled and explained, this is Charizard, my most important companion. It is merely greeting you. After receiving Sato Shuichi's reassurance, Konan extended her small hand, lightly placing it on Charizard's claw, and cheerfully said, Charizard, I look forward to our future together. Sato Shuichi then lifted Konan onto Charizard's back. Once they were secure, Charizard flapped its massive wings and soared into the sky. The sudden ascent startled Konan, prompting a sharp scream as she clung tightly to Sato Shuichi's waist, too fearful to open her eyes. Once Charizard stabilized its flight, Sato Shuichi leaned closer to Konan's ear and softly reassured her, you may open your eyes now. Charizard is quite capable. We will not fall. With his comforting words, Konan cautiously opened her eyes. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. The exhilarating sensation of soaring through the sky quickly overshadowed her earlier fear. Meanwhile, Tsunade stood at the entrance of the camp, her mind filled with worry. Where's that guy? Why hasn't he returned yet? I should have never let him go on that mission. What if something has happened to him? Just then, a familiar orange-red figure materialized in the sky. Upon recognizing the silhouette, Tsunade's face lit up momentarily before her expression fell. Just as she was about to confront Sato Shuichi about his prolonged absence, her features froze in disbelief as she saw that he was not alone. He cradled an adorably charming little girl in his arms. After a brief moment of astonishment, Tsunade quickly approached, gazing incredulously at Sato Shuichi. After half a month, you have fallen to such depths? Even Jiraiya, the notorious pervert, would not stoop to such a deplorable act. In response to Tsunade's interrogation, Sato Shuichi gently patted the head of the small girl he had hidden behind him and explained, "This is someone I found outside. Her name is Konan. She is destined to become an exceptional ninja." Tsunade's expression shifted, growing even more incredulous. "Do not speak of her as if she is just a stray. What is the meaning of bringing an unrelated child here? Konan is no mere outsider. She will be joining Konoha and will be our ally. Do you believe the village would easily accept a newcomer at this time? With your esteemed status? Arranging an identity for her should not be too challenging." "Huh, I am not as powerful as you think. You must resolve the troubles you create yourself. I have no intention of cleaning up after you." With that, Tsunade huffed and turned to leave. Observing Tsunade's retreating figure, Konan lowered her head, guilt washing over her. "Should I not have come here? I must be a burden to Lord Shuichi." Sato Shuichi grasped Konan's hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. My teacher is tough, but has a kind heart. She may very well be arranging your identity right now. For the moment, let us find you a place to stay." Subsequently, Sato Shuichi led Konan into his own tent. As a jonin, Sato Shuichi naturally possessed his own exclusive tent, albeit considerably smaller than Tsunade's. Were it not for Konan, Sato Shuichi might never have visited this place at all before departing. However, in order to maintain his illustrious image before Konan, he had likely refrained from staying at Tsunade's recently. After requesting a new bed from the logistics ninja, Sato Shuichi proceeded to prepare the bedding for Konan. "Well, this will be your temporary abode for the time being. I apologize for the inconvenience, but since you've just arrived, it's impossible to arrange a separate tent for you." Upon hearing this, Konan immediately responded, "It's not an inconvenience at all. Rather, being here with you, Lord Shuichi, brings me immense comfort." Sato Shuichi scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, "I've told you, just call me Shuichi." Lord Shuichi sounds rather odd. Hearing this, Konan lowered her head, and after a considerable pause, she looked up at Sato Shuichi with a determined expression and tentatively asked, "Then, can I call you Brother Shuichi from now on?" When Sato Shuichi heard her softly uttering the word brother, he was momentarily taken aback. After all, who could refuse such an adorable little girl? However, his reaction inadvertently led Konan to misunderstand. Seeing that Sato Shuichi did not respond, she immediately lowered her head once more. Her tone tinged with disappointment as she said, "I'm sorry, I was too presumptuous. Just being brought here by you, Lord Shuichi, is a tremendous fortune for someone like me. How shameless of me to want more." Observing Konan's self-pity, Sato Shuichi stepped forward, took her small hand in his, and gently reassured her, "Actually, I have longed for a little sister. You're calling me that brings me great joy. I was merely too excited earlier." Konan lifted her gaze, her eyes slightly reddening, and asked in a whisper, "Really? So, I can truly call you brother from now on?" Sato Shuichi patted her head, smiling as he replied, "Of course, it's true." At that moment, Tsunade unexpectedly stormed in with a dark expression, tossing a document onto the table. Upon seeing Tsunade's demeanor, Sato Shuichi stood up awkwardly. "Sensei, when did you arrive?" "I was here when you were enticing someone to call you brother," she quipped. Before Sato Shuichi could explain, Konan stood up urgently, defending him. "Brother Shuichi didn't entice me. He's a truly wonderful person. Please don't misunderstand him. If there's any fault, it lies solely with me." However, Konan's explanation only made Tsunade regard Sato Shuichi with a more peculiar gaze. After a cold snort, Tsunade strode out. Sato Shuichi then picked up the document on the table and quickly skimmed it. As he had anticipated, it was Konan's identification papers. From this moment onward, Konan would be considered a part of Konoha. Perhaps due to the weariness of the day, Konan fell into a peaceful slumber early on. After admiring her serene sleeping face for a while, Sato Shuichi quietly exited his tent and made his way in a specific direction. Before long, he arrived at his destination, entering without hesitation. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be with your little sister, Konan?" Tsunade remarked sarcastically upon spotting Sato Shuichi's stealthy figure. Yet, Sato Shuichi remained unfazed, moving behind Tsunade to massage her shoulders while cheerfully responding, "I merely came to report my mission to my dear teacher. And my feelings for Konan are purely fraternal. Even if I were truly that peculiar, I wouldn't lay a hand on someone of her age." Tsunade simply hummed in acknowledgement and closed her eyes. She wasn't genuinely upset about Sato Shuichi bringing Konan back. After all, at Konan's age, she wouldn't be concerned. What irked her was Sato Shuichi's prolonged silence over the past half-month. Had he not made contact soon, she might have gone searching for him herself. Chapter 43. Tsunade Sato Shuichi then began recounting everything that had transpired over the past month and a half. Upon hearing that he had encountered Hanzo, Tsunade's eyes flew open, and she turned to face Sato Shuichi. You actually encountered Hanzo? And returned unscathed? That old man has aged considerably. Wait. He should be around the same age as the third Hokage. Seeing Tsunade's astonished expression, Sato Shuichi felt as though his abilities had been underestimated. As a teacher, do you truly look down upon your own disciple so? Hanzo is merely an average ninja. Though I may not be able to defeat him now, fortunes change over time. Do not underestimate the youth. When I grow stronger, I will easily suppress him with a single hand. Tsunade remained silent, her gaze fixed on Sato Shuichi's face without comment. After a prolonged moment, he could no longer endure her intense scrutiny and finally confessed. I nearly got taken down by Hanzo, but he wasted time boasting, allowing me to use the reverse summoning technique to escape. After hearing this, Tsunade flicked Sato Shuichi on the forehead. Humph, let us see if you dare to be so arrogant again. You should have used the reverse summoning technique the moment you encountered Hanzo. Even I, your teacher, lack confidence against him. Sato Shuichi seized the opportunity to nestle into Tsunade's embrace, resting his face against her impressive form. Isn't your sealing technique nearly perfected? Don't you have any confidence against Hanzo? Fame does not come without merit. The title of demigod is not something just anyone can claim. Then, if you, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru teamed up, could you defeat Hanzo? Tsunade fell into thought, and after a long while, she responded somewhat uncertainly, perhaps so, after all. I've mostly resolved Hanzo's toxins, and with the sealing technique, even if we can't win, we shouldn't lose. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Sato Shuichi remained silent. Normally, he would be thrown out for such behavior, but after such a long separation, Tsunade found herself missing him. So she allowed his actions to pass. However, she soon blushed deeply and forcefully tossed Sato Shuichi out. You brat, don't push your luck. Sato Shuichi retorted confidently. If I don't react in the presence of someone like you, sensei, then I might as well not be human. Don't give me that nonsense. Get out. I need to rest. Tsunade waved her hand irritably. Yet, Sato Shuichi did not choose to leave. Instead, he adopted a pitiful expression. I just escaped from Hanzo's grasp. Nearly never to see you again. Are you truly so cold-hearted, wanting to cast me away? Regarding the shameless demeanor of Sato Shuichi, Tsunade found herself at a loss. Letting out a deep sigh, alas, I must have owed you in my past life. Speak your mind. What is it that you desire? I wish to sleep alongside you. Sensei. Upon noticing the veins on Tsunade's forehead subtly protruding, her fists clenched, Sato Shuichi hastily added, It's merely a request for us to share a bed. As we always have, isn't it? Wasn't it you who stubbornly lingered on my bed, refusing to leave? And what of the little sister, Konan, that you brought back? If you sleep here tonight, what will become of her? Worry not. I shall return before Konan awakens tomorrow, he asserted, before suddenly leaping onto Tsunade's bed. As she extinguished the light, the tent was enveloped in darkness. However, for ninjas like Tsunade and Sato Shuichi, this level of darkness bore little difference from daylight, as the silvery moonlight outside provided a faint glow. After settling into bed, Tsunade turned her back to Sato Shuichi, but couldn't he help but warn him, You better not get any funny ideas. My fists are not to be trifled with. Yet, such a threat failed to intimidate Sato Shuichi. He promptly wrapped his arms around her from behind. The unexpected action caused Tsunade to shudder slightly. Yet she offered no further reaction, merely whispering, Let us sleep. A moment later, Sato Shuichi softly inquired, Sensei, are you asleep yet? I am. If you're asleep, how can you respond to me? Under Sato Shuichi's relentless teasing, Tsunade turned to face him, her bright brown eyes gazing into his. Unless you provide me with a reasonable explanation, I might just induce a physical slumber upon you. Why are we exchanging so many words at this late hour? Sensei, I can't sleep. I feel a bit uneasy. Tsunade paused, then realized what Sato Shuichi meant, swiftly turning away. I don't care if you feel uneasy. I am going to sleep now. You can find somewhere else to cool off. Sato Shuichi pressed his body closely against hers and whispered in her ear, Tsunade-sensei, please help me out. At last, Tsunade, her cheeks flushed, turned around. Typically more masculine than most, her face now bore an alluring expression that left Sato Shuichi momentarily mesmerized. After a long while, noticing Sato Shuichi remained still as a statue, Tsunade playfully chided him, Fool, what exactly do you intend to do? Upon hearing her words, Sato Shuichi snapped out of his daze and leaned in to kiss Tsunade. This kiss lingered longer than any they had shared before, and when they finally parted, both were left with dazed expressions. Tsunade, I will surely marry you in the future, Sato Shuichi vowed hoarsely. Humph, that depends on your future conduct. I am not one to be easily deceived into returning home, Tsunade responded with a hint of pride. Chapter 44. Konan's secret teaching. Konan awoke, bewildered, staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. She had slept exceptionally well last night, a rare occurrence since her home had been destroyed, and she had not enjoyed such peaceful slumber since. In the dead of night, she was not startled awake by sudden nightmares. After a moment, Konan quickly sat up, glancing around anxiously as if searching for something. Upon spotting Sato Shuichi's silhouette, the weight on her heart lifted. It confirmed that everything from the previous day was not merely a beautiful dream, but a reality. Sato Shuichi seemed to sense her gaze and turned with a gentle smile. Konan, you're awake. Are you hungry? Shall I take you for breakfast? Konan leapt from the bed, neglecting to put on her shoes, and rushed to him, embracing him tightly. Thank you, Shuichi and I. Sato Shuichi did not respond verbally, instead gently ruffling her hair. After a while, he broke the harmonious silence. All right, let us get you washed up first, then we can have breakfast. 15 minutes later, he held Konan's hand as they walked toward the dining hall. Although he was not particularly fond of the food there, he felt too lazy to cook. Konan gazed around with curious eyes, observing the bustling ninjas and displaying a look of admiration. The surrounding ninjas seemed unfazed by her presence, displaying no curiosity. This was partly due to Sato Shuichi's renown, which meant no one questioned his companions. Moreover, Konoha occasionally employed very young yet remarkably skilled ninjas. After Sato Shuichi and Konan each filled a bowl with noodles and found a seat, a figure unexpectedly sat down across from them. It was the long-absent Shinjiro. Long time no see, Shuichi. And who is this? Sato Shuichi glanced at the grinning Shinjiro and explained, This is Konan, in terms of identity. She asked like my little sister. He then turned to Konan. This fellow is Senju Shinjiro. Though he appears a bit foolish, his intelligence is not particularly high. Shinjiro looked at Konan with wide eyes. When did you acquire such an adorable little sister? I've never heard of her before. If she is Shuichi's sister. She is my friend too. I'm Senju Shinjiro, the future Hokage of Konoha. You can come to me with any problems. There is nothing I can't handle in Konoha, he boasted, patting his chest. In response to Shinjiro's greeting, Konan cautiously glanced at Sato Shuichi. Upon seeing him nod slightly, she timidly replied, I'm Konan. I hope to rely on you in the future. After some pleasantries, Shinjiro suddenly looked around, as if checking for spies. He then leaned towards Sato Shuichi and said mysteriously, Shuichi, I have a top-secret piece of information. You mustn't tell anyone. Sato Shuichi struggled to suppress his urge to scoff at Shinjiro's demeanor. If it was indeed top secret, why share it with him? Furthermore, why disclose it in a bustling dining hall? With an expression of exasperation, Sato Shuichi finally heard what Shinjiro deemed as top-secret news. Actually, Orochimaru is planning to lead an attack on the IWA Shinobi camp tomorrow. According to Shinjiro, successfully completing this mission would allow him to be promoted to Jonin. After hearing this, Sato Shuichi's expression turned peculiar. Based on Shinjiro's description, it seemed likely that he would meet his end by explosive tags during this mission. After all, the original story did not suggest that Shinjiro would become a Jonin. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Sato Shuichi resolved to participate in the mission tomorrow. After all, he could be considered Shinshu's benefactor brother-in-law, and given what he did to Tsunade yesterday, it was inconceivable for him to abandon Shinshu in his time of need. Upon hearing that Sato Shuichi wished to join, Shinshu's expression brightened with excitement. Haha, Shuichi, do you realize that with my involvement, this mission is destined for success? And you want to share the glory? Fear not, I shall execute this task flawlessly. Once I become Hokage, you shall be my trusted advisor. At that moment, Sato Shuichi and Konan had finished their breakfast, and after exchanging greetings with Shinshu, the two departed the dining hall, leaving Shinshu alone, indulging in a fit of exuberant laughter. Upon exiting the dining hall, Sato Shuichi turned to Konan with a serious tone. Once we return to Konoha, you must dedicate yourself to your studies. Otherwise, you might end up as foolish as you were just now. Hearing this, Konan displayed a somewhat apprehensive expression before responding. Rest assured, brother Shuichi. I will study diligently and strive for excellence. I will never become such a fool. I aspire to be your most reliable partner. Sato Shuichi chose not to respond further, but instead offered a reassuring pat on Konan's shoulder. Subsequently, he led her back to his tent. Observing Konan seated upright before him, Sato Shuichi cleared his throat and inquired, Do you know what is most essential for a ninja? Konan lowered her head in contemplation, shaking it slightly with a hint of disappointment. No worries, it's entirely normal not to know, especially since you haven't encountered ninjas before. For a ninja, the most vital element is chakra. In fact, chakra serves as a key measure of a ninja's strength. Hence, today I shall teach you how to refine your chakra. With that, Sato Shuichi handed her a book on chakra extraction. While such knowledge could also be acquired in the Ninja Academy, mastering chakra extraction ahead of time could only prove advantageous. Upon receiving the book, Konan eagerly began to peruse its contents. After some time, she set the book down and looked up at Sato Shuichi with her bright, wide eyes. Approximately half an hour later, Konan closed her eyes and sat cross-legged on her chair, clearly preparing to extract her chakra. Witnessing this, Sato Shuichi smiled faintly before retrieving the Flying Thunder God scroll to delve into its mysteries. Among the jutsu contained within the sealing book, the Flying Thunder God held the greatest allure for him, being a legendary space-time ninjutsu. Of course, the Edo Tensei technique was also formidable, but it was not yet perfected. Even if cast, it could summon only a fraction of the deceased's former strength, necessitating further refinements from Orochimaru and Kabuto to realize its true potential. Otherwise, Senju Tobirama would not have fallen to the likes of Kin and Jin. A simple summoning jutsu could have flattened the Iwagakure. Thus far, however, Sato Shuichi had yet to grasp any significant insights. The difficulty of the Flying Thunder God was exceedingly high, to the extent that only Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato could utilize it independently within the entire ninja world. For Sato Shuichi to master it, he still had a long road ahead. After about 20 minutes, Konan suddenly opened her eyes, her face alight with surprise as she exclaimed, "Brother Shuichi, I think I've managed to extract my chakra." Hearing this, Sato Shuichi quickly set aside the scroll and hurried to her side, grasping her right hand. To his astonishment, he sensed a faint chakra emanating from within her. "Konan, you truly are a prodigy to extract chakra so swiftly. You are destined to become a great ninja." Upon receiving Sato Shuichi's praise, Konan beamed with a radiant smile. "Oh no, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Brother Shuichi." This made Sato Shuichi feel somewhat bashful. For while Konan had succeeded in under half an hour, he had spent an entire day extracting his chakra. Though he was not deemed a failure, he certainly didn't qualify as a genius either. However, it must be said that even without relying on the Fire Dragon technique, Sato Shuichi possessed the combat prowess of a jonin at his age, which was no small feat. He then produced a piece of chakra paper and handed it to Konan. "This is chakra paper. If you channel your chakra into it, it will reveal your chakra attributes." Konan nodded, carefully channeling her chakra into the paper. In a short while, the paper began to react, dividing into 3 distinct areas. One dampened, another crumbled, and the last split in half. In conjunction with the yang attribute Sato Shuichi had previously sensed, this indicated that Konan naturally possessed water, earth, wind, and yang attributes. In terms of chakra attributes, she could be deemed exceptionally gifted. With this revelation, Konan's spirits soared. She believed she would soon become an outstanding ninja and be able to assist Sato Shuichi. Following this, Sato Shuichi commenced teaching her the foundational body flicker technique. As for Konan's signature paper jutsu, Sato Shuichi had no inkling, as such a bloodline limit had yet to manifest in the ninja world. It was likely akin to Senju Hashirama's would release, a unique bloodline limit that Konan would eventually develop herself. Meanwhile, observing the Iwagakure encampment from a distance, Orochimaru assessed the situation before issuing a command to attack. At his behest, a squad comprising 20 jonin and 40 chunin surged toward the Iwagakure camp. Simultaneously, the Iwagakure scouts quickly discerned Konoha's assault. But by the time they frantically sounded the alarm, it was already too late. The vanguard from Konoha had infiltrated the Iwagakure camp, causing widespread chaos. The Iwagakure forces were utterly unaware of Konoha's offensive strategy, never suspecting that Orochimaru would choose to strike in broad daylight. Consequently, they were plunged into disarray. However, they soon regrouped and launched a counteroffensive, leading to a protracted struggle. At that moment, Orochimaru, overseeing the battle from the rear, suddenly bit his index finger and slammed it onto the ground. With a resounding crash, a colossal serpent, towering like a mountain, emerged onto the battlefield. This immense creature was none other than Orochimaru's summoning beast, Manda. Yet, Manda seemed less than inclined to comply with Orochimaru's demands. "Orochimaru, I require 100 sacrifices this time," Manda declared, flicking its massive tongue. Given the critical nature of the ongoing war, Orochimaru did not engage in haggling, simply replying, "You may consume all the enemies you wish. As per our usual arrangement, those I vanquished do not count among the sacrifices." Understood. With the terms agreed upon, Manda charged into the fray. A nearby Iwagakure ninja had just plunged his kunai into an enemy's body, reveling in his triumph, when a shadow suddenly loomed over him. Simultaneously, a putrid odor overwhelmed his senses. Turning to face the source, he was met with the sight of a gaping maw lunging toward him. The flesh of this ninja is far too tough, The offerings you have prepared for me cannot be of such inferior quality. One snake remarked with evident dissatisfaction as it consumed the unfortunate rock ninja, casting a disgruntled glance at Orochimaru. Clearly, the body of the rock ninja, worn and battered by years of wind and sand, did not meet one snake's culinary standards. With a roll of his eyes, Orochimaru could only acquiesce to the whims of the finicky serpent. Had the current ambush not been of paramount importance, he would never have summoned this greedy creature. Nevertheless, One Snake's formidable power and intimidating presence were undeniably commensurate with its demands. Following this brutal scene, the morale of the rock ninja plummeted to an all-time low. One even trembled as he discarded his weapon, exclaiming, "What a joke! How could we possibly contend with such a monster?" Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. However, this cowardly deserter did not get far before he had his head severed by a fellow shinobi. This shocking spectacle served to rekindle the fighting spirit of many rock ninja who had previously contemplated retreat. Chapter 46, The Unfortunate Shoru. Faced with certain death, they resolved to confront Konoha instead. At least dying at the hands of Konoha's shinobi would grant them the honor of martyrdom, whereas falling to their own comrades would brand them as traitors. Once Orochimaru mounted One Snake and joined the fray, the tide of battle swiftly tilted in favor of Konoha. High above, Sato Hideo rode the fire-breathing dragon, surveying the battlefield below. From time to time, the dragon unleashed jets of flame, reducing the rock ninja beneath to mere ashes. Yet, Sato Hideo increasingly sensed something was amiss. The rock ninja below lacked any formidable elite forces. The few elite shinobi present were effortlessly dispatched by Orochimaru. This hardly resembled the expected deployment of a camp. Even considering most rock ninja might be occupied elsewhere, it was inconceivable that so few remained. Before long, Sato Hideo's suspicions were confirmed. Suddenly, a highly elite contingent of rock ninja appeared within mere hundreds of meters of their camp. In an instant, they descended upon the battlefield, mercilessly harvesting Konoha's shinobi. The once dominant Konoha found itself tumbling into disarray with the arrival of this new wave of rock ninja, and the previously demoralized rock forces experienced a resurgence of spirit with their reinforcements. Orochimaru's expression darkened. It became evident that the earlier rock ninja had merely served as bait. He had fallen squarely into their trap, yet how could they have anticipated his assault today? Was there a traitor among them? Before Orochimaru could formulate a plan, One Snake erupted with gleeful laughter beneath him. "Ha, Orochimaru, it seems you are in quite the predicament. I demand 50 more sacrifices, otherwise I cannot assist you." In this dire moment, One Snake chose to exploit Orochimaru's plight for its own gain. Left with little choice, Orochimaru had to concede. Without One Snake's deterrent, Konoha's forces might very well collapse entirely, just as he prepared to bolster their combat strength. A rock ninja with a bushy beard and a seemingly reliable demeanor blocked his path. With irritation, Orochimaru barked, "If you wish to avoid becoming a black-haired corpse at the hands of that old fool Inoki, I suggest you step aside. Otherwise, this time next year will mark your demise." This rock ninja was none other than the son of the third Mizukage, Inoki, Kodo. Undeterred by Orochimaru's threats, Kodo met his gaze with unwavering resolve, replying, "I may not be able to defeat you, but I only need to delay you. Not every Konoha ninja possesses your level of strength." Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Orochimaru's eyes as he coldly retorted, "Then let us see. I hope you live to witness that moment." With Kodo now restraining him, the situation for Konoha could hardly be described as favorable. They teetered on the brink of disaster. At this juncture, Sato Hideo, hovering above, sighed. He had initially intended to maintain a low profile, but the unfolding events left him no choice. Should he continue to wade through this turmoil, given the current trajectory, not only would he fail to accomplish his mission, but he might also risk the lives of those who could return home. Thus, Sato Hideo patted the fire-breathing dragon's head, and the creature, understanding his intent, flapped its wings and dove headlong into the center of the fray. A rock ninja, with a sinister expression, brandished his kunai at a fallen enemy, proclaiming, "Konoha scum. This time next year will mark your end." Just as this Konoha ninja awaited his fate in terror, a colossal shadow enveloped both him and the rock ninja. An overwhelming heat surged forth, incinerating the once mighty rock ninja into mere ashes. The Konoha ninja wiped the sweat from his brow, relief washing over him as he gazed up at Sato Hideo, murmuring, "Thank you." Such scenes unfolded repeatedly across the battlefield. With Sato Hideo's entrance, the tide turned once more, and Konoha regained the upper hand. Sato Hideo was now the beacon that steadied the faltering ship, preventing its imminent collapse. Kodo, barely holding his ground against Orochimaru, felt a surge of panic upon witnessing Sato Hideo's formidable presence. Although Koto's momentary lapse in focus was fleeting in battles of such magnitude, split-second opportunities could seal one's fate. Moreover, his opponent was the even more powerful Orochimaru. Seizing the chance, Orochimaru thrust his Kusanagi sword into Koto's body. While this wound would not incapacitate Koto immediately, the insidious Orochimaru had coated the blade with poison. Soon, Koto's form began to falter. Orochimaru swiftly kicked him to the ground, employing a sealing technique to bind him. The capture of Koto exceeded Orochimaru's expectations. With him in custody, the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure would likely reach its conclusion. As the only son of Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, Koto held immense significance. Regardless of the circumstances, Inoki could not simply disregard him, especially given his advanced age, which rendered the prospect of fathering another child exceedingly unlikely. With this thought, a smile crept across Orochimaru's face. This smile, if seen on another, might radiate warmth. Yet for some unfathomable reason, it appeared sinister on Orochimaru, instilling discomfort in those who beheld it. Upon witnessing Koto's capture, the rock ninja finally surrendered their will to fight, relinquishing their weapons in favor of capitulation. Thus, Konoha emerged resoundingly victorious in the Second Shinobi World War. With the defeat of Tsunade and Iwagakure, Konoha's only remaining adversary was Amigakure. Not to mention, Amigakure was embroiled in its own conflict with Tsunade. One could only wonder where Hanzo found his audacity. As the tension eased and everyone prepared to welcome their hard-fought victory, Orochimaru's expression shifted abruptly. His face turned pale with urgency as he called out to Shoru in the distance, "Shoru, watch your footing." Reacting instinctively, Shoru glanced down, only to see several explosive tags igniting beneath his feet. Chapter 47 at long last. Although Orochimaru noticed the explosive tag at the very moment it was activated and hurried toward Shoju, he was still too late. Just as Shoju stood there, dazed, staring down at his feet while awaiting the Grim Reaper's arrival, a fiery orange shadow swiftly descended upon him, lifting him up. With a resounding boom, the ground beneath Shoju erupted, creating a deep crater where he had stood moments before. Though Charizard had managed to rescue Shoju at the last moment, the aftermath of the explosion still left him considerably shaken. Sato Shuichi promptly placed Shoju on the ground and began administering first aid, while Orochimaru approached. His brow furrowed as he observed the scene. He had personally assured Tsunade that he would ensure Shoju's safety, and had Sato Shuichi not reacted in time, Orochimaru would have been at a loss for how to face Tsunade. After a tense half-hour of resuscitation efforts, Shoju's condition finally stabilized. Unable to contain his concern, Orochimaru inquired, "How is Shoju's condition now?" Sato Shuichi wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "For now, he is not in danger of dying. But we will need to take him back for my master to assess the situation more thoroughly." Orochimaru nodded, lifting Shoju onto his back and carrying him back to the Konoha encampment. At that moment, Tsunade was pacing anxiously at the entrance of the camp, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, as though calamity were imminent. Her heart finally settled when she saw Sato Shuichi return unscathed. However, her relief was short-lived as she soon spotted Shoju, unconscious on Orochimaru's back. Quickly, she rushed forward to take Shoju from Orochimaru and began to examine his condition. Fortunately, although Shoju remained unconscious, he had escaped the clutches of death. After administering a preliminary treatment, Tsunade set about arranging for ninjas to transport Shoju back to Konoha, as he needed to recuperate away from the damp, healing, unfriendly climate of the Land of Rain. Once everything was in place, the clock had struck deep into the night. Tsunade let out a heavy sigh, dragging her weary body back to her tent. Despite her physical fatigue being minimal, the emotional roller coaster had left her mentally drained. "Has Shoju been arranged for?" Sato Shuichi asked, having come to wait for Tsunade after Konan had fallen asleep. Tsunade nodded slowly, then stepped forward to embrace Sato Shuichi, burying her head in his chest. After a prolonged silence, her voice emerged softly, "Thank you, Shuichi. If anything were to happen to Shoju, Sato Shuichi gently stroked Tsunade's head, replying in a soothing tone, "There's no need for thanks between us. This is what I ought to do." After a long pause, Tsunade suddenly lifted her head and said in mock annoyance, "At times like this, can't you control yourself? Why must you ruin the mood?" A sheepish smile crept onto Sato Shuichi's face. "I can't help it. I'm simply drawn to your charm, no matter the time." Tsunade chose not to respond, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Gazing at her bashful demeanor, Sato Shuichi felt a sudden dryness in his throat, prompting him to lean in, seeking a refreshing balm for his parched mouth. After a lengthy silence, they finally moved forward. However, both were novices behind the wheel. proceeding with utmost caution to avoid any potential mishaps. Yet, both Sato Shuichi and Tsunade were quick learners, soon becoming adept at driving. At that moment, Tsunade was dozing peacefully on Sato Shuichi, her extraordinary stamina notwithstanding. She had little experience the previous night and thus remained fatigued. Sato Shuichi made no attempt to rouse her, instead quietly observing her serene visage. After what felt like eternity, Tsunade's eyelids fluttered, gradually revealing her eyes. The first sight to greet her was Sato Shuichi's handsome face. Still groggy from sleep, she momentarily struggled to comprehend her surroundings. She reached out and playfully tapped Sato Shuichi, her voice laced with confusion. "What are you doing here?" Before he could respond, Tsunade's face flushed crimson as the memories of the previous night came rushing back. She had, after all, somewhat reluctantly engaged in intimate activities with Sato Shuichi. It was truly a case of an old cow grazing on tender grass, and even Tsunade, with her current mindset, felt a wave of shyness wash over her. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure and turned her gaze towards Sato Shuichi. "What do you think our relationship is now?" A proud smile graced Sato Shuichi's face. "Well, obviously, we are in a romantic relationship. After all, you've done all those things with me. Do you really think you can back out now?" Tsunade rolled her eyes in exasperation. "I ought to tear that mouth of yours to shreds. Otherwise, who knows how many women you'll ensnare in your web." She then pulled out a kunai and began to brandish it playfully in front of Sato Shuichi. Under normal circumstances, this would thrill him, but in the current moment, seeing the expression on Tsunade's face sent a chill down his spine, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. After a moment's contemplation, Sato Shuichi cautiously took the kunai from Tsunade's hands and said, "I'll talk to Kushina about this. Perhaps you could be the primary wife?" His brazen demeanor only further incensed Tsunade. Had Sato Shuichi not been involved with Kushina, she would have promptly dealt with him right then for daring to entertain such thoughts of dual affections. Yet, given that his connection with Kushina predated her own, she found herself in a moral quandary. Forcing Sato Shuichi to choose between them would cast her as a shameless predator, robbing her own student of love. Chapter 48 Daily Life. With this realization, Tsunade couldn't help but pinch Sato Shuichi's waist with a firm grip. If it weren't for this rascal's audacity to pursue her despite his ties to Kushina, she wouldn't find herself in such a precarious situation. Nevertheless, the life of a ninja is fraught with peril. Death could strike at any moment. Rather than dwell on fears and uncertainties, it seemed wiser to seize the moment and enjoy life. Thus, Tsunade resolved to leave the troublesome matters for her future self to contend with. "How fortunate for you, you little rascal." Encountering the formidable Tsunade, even with all his efforts, Sato Shuichi found he was still far too weak to prevail. He needed to continue honing his skills. After a moment of reflection, he trudged towards his tent, where Konan awaited him. He wondered if she would feel lonely after a day apart. As soon as Sato Shuichi stepped into his tent, he was enveloped in a tight embrace by Konan's petite form. Feeling the slight tremors of Xiaonan's body, Sato Shuichi could not help but be engulfed by a wave of guilt. How could he have abandoned Xiaonan for the sake of his own pleasures? It was utterly despicable. After a lengthy pause, Xiaonan's woeful voice finally broke the silence. "I thought you had forgotten about me, Brother Shuichi." 2 hours prior, upon awakening, Xiaonan was startled to find that Sato Shuichi was nowhere to be seen. In an instant, a profound panic enveloped her entire being. She began to question whether everything that had transpired the previous day had merely been a dream. Or perhaps she was a harbinger of misfortune, a calamity that befell anyone who drew near her. This had been the case with her parents, and now, it seemed, with Sato Shuichi as well. Otherwise, why would he have been present before she fell asleep, yet vanished upon her waking? Thus, Xiaonan sat idly on her bed, reminiscing about the fleeting yet heartwarming moments from yesterday that had warmed her soul. Fortunately, the situation did not unfold in the direst of ways. After an agonizing wait that felt like an eternity, Sato Shuichi returned. In the midst of her tumultuous emotions, Xiaonan found herself compelled to act in a way she normally would not. Seeing Xiaonan's tear-streaked face, Sato Shuichi felt his heart melt. He quickly knelt down, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and softly explained, "I apologize. This morning, I had an urgent mission. I noticed you were still asleep, so I departed. I assure you, such an occurrence will never happen again." Xiaonan did not respond verbally, but instead buried her face in Sato Shuichi's embrace. After what felt like an eternity, Sato Shuichi finally broke the silence. "Have you eaten yet, Xiaonan?" Xiaonan looked up, shaking her head slightly. "I was waiting for you, Brother Shuichi. But it's all right. I've often gone an entire day without food before. It doesn't bother me." At her words, Sato Shuichi's heart ached once more. He hastily inquired, Is there anything you would like to eat now? I can prepare it for you. Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she replied softly. I would like to have grilled fish. There's a nearby creek. Shall I take you there to catch some fish? Sato Shuichi suggested, gently stroking Xiaonan's head. She eagerly agreed. By the creek, under Xiaonan's expectant gaze, Sato Shuichi slowly extended his hand, enveloped in lightning chakra, into the water. With a series of crackling sparks, the fish within the creek fell into a deep slumber, floating belly up to the surface. Witnessing this, Xiaonan's eyes filled with admiration as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, Brother Shuichi, you are truly amazing. This display of emotional appreciation filled Sato Shuichi with joy. He then began to prepare the fish while Xiaonan busied herself gathering firewood. In no time, a bonfire crackled to life. With Xiaonan's hopeful gaze upon him, Sato Shuichi skewered the marinated fish onto sticks and positioned them beside the flames. Moments later, the tantalizing aroma of the grilled fish wafted through the air, causing Xiaonan's stomach to rumble audibly. After all, she had not eaten all day. It was only natural for her stomach to protest. Feeling Sato Shuichi's concerned gaze upon her, Xiaonan shyly lowered her head, softly defending herself. That wasn't my stomach growling. Sato Shuichi chuckled, choosing not to reveal the truth, instead jokingly claiming, Indeed, it was my stomach that growled. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan lifted her head once more, though the blush on her cheeks remained unyielding. Just as the fish neared completion, a sudden crack echoed through the air, a branch snapping beneath a foot. Xiaonan sprang to her feet, drawing the kunai that Sato Shuichi had gifted her, scanning the surroundings with caution. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi remained in his previous position, unperturbed. Although they were close to the Leaf Village encampment, the Land of Rain was not particularly tranquil. Thus, Sato Shuichi had employed a sensory ninjutsu while grilling the fish. He was already aware of the identity of the unexpected visitor. Emerging from a narrow path was Tsunade, who complimented Xiaonan. Good vigilance. Keep it up. Upon seeing Tsunade, Xiaonan sheathed her kunai and offered a smile. Although she had only met Tsunade once, she regarded her as a genuinely good person, for Tsunade was Sato Shuichi's mentor, and anyone close to him could not be ill-intentioned. Tsunade approached Sato Shuichi from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder, and playfully remarked, You little rascal. Sneaking away without informing me, what a heartless brat you are. In response to Tsunade's teasing, Sato Shuichi simply smiled and explained, You mentioned you wanted to sleep, so I did not wish to disturb you. Tsunade did not reply but instead nestled into Sato Shuichi's embrace, gazing at the fire as she whimsically inquired, How much longer until we can eat? I'm nearly starving. Sato Shuichi nuzzled his face against her neck and softly replied, You arrived just in time. We'll be able to eat shortly. With their relationship having deepened, Tsunade felt less inhibited around Sato Shuichi, acting freely. In the past, even when they were alone, she would have never sat in his lap, especially with Xiaonan, the little light bulb, present. The sight of the two together left Xiaonan's mind reeling. Wasn't the relationship between brother Shuichi and sister Tsunade that of teacher and student? Why were they so intimate, reminiscent of her parents? Was she to call Tsunade sister-in-law in the future? Such thoughts bewildered her. Amidst Xiaonan's confusion, the trio swiftly devoured the grilled fish. However, as they prepared to leave, Tsunade winked at Xiaonan, saying, I'm borrowing your brother Shuichi for a bit. Is that all right? Xiaonan shook her head, not wanting to be a burden to Sato Shuichi, and thus made no objections. Moreover, this meant she could sleep in Sato Shuichi's bed that night. After returning Xiaonan to her tent, Sato Shuichi could not help but ask Tsunade softly, Are we staying up again tonight? Tsunade rolled her eyes, responding exasperatedly, Is that all that's on your mind? We have important work to do. I've developed a sealing technique and am preparing to create a new ninjutsu for regeneration, which requires extensive research on sealing methods. Observing Tsunade's serious demeanor, Sato Shuichi could not help but mutter under his breath, with such a righteous facade. It's hard to believe who was reluctant to let me leave this afternoon. Though his voice was low, it resonated clearly in the quiet camp, earning him a swift thump atop his head from Tsunade. Time flew by, and half a month passed. Thanks to Sato Shuichi's assistance, Tsunade's progress in the creation of regeneration techniques was finally beginning to take shape. This ninjutsu entails the release of chakra stored within the Yin seal, manifesting a curse mark upon the body to invigorate the cells within, thereby facilitating self-healing during combat, a proactive regeneration skill. Although it remains only partially developed, the ability to create regenerative healing is undeniably formidable. Once activated, it essentially bestows Tsunade with a perpetual A-rank ninjutsu that restores her health continuously. Indeed, Sato Shuichi has not mastered the Yin seal, as he is currently engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, The majority of his combat prowess derives from the fire-breathing dragon. Should the situation escalate to the point of necessitating his personal involvement in close combat, it would be wiser to contemplate an escape rather than engage directly. The Flying Thunder God, as a space-time ninjutsu, is arguably unparalleled in life preservation. Little brat, we meet again, Hanzo remarked, gazing at the four individuals before him with a sense of nostalgia. Sato Shuichi, undeterred, retorted with fervor, "Humph, this is the graveyard of your old dog." In the face of Sato Shuichi's provocation, the battle-hardened Hanzo remained unfazed. He cast a glance at Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, who stood behind Sato Shuichi, and spoke in a low tone. "Is your audacity solely dependent on those three little brats? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare speak to me in such a manner. Enough with the idle chatter, Hanzo. Just give us a definitive answer. Will you surrender today?" Jiraiya interjected, unable to contain his impatience. Hanzo remained silent, instead summoning his summoning beast, the salamander, a gesture signifying his resolve. The massive salamander appeared, causing the surrounding flora to wither instantaneously, clearly a victim of the poisonous miasma enveloping its body. In response, Tsunade and her companions summoned their respective summoning beasts, resulting in four colossal creatures occupying the battlefield: the salamander, the slug, Wanta, and the 10,000 snakes. In stark contrast to the loyal slug and Wanta, the 10,000 snakes exhibited a rebellious nature. It surveyed the salamander with its enormous eyes, then addressed Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, why do you insist on pitting me against such peculiar opponents? I refuse to engage unless I have at least 200 sacrifices." Before Orochimaru could respond, Jiraiya, perched atop Wanta, chimed in. "Orochimaru, are you even capable? If not, perhaps you should consider summoning a different creature. I've never seen a ninja threatened daily by their own summoning beast." Jiraiya successfully diverted the 10,000 snakes' attention toward himself, prompting it to glare coldly at him and declare, "I've made my decision. I no longer desire those 200 sacrifices. Today, I shall feast on boiled toads." Wanta, drawing his long blade from his waist, scoffed at the 10,000 snakes. "Humph, it seems tonight shall be a feast of snake soup." As they squabbled among themselves in the face of a formidable foe, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged exasperated glances, eventually managing to pacify their respective summoning beasts and unite against Hanzo. Observing the somewhat comical scene, Hanzo displayed a sense of martial decorum, choosing not to exploit their discord. Perhaps, in his eyes, Sato Shuichi and his companions posed no significant threat. Sato Shuichi ascended onto the back of the fire-breathing dragon, soaring into the sky. Subsequently, the dragon unleashed a torrent of flames toward the salamander below, commencing the battle. Despite the salamander's considerable size, it exhibited remarkable agility. In an instant, it and Hanzo burrowed underground, emerging beneath the 10,000 snakes and delivering a substantial blow. However, Wanta and the slug were not to be underestimated. As the salamander assaulted the 10,000 snakes, the slug expelled a large pool of acidic liquid onto the salamander's back. Concurrently, Wanta and Jiraiya executed a combined ninjutsu, the fire release, toad oil fireball, launching a fireball of scorching heat that struck the salamander directly. In pain, the salamander once again retreated beneath the earth, accompanied by Hanzo. At that moment, Wanta, observing the beleaguered 10,000 snakes, taunted, "Can you even hold your ground? You wretched creature? If you can't withstand this, perhaps you should return home to your mother." In response to Wanta's derision, the 10,000 snakes glared at it before shaking off Orochimaru and diving underground to confront the salamander. The ensuing battle below caused the very ground to tremble, reminiscent of an earthquake. After a time, the bodies of the 10,000 snakes and the salamander resurfaced, both bearing numerous wounds, with the 10,000 snakes also suffering from poisoning. Chapter 50, The Three Ninjas. In a hurry, Tsunade tossed a vial of antidote to Orochimaru. After expressing his gratitude, Orochimaru unceremoniously tossed the glass vial into the gaping maw of the 10,000 snakes. In a matter of moments, the symptoms of poisoning were subdued. Observing this, the salamander, after a moment's contemplation, retreated back to the summoning realm. Facing the slug, Wanta, and the 10,000 snakes had already proven arduous, let alone contending with the fire-breathing dragon looming overhead. Thus, in a bid to preserve its own life, the salamander chose to abandon its master. Hanzo's previously nonchalant expression soured. He had never anticipated that the salamander, which had accompanied him through countless battles, would falter so easily. The talent of Konoha truly seemed boundless. Was this the depth of a great ninja village? Reflecting on the ragtag ninjas of the Rain Village, Hanzo felt a wave of exhaustion. Yet despite this, he showed no inclination to retreat, as he was the leader of the Rain Village and its last bastion of hope. Should he waver, the village would be devoid of any future. Just then, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Hanzo's figure vanished in an instant, prompting Sato Shuichi and his companions to heighten their vigilance. For aside from his poison and the salamander, Hanzo was renowned for his extraordinary water body technique. And with the rain falling, his mastery of the technique could rival even the space-time ninjutsu. Suddenly, Orochimaru unsheathed the Kusanagi sword and lunged towards Tsunade. Though bewildered by Orochimaru's sudden aggression, Tsunade refrained from any action, trusting her longtime ally. A resounding clash echoed as the tip of the Kusanagi collided with Hanzo's scythe. Hanzo had intended to eliminate Tsunade, the healer, first, but his scheme had been foreseen by Orochimaru. Tsunade felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. Without Orochimaru's intervention, even with her newly acquired regenerative ninjutsu, she might have sustained severe injuries. While Orochimaru and Hanzo were locked in a standoff, Tsunade wasted no time and delivered a powerful punch to Hanzo's abdomen. However, her fist met no solid resistance. Just as her strike was about to connect, Hanzo had once again employed the water body technique to evade the confrontation. Recognizing that this stalemate could not persist, Sato Shuichi directed the fire-breathing dragon, unleash a sunny day. The dragon let out an exhilarating roar, then opened its mouth to unleash a searing blaze toward the sky, expressing its disdain for the dismal weather. Under the astonished gazes of all, the flames of the fire dragon pierced through the ominous clouds, revealing the long-lost sun. Beside him, the towering Wentai, unable to participate in the battle due to his size, could not resist poking the nearby man-snake. Have you ever heard of such a spirit beast? The stinky bug asked. To possess such terrifying fire techniques that can even alter the weather is truly formidable. Man-snake cast a glance at Wentai and replied curtly, "Get lost, you stinking toad. I have indeed not heard of such a spirit beast. Isn't there an ancient toad from Myoboka Mountain? Why don't you go ask it?" With the absence of rain to augment his abilities, Hanzo's water body technique had lost its previous extraordinary prowess. Although still swift, Orochimaru and his companions could now discern Hanzo's movements, no longer resembling the incomprehensible time-space ninjutsu that had caught them off guard moments ago. Hanzo glanced at Sato Hidaichi, suspended in midair, and could not help but mutter, "This little brat is quite bothersome." In an instant, Hanzo vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was right in the space where Sato Hidaichi had just been. However, having learned from the near-fatal encounter with Hanzo, Sato Hidaichi had been vigilant of his movements. Thus, just as Hanzo attempted to employ the water body technique again to approach the fire dragon, Sato Hidaichi preemptively retreated with the fire dragon back to the spirit realm. Without support, Hanzo plummeted from the sky. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly formed hand seals and shouted, "Earth release, Needle Jizo Lion's hair technique." His spiky hair grew wildly, ensnaring Hanzo in midair. Seizing this opportunity, Tsunade stomped down hard, creating a deep fissure in the ground. And her figure appeared in the air as she delivered a powerful punch that sent the ensnared Hanzo flying. Blood spilled from Hanzo's mouth as his body was hurled like a rag doll. At that instant, Orochimaru aimed both hands at the airborne Hanzo and called out, "Hidden Shadow Snake Hands." Numerous venomous snakes shot forth from Orochimaru's hands, lunging at Hanzo. Though those snakes succumbed to the toxins surrounding Hanzo shortly after, they still managed to leave their mark upon his body before their demise. Huh, what a so-called demigod of the ninja world. You still fell to our passionate combination techniques. Jiraiya mocked with an air of triumph, hands on his hips. Leaning against a large tree, Hanzo took deep breaths. Aside from a few exceptional ninjas like Senju Hashirama and Tsunade, most ninjas prioritized offense over defense, and Hanzo was no exception. The attacks from Orochimaru and his companions had inflicted considerable damage upon him. Though he could remove his mask and fight to the death, he found it unnecessary. Even if Hanzo were to sacrifice himself to take down Orochimaru and his companions, what of it? Konoha still had formidable figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and White Fang, while Sunagakure was also watching Rain Village with keen eyes. At this juncture, the outcome of the battle had already been determined. Hanzo, struggling to maintain his composure, looked at Orochimaru and the others not far away, declaring, "That lucky Sarutobi Hiruzen has 3 such outstanding disciples. In the name of the demigod of the ninja world, I bestow upon you 3 the title of 3 shinobi. In this war, we of the Rain Village have lost." Just then, Jiraiya suggested softly, "It seems like that old Hanzo is on his last legs. Why don't we finish him off now?" Chapter 51, Jiraiya, Taking Disciples. Orochimaru cast a helpless glance at Jiraiya and retorted, "Hanzo hasn't even fought with all his might yet. Even if we were to eliminate him, It would only benefit the Sand Ninjas. Regardless, we have won this war. After hearing Orochimaru's reasoning, Jiraiya displayed an expression of sudden enlightenment. However, upon witnessing the incredulous looks from Tsunade and Orochimaru, a serious demeanor suddenly crossed Jiraiya's face. Ahem, I was merely testing you, Orochimaru. I obviously understand such a simple principle. Don't walk away just yet, let me finish. Watching Tsunade and Orochimaru retreat, Jiraiya felt a surge of frustration. At that moment, Sato Hidaichi and the Fire Dragon emerged from the spirit realm, promptly inquiring, "What about that old Hanzo?" Wiping his nose with a smug grin, Jiraiya replied, "Heh. Under the wise leadership of the great Toad Sage, Hanzo is naturally insignificant. Had he not been begging for mercy earlier, I wouldn't have let him off so easily." However, Sato Hidaichi was not in the mood to indulge Jiraiya's banter. Seeing the battle had concluded, he instructed the Fire Dragon to return to the spirit realm while he caught up with Tsunade. Observing the intertwined fingers of Sato Hidaichi and Tsunade, Jiraiya muttered to himself, "These two seem to have some hidden agenda. No matter how close they are, they shouldn't be holding hands like that." Soon, Jiraiya dismissed the thought, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. With Tsunade as proud character, how could she possibly be involved with Sato Hidaichi? He then strode forward, catching up to the trio. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon a nearby thicket, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. "Come out. I have already detected you." Shortly after, two ragged little boys cautiously emerged from the bushes. Upon witnessing this, Sato Hidaichi understood. Even if he took Konan away, Yahiko and Nagato would still follow the original storyline. Seeking to learn ninjutsu from Jiraiya, he pondered what Orochimaru would feel upon realizing he had let a pair of Rinnegan eyes escape. Yet, on another note, it was certain that Black Zetsu was lurking nearby. Even if Orochimaru discovered that Nagato possessed the Rinnegan now, it would be challenging for him to acquire it under Uchiha Obito's influence. Tsunade sighed as she glanced at Nagato. They are merely two orphans of war. There is nothing to be concerned about. However, Orochimaru was not so benevolent. He drew two kunai and hurled them toward Nagato and Yahiko. "We are still on the battlefield. We cannot afford to be careless." Just then, a figure suddenly intervened between Nagato and Yahiko, intercepting both kunai. "Orochimaru, you are truly cold-hearted. Those two little ones pose no threat to us, do they?" Jiraiya complained to Orochimaru before turning to face the pair, who were still stunned by Orochimaru's earlier actions. Sensing Jiraiya's intent to protect Nagato and Yahiko, Orochimaru reined in his murderous intent. It was not worth creating discord with a longtime ally over two inconsequential individuals. Jiraiya crouched down, revealing a bright smile. "You two aren't scared, are you? This isn't a safe place. You should leave quickly." He gently ruffled Nagato and Yahiko's heads, preparing to depart. Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure, Yahiko suddenly summoned his courage and shouted, "Great ninja, my name is Yahiko. And this is Nagato. Can we follow you to learn ninjutsu?" Jiraiya halted his steps and turned back to Yahiko, eyeing him with curiosity. "Why do you wish to learn ninjutsu from me?" Without hesitation, Yahiko replied, "Because for the sake of power. For it is only by possessing sufficient strength that one can safeguard this nation, which has been weeping incessantly." Upon hearing Yahiko's words, Jiraiya was momentarily rendered silent. His rational mind urged him to return to Konohagakure at once, like a hero basking in the glory of accolades and admiration. Yet, from Yahiko, Jiraiya discerned a spirit that stirred something deep within him. This inevitably reminded him of the prophecies spoken by the great sage of the Toads. He had originally believed that Minato Namikaze was the prophesied child of legend, but the sudden emergence of Shuichi Sato had overshadowed Minato's brilliance. However, in Yahiko, Jiraiya glimpsed yet another possibility. After deep contemplation, a profound expression graced Jiraiya's face. "Prepare yourselves mentally, for I shall show no mercy." Instantly, a look of impatience crossed Orochimaru's face, as he had already surmised Jiraiya's intentions. "Jiraiya, refrain from engaging in such unnecessary actions. We are still expected to return to the Leaf Village." Jiraiya jovially patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. "Hanzo has surrendered. The war has come to an end, hasn't it? Whether I return to the Leaf or not holds little significance. Just be sure to convey my regards to the old man when you and Tsunade return. Coincidentally, the Land of Rain would greatly assist me in my forthcoming research." Realizing he could not dissuade Jiraiya, Orochimaru muttered, "Take care of yourself," before turning to depart. Tsunade cast a resigned glance at Jiraiya and, with a sigh, followed Orochimaru. Jiraiya gazed at Shuichi Sato before him, feeling unexpectedly moved. "Kid, I never anticipated you to possess such loyalty. Return to the Leaf with peace of mind. I shall take good care of myself." Shuichi Sato's expression morphed into one of indifference as he retorted, What are you getting all sentimental about? Just remember to send my manuscript feedback. And also introduce me to the publishers in Konoha. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent for a considerable time, eventually producing a handwritten letter to bestow upon Shuichi Sato. He then shared the names of his collaborators in Konoha, instructing Shuichi Sato to present the letter when the time came. After expressing his gratitude, Shuichi Sato summoned a fire-breathing dragon and sped towards Tsunade. Observing Shuichi Sato's nonchalant figure, Yahiko's eyes shimmered with admiration. Teacher, will I also have such a remarkable companion in the future? Chapter 52. Shouju, it's done. Witnessing the longing expressions on Yahiko and Nagato's faces, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Jiraiya's mouth. In truth, ninjas do not require such flamboyant trappings. Practicality is of utmost importance. It is not that I cannot afford a flying dragon. Rather, the toad offers superior cost-effectiveness. After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Shuichi Sato and the other two returned to Konoha with the ninjas from their camp. Upon learning that Jiraiya intended to remain in the Land of Rain, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only muster a resigned smile. He understood better than anyone the thoughts of his three troublesome disciples. Ultimately, under Tsunade's seemingly ravenous gaze, Shuichi Sato returned home, cradling Kushina in his arms. Of course, trailing behind them was a petite shadow. Although Konan had now become an official citizen of Konoha, she had yet to secure her own residence. Should Shuichi Sato choose not to take her in, Konan would likely find herself back on the streets. However, at that moment, Konan's mind was filled with great confusion. Isn't Shuichi's girlfriend Lady Tsunade? Why has this red-haired older sister suddenly appeared? The world is truly perplexing. Upon returning home, Kushina curiously looked at Konan and extended her hand. Hello, Konan. Shuichi mentioned you in his letter. My name is Kushina, and I hope to be good friends with you from now on. Konan placed her hand in Kushina's, revealing a somewhat bashful smile. Kushina-ne, I look forward to your guidance. Hearing Konan refer to her as ne, Kushina's face lit up with joy. It was her first time feeling like an adult. Excitedly, she began to pull Konan around, leaving Shuichi Sato momentarily forgotten. Late at night, in Shuichi Sato's room, Kushina gazed at him, who had closed his eyes, and suddenly spoke softly. Shuichi, do you not have anything you wish to say to me? Shuichi blinked awake, looking at Kushina's expressionless face, and responded uncertainly, I love you. Kushina's hand slipped beneath the covers, giving his waist a sharp twist. Don't you have anything to confess to me? Shuichi's gaze became evasive. Though he had prepared himself to be honest with Kushina, he had not anticipated that the moment would arrive so swiftly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shuichi leapt from the bed. Under Kushina's astonished gaze, he immediately performed a deep bow on the floor. After all, in the neon world, no problem remains unresolved with a bow. If that fails, another bow shall follow. I apologize, Kushina, I have erred. Please forgive me. Observing Shuichi at her feet, Kushina snorted. I never imagined you to be so charming, managing to woo even teacher Tsunade. Were you planning to keep this from me indefinitely? Shuichi hurriedly approached Kushina, adopting a fawning demeanor. Actually, I intended to confess tomorrow, but who knew our Kushina would be so perceptive? Never underestimate a woman's intuition. Besides, when you held me earlier, Tsunade's expression was one of hunger. Only a fool would be oblivious to the undercurrents between you two. Subsequently, Shuichi showered her with sweet words for quite some time before regaining the privilege to return to bed. However, just as they were about to sleep, Kushina suddenly asked, what is the extent of your relationship with teacher Tsunade? Without a moment's hesitation, Shuichi replied, it was merely a kiss. My first will undoubtedly be reserved for you. Now, let us sleep, for tomorrow we must assist Konan with her enrollment at the Ninja Academy. Kushina cast a suspicious glance at Shuichi, and after a long scrutiny without detecting any flaws, she slowly closed her eyes. The following morning, after breakfast, the trio of Shuichi Sato made their way towards the Ninja Academy. Konan held Shuichi's left hand while grasping Kushina's right, strolling down the street with the appearance of a true family. Of course, if Shuichi and Kushina appeared a touch more mature, it would resemble a family even more. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, Shuichi unexpectedly encountered someone he did not anticipate. Shouju? What brings you here? His curiosity was palpable at the sight of Shouju. The latter, equally surprised by the encounter, displayed an excited expression. Shuichi, I was planning to seek you out after class. I didn't expect you to come here. I still owe you my thanks for saving me. Without you, I might have. The nature of our relationship requires no further elaboration. After all, you could be considered my little brother-in-law. Shuichi glanced discreetly at Kushina and Konan in the distance before whispering. Upon hearing this, Shouju's face immediately wore a look of confusion. Forgive my candor, but what redeeming qualities does that elderly woman possess? A foul temperament is one thing, yet she is also indolent and gluttonous, with a penchant for alcohol and gambling. Is this not the epitome of a spendthrift? With your striking handsomeness and formidable abilities, how could you possibly fall into her clutches? Have you been coerced in some manner? Fear not, for I shall assist you in seeking justice. Observing the indignant expression on Rope Tree's face, Sato Shuichi's demeanor shifted to one of perplexity. He had never anticipated that Tsunade would be perceived in such a light by his brother. One could only wonder how Rope Tree would fare should Tsunade learn of his sentiments. He might find himself residing in the Konoha hospital for months on end. Enough of this trivial discourse. What brings you here? And it seems you have taken on the role of a teacher. Upon hearing Sato Shuichi's inquiry, Rope Tree's expression became somewhat nebulous. Following that near-fatal experience, I have come to realize that I am not cut from the same cloth as you or Minato, the prodigies. The likelihood of me becoming Hokage is slimmer than my sister's chances of overcoming her gambling addiction. Thus, it seems more prudent to immerse myself in the educational endeavors of Konoha. Nurturing a future Hokage would indeed be a remarkable achievement. Sato Shuichi, after a moment of silence, placed a reassuring hand on Rope Tree's shoulder, observing the trace of melancholy on his face. Chapter 53, Enrollment. People often grow in the most unassuming moments, and Rope Tree's current circumstances are far more favorable than those depicted in the original narrative. Given his character and status, he should indeed excel as a teacher. As Sato Shuichi contemplated this, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. May I ask who you are? Turning towards the sound, Sato Shuichi beheld a strikingly delicate young teacher. Her curious gaze fixed upon him. At the sight of this teacher, Rope Tree's demeanor instantly transformed into one of flustered excitement. Good morning, Teacher Kanako. This is my lifelong friend, Sato Shuichi, who has come to facilitate the enrollment of a young child from my family. Understanding the implication of Rope Tree's demeanor, Sato Shuichi realized that, beyond lofty ideals, Rope Tree's primary motivation for teaching here must be Teacher Kanako. This was, in fact, quite commendable. It would ensure that the Senju clan would not dwindle into obscurity, apart from Tsunade, as portrayed in the original story. After exchanging a knowing glance with Rope Tree, Sato Shuichi discreetly jogged to catch up with Kushina and Konan. Typically, students must undergo assessments upon enrollment. However, given Sato Shuichi's current standing, he could easily secure a direct admission for Konan. After successfully completing the enrollment procedures, the trio intended to indulge in a delightful lunch at a barbecue restaurant. Just as they stepped outside the Ninja Academy, they encountered two individuals clad in snug green attire, performing handstands while exuberantly exclaiming about youth. This somewhat surreal scene prompted Sato Shuichi to quip, when did the atmosphere in Konoha evolve into this? To his surprise, upon hearing Sato Shuichi's remark, the duo executed an agile backflip, landing gracefully while giving him a thumbs up, their white teeth gleaming. Thank you for the support. In that moment, Sato Shuichi recalled the identities of the father-son duo. The father was none other than Might Guy, renowned among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, while the son, Might Guy, was infamous for almost delivering a climactic finale with a single kick. Sato Shuichi could not help but offer a warm smile. Keep it up. I believe your youthful vigor shall never fade. The Might duo, clearly taken aback by Sato Shuichi's unexpected encouragement, had only ever encountered disdain or mockery from passers-by. Might Guy embraced his father with tears welling in his eyes. Father, our youth has truly garnered recognition from others. Might Guy wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye and affectionately ruffled Guy's hair. I always said that one day, the villagers would acknowledge us. To show my gratitude to this perceptive young man, shall we add 500 additional laps to our training today? I feel my youth igniting. 500 laps are hardly sufficient. Let us aim for 1,000. With that, the Might father and son resumed their training, continuing to walk on their hands. Shuichi, you aren't the type to feign encouragement only to revel in others' misfortunes, are you? Kushina looked up at Sato Shuichi's face, bewildered by his newfound penchant for mischief. In response, Sato Shuichi wore an expression of exasperation, playfully tousling Kushina's hair. Do you truly perceive me as such a villain? Do not underestimate that father-son duo. In terms of taijutsu, the father may very well be the strongest in Konoha. Kushina swatted Sato Shuichi's hand away, her curiosity piqued. Isn't that man a genin? How could his taijutsu be so formidable? Surely, the strongest in the village is Teacher Tsunade. Those two practice the 8 gates technique. Would you not consider them the strongest if relying solely on taijutsu? Sato Shuichi's explanation dispelled Kushina's doubts, instilling a newfound respect for the Might pair within her. Apart from her expertise in sealing techniques, she possessed a fair understanding of other forbidden arts. The 8 gates technique, being the only one capable of significantly enhancing its user's strength, was not foreign to her. Sato Shuichi had once contemplated mastering the 8 gates technique, but the stringent requirements had dissuaded him. With the energy required to practice the 8 gates, I might as well devote my time to researching the Flying Thunder God technique. How magnificent it is, unlike the 8 gates, which comes at the cost of one's life. Due to the arduous conditions surrounding the study of the 8 gates, only Might Guy had managed to master this forbidden art within all of Konoha. As for Might Guy, he had yet to earn his father's approval. At that moment, an unexpected voice rang out beside Sato Shuichi. "Ah, isn't this our hero of Konoha? How could you have such a large daughter?" Turning towards the voice, Sato Shuichi saw Kakashi, a young boy with a mask adorning his face, approaching them. Truly, Kakashi was remarkable, donning a mask at such a young age. One might wonder if he felt the weight of his idol status. White Fang, please do consider logically. It is implausible for me to have such a large daughter. This is my younger sister, Konan, who has come to enroll in the Ninja Academy. Is this your son? A proud smile spread across White Fang's face. Haha, I told you. How could you possibly have a child at such a young age? This is my son, Kakashi. Isn't he exceptionally handsome? Much like I was in my youth. Kakashi's face flushed with embarrassment. As a youth, he was still quite shy in response to his father's public praise. He had yet to develop the audacity to read aloud from a book in front of an audience, as he would do later in life. Father, please refrain from such peculiar remarks in front of others. White Fang chuckled heartily. All right, I shall cease my commentary. He then turned his attention back to Sato Shuichi. I must accompany Kakashi to complete his enrollment procedures. We shall converse later. Do visit my home for tea sometime. With that, White Fang led Kakashi into the Ninja Academy. At this juncture, Kushina suddenly reached out to pinch Konan's smooth cheek. Konan, it appears your school life will be quite vibrant. Remember to heed your teacher's words and never skip class like someone we know. As she spoke, Kushina's gaze repeatedly flickered towards Sato Shuichi. Evidently, her words bore a deeper significance. Chapter 54, The Ninetales. You wouldn't want to hear such a thing, and immediately, Konan cast a curious glance at Sato Shuichi. In her eyes, Sato Shuichi had always been a figure of brilliance and integrity. How could he possibly skip class? It must be an issue with the ninja school. And Sato Shuichi was certainly not at fault. Sato Shuichi rubbed the back of his head, revealing a somewhat embarrassed expression. For someone who had lived 2 lives, sitting in a classroom with a group of young children felt exceedingly awkward. Thus, after mastering the shadow clone technique, he had his clones attend class in his stead. However, one day, a mishap occurred. On that day, the teacher unexpectedly conducted a surprise assessment of the students' combat abilities, and Sato Shuichi's opponent was Kushina. Before the eyes of all, Kushina shattered Sato Shuichi's clone with a single punch. The scene fell into a profound silence, and after a considerable pause, someone shouted, "This is bad. The whirlpool has killed Sato." Instantly, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Even that evening, Kushina went out of her way to purchase some paper money to visit Sato Shuichi's home, intending to pay her respects. When Sato Shuichi appeared before Kushina, he inadvertently frightened her to tears. Subsequently, it took considerable effort for Sato Shuichi to explain his survival. Yet, he himself was met with a furious beating from a mortified Kushina. It is worth noting that this incident actually strengthened the bond between Sato Shuichi and Kushina. If only Sato Shuichi had not been punished with an 8,000-character reflection by the teacher the following day, it would have been perfect. Reflecting on this, a mischievous smile crept across Sato Shuichi's face. Occasionally skipping class was inconsequential, but if you ever find yourself bullied, you must return and tell me. I shall certainly seek justice for you. Do not be like certain individuals, merely sniveling pathetically. Upon hearing Sato Shuichi's words, Kushina initially intended to respond in agreement, but suddenly recalled that incident. Consequently, her face flushed crimson, and she promptly delivered a punch to Sato Shuichi. Shuichi, are you trying to get yourself killed? That wasn't your fault. If you hadn't used your clones to attend class, how could I have possibly thought you were dead? Fortunately, Kushina had not mastered Tsunade's monstrous strength. Otherwise, that blow would have been quite painful for Sato Shuichi. Watching the playful banter between the two, Konan couldn't help but display an envious expression. She yearned to indulge in playful antics with Kushina towards Sato Shuichi, yet feared that he might be put off by her. After all, compared to the deeply bonded Kushina, Konan was merely a newcomer to Konoha. After completing the enrollment procedures, Sato Shuichi and his companions returned to his home. In the courtyard, Konan diligently practiced the 3-body technique that Sato Shuichi had just taught her. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi reclined on the tatami in the tea room, resting his head on Kushina's smooth thigh, wearing an utterly content expression. By the way, Kushina, how is your relationship with the Ninetales progressing? Sato Shuichi suddenly broke the tranquil atmosphere, gazing curiously at Kushina's delicate chin. Some individuals appear unappealing when viewed from below, yet the opposite is true from above. This is why photographs are often taken from a higher angle. However, Kushina was exempt from such shortcomings. Her face was enchanting from any angle. Are you referring to that large fox? I've met with it a few times, but it always just yells and screams. So I locked it in a small dark room, she replied. Upon hearing Kushina's response, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the unseen Ninetales. Compared to other tailed beasts, the life of the Ninetales within Kushina was indeed rather tragic. Under Kushina's profound sealing techniques, the Ninetales was firmly restrained. Not only was it unable to see the outside world, but it also suffered the indignity of being whipped by adamantine chains. Although Kushina could extract the Ninetales chakra for her own use, the amount she could garner was minuscule. If the Ninetales were willing to voluntarily lend its chakra to Kushina, the perfect Jinchuriki could transition directly from Jonin to a formidable Kaguya. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Naruto was able to dominate the ninja world with merely half of the Ninetales' power. Kushina, however, housed the complete entity within her, her strength undoubtedly more fearsome. Thus, after exchanging a few words with Kushina, Sato Shuichi employed a sealing technique to enter Kushina's inner world. Contrary to what one might expect, Kushina's inner realm was not a dark, dank sewer. Rather, it was remarkably bright. However, the furnishings here struck Sato Shuichi as oddly familiar. After surveying his surroundings, he turned to Kushina. "Isn't this my home? How did you manage to replicate it so precisely?" Kushina stuck out her little tongue, a sly smile gracing her face. "What do you mean your home? This is clearly my home. Never mind the trivialities. Let me show you that magnificent fox." Under Kushina's guidance, Sato Shuichi followed her from a cozy place to a foreboding, prison-like chamber. At the end of this prison was a large fox, bound tightly by golden chains. Upon seeing Kushina, the Ninetales became agitated, its massive form thrashing as if attempting to break free from its bonds. Yet, the chains remained steadfast and unyielding. No matter how fiercely the Ninetales struggled, they showed no signs of wear. Helpless, the Ninetales bellowed at Kushina. "Damn you, brat of the Uzumaki clan. Once I escape, I will tear you to shreds." In the face of the Ninetales' threats, Kushina revealed no fear. Rather, she exhibited an expression of impatience. "You foul fox. Why are you howling so much? Is your skin itching?" Unlike her usual carefree demeanor, Kushina appeared strikingly proud in this moment. This intriguing scene captivated Sato Shuichi, who could not tear his gaze away from her. Under Sato Shuichi's intense stare, Kushina soon faltered, hastily explaining. "Mito grandma once said that one must never show fear in the presence of the Ninetales, as it will only exacerbate its ferocity. My character isn't that terrible. You mustn't misunderstand, Shuichi." Chapter 55, Kurama. Observing Kushina's anxious demeanor, Sato Shuichi gently squeezed her right hand and clarified, "I didn't find Kushina's demeanor earlier to be negative. On the contrary, I found it quite fascinating. No matter which version of Kushina I encounter, I cherish them all. If in the future, you could simultaneously express disdain while stepping on me, that would be perfect." Upon hearing the first half of his statement, Kushina felt a flicker of emotion. However, upon hearing the latter half, a look of distaste quickly emerged on her face. "Shuichi, you pervert. You're even more depraved than I imagined. Is your mind filled with nothing but lewd thoughts?" Meanwhile, the Ninetales watched the playful exchange between Kushina and Sato Shuichi with a sinister expression. Although tailed beasts possessed no gender, the antics of Sato Shuichi and Kushina bore no consequence for the Ninetales. Nevertheless, in the presence of the mightiest of tailed beasts, Sato Shuichi and Kushina's blatant disregard felt like an affront, as if they were rubbing the Ninetales' face into the ground. Thus, the Ninetales let out a furious roar of discontent. "Human beings, disappear from my sight at once, or face the consequences." Despite the menacing tone of the Ninetales, it was bound by a sealing technique, leaving it with little more than a war of words. Before Kushina could issue another warning, Shuichi Sato released her hand and approached the Ninetales. Gazing up at its furious visage, "Kurama, you seem rather loud." Upon hearing this, the Ninetales' wrath evaporated instantaneously, replaced by profound bewilderment. Kurama was indeed the true name of the Ninetales, yet in the present day, aside from the other 8-tailed beasts, no one should know it. Even Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama were only aware that it was called the Ninetales due to its 9 tails, not its actual name. Witnessing Shuichi's words quiet the previously raging beast, Kushina regarded him with admiration. She had once aspired to cultivate a good relationship with the Ninetales. But no matter what she said, it had always dismissed her. Even when she chastised it with her sealing techniques, the Ninetales had merely glared at her with loathing. "Human, How do you know that name? The Ninetales questioned, its large eyes fixated on Shuichi. Shuichi sat cross-legged, not directly answering the question, but instead turning to Kushina. Kushina, please release the sealing technique on Kurama. Nodding, Kushina formed a hand sign, causing the myriad of thick chains binding the Ninetales to vanish in an instant. Simultaneously, she braced herself, ready to restrain the Ninetales should it suddenly lash out against Shuichi. Although, in reality, with the Ninetales' might, it could easily crush Kushina with a mere finger. The advantage of her clan's prowess made it far simpler for her to impose control over the beast than catching a chicken. Once freed, the Ninetales lazily stretched before performing an unexpected action. It mimicked Shuichi's posture, sitting cross-legged in front of him. Human, it seems you possess quite a wealth of knowledge. Of course, it's merely that the Otsutsuki Kaguya created your kind. The Ninetales' pupils widened involuntarily. It had only intended to provoke Shuichi. Never anticipating that he would know of Kaguya, this young individual before it. Could he possibly be an ancient being of several millennia? The Ninetales pondered silently, noting the Ninetales' silence. Shuichi continued, Kurama, shall we strike a deal? The Ninetales crossed its arms, displaying a disdainful expression. Humph, you humans are all deceitful creatures. I shan't fall for your lies. Yet, with just a single retort from Shuichi, the Ninetales' defenses crumbled. But isn't Otsutsuki Kaguya also a human? Shuichi's words, while somewhat misleading, struck a chord. 4. In strict terms, Kaguya and her sons, the Otsutsuki brothers, were not truly human, but rather beings created by Kaguya from the fruit of the god tree. At this, the Ninetales became agitated, pointing a clawed finger at Shuichi and roaring, You humans are not even worth a fraction of my elder's pinky. There is nothing more to discuss. Witnessing the Ninetales' sudden outburst, Kushina initially contemplated employing a sealing technique to regain control. However, Shuichi glanced at her, signaling with his eyes to hold back, preventing the Ninetales from being resealed. After a fit of rage, the Ninetales did not attack Shuichi. Instead, it turned its massive body away, presenting its 9 tails and muttering, Give it up. No matter how sweetly you speak, I shall not be deceived. As he observed the 9 swaying tails, curiosity surged within Shuichi. He wondered what it would feel like to touch them. With confidence in Kushina, he boldly reached out and gently grasped one of the 9 tails, burying his face into its softness. The texture was extraordinarily smooth, surpassing even the finest silk, and it bore no scent, as if it were tended to at every moment. This audacious act left both Kushina and the 9 momentarily stunned. For the first time, they shared a mutual thought, how remarkably bold Shuichi was. After a brief moment of shock, the 9 swiftly withdrew its tail and seized Shuichi with its claws. Human, do you truly think I wouldn't dare to act against you? Shuichi, wearing an expression of indifference, replied, I trust Kushina. She will surely restrain you before you can strike. Besides, I am merely a spiritual entity at present. Even if you were to crush me, I would merely awaken from a brief slumber. Upon hearing Shuichi's words, the 9 realized it truly had no means to deal with him. What kind of world was this? The mightiest tailed beast seemingly at a loss against a mere human. Who, then, was the true beast, Shuichi or the 9 Chapter 56, Kushina, at 18, standing like a minion. Observing the now silent 9 Shuichi pressed on, Kurama, your situation is rather delicate. There are those outside who seek to resurrect the 10 tails. At this, a flicker of apprehension crossed the 9 eyes. Acknowledging that Shuichi knew its connection to Sage of the 6 Paths lent him some credibility. However, the thought of relinquishing the dignity of the strongest tailed beast to form an alliance with Shuichi was a bitter pill to swallow. Thus, the 9 placed Shuichi back on the ground and lay down, speaking coldly, Enough. I'm rather tired now. You should leave. I will never ally with cunning humans. Exchanging glances, Shuichi and Kushina withdrew from the mental realm. Upon returning to reality, Kushina eagerly began to express her confusion to Shuichi. Shuichi, how did you know the name of that great fox? And who exactly is Otsutsuki Kaguya? You're amazing. You managed to quiet that fox so easily. While it ignored everything I said before, noting the curiosity etched on Kushina's face, Shuichi couldn't help but gently pinch her smooth cheek before recounting the origins of the 9 After listening to Shuichi's account, Kushina reflected, so the legend of the Sage of the 6 Paths is indeed true. I always thought it was just a tale to scare children. After sending Konan off to the ninja academy, Shuichi's life settled into a peaceful routine. He spent his days studying the Flying Thunder God technique, while also taking time to date Kushina and occasionally train with Tsunade. 2 years swiftly passed, and both Kushina and Mikoto blossomed into graceful beauties, shedding their youthful naivety. Meanwhile, The previously frail Konan had regained her health, hinting at the potential of becoming a stunning beauty in the future. Today was a special occasion, the birthday of the illustrious Ninetales Jinchuriki, Kushina. To celebrate her birth, Shuichi had arranged for Konan and Mikoto to join in the festivities. On this particular day, Sato Shuichi, as was his custom, was diligently carving the flying thunder god symbol onto a specially crafted kunai. After 2 arduous years, he had finally managed to grasp this spatial ninjutsu, albeit with some difficulty. At that moment, the door was abruptly flung open from the outside, and Kushina's fiery figure burst into the room. Shuichi, do you know what day it is today? In a bid to surprise Kushina, Sato Shuichi feigned a demeanor of nonchalance. Is it ramen festival day? Of course not. Today is my birthday, you big fool. However, the idea of a ramen festival is rather delightful. Once I become Hokage, I shall certainly establish this festival. Despite Sato Shuichi seemingly forgetting her birthday, Kushina felt no trace of displeasure. After expressing her thoughts, she took his hand, intending to invite Mikoto to celebrate together. However, upon arriving at Mikoto's residence, they learned that she had left early in the morning. Disappointed, Kushina's expression visibly soured. Shuichi is such a big fool, and Mikoto too. They both forgot my birthday. It's simply outrageous. Observing Kushina's crestfallen demeanor, Sato Shuichi wrestled with the notion of offering her comfort. Before he could utter a word, Kushina had already regained her spirits. Humph. It's pointless to sulk over you lot. I've decided. Today, I shall indulge in a feast and empty your wallet, Shuichi. Witnessing Kushina's renewed exuberance, a smile crept onto Sato Shuichi's face. Over the years, he had amassed considerable wealth through his writing endeavors, investing in mining and real estate, thereby accumulating substantial riches. Even inheriting Tsunade of the Senju clan did not render her wealthier than Sato Shuichi. After all, in the absence of war, Tsunade had returned to her former profession, becoming a target in the gambling dens. Perhaps due to Shotri's presence, she had not accrued any gambling debts. Otherwise, Shotri might have found himself without funds to woo a wife. Although Kushina claimed she would eat Sato Shuichi into poverty, they did not venture to a lavish establishment, but instead arrived at the familiar Ichiraku ramen. At Ichiraku, the once young chef had transformed into a middle-aged man, having inherited his father's legacy as the head chef. Handmade, as per tradition. Upon entering Ichiraku, Kushina eagerly led Sato Shuichi to their usual spot, expertly calling out her order. Soon, Ichiraku presented them with a large serving of salty ramen and a hefty portion of seafood ramen. However, Kushina's salty ramen was overflowing with char siu, clearly beyond the normal portion. Noticing Kushina's puzzled expression, the chef offered a gentle smile. Happy birthday, Kushina. You and Shuichi ought to settle down soon. Do invite me to your wedding. Typically carefree, Kushina felt a hint of bashfulness upon hearing this. Shuichi and I aren't rushing into that just yet. However, it wasn't long before she became indignant, playfully twisting Shuichi's waist with her right hand, voicing her discontent. Even the chef remembers my birthday, yet you, Shuichi, dare to forget. I am truly furious. I shall punish you by making you sleep on the sofa tonight. Reacting instinctively, Sato Shuichi retorted, then I'll just sleep over at my teacher's place. Upon hearing this, Kushina instantly flared up. She abandoned her beloved salty ramen, standing to glare at Sato Shuichi. Very well, go spend your life with your Tsunade-sensei. With that, she turned on her heel and stormed off, leaving no room for Sato Shuichi to explain. At that moment, the chef's voice floated over. What are you still doing sitting there? Hurry and chase after her. It was only then that Sato Shuichi snapped back to reality and dashed after Kushina. Observing his desperate figure, the chef wore a reminiscent expression. He, too, once experienced a similar sentiment and realized that if he had chosen to retreat back then, he might have regretted it for a lifetime. Chapter 57, The Small Grove. As the saying goes, an angry woman is harder to chase than a New Year's pig. No matter how Sato Shuichi reached out, Kushina deftly evaded him with agile movements. Their playful pursuit quickly led them away from the bustling crowd to a secluded grove. Gazing upon this familiar grove, Sato Shuichi abruptly halted, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his eyes. During their time at the Ninja Academy, he and Kushina often came here to frolic. This place was akin to their secret base, a witness to the gradual blossoming of their relationship. Upon hearing the footsteps behind him cease, Kushina halted as well, turning to express her grievances. You fickle scoundrel, giving up so quickly. I must have been blind to have chosen someone like you. Before she could finish her tirade, Sato Shuichi suddenly appeared before her from 10 meters away, silencing her with a kiss. One could only wonder how Senju Tobarama, in the afterlife, would feel about Sato Shuichi using the Flying Thunder God technique he had painstakingly developed to woo a girl. After a considerable pause, Sato Shuichi finally released Kushina's lips, though his arms remained firmly encircled around her waist. The fire of her anger had diminished significantly. She leaned her head gently against his chest, whispering, "How could you forget your girlfriend's birthday? Anyone else would have kicked you to the curb by now. Only I am foolish enough to forgive a rascal like you so easily." Sato Shuichi lowered his gaze, inhaling the fragrant scent of Kushina's hair. "They say fools have their own luck, and I certainly did not forget on purpose. Kushina, being the magnanimous person you are, please forgive me this once." After saying this, Sato Shuichi took a deep breath, revealing a somewhat intoxicated expression. It was curious how, despite their use of the same shampoo, Kushina's hair possessed such a distinctive fragrance. Eventually, after signing a series of unequal treaties, Kushina finally ceased to pursue the matter. Just then, she suddenly wriggled out of Sato Shuichi's embrace and dashed toward a large rock. Shuichi, come quickly and see." With a face brimming with excitement, Kushina waved at Sato Shuichi. When he approached to see, he discovered a crooked inscription on the stone. "Uzumaki Kushina and Sato Shuichi shall be lifelong good friends." The handwriting suggested that this was indeed Kushina's handiwork. Observing the inscription, a nostalgic expression graced Kushina's face. "Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, we've grown up." Sato Shuichi stepped forward to trace the letters, teasingly remarking, "So, Kushina, you had your designs on me from the start. How cunning of you." The previously somber atmosphere was instantly shattered by Sato Shuichi's words, inciting Kushina to leap onto his back, showering him with playful punches to his head. "If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. I only wanted to be your lifelong friend. Who would have thought you'd be so shameless as to have me completely ensnared?" After a bout of playful scuffling, Kushina suddenly clasped her stomach, gazing at Sato Shuichi. "It is entirely your fault that I haven't had a single bite of ramen. And now my stomach feels as though it might collapse from hunger." Sato Shuichi spread his hands in a gesture of resignation and replied, all right. It's all my fault. How about we head back for a meal? I, too, find myself a bit peckish." Kushina rolled her eyes and declined Sato Shuichi's suggestion. "No, I want you to catch some fish to grill, just like we used to in our childhood. I find myself yearning for that flavor." Since Kushina had spoken, Sato Shuichi would not dare to defy her wishes, especially considering that today was her birthday. Gazing at the nameless brook before him, Sato Shuichi felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been several years since he last came here to fish. Back then, he was merely a novice angler. As an aspiring fisherman, it was natural for him to face failures. During those times, Sato Shuichi and Kushina would forage for wild vegetables to grill nearby. However, times have changed. Sato Shuichi no longer relied on a fishing rod. He had brought with him a revolutionary method of fishing. After a series of crackling electric sounds, he quickly amassed a substantial catch. By the time he returned with the freshly prepared fish, Kushina had already built a roaring fire. Their unspoken understanding needed no elaboration. After indulging in a hearty meal, Kushina, without a care for her ladylike demeanor, plopped down on the ground and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Upon witnessing this, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but display a look of disdain. "What kind of expression is that? Truly unbecoming. Do you dare to smear it on my clothes?" With that, Kushina playfully rubbed her greasy hand against Sato Shuichi's attire. Moments later, his once pristine clothes were rendered a mess. At this sight, Kushina's face lit up with a bright smile. "Haha, serves you right for finding me distasteful. Now you look just as disheveled." After a brief respite, Kushina stood up, dusted off her pants, and declared, "All right, let's head back. Konan should be finishing school soon. And it's time to prepare dinner." Under the sun's warm glow, Kushina seemed to radiate a certain charm reminiscent of a devoted wife. It appeared that Mikoto and Konan had nearly completed their preparations, so Sato Shuichi accompanied Kushina back home. Noticing that Sato Shuichi lingered at the door without moving, Kushina tilted her head. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry and open the door. I need to wash up." At her words, Sato Shuichi turned around with a troubled expression. "I seem to have forgotten the keys." Kushina grimaced and muttered, "What a useless fellow." She then produced a wire from her pocket and skillfully inserted it into the lock. Observing her dexterous movements, Sato Shuichi's eyes widened in surprise. "When did you learn to do that? Surely you aren't turning into Konoha's infamous thief at night, while I sleep?" Chapter 58, The Lockmaster. Kushina shot Sato Shuichi a glare and retorted, "Shut up, a dog can't spit out ivory." With a satisfying click, the lock sprang open, revealing Kushina's impressive skills. Within minutes, the previously locked door swung wide. Even if she didn't pursue a career as a ninja, she could easily make a living as a locksmith. Upon entering, Kushina dashed ahead. The room, dim due to the setting sun, felt particularly dark without the lights on. Just as Kushina was feeling along the wall in search of the switch, the room suddenly illuminated, and a cascade of colorful streamers fell from above. Initially taken aback, Kushina quickly covered her mouth in astonishment, her face a picture of delight. I wondered why you all were acting so strangely today. It turns out you were waiting for me. This is simply wonderful. Mikoto and Konan simultaneously exclaimed, "Happy birthday, Kushina," originally worried that her birthday had been forgotten. Kushina's heart soared upon realizing that her friends had merely wanted to surprise her. Her previously gloomy mood transformed into radiant joy. She rushed forward and embraced both Mikoto and Konan. "Thank you. I'm truly so happy." At that moment, Sato Shuichi emerged, bearing a two-tiered cake. "How could I possibly forget the birthday of the most adorable Kushina? I merely wanted to give you a surprise." Kushina released Mikoto and Konan, leaping into Sato Shuichi's arms, leaving a moist mark on his cheek. Witnessing this, Mikoto couldn't help but rub her arms in mock distaste. Ugh, how mushy are these two? It's quite nauseating. Poor Konan, having to endure their lovey-dovey antics daily. At this, Konan blushed and softly replied, "It's not too bad." Subsequently, the trio offered their gifts to Kushina. After savoring the cake and enjoying a few rounds of board games, Mikoto reluctantly bid farewell to Kushina. Konan, after finishing her bath, retreated to her room to sleep, as she had school the next day. Thus, only Sato Shuichi and Kushina remained in the room. Observing Kushina's flushed cheeks, Sato Shuichi gently licked his upper lip, wearing a slightly roguish smile. Under Sato Shuichi's heated gaze, Kushina lightly tapped him. "What kind of look is that? It's rather strange. Now, step aside. I need to wash up." With that, she attempted to pass by him toward the bathroom. However, as she brushed past Sato Shuichi, her body unexpectedly lost balance and tumbled towards the bed. Gazing down at Kushina, Sato Shuichi spoke in a husky voice, "Kushina, do you have any idea how long I've awaited this day? Hand it over." Kushina remained silent. Her cheeks, already tinged with pink, turned a deep crimson, akin to her vibrant red hair. There was no need for words. The blush on her face was the most eloquent response. Sato Shuichi leaned down, and after a fervent kiss, Kushina, gazing at Sato Shuichi's south face so close, shyly whispered, "Let me wash up first." Sato Shuichi buried his face in the crook of her neck, breathing in deeply, wearing an expression of bliss. "No need for a shower. Our Kushina always smells delightful, regardless of the time. Besides, even if you wash now, you'll need to do it again later. What a waste of water." Then, with a startled cry from Kushina, an extraordinary contest commenced. The following morning, Sato Shuichi slowly opened his eyes. Kushina lay atop him, resembling a cat, completely nude. Looking at the still slumbering Kushina, a blissful smile spread across Sato Shuichi's face. Last night, they had finally taken their relationship to the next level. From this moment onward, Kushina was entirely his. Just as he was admiring Kushina's delicate features, she gradually opened her eyes, still bearing a look of confusion, as if she didn't quite comprehend what had transpired. After a while, Kushina finally regained full consciousness, promptly delivering a sharp slap to Sato Shuichi. "You wicked scoundrel, how could you go so far? To dare to do such things to me? If you even think of abandoning me, I shall confiscate your instruments of mischief and then preserve you in formalin for eternity, so you can accompany me forever." Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi felt a sudden chill beneath him. How had he not noticed earlier that Kushina possessed the potential to become a yandere? Consequently, he wrapped his arms tightly around her, his expression softening as he assured her, "Oh, my silly girl, how could I ever forsake you? Even in the next life, we shall remain as husband and wife." However, Sato Shuichi's sweet words did not sway Kushina, who suddenly remarked with a hint of melancholy, "What about Tsunade-sensei, Mikoto, and Konan?" At once, a sheen of cold sweat appeared on Sato Shuichi's forehead. Tsunade-sensei was one matter, but Konan and Mikoto were entirely different. "Aside from you and the teacher, I have not entangled myself with anyone else." "Haha, that may not be the case," Kushina replied teasingly. "I've noticed that Konan seems increasingly peculiar in her expressions toward you. Why are you jealous of someone as young as Konan? In any case, my interests lie solely with you and Tsunade-sensei. It is far more important for the three of us to live well together." Upon hearing this, Kushina gazed at Sato Shuichi with skepticism. Yet, after a while, she found no contradictions in his demeanor. At that moment, Sato Shuichi's hands began to wander restlessly over Kushina's smooth back. "Since it's still early, how about we engage in some morning exercises? No, if Konan discovers this, how will I ever face anyone again? Worry not, at this hour, Konan has long since departed for the Ninja Academy." With that, Sato Shuichi sealed her lips with his own. Chapter 59, Gist 1. Shuichi, you are my most trusted junior. Therefore, I intend to entrust you with this significant task. Do you possess the confidence to accomplish it? Sarutobi Hizashi, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, regarded Sato Shuichi with a serious expression. Across from him, Sato Shuichi lounged nonchalantly in his chair, toying with his fingers. After a moment, he replied in a dismissive tone, "Let's see what the task entails first." Observing Sato Shuichi's casual demeanor, a bittersweet feeling stirred within Sarutobi Hizashi. How polite and well-mannered Sato Shuichi had once been. He had truly transformed under Tsunade's influence. Furthermore, Tsunade had even written an IOU in his name. Such absurdity. The debt collectors had come knocking at my door, silently lamenting Tsunade in his mind. Sarutobi Hizashi handed a document to Sato Shuichi and slowly began to speak. Recently, there have been some disturbances in the Hidden Mist Village, and they did not participate in the last Ninja World War. I suspect they are plotting something nefarious, hence I wish to request your assistance in investigating the situation. The mission is rated S-Class. I have heard that you have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. You truly are a pride of our Konoha. Only you can undertake this arduous task. Sato Shuichi paid no heed to Sarutobi Hizashi's flattery, instead falling into deep contemplation. If he recalled correctly, the Hidden Mist Village was also a group of unfortunate souls. They were likely under the influence of Uchiha Madara, thus isolating themselves from the world. By the time of the Third Ninja World War, Uchiha Obito had inherited Madara's mantle, wreaking havoc upon the Hidden Mist Village, even creating the infamous Blood Mist. After some reflection, Sato Shuichi accepted the mission, intrigued by the Hidden Mist Village and eager to test the capabilities of his new companions. Just then, he felt a shadow behind him stir, as if something were concealed within. After bidding farewell to Kushina and the others, Sato Shuichi set forth on his journey to the Hidden Mist Village. Unlike the other 4 great ninja villages, the Hidden Mist Village lay on a small island at the edge of the continent. The eloquent way to describe it is, easily defended, difficult to attack. The blunt way would be, a place where not even birds would defecate. Thus, after a bit of disguise, Sato Shuichi boarded a small boat bound for the Hidden Mist Village, adopting the persona of a wandering author. It wasn't entirely deceitful after all. Liu Bei was also an author. After drifting on the water for 2 days, the small boat finally reached the shore. As soon as the boat docked, 2 Mist Nin approached to investigate the identities of the newcomers. Yamashita Shuichi, author? What do you write? One of the Mist Nin scrutinized Sato Shuichi's identification with a look of skepticism. After all, the Hidden Mist Village was perpetually shrouded in fog, making it clear that ordinary individuals rarely ventured here for inspiration. At that moment, Sato Shuichi leaned closer and whispered something in the ear of the Mist Nin. Instantly, the expression on the Mist Nin's face transformed. "So you are the renowned teacher of the ninja world. I am a huge fan of yours. Please grant me an autograph." With that, the Mist Nin produced a hardcover edition of Young Aben and handed it to Sato Shuichi. Taking the book, Sato Shuichi deftly signed Ninja World's dark in elegant script. What a twist of fate, to encounter a fan in a place like the Hidden Mist Village. Moreover, this fellow bore an honest and unassuming appearance. Who would have thought he would possess such literature? During their conversation, Sato Shuichi learned that the fan's name was Kojiro, and his companion was his younger brother, Eiji. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi was tempted to inquire if he had a third brother named Sanjiro. After discussing the plot with Kojiro, Sato Shuichi bid farewell amidst his reluctant gaze. Had it not been for the mission at hand, Kojiro would have eagerly volunteered to be Sato Shuichi's guide. Subsequently, Sato Shuichi rented a robust young horse and set off toward the Hidden Mist Village. After riding for a while, a vast settlement loomed before him. Just then, a Mist Nin appeared in front of Sato Shuichi, eyeing him warily. "Who are you? What brings you to the Hidden Mist Village?" Drawing from his previous encounter with Kojiro, Sato Shuichi confidently recounted his origins. After a thorough interrogation, the Mist Nin ultimately allowed Sato Shuichi to pass. Despite the Hidden Mist Village's reputation for isolation, the majority of its inhabitants were ordinary people. Much like Konoha, ninjas comprised only a small fraction of the village's population. Leading his horse, Sato Shuichi strolled slowly, observing his surroundings. In stark contrast to the bustling Konoha, the Hidden Mist Village appeared rather desolate. The expressions on the villagers' faces were predominantly somber, as if they were discontented with their lives. Moreover, an unshakable mist enveloped the entire village, reducing visibility to around 10 meters. Beyond that, one could hardly discern another's features. Additionally, the villagers seemed somewhat inhospitable. Within less than half an hour of walking, Sato Shuichi sensed no fewer than 20 malevolent gazes upon him. The owners of those hostile stares were not even Mist Nin, but rather ordinary villagers. This indicated that, compared to Konoha, the Hidden Mist village could indeed be considered to have a simpler, more rustic character. After wandering around the Hidden Mist village, Sato Shuichi decided to lodge at an inn. He pondered why he had chosen this particular inn over the more luxurious one next door. This is certainly not due to the alluring presence of the inn's charming hostess. Rather, it is because Sato Shuichi feels an inexplicable connection to this establishment. Having secured the finest room, the entire suite is remarkably pristine and well-maintained, complete with the added luxury of daily meal service. After thoroughly inspecting the room and finding no surveillance devices, Sato Shuichi addressed his own shadow, saying, "Jengar, come forth." Before long, the shadow on the wall began to contort, and a misty apparition emerged, taking the form of a ghostly figure with dual claws. Indeed, Sato Shuichi's third Pokémon is the renowned Ghost-type Jengar. Chapter 60, The Onslaught of the Young Water Shadow. Ghost-type Pokémon are naturally suited to the role of a ninja, as they can conceal themselves within the shadows of objects. Whether it be gathering intelligence or launching surprise attacks, they excel in both. Furthermore, aside from sealing techniques, conventional ninjutsu proves ineffective against ghost-type Pokémon. Thus, Sato Shuichi felt assured in allowing Jengar to roam freely. After all, as a ghost-type Pokémon, Jengar revels in executing various pranks to instill fear and subsequently absorb the energy of terror. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, Sato Shuichi would occasionally temper Jengar's antics, ensuring they did not exceed acceptable limits. However, in the bountiful land of the Mist Village, he encouraged Jengar to act boldly, to pursue whatever mischief it desired, as long as it heeded its own safety. He believed that soon enough, new urban legends would emerge within the Mist Village. Following a series of mischievous cackles, Jengar's figure gradually traversed the wall, vanishing from Sato Shuichi's sight. It was now dusk, the witching hour in the neon-lit realm. An opportune moment for Jengar to showcase its talents. Not long after the sun had disappeared, a knock echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, Sato Shuichi discovered a server delivering his dinner for the evening. The meal consisted of several grilled fish, a plate of pickles, a bowl of miso soup, and a generous serving of rice. Given that Mist Village is surrounded by water, much of its cuisine revolves around seafood. While this dinner may not be extravagant, it suffices as a complimentary service. After dining, Sato Shuichi placed the empty plates in the corridor, where the server would collect them once noticed. Exhausted from a day of travel, he took a brief shower and prepared to retire for the night, reserving the private hot spring for another day. Less than an hour into his slumber, Sato Shuichi was abruptly awakened by a shadowy figure nearby. "Is this the hospitality of Mist Village, or is it some peculiar custom?" he inquired, flipping on the bedside lamp. Bathed in the warm glow, he beheld a young girl, likely of a similar age to Konan, wearing an expression of deep embarrassment. She possessed silky auburn hair and striking green eyes, her demeanor akin to a thief caught in the act by the homeowner. Sato Shuichi rubbed his temples, revealing a look of resignation. He had anticipated that the Mist ninjas might suspect him and send someone to surveil him, only to find this little imp instead. However, the chakra within this child was notably substantial, surpassing that of many genin. She would undoubtedly be considered a prodigy even among the ninja academy in the Leaf Village. After a prolonged silence, Sato Shuichi finally spoke. "Little one, what brings you here at this late hour? Are you attempting to steal?" Such mischief at such a tender age truly raises concerns for the future of Mist Village. Upon hearing this, the child's face shifted to one of indignation. "Do you think I would covet your worthless trinkets? Have you inquired about my reputation? I, Terumi Mei, am no petty thief. I merely found myself curious about which fool is wealthy enough to lavishly book the most expensive room in my family's inn for an entire month." No wonder Sato Shuichi found the girl somewhat familiar. She was, in fact, the future fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei. What a remarkable twist of fate that he had found himself lodging at her family's inn. "Well then, you've seen enough. It's time for you to leave. If you linger any longer, I shall summon the guards," Sato Shuichi warned. At that moment, a glimmer sparkled in Terumi Mei's eyes. In an instant, she dashed forward, drawing a kunai to thrust menacingly toward his head. With a swift whoosh, the wind ruffled Sato Shuichi's bangs. Unfazed by the kunai now inches from his face, he calmly remarked, "Is theft insufficient, and has it escalated to robbery and murder?" After a moment of contemplation, Terumi Mei withdrew her kunai, scrutinizing Sato Shuichi's composed demeanor. "There have been numerous spies infiltrating the village lately, and I suspect you may be one of them. Who else would venture to Mist Village during this season?" She retorted. "Are you so brazen? You draw a weapon against an innocent without so much as an apology?" Sato Shuichi countered. The average person would not remain so composed in the face of danger. What is your purpose here in Mist Village? If you truly believe I am a spy, summon the Umbu to apprehend me, rather than confronting me yourself. Now, kindly leave unless you wish for me to truly call for assistance. Terumi Mei shot him a defiant glare as she declared, I will keep my eye on you. With that, she leaped through the nearby open window. For some reason, she felt a nagging sense that Sato Shuichi was not quite what he seemed, which had prompted her earlier test. Once her figure vanished into the darkness, Sato Shuichi approached the window to close it. Being targeted on his first day was hardly a promising sign, even if the individual was merely a student from the Ninja Academy. Nonetheless, he would not underestimate Terumi Mei. After all, she would become a gifted ninja with 2 bloodline limits in the future. The night passed without incident. After Terumi Mei's departure, Sato Shuichi enjoyed a peaceful slumber until dawn. In the midst of his dreams, he was stirred by a damp sensation on his face, awakening him from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found Jengar's mischievous visage, adorned with a triumphant grin, staring back at him. Fortunately, ghost-type Pokémon do not possess saliva. Otherwise, it could have been quite the predicament. The gleeful expression on Jengar's face suggested it had thoroughly enjoyed itself the previous night. With Jengar's antics disrupting his rest, Sato Shuichi lost any desire to return to sleep. He promptly rose from his bed and proceeded to the bathroom to wash up. Just as he finished and was drying his face with a towel, a sudden knock echoed from the door. The door is unlocked. Please enter, he called out casually. Chapter 61. Terumi Mei, you wouldn't want your families in. The sound of soft footsteps pattering on the wooden floor soon reached his ears. Sato Shuichi turned to see the small figure of Terumi Mei, a look of exasperation crossing his face. What brings you here again, little imp? Terumi Mei slammed the tray she carried onto the table, causing miso soup to spill from the bowl. How ungrateful you are! Here I am, bringing you your meal, and you're displeased. Terumi Mei glared fiercely at Sato Shuichi as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Sato Shuichi was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Oh, did I beg you to bring me food? Isn't this service something I paid for? If you're so capable, refund my deposit. I've long wished to vacate this wretched place. Even after breakfast, I can't find peace with lunatics barging in at night. Terumi Mei's petite face immediately displayed signs of panic. After all, she was merely a student at a ninja academy. If she were to anger a significant client like Sato Shuichi, her mother would undoubtedly make her pay for it. With that thought, a sycophantic smile broke across her face. I'm sorry, I was impulsive last night. Please forgive me. Sato Shuichi stepped forward and glanced at the breakfast on the table. This soup is nearly spilled. How am I supposed to eat it? Hurry and bring me a new serving. Witnessing Sato Shuichi's arrogant demeanor, Terumi Mei felt her teeth grind in frustration. Very well. I shall bring you a fresh breakfast. Please wait a moment. Why was it served so quickly? Did that guest not like it? No, I accidentally spilled the soup. Please prepare another for me, and I shall serve it myself. Oh, be careful then. Business isn't thriving at the moment. We can't afford to let that big cash cow escape. Before long, Terumi Mei returned with a freshly prepared breakfast, making her way towards Sato Shuichi's room. Just as she was nearing his door, she suddenly halted, casting a wary glance around. Lowering her head, she spat into the soup bowl. Eat this, you wretched creature. Take my saliva. After completing her act, a sense of vindication spread across Terumi Mei's face. However, as she raised her head, her expression abruptly froze. Sato Shuichi stood before her, a smirk etched on his face, holding a camera. Tell me, if I were to release this video, would your family continue to operate? Without a moment's hesitation, Terumi Mei set aside her tray and knelt before him. I'm sorry, please give me another chance. I promise I won't do it again. If the inn were to close, her days of comfort would be over. Not only would she be unable to continue her studies at the Ninja Academy, but she might even find herself begging on the streets. Hence, her willingness to humiliate herself before Sato Shuichi. Forgiveness is not out of reach, but it depends on your performance, Sato Shuichi replied with a knowing smile. Terumi Mei lifted her head, her expression shifting dramatically as she clutched her clothing in alarm. You perverted old man, give up that thought. No matter what, I will not submit to you. Sato Shuichi's expression stiffened as he scanned Terumi Mei's figure, revealing a look of disdain. I'm not so desperate as to consider someone as utterly unappealing as you. I wouldn't accept money to be with you. Terumi Mei sprang to her feet, striding up to Sato Shuichi, glaring up at him. You arrogant fool, how dare you look down on me? Take a good look at yourself. As she spoke, her conviction wavered slightly. Under the sunlight, Sato Shuichi's face radiated with a striking allure. Despite her reluctance to admit it, he was the most handsome man she had ever encountered. He is merely good-looking. Everything else is a mess. He is truly a terrible person, she muttered under her breath. Glancing at Sato Shuichi. So, What do you want me to do to earn your forgiveness? Sato Shuichi stroked his chin thoughtfully before providing an answer. How about this? Since I'm unfamiliar with the Hidden Mist village, you can act as my guide until I leave. The prospect of gathering intelligence about the village under the leadership of the Fifth Mizukage seemed intriguing to Sato Shuichi. With that thought, a mischievous smile crept onto his face. Your expression is rather lewd. Besides, if you stay here for a few years, won't I have to be your guide for that long? That hardly seems worthwhile. Terumi Mei expressed her discontent. Sato Shuichi, however, flicked her forehead sharply. The humidity here is unbearable. I'll stay at most a month. Enough with the nonsense. I'm hungry. Take me to eat. Rubbing her forehead, Terumi Mei nodded. She had no choice. She was now at Sato Shuichi's mercy. Under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Yet, in her heart, she vowed, I'll steal that camera tonight. Let us see how arrogant you are then. After reassuring herself, Terumi Mei led Sato Shuichi out of the inn. Soon, they arrived at a seemingly decent barbecue restaurant. Despite it being morning, the establishment was bustling with customers, indicating the quality of the food. After casually ordering a few dishes, Sato Shuichi requested a private room and awaited the meal. Sitting across from him, Terumi Mei appeared to be in high spirits, humming an unknown tune. Observing her demeanor, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but harbor suspicions. You're not trying to eat barbecue and brought me here for that reason, are you? Unfazed, Terumi Mei retorted. Wasn't it you who asked me to take you out to eat? Now you're blaming me. How difficult you are. By the way, uncle, you mentioned you're a writer. What genre do you write? Terumi Mei inquired with wide eyes, curiosity sparkling in her gaze. Sato Shuichi pondered for a moment, his gaze drifting to the ceiling. My works would be too profound for you at this stage. It's best to wait until you grow older to read them. Really? You're not writing about Liu Bei, are you? Terumi Mei questioned, her expression skeptical. Under the scrutiny of her gaze, Sato Shuichi's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, What Liu Bei? That's called art. How would a child like you understand such matters? Besides, didn't you suspect I was a spy? Why are you asking about my writings now? Terumi Mei swung her short legs while seated. Haha, it seems you're the one out of touch. Kids today know quite a bit. Never mind. It's pointless to explain to an old fossil like you. Writers and ninjas are not mutually exclusive. I heard that Jiraiya from Konoha is a ninja who writes about Liu Bei, and he often peeks at women's baths. Sato Shuichi was taken aback to learn that Jiraiya's notoriety had even reached the Hidden Mist village. Before he could formulate a response, a knock at the door interrupted. A server entered, bringing in fresh ingredients, some beef and vegetables. The steam rising from the beef indicated the high quality of the ingredients. What are you staring at? Hurry and start grilling the meat. Sato Shuichi snapped at Terumi Mei, who was seated across from him. In response, Terumi Mei wore an incredulous expression. How dare you ask me to grill the meat? I am but a child, truly a heartless individual. However, with a mere phrase, Sato Shuichi effortlessly subdued Terumi Mei. If I were to do the grilling, you can take care of the payment. Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei promptly seized the tongs and busied herself. After all, this is the priciest barbecue establishment in Kirigakure. If Terumi Mei were to foot the bill alone, this meal would consume half a year's allowance. The reason Terumi Mei brought Sato Shuichi here was partly due to a desire to indulge in lavishness. As the charcoal crackled, a layer of fat began to glisten atop the beef, dripping onto the coals and producing a delightful sizzling sound. Under the influence of the Maillard effect, the beef exuded an irresistible aroma, causing Terumi Mei to involuntarily swallow hard. Although Terumi Mei's family is relatively large, the increasingly insular policies of Kirigakure have led to a dwindling stream of patrons over the years. While she would not starve, the opportunity to enjoy barbecue is quite rare. After all, Kirigakure is situated on a small island, necessitating the importation of livestock like pigs and cattle from afar, naturally inflating the prices compared to fish. After a considerable wait, Terumi Mei could no longer contain herself and eagerly transferred the grilled meat onto her plate. Just as she was about to take a bite, Sato Shuichi, seated across from her, suddenly emitted a sound of curiosity. Terumi Mei's expression fell, and she swiftly exchanged her plate with Sato Shuichi's. He nodded in satisfaction, wearing a look that suggested she was finally showing some awareness. Then, under Terumi Mei's expectant gaze, he picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. Although the flavor was decent, Sato Shuichi found it unsatisfactory. Compared to the barbecue in Konoha, the quality of both the meat and the marinade here was significantly inferior. Coupled with Terumi Mei's inexperienced grilling, he could only rate it a 7 out of 10. Not meeting his expectations, Sato Shuichi consumed only a modest portion, barely filling his stomach. The remainder of the ingredients, however, found their way into Terumi Mei's eager belly, leaving her looking quite satisfied, almost to the point of bursting. After their meal, Terumi Mei led Sato Shuichi through the bustling crowd and into the dense forest. After traversing the woods for a while, a crystal-clear lake came into view before Sato Shuichi. In gratitude for treating me to dinner, I shall make an exception and show you my secret hideout. Be grateful, for you are the second person to visit here. Observing Terumi Mei's proud demeanor, Sato Shuichi responded with a hint of melancholy. Is that truly something to boast about? The fact that an outsider like me is the second to come here merely underscores your lack of friends. Terumi Mei's expression stiffened, for Sato Shuichi had struck a nerve. Lies do not wound, but the truth is a sharp blade. Despite Terumi Mei's formidable talent as a ninja, her commoner background left her overlooked by those from prestigious families. Moreover, her peers viewed her as someone they could not aspire to befriend. Thus, Terumi Mei found herself devoid of true confidence in Kirigakure, possessing only a few superficial acquaintances. Seeing Terumi Mei's reaction, Sato Shuichi continued to pour salt into her wounds. It seems I was not mistaken. Your social life is indeed a failure. With such relationships, I wonder if you'll ever find a husband. This remark incensed Terumi Mei, who, with a swift motion, pushed Sato Shuichi to the ground and settled atop his stomach. How could someone like you ever understand my feelings? Although Terumi Mei possessed greater strength than the average person, toppling Sato Shuichi was no easy feat, however. As a rider devoid of physical prowess, he could only lean back and fall. Hey, old man, shouldn't you be comforting me right now? Terumi Mei glared at Sato Shuichi from her position. Get off me. I can't even feel my waist, as if I were just charged by an enraged wild boar. Have you ever seen a wild boar as naturally beautiful as I am? And you, old man, appear so tall, yet you seem to be nothing but a pretty face. Possibly a kept man of a wealthy woman, Terumi Mei teased with a cunning smile. Were it not for the need to maintain her facade, Sato Shuichi would have liked to seize Terumi Mei and demonstrate a traditional performance, revealing who the true pretty face was. Subsequently, Terumi Mei helped Sato Shuichi lean against a large tree. She then picked up a stone and tossed it onto the lake's surface. The stone skipped across the water 5 or 6 times before plunging into the depths with a splash. Chapter 63, The Peculiar Hunchbacked Man. After her stone-skipping display, Terumi Mei turned to Sato Shuichi, her face brimming with pride. However, Sato Shuichi did not respond with the astonishment or admiration she had anticipated. Instead, he wore an air of mild disdain, as if to say, is that all? Before Terumi Mei could utter a word, Sato Shuichi staggered to his feet, casually picked up a stone, and tossed it onto the lake. To her amazement, the small stone danced upon the water's surface, seemingly buoyed by some unknown force, refusing to sink. After a series of bounces, the stone astonishingly reached the opposite shore before finally coming to rest. Terumi Mei pinched her thigh hard, letting out a yelp. The presence of pain confirmed she was not dreaming. That guy Sato Shuichi had actually managed to skip a stone all the way across the lake. With such skill, it was no wonder he had displayed that earlier look of disdain. Terumi Mei felt she had been outmatched in front of him. Approaching the astonished Terumi Mei, who stood there with her mouth agape, Sato Shuichi flashed a radiant smile. Care to learn? Terumi Mei instinctively nodded, but his next words ignited her fury. I want to teach you. Haha, little brat, if you wish to surpass me, you should practice for another 100 years. Upon hearing this, the flicker of respect that had briefly kindled within Terumi Mei was swiftly transformed into a burning hatred. With a fierce cry, she charged at Sato Shuichi, armed with wild punches. In response, Sato Shuichi extended his right hand to rest against her forehead, rendering her attacks futile. After a few moments of flailing, Terumi Mei realized her predicament. She couldn't resort to throwing kunai or employing ninjutsu against Sato Shuichi. After all, he was merely an ordinary man. Moreover, he possessed a video of her mischievous antics. Should her mother catch a glimpse of that footage, Terumi Mei would surely face severe consequences upon returning home. Witnessing the conflict between Terumi Mei's desire to strike and her hesitation, Sato Shuichi's grin widened. Haha, this is how it is, what can you do about it? Short and stubby little brat, if you have the guts, come at me. At these words, Terumi Mei could no longer restrain herself. She resolved that no matter what, she had to teach Sato Shuichi a lesson he would not soon forget. Truly, how much can one endure before reaching their breaking point? Thus, Terumi Mei clasped her hands together, invoking the technique of shadow clones, resulting in the emergence of 3 doppelgangers. Each clone advanced towards Sato Shuichi from 4 distinct angles. In the face of Terumi Mei's onslaught, Sato Shuichi moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, evading her attacks with effortless agility. In an astonishing display, Terumi Mei was unable to graze even the hem of his garment. After a spirited chase, Sato Shuichi remained untouched, not a bead of sweat gracing his brow. Conversely, Terumi Mei, having dispelled her clones, lay on the ground, panting heavily and drenched in perspiration. Sato Shuichi sauntered over to her side, bending down to observe her flushed face. Reddened from exertion, and smugly remarked, "I've long asserted that if you wish to catch me, you ought to have started a century earlier. I find your gaze delightful, intent on vanquishing me, yet utterly helpless." However, contrary to Sato Shuichi's expectations, Terumi Mei did not display indignation. Instead, a cunning smirk crept across her face, revealing her shrewdness. Drawing upon some hidden reserve of strength, she executed a swift motion, leaping onto Sato Shuichi's back. Then, parting her lips to reveal a set of pristine white teeth, she exclaimed, "What are you, a little dog? Release me at once." Ultimately, the skirmish concluded with Terumi Mei narrowly securing victory, leaving a neat row of bite marks on Sato Shuichi's body. After a playful tussle, the two settled side by the lakeside, gazing into the crystal-clear waters. Suddenly, Terumi Mei broke the silence with an unexpected question. "Uncle, what do you think the purpose of ninjas truly is?" Due to the demands of advancing society, ninjas serve as instruments of violence. Even without the profession of ninja, other roles would arise to fulfill that void, such as samurai. As expected of a writer, your words carry profound depth. Speaking of samurai, it brings to mind the Land of Iron. Have you ever visited the Land of Iron, Uncle? I have not, thus far. I have only journeyed to 4 nations. Aside from the Land of Water, there are also the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Rain. How fortunate. I have never left my village. By the way, Uncle, where are you from? That is a secret. Terumi Mei puffed her cheeks, resembling a disgruntled hamster, and cast a glare at Sato Shuichi before falling silent. Consequently, the two remained by the lake for the entire morning. Only when Terumi Mei's stomach protested did they slowly make their way towards the town. At noon, they found a noodle shop to satisfy their hunger. Afterward, they intended to return to the inn. At that moment, the crowd in the streets suddenly grew peculiar. Each face bore a hint of fear, as if something formidable were approaching. Just as Sato Shuichi's curiosity piqued, Terumi Mei abruptly grasped his hand and led him into a nearby alleyway. Shortly thereafter, a gloomy-looking man, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, ambled down the street, hunched over. Strangely, upon seeing this hunchbacked man, the villagers recoiled in terror, as if they had encountered a specter. Each person exhibited an aversion as if he were a harbinger of plague. The once bustling street fell silent upon his arrival, with all eyes fixated on him, as if they were wary of an impending calamity. In the midst of such scrutiny, the hunchbacked man continued his unhurried pace forward. Only after his figure faded from view did the street return to its previous liveliness. "What bad luck to encounter that monster," one villager lamented. "Today, I must bathe with pomelo leaves to rid myself of this ill fortune." "That makes sense. I shall do the same." Sato Shuichi strained to overhear the villager's conversation, his confusion only deepening. Logically, someone akin to a plague god should have been documented in the original texts. Yet, he had no recollection of such a figure. Chapter 64. The future Mizukage leads the village in sail. "Hakime, you rascal." Just as Sato Shuichi pondered the identity of the hunchbacked man, Terumi Mei turned to face him, her expression one of relief. It must be said that Terumi Mei had proven remarkably resourceful. Just moments ago, she had shielded Sato Shuichi with her petite form. Terumi Mei was indeed reliable. When matters arose, she was genuinely there. She patted her small chest, and, with a hint of trepidation, said, "What bad luck to encounter that fellow. Thankfully, he did not transform. Otherwise, we would have met our doom here." Hearing this, Sato Shuichi inquired with curiosity, "Who exactly was that man?" "I felt as though everyone nearby was terrified of him. I don't know his name, but he existed even before I was born," she replied. "Isn't that a redundant statement? How old are you and how old is he?" "Oh, uncle, don't interrupt. Let me finish. That man has a terrible reputation in the village. Whenever a child misbehaves, parents threaten them with tales of the hunchbacked man who will come to take them away. It is said that he is not human, but rather a giant turtle spirit." Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi finally discerned the identity of the hunchbacked man. He was the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. The dark circles under that man's eyes were likely akin to Gaara's, a result of insufficient sealing, causing him to suffer from insomnia. Following that brief interlude, Sato Shuichi and Terumi Mei returned to the inn without further incident. Sato Shuichi had also identified his target for this mission. Although the Three Tails had become a free-tailed beast during the Third Great Ninja War, acquiring intelligence on its former Jinchuriki would suffice for Sato Shuichi's objectives. Early the next morning, After finishing breakfast, Sato Shuichi set off with Terumi Mei. Uncle, why do you insist on seeking out that monster? Don't say I didn't warn you. If something goes awry, I will be the first to abandon you. As a writer, inspiration is paramount. I sense that fellow could provide me with remarkable insights. If you're afraid, you need not accompany me. I can manage alone. Despite the simplicity of Sato Shuichi's provocation, it proved sufficient to spur the naive Terumi Mei. She scoffed. Humph, who would be afraid? I intend to become a formidable ninja in the future. How could I possibly fear? If one must dream, why not dream big? Let us aim for the position of Mizukage. Sato Shuichi was met with a derisive look from Terumi Mei, as if she were regarding a simpleton. Uncle, you are truly naive. The first Mizukage hailed from the Yuki clan, while the second and third were from the Hozuki clan. Only those of noble birth can ascend to the position of Mizukage. As a commoner like myself, becoming a jonin would be an extraordinary achievement. Sato Shuichi had not anticipated that the future fifth Mizukage's childhood aspirations would be so modest. Yet it made sense. Terumi Mei's determination to vie for the position of Mizukage would ultimately contribute to the transformation of the blood mist policy in Kirigakure. At present, while Kirigakure seemed somewhat insular compared to the other four great shinobi villages, it was generally peaceful. With this in mind, Sato Shuichi affectionately patted Terumi Mei's head and earnestly remarked, "There is a saying, nobility is not inherent. I believe you will undoubtedly become Mizukage." Upon hearing this, a silly grin spread across Terumi Mei's face. How rare it is, uncle, to hear such words from you. I have made up my mind. Should I ascend to the position of the Mizukage in the future, I would like you to serve as my esteemed advisor. Gazing at Terumi Mei's radiant smile, Sato Shuichi felt an echo of Kushina's presence. In his childhood, Kushina too had smiled in such a way, urging him to become her most loyal follower. Just as Sato Shuichi was lost in these nostalgic thoughts, Terumi Mei playfully nudged his calf with her foot. Hey, are you thinking about another woman? How rude. To lose focus in the presence of a once-in-a-millennium beauty like me is truly ungrateful. In response, Sato Shuichi could only manage a somewhat awkward smile. How astute Terumi Mei's intuition was, akin to that of a wild beast. Perhaps it was a talent unique to women? Despite her youthful demeanor, Terumi Mei was indeed still just a child. Then, I beseeched the future Mizukage to lead me into adventure. Although aware that Sato Shuichi's flattery was insincere, a sense of secret delight surged within Terumi Mei. What are your status as a great writer? What does it matter if you possess evidence of my mischief? For now, do you not rely on the magnificent Terumi Mei? Truly, she thought, effortlessly captivating this fellow. In Terumi Mei's mind, an image suddenly materialized, Sato Shuichi kneeling before her, weeping profusely as he cried out, "Terumi Mei-sama, please take me with you." Observing Terumi Mei's sudden fit of giggles, Sato Shuichi wore a perplexed expression. Soon after, the duo, one tall and one small, made their way towards the outskirts of Kirigakure. After all, as a Jinchuriki ostracized by the villagers, the hunchbacked man's dwelling was naturally situated far from the populace. Under Terumi Mei's guidance, Sato Shuichi ventured down a rather desolate path. Although devoid of weeds and appearing well-trodden, the path was riddled with potholes and numerous small puddles. A careless passerby could easily stumble. Coupled with the damp climate of Kirigakure, both Sato Shuichi and Terumi Mei's shoes quickly became caked in yellow mud. After walking for some time, Terumi Mei abruptly pulled Sato Shuichi into a thicket. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, "We are nearing the vicinity of that monster's dwelling. We mustn't continue along this path, or we will surely be discovered. Follow my lead and refrain from acting recklessly." As Sato Shuichi beheld the seriousness etched upon Terumi Mei's youthful visage, he couldn't resist the urge to gently pinch her cheek. With a sharp sound, Terumi Mei swatted his hand away and retorted, "I'm discussing serious matters. If you do not cooperate, we shall turn back. This is no jest. If we anger that monster, we shall both meet our end here." Sato Shuichi nodded, replying, "In that case, I entrust my life to you, Terumi Mei-sama." Chapter 65, Gist 1. The Little Jinchuriki, Mastering the Art. Thereafter, Sato Shuichi and Terumi Mei navigated cautiously through the foliage. Soon, a rather shabby wooden cabin came into view. In front of the cabin lay a small pond, beside which sat the three-tails Jinchuriki, his legs submerged in the water, staring vacantly ahead. This peculiar scene made Terumi Mei tremble slightly. How could a creature exhibit such a bizarre expression? As she contemplated retreat, a large hand suddenly enveloped her right hand. Simultaneously, a wave of inexplicable safety washed over her heart. Turning to glance at Sato Shuichi, she felt an unexpected sense of admiration blossom within her. However, she quickly dismissed this strange sensation. After all, as a future ninja, How could she rely on someone as ordinary as Sato Shuichi? Their roles should be reversed. After a quarter of an hour passed, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki remained motionless, maintaining his previous expression, just as Terumi Mei was about to lose her patience. He finally pushed himself up, withdrawing his legs from the pond. However, the sight nearly elicited a scream from Terumi Mei. A mass of writhing worms clung to his legs. Those with a fear of insects or a phobia of clusters would likely faint at the sight. The worms appeared to be leeches, but their sheer number was disturbingly excessive. At that moment, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki broke into an eerie smile. He reached down, plucked a leech from his leg, and unceremoniously stuffed it into his mouth, beginning to chew. This horrifying display finally caused Terumi Mei to lose her composure, gagging repeatedly. The commotion caught the attention of the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, prompting Terumi Mei to swiftly grab Sato Shuichi and flee. For reasons unknown, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki did not pursue them. Instead, he wore a contemplative expression and resumed his repulsive meal. After fleeing for over 10 miles, Terumi Mei finally halted, breathless, turning back to see no one in pursuit. She leaned against Sato Shuichi, gasping for air, her heart racing as she recounted, "The legends are true. That creature must be a monster to consume such things. It's utterly revolting." Despite the fact that leeches could be dried and used as medicinal materials, the thought of consuming live leeches was a shocking revelation for Terumi Mei's young mind. Sato Shuichi gently patted her head, offering, "Thanks to you, I have gained excellent inspiration. As a reward, how about I treat you to some grilled meat later?" To his surprise, Terumi Mei's face paled further, devoid of any smile. "No, I don't want to eat meat for the next week." After saying this, she clamped her hand tightly over her mouth. Sato Shuichi, unfazed, was accustomed to the gruesome realities of battle, far more gruesome than the earlier scene. Entrails and organs were often strewn across the battlefield, rendering the previous sight trivial in comparison. However, he was curious about the Three-Tails Jinchuriki's bizarre behavior. Had he been driven mad by the Three-Tails? Yet, his gaze did not suggest insanity. Moreover, Sato Shuichi instructed just one to remain concealed in the shadows and investigate their surroundings. Surprisingly, there were no ombu guards surrounding the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Was Kirigakure truly so lax regarding their Jinchuriki? Sato Shuichi intended to send just one to probe further tonight. In the shadows, Jistone's concealment skills rivaled those of White Zetsu. Even Kushina, a ninja with formidable sensory abilities, could not detect Jistone's presence. Only when she entered her Ninetales chakra mode could she perceive Jistone's trace. Indeed, after a year of persistent persuasion, the Ninetales had finally consented to lend some of his power to Kushina. However, in exchange, he required regular intervals of freedom, which meant summoning a portion of his chakra through a summoning technique to form a small manifestation of the Ninetales. It is noteworthy that the diminutive nine-tailed fox has an unexpected fondness for fried tofu, truly befitting a grand fox. The sun swiftly yielded its reign to the moon, retreating home to slumber. As the final rays of sunlight vanished from the earth, an unexpected division occurred in the shadow of Sato Shuichi. In a flash, it sped towards the dwelling of the three-tailed Jinchuriki. Before long, Gistone arrived at the quaint cabin, where the three-tailed Jinchuriki remained, just as before. With his legs submerged in water, his gaze vacant, Gistone made a comical face at the back of the three-tailed Jinchuriki before sauntering boldly into the wooden structure. The interior of the cabin was decidedly austere, furnished only with a pair of chairs and a wooden bed. The layer of dust on the bed indicated it had not been occupied for quite some time. After rummaging through the place, Gistone found nothing of value. It had even searched beneath the table and the bed, but aside from the thick dust, there was nothing else to be found. This revelation prompted Gistone to scratch its chin in contemplation. Could it be that today it would return empty-handed? Just then, a spark of inspiration struck Gistone's mind. It slowly drifted to the rear of the three-tailed Jinchuriki and gently tapped his shoulder. At the moment the three-tailed Jinchuriki turned, Gistone employed its hypnotic powers. With a resounding thud, the three-tailed Jinchuriki collapsed. A smile spread across Gistone's face. Had it known this adversary could be subdued so easily, it would have acted with less caution. After a moment of self-deprecation, Gistone began to search the three-tailed Jinchuriki's person. In a short while, it made a discovery. Gazing at the scroll in its possession, Gistone erupted into a fit of wicked laughter. It could hardly contain its excitement to return to Sato Shuichi and receive praise. After casting a glance at the soundly sleeping three-tailed Jinchuriki, Gistone slipped into the night with the scroll in tow. Chapter 66. A distasteful secret technique. Are you telling me that a mere hypnotic spell was sufficient to take him down? Sato Shuichi regarded the self-satisfied Gistone with a hint of disbelief. While he never doubted Gistone's prowess, its recent claim was indeed astonishing. How could the formidable three-tailed Jinchuriki possess such low mental resistance? Gistone's hypnosis could at best control a high-ranking shinobi for a brief period, against a determined elite. Success was far from guaranteed. Could it be that the fear energy absorbed in the Land of Mist had significantly enhanced Gistone's abilities? Contemplating this, Sato Shuichi accepted the scroll from Gistone and affectionately patted its head. Well done, my finest general. You are simply remarkable. Under Sato Shuichi's praise, Gistone beamed with satisfaction. Suddenly, it approached and, in response to Sato Shuichi's somewhat bemused expression, licked his face. At times, Sato Shuichi genuinely questioned whether he had taken in a hounddom. For Gistone's affinity for licking his face was quite perplexing. After sending Gistone away, Sato Shuichi began to examine the scroll he held. It bore a layer of sealing techniques. Forcibly opening it would only lead to its complete destruction. For an ordinary ninja, such a predicament would be challenging. However, before Sato Shuichi, who possessed mastery over the majority of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, breaking this seal was as simple as a child's play. Once the sealing technique was resolved, Sato Shuichi began to delve into the contents within. The scroll detailed a secret technique primarily aimed at suppressing malevolent entities. It required the practitioner's flesh and blood as a catalyst, utilizing living beings as sustenance to cultivate a creature known as a blood leech. Following this, energy could be harvested from the blood leech, and after a period of 81 months, one could attain the ability to subdue malevolent spirits. However, during the cultivation period, one's mental state would be adversely affected, necessitating cautious application. After perusing the scroll's contents, Sato Shuichi fell into a contemplative silence. Was this truly the world of Naruto? Surely, it could not be something from a realm of cultivation, given the existence of blood leeches. Yet, considering the malevolent deity revered by Haiden and the reanimated specter summoned by the corpse demon seal, Sato Shuichi found solace in the notion. Perhaps it was merely an ordinary secret technique. In this light, everything made sense. The three-tailed Jinchuriki's peculiar behavior and his extreme mental resistance were likely a consequence of practicing this technique. It seemed plausible that, after a few short years, the three-tailed Jinchuriki's ambition to subdue the three-tailed beast through this technique led to a backlash upon failure. Although, broadly speaking, tailed beasts could be classified as malevolent entities. Attempting to control them with such a mere technique was rather fanciful. After documenting these insights, Sato Shuichi returned to his bed and gradually drifted into slumber. The night passed without incident. The following morning, as Sato Shuichi enjoyed breakfast prepared by Terumi Mei, he extended his mental energy outward. As expected, following the theft of the scroll, the three-tailed Jinchuriki had promptly reported it to the village hidden in mist. To the untrained eye, the village appeared unaffected, with its denizens bustling about their daily tasks. Yet, in the shadows, the Umbu were tirelessly scouring for the perpetrator. Contemplating this, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but glance across the table at Terumi Mei. If she were to realize that she had unwittingly played the role of an informant, he wondered how she would feel, especially since she would eventually ascend to the position of the fifth Mizukage. How amusing it would be to think of the esteemed Mizukage leading the way as a traitor. At that moment, Terumi Mei abruptly set down her chopsticks and tilted her head, revealing a look of confusion. Uncle, are you secretly cursing me in your mind? I feel an inexplicable urge to strike you. To this, Sato Shuichi replied nonchalantly, why would I harbor any ill thoughts towards you? One who is innocent has no fear of ghosts knocking at their door at midnight. If you think this, could it be that you have done something to wrong me? Have you added something to my miso soup? Initially, Sato Shuichi intended only to tease Terumi Mei, but to his surprise, she exhibited an unnatural expression. Although she had yet to fully unveil her emotions, her beauty remained captivating. Sato Shuichi had always been quite forgiving of attractive women, even if he had tasted her saliva. He held no grievances. At worst, he could always repay her with deoxyribonucleic acid in the future. Just then, Terumi Mei unexpectedly declared in a somewhat defensively exaggerated manner, We went on an adventure yesterday. I can't believe you looked at me like that. Do you think I, Terumi Mei, am the type to act stealthily? Faced with her query, Sato Shuichi merely nodded in silence. Very well, since you doubt my word so. I swear to the heavens that if I ever spit in your miso soup, I shall never become a ninja. Observing Terumi Mei's earnest expression, Sato Shuichi even began to question whether he had misjudged her. Unbeknownst to him, however, Terumi Mei's gaze had wandered to his chopsticks after her vow. I merely secretly tasted them. That shouldn't count for much. Besides, I swear that my vow has nothing to do with the miso soup or the chopsticks. After some mental reassurance, Terumi Mei boldly fixed her gaze on Sato Shuichi. I misjudged you. Please, Lady Terumi Mei, graciously forgive me. Terumi Mei turned away, crossing her arms and snorting disdainfully. Humph, this time I shall grant you forgiveness. However, should you dare to grant me such baseless pardons again in the future, I will not be so easily lenient. After finishing their meal, Terumi Mei took Sato Shuichi on a leisurely stroll through the hidden mist village. To be frank, there is little of interest to explore in this village. Unlike Konoha, which boasts unique attractions such as Hokage Rock and the Valley of the End, the mist here could be considered a peculiar sight, albeit one that becomes tiresome upon prolonged exposure. At that moment, Sato Shuichi unexpectedly spotted a character from a storyline, a young boy bearing features reminiscent of a shark's gills, who would one day be known as the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Kisame Hashigaki. Truth be told, one might speculate that the villagers of Mist have consumed an abundance of fish, as Sato Shuichi had encountered several residents exhibiting aquatic traits, akin to those of merfolk. However, at this juncture, Sato Shuichi had no desire to engage with Kisame Hashigaki. After all, prior to the betrayal of the pufferfish at Suigetsu, Kisame had been quite devoted to the village. If he were to discover anything amiss, Sato Shuichi's mission could come to an abrupt end. Just then, amid the crowd, a little girl with sharp shark-like teeth caught Sato Shuichi's attention. After casting a glance at Terumi Mei, who was browsing in a jewelry shop, he approached the girl from behind and called out, "Little apple?" Upon hearing this, the girl swiftly turned around, her face contorted into a fierce expression as she threatened, "Do you wish to die?" Yet, beneath her petite form and delicate visage, her angry demeanor was more endearing than terrifying. This little girl was none other than Ringo Yuri, the second master of the Lightning Blade, a prodigious ninja of the Lightning Release, who unfortunately succumbed to illness at a young age. In the original narrative, she was resurrected by Orochimaru using impure world reincarnation, causing considerable trouble for the allied shinobi forces. Notably, the character Ringo in her name translates to apple in Japanese. However, it was evident that Ringo Yuri was not fond of this moniker. After giving Sato Shuichi a fierce glare, she displayed a perplexed expression. "Who are you? Why do I have no recollection of you?" "I am Sato Shuichi, a writer visiting the hidden mist village for inspiration. As for how I know you are called Little Apple," he replied slowly under her inquisitive gaze, "that is a secret." At this, Ringo Yuri's forehead suddenly bore several intersecting lines of confusion. "What? Are you mocking me?" She drew a kunai and lunged towards Sato Shuichi. The surrounding villagers exhibited no reaction, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Instead, they hastened their steps to distance themselves from the scene, eager to avoid unwarranted trouble. In a swift display of agility, Ringo Yuri failed to land a single blow on Sato Shuichi and found herself panting from the exertion of her attack. Nevertheless, she did not display anger. Rather, a curious smile curled upon her lips. If you were so adept at dodging, how about trying this? Lightning Release, Lightning Ball. With remarkable speed, Ringo Yuri formed hand seals, manifesting a sphere of lightning the size of a basketball from her palm. It is uncertain whether the idyllic nature of Mist Village is to be commended, or if Ringo Yuri's audacity is to be lauded. As she unleashed lethal ninjutsu right on the street, such an act would undoubtedly warrant a visit to the security team back in Konoha. As the electric currents crackled, Sato Shuichi's hair stood on end. Yet, he remained motionless, appearing as though he had been rendered speechless by fear. However, the shadow before Sato Shuichi suddenly began to stir, as if something were attempting to emerge. Just as the lightning ball was about to make contact, a figure materialized in front of him, forcefully striking the ground. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A wall of earth surged forth, blocking the lightning ball. After executing this maneuver, Terumi Mei turned to Sato Shuichi, her expression one of exasperation. "Uncle, you truly are a source of constant concern. I turn my back for just a moment, and you find yourself embroiled in such chaos." In response, Sato Shuichi simply shrugged and offered a faint smile. "I trusted you. With Terumi Mei present, I can roam the hidden mist village without fear. Don't flatter yourself. I lack such prowess. At most, I could assist in collecting your remains after you perish," Terumi Mei retorted, displaying a look of disdain as she waved her hand beneath her nose. The earlier scene had appeared quite perilous, yet to Sato Shuichi, that level of lightning release was merely a light drizzle. Besides, he possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing for instant relocation. And the shadow of Kisame was eager to spring into action, given Sato Shuichi's current physical condition. Even withstanding the lightning ball would pose little issue, though it might leave him in a rather vulnerable state, as his clothing was ordinary and ill-suited to withstand ninjutsu. At this moment, Ringo Yuri approached Sato Shuichi and Terumi Mei, revealing her shark-like teeth. "I was wondering who dared to provoke me. Turns out, You're one of Terumi Mei's people. Observing the shorter Ringo Yuri, Terumi Mei wore a perplexed expression. Who are you? Have we met before? At this, Ringo Yuri's face contorted with anger. How dare you forget me? Just 2 months ago, we battled in the arena. Terumi Mei lifted her chin, resembling a proud swan, and replied nonchalantly, apologies, but I tend to forget the names of my defeated opponents. There are simply too many of them. Memorizing them all would exhaust my mental capacity. After saying this, Terumi Mei grasped Sato Shuichi's hand and began to walk away. Left behind, Ringo Yuri's small face flushed crimson with rage, her body trembling slightly. Terumi Mei, remember this. Next time, I will defeat you, and you shall forever recall the name of Ringo Yuri. Unfazed, Terumi Mei continued walking, casting back a languid remark. Many have claimed the same, yet none have succeeded. I wish you luck. In a nearby cafe, as Terumi Mei stirred her coffee with a spoon, she turned to Sato Shuichi and inquired, Uncle, how did you end up provoking that girl? Taken aback for a moment, Sato Shuichi replied, I have no idea. She approached me out of the blue and attempted to stab me with a kunai, and when that failed, she resorted to ninjutsu. From your tone, it seems you know her? Terumi Mei leaned back in her chair, stretching lazily as she spoke. That girl is Ringo Yuri, a peer of mine, a lightning release prodigy with considerable strength. Then why did you just claim to not know her, wearing such an infuriating expression? Sato Shuichi couldn't help but ask. I merely did that to defend your honor. You should know that I, Terumi Mei, am known for my benevolence. Often referred to as the great benefactor of the academy. Although Terumi Mei's second half of the sentence was purely boasting. Her earlier attitude toward Ringo Yuri was also unavoidably related to Sato Shuichi. Thinking of this, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but show a gentle expression. Thank you. If no one wants you in the future, you can always come to me. Hearing this, Terumi Mei immediately made a disgusted face. Humph, is this what they call repaying kindness with enmity? With my looks, why would I ever worry about not finding a man? You should worry about yourself, old man. Don't be a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. You misunderstood. What I meant was, if you end up alone in your old age, I can have my son take care of you. Terumi Mei's face instantly changed colors like a magic trick, one moment green, the next white. After taking several deep breaths, she barely suppressed the urge to throw the coffee in her hand right into Sato Shuichi's face. As an apology, Sato Shuichi ordered a few extra pastries for Terumi Mei. However, even though she ate every last one of them, she showed no signs of forgiving him. That evening, after dinner, Sato Shuichi went for a stroll alone by a small river not far from the inn. Just as he was walking leisurely and enjoying the evening breeze, an angry voice suddenly called out from behind. Hey, you damn bastard, stop right there. Sato Shuichi turned around and saw a figure rushing toward him at high speed. It was Ringo Yuri. In no time, she stood right in front of him, looking around fiercely. Where's that Terumi Mei? Tell her to come out now. I'll show her why flowers are so red. But this time, Ringo Yuri was going to be disappointed. Terumi Mei was still sulking and naturally wasn't following Sato Shuichi around. After searching fruitlessly, Ringo Yuri grabbed Sato Shuichi's clothes and demanded fiercely, I'm asking you, where is Terumi Mei? Actually, she had wanted to make a more intimidating move, but her height simply didn't allow it. Compared to Terumi Mei, Ringo Yuri was indeed a bit shorter. Standing side by side, they looked like they were several years apart, not the same age at all. Terumi Mei, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. Not only did she grow up to be tall and slender, but even at this age, she was already one of the tallest among her peers. But back to the matter at hand. Facing Ringo Yuri's questioning, Sato Shuichi put on an innocent expression. How would I know where Terumi Mei is? I'm not her keeper. Seeing that his expression didn't seem fake, Ringo Yuri had no choice but to let go of his clothes and say, fine. But if you see Terumi Mei, tell her that next time, I want to lose to her. Seeing how serious Ringo Yuri looked, Sato Shuichi felt her chances were quite slim. Although Ringo Yuri was indeed a genius, Terumi Mei's talent was undoubtedly greater. It was worth noting that Terumi Mei came from a common background. Yet she later developed 2 Kekkai Genkai. Such talent was exceptional even in the entire shinobi world. For Ringo Yuri to surpass her would not be easy. Seeing the look on Sato Shuichi's face, Ringo Yuri gritted her teeth in frustration. You don't believe me, do you? What is so great about that Terumi Mei? Why don't you become my underling instead? I promise you'll live a life of luxury. Ringo Yuri patted her chest, which was even flatter than Terumi Mei's, and made this promise to Sato Shuichi. In Ringo Yuri's view, Terumi Mei clearly valued Sato Shuichi highly. Otherwise, at noon, she wouldn't have been so nervous when Ringo Yuri used a jutsu on him. If she could snatch Sato Shuichi away, wouldn't that prove her charm was far greater than Terumi Mei's? Thinking this, a sly, weasel-like grin spread across Ringo Amuri's face. She patted Sato Shuichi's thigh and sweetened the deal. Whatever Terumi Mei gave you, I'll double it. How about it? Want to think it over? Sato Shuichi saw right through her little scheme. He measured Ringo Amuri's height with his hand and burst out laughing. Even though he didn't say a word, Ringo Amuri felt deeply insulted. Ringo Amuri had two sore spots. One was her height. The other was the nickname Little Apple. Anyone who had ever touched on either of these had already suffered her heavy retaliation. And Sato Shuichi was the only one who had managed to offend both at the same time. With old and new grievances mixing together, Ringo Amuri shouted, "Go to hell. Right done, Raitama, lightning style, lightning ball." Anger really could boost one's combat power. Her hand signs were even faster now than they had been at noon. But this time, Sato Shuichi had no intention of sitting still. In a flash, he appeared in front of Ringo Amuri and tapped her neck with his finger. With that simple touch, the chakra inside Ringo Amuri's body instantly became disordered. Naturally, her jutsu failed. This move was inspired by the Hyuga clan's gentle fist attacks. However, the Hyuga relied on the Byakugan to see the chakra pathways and strike them. Sato Shuichi, on the other hand, relied on his deep familiarity with the human body. After all, his years of medical experience weren't for nothing. Ringo Amuri stared wide-eyed, panicked, and demanded, "What did you do to me?" In response, Sato Shuichi simply placed his hands behind his back, assuming the demeanor of a reclusive master, and calmly replied, "Nothing much. I just disrupted your chakra flow a little. After all, I'm just a rider with no strength to tie up a chicken. If I didn't have some self-defense skills, how could I dare to travel in such a dangerous shinobi world?" Chapter 69. The Candy Temptation. Ringo Amuri glared fiercely at Sato Shuichi, then turned to leave. She had finally figured it out. Sato Shuichi and Terumi Mei were two of a kind, both infuriating beyond belief. At that moment, Sato Shuichi spoke up softly, "Little Apple, aren't you curious how I knew your name?" Ringo Amuri glanced back at him and coldly replied, "It's obvious. Terumi Mei told you." "Not necessarily. I doubt even Terumi Mei knows you have a sweet tooth." As soon as he said this, Ringo Amuri stopped in her tracks, a strange expression on her face. Very few people knew about her love for sweets. Not only would an outsider like Sato Shuichi have no way of knowing, but even someone like Terumi Mei, who had known her for years, was completely unaware. How did Sato Shuichi find out? Thinking this, Ringo Amuri turned back and walked up to Sato Shuichi, frowning as she questioned him. "Have you been investigating me?" "I only investigate your academic background." After making a pun only he understood, Sato Shuichi took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and popped it into Ringo Amuri's small cherry mouth. Sato Shuichi's somewhat rough gesture instantly caused Ringo Amuri to furrow her brow. However, as the peculiar sweetness of the lollipop began to unfold in her mouth, the corners of her eyes revealed a hint of enjoyment. Ringo Amuri could confidently assert that this was the most delectable lollipop she had ever tasted. In light of this, Sato Shuichi didn't seem so detestable after all. Unbeknownst to him, due to this humble confection, Ringo Amuri's fondness for him had surged dramatically, from a mortal enemy at a score of 100 to a mere ordinary passerby at a score of 10. Witnessing Ringo Amuri's delight, Sato Shuichi impulsively reached out and ruffled her hair a few times. Surprisingly, the sensation was rather pleasant, perhaps due to the lollipop's influence. Ringo Amuri refrained from swatting away Sato Shuichi's hand, merely casting him a fierce glare. Yet, this fierce expression on her delicate and petite visage appeared anything but menacing. Rather, it was somewhat endearing. Before long, accompanied by a series of crunching sounds, Ringo Amuri crushed the sugary orb in her mouth. Simultaneously, she swatted Sato Shuichi's hand away. "You think a mere lollipop can buy my loyalty?" she exclaimed. In response, Sato Shuichi wore a cryptic smile. He then swiftly waved his right hand, and as if performing a magic trick, a plethora of candies of various flavors materialized in his palm. These treats were plentiful, enough that even if Ringo Amuri were to consume them as her sustenance, they would last her 20 years. With a beaming grin, Sato Shuichi poured the candies into Ringo Amuri's hands and inquired, "What about these? Are they enough to sway you?" Ringo Amuri glanced at the assortment of candies in her grasp, swallowing hard. She had never encountered such confections, let alone tasted them. This insufferable fellow had seemingly found a way to worm into her heart. However, reflecting on her complicated relationship with Konohame, she reluctantly shook her head. After all, as an exceptional ninja, she would not be swayed by trivial temptations. Just then, Sato Shuichi snapped his fingers, and suddenly, a rain of candies cascaded from the sky, enveloping Ringo Amuri's petite figure in an avalanche of sweets. This scene resembled something out of a fairy tale. emerging from the candy deluge. Ringo Yuri inhaled the saccharine aroma that surrounded her, her expression transforming into one of resolute determination. Who do you want me to eliminate? I could even take down the Mizukage. Observing Ringo Yuri's earnest demeanor, Sato Shuichi wore a bemused expression. Even with the power of Rayquaza at her disposal, Ringo Yuri could barely be considered a quasi-shadow. Not to mention, at her current youthful age, what chance did she have against the Mizukage? Was she suggesting that she would somehow crack a joke to incapacitate him? Nevertheless, Sato Shuichi refrained from expressing his thoughts, as such honesty might jeopardize the fragile rapport they had just begun to build. I am a scholar. Do not burden me with matters of violence. I merely desire to forge a friendship with you. Ringo Yuri's face displayed skepticism. Growing up in the remarkable and mystical Kirigakure, she found it hard to believe that anyone would be so generous without ulterior motives. In response to her doubtful gaze, Sato Shuichi wore an exasperated expression. I genuinely only wish to befriend you. Besides, at your current state, what could I possibly gain from you? Ringo Yuri paused, taken aback by Sato Shuichi's seemingly rational assertion. Her only notable quality was her formidable combat prowess, yet against Sato Shuichi, she held no advantage. In physical combat, she could hardly land a blow, and in utilizing ninjutsu, he countered with his peculiar pressure points. Could it be that this fellow had ulterior motives concerning her? Contemplating this possibility, Ringo Yuri felt an unexpected warmth rise to her cheeks. If any of her acquaintances were to witness this moment, they would surely be left in disbelief. Unable to reconcile the sight of the typically fierce Ringo Yuri displaying such a bashful demeanor, hentai, Sato Shuichi found himself utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, their conversation had flowed smoothly, yet Ringo Yuri's mood had shifted dramatically. He had not done anything particularly strange. Subsequently, Sato Shuichi produced a sealing scroll and began to collect the candies. After all, neither he nor Ringo Yuri had any means to carry the mountain of confections. Even fabric pockets would be utterly inadequate. Chapter 70, Ringo Yuri's Cottage. Strangely, as she accepted the sealing scroll, Ringo Yuri's cheeks appeared slightly flushed. However, Sato Shuichi dismissed this as a mere figment of his imagination. Despite their brief interaction, he felt he had acquired a fair understanding of Ringo Yuri's character, and he found it hard to believe that someone as fierce as she could blush in such a manner. After providing her with a pseudonym, Sato Shuichi prepared to bid farewell. Yet, Ringo Yuri bit her lip, revealing an expression of internal conflict, as if she wished to voice something. Noticing this, Sato Shuichi swallowed his farewell and silently regarded her. After what seemed like an eternity, Ringo Yuri mustered her resolve and, in a faint voice, invited, would you like to come to my house for a drink? It's not far from here, and if you prefer not to, just pretend I never asked. Observing Ringo Yuri's bashful demeanor, Sato Shuichi feigned confusion. What was that you just said? I didn't quite catch it. Could you repeat it? Ringo Yuri, aware that she would not repeat herself, felt that her earlier invitation had drained her of all courage. Hence, with a dismissive remark, she turned and hastily departed, her speed reminiscent of someone fleeing from a pursuer. Yet, unbeknownst to her, someone indeed followed closely behind. Watching Ringo Yuri flee, Sato Shuichi pondered briefly before choosing to pursue her. After all, he had no pressing matters at the inn, and visiting Ringo Yuri's home might prove to be an intriguing experience. After a few paces, Ringo Yuri abruptly halted, turning to Sato Shuichi with an impatient expression. Hey, are you just going to trail behind me? In response to her reproach, Sato Shuichi simply smiled nonchalantly and replied, Did you not invite me to your home for a visit? Hearing this, Ringo Yuri's expression soured further. She had genuinely believed Sato Shuichi had not heard her invitation, only to discover he was intentionally teasing her. Consequently, with a sulky face, she retorted, If you want to follow, go ahead. But I won't let a stranger into my home. With that, Ringo Yuri quickened her pace once again. Sato Shuichi, however, continued to follow her at a leisurely pace, embodying an air of nonchalance. After all, there was a significant disparity in their stride. While Ringo Yuri's petite legs required 3 steps to cover a distance, Sato Shuichi could traverse it in a single stride. Approximately 10 minutes later, a quaint, somewhat aged wooden cottage came into view. This single-story abode was modest in size, akin to the dwelling of the Three Tails Jinchuriki. However, unlike the latter, Ringo Yuri's home was impeccably tidy, devoid of any leaves or weeds, while the entrance of the Three Tails Jinchuriki was overrun with wild grass. Yet, it was worth noting that Ringo Yuri had no neighbors nearby. For an ordinary person residing in such a desolate area, the deep of night would undoubtedly evoke a sense of dread. Nevertheless, Ringo Yuri was far from ordinary. Sato Shuichi could hardly fathom the notion of fear gracing her countenance. Although Ringo Yuyuri had verbally declared that she would not allow him to enter, her body was honest, welcoming Sato Shuichi into her home upon opening the door. Upon stepping inside, Sato Shuichi surveyed his surroundings. It was a small suite comprising a living area, kitchen, and bathroom. Despite its limited size, it was furnished with all essential amenities, exuding a sense of being a compact yet complete abode. From the clothing hung outside and the arrangement within, it was evident that Ringo Yuyuri resided here alone. Sato Shuichi, of course, possessed enough emotional intelligence not to inquire about her parents. After all, this ninja world was considerably more perilous than his previous life. The majority of individuals he knew lacked parents. Those like Mikoto and Terumi Mei, whose parents were alive, were the exceptions. While pondering the latent dangers of the ninja profession, Ringo Yuyuri returned with a chair. Please sit here. I only have soda and orange juice. What would you like to drink? Truly, Ringo Yuyuri was consistent. The beverages she kept at home were sweet and delightful. Soda, please, Sato Shuichi promptly replied. Ringo Yuyuri nodded, donned her apple-shaped slippers, and made her way to the refrigerator, retrieving 2 bottles of soda. She then tossed one towards Sato Shuichi, who effortlessly caught it with one hand. As he pulled the tab, a satisfying hiss echoed, and he took a hearty gulp, savoring the effervescence that filled his mouth. The flavor of the soda is almost entirely encapsulated in that first sip, he remarked, his expression reflecting sheer satisfaction. Ringo Yuyuri nodded in agreement. Realizing that Sato Shuichi and she shared certain affinities, his commendable prowess, insightful taste in soda, and, most importantly, a mutual fondness for sweets. At that moment, Sato Shuichi's gaze fell upon Ringo Yuyuri's feet, where 2 rows of perfectly white, delicate toes peeked out from her slippers. As if sensing his scrutiny, Ringo Yuyuri's toes shifted awkwardly. Simultaneously, her voice, tinged with embarrassment, broke the silence. What are you looking at, you jerk? Even with her bold personality, being watched so intently would make anyone feel a tad bashful, especially considering that Sato Shuichi had just confessed his feelings for her, albeit mistakenly, as she had misinterpreted his words. Although Sato Shuichi's moral compass was often questionable, he would never take advantage of a minor. In response, Sato Shuichi shifted his gaze back to Ringo Yuyuri's face and replied, I was merely admiring your slippers. Don't you dislike being called Little Apple? Ringo Yuyuri turned her head away, responding somewhat insincerely, Humph, these slippers were not my choice. They were the only style available when I bought them. Besides, as a fruit, apples are quite commendable. Chapter 71. The one on the bed. Sato Shuichi simply smiled at Ringo Yuyuri's explanation, refraining from further teasing. After a moment of silence, Ringo Yuyuri suddenly stood up and looked at him. Hey, are you hungry? Although Sato Shuichi had already dined, he found the prospect of another meal appealing, particularly out of curiosity for Ringo Yuyuri's culinary skills. Nodding, he replied, Now that you mention it, I am a bit hungry. Thank you. I was just asking. Who said I would treat you to a meal? Ringo Yuyuri retorted playfully, then retrieved 2 fish from a basin in the corner. She placed a small stool nearby to facilitate her preparation at the counter. With a deft flick of her knife, she elegantly dispatched the heads of the still wriggling fish, followed by the rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables. From her skilled technique, it was evident that her culinary prowess was no mere trifling matter. As Sato Shuichi had anticipated, the dinner surpassed average standards. One would not expect Ringo Yuyuri to possess the qualities of a devoted homemaker. After their meal, Sato Shuichi prepared to take his leave. Just as he stood to speak, a burst of white light flooded through the window. Moments later, a deep rumble of thunder reverberated throughout the hidden mist village. Ringo Yuyuri moved swiftly. As the lightning flickered, she dashed outside to retrieve the drying clothes. Just after she returned, a torrential downpour commenced. That was close. The clothes nearly got drenched, she said, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead as she gazed apprehensively at the torrential rain outside. At that moment, the lights within the room flickered before plunging into darkness. Soon, the sound of shuffling filled the air, and a warm yellow candlelight pierced the enveloping blackness. Ringo Yuyuri approached, holding the candlestick, her silhouette emerging from the shadows that engulfed Sato Shuichi. The power supply here is perpetually unreliable. It tends to fail during rainy days. A thought struck Sato Shuichi. If you frequently experience power outages, doesn't that mean the items in your refrigerator could easily spoil? It's fine. I only keep drinks in there. When the power returns, they will chill again, she assured. This answer resonated with Sato Shuichi, as his refrigerator in his previous life served a similar purpose, merely storing beverages and ice cream. This realization fostered a sense of camaraderie toward Ringo Yuyuri. However, the hour was late, and being a considerate individual, Sato Shuichi understood it was time to depart. At worst, he could walk a little and then teleport back to the inn using his Flying Thunder God technique, having already left a mark in his room. It's getting late. I should head back. Do you have an umbrella? Ringo Yuri stood up and retrieved an umbrella from the corner, handing it to Sato Shuichi. Be careful on your way back. Stay safe, she advised. Sato Shuichi nodded, accepting the umbrella before stepping out into the dark, rainy night. After walking for about 3 minutes and ensuring there was no one around, he swiftly activated his Flying Thunder God technique, returning to the inn. The room remained shrouded in impenetrable darkness. It appeared that the power outage was not limited to the vicinity of Lynchian Yuri's home, but the entirety of Kirigakure was engulfed in silence. One must admit, the infrastructure of Kirigakure pales in comparison to that of Konohagakure. After navigating his way into the bathroom in the pitch blackness, Sato Shuichi took a quick shower. Wrapping a towel around his waist, he emerged from the bathroom. Immediately, he retrieved a flashlight and switched it on, only to discover that an unexpected guest had taken residence in his room. Sato Shuichi smacked his forehead in realization. He had indeed grown overly complacent of late. It was quite alarming that he had failed to notice the presence of another person at once. Had an enemy sought to ambush him, he might have already fallen victim. Although Sato Shuichi had encountered no danger in Kirigakure, it was nonetheless enemy territory, and such negligence was inexcusable. After a moment of self-reflection, Sato Shuichi turned his gaze toward his bed, where an uninvited visitor lay sleeping soundly. Observing Terumi Mei's tranquil visage, he approached the bedside and raised his hand, delivering a few playful slaps to her rounded posterior without a moment's hesitation. With each resounding clap, Terumi Mei's eyes flew open. Her body sprang upright as if equipped with springs, and she adopted a defensive posture, her legs bent and back pressed against the wall. Only when she recognized Sato Shuichi's face did her tense demeanor gradually relax. "Uncle, what are you doing? Don't you know that a lady shouldn't be disturbed while sleeping?" "A lady? I see nothing but a lazy pig occupying my bed. How did you end up here? Did you climb through the window? This inn is run by my family, so of course I can be wherever I please." Uncle, you have abs. Your physique is quite impressive." As Terumi Mei exclaimed in astonishment, she reached out her small hand to caress Sato Shuichi's abdominal muscles. A shiver ran down his spine at the sight of her somewhat lewd expression. How could anyone blend cuteness with such crassness? Feeling taken advantage of, Sato Shuichi quickly distanced himself from Terumi Mei. Upon his retreat, she wore a slight pout of disappointment. This was her first time having such intimate contact with a male, and Sato Shuichi's abs felt even more delightful than she had expected. Hey, what are you thinking, you little rascal? At such a young age, you shouldn't be learning such things. You're practically drooling." Sato Shuichi regarded Terumi Mei with an exasperated expression. Here he was, a renowned figure in the ninja world, hailed as the king of Liu Bei, only to find himself outmaneuvered by this impish girl. It felt as if he had spent a lifetime mastering the art of the eagle, only to be blinded by one in the end. Who would covet your pitiful self? I was merely curious since I had never seen such a thing before. Now that it's right in front of me, am I not allowed to touch? Terumi Mei retorted with a roll of her eyes. Chapter 72. Title Band. What a misery. Alright, hurry up and get out. I need to change. Sato Shuichi observed Terumi Mei's cheeks tinged with a faint blush and said, "If it were just me, I could easily live in a bath towel or even embrace the freedom of nudism. However, with you in the room, I cannot indulge in such liberties. After all, Sato Shuichi, still have my pride." Terumi Mei stuck out her tongue and made a silly face, then covered her eyes with her hands. Who would want to see you? I'll just cover my eyes. If I peek, I'll admit I'm a little puppy. After a moment of silence, Sato Shuichi began to change into his pajamas. Although he could have retreated to the bathroom to dress, that would imply he was afraid of Terumi Mei. Ultimately, he decided to let her see him. After all, it wouldn't cost him a piece of flesh. With a heart full of self-reassurance, he swiftly donned his sleepwear. Meanwhile, although Terumi Mei had her hands firmly over her eyes, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest at any moment. Suddenly, two tiny figures appeared above her head. One, adorned with a halo, whispered in her ear, "Terumi Mei, you must not peek, otherwise you'll become a little puppy." The other, sporting horns, tempted her from the opposite side. "Just take a look. He won't know. Aren't you curious?" After a fierce internal battle, the horned figure ultimately triumphed. Terumi Mei cautiously opened a tiny gap between her fingers. Alas, by this time, Sato Shuichi had already changed into his pajamas and was reclining on a chair, wearing a mocking smile as he gazed at her. Who was it that just vowed not to peek? It seems I shall have to call you Tsutsuki from now on. Terumi Mei showed no sign of embarrassment at being caught. Instead, She retorted with utmost seriousness. Humph. I merely thought you would have changed long ago. So I took a glance. Besides, if I truly wanted to peek, I would have done so at the first opportunity, not waited until now. Truly. One could see the makings of a future Mizukage in her. At such a young age, she had already mastered the core quality of a successful politician, shamelessness. Faced with Terumi Mei's current demeanor, Sato Shuichi found himself at a loss for how to respond. Thus, he shifted the conversation. Let's not dwell on that. I haven't yet asked why you came to my room. At this, Terumi Mei's interest peaked as she pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket. A wicked grin spreading across her face. Sato Shuichi. No, I should call you Sato Shuichi instead. A person of your stature must have some nefarious plot for visiting Kirigakure, right? Sato Shuichi examined the paper before him, which contained several details about him, such as being Tsunade's apprentice and possessing a fire-breathing summoning beast. Most notably, there was a haphazard sketch of his likeness. He could not fathom how Terumi Mei had connected this image to him. Noticing Sato Shuichi's silence, Terumi Mei assumed he was awestruck and continued, Uncle, your identity as a Konoha spy shouldn't be known, right? Sato Shuichi utilized a sensory ninjutsu, confirming the absence of other ninja nearby. This indicated that Terumi Mei had not reported this matter to the higher-ups of Kirigakure. What could her intentions be? Moreover, had their roles reversed? Such ambiguous statements seemed more in line with Terumi Mei's character. Observing her triumphant expression, Sato Shuichi was curious to discern her true motivations and thus played along. Speak, what exactly do you want from me? Terumi Mei stepped closer to Sato Shuichi, reaching out to poke his cheek. First, delete that video of you filming me spitting from a few days ago. Secondly, during your stay in Kirigakure, you shall become my servant. From now on, you shall refer to me as master. Sato Shuichi regarded Terumi Mei's confident demeanor with bemusement. How could a mere novice who had never graduated from a ninja academy dare to threaten him? And why shouldn't I choose the second option? Such as disposing of you right now? You know, such a rainy night is perfect for murder, as the downpour will wash away all traces. With that, Sato Shuichi released a hint of his killing intent. Under the weight of his palpable malice, Terumi Mei found herself completely at a loss for control. Uncle, you're not really going to kill me, are you? Have you forgotten the days we shared through thick and thin? Terumi Mei asked, her voice trembling. She realized now that she might have truly overplayed her hand. How could she, someone who wasn't even a ninja, possibly threaten a renowned stronghold that had risen to fame during the last great ninja war? I don't really want to do this either. But who told you to discover my secret? I actually like you quite a bit. Don't worry. I'll come to pay my respects to you every year at this time. As Sato Shuichi responded, he released his killing intent. Terumi Mei's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The killing intent emanating from Sato Shuichi was simply too overwhelming for a novice like her. Just as Terumi Mei closed her eyes, ready to embrace death, a sudden pain shot through her forehead. Just kidding. Don't tell me you were about to wet yourself? Sato Shuichi's laughter, full of amusement, reached her ears. Terumi Mei immediately scrambled off of him, her body still shaking. But whereas before it was from fear, now it was from sheer humiliation and anger. Her face flushed red with rage. Terumi Mei pointed a trembling finger at Sato Shuichi and shouted, "You damn bastard, you'd better kill me now. Otherwise, I'll report you as a spy immediately. No matter how strong you are, you can't possibly take on an entire village." Facing her threat, Sato Shuichi played with his fingers and responded nonchalantly, I'm so scared. Terumi Mei, please don't report me, okay? I'll agree to anything you say. His attitude made Terumi Mei finally lose control of her emotions. With a furious cry of "You die now," she lunged on Sato Shuichi, opening her mouth wide and biting down hard on his neck. Chapter 73. His Majesty will arrive at his faithful Konoha today, however. Terumi Mei had clearly underestimated the physical disparity between herself and Sato Shuichi. No matter how hard she bit, even to the point where her jaw ached, she only managed to leave a faint mark on his neck. She simply couldn't break his defense. They were completely on different levels. Realizing this, Terumi Mei stopped humiliating herself further. She moved to the edge of the bed, turning her back to Sato Shuichi, and began sulking. Watching Terumi Mei's petulant demeanor, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but find it amusing. He stepped forward and patted her on the shoulder. Terumi Mei forcefully shrugged his hand off and said angrily, "Don't touch me. You Konoha spy. I have my reasons for doing this, because a ninja must never abandon their mission." As he spoke, Sato Shuichi looked up at the ceiling, a somewhat sorrowful expression on his face. Terumi Mei turned to look at him. "Really? If that's the case, then I can't entirely blame you." To her utter astonishment, Sato Shuichi looked down and showed a thoroughly mischievous grin. "Of course it's fake. I was just messing with you. Drop dead." Terumi Mei slapped his chest with a sharp smack. Without a moment's hesitation after doing this, she immediately ran out of Sato Shuichi's room. Clearly, his mockery had deeply displeased her. The next morning, while still asleep, Sato Shuichi suddenly felt a heavy weight on his chest, as if something was pressing down on him. This strange sensation successfully pulled him back from his chess game with the Duke of Zhou, from his dreams to reality. Opening his eyes, the first thing that met his gaze was a pair of slender, beautiful legs, the kind you could admire for a lifetime. Following his gaze upward, he saw Terumi Mei, wearing shorts, looking down at him with an expression of utter disgust. "You, uncle, what's with that expression? It's so gross." Sato Shuichi was silent for a long moment before finally saying quietly, "Don't you plan on getting off me?" "That's right." The suffocating feeling in Sato Shuichi's dream was because Terumi Mei was currently standing on his chest with both feet. Fortunately, Terumi Mei was still relatively light at this age. Otherwise, even with Sato Shuichi's physical prowess, he might have suffered internal injuries. Terumi Mei pushed off with her legs and landed gracefully on the floor. The whole movement was smooth and executed flawlessly. Except for the heavy blow dealt to Sato Shuichi, everything was perfect. Rubbing his chest, Sato Shuichi looked irritably at Terumi Mei. "What? You're not even going to pretend anymore? Trying to kill me for my money? Humph. Dealing with a spy from Konoha like you is sent murder for money. It's ridding the people of a scourge. I kindly wake you up, and you mock me? How ungrateful. To express my gratitude, why don't you lie face down and let me walk on your back for a massage?" Sato Shuichi retorted with a helpless expression. Naturally, Terumi Mei wouldn't agree to this proposal. After breakfast, Sato Shuichi and Terumi Mei started wandering around as usual. They hadn't taken more than a few steps when someone blocked their path. Terumi Mei rubbed her forehead, a troubled expression on her face. "Ringo Aimuri, I really don't want to fight you today. Can we reschedule?" Hearing this, Ringo Aimuri showed a puzzled expression. "What are you talking about? I'm not here for you." After saying this, Ringo Aimuri stepped forward, grabbed Sato Shuichi's hand, and started pulling him toward her home. After a moment of stunned silence, Terumi Mei instinctively grabbed Sato Shuichi's other hand and questioned, "Since when did you get so close with her?" Hearing this, Sato Shuichi shrugged and replied, "Is that strange? I'm always friendly with everyone. I get along well with anyone." Terumi Mei naturally didn't believe a word of his nonsense. Just yesterday, Ringo Aimuri was trying to blast him with ninjutsu. How did things change so much today? Could it be she forgot something important? While Terumi Mei was still pondering this, Ringo Aimuri suddenly spoke up discontentedly. "Terumi Mei, do you want to fight? Let go." Hearing this, Terumi Mei fired back without hesitation. "You're the one who should let go. Uncle is my underling." Terumi Mei and Ringo Aimuri began tugging Sato Shuichi back and forth like he was a rope in a tug of war. This novel scene even attracted the attention of passers-by, who stopped to watch. Seeing the crowd of onlookers growing larger, Sato Shuichi acted decisively. He pulled both his arms free. Then, he gave each of them, Ringo Aimuri and Terumi Mei, a solid bump on the head. With a thump, the two comrades in misfortune, Ringo Aimuri and Terumi Mei, squatted by the roadside, each holding their head. Soon, over half a month passed, and Sato Shuichi prepared to return to Konoha. He missed Kushina and Tsunade's warm embraces dearly. Although he could tease Terumi Mei and Ringo Aimuri every day in Kirigakure, it felt like something was missing. After all, they were still too young. It would be a few more years before they were ripe enough. The fading sunlight cast its glow upon the earth, dyeing everything golden. Sato Shuichi sat on the riverbank, idly swinging his legs. On his left sat Terumi Mei, and on his right sat Ringo Aimuri. Disregarding the ages of the two young women, at this moment, Sato Shuichi appeared to the outside world as a quintessential victor in life, embraced by both sides. Gazing at the sun descending in the distance, he suddenly spoke, "I shall depart from Kirigakure tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei's smile swiftly faltered. After a lengthy pause, she feigned nonchalance and replied, "If you wish to leave, then leave. As if anyone would dare to stop you." Meanwhile, Ringo Yuri softly inquired, "Are you returning to Konohagakure?" At this pronouncement, both Sato Shuichi and Terumi Mei turned their astonished gazes towards Ringo Yuri's face. Terumi Mei was the first to address Sato Shuichi, exclaiming, "I haven't disclosed that matter to anyone. How could she possibly know? It has nothing to do with me." Sato Shuichi offered a gentle smile. Chapter 74. The eve before returning to the village. Sato Shuichi grasped Terumi Mei's hand, eager to clarify, and reassured her, "It's all right, I trust you." As she met the sincerity in Sato Shuichi's eyes, Terumi Mei felt a warmth envelop her heart and nodded vigorously. The two locked eyes, and a hint of an enchanting atmosphere unfolded between them. Just then, Ringo Yuri interrupted this exquisite moment, saying, "It's clearly a three-person film. Why should I be relegated to the sidelines? With Terumi Mei casting her a displeased glance, Ringo Yuri slowly recounted how she came to know of Sato Shuichi's true identity. From our first encounter, I sensed something was amiss. An ordinary person would not remain unfazed in the face of my ninjutsu. Moreover, your method of sealing my chakra through pressure points is a signature technique of the Hyuga clan from Konohagakure, is it not? The crux of the matter is, you claim to be a writer, yet I have never seen you put pen to paper. Instead, you lead us through various traps day after day. If it weren't for the incompetence of the village's Umbu, you would have been apprehended long ago. After listening to Ringo Yuri's explanation, Sato Shuichi affectionately stroked her hair, wearing a knowing smile. Are the Umbu of Kirigakure truly inept? I think not. If Ringo Yuri could discern it, so too could others. However, before any suspicions about me arose, just one had already subtly altered their perceptions through dreams. Although it may not be as potent as the Kotoame Tsukumi, it is still a simple task to divert their attention from my peculiar behaviors. Thus, it appears you two are my accomplices. You could be referred to as Kirigakure's spies. At this, Terumi Mei rolled her eyes in exasperation, retorting, I intend to become the Mizukage. This is merely an initial concession. Such trivialities will be addressed by esteemed scholars once I ascend to power. Initially, Terumi Mei had little obsession with the position of Mizukage. Yet, Sato Shuichi's persistent musings gradually ignited her interest in the role. Why should the title of Mizukage be reserved for others? If someone else can hold that esteemed position, why can't I, Terumi Mei? Once I become Mizukage, I could arrange for Konohagakure to send Sato Shuichi over for an alliance. The thought is undeniably enticing. However, one thing perplexed Terumi Mei, why Sato Shuichi consistently referred to her as the fifth Mizukage. The current third Mizukage appeared youthful and vigorous, and by the time he retired, she would be in her prime. If she were to wait until the fourth Mizukage stepped down, would she not be labeled an old maid? Contemplating this, Terumi Mei felt a surge of indignation and silently resolved. If anyone is to be the fifth Mizukage, it shall be the fourth instead. Imagining Sato Shuichi's astonished expression upon witnessing her ascendancy to Mizukage filled her with exhilaration. In that moment, she envisioned requesting Konohagakure to send Sato Shuichi, ensuring he would serve her with utmost reverence as the illustrious Mizukage Terumi Mei. As for Ringo Yuri, she could simply be tasked with overseeing the fish pond. Otherwise, it might be said that the Mizukage was indulging in personal vendettas. With thoughts of this splendid future, Terumi Mei couldn't help but emit a soft giggle, drawing peculiar glances from both Sato Shuichi and Ringo Yuri. Ringo Yuri, however, was less preoccupied with such thoughts. Her ties to Kirigakure were not particularly deep. If forced to choose between the village and Sato Shuichi, she would undoubtedly opt for the latter without hesitation. After all, Ringo Yuri was an orphan, lacking any close friends and leading an isolated existence. Had it not been for her recent camaraderie with Terumi Mei, she would have had no one to exchange greetings with. Even now, when she encountered Terumi Mei on the street, she would merely huff and turn her head away. Unbeknownst to Sato Shuichi, the two young women beside him harbored their own secret musings. He procured two exquisitely crafted necklaces from his pocket, one adorned with a magnificent ruby, while the other featured a sapphire. Aside from the differing gemstones, the necklaces bore no other distinctions. Even in size and luster, they were remarkably similar. It was evident that Sato Shuichi had put considerable thought into ensuring equality between the two. Terumi Mei swiftly snatched the sapphire necklace, her eyes gleaming as she played with it in her hands. Is this your way of bribing us? Sato Shuichi chuckled, responding in kind, of course. I must establish a good rapport with the future Mizukage. Should I find myself struggling in Konohagakure, I could always seek refuge in Kirigakure. At his words, Terumi Mei burst into laughter. All right, should you find yourself in dire straits in Konohagakure, feel free to come to me. I'll have you washing my feet. Ringo Yuri said nothing, merely leaning her head gently against Sato Shuichi, evidently seeking his assistance to put the necklace on her. Sato Shuichi, naturally, did not refuse, delicately fastening the ruby necklace around Ringo Yuri's slender neck. Upon witnessing this, Terumi Mei promptly demanded that Sato Shuichi adorn her with a necklace as well. After helping both women with their necklaces, Sato Shuichi pressed soft kisses on their foreheads, expressing a hint of nostalgia. When we next meet, we shall be adversaries. When that time comes, I shall show mercy and capture you back to Kirigakure. Ringo Yuri replied earnestly, I will make sure to defeat you. Sato Shuichi smirked, ruffling her hair. Should I thank you for that? If you wish to defeat me, you'd better train for a couple of centuries. Should we cross paths on the battlefield, I will take you back to Konohagakure as a captive bride. At this, Ringo Yuri lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Uncle, you truly have peculiar tastes. Noticing the slightly flirtatious atmosphere between Sato Shuichi and Ringo Yuri, Terumi Mei unceremoniously interrupted. Sato Shuichi playfully stretched Terumi Mei's cheeks as if they were made of putty. Save your jests for later. Until you become Mizukage, let's keep a low profile, shall we? By the way, if you find yourselves in danger, just infuse a bit of chakra into the necklace. Chapter 75, Returning to Konohagakure. Indeed, Sato Shuichi had inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal onto the two necklaces. By infusing a small amount of chakra, he would be able to sense their presence and utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside them. Although in the original narrative, both Terumi Mei and Ringo Yuri emerged unscathed from the Third Great Ninja War. However, should an unforeseen consequence arise due to the butterfly effect, leading to any mishap befalling the two of them, it would be quite unfortunate. To ensure their safety, Sato Shuichi took the precaution of leaving a dozen Flying Thunder God kunai with both Terumi Mei and Ringo Yuri, which somewhat eased his mind. Subsequently, under the reluctant gazes of the two women, Sato Shuichi set off through the night on his journey back to Konoha, in his eagerness to return swiftly. As soon as he had exited the boundaries of the Hidden Mist Village, he summoned Charizard without delay. As expected, Charizard did not disappoint Sato Shuichi. The journey that originally required over a week was completed by the following morning with Charizard's assistance, bringing him back to Konoha. Upon returning to Konoha, Sato Shuichi did not seek out Sarutobi Hiruzen first, but rather made his way to the residence of the Senju clan. After nearly a month, he was quite eager. For Ringo Yuri and Terumi Mei were both tantalizing presences that could only be admired from afar. Naturally, he longed for the comforting embrace of Tsunade's generous nature. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was merely an old man who could be visited at any time. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, engrossed in reviewing documents, suddenly sneezed. He then scratched his head, murmuring uncertainly to himself, "Is that Danzo once again secretly berating me from the shadows?" Leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen aside, Sato Shuichi had already arrived at Tsunade's doorstep. Utilizing his sensory ninjutsu, a smile graced his lips. It appeared that fortune favored him today, as Tsunade was not at the casino or tavern. At that moment, Tsunade, who was dozing at home, abruptly opened her eyes, displaying a look of irritation. Being the granddaughter of Uzumaki Mito, she possessed an extraordinary sense of perception. Sato Shuichi's recent use of sensory ninjutsu had been detected by her instantly. Just as Tsunade was preparing to welcome the audacious, uninvited guest with a punch reminiscent of a sandbag, Sato Shuichi's figure suddenly materialized before her, having inscribed a Flying Thunder God mark within her room beforehand. Upon seeing Sato Shuichi, Tsunade quickly comprehended the preceding events. Thus, she reclined back onto her bed, a sardonic smile creeping onto her face. "Ah, if it isn't Lord Sato. What brings such a distinguished figure to my humble abode? This little shrine hardly accommodates a grand Buddha like yourself." Clearly, Tsunade harbored some resentment for Sato Shuichi's absence over the past month. Sato Shuichi paid no heed to her sarcastic remarks, instead rising to sit beside her on the bed. "Well, I did inform you before I departed for the Hidden Mist Village, did I not? I can't just keep using the Flying Thunder God to pop back every few days. Even if I wished to, my chakra would not permit such extravagance." Sato Shuichi's words did little to satisfy Tsunade, who rolled her eyes in response. "Humph. Isn't it someone who got their soul lured away by the little enchantresses of the Hidden Mist Village, lingering there for far too long? Naturally, a yellow-faced woman like me would be forgotten." Sato Shuichi reached out, playfully pinching Tsunade's youthful, collagen-rich cheek. "How could that be? You are the most beautiful woman in the entire world. If you are a yellow-faced woman, what does that make others? Monsters?" Despite recognizing his flattery for what it was, a slight smile involuntarily graced Tsunade's lips. "Did you uncover any information while in the Hidden Mist Village?" "Of course, I have gathered intelligence on the Three Tails Jinchuriki," he replied. "Quite capable, aren't you? Then, shouldn't you reward me with a little something?" "I knew you would return with ill tidings," Tsunade declared. "I'm off to take a bath. I feel sticky and uncomfortable." With that, she stood and headed towards the bathroom. At this moment, Sato Shuichi approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her and whispering in her ear, "Might I offer this lovely lady a backscrubbing service? As you are my first customer, this service shall be complimentary. Best keep it to just backscrubbing. You can use the bathroom downstairs," Tsunade replied, declining his invitation for a romantic bath. After Tsunade entered the bathroom with her clothes, Sato Shuichi sat on the bed, reminiscing about the fleeting moment before retrieving his own clothes from the wardrobe and heading downstairs to wash up. Following a refreshing shower, he busied himself in the kitchen, for it had been nearly a day since he had last eaten, and his stomach was protesting with hunger. Tsunade, on the other hand, was fine, having replenished her protein intake beforehand. Since Sato Shuichi frequently stayed over, Tsunade's kitchen was stocked with ingredients, no longer merely a place for instant noodles. However, a month had passed. Tsunade surely would have replenished her supplies. Just as Sato Shuichi anticipated, Tsunade had not neglected her pantry. He gathered some vegetables, a few eggs, and some ham, intending to prepare a simple fried rice. Following that, he took some seaweed and lean meat to boil a pot of savory soup. A soup in a rice dish would suffice for their dinner. By the time Sato Shuichi brought out the fried rice and soup, Tsunade had finished her bath. Dressed lightly due to her recent shower, she presented an alluring sight. Were it not for his intense hunger, Sato Shuichi might have succumbed to more primal instincts. For the scene was undeniably tempting. Once seated, Sato Shuichi served Tsunade her rice while commenting, "Is it proper to appear in such attire? This is hardly respectable." In response, Tsunade rolled her eyes, retorting, "In my own home, I shall wear what I please. Speak one more word, and I'll kick you out." Since Shodame had long since moved to reside near the Ninja Academy, this lavish house was now solely inhabited by Tsunade, allowing her attire to become increasingly daring. Dressing for her own comfort. After finishing dinner at Tsunade's home, Sato Shuichi made his way back to his own residence. After such a long separation, he found himself missing Kushina and Konan. Upon pushing open the door to his house, two figures, one large and one small, suddenly leaped towards him. However, upon seeing Kushina leap into Sato Shuichi's arms, Konan could only halt her advance, disappointment etched on her face. "Shuichi, you're finally back. I thought I would die from missing you," Kushina exclaimed, rubbing her face against his neck. Sato Shuichi gently cradled Kushina's form, replying in a tender tone, "I missed you too." Just then, Kushina suddenly sniffed the air, a puzzled expression crossing her features. "Shuichi, why do you smell like another woman? You haven't been cheating on me behind my back, have you?" Kushina jumped down from Sato Shuichi's embrace, her gaze filled with suspicion. The fragrance on him was familiar, reminiscent of someone she had encountered before. "Wait a minute, isn't that the scent of Tsunade-sensei? Could it be that the first thing you did upon returning to Konoha was to frolic with her before coming home to me?" As this thought crossed her mind, Kushina's expression grew increasingly fierce. It must be from when I went to submit my mission and happened to run into her. I accidentally got a bit of it on me," Sato Shuichi explained. Sato Shuichi responded half-truthfully, observing that Kushina seemed to have an inkling of the source of the alluring fragrance. Rather than outright denying it and leaving a potential talking point, he opted to gloss over the matter. Just as Kushina expressed her skepticism, Sato Shuichi suddenly diverted the conversation. "I encountered someone from your circle in the Hidden Mist Village." "What do you mean by someone from my circle?" Kushina's attention was instantly captivated. "There's a little girl named Terumi Mei in the Hidden Mist Village, and her aspirations mirror yours. She wishes to become Hokage?" Kushina inquired, puzzled. "But a ninja can't become the leader of another village, can they?" Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but display a bemused expression. He playfully tapped her head a few times and replied, somewhat exasperatedly, "Are you a fool? What I meant was, she aspires to become Mizukage, just like you." "Oh, I see. By the way, Shuichi, have you eaten? Would you like me to cook you a bowl of noodles?" Before Sato Shuichi could respond, Kushina dashed off towards the kitchen with remarkable speed. After Kushina left, Sato Shuichi turned his gaze towards Konan, who was nearby, and offered her a gentle smile. "Konan, have you been thinking of me?" Konan nodded, stepping forward to hug Sato Shuichi's long legs, and softly replied, "I think of you every night as I sleep, brother Shuichi." Sato Shuichi reached out to stroke Konan's soft, sky-blue hair and murmured, "Konan is such a good child." However, he failed to notice the subtle, complex expression that crossed Konan's face. Deep down, she yearned not to be merely a child. Yet, she thought, if she was too greedy, she might lose everything she currently held dear. After this bittersweet reflection flashed through her mind, Konan re-emerged with a bright smile. As Sato Shuichi listened to Konan recount her recent experiences at the Ninja Academy, Kushina's vibrant voice resonated from the dining area. "Shuichi, it's time to eat." Sato Shuichi looked at Konan and asked, "Konan, would you like to join me for a bite?" "No, thank you. I just had dinner with Sister Kushina, and I need to take a bath first," Konan replied softly, shaking her head. Sato Shuichi gently patted her head and said, "Go ahead." He then dug into his bowl of noodles, while Kushina sat across from him, propping her chin in her hands, watching him intently. Soon, Sato Shuichi could no longer resist the urge to set down his chopsticks and gaze back at Kushina. "Kushina, why do you keep staring at me? Do you want to eat too?" Kushina shook her head and flashed a meaningful smile. "If it's delicious, eat more. You'll need the strength to finish your assignments later." As she spoke, she licked her lips delicately, adopting a seductively playful expression. It appeared that Sato Shuichi was in for another arduous evening. Fortunately, his recovery abilities were impressive. Otherwise, he would have had to raise a white flag tonight. As anticipated, just after he set down his chopsticks, Kushina's eyes sparkled as she hoisted his bowl onto her shoulder and strode confidently towards the bedroom. In the quiet of the night, Sato Shuichi slowly opened his eyes and gently disentangled himself from Kushina's embrace, which was tightly wrapped around his limbs. Judging by the position of the sun outside, it was still morning. Last night, Kushina had only released him when dawn broke, and given her current state, it seemed she would sleep until the afternoon. Thus, after placing a tender kiss on Kushina's cheek, he got up to wash up. After brushing his teeth, Sato Shuichi glanced around but found no sign of Konan. She was likely off to school. It seemed that the curriculum at Konoha's Ninja Academy was considerably more demanding than that of the Hidden Mist Village. After all, Sato Shuichi had never seen Terumi Mei or Ringo Yuri attend school, unlike Konan, who had to be at school by 9 and remained there until 4 in the afternoon. In retrospect, the Hidden Mist's Ninja Academy could be considered a form of joyful education. After hastily preparing a breakfast, Sato Shuichi decided to take a stroll through the village. The streets remained as lively as ever, bustling with activity. Yet, it appeared that some new gossip was circulating, as clusters of villagers could be seen whispering together. Just as he contemplated whether to investigate further, a voice called from behind him. "Shuichi, over here." Turning towards the sound, he spotted Shinosuke waving at him from a short distance away, accompanied by a gracefully poised woman. If he remembered correctly, this woman was the teacher he had encountered previously at the Ninja Academy. As he approached Shinosuke, he greeted, "Shinosuke, it's been a while." "Who is this?" A proud smile spread across Shinosuke's face. "This is my colleague, Kanako, and also my most important person." Upon hearing this, Kanako's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she gently patted Shinosuke's arm. At that moment, Sato Shuichi recalled that Kanako was indeed the teacher Konan had met when she first enrolled. It seemed Shinosuke had swiftly captured her heart. One truly could not judge a book by its cover. Just then, Kanako, ever perceptive, interjected, "By the way, Shinosuke, I believe I've forgotten to purchase something. I'll head to the supermarket for a moment. You can chat with your friend." "I'll accompany you," Shinosuke offered. "No need. It's nothing too heavy. I'll manage on my own," Kanako replied, waving her hand as she gradually disappeared from their view. Subsequently, Sato Shuichi and Shinosuke found a tavern where they ordered several bottles of beer and some snacks. Shinosuke raised his beer mug and downed a significant portion in one go, exhaling a satisfied breath. It's been ages since I've enjoyed this. Normally, Kanako won't let me drink, but thanks to you, Shuichi." Sato Shuichi took a sip of his beer, then looked across at Shinosuke. The boy he once knew as a passionate youth had transformed into a weary salaryman, even having his right to drink revoked. Unable to resist, he teased, "Is that so? Perhaps you should break up with Kanako. The next one might be even better, even more obedient." Shinosuke waved his hand dismissively. "Not a chance. I've made up my mind. Next month, I'll propose to Kanako. You must come to celebrate." At this declaration, Sato Shuichi's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. Although he and Shinosuke had long reached the age of marriage, he had never anticipated that Shinosuke would be the first to tie the knot. Marriage is the grave of love. Have you forsaken your dreams of becoming Hokage? After a long pause, Shinosuke finally raised his glass and gulped down the remaining beer. "I've given up on that dream. One must possess self-awareness. You and Minato are true geniuses, while I am not. I shall remain an ordinary teacher, perhaps someday. The next Hokage will be one of my students, haha." Though Shinosuke laughed heartily, a hint of dissatisfaction flickered across his face. In truth, he was a minor prodigy himself, possessing the strength of a jonin at such a young age. However, when compared to the likes of Sato Shuichi and Namikaze Minato, he inevitably felt overshadowed. Perhaps it was the brush with death that ultimately awakened Shinshu, leading him to relinquish the obsessions that once consumed him. In truth, this might be for the best. Marrying early and having children ensures that the Senju clan will not face extinction in the future. But let us not dwell on such peculiar matters. Have you heard about the incident involving White Fang? Shinshu leaned in, his expression cloaked in mystery. "No, I only returned from the Hidden Mist Village yesterday. I haven't heard anything about it. What transpired exactly?" In response to Sato Shuichi's inquiry, Shinshu divulged the details without hesitation. It seems that during a previous mission, White Fang sacrificed the success of the task to save a comrade. Consequently, his reputation in the village has plummeted from that of a war hero to that of a pariah, with everyone eager to cast blame. Even the teammate whom White Fang rescued has publicly condemned him. Shinshu took a hearty swig of beer and slammed his mug down on the table with a resounding thud. If someone forsakes their comrades for the sake of a so-called mission, then perhaps they can be deemed a competent ninja. However, I will never acknowledge such a person as a partner. It was evident that Shinshu's beliefs diverged sharply from the prevailing sentiments within the village. For him, living, breathing comrades held far greater significance than rigid adherence to missions. However, the uproar surrounding White Fang could not have arisen without some unseen hand at work. After all, it was merely an ordinary mission. How could it have escalated to such notoriety? The hidden puppet master's ultimate goal must be to tarnish White Fang's reputation. Given that White Fang is in the prime of his life, possessing remarkable strength and a formidable presence, he is undoubtedly a prime candidate for the Hokage. Following this incident, even if White Fang wished to run for Hokage, few would be inclined to support him. Yet, none anticipated that White Fang would resort to the ultimate act of protest, taking his own life. Indeed, those elders in Konoha are adept at external warfare, but seem to excel in the art of internal strife. During the last Ninja World War, they hardly lent a hand. But now that peace has settled, they begin to turn against their own. Without a doubt, Sato Shuichi could guess who the shadowy instigator was. It was none other than the old Coot Danzo. Moreover, while Hiruzen Sarutobi may not have directly participated, he is undoubtedly aware of Danzo's machinations and has chosen to turn a blind eye. Upon this realization, Sato Shuichi rose, gazing at Shinshu. I shall visit White Fang's home. After such a significant event, it is only right. With that, Sato Shuichi turned and departed. Shinshu, observing the spread of appetizers before him, chose to indulge in them alone, unwilling to waste the modest earnings of a ninja school instructor. White Fang's residence was a rather unassuming two-story house, despite his position as the head of the Umbu, which afforded him wealth beyond the reach of most. Yet, White Fang led a remarkably simple life. Sato Shuichi pressed the doorbell, and after a considerable wait, someone finally answered. Upon seeing White Fang, a wave of melancholy washed over Sato Shuichi. Once, White Fang had been the epitome of vigor, seemingly capable of effortlessly resolving any challenge. Now, however, he appeared hunched, pallid, with disheveled white hair and an unkempt beard, resembling a recluse living off the generosity of others. Upon spotting Sato Shuichi, White Fang managed a strained smile. Shuichi, you've come. It's been a while. After a brief silence, Sato Shuichi replied, Aren't you going to invite me in for a moment? White Fang laboriously shifted his weight, turning to lead Shuichi inside. If you don't mind, come in for a cup of tea. Though, I must admit, I have no snacks. As Sato Shuichi stepped into White Fang's home, he was pleasantly surprised to find it much tidier than he had expected. The floors were dust-free, and the furniture was arranged neatly. Even White Fang, who seemed to neglect his own appearance, had made an effort to clean. It was as if he sensed Sato Shuichi's confusion, for White Fang suddenly spoke up. This is all thanks to Kakashi. If it were just me, this place would have turned into a dump by now. I only have some barley tea. I hope that suffices. White Fang led Sato Shuichi into the living room and poured him a cup of barley tea. As Shuichi took a sip, the coolness instantly dispelled the sweltering heat from outside. White Fang remained silent, staring blankly at the empty tabletop, while Shuichi quietly surveyed the decor. After what felt like an eternity, White Fang's hoarse voice broke the silence. Shuichi, do you think I was wrong? Meeting White Fang's conflicted gaze, Sato Shuichi shook his head, speaking with unwavering conviction. You did nothing wrong. Those who disrupt the rules of the ninja world are nothing but trash. And those who abandon their comrades are even more worthless than that. The fault lies not with you, but with this world. Upon hearing these words, a bittersweet smile crept across White Fang's face. Thank you, Shuichi. You are the first to stand by me. I have matters to attend to, if there is nothing else. You may return. At this, Sato Shuichi raised an eyebrow. What you're implying isn't that you intend to express your dissent through death, is it? Faced with Shuichi's skeptical gaze, White Fang averted his eyes, a hint of guilt evident. Witnessing this, Shuichi felt a surge of anger rise within him. Resolutely, he stepped forward and grasped White Fang's collar, locking eyes with him. The White Fang I know is not a weakling or a coward. You can choose to end it all and forget these troubles. But have you considered Kakashi's feelings? Is it only yourself that occupies your thoughts? In the face of Shuichi's interrogation, White Fang lowered his head, offering no further words. Realizing that mere words would not dissuade White Fang from his dark thoughts, Shuichi resolved to employ the friendship-breaking fist. Regardless of the outcome, he would first deliver a sound thrashing. With that, Shuichi raised his fist and, without holding back, struck White Fang squarely on the head. To Shuichi's surprise, White Fang did not evade. Instead, he accepted each blow with a dazed expression. After 3 minutes of this brutal exchange, Shuichi surveyed the battered figure of White Fang, now adorned with bruises and a swollen face, and allowed a satisfied grin to emerge. I've longed for the chance to pummel you like this. Finally, the moment has arrived. Have you calmed down now? White Fang stuffed a tissue into his nose to staunch the flow of blood and nodded. After that thorough beating, he finally relinquished his previous thoughts. Thank you, Shuichi. Without you, I might have made a grave decision. I've concluded that I am no longer fit to be a ninja. A glimmer of life returned to White Fang's eyes. At last, Shuichi stepped forward to employ his medical ninjutsu to treat the wounds on White Fang's head. Otherwise, when Kakashi returned and discovered his father in such a state, he would certainly unleash his fury upon Shuichi. Once all of White Fang's injuries were tended to, Shuichi slowly inquired, "Have you truly made up your mind?" White Fang nodded, a liberated smile gracing his lips. "My savings are sufficient for Kakashi to live comfortably for a lifetime. There is nothing left worth holding on to." Observing White Fang's sincere demeanor, Shuichi nodded in approval. As long as Kiba does not entertain thoughts of self-destruction, then everything can be discussed. After all, as long as one is alive, there remains a glimmer of hope. Before departing, Sato Shuichi felt compelled to add with a hint of concern, "If you ever entertain such thoughts again, I shall strip your corpse bare and cast it into the women's bathhouse of Sunagakure, thereby tarnishing your reputation irreparably." Kiba, however, responded with a warm smile. "You remain as ruthless as ever. Rest assured, once I speak, I do not retract my words." Subsequently, Sato Shuichi made his way toward the Hokage building, as he had yet to submit the intelligence concerning Kirigakure. Although the task's reward no longer held any allure for him, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. The rewards earned through one's own efforts must not be squandered. Excellent, Shuichi, you have indeed not disappointed me. You are truly the strongest ninja of the younger generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he perused the intelligence in his hands. By the way, have you visited Son? I have been so preoccupied that I have not had the chance to pay him a visit. No one wished to see such a calamity transpire. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi nodded, a wave of dissatisfaction rising within him toward the venerable Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Danzo is indeed the villainous character he appears to be, then Hiruzen is a consummate hypocrite. As the Hokage, does he lack the ability to quell rumors? Is it not true that Kiba's very presence threatens your position as Hokage? Such utter shamelessness. I have visited Elder Son. He has decided to retire. Upon hearing Shuichi's words, a look of surprise crossed Hiruzen's face. He had originally intended to tacitly approve of Danzo's actions, thus ensuring Kiba's complete disqualification from the position of Hokage, rendering him the sharpest blade at his command. However, Kiba's choice to retire was somewhat unforeseen. Despite Kiba's withdrawal from active affairs, he still bore the title of Minister of the Umbu. If he were to retire, it would take time for Hiruzen to find a suitable successor. Has Son truly made up his mind to retire? Could he not reconsider? In response to Hiruzen's inquiry, Sato Shuichi merely shrugged, indicating his ignorance. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed through the room. "Shuichi speaks the truth. I intend to retire. After being a ninja for so long, it is time I enjoy life." Kiba entered the room, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. The air of despondency that once surrounded him had vanished, and his hair and beard were neatly groomed. Kiba approached and placed an envelope before Hiruzen. "Hokage, this is my resignation letter. From now on, I shall be an ordinary villager of Konohagakure. You are welcome to visit me for tea whenever you wish." Chapter 79, Mikoto's Troubles. After a brief moment of shock, Hiruzen accepted the resignation letter from Kiba, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "Resigning is for the best. You can focus on mentoring Kakashi, contributing to the new generation of Konoha. I must admit, I feel a tinge of envy toward you." Kiba nodded slightly, yet remained non-committal toward Hiruzen's apparent goodwill. After years of collaboration, Kiba understood Hiruzen's true nature all too well. Moreover, this incident may not have transpired without Hiruzen's subtle encouragement. With a nod towards Sato Shuichi, Kiba elegantly exited the Hokage's office. Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Kiba's unexpected resignation had disrupted his plans. Currently, no one in Konoha could assume the position of Minister of the Umbu from Kiba. Hiruzen had originally intended for his eldest son, Sarutobi Shino, to succeed Kiba in a few years. However, Shino's current abilities were still somewhat lacking. At that moment, Hiruzen's gaze fell upon the frowning Sato Shuichi, a spark of inspiration illuminating his mind. In terms of status, as Tsunade's apprentice, Shuichi undoubtedly belonged to his faction. And regarding strength, Shuichi had proven capable of engaging in combat against Hanzo. Observing the sudden gleam in Hiruzen's eyes, Sato Shuichi, who had been slightly frowning due to the smoke, instinctively stepped back. This old man, could he possibly have some grand wisdom to impart? Shuichi, do you have an interest in the umbu? In response to Hiruzen's probing, Sato Shuichi decisively declined. Although the power of the umbu minister is substantial within Konoha, stepping into Kiba's shoes at this juncture would merely render him a puppet of Hiruzen, akin to how Minato had been in the original narrative. While the duties of the Hokage are present, the authority would be largely divided amongst the former Hokage and the two advisors. It stands to reason that Orochimaru's defection might still be within Hiruzen's control. After all, compared to Minato, should Orochimaru assume the role of Hokage, Hiruzen's power would significantly diminish. Noting Sato Shuichi's outright rejection of his proposal, Hiruzen did not press the matter further. Instead, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with Shuichi about his daily life. To an outsider, Hiruzen would appear to be a kindly elder genuinely concerned for his juniors. After some perfunctory exchanges, Sato Shuichi took his leave. Upon returning home, he resumed his lackadaisical routine between his house and Tsunade's. However, for some reason, he had not seen Mikoto in quite some time. He wondered what she could possibly be preoccupied with. On a serene afternoon, Sato Shuichi was relishing the tranquility of the moment when a loud crash resonated from the living room. The sound jolted him from his reverie, pulling him back to reality. Rubbing his eyes, he sought to discover what had transpired. Upon opening the door to the living room, he beheld an enraged Kushina, a tearful Mikoto, and a table that had been split in two. From Kushina's furious expression, it was evident that the table had fallen victim to her wrath. One must admit, as a student, Kushina had mastered the art of demolishing furniture, a skill she had clearly inherited from Tsunade. After a brief internal monologue of sarcasm, Sato Shuichi approached Kushina, gently massaging her palm, which had struck the table, while inquiring, "Who has dared to provoke our esteemed Kushina?" Kushina glanced back at Sato Shuichi, eager to relay the entire saga. "Shuichi, let me tell you, I am absolutely furious." As he continued to knead Kushina's hand, Sato Shuichi nodded, quickly grasping the situation. The matter had little to do with Kushina. The protagonist was none other than Mikoto seated across from them. In essence, Mikoto had reached the age where her family insisted she consider marriage, particularly with the young elite of the Uchiha clan, with Sato Shuichi as a benchmark. Mikoto naturally found herself unimpressed by those who looked down on her. However, Mikoto's father had recently forced her to meet Uchiha Fugaku, threatening to disown her if she refused. Thus, Mikoto sought solace from Kushina. Hearing this, as Mikoto's best friend, Kushina could not remain passive. Consequently, the unfortunate table in the living room became a casualty. Sato Shuichi comfortingly caressed Kushina's head before turning his attention to Mikoto. "Mikoto, what is your stance now? Do you intend to heed your father's wishes?" Upon hearing this, Mikoto resolutely shook her head. "Even if it means severing ties with my father, I will never submit to anyone else. I cannot accept entering the sacred institution of marriage with someone I do not love." At these words, Kushina sprang to her feet, fervently waving her fists as she exclaimed, "Well said. Rest assured, Mikoto, Shuichi, and I will be your staunchest support. We'll go teach that old man a lesson and make him kneel to apologize to you. And while we're at it, we'll take care of that toad who dares to covet what is not his." Judging by the fierce expression on Kushina's face, she was certainly not jesting. However, given her current status, even if she were to eliminate Uchiha Fugaku, it would amount to nothing. Setting aside the increasingly precarious position of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, with Kushina being the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, she could essentially maneuver freely within the village, backed by Tsunade, the matriarch of the Senju clan. Originally, this position was meant for Shomatsu, who declined it in favor of a desire for a simple, unassuming life. Moreover, there were rumors circulating that numerous artifacts from the Senju clan had appeared in the auction house, though their authenticity remained uncertain. Surely, Tsunade would not resort to selling ancestral treasures for gambling purposes. "Kushina, please calm down. After all, he is my father. Beating him up seems a bit excessive. We should communicate properly, and I believe he will listen," Mikoto gently interjected, recognizing the extremity of Kushina's suggestion. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's residence, a middle-aged gentleman with graying hair was lamenting incessantly. "This is outrageous, truly lawless. The ancient custom of parental consent and matchmaking has been disregarded. Even if she refuses, she cannot simply run away. This is utter anarchy." At that moment, the middle-aged woman seated beside him could no longer restrain herself. "Aren't you concerned that Mikoto will leave home and never return?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Daitama's emotions flared, as if he had been stepped on by a cat's tail. He slammed his hand down on the table with such force that the teacups rattled. Scalding tea spilled into his palm, yet he seemed completely oblivious to the pain. Isn't it your indulgence that has spoiled Mikoto? Can such a significant matter be treated so lightly? If she dares not return, I will. And what will you do? She interrupted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Now you resent her, do you? Blame me for it. You seek someone new, casting aside your old wife, do you? Fine. I want to wait for you. I can manage perfectly well with our daughter. Uchiha Emiko shot a fierce glare at her husband before turning to pack her belongings. Uchiha Daitama hurriedly grasped her hand, adopting a fawning demeanor. I didn't mean it. You know me too well, Emiko. Aside from you, I have never been close to another woman. Humph, is that so? She retorted. Yet I find it strange why you are so insistent on Mikoto being with that Fugaku. He appears quite ordinary to me. How superficial. What does looks matter? Uchiha Fugaku has awakened the Sharingan at his age and is already designated as the clan leader. If Mikoto is with him, she shall surely not suffer. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Emiko rolled her eyes. Oh, so your eagerness is merely a ploy to elevate your own status through your daughter's marriage. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I would never bow even if Uchiha Fugaku himself stood before me. I am merely considering Mikoto's future. After all, we cannot protect her forever. Given my current standing and connections, Fugaku would never dare to let her face any hardships post-marriage. It is an ideal arrangement. However, this is ultimately Mikoto's decision. Forcing her to be with someone she does not love is too. With time, she will surely grow to like him. Isn't that how it is with us? I shall not involve myself any further. You and your daughter can continue this quarrel. I have an appointment with Keiko next door to visit the salon. That will suffice. With that, Uchiha Emiko shrugged off Uchiha Daitama's grasp and strode out. At the Sato household, Sato Shuichi and Mikoto had invested considerable effort in dissuading Kushina from her impulsive plan to unleash the Ninetales upon the Uchiha clan. Had they not intervened, the Uchiha massacre might have been prematurely enacted. After much deliberation, it was ultimately decided that Sato Shuichi and Mikoto would return home together, aiming to dissuade Uchiha Daitama from his reckless intentions. Should reason fail, Sato Shuichi possessed some knowledge of martial arts and would temper his actions for Mikoto's sake. With a resounding crash, Sato Shuichi kicked open the intricately crafted wooden door. Upon witnessing Uchiha Daitama's dark expression, he casually seated himself across from him and cheekily inquired, Daitama, is my ghost fire safely parked outside your house? Uchiha Daitama disregarded Sato Shuichi and instead focused on Mikoto. Is this your choice? To incite me with a brazen fool? Mikoto's face hardened with determination. Father, I will not back down from this matter. Even if it means defying you, I will not yield. At that moment, Sato Shuichi placed the long sword he had gifted to Mikoto on the table with a resounding thud, stating nonchalantly, I am not here to debate, but to inform you. Should you refuse to heed my counsel, I possess a modicum of martial skill myself. Confronted with the sword before him, Uchiha Daitama could no longer contain himself. Truly, one must be vigilant against the inner turmoil of the household. I had thought Mikoto had taken my beloved blade for her own use. It puzzled me why she had not practiced swordsmanship in recent years. Now the truth is revealed. My cherished treasure has been stolen away by this yellow-haired scoundrel. Under the piercing gaze of Uchiha Daitama, Mikoto averted her eyes, acutely aware of why her father was so enraged. After suppressing his anger, Uchiha Daitama addressed Sato Shuichi. Is it merely brute force that Tsunade has imparted to you? Sato Shuichi retorted without reservation. The ninja world has always revered strength. If you refuse to acquiesce today, I shall formally take Mikoto away from the Uchiha. Uchiha Daitama, filled with rage, laughed mockingly. You wish to challenge the entire Uchiha clan single-handedly? How amusing. What does it matter to fear the Uchiha without Madara? We have been repeatedly suppressed by Konoha, unable to even protect our ancestral grounds, forced into this remote corner. I am truly terrified. Sato Shuichi feigned an exaggerated expression of fear. At this juncture, the Uchiha clan was at its most vulnerable. A once mighty clan could not even muster a pair of Sharingan. Sato Shuichi indeed felt confident in his ability to take on the Uchiha clan by himself. Humph, enough of your prattle. Let me see your true mettle. Uchiha Daitama stood, towering over the seated Sato Shuichi, inviting him to battle. He intended to impart a lesson to this presumptuous youth, demonstrating the profound heritage of a noble clan. Mikoto could not help but interject. Father, but her words were abruptly cut off by Uchiha Daitama. Without further ado, once I have dealt with this brat, we shall discuss the matters between us. With that said, Uchiha Danma stormed out with palpable agitation. At that moment, Sato Shuichi gently grasped Mikoto's smooth little hand, offering her a warm smile. Chapter 81. 10 Years of Mastery. Can you withstand it? Do not fret. For your sake, Mikoto, I shall show restraint. Sato Shuichi's voice, though not loud, reached Uchiha Danma's ears with clarity. It appeared that Uchiha Danma, seemingly oblivious, continued his leisurely pace outside, yet a crimson hue began to flicker in his eyes, accompanied by the incessant rotation of 3 tomo. Before long, Uchiha Danma led Sato Shuichi and Mikoto to a desolate clearing. As for why he did not choose the Uchiha clan's training grounds, it was certainly not out of fear of losing to Sato Shuichi and losing face. It must be said that, as an elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Danma was indeed quite prudent. Standing opposite each other, Sato Shuichi and Uchiha Danma's gazes were solely fixed on one another. A gentle breeze passed by, momentarily displacing a green leaf between them. Still, neither made a move. However, compared to Uchiha Danma, whose muscles were taut and Sharingan activated, Sato Shuichi appeared relaxed and at ease. Are you not going to summon your summoned beast? Uchiha Danma inquired of Sato Shuichi. Uchiha Danma had, of course, conducted prior investigations into Sato Shuichi's background, considering he was the only male teammate of his daughter. In response to Uchiha Danma's query, Sato Shuichi merely tilted his head, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, and replied nonchalantly, "Against an old relic like you, there's no need for a fire dragon." Upon hearing this, even Uchiha Danma, with his years of composure, could not help but feel a surge of rage. With a fierce shout, he sprang forward with astonishing speed, drawing his blade towards Sato Shuichi. "You little brat, prepare to meet your end." Witnessing this, Mikoto instinctively covered her mouth. Truly, Shuichi was remarkable. Merely a few words had incited such fury in her father. This was the first time she had seen her father so enraged. Uchiha Danma, his visage contorted in fury, swiftly closed the distance to Sato Shuichi, raising his long sword to strike at his head. In response, Sato Shuichi unsheathed the silver fang gifted to him by Mikoto, effortlessly parrying Uchiha Danma's blow with one hand. Their blades clashed, each holding their ground. Yet while Uchiha Danma wielded his sword with both hands, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Sato Shuichi, on the other hand, wielded his sword with one hand and appeared so unfazed that he even yawned. "Is this all you've got, old man?" Sato Shuichi taunted before exerting force with his right hand, sending Uchiha Danma flying through the air. Mikoto gasped in surprise. Despite their previous conflict, the bond of blood between father and daughter could not be ignored. She wished for neither of them to come to harm. After executing several flips in midair, Uchiha Danma landed gracefully on the ground, his eyes fixed intently on Sato Shuichi, breathing heavily. "I truly am getting old. If I were 10 years younger, I would not find myself in such a predicament." Following their recent encounter, Uchiha Danma understood that he had no hope of defeating Sato Shuichi in either swordsmanship or physical prowess. If Sato Shuichi were privy to Uchiha Danma's thoughts, he would surely scoff, "Save your energy, old man. I haven't even unleashed my true strength yet." Otherwise, it wouldn't be just a simple toss. Just then, Uchiha Danma suddenly formed hand seals with remarkable speed, his Sharingan locked onto Sato Shuichi's eyes. Seeing Uchiha Danma's actions, Mikoto exclaimed urgently, "Shuichi, be careful. Do not look into my father's eyes. That's the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Danma nearly spat blood. "When did my little darling turn into a black-hearted cotton? Why is she turning against me?" Sato Shuichi turned to Mikoto, offering her a reassuring smile, then fixed his gaze directly into Uchiha Danma's Sharingan. Although he was unaware of the Jinjutsu, he nevertheless approached boldly. Uchiha Danma, however, showed no mercy, for his proud Sharingan would not fail him. After a considerable time, Sato Shuichi continued to wear a mocking expression as he regarded Uchiha Danma, his demeanor reminiscent of one observing a monkey in a performance. Were it not for the tangible depletion of chakra within him, Uchiha Danma would have questioned whether his Jinjutsu had even taken effect. Uchiha Danma's Jinjutsu had indeed succeeded, but Sato Shuichi was simply impervious to it. Jinjutsu ultimately serves to disturb an enemy's chakra, and for those with robust mental fortitude, it would naturally prove ineffective. Moreover, with Giston concealed within Sato Shuichi's shadow, should Sato Shuichi fall prey to the Jinjutsu, Giston would promptly dispel it. As a seasoned ninja, Uchiha Danma quickly regained his composure after a fleeting moment of astonishment. Resuming his rapid hand signs. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Uchiha Danma unleashed a colossal fire dragon from his mouth, its ferocity raising the ambient temperature significantly. Indeed, compared to Taijutsu and Jinjutsu, the Uchiha clan's forte lay in fire-style techniques. Faced with such a formidable fire technique, Sato Shuichi's expression finally turned serious. He hurled a kunai towards Uchiha Danma. The specially crafted kunai, having passed through the fire dragon, remained unscathed as it hurtled towards Uchiha Danma. However, Aided by his 3-Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Danma deftly sidestepped the incoming kunai. A question arose in his mind. Why did that troublesome brat suddenly throw a kunai at me? Is he attempting to provoke me? Despite Uchiha Danma's condescending thoughts towards Sato Shuichi, he did not believe that a mere fire technique could easily vanquish him. In that moment, Sato Shuichi appeared beside the kunai, his silver fang poised at Uchiha Danma's neck. Feeling the chill against his throat, Uchiha Danma's eyes widened in shock. The speed was astonishing. When had Sato Shuichi reached his side? Could it be that he had unknowingly fallen into a genjutsu? Chapter 82. Mere old Danma, easily handled. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Uchiha Danma. He recalled the kunai that Sato Shuichi had just thrown. The shape of that kunai seemed distinct from ordinary ones, and it appeared to be engraved with certain markings. Could it be that Sato Shuichi had utilized the long-lost Flying Thunder God technique? Impossible. How could someone as young as Sato Shuichi possibly master such an intricate technique? As the clan most affected by the Flying Thunder God, the Uchiha clan's understanding of it surpassed even that of the Senju clan. After all, Uchiha Azuna had met his end beneath the Flying Thunder God of Senju Tobarama. The more Uchiha Danma understood, the clearer it became to him just how formidable the Flying Thunder God truly was. Such is the art of space-time ninjutsu. Without the innate talent for it, a mere mortal could spend an entire lifetime without even catching a glimpse of its essence. It is precisely for this reason that Uchiha Danma found himself utterly astonished. Naturally, Sato Shuichi remained oblivious to the fleeting thoughts that flitted through Uchiha Danma's mind in that brief moment. He merely stated in a calm tone, "This round is mine." His demeanor was as nonchalant as if he had simply stepped out to purchase a bottle of cola. To be honest, had it not been for the consideration of Mikoto's dignity, Sato Shuichi could have effortlessly dispatched Uchiha Danma in an instant. As a Pokémon lurking in the shadows, Gengar possessed an impeccable assassination capability. Even a ninja of near shadow caliber would likely fall prey to its prowess, for ninjas are generally characterized by high attack and low defense. Despite his disbelief, Uchiha Danma bowed his proud head. I concede this match. However, defeating an elderly man is hardly a matter of glory. One must admit, Uchiha Danma's verbal prowess rivaled his martial skills. Before the battle, he exhibited arrogance, akin to proclaiming himself the greatest, yet afterward, he lamented the lack of honor in triumphing over an elderly opponent. Such shamelessness prompted Mikoto beside him to cover her face with her hand in exasperation. She could hardly bring herself to accept that such a brazen individual was her father. Sato Shuichi's lips twitched slightly before he sheathed his sword with a flourish. In that case, can you at least listen to Mikoto? Uchiha Danma then posed another question. Was that technique of yours the Flying Thunder God? Sato Shuichi nodded indifferently. His mastery of the technique was no secret worth concealing. After all, such a distinctive ninjutsu would become apparent to anyone who witnessed it once. Unless, of course, one were to eliminate every individual who had seen the Flying Thunder God, an utterly impractical endeavor. Upon receiving Sato Shuichi's affirmation, Uchiha Danma, despite being mentally prepared, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Why was it that heaven refused to favor the Uchiha? True geniuses seemed to emerge solely from other clans, leaving him perplexed. The last renowned warrior from the Uchiha clan was Uchiha Kagami, a contemporary of the third Hokage. Since Kagami, the Uchiha lineage had seen a steady decline. After a moment of reflection, Uchiha Danma turned to Mikoto and sighed heavily. I do not oppose your relationship with Shuichi. However, your child must bear the Uchiha name. Uchiha Danma's decision was not as outrageous as it might seem, for aside from the overly bloodline-conscious Hyuga clan, other prominent families within the ninja world engaged in intermarriage. Admittedly, marriages between sworn enemies like the Uchiha and Senju were quite rare. Sato Shuichi possessed sufficient talent and strength, especially with Tsunade as his mentor, making him a promising candidate for the future, potentially even a contender for Hokage. If Mikoto were to marry him, it would not be a matter of squandering her potential. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi was about to respond, but Mikoto interjected vehemently. Father, you are meddling again. Shuichi and I are not in that kind of relationship. Besides, Shuichi is Kushina's boyfriend. How could I possibly compete for a man with her? In response, Uchiha Danma scoffed. You claim there's nothing between you and that rascal. Yet he would go so far as to challenge me for your sake. And you gifted him my cherished blade, not to mention your vocal concern during the duel, as if fearing I might harm him. At this, Mikoto could only lower her head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi felt an unexpected sense of fondness for the old man. He was more agreeable than he had anticipated. As for any attraction he felt towards Mikoto, that was undeniable. If she were included, their little team could practically become a lifelong unit. Moreover, Mikoto's long black hair and gentle demeanor were exceedingly rare in the ninja world. However, out of respect for Kushina, Sato Shuichi refrained from making any overt promises. After all, should he return home to find Kushina in a righteous fury, it would spell trouble. This matter is settled. You and the Ninetales Jinchuriki are not wed, so what is there to fear? Even if you were, there's no law stating one can only marry once. If you truly disdain him, perhaps you could negotiate with Uchiha Fugaku. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had always believed that Konoha's laws enforced monogamy. He was astonished to discover that such a restriction did not exist. It was incredibly satisfying. No, it was utterly decadent. As a new generation of shinobi, Sato Shuichi resolved to advocate against this regulation in the future, suggesting that all ninjas, save for himself, be bound to monogamy. I have made my stance clear. How you choose is your own affair. Remember to return for dinner. You are not a child anymore. So stop playing these games of running away, Uchiha Danma admonished Mikoto, his tone tinged with disappointment. Isn't it because you are pressuring me to marry? Would adding another mouth to feed really impoverish us? Mikoto retorted sharply. Even 100 extra mouths wouldn't bankrupt me. But have you considered your age? Are you planning to become an old maid? I see you and that rascal are quite compatible. Is it too much to ask for me to enjoy the joys of grandparenthood? Under the relentless barrage of Uchiha Danma's remarks, Mikoto chose to flee. Chapter 83. The title disappears. Though evasion may be shameful, it proved remarkably effective. Watching Mikoto's retreating figure grow distant, Sato Shuichi turned to Uchiha Danma and tentatively stated, "Father-in-law, I shall seek out Mikoto now." At these words, Uchiha Danma's expression darkened. Despite having prepared himself for Sato Shuichi and Mikoto's potential union, hearing Sato address him in such a manner ignited a desire to strike him. Were it not for his own lack of capability, he might have done so. Thus, Uchiha Danma waved his hand dismissively and strode off in the opposite direction of Mikoto. After exchanging pleasantries with Uchiha Danma, Sato Shuichi utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear before Mikoto. With a sudden thud, Mikoto collided against Sato Shuichi's solid chest. Had he not caught her, she would have surely stumbled. However, Sato's swift action pulled her into his embrace, and in that instant, they fell into a profound silence. Sato Shuichi relished the sensation of holding her soft form, a surge of delight swelling within him. Simultaneously, a fragrance distinct from Kushina and Tsunade wafted into his nostrils, a subtle aroma that, had they not been so close, he might never have recognized. This must be Mikoto's unique scent, for it was said that even the most beautiful maidens possess a fragrant essence when they sweat. Mikoto's cheeks flushed crimson. This was her first intimate encounter with the opposite sex. Previously, Sato Shuichi's image would occasionally invade her thoughts, especially in recent times when Uchiha Danma had been pushing her toward arranged meetings, causing Sato Shuichi to occupy her mind with increasing frequency. After all, when compared to those so-called blind date candidates, Sato Shuichi's excellence is indisputable. Feeling the warmth radiating from his neck, a peculiar expression appeared on Sato Shuichi's face. Although he had just shouted father-in-law in an attempt to provoke Uchiha Danma, he was not mentally prepared to be with Mikoto so swiftly. Such matters, it seemed, warranted a discussion with Kushina to alleviate his concerns. After all, the current Kushina was the perfect Jinchuriki, and in her full-powered form as the Ninetales, Sato Shuichi, even with his 3 Pokémon, might not stand a chance against her. After a considerable while, Mikoto hurriedly sprang from Sato Shuichi's embrace. She reached up to touch her hair, revealing a guilty expression. "Shuichi, please don't take what my father just said to heart. He is simply old and tends to ramble," she implored. Observing Mikoto's bashful demeanor, Sato Shuichi suddenly felt a mischievous urge to tease her. As for Kushina, that could be a matter for his future self to ponder. Thus, Sato Shuichi took hold of Mikoto's right hand, their fingers entwined. If that is the case, doesn't my earlier confrontation seem utterly meaningless? I suppose I am merely a tool, destined to be discarded once the objective is achieved. My apologies, I must be overthinking, he mused. Upon hearing this, Mikoto quickly interjected. That is not it. Shuichi, let me explain. You and Kushina are the best of friends. We shouldn't betray her. It's fine. Kushina will forgive us. She has had her experiences, he reassured her. At this, Mikoto's eyes widened in disbelief. She never imagined that Sato Shuichi, with his thick brows and large eyes, had already betrayed Kushina once. Considering her best friend's fiery temperament, it was indeed miraculous that Sato Shuichi stood before her unscathed. Who is that person who dared to encroach upon Kushina's territory? Are they not afraid of death? Mikoto demanded, her tone accusatory. Sato Shuichi hesitated before replying. You know that person quite well? As Mikoto recalled Sato Shuichi's strange expression and connected it to Kushina's inexplicable change in attitude towards Tsunade from a certain point onward, a bold yet absurd thought crossed her mind. She pointed a finger at Sato Shuichi in disbelief, asking, "Don't tell me that third party is Tsunade-sensei. Isn't there a considerable age gap between you?" Meanwhile, Tsunade, engaged in a fierce battle at the casino, suddenly sneezed. "Which rascal is talking about me behind my back?" she muttered, before pushing her chips forward again. Initially resistant to becoming the clan leader of the Senju, she realized that her time could be better spent gambling or drinking at the tavern. However, after assuming the role, she was pleasantly surprised to discover the immense wealth accumulated by the Senju clan since the Warring States period, granting her the authority to manage these assets as she pleased. During this period, Tsunade had become quite prosperous, having cleared all her gambling debts and even possessing a considerable sum of cash to squander. She successfully transformed from a casino's prey to its most sought-after patron. It was said that wherever Tsunade appeared, even the most desolate casinos would soon be bustling with patrons. After all, failing to seize an opportunity when wealth is within reach would be foolish. Returning to the Uchiha clan, Sato Shuichi, confronted by Mikoto's inquiries, gazed towards the sky and responded softly, "It's not quite that simple. In a certain sense, Tsunade-sensei was the first to come into the picture. While my first kiss was with Kushina, Tsunade and I grew up together." Mikoto abruptly released Sato Shuichi's hand, pressing her fingers against her temples. The revelation had hit her hard. Her best friend was entangled with her most revered teacher in such a way. Did this truly happen in Konoha? Yet, upon reflection, where there is one, there may be another. Since Kushina had already accepted Tsunade-sensei, adding herself to the mix wouldn't be too much, would it? Unbeknownst to Sato Shuichi, who had no inkling of Mikoto's tumultuous thoughts, he took her left hand once more. "All right, let us not dwell on such matters. I'll treat you to some dango. Let us fill our stomachs before discussing anything else." Chapter 84. In the depths of the alley with that, Sato Shuichi led the pensive Mikoto towards the village center. Inside the dessert shop, Mikoto gazed at the plate of her favorite dango, yet felt no desire to indulge. How would she face Kushina later? Knowing how kind Kushina had been to her, while contemplating taking away her most cherished possession, weighed heavily on her heart. In stark contrast to Mikoto's anxiety, Sato Shuichi began to feast heartily. After waking up and quickly freshening up, he had accompanied Mikoto to her home, without even sipping a cup of tea. The subsequent duel with Uchiha Danma had further drained his energy, and his stomach had been protesting for some time. Now was the perfect opportunity to reward his long-neglected appetite. After a moment of brooding, Mikoto suddenly noticed Sato Shuichi devouring his meal with abandon. This sight ignited her indignation. Why am I feeling this way? Doesn't he have even a shred of awareness? How can he act as if nothing has happened? She fumed inwardly. This wicked little rascal, Sato, truly deserved a reckoning. With that thought, Mikoto raised her foot and stepped onto Sato Shuichi's. Feeling the pressure, he finally paused his eating, blinking in surprise. He looked at the disgruntled Mikoto and then offered her a piece of food on his fork. "Would you like a bite?" Seeing Sato Shuichi's innocent expression, Mikoto felt foolish for her earlier irritation. Engaging in a spat with someone like him was merely self-defeating. Resolving this, she opened her mouth and accepted the cake he offered, transforming her frustration into appetite as she began to devour the desserts alongside him. Half an hour later, Mikoto reclined in her chair, satisfied yet wearing a troubled expression. "Oh no, after eating all this high-calorie food, I'm definitely going to gain weight. I've decided I want to eat dinner tonight." Though her murmurs were soft, they clearly reached Sato Shuichi's ears. Leaning in closer, he whispered, "I know a quick method for burning fat. Would you like to try it?" With that, Sato Shuichi lightly licked her earlobe with his tongue. The subtle sensation sent shivers through Mikoto's body. However, she dismissed his action and instead felt curious about the exercise method. Tsunade-sensei, being the most formidable medical ninja in the ninja world, must possess her own exclusive secrets. After all, it was impossible for someone who drank so much daily to maintain such an enviable figure. Under Sato Shuichi's guidance, the two made their way to the end of an empty alley. As she surveyed the somewhat dim surroundings, Mikoto suddenly felt as though she had been deceived. However, having already arrived at this place, she decided to uncover what secrets lay within Sato Shuichi's gourd. Sato Shuichi did not hasten to make his next move. Instead, he spoke to his shadow, saying, "Jisudo, I entrust this to you. If anyone enters, scare them away." Immediately, to Mikoto's astonished gaze, the shadow behind Sato Shuichi began to twist, and Jisudo emerged from within. With a haunting chuckle, it vanished into thin air. "This is Jisudo, one of my most important companions. I hope you two can get acquainted," Sato Shuichi explained to the surprised Mikoto. Nodding in response, Mikoto inquired, "What kind of training method are you referring to? Why come to a place like this?" Sato Shuichi offered no answer, instead slowly approached Mikoto. The crisp sound of his footsteps resonated like a small hammer, rhythmically striking at her heart. As he drew nearer, Mikoto instinctively recoiled, only to discover that she had reached the wall behind her, with nowhere left to retreat. At that moment, Sato Shuichi stood before her, propping himself against the wall, creating an intimate barrier. Observing Mikoto, who resembled a startled rabbit, he leaned in closer. As his face approached hers, the realization of what was about to transpire struck Mikoto, and she silently murmured an apology to Kushina before closing her eyes. After what felt like an eternity, the anticipated sensation did not arrive. This prompted Mikoto to open her eyes, only to find Sato Shuichi's face adorned with a mischievous grin. At that moment, she comprehended the situation. She had once again been toyed with by this rascal. In a fit of indignation, she raised her fist, aiming to leave a mark on that annoying face. Sato Shuichi deftly sidestepped, evading Mikoto's furious strike. Though anger can temporarily amplify one's strength, it often clouds judgment. After expending all her might in a failed attempt to strike her target, Mikoto's body involuntarily lurched forward. Just as she braced herself for an intimate encounter with the solid floor, she was unexpectedly enveloped in a warm embrace. When she finally opened her eyes out of curiosity, she found Sato Shuichi's face mere inches from her own. The proximity was so intimate that they could feel each other's breath. However, this time, Sato Shuichi's playful antics could no longer deceive Mikoto. As he leaned in closer, Mikoto did not close her eyes as before. Instead, she widened them, as if attempting to intimidate him into retreating. While most would falter under Mikoto's fierce gaze, Sato Shuichi was not one to be easily intimidated. As a carnivorous individual, he felt a surge of excitement rather than trepidation under her fierce scrutiny. Thus, to Mikoto's astonishment, Sato Shuichi drew even nearer. Chapter 85, Kushina, Love is a Light. Soon after, Sato Shuichi witnessed a scene that left him utterly shocked. Mikoto's widened eyes had transformed into the form of the Sharingan, with 2 tomo spinning within. Moments later, the number of tomo increased from 2 to 3. Could it be that his kiss had the power to evolve the Sharingan? Yet, evolution of the Sharingan is not solely dependent on hatred. It thrives on intense emotions. Feelings of shyness and affection can serve as fuel for its evolution. In a certain non-flammable Boruto episode, Uchiha Sarada awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan out of anger for Boruto. Thus, it seemed entirely plausible that Mikoto could awaken 3 tomo after losing her first kiss. Nevertheless, this spectacle truly astonished Sato Shuichi, who stared blankly at her 3 tomo Sharingan. For a moment, even the restless claws of Lushan instinctively paused. After what felt like an eternity, their lips finally parted. At that moment, Mikoto remained oblivious to the unusual state of her eyes, as her heart was consumed by embarrassment. That guy Shuichi is indeed a true hentai, luring me to such a place to engage in that kind of act, she thought. Sato Shuichi, gazing at Mikoto's flushed face and dazed eyes, couldn't resist pinching her smooth cheek. The strange sensation successfully roused Mikoto from her flustered state. Upon realizing her current position, she sprang from his embrace like a coiled spring, and pointedly demanded, "You're just the worst. How could you trick me into coming to this place to do that? I'm going to tell Kushina. And you're finished." Faced with Mikoto's fierce demeanor, Sato Shuichi wore an expression of feigned innocence. He blinked, then replied with a hint of confusion, "What did I do? Wasn't it you who wanted me to let you experience that training method? Humph. That filthy act could never be considered training. Ah, that just shows your ignorance." Kissing engages all the muscles in the face, and the exchange of bacteria in the mouth also contributes to enhancing physical fitness. How could you dismiss such a training method? Confronted with Sato Shuichi's convoluted reasoning, Mikoto could only muster 4 words in retort. Though she longed to argue against him, she found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps this was the advantage of extensive reading, allowing one to decisively overpower an opponent with knowledge. Ultimately, this confrontation concluded with Mikoto fleeing in disarray. As she hurried away, Sato Shuichi contemplated the lingering sensation on his lips. That feeling was rather pleasant. "Speak, Shuichi, what have you done to offend me this time?" Kushina inquired from the sofa. Her eyes narrowed as she enjoyed Sato Shuichi's massage from behind. At her words, a look of guilt washed over Sato Shuichi's face, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, responding in a manner that betrayed no hint of guilt. "What ill intentions could I possibly have? I merely noticed that you seemed a bit fatigued lately, so I wanted to attend to you properly. That better be the case. By the way, have you dealt with Mikoto's situation?" Upon hearing Mikoto's name, Sato Shuichi's movements faltered for several seconds. Haha, with me involved, of course, it was resolved. Initially, that old man wouldn't listen to reason, but after a little physical persuasion, he fell in line. That's wonderful. However, I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something from me. Suddenly, Kushina stood up, turning to fix Sato Shuichi with a penetrating gaze. This was it. The moment of reckoning had come. Under the weight of Kushina's scrutinizing stare, cold sweat dripped down Sato Shuichi's back, as he regretted shifting the blame to his present self. However, if time were to rewind, Sato Shuichi would undoubtedly make the same decisions as before. A mere slight deviation occurred, although Mikoto no longer needed to partake in matchmaking. Her father seems to believe that she and I are a couple. Is this what you call a slight deviation? I asked you to assist Mikoto in resolving her issues, not to create new ones. You must be feeling quite pleased with yourself, having acquired such a gentle and virtuous fiancé without any effort. At that moment, Kushina's silky hair flowed as if it were the serpentine locks of Medusa, floating in the air without any external force. Her menacing demeanor made it seem as though she intended to devour Sato Shuichi whole. Faced with this situation, Sato Shuichi decisively chose a slide and reached out to embrace Kushina's smooth thigh. Forgive me, I implore you. This is my lifelong request. I beg you, Lady Kushina. Kushina looked down at the shameless Sato Shuichi beneath her, her expression icy. It seems you spoke to me in the same manner when your affair with Tsunade-sensei was exposed. How many green hats must I endure before you relent? In response to Kushina's inquiry, Sato Shuichi could only offer an awkward smile. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through his mind. With a subtle exertion of force from his hands, Kushina's body uncontrollably fell onto the soft sofa. 2 hours later, with a flushed face, Kushina playfully smacked Sato Shuichi. You only know how to resort to such underhanded tactics. Just as Sato Shuichi was about to retort, Kushina abruptly seemed to remember something. She hurriedly stood from the sofa and began to put her clothes back on. Observing Kushina's actions, Sato Shuichi instinctively started dressing himself as well. Although uncertain of what had transpired, Sato Shuichi refrained from asking questions, noting Kushina's urgency. Once they were both properly attired, Kushina wiped the sweat from her forehead and, with a hint of trepidation, remarked, I almost forgot. Konan should be home soon. If she suspects anything, I might as well not live. At that moment, Kushina suddenly flared her delicate nostrils. Her cheeks flushed as she dashed upstairs in search of something. Soon, a bottle of air freshener was tossed down from the second floor, landing in Sato Shuichi's hands. Chapter 86. Haki-chan, you rascal. According to Konan's usual route, she would be returning in about 10 minutes. Consequently, Sato Shuichi hurriedly opened the windows and the front door to air out the room. However, dispersing the odor in such a short time was clearly a daunting task. While Kushina tidied the sofa and floor, Sato Shuichi liberally sprayed the air freshener around the living room. 5 minutes later, both Sato Shuichi and Kushina sat on the sofa, sporting triumphant smiles. Just then, the sound of light footsteps approached, growing louder. Upon hearing the footsteps, Sato Shuichi and Kushina exchanged glances, relief washing over their faces. They had successfully maintained their dignified and illustrious images. Konan slightly flared her delicate nostrils, then looked at the composed Kushina and Sato Shuichi with a puzzled expression. Why does it smell so strongly of air freshener in here? It's because we just disposed of a mouse. Sato Shuichi and Kushina exchanged bemused glances, both wearing peculiar expressions. Despite not having rehearsed their story, they were remarkably in sync, their instinctive explanations almost identical. Although Konan had her doubts about their answers. Given that eliminating a mouse or a bat wouldn't typically warrant such heavy use of air freshener, she chose not to probe further. Nodding slightly, she retreated upstairs to her room to do her homework. Watching Konan's obedient figure, Kushina couldn't help but sigh. What a considerate child. I hope our daughter is just as well behaved in the future. Sato Shuichi nodded in agreement. However, at this stage, he had no thoughts of having children. After all, the upcoming conflicts in the ninja world were far too perilous. Moreover, as the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, Kushina would be particularly vulnerable during childbirth. Although she had reconciled with the Ninetales, Sato Shuichi resolved to postpone thoughts of offspring until he had consumed the god tree's fruit and ascended to the status of a new Kami-sama. While savoring her favorite dango, Mikoto found herself deeply understanding the meaning of the phrase as tasteless as chewing wax. Is there anything more awkward than having your best friend steal your romantic interest? Yes, there is, having your best friend feed you with a gentle smile. Mikoto, are you feeling unwell? You seem a bit off. Kushina inquired sweetly as she withdrew the fork from Mikoto's mouth. Unable to meet Kushina's concerned gaze, Mikoto lowered her head, her feelings of guilt towards Kushina intensifying. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi, who witnessed the entire exchange, took a deep sip of his milk tea. How had he not noticed Kushina's cunning side before? She clearly understood the situation, yet chose to feign ignorance to tease Mikoto. Nevertheless, Sato Shuichi had no intention of coming to Mikoto's aid. After all, he was barely keeping his own head above water. Ultimately, Mikoto could no longer withstand the inner turmoil and stood up to bow apologetically to Kushina. I'm sorry, Kushina. I did something unforgivable with Shuichi. It's all my fault. I tempted him. Whether you want to hit me or scold me, I'm ready for it. Sato Shuichi's expression froze in disbelief at Mikoto's sudden confession. Mikoto-san, you are truly kind. Even at this moment, you take all the blame upon yourself. Haki-chan, you rascal. Kushina shot a fierce glare at Sato Shuichi, the instigator, then quickly moved to embrace the slightly trembling Mikoto, soothing her. It's okay, Mikoto, I already know. It's all Shuichi's fault. I won't blame you. Mikoto looked up in disbelief at Kushina and asked, You don't blame me? Kushina replied with a gentle smile. You are my best friend. How could I ever blame you? In that moment, Kushina appeared to Mikoto as if she were enveloped in a halo of divine light. Overcome with emotion, Mikoto hugged Kushina tightly and began to cry. Kushina, you are so wonderful. I want to be your forever friend. No matter what happens, I will never betray you. Unlike the carefree Sato Shuichi, Mikoto returned home that day tormented by her conscience. She had mentally prepared herself for a confrontation with Kushina, expecting to endure a long struggle to earn her forgiveness and restore their friendship. She never anticipated that Kushina would forgive her so easily. Thus, the emotions that had been accumulating over several days suddenly erupted. Kushina gently patted Mikoto's back while softly reassuring her. It's all right. This is perfect. Now that we are family, we can be together for a lifetime. After a considerable time, with tears glistening in her eyes, Mikoto finally lifted her head from Kushina's embrace, her face radiating profound gratitude. To celebrate this momentous occasion, Shuichi Sato took the two women to a barbecue restaurant for a hearty feast. Following this event, the bond between Kushina and Mikoto not only remained unscathed but flourished even further, which was indeed a cause for celebration. It's quite late. Let us call it a night, Mikoto remarked, glancing at the moon hanging high in the sky, addressing Shuichi Sato and Kushina before them. The trio, after finishing dinner, spread a picnic blanket on the lawn outside and reclined side by side, marveling at the resplendent starry sky. Meanwhile, Konan, after dining, took a shower and promptly went to bed. Unlike the three adults outside, who were idly lounging about, Konan, as an exemplary student, had to rise early each morning, making it impossible for her to join Shuichi and the others in their late-night revelry. Why not stay over tonight? After all, we share such a relationship now, Kushina suggested, turning to Mikoto. Upon hearing this, Shuichi chimed in. Indeed, we have plenty of vacant rooms at home. If necessary, the three of us can squeeze onto one bed. Mikoto pinched Shuichi's arm playfully, retorting, Are you implying that your numerous empty rooms are a hint? Moreover, I wish to share a room with Kushina. Not with some hentai, otherwise, my safety would be jeopardized. Although they had confirmed their relationship several days prior, the connection between Shuichi and Mikoto remained limited to mere kisses. However, tonight might present an opportunity, especially since Kushina was playing the role of a supportive ally. If Shuichi were to squander this chance, he would truly be a fool. Ultimately, after much discussion, Mikoto opted to sleep alone in the guest room, leaving Shuichi, who had hoped for a night of shared warmth, somewhat disappointed. It seemed the revolution had yet to succeed, and the comrades still needed to strive harder. In the master bedroom, freshly bathed, Shuichi leaped onto the bed in a free-fall manner, causing a resounding thud that startled Kushina, who had been reclining there. Are you still a child? What if you break the bed? Kushina remarked, unable to suppress her teasing at Shuichi's childish antics. In response, Shuichi flashed a slightly mischievous smile. This is called retaining a youthful spirit. Besides, if this bed were to collapse so easily, I would march to the owner tomorrow with my sword. I spent 200,000 on it. They say it can withstand 10 hefty pigs without faltering. That sounds rather exaggerated. 10 hefty pigs must weigh a lot, Kushina replied, her skepticism evident. No, I genuinely saw their samples with 10 hefty pigs lying on it without any signs of collapse before I decided to purchase it. Is that so? Interesting, man. You have piqued my curiosity. Let us go see it tomorrow, Kushina said, a playful gleam in her eyes. Yes, madam. After a courteous bow, Shuichi nestled beside Kushina, his hands playfully wandering. However, as soon as his hands approached, they were met with swift retribution, as Kushina playfully swatted them away. Shouldn't you be with Mikoto tonight? Kushina inquired, her tone teasing yet firm. Hearing such a generous remark from Kushina, Shuichi couldn't help but cover her face with a grand kiss. Kushina, you're truly wonderful. I've decided you shall be the elder, while Tsunade, that gambler, can be the younger. At this, Kushina playfully nudged him with her foot. Huh, are you implying you wanted me to be the younger all along? Shuichi seized Kushina's mischievous foot, gazing at her with earnest eyes. No, all three of you hold an equal place in my heart. There is no hierarchy among you. You are all my wings, and without one, I cannot soar. Hee, I've never seen 3 wings before, Kushina teased. And stop pinching. Weren't you supposed to be with Mikoto? Shuichi leaned down and gently kissed the back of Kushina's snowy foot, responding, no worries, it's still early. I'll seek out Mikoto later. This moment belongs solely to Lady Kushina. With a playful yet reluctant expression from Kushina, the subsequent events need not be elaborated upon, as they would surely lead to censorship. Time swiftly passed, and after washing up with Kushina, Shuichi initially intended to use a ninjutsu to dry her hair, a technique that could dry long hair in mere minutes, a skill that would be invaluable for Jiraiya. However, before he could demonstrate this unique talent, he found himself unceremoniously kicked out of the room by Kushina. Staring at the closed door, Shuichi muttered a few choice words about the capricious woman before stealthily making his way to the guest room where Mikoto lay. Although the room was dimly lit, Shuichi could navigate through the darkness with ease. To borrow a somewhat dramatic phrase, the night has gifted me with black eyes, which I use to seek out the light. In simpler terms, the moonlight streaming in was sufficient to illuminate Shuichi's path. After all, he was not a fussy child and had no issues with night blindness. Moreover, having lived in this house for over a decade, he could traverse it with his eyes closed. Before long, Shuichi arrived at the guest room's door. His hand gently rested on the doorknob, hesitating before turning it, unsure if Mikoto had locked it. After a brief internal debate, he resolutely twisted the knob. To his surprise, there was no resistance, and he effortlessly opened the door. Mikoto, you truly lack a ninja's vigilance, he thought to himself, silently chastising her before lunging toward the raised blanket on the bed. The sensation against his body felt wrong. This was not Mikoto's soft and fragrant form. As he lifted the blanket, he discovered only a long pillow within. Have I been deceived? Suddenly, he felt a prickling sensation at his neck, followed by a familiar warmth coursing through his body. Just as he had mocked Mikoto for her lack of awareness, he had now fallen prey to a similar trap. The boomerang had returned swiftly and accurately. However, the environment played a role. Had he been outside, he would have had his shadow clone keeping watch. Yet, within the confines of his home, who would think so far ahead? Sato Shuichi's eyelids grew increasingly heavy, and his consciousness began to fade slowly. Chapter 88, Mikoto, I'm coming over. However, the assailant evidently overlooked one crucial fact. The physical constitution of individuals varies significantly. For Sato Shuichi, who had spent years testing various substances on his own body, the potency of this meager concentration was utterly insufficient. At most, it would merely induce a sense of drowsiness. Nevertheless, the familiar chakra emanating from behind him prompted Sato Shuichi to keep his eyes closed, feigning unconsciousness. He was curious to discern what scheme Mikoto had concocted, daring to go to such lengths. Observing Sato Shuichi, who lay serenely asleep on the bed, Mikoto's face betrayed a look of melancholy. She had anticipated that Sato Shuichi would arrive in her room much earlier, only to realize she had underestimated his moral integrity. This appearance, freshly emerged from a bath, clearly indicated he had been frolicking with Kushina before coming to her room. Was she merely a backup to him, overshadowed by Kushina? Contemplating this, Mikoto's gaze turned vacant. Despite her previous assertions that she would never compete with Kushina, the notion of being considered a mere alternative gnawed at her insides. Yet perhaps this was for the best. At least it absolved her of any guilt regarding her forthcoming actions. Mikoto suddenly produced 4 handcuffs from seemingly nowhere, securing Sato Shuichi in a spread-eagle position on the bed. Feeling the cold touch of the cuffs on his wrists and ankles, Sato Shuichi furrowed his brow slightly. He had never expected that the seemingly demure Mikoto would indulge in such audacious behavior behind closed doors. At that moment, a sorrowful voice echoed in his ear. Shuichi, I know you're not asleep. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi could no longer maintain his pretense and opened his eyes, revealing a look of mild confusion. As he did, his gaze met a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Haha, Mikoto, what do you intend to do? Stop messing around and let me go. Gazing down at him with an expression devoid of humor, Mikoto interrogated. Did you come here right after being with Kushina? Do you truly hold me in such low regard? Am I merely a spare tire between you two? It's not like that, Mikoto. Let me explain. Sato Shuichi's words were abruptly silenced as Mikoto pressed her foot against his mouth. One foot rested firmly on his chest, while the other pressed down on his face. Shuichi, you lecherous fiend, you have such a wonderful girlfriend in Kushina, yet fail to appreciate her. You dare to make advances on both me and Tsunade-sensei? A person like you deserves divine retribution. Accept your punishment. What Mikoto failed to realize was that her perceived punishment, aimed at crushing Sato Shuichi's pride, was, in fact, a form of reward for him. Moments later, Mikoto looked down upon Sato Shuichi, her expression one of disdain. Is this truly enough? You're nothing but a pathetic weakling. I can't fathom how Kushina and Tsunade-sensei could ever take a liking to you. A character like you deserves to be locked away in a basement, existing solely for my amusement. Mikoto cupped her cheeks with her hands, uttering words that sent a chill down Sato Shuichi's spine. Afterward, she produced a small black whip from behind her, cracking it several times, producing sharp sounds that echoed in the air. Then, with her free hand, she ruffled Sato Shuichi's hair, a smirk playing on her lips. Let us play a game. Can you guess what I'm going to do with this whip next? Sato Shuichi wore a peculiar expression, although he enjoyed being dominated by beautiful women. It did not imply he was a masochist. As the playful moment drew to a close, faced with Mikoto's uncharacteristic demeanor, he resolved to retaliate. With a surge of strength, the handcuffs binding him shattered effortlessly. Shaking his arms free, he beamed a radiant smile at the stunned Mikoto. The playful times are over, you wicked Uchiha imp. Prepare to face the consequences. Mikoto swallowed hard, displaying a stiff smile. Shuichi, can we reconcile? That was merely a little joke between us. What do you say? My dear Mikoto, if apologies were effective, what need would there be for the village's security team? Ultimately, Mikoto reaped what she had sown. Initially, Sato Shuichi had intended to be gentle with her, considering she was still a novice in this game. However, after the events that transpired, he cast that thought aside. To dare bind him and confine him to a basement was not merely rebellious. It warranted a forceful response to re-establish his authority and family standing. Testing the whip on Mikoto, he discovered it was more for show than harm, merely leaving shallow red marks on the skin. It was essentially a harmless prop. He was left wondering where Mikoto had procured such an item. Eventually, when Mikoto, her eyes vacant, raised a white flag, Sato Shuichi opted to spare her. The following morning, upon glancing at the blissfully smiling Mikoto nestled in his arms, he decided to rise. It was unclear what delightful dreams she was experiencing, as her smile was so wide that saliva trickled onto Sato Shuichi. Considering Mikoto's physical constitution was significantly weaker than Kushina's, he chose not to awaken her, allowing her to rest a bit longer. After brushing his teeth, Sato Shuichi made his way to the living room. Konan was seated at the dining table, diligently eating breakfast, seemingly preparing for school. Oh, isn't that Shuichi? Up so early today? Upon seeing Kushina greet him with a smile from the living room couch, Sato Shuichi's brow furrowed slightly. In his memory, Kushina was not one to rise early. Both she and Tsunade often missed breakfast. Yet today, she was up before him. Something was amiss. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Did you have a hand in Mikoto's antics last night?" At this, Kushina's gaze became evasive. After all, the drugs and handcuffs Mikoto had used were provided by her, all to witness Sato Shuichi's embarrassment. Chapter 89. The Intimidating Konan. However, such an admission was impossible. Therefore, Kushina shook her head, her expression one of confusion. What do you mean? What did Mikoto do last night? Having been through enough together. Sato Shuichi easily discerned the insincerity in Kushina's words. Nevertheless, he chose not to confront her directly. He had not suffered any losses the previous night. In fact, he had gained considerably. Moreover, with Konan present in the dining room, pressing the issue would serve no purpose for either of them. However, this situation could not simply be overlooked. Sato Shuichi made a mental note to seek an opportunity for revenge in the future, maintaining a composed demeanor. He nodded at Kushina and then called out to Konan, who was engrossed in her meal. Konan, how about I take you to school later? If Kushina had suggested it, Konan would have undoubtedly declined, citing her independence as a reason. However, had it been proposed by Shuichi Sato, Konan's reaction would have been entirely different. Thank you, brother Shuichi. After a brief nod of acknowledgement, Konan hastened her eating with a visible urgency. Hurry up, mouth. Don't delay my school time. Today marked a momentous occasion for Konan, as it was her most fervent day of anticipation for school since she began her studies. In a whirlwind of activity, she swiftly polished off her breakfast. Then, with dainty steps, she made her way to the entrance, retrieving a pair of white lace-trimmed ankle socks to adorn her feet. Next, she slipped her feet into her sneakers. In truth, most ninjas prefer the practicality of sandals for their breathability and water resistance, which align perfectly with their combat needs. Yet, Shuichi Sato held no such inclination, as wearing sandals could lead to direct contact with unsavory substances in certain environments, something utterly intolerable for a person with his level of cleanliness. Influenced by him, Konan also opted for more suitable running shoes over the convenience of all-terrain sandals. After donning her shoes, she retrieved a ninja tool pouch from the drawer atop the shoe cabinet, casually slipping in a few shuriken. Having completed her preparations, Konan trotted over to Shuichi's side, lifting her gaze to reveal an innocent smile. Shuichi gently patted her head before taking her left hand and strolling slowly towards the ninja academy. The distance from Shuichi's home to the academy was neither far nor near. For an ordinary person, it might take half an hour to arrive. However, a ninja could traverse the rooftops and walls in mere minutes. Typically, Konan kept her travel time within 10 minutes, having walked this path for several years, rendering it devoid of distractions. Yet, today, her pace inexplicably slowed. At that moment, she fervently wished for the path to stretch infinitely, for it was a rare opportunity to spend time alone with Shuichi, free from interruptions. Nevertheless, Konan was a person of considerable self-control, and despite her yearning for this delightful moment, she would not intentionally take a longer route. "How have you been at school lately, Konan? Have any classmates been bullying you?" Shuichi casually inquired as they ambled along, his tone nonchalant. "It's just the same as always, nothing particularly noteworthy. And those little brats wouldn't dare to bully me," Konan replied, a proud expression gracing her face, a testament to her prowess as the top student in both cultural and practical studies. With the absence of the original White Fang, who had not donned the guise of a sunny doll, but instead chose a leisurely retirement at home, Kakashi had not graduated early from the Ninja Academy to embark on his illustrious ninja career. Yet, even a prodigy like Kakashi could not compare to Konan, who had awakened the unique paper jutsu. Moreover, with the wings crafted from her paper jutsu, she could soar, rendering her invincible at the Genin level. Originally, Konan aspired to graduate early, weary of the mundane existence at the academy. However, Shuichi had enticed her with the prospect of him being her captain in the future, should she follow the conventional path to becoming a ninja. Under this temptation, Konan ultimately acquiesced. Shuichi playfully pinched Konan's cheek, teasing her, "The way you speak, as if the little ones are so juvenile, makes me wonder about your own age. You're still so young, yet you carry yourself with such an air of maturity." In response, Konan looked up at Shuichi with earnest eyes, declaring, "I am no longer a child. In my home, girls my age are already eligible for marriage." Under the fervor of Konan's gaze, Shuichi instinctively turned his head aside, aware, to some extent, of her feelings for him. After all, he was not the oblivious protagonist of a harem anime. Nonetheless, Shuichi's remaining conscience prevented him from reciprocating her affections. Thus, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder and earnestly advised, "Your most pressing task now is to focus on your studies. Do not dwell on frivolous matters. All of that can wait until you are older." "Will I be able to be like Aunt Kushina when I grow up?" Konan asked, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked up at Shuichi. "We'll see when you grow up. What if you encounter someone you truly like?" Upon hearing this, Konan abruptly halted, the warmth of her smile replaced by an icy demeanor, gazing at her with an expression that seemed ready to devour. Shuichi felt a wave of unease wash over him. Subsequently, Konan coldly gestured for Shuichi to crouch down. Under normal circumstances, Shuichi would have seized the opportunity to tease her, but the stern expression on her face compelled him to comply. Konan extended her hands and playfully slapped Shuichi's cheek, producing a sharp sound. She then locked her gaze onto his, enunciating each word carefully. "Even if it is you, brother Shuichi, I would be profoundly upset if you uttered such words. My favorite person is you, and I could never like anyone else. I hope you remember this always." Chapter 90. White Fang. "You know my reasons." "I had to for Kakashi." Shuichi nodded, a somewhat stiff smile gracing his face. "I was merely jesting. You are my favorite too, Konan." Upon hearing this, Konan's face brightened with the return of her radiant smile. "I have always believed in you, brother Shuichi, so please refrain from making such jokes, for I might take them to heart." After saying this, Konan took Shuichi's hand once more, resuming their journey towards the Ninja Academy. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, sending a chill down Shuichi's back. In that brief exchange, he found himself sweating coldly. When did Konan become such a Yandere? Am I destined to be locked in a basement in the future? Reflecting on the recent events, Shuichi bore an expression of lingering trepidation. As they drew nearer to the Ninja Academy, more students began to appear along the path. However, these students were unaccompanied by parents, as their age was one that typically elicited disdain from adults. Should any student be escorted by a parent, it would swiftly become the talk of the school, earning them the epithet of a crybaby. Shuichi had witnessed this firsthand during his time at the academy. That unfortunate soul's nickname had followed them all the way to graduation. As Shuichi scanned the surroundings, hoping to spot any potential provocateurs, he was astonished to see the other students lower their heads and quicken their pace upon noticing Konan. As if she were a fearsome demon whose presence demanded urgency. Konan, it seems those classmates are a bit afraid of you. What could be the reason? Oh, it was nothing. I merely selected a few lucky ones to experience the sensation of flight. Despite Konan's nonchalant response, akin to the casualness of sipping a bowl of soy milk in the morning, Shuichi could not shake the vivid image that flashed in his mind. Amidst the cries of several little ones, their bodies were tossed about, soaring freely through the sky. It is no wonder that upon seeing Xiao Nan, these individuals were filled with trepidation. However, Sato Shuichi had no intention of providing Xiao Nan with any guidance. As a quintessential egotist, Sato Shuichi was solely concerned with the feelings of those around him. Soon, he reluctantly delivered Xiao Nan to the Ninja Academy, promising to return for her in the afternoon before departing from the school. As Sato Shuichi pondered his next destination, a man exuding an air of casual disregard unexpectedly appeared before him. I only have barley tea. Make do with it, said the man, known as White Fang, as he placed a cup of barley tea in front of Sato Shuichi. Without hesitation, Sato Shuichi lifted the cup and drank it down in one gulp. The chilled barley tea, fresh from the refrigerator, coursed down his throat, swiftly banishing the heat of summer. Setting the cup down, he looked at White Fang and inquired, "What brings you here?" White Fang, displaying a deadpan expression, retorted, "Can't I simply come to drink tea? However, I do have a small favor to ask. I heard you intend to become a team leader. What do you think of my son Kakashi? Not to brag, but at his age, I certainly wasn't as formidable. He truly lives up to being my son." At these words, Sato Shuichi let out a gentle sigh. The once mighty White Fang, who had once commanded the battlefield, now found himself shamelessly seeking favors for his son. Such is the plight of a parent's heart. If you're so concerned about Kakashi, why not step up and become a team leader yourself? Sato Shuichi queried. White Fang waved his hand dismissively. I am too old and weary now. It is the realm of the young. By saying that, doesn't it imply that the old man currently serving as Hokage is already half in the grave? Upon hearing this, both men exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen still held considerable prestige in the village. Yet it was evident that the two men in the room held him in little regard. After their laughter subsided, White Fang straightened in his seat. Do you have any recommended instructors? Although Sato Shuichi did not explicitly state it, White Fang understood that Kakashi would not be among Sato Shuichi's students. In truth, Sato Shuichi held a certain interest in Kakashi. However, the team he envisioned had no openings for boys. If all went as planned, Sato Shuichi's team would consist of Xiao Nan, Yuhi Kurenai, and Noira Rin, with Xiao Nan for ranged attacks and close combat, Kurenai for control, and Rin for healing. It was a remarkably balanced configuration. Setting aside gender, Kakashi's role overlapped somewhat with that of Xiao Nan. Sato Shuichi had become a team leader largely for Xiao Nan's sake. Hence he could only apologize to White Fang. What of Minato? That lad is a true genius, having mastered the legendary Flying Thunder God technique. His future is boundless, Sato Shuichi suggested. White Fang stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. Indeed, Namake's Minato is a commendable choice. He is likely the second most talented among the young generation of Konoha. However, a problem arises. What problem? We lack any rapport. Would it not be inappropriate to approach him so abruptly and ask him to take Kakashi as his student? That's simple. Just plead with me. I can speak to Minato on your behalf, Sato Shuichi teased. To his astonishment, White Fang lowered his head and said, I beg you, please help me. Sato Shuichi felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. If a cute girl had said that, he would have been delighted. However, facing a middle-aged man with a deadpan gaze dampened his spirits considerably. Subsequently, Sato Shuichi and White Fang began reminiscing about past events, primarily centered around the Second Shinobi World War, as their fateful entanglement had begun during that time. As they conversed, time slipped away unnoticed. Clearly, Sato Shuichi had forgotten a most critical detail. Just then, the door burst open. A white-haired youth, masked and radiating an air of pretense, strode in. White Fang's face lit up with a radiant smile as he rushed forward to greet him. Kakashi's school is out? How was your day? Did any classmates bully you? Kakashi's expression immediately shifted to one of exasperation. Surely, as the perennial number 2, with his distinguished demeanor, he could not possibly be bullied. Were it not for his father's interference, he would have had no interest in playing house at the Ninja Academy. Aside from that insufferable woman, he found the rest of his peers utterly unimpressive. He could easily overpower them with a single hand. Seeing Kakashi's silence, White Fang remained unfazed and gestured towards Sato Shuichi, saying, "This is my good friend Sato Shuichi. You can call him Uncle Shuichi. Go ahead." Upon hearing this, Kakashi's face contorted into a look akin to someone who had just swallowed a bitter pill. He had certainly heard of Sato Shuichi's reputation and held some admiration for him. However, was it not a bit presumptuous to be addressed as uncle right off the bat? The age gap between them didn't seem that vast. Thus, after giving a nod to Sato Shuichi, Kakashi bypassed White Fang and ascended the stairs to his room. White Fang resumed his seat across from Sato Shuichi, his expression tinged with mild frustration. Alas, Kakashi is becoming increasingly uncommunicative. He used to cling to my leg and call me dad, and now he barely utters a word. Is this what they call the rebellious phase? In response, Sato Shuichi merely shrugged, his expression one of helplessness. Suddenly, he stood up, his expression stiffening. Has school let out so soon? White Fang glanced at the clock on the wall, noting it was precisely 5:00 p.m. I recall the Ninja Academy dismisses at 4:00 p.m. You should know better than I. What's wrong? Is there something you need? White Fang's words were the final straw. Having lost track of time, Sato Shuichi realized he had kept Xiao Nan waiting for a whole hour. With that thought in mind, he wasted no time in using the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Xiao Nan. Upon witnessing Sato Shuichi's sudden arrival, a bright smile blossomed on Xiao Nan's face. Brother Shuichi, you're here. Yet, faced with Xiao Nan's radiant smile, Sato Shuichi felt a pang of guilt. After a stiff nod, he took her hand, and together they strolled slowly towards home. Surprisingly, Xiao Nan did not seem particularly upset. As they journeyed along, their steps were imbued with a buoyant lightness, accompanied by the cheerful hum of a carefree melody. However, the more nonchalant Xiao Nan appeared, the more uneasy Sato Shuichi felt. Thus, he cautiously broached the subject. Xiao Nan, I've kept you waiting for quite a while. Are you upset with me? Xiao Nan looked up, her expression one of bewilderment. Not at all. Brother Shuichi, you came to fetch me in the end, didn't you? If I had to wait indefinitely, I wouldn't be foolish enough to do so. Once night falls, I would simply return home by myself. You must have something important to attend to, so how could I possibly be angry? Observing the sincerity in Xiao Nan's demeanor, Shuichi let out a series of awkward chuckles. Had he genuinely been delayed by pressing matters that afternoon, it would have been excusable. The truth, however, was that he had squandered his time at the Baya residence, indulging in tea and idle chatter, completely oblivious to the passage of time. In that light, Shuichi found himself quite pitiable. 2 years later, Xiao Nan flung open the curtains in her room with a flourish. Bathed in sunlight, the eyelids of the 3 individuals on the bed began to flutter. Brother Shuichi, Sister Jio Xinai, Sister Mei, rise and shine. It's already late, and I've prepared breakfast. Just 5 more minutes. Let me sleep a bit longer, Jio Xinai murmured, stretching her arms to embrace Shuichi's neck before closing her eyes once more. Witnessing this affectionate display, Xiao Nan couldn't help but cast an envious glance. Meanwhile, Mei, now awake, wore a sheepish expression. What a blunder. I can't believe I need Xiao Nan to rouse me. How utterly embarrassing. As Shuichi continued to revel in his peaceful slumber, Mei, after a brief adjustment to the sunlight, delivered a swift slap to his waist, successfully jolting him back to reality. Glancing at the expectant Xiao Nan, Shuichi yawned. Was today a special occasion? Why had Xiao Nan come all the way to the room to wake them? After a whirlwind of activity, Shuichi finally managed to tidy himself up and made his way to the dining area to indulge in the sumptuous breakfast Xiao Nan had prepared. Upon seeing the lavish spread before them, Jio Xinai exclaimed, "Is there a special occasion today? This breakfast is extraordinarily extravagant." Her inquiry mirrored the very question that had been on Shuichi's lips. Mei, however, wasted no time in providing the answer. What are you talking about? Today is Xiao Nan's graduation from ninja school. She is officially becoming a ninja. Upon saying this, Mei cast a gentle glance towards Xiao Nan, reminiscent of her own excitement on the eve of her graduation, when sleep had eluded her until the early hours of the morning. Oh, I see. No wonder. Jio Xinai chuckled heartily. For Xiao Nan, this marked the end of her playful days in ninja school, a moment worthy of celebration. Chapter 92. A shocking revelation. The director of ninja school after breakfast, Shuichi led Xiao Nan towards the ninja school. Along the way, they encountered numerous aspiring ninjas, most of whom wore innocent, foolish grins. To them, becoming a ninja represented the first step towards a glorious future, followed by vanquishing enemies and ascending to the pinnacle of life, ultimately marrying a wealthy partner. Regrettably, for the majority, their lives would be confined to the rank of genin, performing menial tasks to earn a living, with Might Guy being a prime example. Yet, while Guy feigned incompetence to conceal his true strength, most individuals were, in reality, quite mediocre. Moreover, this was a privilege afforded only to ninjas in peacetime. In the event of a large-scale war, these genin would be conscripted as mere fodder in the battle. Xiao Nan's cohort was particularly unfortunate. If Shuichi's recollections served him correctly, the Third Great Ninja War was poised to erupt within a year or two. Following the assassination of the Third Mizukage by the notorious Sasori, the war would soon commence. It was worth noting that Shuichi had a significant connection to Sasori. His father had been slain by Shuichi himself. After seeing Xiao Nan return to her class, Shuichi headed to the office to share a cup of tea with Nagashi. Over the years, through his own diligence and the assistance of the Senju clan, Nagashi had ascended to the position of director at the ninja school. Given time, he might even aspire to the roles of vice principal or principal, a testament to his influence and success. In the office, another familiar figure was engaged in conversation with Nagashi, Kaze no Kaguya, the illustrious Minato Namikaze. Now, Minato was thriving both in love and in combat, having married a member of the Uzumaki clan and mastered the Flying Thunder God technique from the Sealing Scrolls, making him one of the few ninja in Konoha capable of spatial ninjutsu. Upon seeing Shuichi, Minato's face brightened with a warm smile. "Shuichi, you've arrived." Shuichi nodded. Observing Minato's cheerful expression while silently pondering, the narrative has taken quite a turn. It seems that the future protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, is destined to be born after all. If that is the case, a certain devoted son will also make his entrance into the Uchiha clan. I knew Shuichi would be the last to arrive. He is always like that, arriving just in time without ever being early, Nagashi remarked with a playful smirk directed at Minato. Shuichi approached Nagashi's side and playfully smacked the back of his head, eliciting an irritated glare from Nagashi. Were it not for Shuichi's status as a brother-in-law, Nagashi would have surely retaliated. It was not due to a disparity in their abilities that he refrained from doing so. That was merely his inner monologue. "How are my three disciples performing in school?" Shuichi inquired of Nagashi. In response, Nagashi retrieved a report card from his drawer, glancing through it before replying. "Your little sister Xiao Nan is exceptional, even surpassing your accomplishments at her age, consistently holding the top spot in both theoretical and practical assessments. As for Yuhi Kurinai, her grades are commendable, while Yamanaka Rin exhibits strong theoretical knowledge, but her practical skills leave much to be desired. What drew you to her?" After saying this, Nagashi wore a contemplative expression. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and exchanged a knowing glance with Minato, both men sharing a look of disdain. Simultaneously, two large hands landed on Shuichi's shoulders. "Shuichi, as a future teacher, you must uphold your professional ethics. Do not follow in my sister's footsteps. It would be utterly embarrassing if word got out," Nagashi advised solemnly. "Indeed, one must not engage in such behavior, at least not in that manner," Minato chimed in, lending his agreement. Shuichi's lips twitched in irritation, clearly exasperated by their misunderstanding. Yet, it was understandable, given that the three members of Shuichi's team were the most stunningly beautiful individuals at the ninja school. Coupled with Tsunade's exemplary conduct, Shuichi's intentions were undoubtedly subject to scrutiny. In response, Shuichi could only extend a middle finger in retort before deftly steering the conversation in another direction. "By the way, Minato, who are the three members of your group?" "I recall them to be Kakashi, Obito Uchiha, and in no way Shirui." Minato Namikaze scratched his head and replied. "Due to Shuichi Sato's interference, Obito Uchiha can no longer be in the same class as his goddess. Nonetheless, the class allocation for me aligns well with Konoha's traditions. One exemplary student, one underperformer, and one average student. Although the gender ratio seems a bit off, as typically, a team consists of 2 males and 1 female. Since White Fang had not perished, Kakashi's personality was not as extreme as depicted in the original narrative. Nevertheless, he still held a certain disdain for Obito, who consistently underperformed and arrived late. Without Lin Noera to mediate, one could only wonder if Minato's class would explode. Contemplating this, Shuichi Sato couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Minato. He then placed a hand on Minato's shoulder and said, "Kakashi's father, White Fang, and I share a bit of camaraderie, so do take good care of him. That kid has quite the talent, you mustn't hoard it." "Given that you've gone to such lengths, I can only comply," Minato nodded, though his words dripped with teasing undertones. Hey, as the school's principal, are you two brazenly conducting a transaction in my presence, disregarding me entirely? That is precisely why I detest those with connections." Upon hearing Shinosuke's remark, both Shuichi and Minato raised their middle fingers in a gesture of mock respect. Here stood the most influential figure in the entire ninja academy, audacious enough to make such claims. Were it not for the Senju clan's backing, Shinosuke would have to wait at least 5 years to attain his current position. As the trio conversed, time slipped away unnoticed. Minato glanced at the clock beside him and stood to take his leave. The time has come. I must meet my lovely subordinates. Shuichi, would you care to join me? Chapter 93, The War Among Women. Shuichi waved his hand, indicating he would join later. He recalled how Tsunade had left him, Kushina, and Mikoto to languish for nearly an entire morning. As a teacher, he too wished to savor such moments. This was akin to a child, once drenched in rain, growing up to tear away the umbrellas of others. In the classroom, as he observed the raucous students below, Ito's heart brimmed with mixed emotions. The joy stemmed from the knowledge that he would no longer have to fret over these unruly children. The sorrow arose from the realization that these very children would soon have to confront the harsh realities of the world on their own. Ito's gaze fell upon his two most esteemed students, who remained composed in their seats, unlike their peers who behaved like excited monkeys. They sat upright, unwavering as if a mountain were crashing around them, embodying the true essence of a ninja's decorum. He believed that in time, they would surpass even himself as formidable ninjas. With this thought, Ito's spirits inexplicably lifted. He then seized his teaching stick and rapped it against the blackboard with a resounding thud, successfully silencing the uproar in the classroom. Ahem, quiet down. I could hear your voices even from the school gate. Your class is the loudest in the entire school. TCH. You always complain that our reading is too soft, yet now your ears seem to have sharpened, came the retort. Ito's forehead twitched in annoyance as he pointed at Obito Uchiha and bellowed, Obito Uchiha, do you have a problem with me? Obito hastily stood, flustered and stammering. That is not what I meant. Please let me explain, teacher. Ito's face contorted with disappointment. Obito had consistently performed the poorest. Now, as graduation approached, he was making matters worse for himself. What sins had Ito committed in his past life to deserve such a student? Obito had an endless array of excuses for being late, his practical and theoretical scores languishing at the bottom. He was simply an irredeemable case. With that thought, Ito disregarded Obito's feelings and continued, I am now going to announce your next class allocations. Class 1. Seeing that Ito was ignoring him, Obito could only sit down with an embarrassed smile, an act that drew the laughter of his classmates. Feeling the scornful gazes around him, Obito's spirits plummeted. At that moment, Kakashi casually muttered idiot from across the room, serving as the final straw. Obito sprang to his feet, pointing at Kakashi and shouting, Kakashi, what did you mean by that? Kakashi, however, paid him no mind, failing even to glance his way. This blatant disregard only intensified Obito's simmering anger. Yet before he could unleash it, a Chakra racer shattered his dreams of becoming a ninja. With a loud thwack, Obito's hair was suddenly a disheveled mess of black and white. Simultaneously, Ito's furious voice rang out, Obito Uchiha, what on earth are you trying to do? If you continue to disrupt the class, you can leave right now. This proclamation was met with a chorus of laughter from the class. After several expressions of disbelief crossed Obito's face, he clenched his fists and returned to his seat, realizing the disadvantages of not having studied. Otherwise, he might have been able to shout back, 30 years of prosperity followed by 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the youth. Though most of the time, it was not just the youth but the middle-aged and the elderly, all subject to the whims of fate. Ito rapped the blackboard again, restoring order before continuing, Class 7. Hatake Kakashi, in no way sure we, Uchiha Obito. Upon hearing this, Obito leaped up again, pointing at Kakashi and exclaiming, what? I refuse to team up with that annoying brat. However, this time, Ito would not indulge him. Stepping down from the podium, he ignored Obito's pleading gaze and grabbed his collar, leading him out of the classroom. Gazing at the defiant expression on Obito's face, Ito sighed heavily. It's the last class, can you behave for once? But I really don't want to team up with that irritating Kakashi. Obito protested stubbornly. With a resigned gesture, Ito rubbed his temples and said, Kakashi has consistently ranked second in his class. How can you, the lowest performer, have the audacity to complain about him? Moreover, class assignments are dictated by the Hokage's office. I lack the authority to change them. Upon hearing this, Obito's head drooped as despair washed over him. Not only was he not in the same class as his goddess, but he was also forced to team up with the very person he despised most, Kakashi. The thought of seeing Kakashi's unpleasant face every day filled him with dread about the future. Observing Obito's dejected demeanor, Ito's irritation began to dissipate. He reached out, patting Obito on the shoulder before returning to the classroom. After announcing all the names, Ito departed from the classroom. Outside the classroom, Uchiha Obito seized the opportunity to re-enter. 3 hours later, Yuhi Kurenai, resting her head on the desk, let out a deep sigh. Alas, at this hour, is our teacher still absent? Surely he hasn't forgotten us. What a lazy fellow he is. Upon hearing this, Konan immediately stood up and approached Kurenai, looking down imperiously. I will not tolerate any disparagement towards our teacher. Apologize at once. For Konan, the criticisms directed at her were inconsequential, yet if anyone dared to speak ill of Sato Shuichi, she would undoubtedly be the first to erupt in fury. Kurenai's seemingly innocuous remark had undoubtedly struck a nerve with Konan. Witnessing Konan's domineering demeanor, Kurenai felt a surge of irritation. Was it not permissible to voice her grievances about a teacher who had kept them waiting for so long? After all, she was merely the top student of their grade. What right did she have to act so superior before her? Chapter 94. The war between women continues. Kurenai rose defiantly, glaring back at Konan. Have I stepped on your tail, or is that fellow your dear father, to provoke such urgency? Despite the evident disparity in their strengths, Kurenai showed no inclination to retreat. At that moment, she discreetly began forming hand seals beneath the desk. Kurenai understood that confronting Konan head-on would be akin to an egg striking a stone, with no chance of victory. Thus, to secure a win, she would have to take a bold risk. While Konan might be an invincible presence among their peers, Kurenai felt confident that if her Jinjutsu were successfully cast, she could easily defeat her. Will I win? Kurenai thought. Indeed, I shall. Just then, the remaining individual in the classroom approached. A look of panic on her face as she softly urged, Please, don't do this. We are comrades and should support one another. Regrettably, both Konan and Kurenai paid no heed to Noira Rin's plea. At that moment, Kurenai suddenly shouted, Nariku's vision technique. Seizing the opportunity while Konan's attention was diverted by Rin, Kurenai unleashed her most powerful Jinjutsu without hesitation. However, to Kurenai's utter disbelief, Konan's face did not display the anticipated fear. Instead, a cold, mocking smile appeared at the corners of her lips. With a swift motion, Kurenai found herself enveloped in sheets of paper, leaving only her face exposed. Ignoring the discomfort of her predicament, Kurenai wore an expression of astonishment. How did you do that? Why are you immune to my Jinjutsu? In response to Kurenai's inquiry, Konan let out a laugh. Is that feeble trick really your crutch? Perhaps I should consider requesting a new teammate. I refuse to be held back by certain individuals. Hearing this, Kurenai's face contorted with rage, her eyes fixed on Konan as though they might ignite with fire. Yet, bound by the paper technique, Kurenai was undeniably at the mercy of her opponent. Thus, Kurenai merely glared at Konan, refraining from further provocation. Soon, she began to struggle for breath, the paper compressing her body. Panic washed over her face. You madwoman, are you truly intent on killing me? In response, Konan coldly stated, Apologize. Realizing that Konan showed no regard for their camaraderie or teammate bonds, Kurenai reluctantly bowed her head. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have opposed you. Please, have mercy on me this once. In the face of such dire circumstances, Kurenai was compelled to lower her proud head. Yet, Konan still did not release her from the paper binding, continuing, Not to me. Kurenai's face exhibited a perplexed expression. What was the true nature of their teacher? And why did Konan defend him so fiercely? Could it be that he was indeed Konan's biological father? If Konan were to discern Kurenai's current thoughts, she would surely be inclined to silence her at once. After Kurenai offered a sincere apology to Sato Shuichi, Konan finally withdrew her paper binding. Freed, Kurenai slumped into her chair, gasping for air, experiencing for the first time the bliss of breathing. Meanwhile, Noira Rin had been watching with a look of astonishment, bemused by the apparent discord between her two teammates. Just as Kurenai cast a wary glance at Konan, the classroom door swung open, heralding the entrance of Sato Shuichi. Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated Konan's face. Witnessing this, both Kurenai and Rin wore expressions of disbelief, having never seen such emotion on Konan's face throughout their years of acquaintance. It was as though she had been a mask of stoicism all along. The stark contrast of her smile left Kurenai and Rin momentarily incredulous. Kurenai pinched her thigh, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain that confirmed this was no mere illusion. It turned out that Konan was indeed capable of smiling. Ignoring the astonished looks from her two companions, Konan briskly approached Shuichi. Brother Shuichi, you really are my teacher now. This isn't a dream, is it? I feel as though I might faint. Sato Shuichi affectionately ruffled Konan's hair, teasingly responding, Please address me by my title while at work. Call me teacher. Konan immediately chirped back. I understand, Teacher Shuichi. Observing the interaction between Konan and Sato Shuichi, Kurenai rubbed her arms, turning to Rin to voice her thoughts. I have goosebumps. How did I never realize this fellow was so affectionate? I initially thought she was formidable, but she is merely a sycophant. Rin, looking somewhat troubled, replied, Kurenai. You shouldn't speak of Konan that way. We are to be comrades now, and we should unite in friendship. Kurenai chuckled. You consider that girl a comrade? She wouldn't appreciate it. All she thinks about is her brother Shuichi. It's nauseating. On the empty rooftop, four unexpected guests made their entrance. Noera Rin gazed at the door lock split in two on the ground, her expression caught between hesitation and concern. Isn't this a violation of public property? This seems rather inappropriate. Sato Shuichi, sensing Rin's unease, reassured her, it's all right. This rooftop has always been my domain. You needn't worry. Despite his words, Rin's doubts lingered. While Kurenai began to harbor a sense of admiration for Shuichi. She had long desired to explore this area, only to be thwarted by the lock. Shuichi's audacious demeanor resonated well with Kurenai's own character. Initially, she had assumed her teacher would be as conventional as Ito. Chapter 95. The Self-Introductions of the Three Young Ones. Sato Shuichi perched himself upon the railing beside the rooftop and cleared his throat before addressing the three youngsters before him. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall be your team leader henceforth. My name is Sato Shuichi, and I look forward to your guidance. In response, the trio, including Konan, echoed in unison. We look forward to your guidance as well. Sato Shuichi nodded slightly and continued, as is customary, let us embark on a brief self-introduction. My name is Sato Shuichi. My likes and dislikes remain a mystery, and I shall refrain from sharing my dreams with you. What's the difference between what you said and saying nothing at all? Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but interject with a hint of sarcasm. We have only just met. It's beneficial to retain a sense of mystery among us. Now, it is your turn to introduce yourselves, starting with you, little one. I am not a little one. My name is Yuhi Kurenai. I excel in Jinjutsu. And I have a fondness for wasabi octopus and shochu, while I detest cake. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi's expression morphed into one of bemusement. You enjoy drinking? Which unscrupulous merchant dares to sell you shochu? Kurenai stuck out her tongue, revealing a mischievous grin. I pilfer it from my father. Besides, now that I am a ninja, I can handle anything, including alcohol. Sato Shuichi waved his hand dismissively and turned his gaze towards Noera Rin. Under his scrutiny, Rin's cheeks flushed slightly as she nervously began. My name is Noera Rin. I do not possess any particular skills, and I apologize for that. I enjoy strawberries and dislike seafood. I will strive not to hold everyone back. Despite Rin's above-average performance in school, she paled in comparison to Kurenai and Konan. Konan's consistent top ranking spoke volumes, while Kurenai's mastery of intricate Jinjutsu placed her among the elite. The pressure on Rin, being in the same team as these two prodigies, was considerable. Sato Shuichi gently ruffled Rin's hair, offering reassurance. Fear not. I see great potential in you, a natural talent for medical ninjutsu. Come learn medicine with me. You could save lives in Konoha. This suggestion resonated deeply with Rin, as she preferred aiding her comrades over engaging in battle. If she mastered medical ninjutsu, perhaps she would no longer feel inadequate. Rin nodded earnestly, casting a grateful glance towards Sato Shuichi. Observing this, Konan felt her teeth clench in frustration. Why should Rin, of all people, receive such affection from Sato Shuichi? Was it possible that Rin had feigned innocence to win his favor? Under Konan's intense gaze, Rin involuntarily shivered and scurried behind Sato Shuichi for refuge. This sight only deepened Konan's displeasure, while a triumphant smile graced Kurenai's face. Nothing was more delightful than witnessing her rival's discomfort. Sato Shuichi sighed heavily before patting Konan on the head, restoring her expression to one of normalcy. I truly wonder why Konan's possessiveness is so pronounced. All right, Konan, it's your turn to introduce yourself along with your two teammates. Konan nodded, then spoke. I am Konan. I excel in paper ninjutsu. My favorite food is grilled fish, while I have an aversion to fried foods. My future aspiration is to become an exceptional wife. As she finished, Konan's gaze fixed intently on Sato Shuichi's face. Humph, so you're just a romantic at heart. How dreary, Kurenai couldn't resist murmuring. By tradition, we should engage in a bell-snatching game, but since I trust you, we shall forego it. To celebrate our newly formed team, I will treat you to grilled meat. Sato Shuichi proposed with a cheerful demeanor. The moment those words left his mouth, radiant smiles illuminated the faces of the three youngsters. Can I order shochu? Kurenai raised her arm, eagerly addressing Sato Shuichi. Sato Shuichi's expression turned contemplative. Under Kurenai's anxious gaze, he slowly replied, You may have half a bottle. I certainly do not wish for Yuhi Akane to pay me a visit. Initially, Kurenai harbored little hope, yet she was pleasantly surprised by Sato Shuichi's acquiescence. In her excitement, she rushed forward and hugged his leg, exclaiming, Hooray! Long live the teacher. Konan grimaced, stepping forward to pull Kurenai back down. Hey, don't get carried away. Watching the playful antics between Konan and Kurinai, Sato Shuichi mused that perhaps his little team was not as harmonious as he had hoped. Just that morning, he had mocked Kakashi and Obito from Minato's team for their squabbles, and now he found himself in a similar predicament. Amidst their playful bickering, the quartet made their way to Konoha's largest barbecue restaurant. As it was nearing noon, the establishment was nearly filled to capacity. At that moment, Sato Shuichi spotted two familiar faces. Minato Namikaze approached Sato Shuichi, greeting him warmly. "Hey, Shuichi, are you treating your team to barbecue as well? Would you mind if we joined you?" Upon hearing this, Obito Uchiha, who had been feeling quite dissatisfied about being teamed with Kakashi, perked up immediately. The reason was simple. His crush, Noara Rin, was in Sato Shuichi's class. "And what if I say I do mind?" Sato Shuichi teased. "If you mind, then this meal is on me," Minato replied, his smile unwavering. While financially, Minato could not compare to Sato Shuichi, a best-selling author. His years of missions had amassed him a modest fortune. Treating a barbecue was but a trivial expense for him. Having previously shared drinks with Shinju, the three often took turns treating one another. Thus, Sato Shuichi nodded without hesitation. "If you're treating, that is a different story. One must seize an opportunity when it arises." Chapter 96. Minato. How can the disparity among subordinates be so vast? Thus, the group of 8 entered and settled into a private room. While awaiting their food, Sato Shuichi couldn't resist asking Minato, "How are your little ones faring?" Minato's expression became inscrutable. As he had anticipated, Kakashi was indeed a prodigy, while Obito was rather lackluster. However, this was not a cause for concern. With time and training, improvement would come. Even his own teacher, Jiraiya, had started as a bottom-tier ninja. Yet, he had risen to become one of the legendary Sannin. What troubled Minato, however, was how to manage the relationship between Kakashi and Obito. Earlier that morning, he had conducted a bell-snatching exercise as per Konoha tradition, but he never expected that right from the outset, Obito and Kakashi would clash. While Kakashi quickly subdued Obito, the three eventually managed to pass the test through cooperation. However, from the defiant gaze of Uchiha Obito, it was evident that reconciliation with Kakashi would not be a simple matter. Contemplating this, Minato Namikaze could not suppress a sigh. After all, these were children with promising futures. Noticing Minato's somewhat forlorn demeanor, Sato Shuichi patted him on the shoulder and suggested, "It's all right, as the saying goes. Great talent often blooms late." Upon hearing this, Obito's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Wasn't the phrase "great talent blooms" late a perfect reflection of his own journey? Though he may currently be a novice, that did not dictate his future. Once he awakened his Sharingan, he would surely surpass Kakashi, ascend to the position of Hokage, and embrace his beloved. Lost in the reverie of such a splendid future, Obito couldn't help but break into a lewd grin. Meanwhile, Kakashi, observing Obito's foolish grin, discreetly distanced himself from him. He had no desire to be associated with such a simpleton. Soon, the waiter presented all the ingredients. Perhaps due to the presence of other teams, Yugao did not opt for sake, instead choosing sparkling water like Konan and the others. The conflicted expression on her face revealed that this choice did not quite align with her desires. As the charcoal sizzled, the beef emitted a tantalizing aroma that stirred everyone's appetites. As soon as the first batch was grilled, Obito eagerly picked up a piece of beef with tongs and, with great enthusiasm, placed it on Rin Nohara's plate. "Rin, this is specially grilled for you. Please enjoy." However, Rin could only muster a strained smile in response to Obito's eagerness. She then took the tongs and returned the piece of beef to Obito's plate. "Haha, Obito, you should eat it yourself. I have enough here." Obito, oblivious to Rin's subtle rejection, instead felt delighted. "Rin is concerned that I might not have enough to eat, so she returned the grilled meat to me. She definitely has me in her thoughts. I knew I was better than that arrogant Kakashi." Just as Obito was lost in his fantasies, Rin's next action sent his spirits plummeting. With delicate grace, she picked up a perfectly grilled piece of meat from the grill and placed it on Sato Shuichi's plate. "Here, sensei, please enjoy." Seeing Rin's bashful smile, Obito felt as though the sky were collapsing. Initially, he had held Sato Shuichi in high regard due to that remark about late bloomers, but now, Sato had become his second least favorite person, the first still being Kakashi. Witnessing Rin's actions, Konan quickly followed suit, placing a piece of grilled meat onto her own plate, and then offering it to Sato Shuichi with a gentle voice. "Shuichi and I. After successfully feeding Sato, Konan subtly cast a triumphant glance at Rin. "Humph, no matter how you disguise it, Shuichi and I's closest companion will always be me, Konan." Watching his teammates stuff their cheeks full, Yugao seized the opportunity to place a piece of grilled meat onto Sato Shuichi's plate as well. "All right, you all eat your own, no need to serve me." Sato Shuichi could not help but speak up, as his plate was nearly overflowing from the contributions of the trio. This spectacular scene drew envious glances from Minato, who pondered, how is it that all the students in my class differ so vastly? Does being handsome grant one such privileges? I am not lacking in looks either. I occasionally receive love letters at school. Could it possibly be a matter of same-sex repulsion? Minato fell into deep thought. After the meal, Sato Shuichi and Minato's teams parted ways. All right, let's call it a day. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, gather at my house, Sato announced to the trio. But sensei, I don't know where you live. Yugao interjected. If you don't know, then investigate. As a ninja, one must possess formidable information-gathering skills, Sato replied. But why 3 in the afternoon and not in the morning? Yugao continued, her big eyes blinking innocently. Sato stepped forward and flicked her forehead with his right hand. Glancing at Yugao, who was now shielding her forehead with both hands, he retorted, why are there so many questions? Will you interrogate every client during missions as well? As for the afternoon timing, it's simply because I plan to sleep in. What respectable person rises early, anyway? Seeing Yugao flustered, Konan couldn't help but smile. All right, unless there are further matters, let's disband for now. With that, Sato Shuichi and Konan headed home. Daddy. Yugao hurriedly opened the door, searching for her father's presence. What is it, my little angel? Is someone bullying you? Yuhi Shinku's face broke into a doting smile as he addressed his daughter. Do you know who my new teacher is? Yugao asked mysteriously. As a devoted father, Yuhi Shinku was already well aware of who Yugao's teacher was. Given Sato Shuichi's standing and abilities within the village, he was more than qualified to be Yugao's sensei. However, noticing Yugao's enigmatic expression, Shinku feigned curiosity and asked, who is it? It's a handsome guy named Sato Shuichi, and he's really nice. Although I'm not too fond of his teammate, Konan. Why don't you like this Konan? She seems to have special feelings for Shuichi-sensei, and it bothers me when she asks around Rin and me. It feels like she thinks our team only needs her and Shuichi-sensei. By the way, Rin is also my teammate, but her personality is much better than Konan's. Upon hearing this, Yuhi Shinku rubbed his temples. These children nowadays are simply spoiled. I never had the luxury to ponder such matters at their age. As long as I had enough to eat, that was sufficient. Wait a minute. Did you just say Sato Shuichi is really handsome? Could it be? Yuhi Shinku's heart raced. Although it was uncommon for teachers and students in Konoha to develop such close relationships with Tsunade's presence, and Sato Shuichi being a key figure in events, it made Shinku feel uneasy. Would his precious daughter be swept away? He cautiously inquired, Yugao, what do you think of the boys around you? What do I think? They're all a bunch of delusional guys, either trying to act cool or jumping around. Especially that Asuma guy, who even smokes. When he walks by, the smell of smoke is unbearable. It's utterly disgusting. Seeing the genuine disgust on Yugao's face, Yuhi Shinku felt reassured. Given Yugao's fondness for drinking and her commitment to mastering Jinjutsu, it was unlikely she would invest her emotions in matters of romance. The following afternoon, Sato Shuichi yawned as he gazed at the 3 girls before him. Do you 3 know your chakra affinities? Konan and Yugao nodded in unison, responding, wind, earth, water, yang. Wind, water, yin. On the face of Noira Rin was an expression of slight embarrassment. Coming from a humble background, she naturally could not afford the cost of a chakra paper. Faced with Sato Shuichi's inquiry, she could only remain silent. Sato Shuichi said nothing further, simply producing a piece of chakra paper and handing it to Noira Rin. Upon receiving the chakra paper, she began to infuse it with her chakra. Instantly, the paper split in two. One half ignited in flames while the other became drenched. This indicated that Noira Rin possessed both water and fire attributes in her chakra by birth, given her ability to perform medical ninjutsu in the original work. It was likely she also had yang attribute chakra. After a brief assessment of his 3 students, Sato Shuichi continued, all right, today we shall undertake a simple task. At this proclamation, Yuhi Kurinai instantly became animated, waving her small fists in excitement as she exclaimed, Teacher, are we going to leave the village to defeat enemy ninjas? My kunai is itching for action. Observing the exuberant Kurinai, Sato Shuichi responded enigmatically, you will find out in due time. In a stretch of farmland on the outskirts of Konoha village, Konan, Yuhi Kurinai, and Noira Rin had removed their footwear and stepped into the sticky mud, bending down to plant rice seedlings. As it was already afternoon, the sun was not overly fierce. However, their labor during this period left the 3 girls drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi leaned against the shade of a tree, chewing on a blade of grass while watching the trio toil away. After more than 2 hours of effort, the 3 girls managed to plant all the seedlings before dusk. At this moment, they were smeared from head to toe in mud, resembling little mud monkeys. a stark contrast to the pristine Sato Shuichi. Even Konan, who typically aligned herself with Sato Shuichi, and the gentle Noera Rin could not help but cast him glances filled with resentment. Kurenai boldly approached Sato Shuichi, grabbing the hem of his clothes with her muddy hands as she questioned, "Teacher, after all our hard work, you merely stood by and enjoyed the scenery. Is that really acceptable?" Sato Shuichi glanced at the fuming Kurenai and replied, "You've soiled my clothes. Remember to wash them when you get home." "Is this about clothes? I shall accuse you of bullying your students. Then go ahead and report me. See who will care," he retorted. "The Hokage is my ancestor. The former head of the Umbu is my friend, and the principal of the Ninja Academy is my little brother. Who dares to accuse me?" With that, Sato Shuichi playfully poked Kurenai's forehead with his finger, wearing a mischievous grin. "In this world, it's all about strength and background. What do you have?" "Oh, just a little nobody." After this exchange, Kurenai squatted down, mimicking a mushroom to express her grievance against the darkness of Konoha. At this moment, Sato Shuichi also crouched down, whispering in her ear, "Don't be disheartened. Although your labor is arduous, the compensation is meager. Moreover, that paltry reward will be partially given to me." Upon hearing this, Kurenai ceased her sulking and instead became utterly frantic, grabbing a handful of mud from the field and preparing to throw it at Sato Shuichi. After a playful chase, aside from a little mud smudged on him by Kurenai, Sato Shuichi remained unblemished. Conversely, Kurenai was now in a far more disheveled state than before. Sato Shuichi picked up a twig and gently poked the fallen Kurenai, then declared, "All right, that's enough for today. You are dismissed. The task's reward will be distributed tomorrow, at the same time and place. Punctuality is mandatory." With that, Sato Shuichi and Konan headed home, while Kurenai, with Noera Rin's assistance, gradually managed to rise. Watching Sato Shuichi's retreating figure, Kurenai gritted her teeth and muttered, "I will not let that guy off so easily. This is absolutely too much." In the span of an afternoon, Sato Shuichi had successfully eclipsed Konan in Kurenai's heart, becoming her number one. Chapter 98, Learning. "Teacher, we have been doing tasks for an entire week. Every day, it's either chasing after some cat or working in the fields. What significance does it hold for us to become ninjas? Such tasks can be performed by ordinary people as well," Kurenai complained, clutching a hefty cat in her hands. Sato Shuichi raised an eyebrow regarding Kurenai. "What? Do you wish to clean public restrooms or pile up farm manure?" Kurenai transferred the hefty cat to Noera Rin and ran over to Sato Shuichi, shaking her small fists as she protested, "You know very well, that's not what I mean. Can't we undertake some challenging missions? I'm embarrassed to face anyone after doing these D-rank tasks day in and day out." Even Konan, who usually did not get along with Kurenai, nodded in agreement. Observing the trio united in their grievances, Sato Shuichi shook his head and earnestly replied, "Your generation is simply ungrateful. Every ninja has gone through such phases at the beginning, except in times of war. What is different during wartime?" Kurenai could not help but ask. Sato Shuichi shot her a glance and coldly remarked, "In wartime, lower-ranked ninjas like you are sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder, where 1 out of 10 might survive if their family is lucky." Though Sato Shuichi's words were merely spoken, the chill they conveyed caused Kurenai and Noera Rin to shudder involuntarily. Konan, having lived through war, remained unfazed by such talk. "Fine, since you all feel this way. Let's South meet at my place tomorrow morning at 10. Upon hearing this, Kurenai instantly forgot her earlier fears and exclaimed excitedly, "Are we going to execute a C-rank mission?" Sato Shuichi shot her a disapproving glance, his expression one of disdain. "You? Don't even think about facing enemy ninjas. You might struggle against a mere bandit. TCH. There you go looking down on people again. My Jinjutsu is already at an expert level. How could I possibly lose to a bandit?" Kurenai muttered under her breath. Nevertheless, she was quite willing to accept Sato Shuichi's decision. Training was preferable to the tedious, low-reward D-rank tasks they had been performing. "Who is this?" Kurenai inquired, eyeing the stunning beauty beside Sato Shuichi. Despite her confidence in her own appearance, she found herself feeling overshadowed for the first time by someone standing next to Sato Shuichi. On one hand, the beauty of Mikoto was striking, often accentuated by her association with Sato Shuichi. On the other hand, Kurenai had yet to fully blossom. "I recall you specialize in Jinjutsu, correct?" Sato Shuichi responded, sidestepping her question. Mentioning her prideful skill made Kurenai puff out her chest with pride, vigorously nodding her head. After all, her father, Noera Shinju, was a renowned Jinjutsu master in Konoha, and having been influenced by him, Kurenai's Jinjutsu was certainly superior to that of her peers. If one were not careful, even a Chunin could easily fall prey to Kurenai's illusions. "I am not particularly skilled in Jinjutsu, so I specifically sought out a teacher for you," She is hailed as the extraordinary beauty of the Uchiha clan, a rare gem of unparalleled allure, Uchiha Mikoto. Upon hearing this, Mikoto couldn't help but playfully swat at Sato Shuichi, her voice tinged with mock annoyance. What a peculiar compliment. Are you praising me or mocking me? Of course, I am praising you, he replied earnestly. In my eyes, Mikoto, you are the most beautiful woman to have ever graced this world. To have earned your affection, I must have saved the world 10 times in my past life. Sato Shuichi grasped Mikoto's hand, his expression filled with deep affection, although she knew he was exaggerating. The warmth in his expressive gaze made Mikoto's heart flutter. If it weren't for the 3 little lanterns in their midst, the pair might have embraced each other tightly at that very moment. Meanwhile, Asuhi and her companions were inundated with their sugary exchanges. Oh, how nauseatingly sweet those two are. It truly is vexing, Asuhi remarked, crossing her arms and wearing a rather disgusted expression. Konan, accustomed to witnessing Sato Shuichi and Mikoto's affectionate displays at home, felt little stirrings of emotion. Her heart remained unfazed, even amused. On the other hand, Noira Rin shyly covered her eyes. Returning to the matter at hand. Despite Mikoto's striking beauty, her prowess among the Uchiha was formidable. Sato Shuichi stated with sincerity to Asuhi, who nodded in agreement as Mikoto activated her Sharingan. Upon witnessing this, Asuhi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Although her father was unparalleled in Jinjutsu, that was only among ordinary ninjas without bloodline limits. Confronted with the Uchiha clan, who possessed the Sharingan, even Asuhi would find it challenging to prevail. After all, the Uchiha clan is renowned for their mastery of fire techniques. The title of Hokage and the so-called Will of Fire both stem from the Uchiha legacy. Neither the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, nor the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, excelled in fire techniques. Why then did Senju Hashirama designate the leader of Konoha as Hokage? It was a sentiment that was all too apparent to everyone. After Asuhi departed with Mikoto, Konan excused herself to train in her unique paper techniques. As paper techniques were an unprecedented bloodline limit in the ninja world, Sato Shuichi's guidance for Konan was limited. Fortunately, she was a prodigy, able to advance her skills through her own experimentation. Turning his attention to the only remaining Noira Rin, Sato Shuichi inquired, Rin, do you wish to learn medical ninjutsu? At this, Rin's face lit up with hope. Having learned about medical ninjutsu in the Ninja Academy, she had long yearned for it. While I may not excel in Jinjutsu, when it comes to medical ninjutsu, I dare say no one would claim to surpass me. Chapter 99, Climbing Trees. After a brief moment of self-praise, Sato Shuichi regarded the adoring Rin and continued, Can you climb trees? Upon hearing this, Rin blinked her large eyes, seemingly perplexed by the question. After exchanging a few confused glances with Sato Shuichi, she seemed to grasp his intent. She hastily approached a nearby large tree and, using both hands and feet, swiftly ascended to a branch. Clearly, Rin had misunderstood Sato Shuichi's question. Nonetheless, observing the hopeful expression on her face, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Very good. Now come down. I shall teach you a new method of tree climbing. Rin executed a graceful jump from the tree, landing safely. Do you know there are 4 ways to climb a tree? Rin shook her head in response. What I will teach you is to climb using chakra. Chakra is a remarkable substance. With that, Sato Shuichi began a live demonstration. Ascending the tree trunk as if he were Spider-Man, his feet seemingly glued to the bark. This scene evoked a look of reverence from Rin. This is a method for training chakra control. Only by outputting the right amount of chakra can you move about the tree with ease, just as I do. He climbed a few more steps, explaining, if you output too much chakra, your feet will become stuck and you won't be able to ascend further. As he spoke, a chunk of bark tore away beneath his feet, producing a ripping sound. Conversely, if you output too little chakra, you will simply fall. As he demonstrated, Sato Shuichi's feet lost their grip, causing him to tumble downwards. After a graceful roll, he landed safely on the ground. Sato Shuichi gently patted Rin on the head and asked, Have you got it? Now you give it a try. Rin nodded, somewhat bewildered. This method of climbing trees was something she had never learned in the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, Konan and Asuhi had already completed their training in tree climbing and water walking. This exemplified the disparity between ninjas from ordinary backgrounds and those from noble clans. Cautiously, Rin placed her feet on the trunk and began to channel chakra into the soles of her feet. To her astonishment, she discovered a peculiar connection forming between her feet and the tree. Encouraged, she placed her other foot on the trunk as well, successfully adhering both feet to the bark, her body now parallel to the ground. This unique sensation brought a delighted smile to Rin's face. However, her joy was short-lived, for her feet felt as though they were glued to the trunk, utterly immovable. After several attempts to free herself, Rin's face morphed into a frown as she turned to Sato Shuichi for help. Teacher, help. I seem to be stuck. Sato Shuichi shook his head, approaching her side with a hint of exasperation. Try reducing your chakra output a little. Following his advice, Rin complied. Her feet were no longer stuck to the tree, but under the pull of gravity, her body plummeted towards the ground. Fortunately, the height was not great, and Rin landed with a thud, her clothes slightly dirted. Sato Shuichi gently tapped her on the head. I said to reduce your chakra, not to withdraw it completely. Now try again. A hint of trepidation crossed Rin's face. Although she had barely grazed the ground, she feared that if she climbed higher and fell, her small limbs would not withstand the impact. Sato Shuichi seemed to sense her apprehension and reassured her, do not worry, I will catch you. You must promise you'll catch me, and don't get distracted. Rin insisted, her concern evident, before she resumed her tree climbing. The golden sunlight bathed the landscape as day transitioned into night. After a full day of practice, Rin finally mastered the art of climbing trees. Now, she maneuvered along the trunk with the ease of walking on flat ground. However, the nearby large tree suffered immensely, its trunk marred by numerous holes of varying sizes. If the tree could speak, it would surely rise in protest against the injustice it had endured. Teacher, did you see that? I did it. Noera Rin exclaimed excitedly, perched atop a large tree as she waved enthusiastically at Sato Shuichi, who responded with a brilliant smile. In Noera Rin, Sato Shuichi found a modicum of joy in teaching. Previously, while instructing Konan, her exceptional aptitude rendered the experience devoid of any teaching satisfaction. Yet, Noera Rin, straddling the line between the ordinary and the prodigious, brought great contentment to Sato Shuichi. She was neither a hopeless student, like many ordinary ninjas who proved resistant to instruction, nor a genius ninja who grasped concepts effortlessly, leaving the teacher feeling redundant. At that moment, in her excitement, Noera Rin suddenly felt an emptiness within her, leading her to plummet from the tree. It was likely the result of a day-long practice that had thoroughly depleted her chakra. Despite falling from a height of over 20 meters, there was no trace of fear on Noera Rin's face, for she had faith that Sato Shuichi would catch her, as he had done countless times before. Indeed, a warm embrace replaced the chilly ground beneath her. Noera Rin, nestled in Sato Shuichi's arms, revealed a slightly bashful smile and softly uttered, "Thank you, teacher." Just then, a sudden prickle of discomfort coursed through Noera Rin's back, prompting her to rise from Sato Shuichi's embrace and scan her surroundings, curious as to who might be casting such a gaze upon her. Strangely, after she distanced herself from Sato Shuichi, that peculiar feeling of being watched vanished entirely. Noera Rin reached behind her head, pondering, was that just an illusion? In the distance, Konan retracted her somewhat piercing gaze, reflecting on her own regrets. If only I had thought of that method when I first began learning to climb trees. How wonderful it would have been, she mused. Having been blessed with remarkable talent, Konan had swiftly mastered both tree climbing and water walking, thus sparing Sato Shuichi the need to catch her during her falls. At that moment, Yuhi Kurenai and Mikoto approached, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Mikoto, why don't you be my teacher? Your jinjutsu is truly impressive, even surpassing my father's, Yuhi Kurenai suggested with admiration. I simply lack the energy to be a guiding teacher. But if you have any questions, feel free to come find me, Mikoto replied, affectionately ruffling Yuhi Kurenai's hair. In contrast, Sato Shuichi's expression darkened. In a certain sense, Yuhi Kurenai's remarks implied a dissatisfaction with his abilities as a teacher. He silently noted this grievance before stepping forward to embrace Mikoto. After 2 days of instruction, Noera Rin finally became proficient in both tree climbing and advanced water walking techniques. Yesterday, in preparation for her water training, she had even brought a swimsuit, which proved quite effective. She appeared graceful rather than clumsy when falling into the water, as if she were merely playing. Today, we will formally commence our lessons in medical ninjutsu. Are you ready? Sato Shuichi asked seriously, fixing his gaze on Noera Rin. In response, she donned a serious expression and nodded slowly. Excellent. As the first step in our learning, I want you to catch a fish from the river, he instructed. Though she was unsure of the connection between medical ninjutsu and fishing, Noera Rin trusted Sato Shuichi and promptly rolled up her pant legs, removing her shoes and socks before venturing into the river to catch a fish. Thanks to her exceptional physical abilities and keen eyesight as a ninja, she returned within 5 minutes, triumphantly holding a lively fish. Sato Shuichi nodded approvingly, retrieved a basin filled with water, and gestured for Noera Rin to place the freshly caught fish inside. Perhaps due to the recent shock, the fish remained motionless, hiding quietly in a corner of the basin. Medical ninjutsu, in simple terms, involves utilizing yang chakra to stimulate cellular regeneration for healing, Sato Shuichi explained as he began to demonstrate. His hands emanated a soft green glow, radiating an aura imbued with vitality. Extend your hand and feel this power. Slightly taken aback, Noera Rin glanced at Sato Shuichi's face, thinking to herself, he really is quite handsome. After a moment of contemplation, she gently placed her hands on his glowing ones. A warm current surged from his hands to hers, eliciting an involuntary, pleasant sound from her lips. Her face flushed instantly, and she quickly withdrew her hands, lowering her gaze as she murmured, I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Not at all. It's merely your first encounter with healing energy, and since you have no wounds, it's a normal reaction. There's no need to be concerned, Sato Shuichi reassured her. Noera Rin softly acknowledged his words, finally raising her head, though the blush on her cheeks lingered. Sato Shuichi then proceeded to demonstrate the basic hand seals for the healing technique. Once she mastered them, he produced a kunai and swiftly drew a line across the fish in the basin. Blood immediately began to spread through the water, and the unfortunate fish started to swim about restlessly. With lightning speed, Sato Shuichi snatched the fish from the basin and, using his left hand, formed the seals to execute the medical ninjutsu he had just taught Noera Rin. As the healing energy flowed into the fish, the wound visibly began to close at an astonishing pace. Noera Rin's eyes widened in awe, her face reflecting her deep yearning. After a brief moment of healing, Sato Shuichi returned the fish to the basin, which swam about as if it had never been harmed, save for the lingering traces of blood that hinted at the earlier incident. Do you understand now? Your task today is to revive this fish, he concluded, before once again brandishing the kunai against the fish. Noera Rin nodded resolutely and reached out to touch the fish. By the way, teacher, what happens if I can't revive the fish today? She asked curiously. Sato Shuichi cast her a sidelong glance before responding nonchalantly, if you can't revive it, we'll have fish for dinner tonight. Upon hearing this, Noera Rin's face brightened with a smile. She had initially anticipated some form of punishment from Sato Shuichi, but was pleasantly surprised by his response. After more than a week of training, both Noera Rin and Yuhi Kurinai had undergone remarkable transformations. Noera Rin had mastered the fundamentals of medical ninjutsu, now capable of independently addressing external injuries. Meanwhile, under Mikoto's guidance, Yuhi Kurinai's progress in Jinjutsu had also been rapid. In contrast, Konan, possessing already formidable abilities, found her advancements less pronounced compared to the other two. Shuichi Sato pondered for a moment. It was high time to introduce the trio to the reality of battle. Given that Konan had already endured the ravages of war, she would likely feel no psychological pressure regarding such matters. However, for Noera Rin and Yuhi Kurinai, the prospect of personally slaying an enemy bore a certain weight. Particularly for Noera Rin, Sato found himself questioning whether this inherently kind-hearted girl could indeed fulfill the task at hand. Following the customary routine, Sato accepted a mission to vanquish a band of mountain bandits, and soon, he led Kurinai and the other two out of the village. One could only wonder where all these bandits in the Land of Fire were emerging from. The ninjas of Konohagakure were nearly overwhelmed with the influx of tasks. Upon exiting the village, both Kurinai and Noera Rin displayed expressions of excitement, as it was their first time venturing beyond the confines of Konoha. Chapter 101, Delightfully Delicious Tofu Pudding. Ah, the breath of freedom is truly invigorating, Kurinai exclaimed, her steps buoyant with joy. At that moment, however, Sato, the harbinger of reality, dampened the mood with a remark. You might be mistaken, for I just released a rather odorous flatulence. With that statement, Kurinai's cheerful demeanor instantly faltered. Teacher, could you refrain from ruining my splendid mood at such a delightful moment? Konan and Noera Rin couldn't help but chuckle. Sato playfully pinched Kurinai's plump cheek. The texture reminiscent of plush crystal clay, soft and smooth. We're presently on a mission, not on a leisurely outing. Focus. For an enemy might leap out from the underbrush and take your head if you're not careful. It's merely a trivial C-rank mission. For me, it's an effortless endeavor. Besides, how could the head of a beautiful girl like me be likened to a dog's? Kurinai replied, her head held high in self-admiration. In response, Sato could only tap her head, signaling her to temper her pride. Nevertheless, in terms of aesthetics, Sato's team was truly unmatched in Konoha, with no rivals in sight. Save for the legendary Tsunade's team from years past. After several days of arduous travel, Sato finally guided his trio to the location of their mission. Hidden within the depths of the mountains, 300 meters away, lay a band of thieves, the very targets of their assignment. Behold the glorious debut of Yuhi Kurinai. Witness history unfold. Kurinai, blissfully unaware of the trials that awaited her, was exceedingly exhilarated. Sato, opting not to dampen her spirits, conjured a large stainless steel barrel seemingly from thin air. Now, before we embark, let's replenish our energy with a bite to eat. He lifted the lid, revealing it filled to the brim with pristine tofu pudding. As a devoted aficionado of sweet treats, Sato had always championed sweet tofu pudding. If something wasn't sweet, it was undoubtedly a rice dumpling. He procured 4 large bowls and ladled the tofu pudding into each before topping them with strawberry sauce. The sight of the white tofu pudding adorned with the vibrant red sauce instantly tantalized the appetites of Kurenai and the others. Kurenai was the first to lift her bowl and take a generous mouthful, giving a thumbs up as she praised, "Not bad at all, teacher. You can be quite perceptive at times." Konan and Noira-rin also raised their bowls to partake. However, before indulging, Konan cast a meaningful glance at Sato, evidently having gleaned some insight into his intentions. While these strawberry-flavored tofu puddings would indeed qualify as delightful desserts under normal circumstances, considering the tasks ahead, Kurenai remained blissfully unaware as she devoured bowl after bowl. With a benevolent smile, Sato encouraged, "Enjoy yourselves. Eat as much as you like, for there will be strenuous tasks ahead." After they had eaten and rested, it was time to execute the mission. "I have but one requirement of you. Leave none alive." Sato uttered those chilling words with a warm smile. Noira-rin, feeling a surge of anxiety, inquired, "What if there are women and children among them?" Sato approached and gently ruffled her hair, responding softly, "I trust one need not reiterate my previous statement." At this, Rin instinctively stood tall and faced Sato. "Repeat the duties of a ninja. The duty of a ninja is to obey orders." Pleased with her answer, Sato patted her shoulder. "Indeed, the duty of a ninja is to obey commands. Do not let me down, Rin." As he watched the trio set forth on their journey, Sato quietly addressed the shadow behind him. "Jingar, please keep an eye on them. Ensure no unexpected mishaps occur." Suddenly, the shadow began to ripple, and a towering Jingar emerged from it. It was unknown why Sato's Pokémon appeared larger than the average specimen. Charizard and Tyranitar were the same, and Jingar had followed suit. Half a year prior, Sato had successfully obtained a linking cord, allowing Jingar to evolve from Haunter to its current form. Regrettably, he had yet to acquire a Mega Evolution Stone and Key Stone, despite all 3 of his Pokémon being capable of Mega Evolution. He estimated that both Charizard and Tyranitar, once evolved, could single-handedly take on a foe. What a pity. Returning to the matter at hand, Jingar nodded in response to Sato's request. After emitting a series of eerie chuckles, it vanished into the darkness. Having evolved into Jingar, it had finally shed the bad habit of playfully attacking Sato with its tongue, a remnant of its Haunter days. However, that peculiar laughter had been passed down from Ghastly. Once Jingar departed, Sato reclined on a lounge chair, reassured by the presence of Jingar. Even if Konan and the others encountered a Jonin, they would be safe. Thus, he could relax without worry. After all, this was merely a straightforward C-rank mission. Not a single ninja was among the bandits. Konan could handle a 3-to-1 situation with ease. An hour later, Konan approached Sato, one hand grasping Kurenai and the other supporting Noira-rin, their expressions markedly different. While Konan maintained her calm demeanor, Kurenai and Rin's faces were ashen, devoid of color. Sato, reclining on his chair, broke the silence. "Well done. As a reward, how about I treat you to some tofu pudding?" At this, both Kurenai and Noira-rin's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 102, Kurenai, "Humph, merely a trivial matter." After casting a glare at Sato, Kurenai and Noira-rin slipped into a nearby thicket. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from within. Konan stepped forward, taking Sato's hand and whispering, "Shuichi and I, you truly are delightfully wicked." Sato Shuichi gently patted Konomi's head in response, saying, "It's all right. I haven't treated you to sashimi, which is quite merciful of me." Upon hearing this, Konomi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Even she wouldn't consider eating sashimi before yearning for sand ginger. "Brother Shuichi, why do you enjoy patting my head so much?" Konomi inquired, her gaze filled with curiosity as she looked up at Sato Shuichi, whose hand still rested on her head. In truth, besides Konomi, Noira-rin and Yuhi Kurenai had not escaped Sato Shuichi's playful grasp either, though Konomi had completely overlooked them. Sato Shuichi withdrew his hand and smiled. "Of course, it's because once you grow up, it won't be as easy to do this. So, I must make the most of it while I can." Speaking of which, among those he knew, Tsunade's head was the hardest to pat. Under normal circumstances, a mere attempt would earn him a swift punch from her. Sato Shuichi could only indulge in playful moments with Tsunade's hair during special occasions. Konomi pondered over Sato Shuichi's reply, torn between thoughts. She initially wished to express her desire to remain small forever, so that Sato Shuichi could continue to pat her head for eternity. However, if she were to remain unchanged, their relationship would forever be confined to that of siblings. Although Konomi found satisfaction in this bond, her greedy heart yearned for more. Ultimately, she concocted a solution that would allow her to have the best of both worlds. Then, after I grow up, if you still want to pat my head, I can use transformation jutsu to revert to my current appearance. Observing the innocent expression on Konomi's face, Sato Shuichi merely chuckled and patted her head again. At that moment, Yuhi Kurenai and Noera Rin returned, looking pale and supporting each other as they approached Sato Shuichi and Konomi. Kurenai directed a look of indignation at Sato Shuichi. I take back what I said earlier. You are not merely lacking in humanity, but are a true devil. I will never trust you again. Kurenai weakly chastised Sato Shuichi. Compared to those common bandits, it was evident that her spirit had sustained a severe blow. She and Noera Rin would likely never eat tofu pudding again. Well, since you have successfully completed your mission, let us retreat from here. I assume you have no desire to linger any longer, Sato Shuichi suggested. The three nodded in unison. They wished to leave this place of turmoil immediately. Before departing, Sato Shuichi formed a hand seal and unleashed a mighty fire dragon technique. In an instant, the bandit stronghold, hundreds of meters away, was engulfed in raging flames. With the flames continuing to burn, the evil that once resided there was completely eradicated. Let's go. When we return, I shall treat you all to barbecue. Upon hearing this, even the most good-natured Noera Rin couldn't help but punch Sato Shuichi. A week had passed since their last mission to eradicate the bandits, and Kurenai and Rin had finally emerged from their psychological shadows, no longer needing to subsist solely on vegetarian fare, avoiding all forms of meat. During that week, Sato Shuichi had not called for a team gathering, knowing well that Kurenai and the others needed time to acclimate to everything. After a week, Sato Shuichi's team reunited once more. Observing the trio before him, whose demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation, Sato Shuichi nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "In 3 months, the Chunin exams will take place, and I have registered you all. You must perform well. If you fail, find a nice spot to bury yourselves, for I cannot afford to lose face." Unlike the original Chunin exam that gathered multiple ninja villages, even though many years had passed since the Second Shinobi World War, the situation within the ninja world had grown increasingly tense. Thus, this Chunin exam was organized solely by Konoha, with participants consisting entirely of Konoha's genin. Why didn't you inform us about this? This is blatant dictatorship. I protest. Kurenai exclaimed, her dissatisfaction evident as she glared at Sato Shuichi. Noera Rin, standing beside her, wore a worried expression, as she was the weakest among the three. Not to mention that Konomi's strength was already comparable to that of a jonin. Even Kurenai could effortlessly defeat Rin without relying on her most proficient jinjutsu. During their last mission, the enemy had been restrained by Konomi's paper techniques, allowing Rin to strike with her kunai. Sato Shuichi chose to ignore Kurenai's protests and approached Noera Rin, reassuring her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Do you remember the 3 principles of a medical ninja I mentioned before? Rin nodded and softly replied. A medical ninja must never give up on treatment before a teammate dies. They must never stand at the forefront of battle, and they must be the last to fall. Then what are you worried about? He encouraged. We are all part of the same team. We simply have different roles. As a medical ninja, your weaknesses in combat are not a problem. You must trust your teammates. But, teacher, you and Lady Tsunade are also medical ninjas, right? Noera Rin questioned. Sato Shuichi rubbed the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. My situation and Tsunade's are exceptional. You need not concern yourself with that. He had contemplated teaching Noera Rin some powerful techniques for self-defense, but after several attempts with no success, he had to concede that talent could not be forced. With Sato Shuichi's comforting words, the worried expression on Noera Rin's face finally faded. She nodded vigorously and responded in a soft, earnest voice. Thank you, teacher. I will strive to pass this Chunin exam and will not disappoint you. Hearing this, Sato Shuichi smiled and patted Rin's head. Chapter 103. Written exam. Noticing that Sato Shuichi was completely ignoring her, Kurenai stomped her feet in frustration, revealing an exasperated expression. Her cheeks puffed up like a hamster, giving her a round, adorable appearance. Upon witnessing this, Sato Shuichi could no longer contain himself. He suddenly reached out and poked Kurenai's inflated cheek with his finger, causing a comical puff as her cheek deflated. Kurenai's face wore an expression of disbelief. She clearly hadn't anticipated such a reaction from Sato Shuichi. Simultaneously, she felt quite embarrassed by the sound she had just made. At that moment, a boisterous laugh interrupted Kurenai's thoughts. Sato Shuichi pointed at her with one finger while clutching his stomach with the other, erupting into a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha, Kurinai, are you trying to make me laugh? Even if you don't become a ninja, you could easily become a comedian and achieve great success. I've already thought of your signature act, the one where you pass gas with your mouth, haha. Sato Shuichi's laughter was so infectious that Konomi and Noera Rin, who had initially tried to suppress their amusement, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Kurinai's face turned as red as a tomato, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and even her ears and neck betrayed the extent of her humiliation from this incident. After a brief lapse of thought, Yakumo decisively retaliated against Sato Shuichi's actions. She lunged forward abruptly, sinking her teeth into the finger he pointed at her. With a sharp crunch, tears welled up in her eyes. Despite her fierce bite, which left no room for mercy, it inflicted no harm on Sato Shuichi. Instead, it was as if her tooth had struck stone, nearly shattering in the process. What on earth? Are you made of rock? You're so hard, Yakumo exclaimed, gazing at Sato Shuichi with tear-filled eyes, incredulous. Sato Shuichi extended 2 fingers and lightly tapped her forehead before responding. You think you can take revenge on me? You're far from it. Perhaps after a few more years of practice. Following a bout of playful banter, the trio quickly shifted their focus to training. Although the participants in this Chunin exam were merely Konoha-s genin, it did not imply that the difficulty would be diminished compared to previous years. On the contrary, it was precisely because all candidates were from Konoha that the exam's rigor was heightened, even surpassing that of exams involving multiple hidden villages. Thus, Yakumo immersed herself in intense training. After all, failing the exam would be a source of great embarrassment. Are you truly planning to have your 3 little apprentices sign up for the Chunin exam? Isn't that a bit premature? Shoju expressed his astonishment while looking at Sato Shuichi, unable to restrain his question. Sato Shuichi took a hearty swig from his cup and responded with a hint of nostalgia. That question doesn't sound like you. Remember when you graduated and were so eager to participate in the Chunin exam? You even claimed you would become the future Hokage and demanded special treatment. At this, Shoju's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, back then, he had been somewhat arrogant, exuding an air of superiority. However, after enduring the harsh realities of life, he now found it difficult to revisit his youthful folly. Let us not dwell on irrelevant matters. I wish to speak seriously. Shoju attempted to redirect the conversation back to Sato Shuichi. Sato Shuichi regarded Shoju with earnestness. Of course, I'm serious. Each of them has already seen blood. The Chunin exam is merely a formality. By their age, I was already hunting enemy ninjas alongside White Fang. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? Shouldn't we consider whether Noera Rin can handle it? After all, she is a medical ninja. And this practical assessment isn't conducted in teams, right? Shoju pressed on. That's true, but how do you know the specifics of the assessment? In response to Shoju's inquiry, Sato Shuichi merely offered a mysterious smile. Of course, I have my own special intelligence. By the way, Minato, are your 3 students signing up? Sato Shuichi inquired curiously at the side. Minato Namikaze nodded, though a somewhat perplexed expression crossed his face. To be honest, I don't fully agree with them participating in the Chunin exam so soon. However, Kakashi and Obito have been persistently pestering me, so I reluctantly allowed them to try. Minato spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Come on, Minato, you're failing as a leading instructor if you are being coerced by your own students. You lack authority. It's quite unbecoming. Shoju couldn't help but chide. Sato Shuichi chimed in, exactly. In my squad, there is only one voice that matters, mine. Excluding the unruly Yakumo, my team truly operates under my command. As for Konan, she would never defy my orders, and the same goes for Noera Rin. Let us set aside work during our leisure time and raise a toast to a splendid weekend. Cheers. During the exam, any form of cheating was strictly prohibited. If caught, the entire team would be disqualified on the spot. A menacing ninja, bearing a long scar across his face, stood at the podium, glaring down at the candidates as he announced the rules. Upon hearing this, the examinees erupted into hushed discussions. Who knew the Chunin exam involved theory? Isn't that absurd? Exactly. I returned all my knowledge to the teachers upon graduation. The scarred ninja slammed his hand down on the podium with a resounding thud, silencing the previously boisterous classroom. Silence. The exam begins now. I advise you not to engage in too many underhanded tactics. I will be watching from above. His gaze swept across the candidates, most of whom displayed expressions of panic. After all, having become ninjas, they had long discarded theoretical knowledge. However, a few astute individuals recognized the true purpose of the exam. While ostensibly assessing candidates' knowledge, the exam was, in fact, testing their ability to gather intelligence. Among the candidates sat several staff members aware of the correct answers, whose purpose was to disseminate the right information. How one obtained the answers was left to individual ingenuity. Those who merely glanced around like a giraffe would undoubtedly be expelled from the examination room. The exam favored Uchiha, Hyuga, and Yamanaka clan ninjas. The Uchiha could utilize their Sharingan to copy others' movements, while the Hyuga's Byakugan could directly reveal the answers. Meanwhile, the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques allowed them to briefly invade others' minds. Of course, if one possessed sufficient theoretical knowledge, there was no need for such tactics. Relying on one's own strength would suffice. Yakumo and Noera Rin belonged to this category. Faced with a test paper that resembled an ancient script, Yakumo found herself in a quandary. Although her theoretical knowledge during ninja school had been commendable, she had effectively wiped her mind clean upon graduation. Daring not to make any significant moves, she worried that if she were caught, it would also implicate Konan and Rin. Just as she rested her head on the table, feeling utterly at a loss, a piece of paper suddenly appeared before her, filled with answers. The top bore the words idiot in bold, mocking her. At that moment, Yakumo disregarded the details and hastily began copying the answers. Throughout this time, numerous candidates were expelled from the examination room, leading their entire teams to lose their qualifications. However, none of this concerned Yakumo. Once she finished transcribing all the answers, she promptly stuffed the paper into her mouth, beginning the process of erasing the evidence. Behind her, Konan slapped her forehead upon witnessing Yakumo's actions, as the paper filled with answers was indeed her handiwork. Konan had originally planned to eliminate the paper after Yakumo finished copying, but never anticipated Yakumo would be so reckless as to swallow it whole. With a loud gulp, Yakumo finally swallowed the paper, which had an atrocious taste, akin to months of sun-dried cow dung. It was incredibly difficult to swallow. Nevertheless, Sato Shuichi's team successfully navigated the first exam without incident, albeit with Yakumo bearing the brunt of the peril. The classroom, once nearly filled to capacity, now accommodated only a third of its original occupants. The scarred ninja surveyed the remaining candidates and remarked, "There are still so many of you? I intend to eliminate more than half of you in the second exam." This declaration instantly ignited a stir among the attendees, many of whom silently cursed the ninja's ancestors. Subsequently, a series of death warrants were distributed. As soon as a bespectacled candidate received his, he stood up to question, "I came to participate in the Chunin exam. What is the meaning of this death warrant?" "Huh, it means exactly what it says. Do you think being a ninja is child's play? If you're frightened, you may withdraw now. No one will stop you," the scarred ninja retorted, towering over the bespectacled candidate with a cold glare. With such a display of bravado, the other candidates swiftly signed their names without objection. Once all the death warrants were collected, the scarred ninja proceeded to explain the rules of the second exam. Each team of candidates was to enter the Forest of Death, with the first 6 teams to arrive securing a spot in the final examination. The rules were straightforward. Yet the ominous mention of the Forest of Death and the signed death warrants sent chills down the spines of the participants. However, having already signed the warrants, retreat was no longer an option. They could only steel themselves for what lay ahead. Given that only Konoha's ninjas were participating, the mortality rate was relatively low. After all, they were all from the same village. Who would dare to kill their fellow villagers? This was Konoha, not the twisted domain of the Mist Village. Before long, Konan ventured into the Forest of Death, embarking on her survival journey. "Are you even human? You've mastered it so quickly," Tsunade remarked, observing the identical mark on Sato Shuichi's forehead with a look of disbelief. After years of painstaking research into the sealing technique, Sato Shuichi had managed to learn it within a single morning. In response, Sato Shuichi flashed a rather infuriating smile and replied, "The realm of geniuses is far removed from that of mere mortals. It appears a thick barrier separates us." With that, Tsunade swiftly threw a punch. But Sato Shuichi evaded it with agility. "You see, resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement is rather foolish. Do you always solve problems with brute force?" Sato Shuichi admonished. Tsunade cracked her knuckles, producing a series of pops, and with a forced smile, said, "I sense you've become a bit too arrogant lately. Would you like me to help you loosen those bones?" Faced with Tsunade, whose demeanor was akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, Sato Shuichi wisely chose to lower his head in submission. After all, she was his wife. What harm was there in a little humility? "By the way, could you spare some money? I've been a bit tight lately," Tsunade asserted, extending her right hand with conviction. Sato Shuichi, taken aback, expressed his skepticism. "Don't tell me you've squandered away the Senju clan's inheritance already?" Tsunade's expression turned serious as she retorted, "How could you say such a thing? Am I the type to indulge solely in my own pleasures? I must reserve some funds for Shinjuro." Tsunade's principles seemed to stand in stark contrast to her reputation. leaving Sato Shuichi doubtful of her claims. Under Sato Shuichi's scrutinizing gaze, Tsunade suddenly wore a smile that seemed utterly incompatible with her character. It was a smile so innocent and carefree that it seemed impossible for someone like Tsunade, known for her fondness for alcohol and gambling, to muster. Yet, despite this, her smile was undeniably captivating, if only one could overlook her less favorable traits. "Ah, there's another reason," she continued. "The old geezers in the clan caught wind of my activities and locked everything up." Sato Shuichi nodded, recognizing this as the true reason for Tsunade's financial woes. Trusting Tsunade to save money for Shinjuro's wedding was akin to believing it was the Emperor Qin Shi Huang. However, I'm rather broke myself. I'm currently living off the generosity of Kushina and Mikoto. While I would love to help you, my own circumstances do not permit it, Sato Shuichi lamented, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Despite his years of writing and investing, which had amassed considerable wealth, he was reluctant to support Tsunade's gambling habits. Unsatisfied with his response, Tsunade leaned closer, their faces mere inches apart, allowing them to feel each other's breath. How could the famed writer of the ninja world possibly be short on funds? Tsunade questioned with a mischievous grin. Sato Shuichi, bewildered, replied, "What do you mean by the ninja world's dark side? I don't understand." "Stop pretending. You're the author of the wildly popular Liu Bei novel in the ninja world, aren't you? I've even found your manuscript." Tsunade triumphantly revealed a thick stack of papers from her clothing, her expression brimming with pride. Seeing Sato Shuichi fall silent, Tsunade pressed on. "My dear Shuichi, surely you wouldn't want your identity as the Liu Bei novelist to become public knowledge, would you?" Faced with Tsunade's classic line of reasoning, Sato Shuichi scoffed. "Huh? Are you attempting to threaten me? How could I possibly threaten you? Given the nature of our relationship, your money is effectively my money, right?" "I, Sato Shuichi, take great pleasure in telling pompous individuals like you know. So, feel free to make your demands. I have neither money nor a life to spare," he retorted. Firm in his stance, left with no other recourse, Tsunade tugged at his arm, adopting a pleading tone. "Shuichi, please help me just this once. I promise to repay you double once I recoup my losses. You're the only one I can rely on right now." Her pleading, however, failed to penetrate Sato Shuichi's steely resolve, though it did spark a daring idea in his mind. "I might be willing to assist you this time, but I have one condition." At this, Tsunade's eyes lit up with excitement. "What condition?" Sato Shuichi leaned in closer, whispering his terms in her ear. Instantly, Tsunade's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a monkey's backside. "You truly are the writer of the ninja world's dark side. How could you even think of something so vulgar? How disgusting!" she exclaimed, wearing an expression of disdain while chastising him. In response, Sato Shuichi merely raised a finger. "Humph. A mere million wouldn't compel me to engage in such antics." Tsunade scoffed, exuding an air of defiance. "Who told you it was a million? I said 10 million. Sato Shuichi declared with unwavering confidence. At this revelation, Tsunade's eyes transformed into the shape of coins, and she lunged at him, wrapping her arms around his legs in excitement. "Shuichi, you're so generous. I'll go wash up right now." Even for Tsunade, known for her extravagant spending, 10 million was enough for her to live lavishly for quite some time. For Sato Shuichi, however, it was merely a trifling sum. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the ninja world was growing increasingly tense. It was likely that the third great ninja war would soon erupt, leaving Tsunade with little leisure to indulge in her desires. Stepping back 1,000 paces, all the gambling establishments within Konoha have fallen under the ownership of Sato Shuichi. Regardless of how much Tsunade loses, in the end, all the money will inevitably return to Sato Shuichi's hands. It is merely a matter of transferring from one hand to the other. Moreover, unbeknownst to Tsunade, the vast majority of her gambling debts are owed to Sato Shuichi himself. Such a trifling matter as Tsunade is easily manipulated. A sly smile crept across Sato Shuichi's face as he began to anticipate his forthcoming actions. Today, he intended to explore just how refined and exquisite the tastes of the famed Eastern Jin poet Tao Yuanming truly were. Time swiftly passed, and a day and night had come to an end. Sato Shuichi understood the distinctions between the two paths before him. Each had its unique allure. Sato Shuichi basked in a sense of conquest, while Tsunade found herself with a substantial sum of gambling winnings to flaunt. It could be said that everyone had a promising future ahead. After indulging in a refreshing bath, Sato Shuichi suddenly recalled that he had 3 students struggling for survival in the Forest of Death. Thus, after leaving a gentle kiss on the slumbering Tsunade, he set forth towards the Forest of Death. "Ah, Minato, you arrived quite early," Sato Shuichi greeted the seemingly long-sitting Namikaze Minato. In response, Minato smiled. "I haven't been here long. I was simply a bit concerned about Obito and the others. Sato Shuichi patted Minato's shoulder reassuringly. No need to worry. Even if Uchiha Obito is unreliable, he has Kakashi to back him up. It will be fine. By the way, has your team reached the destination? They arrived here 3 hours ago and have already returned, Minato replied, unable to suppress his curiosity. To him, Sato Shuichi's team seemed far more perfect than his own, harmonious relationships, each member fulfilling their roles splendidly. In contrast, Uchiha Obito and Kakashi often engaged in duels, causing no small amount of headache for Minato as their teacher. I see. I merely came to check on you. Since you appear to be fine, I shall take my leave. Sato Shuichi casually fabricated an excuse, then activated his Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing towards Konan's location. Watching the figure disappear without a trace, Minato couldn't help but shake his head. Chapter 106, Asuma. Upon the sudden appearance of Sato Shuichi before them, Kurenai and her companions halted their actions. The peculiar atmosphere persisted until a meatball uncontrollably slipped from Kurenai's fork, shattering the stillness. Teacher, what are you doing here? Kurenai stood, unable to contain her curiosity. Sato Shuichi unceremoniously seized the sweet soup in front of her and drank it down in one gulp. Why shouldn't I be here? By the way, congratulations on successfully passing the second exam. You did not bring me disgrace. You jerk. That bowl of sweet soup was mine. How could you drink it without my permission? Kurenai glared at Sato Shuichi, clearly demanding an explanation. However, to her astonishment, Sato Shuichi merely smirked, unabashedly declaring, "Heh," as a sign of filial piety. What's wrong with me enjoying a bowl of sweet soup? You're quite the miser, aren't you? A miserly soul, sipping cold water. Just as Kurenai was about to erupt, Rin stepped in to mediate. She pushed her own bowl of sweet soup towards Kurenai, softly saying, "All right, you too. Let us not argue. I haven't had this yet. It's for you, Kurenai. If it's not enough, I can get another." At that moment, Konan, holding a spoon, leaned towards Sato Shuichi's mouth, gently saying, "Big brother Shuichi." Kurenai immediately retreated to her seat, her face turning a deep crimson as she recalled that she had just taken a sip from that very bowl of sweet soup. Feeling parched, Kurenai suddenly found herself in a dilemma. Sato Shuichi, having tasted the snack Konan offered, inquired, "Why are you all here? I recall someone detesting sweet foods. How does this guy remember that I dislike sweets? Could it be?" Kurenai's blush resurfaced as Sato Shuichi's words struck a nerve. What's wrong with me enjoying it? Is Konoha your family business? Why are you so quick to judge? Kurenai retorted sharply, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. Yet, as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. After all, Sato Shuichi had merely shown concern, and her reaction felt somewhat inappropriate. Nonetheless, Sato Shuichi was clearly not one to dwell on trifles. He reached out and playfully flicked Kurenai on the forehead. "Have you been spoiled by not being reprimanded for 3 days? How do you speak to me?" At that moment, a young boy, despite his tender age, sporting a patchy beard, rushed in, glaring at Sato Shuichi, and shouted, "You dare lay a hand on Kurenai?" Sato Shuichi glanced at the furious Asuma and asked, "It seems you are living quite comfortably, even inviting a clown for a performance." Asuma, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized Sato Shuichi was indirectly calling him a clown. "You bastard. I challenge you to a duel." Initially, Sato Shuichi had no interest in Asuma, viewing him merely as a spoiled second-generation shinobi. However, with Asuma inviting confrontation, he had no qualms about responding in kind. Sato Shuichi scrutinized Asuma and exhaled a puff of heated air from his nostrils. "You, a mere genin? What qualifications do you possess to challenge me? Besides, this is a gathering for our team. It has no relevance to an outsider like you." Asuma, still young and inexperienced, found himself without the means to resist Sato Shuichi's onslaught of words and cast a pleading glance at Kurenai. However, Kurenai merely scoffed, turning her head away, clearly uninterested in his plight. Sato Shuichi continued, "You are what they call a simp, aren't you? Don't linger here. I have no bones to spare for you." Asuma's face flushed crimson with indignation as he protested, "That's nonsense. Kurenai and I share mutual feelings. I am not some simp." At that moment, Kurenai stood and coldly addressed Asuma. "Saratobi Asuma, I have made my rejection clear. Please do not entangle me in any absurd relationships moving forward. Furthermore, please call me Kurenai. We are not on terms to use such familiar names." With that, Kurenai grasped Sato Shuichi's hand and strode towards the dessert shop. Konan shot a cold glance at Asuma before following closely behind Sato Shuichi and Kurenai. Asuma stared blankly at the retreating figures of the four, suddenly feeling as if his very spine had been severed, collapsing to the ground. Clearly, Kurenai's words had inflicted a staggering blow to his pride. The quartet arrived at the riverbank, where a refreshing breeze greeted them, ruffling their hair and bringing a sense of coolness. At that moment, Sato Shuichi turned to Kurenai and teased, "Who would have thought our Kurenai was so popular, with suitors even coming to the shop?" Seeing Sato Shuichi's teasing smile, Kurenai clenched her delicate fists, feeling a mix of emotions. Had it not been for the considerable disparity in strength between them, Yakumo's fist would undoubtedly have landed squarely upon Sato Shuichi's face. What a wretched fellow he is. At such a tender age, he indulges in vice. With a cigarette perpetually in hand, simply revolting. Sato Shuichi patted Yakumo on the head and retorted, "You're just like the elder brother chiding the younger. Weren't you also drinking at a young age?" Yakumo shot him a fierce glare and snapped back, "That's entirely different. I wouldn't even glance at that guy. I would rather be with you, the cunning rascal, than ever consider him." Upon hearing this, Conan's gaze turned icy. "I am still here. And you dare to brazenly plot to steal my home." At that moment, Sato Shuichi wore a look of disdain, casting an appraising glance over Yakumo. "Well, I don't usually associate with a drunkard, so I'm afraid not." This statement caused Yakumo to become infuriated. "That was a metaphor, do you understand? Even if every man in the world perished, I wouldn't give you a second glance, you detestable fiend, destined to a life of solitude." Chapter 106, Conan's Examination. "By the way, do you know what form the final exam will take?" Sato Shuichi inquired. Upon hearing this, Yakumo displayed a look of disdain. "Humph. I've known that for ages. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. It's merely a draw for group battles. And losing a match doesn't necessarily preclude one from becoming a chunin. It largely depends on performance in the match." Nearby, Noira Rin lowered her head upon hearing this. For she had contributed little in the second exam. The opponents she faced were too weak, leaving both Konan and Yakumo unharmed. Thus, Rin, a medical ninja, possessed the skills akin to a dragon-slaying warrior, yet there were no true dragons to be found in this world. Moreover, one-on-one battles undoubtedly magnified the vulnerabilities of a medical ninja. Sato Shuichi, perceiving Rin's concerns, spoke to reassure her. "It's all right, Rin, I'll be a judge. Just perform normally without any psychological burden." Rin nodded but still bore an expression filled with inner conflict. "Huh, you shamelessly intend to cheat? I am utterly disappointed in Konoha's darkness," Yakumo exclaimed, unable to contain her outrage. Sato Shuichi raised a hand and gave her a light smack on the head. "You'd better win consistently, otherwise I won't hold back." Yakumo protected her forehead with her hand, retreating as she replied, "Aren't you supposed to be a judge? What if I accidentally stumble? Couldn't you just give a little nudge?" Sato Shuichi donned a stern expression and replied resolutely, "Rin's case is special. Medical ninjas are not adept at one-on-one duels. If you lose and fail to become a chunin, I will expel you and replace you with another team member." "Oh, I've long known you harbored ulterior motives. Now your true colors are finally showing. Let me tell you, it's not you expelling me. It's I who will expel you. We shall form a new Team 7, with Mikoto-sensei as our new teacher," Yakumo declared, pointing triumphantly at Sato Shuichi. Although they were student and teacher, the advantage lay with me in a 3-on-1 scenario. At that moment, Konan quietly approached Sato Shuichi and took hold of his right hand, signaling her allegiance. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on Yakumo's forehead. "It's not a problem. In a 2-on-2, we would merely be even." Suddenly, Rin shot Yakumo an apologetic glance, then moved to Sato Shuichi's left side, grasping his left hand. "Oh no, now it's 1 against 3. I can't possibly be expelled, can I?" Sato Shuichi rapped Yakumo's head a few times, eliciting several cries of pain. "You, rebel? Craving seaweed egg drop soup, are you? Besides, Mikoto is also mine. How do you intend to fight me?" Ultimately, the incident concluded with Yakumo being punished to hold a bucket of water in each hand, with a basin atop her head, standing in place for 3 hours. "So, how many of your students do you think will become chunin?" Sato Shuichi asked, resting his right hand on Minato Namikaze's shoulder. After a moment's contemplation, Minato responded, "Perhaps only Kakashi. Obito and Shizen still require further honing. What about you, Shuichi?" In response to Minato's inquiry, Sato Shuichi wore a confident expression. "Of course, all will pass. Didn't you know I secured a position as a judge? How about I discreetly assist your students?" Minato's face displayed an awkward expression at Sato Shuichi's mischievous demeanor. "Ha ha ha, perhaps that won't be necessary." As Sato Shuichi returned to the judges' panel, the competition was about to commence. Since this chunin exam was held internally within Konoha, there were no irrelevant spectators, only some bored jonin and a few supervising teachers present. The first match, Konan versus Asuma Saratobi. The atmosphere among the ninjas turned serious as they focused intently on the arena below. Asuma, being the son of the third Hokage, naturally attracted everyone's gaze. While Konan had been renowned as a prodigy since her time at the Ninja Academy, had it not been for Sato Shuichi's presence, she would have been recruited into the UMBU immediately upon graduation. This duel promised to be a fierce clash. However, Sato Shuichi, seated at the judges' table, appeared rather disinterested. He poked the arm of the person beside him and whispered, "Old man, does Asuma have a grudge against you? Why assign him such a formidable opponent right off the bat? He can't possibly be your biological son, can he?" Hiruzen Sarutobi shot him a quizzical look and, after a stern glare, replied in a hushed tone, "What are you saying? Hibiya Lake would never betray me. Asuma is still too young. Becoming a chunin too soon does him no favors." After speaking, Hiruzen revealed a knowing expression. Having a father like you is truly unfortunate for Asuma." Despite Sato Shuichi and Hiruzen Sarutobi keeping their voices low, everyone present was at least a jonin-level ninja. The others wore expressions of bemusement, caught between laughter and restraint. They were not like Sato Shuichi. If they dared to laugh out loud at this moment, they might find themselves assigned to water-watching duties the next day. In the arena, Asuma fixed his gaze intently on Konan, his muscles taut like springs. During their time at the Ninja Academy, he had frequently been bested by her. Thus, facing Konan now made him somewhat anxious. However, the thought of his crush watching this match filled him with boundless resolve. If he could defeat Konan, wouldn't that earn him her admiration? With this thought, Asuma's eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. Noticing that Konan showed no intention of making a move, Asuma began forming hand seals and shouted, "Fire release! Ash pile burning!" He expelled a large cloud of scalding ash from his mouth, sweeping towards Konan. The ashes that fall to the ground not only inflict a persistent and searing heat upon the enemy, but also culminate in an explosion after a brief period. Overall, it is quite an impressive ninjutsu. Chapter 107. Kakashi's fateful duel with Obito. At that moment, a pair of wings made of white paper suddenly manifested behind Konan, and with a swift motion, she soared into the sky, propelled by the wings. This spectacle elicited an involuntary chorus of gasps from the surrounding audience. The aspiration of humanity to fly has long been cherished, and yet, in the world of ninjas, there are quite a few who can realize this dream. The advantages of aerial combat are, of course, self-evident. Suspended in midair, Konan appeared akin to a celestial angel, gazing down upon Asuma, whose expression was one of distress. Just as Asuma pondered how to counter this formidable opponent, Konan's demeanor suddenly shifted. Her wings unleashed numerous sharp sheets of paper, resembling missiles, hurtling towards Asuma below. Witnessing this, Asuma promptly formed hand seals and forcefully struck the ground, invoking the earth-style wall. However, the sturdy earthen barrier, after a brief moment of resistance, was breached by the onslaught of paper. Just as Asuma was about to be engulfed by the sheets, the referee, a senior ninja, abruptly appeared behind him, seizing his collar and swiftly pulling him away to safety. Following a series of resounding explosions, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the entire arena. In an instant, the referee employed a small gust of wind to disperse the smoke shrouding the arena. There, where Asuma had once stood, was now a gaping hole measuring several meters in diameter. Gazing at the cavity, Asuma's face betrayed a look of lingering fright. Indeed, the formidable adversary was truly formidable. Had the referee been even a moment slower, he might have faced a grave fate. The referee, having narrowly escaped, exhaled a sigh of relief. Had Asuma perished here, Konan might have remained unscathed, but he, as the referee, would have undoubtedly ended his ninja career. After swallowing hard several times, the referee announced with a clear voice, "The victor of this match is Konan." Upon hearing this, Konan gracefully flapped her wings and glided to the side of Tsunade and Rin in the audience. "Konan, you were absolutely incredible. Truly worthy of being my teammate," Tsunade exclaimed. Seemingly forgetting any previous tensions between them, Rin readily chimed in, "Indeed, Konan, you are remarkable. Shuichi, your discerning eye has undeniably brought such a genius ninja to Konoha. With Konan's prowess, it is not an exaggeration to say she is deserving of the title of Jonin." Sarutobi Hiruzen beamed with a radiant smile at Shuichi, despite Asuma's swift defeat, which brought shame to him as a father. However, Konan's potential deeply impressed Hiruzen, particularly her paper manipulation, a bloodline limit that evidently holds great promise. In the future, Konoha might see the emergence of a clan specializing in this unique art. The only lament was that Konan was female rather than male. Had she been male, Hiruzen might well have considered arranging a marriage alliance with a female ninja to perpetuate this powerful lineage. Certainly, my student is exceptionally talented. Moreover, I place greater emphasis on the cultivation of moral character than mere strength. I firmly believe that a ninja's ideology is more significant than their prowess, Shuichi responded earnestly. Hiruzen nodded, albeit with an awkward smile, as Shuichi's words pointedly referenced him. Although Hiruzen's 3 disciples were exceptionally talented, earning the title of the legendary 3 ninjas in the ninja world, they were utterly lacking in personal ethics. The notorious trio of gambling, drugs, and debauchery were not simply empty monikers. The subsequent matches devolved into a series of lackluster showdowns, nearly lulling Shuichi to sleep. However, the current combatants captured Shuichi's attention: Kakashi versus Uchiha Obito, an internal clash within Minato's class, and a confrontation steeped in past grievances. Kakashi, today I shall utterly defeat you in front of all, Obito proclaimed with a smug expression, pointing at Kakashi. Kakashi merely retorted with a succinct, "Fool. The son of White Fang against a member of the Uchiha clan?" This battle certainly promised intrigue. Hiruzen could not help but muse. Shuichi cast a glance at him and replied coolly, "You are mistaken. I wager this match will conclude within 5 exchanges." Hiruzen's eyes widened slightly at this statement. Could Kakashi also be a prodigious ninja beyond his years? Obito formed hand seals, albeit at a noticeably slower pace than most ninjas. In that interval, Kakashi had ample opportunity to strike him down thrice with his long blade. Nevertheless, Kakashi remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Obito's movements with a lifeless expression. At last, Obito completed his seals and shouted, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." His abdomen swelled, and he unleashed a massive fireball, the size of a basketball, hurtling towards Kakashi. A look of delight spread across Obito's face. He had succeeded. Though the fireball jutsu was merely a C-rank technique, Obito did not always manage to execute it successfully. Just as Obito eagerly anticipated the fireball's impact to vanquish Kakashi, the latter drew forth a short blade crafted from chakra metal, a gift from White Fang. In a flash of silvery light, the fireball was effortlessly cleaved in twain. Obito's smile froze in shock. In an instant, Kakashi darted forward, placing his blade against Obito's throat. "Is this your trump card? How laughable it is, just like you." Under normal circumstances, Obito would have lashed out at Kakashi. However, feeling the cold steel against his neck, he dared not utter a word. Following the referee's declaration of victory, Kakashi sheathed his blade, glancing at Obito, saying, "You still have a long way to go." At this, Obito erupted in fury, shouting as he prepared to retaliate, but fortunately, Minato intervened with a rueful smile. Chapter 109, Azuki. Kakashi's swordsmanship bore a resemblance to White Fang's, and their rapport seemed quite harmonious. Hiruzen reflected, his aged eyes twinkling with nostalgia. The bond between Orochimaru and Jiraiya in the past mirrored that of Kakashi and Obito now. However, before Hiruzen could fully return from his reverie, Shuichi's infuriating voice broke through his thoughts. "Old man, you've been Hokage for long enough. It's time to step aside and let the younger generation take over." Hearing this, Hiruzen's mouth twitched as he regarded Shuichi, the audacious upstart. "What, Shuichi, do you aspire to be Hokage? Though your age is still a bit lacking. How about waiting 3 more years to mature?" Hiruzen's words were not mere platitudes. He genuinely contemplated the possibility of appointing Shuichi as Hokage. After all, in terms of strength, Shuichi was more than capable. Moreover, in terms of lineage, Sato Shuichi is undoubtedly a legitimate descendant of the Hokage lineage, being a direct disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, when it comes to personal prestige, Sato Shuichi appears somewhat lacking. At this moment, an expression of disdain crossed Sato Shuichi's face. "I have no intention of taking on the wretched position of Hokage. There are far too many matters to attend to daily, and the remuneration is hardly substantial. Why would I trade my current leisurely existence for that?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly strained, as the coveted title of Hokage, which Danzo coveted day and night, was so casually dismissed by Sato Shuichi. "Then why do you urge me to abdicate?" Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but inquire. "Once you step down, my teacher could take the mantle of Hokage, and I would become the most influential figure in Konoha, wielding supreme power without the burden of responsibility," Sato Shuichi replied earnestly. He had little interest in the Hokage position. In his vision, the future Hokage would be Tsunade, with Mei Terumi as the Mizukage. Following that, he would employ force to subjugate Tsunade, thus consolidating over 3/5 of the ninja world's power under his command. Sato Shuichi envisioned a future where he could seize the estates of all feudal lords, becoming the sovereign ruler of the land. To be candid, Sato Shuichi had always struggled to comprehend the true significance of a feudal lord. Lacking military might, merely possessing wealth and titles seemed to render one a prime target for exploitation. In the original narrative, Tsunade was even said to have faced a financial crisis due to budget cuts imposed by the Wind Country's feudal lord following their defeat in the Great Ninja War. This was perplexing. With military power at their disposal, how could they fear a lack of finances? Returning to the matter at hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated Sato Shuichi's suggestion seriously. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the leader of the Senju clan, Tsunade truly possessed the prestige to become Hokage. Nevertheless, remembering the recent messages from the Senju clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but ask, what if Tsunade sold Konoha to gamble after becoming Hokage? Upon hearing this, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sato Shuichi exchanged glances, falling into silence. Given Tsunade's current moral standards, such a scenario seemed highly probable. The subsequent competition needs no elaboration. Konan triumphed over all to claim the top position, followed by Kakashi in second place and Yuhi Kurenai in third. Despite both Sato Shuichi's and Namikaze Minato's teams being comprised of fresh graduates, they dominated the top 3 spots. This left many ninjas marveling at the relentless progression of the younger generation as the old guard fell by the wayside. The top 3 naturally ascended to the rank of Chunin, and under Sato Shuichi's influence, Noara Rin also secured her Chunin qualification. Aside from these 4 individuals, Orochimaru's sole apprentice, Mitarashi Anko, also achieved Chunin status. Thus, this Chunin exam yielded a total of 5 Chunin. Rin, it's been a while. Your skills have certainly improved, Anko exclaimed, clapping Yuhi Kurenai on the shoulder. Kurenai's face lit up with pride at the compliment. Of course I can defeat you. That's only to be expected. But why is it that your team consists solely of you for this exam? Oh, the other 2 were deemed unqualified and sent back to the Ninja Academy by our teacher, Orochimaru. So, it's just me and him in our team, Anko replied. Upon hearing this, Kurenai's smile froze. Are you saying that the supervising teacher truly has the authority to send team members back to the academy? Anko looked at Kurenai with a puzzled expression. Of course. Did you forget what the homeroom teacher said during graduation? This revelation shattered the last vestige of hope in Kurenai's heart. She had assumed that Sato Shuichi's frequent mentions of expelling her were merely jest. Little did she realize that he indeed possessed such authority. Remembering how she often defied Sato Shuichi, Kurenai felt a wave of dread wash over her. Surely, she would not be sent back to the academy and become the laughingstock of her peers. Just then, Sato Shuichi suddenly appeared before them. Upon seeing him, Kurenai's expression changed several times in rapid succession. Although she intended to say something flattering to mend their relationship, the memory of Sato Shuichi's previous actions rendered her unable to lower her head. Instead, she awkwardly greeted him, Shuichi-sensei. At her words, Sato Shuichi's expression shifted to one of confusion. He crouched down, locking eyes with Kurenai, and then lifted her bangs, pressing his forehead against hers. Caught off guard by this unexpected gesture, Kurenai's mind momentarily went blank. After their foreheads touched, Sato Shuichi stood up and remarked curiously, "You're not running a fever. So what's wrong? Have you gotten into some sort of trouble?" Witnessing Sato Shuichi's bewildered expression, Kurenai finally understood the reasoning behind his earlier action. Overcome with embarrassment and anger, she promptly kicked Sato Shuichi's shin with all her might. However, the result was akin to kicking a steel plate. Not only did it fail to inflict any harm on Sato Shuichi, but she found herself cradling her leg in pain. Sato Shuichi glanced at the writhing Kurenai before turning his attention to Anko. "You are Mitarashi Anko, the apprentice of that scoundrel Orochimaru?" Chapter 110, Trembling with Fear. Anko, possessing a boisterous and carefree demeanor, was unperturbed in the presence of Sato Shuichi. With her lively eyes, she boldly scrutinized him. "Are you the black-hearted teacher who treats her like a slave?" As soon as she uttered those words, Kurenai, who had been nursing her injured toes, abruptly halted her actions and cast a guilt-ridden glance at Sato Shuichi. Sato Shuichi's smile faltered, and he asked, with a veneer of amusement, "Is this how Kurenai typically speaks of me?" Kurenai's heart sank at his words. Normally, Sato Shuichi referred to her as that one or hey, while addressing others by name. Hearing her full name unexpectedly signified that he was genuinely upset. Consequently, Kurenai instinctively reached out to cover Anko's mouth, fearing she might truly be kicked out of the team. However, before she could act, Anko spoke up. "It's nothing much. I merely said you're lazy and always bully her, and that you're a playboy. Oh, and she mentioned you weigh over 400 pounds, are ugly, and are both lazy and gluttonous. But I think you look pretty handsome." Initially, Sato Shuichi felt indifferent. After all, Kurenai's words held a kernel of truth. In her presence, he did indeed come across as a bit unrefined. However, upon hearing the latter part of her description regarding his appearance, he was utterly taken aback. Now, He could scarcely muster the energy to engage Anko further and instead stated, I had intended to have a pleasant conversation with you, but suddenly I recalled I have some pressing matters to attend to with Kurenai. Let us plan to have a meal together another time. Anko glanced at Sato Shuichi's strained smile, and then at Kurenai, who was casting her a look of desperation. After a moment of contemplation, she decisively nodded. No worries, you and Kurenai can go about your business. After all, we're from the same village and can meet whenever we wish. Upon hearing these words, Kurenai Yuhi instantly opted to flee. She could scarcely fathom the horrific actions that might befall her in the wrath of Yuichi Sato. However, just as she had taken a couple of steps, she collided headlong with a solid figure. Yuichi Sato stood resolutely in her path, akin to an immovable wall, causing her to tumble backward. Slowly, Kurenai rose from the ground. Mustering a smile as she addressed Yuichi, Sensei, is there any room for reconciliation? Yuichi offered no response but placed his hand upon her shoulder. In that moment, Kurenai felt the scene before her shift abruptly. She was transported home by Yuichi's flying thunder god technique. At this hour, Kushina and Mikoto were out shopping, while Konan remained with Rin Noera. This meant that the house was now solely occupied by Yuichi and Kurenai. In her current state, Kurenai was utterly isolated, calling upon neither heaven nor earth for aid. Yuichi uttered no further words. Instead, he produced several pairs of handcuffs, securing Kurenai to a chair. She swallowed hard, her fear palpable as she anxiously inquired, what on earth do you intend to do? At last, Yuichi answered her query. Are you familiar with the interrogation department of Konoha? I once contemplated joining, and thus devised several torturous methods. As Kurenai's eyes widened in horror, Yuichi continued, a hint of fervor gracing his features. For instance, imagine placing a person inside a metal canister, then introducing a few mice, followed by heating the canister. The distressed mice would inevitably seek escape, burrowing through any available openings. After delivering this chilling account, Yuichi gently prodded Kurenai's smooth cheek, lamenting, for someone as delicate as you, I dare say the mice would find it quite easy to burrow through. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Before long, Kurenai erupted into sobs. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have spread rumors. Please spare me this once. I'm terrified of pain and I promise I won't do it again. I beg you. Observing her breakdown, Yuichi's expression shifted to one of bemusement. He had merely intended to recount some of the cruel tortures he had encountered in a previous life to instill a sense of humility in Kurenai. He had not anticipated that she would be so easily frightened, bursting into tears at the mere mention of the first form of torment. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that Yuichi's performance was simply too masterful, or that Kurenai had an acute fear of rodents. Will you dare to slander me again? I won't, I promise. Will you heed my words in the future? From now on, whether you command me to traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire, I shall not hesitate, just forgive me. Very well, I shall grant you leniency this time, considering it is your first offense. However, should there be a next time, you are well aware of my methods. With that, Yuichi approached and released Kurenai from her restraints. Upon regaining her freedom, Kurenai did not choose to flee immediately. Instead, she turned and embraced Yuichi's waist, continuing to weep. Feeling the dampness against his abdomen, Yuichi could not help but express his exasperation. Didn't I say I forgave you? Why are you still crying? Kurenai, her voice tinged with sobs, replied, You spoke so terrifyingly. I'm still quite frightened. I might have nightmares tonight. I assure you, I was merely trying to frighten you. I would never subject you to such horrors. You are my most cherished student. How could I do such a thing? Really? Of course. At this, Kurenai lifted her head from Yuichi's embrace, her tears having soaked a considerable portion of his clothing. After a brief moment of silence, Kurenai suddenly asked, her voice quivering, What if I were captured by enemies in the future and subjected to the tortures you described? Yuichi rubbed his forehead and patiently replied, Rest assured, you will not be captured by the enemy. However, this response did little to assuage Kurenai's concerns. But what if? Chapter 111. Where did that dog bark from? Yuichi lightly flicked Kurenai's forehead. There are far fewer what-ifs than you imagine. Moreover, should you find yourself in peril, I will be the first to rush to your side. Have you forgotten my ability to utilize the Flying Thunder God? I'll be there in the blink of an eye. Yuichi's reassurances did not fully alleviate Kurenai's anxiety as she pressed on. But what if both Konan and I are in danger at the same time? After a moment of contemplation, Yuichi sighed. I would save both of you. Do you grasp the concept of precious space-time ninjutsu? With the addition of Rin, that would be more than sufficient. But if Konan and I fell into water simultaneously, and you could only save one of us, who would you choose? Observing Kurenai's anxious expression, Yuichi could only sigh once more. Why on earth was she posing such questions? Then you would be out of luck, for I cannot swim, while Konan can. If I were to leap in as well, Konan would surely choose to save me. Taken aback by this answer, Kurenai hesitated before attempting to interject further. Just then, Yuichi raised a finger to her lips, signaling her to be silent. Enough questions. Otherwise, you'll have to copy the ninja code 10,000 times. Upon hearing this, Kurenai lost all inclination to tease Yuichi further. She pouted and retorted. You're abusing your authority to persecute me. I want to acknowledge that. After enjoying a homemade lunch prepared by Yuichi, Kurenai departed. 6 months later. What is going on? You summoned us early in the day. If you don't provide an explanation, this office of yours will be in jeopardy. Tsunade raised her pristine fist, casting a sidelong glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi, threatening him. Her attitude was understandable. For just the previous night, she had shared a delightful evening with Yuichi. This morning, filled with enthusiasm, she had intended to engage in some morning exercise when an umbu had knocked on her door. After being interrupted, the two had hastily tidied themselves before arriving here. At her words, a sheepish smile crept onto Hiruzen's face. However, before he could respond, a chilling voice interjected, Hiruzen, is this how you educate your students? Lacking any sense of hierarchy, if you cannot even manage your own students, how can you govern Konoha? I suggest you consider stepping down, allowing someone more capable to take the mantle of Hokage. While Tsunade's comments had left Hiruzen embarrassed, Danzo's words deepened the furrows of his brow. Tsunade had maintained this attitude for over a decade, and he had long grown accustomed to it. However, Danzo's remarks, made in front of others, severely undermined his dignity as Hokage. At that moment, Yuichi suddenly reached up to his ear, feigning surprise. Is this not the conference room? Why do I hear the sound of barking? It seems we may need to call in the dog-catching squad after this meeting. The previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of levity at Yuichi's words. Tsunade's face blossomed into a radiant smile, and as she laughed, she gave a thumbs up to Sato Shuichi. Truly deserving of being my man, his words cut straight to the heart. In the conference room, apart from Tsunade, another person was laughing heartily, Uchiha Toyama, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. While others might have hesitated to laugh due to Danzo's presence, Toyama felt no such restraint. After all, the relationship between Danzo and the Uchiha clan could hardly be described as amicable. It was more akin to that of mortal enemies. Especially considering that Sato Shuichi could be considered half a son-in-law to the Uchiha, Toyama was undoubtedly in full support of him. Danzo's expression darkened ominously as he pointed a finger at Sato Shuichi, saying, Sato Shuichi, what do you mean by that? Without even glancing in his direction, Sato Shuichi continued, Darling, listen, the dog is barking again. Upon hearing this, even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't suppress a hint of amusement on his face. Just as Danzo was about to explode, Hiruzen suddenly interjected, All right, I called everyone here for a serious matter. Please take your seats. With Hiruzen's descent from the stage, it signified that the revelry was over, and everyone returned to their respective seats. Sato Shuichi surveyed the room, noting that all present were prominent figures from Konoha. Clans such as the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inuzuka were all represented by their leaders. Besides these clan heads, the upper echelons of Konoha were also present, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Orochimaru, and 2 advisors. To his surprise, he even spotted a white-haired man with a dead fish-like gaze. Noticing Sato Shuichi's scrutiny, the white-haired man couldn't help but smile broadly. Once everyone settled, Hiruzen cleared his throat and began, according to intelligence reports, the 3rd Kazekage of Tsunade has gone missing. This statement instantly ignited a cacophony of chatter in the room. The radicals viewed this as a fortuitous opportunity to strike at Tsunade while it was leaderless and seize resources. Conversely, the conservatives argued that the radicals were being overly cautious. They believed the time had come to mobilize all forces and directly annex Tsunade. After a moment, Hiruzen raised his hands, and the room gradually fell silent. Besides Tsunade, Iwagakure and Kumogakure had already descended into localized conflicts, and a significant number of Kirigakure spies had been discovered within the Land of Fire. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room turned tense. With 4 of the 5 great shinobi villages experiencing turmoil, it was impossible for Konoha, which occupied the most fertile land, to remain uninvolved. All signs pointed to the impending onset of the 3rd Shinobi World War. At this juncture, Hiruzen cast a glance at Danzo. Danzo nodded, and then stood, addressing Uchiha Toyama. I believe the threat from Kirigakure should be entrusted to the Uchiha clan. At this, Sato Shuichi's mouth fell agape. The cunning old foxes, Danzo and Hiruzen, had indeed decided to assign Kirigakure to the Uchiha. It was common knowledge that the ninjas of Kirigakure specialized in water release techniques and possessed the formidable mist technique. The average Sharingan could not penetrate that veil of mist, let alone the Uchiha, who were primarily adept at fire release. By elemental countering principles, it would be more logical for the Hyuga clan to take the lead against Kirigakure, as the Byakugan rendered the mist technique virtually ineffective. Despite their long-standing camaraderie as Hokage, Danzo and Hiruzen shared an unusual synergy when it came to dealing with the Uchiha clan. After all, their mentor, Senju Tobirama, held a notorious stance towards the Uchiha. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Toyama's displeasure became evident as he furrowed his brow and declared, "While we Uchiha are indeed unmatched, we should not be tasked with confronting Kirigakure." At this, Danzo let out a cold laugh. "Huh. The invincible Uchiha are afraid of a mere village huddled on a small island? If you are hesitant, just say so. We can arrange for others to take your place." Hearing this, Toyama stood abruptly, slamming his hand on the table with a resounding bang, and shouted at Danzo. "What nonsense are you spouting, you old dog? What is Kirigakure to us? We Uchiha will take this mission." The insult left Danzo unfazed. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. It seemed that the Uchiha were about to face a significant trial, having drawn the ire of the cunning old fox Danzo. In truth, Uchiha Toyama was aware that Danzo harbored malicious intentions. Everyone present was a seasoned fox. There was no need for subterfuge. However, this was a blatant scheme, leveraging the Uchiha's inherent pride. If Toyama were to back down against Kirigakure, he could forget about remaining clan leader upon his return. Thus, Uchiha Toyama begrudgingly returned to his seat, simmering with frustration. After a prolonged silence, Hiruzen finally spoke again. "In that case, the defense against Kirigakure will be entrusted to the Uchiha clan, and I will allocate 300 ninjas from the village to assist." This statement was directed at the other clan heads, implying that they too should contribute personnel to the front lines as cannon fodder. No one opposed this request. It seemed reasonable for the Uchiha to shoulder the majority of the burden while the others provided some support. However, Sato Shuichi and Tsunade appeared distinctly bored. Due to the policies of the first and second Hokage, the once prominent Senju clan had not been seen in the public eye for a considerable time. Most of the Senju clan had integrated into Konoha, effectively becoming part of the village. Were it not for Tsunade assuming the role of clan leader, the Senju clan would have long since faded into obscurity. Therefore, even though Tsunade was the head of the Senju clan, these matters were not particularly relevant to her. As for Sato Shuichi, he had little concern for the proceedings, as his well-being was assured. Bored, Sato Shuichi began to play with Tsunade's fingers. Oddly enough, her skin was remarkably smooth, so delicate it seemed one could almost squeeze water from it. Sato Shuichi suspected that Tsunade must have been secretly caring for her complexion. How could such hands, seemingly fit for a delicate maiden, inflict such tremendous damage? While toying with her fingers, he pondered this curious question. Once it was clear that there were no objections from the others, Hiruzen began to speak about lofty ideals, such as unity in the face of adversity and the undying will of fire, proclaiming that Konoha would endure for 1,000 years. After concluding his grand speech, he lifted his teacup and gulped down its contents, having become quite parched from his lengthy address. Yet, he relished the moment. Despite the evident disinterest from all present regarding his words, Tsunade may blame us for the disappearance of the third Mizukage and subsequently declare war against us. This is a scenario we must prepare for, Hiruzen continued after a brief pause. Danzo quickly interjected, "They are merely a pack of ungrateful whelps. The first Hokage should have eradicated them outright." Nevertheless, he added, "However, given the harsh, sandy environment of Tsunade, even if Konoha were to defeat them, we could never hope to hold their territory. After all, who would willingly venture to such a desolate place?" In the original work, Tsunade, deprived of funding by the Wind Country due to the failure of the Shinobi War, even required the fourth Mizukage to extract gold from the desert to repay debts, alleviating the economic crisis within the village. This clearly illustrates the dire circumstances of Tsunade, in stark contrast to Konohagakure, which occupies the most fertile land at the heart of the world. Even if the daimyo of the Fire Country sought to tighten his grip on Konoha, there would be little he could do. Returning to the matter at hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance at Sato Shuichi and Tsunade, who were engaged in some mischief below. He then cleared his throat a few times, intending to remind them to be mindful of their surroundings. However, his efforts went unnoticed by either Sato Shuichi or Tsunade. With no other option, Sarutobi Hiruzen reiterated, "Let Tsunade and Shuichi lead 600 ninjas to guard the border between the Fire and Wind countries. Should Tsunade truly encroach upon our territory, we will provide further support." Suddenly called upon, Tsunade looked up, her gaze somewhat bewildered as she directed it towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did you just call my name, old man? What was that? Could you repeat it? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and simply reiterated his previous statement. Among his 3 disciples, Tsunade was the most manageable. Although she did not regard him as her teacher or Hokage, she at least listened to him on significant matters, unlike Jiraiya, who had yet to return to the village and was being utterly reckless. Indeed, it would have been preferable if Tsunade and Jiraiya could exhibit the same level of responsibility as Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a commendatory glance at Orochimaru. Unbeknownst to him that Orochimaru and Danzo were secretly concocting a major scheme behind his back. Recently, Konoha had experienced a spate of civilian disappearances, all of whom shared a commonality. They possessed varying degrees of the Senju clan's bloodline. Sarutobi Hiruzen was aware of Orochimaru's human experimentation, and as long as the subjects were death row inmates or hostile ninjas, he found no issue. However, he could never have imagined that, in collusion, Orochimaru and Danzo would directly target the inhabitants of Konoha. They even dared to disturb the grave of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, demonstrating a brazen audacity. 3 days from now would mark the departure of Sato Shuichi and Tsunade. During these 3 days, Sato Shuichi remained by the sides of Kushina and Mikoto. One was the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, while the other hailed from the esteemed Uchiha clan. The likelihood of them being sent to the battlefield was minimal. Thus, in an attempt to alleviate the anticipated heartache of separation, Sato Shuichi spent these days inseparably close to both women. Moreover, this time, Sato Shuichi intended to bring along the trio of Yugao, Hinata, and Sakura. Although a confrontation with Tsunade was inevitable, it was certainly safer to keep them close at hand. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Kushina and Mikoto, Sato Shuichi set off with Yugao and the others towards the border between the Fire and Wind countries. Tsunade had already departed 2 days prior to oversee the establishing of camps and reconnaissance of enemy conditions for the advance party of ninjas. The command of this Tsunade front was divided between Tsunade and Sato Shuichi, with the latter displaying little enthusiasm for the duties at hand. Consequently, he delegated all responsibilities to Tsunade. Teacher, how do we get to the front lines? Yugao inquired, tugging at Sato Shuichi's right arm with an eager demeanor. Quite unlike her usual self, Sato Shuichi playfully tapped her forehead and responded, "Of course, we walk there. Do you expect to fly?" At his words, Yugao's excitement soared. "Are we going to fly?" Sato Shuichi understood what Yugao was implying, but feigned ignorance and asked, "Do you want to fly there with Konan? It wouldn't be impossible for you two to arrive first." Before Yugao could respond, Konan, with a stern expression, interjected decisively, "Absolutely not." Despite the time they had spent together, the dynamic between Konan and Yugao had evolved from initial tension to a relationship of camaraderie, yet Konan still was unwilling to assist Yugao in taking to the skies. Not only was it unnecessary, but it also carried the humiliation of being treated as a mere mount. If it were Sato Shuichi, it might be a different story. Furthermore, if she and Yugao left first, it would leave Sato Shuichi and Noera Rin alone in the group. Konan naturally harbored more caution towards girls of her age, especially considering Rin, who, despite her seemingly gentle demeanor, had a peculiar interest in Sato Shuichi. "Not Konan. I've heard, teacher, that you possess a powerful summoning beast. Could you let us experience the sensation of flying?" Yugao proposed with a charming smile. Indeed, she yearned to feel the exhilaration of soaring through the skies atop a dragon. Given the dragon's current size, it would easily accommodate Sato Shuichi and the 4 of them, even with Tsunade, Kushina, and Mikoto included. After a moment of contemplation, Sato Shuichi replied, "There's no rush. We shouldn't trouble the dragon just yet. Besides, it seems you're the only one eager for this experience." "Oh, come on, teacher. I've already discussed this with Anko." Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi displayed a bemused expression. He wondered why Yugao was suddenly so insistent. It turned out she had already boasted to Anko about this. Among the advanced ninjas accompanying Tsunade, Anko was indeed present. It appeared that even after becoming Orochimaru's disciple, Anko was not truly regarded as one of his own. Otherwise, she would not have been assigned to Tsunade. "Well, it can be arranged. But what will you offer me in return? Even considering our relationship, I would require some form of compensation to trouble the dragon," Sato Shuichi remarked with a teasing grin. Upon hearing this, Yugao's face contorted with indecision. After a moment's hesitation, she clenched her teeth and suddenly wrapped her arms around Sato Shuichi's neck. This unexpected action took everyone by surprise. Noera Rin's expression was a mix of shock, admiration, and envy, while Konan, after a brief moment of astonishment, rushed forward and forcefully pulled Yugao away, her face ablaze with anger. "What on earth do you think you're doing?" Caught off guard, Yugao stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi touched his left cheek, wearing a perplexed expression. He never anticipated that Yugao would act in such a manner. Based on their previous interactions, she seemed to have wished for nothing more than his demise. How could she possibly have taken such an action? Was this what they referred to as Stockholm Syndrome? With this thought, Sato Shuichi's gaze towards Yugao grew increasingly bewildered. Despite being an adept medical ninja, he could only tend to external injuries. Regarding this mental issue, there remains no effective solution. Has Yuhi Kurenai become foolish from excessive study of illusions? Just as Sato Shuichi was contemplating this, Konan suddenly stepped forward and grasped Kurenai's collar, raising her other hand high. Witnessing this scene, Sato Shuichi promptly seized Konan's raised right hand. If that slap were to land, their small team would likely face disbandment today. Seizing the moment while Shuichi restrained Konan, Kurenai swiftly sprang up from the ground and took refuge behind Shuichi. Unfortunately, her proud illusions were utterly ineffective against Konan. If Konan truly wished to act, the odds would be decidedly against Kurenai. In 6 minutes, Konan could transform Kurenai's head into a disfigured mess 4 times over. However, even after hiding behind Shuichi, Kurenai did not remain idle. She tugged at Shuichi's clothing and, in a slightly squeaky voice, asked, "Konan, what are you doing? Aren't we the best of companions?" Observing Kurenai's triumphant demeanor, Konan's teeth nearly ground to dust. If Shuichi had not been gripping her right hand, Kurenai might have already been buried underground. In Chapter 114, The Escaping Noera Rin, Konan could only cast a pitiful glance at Shuichi, exclaiming in a tone of grievance, "Shuichi-kun, look at her." Reluctantly, he released Konan's right hand and turned to deliver a swift chop to Kurenai's head. Do not take advantage here and then act innocent. Otherwise, whatever Konan does next, Rin and I will pretend we saw nothing. In response, Kurenai stuck out her tongue, wearing a cunning expression. "I haven't done anything wrong. I'm merely offering you a small reward, sensei." It's Konan who's too domineering. Such a personality is hardly endearing. Upon hearing this, panic spread across Konan's face. She instinctively glanced at Shuichi, hoping to discern whether he truly shared Kurenai's sentiments of disdain towards her. Shuichi met her gaze with a reassuring expression, then meaningfully remarked, "It's up to you, as long as there are no serious injuries." With Shuichi's permission, Konan immediately unveiled a cruel smile. As the situation began to turn unfavorably for Kurenai, she hesitated not a moment before attempting to flee. Yet, to her horror, she found herself unable to control her legs. Slowly lowering her gaze, Kurenai noticed that she was ensconced in a layer of pristine white paper from her waist down. As Konan approached, Kurenai forced a rather unpleasant smile, saying, "Konan, let us make amends. I shall never speak out of turn again." The answer she received was Konan's delicate fist. While Shuichi observed the unfolding confrontation, though it was more accurate to describe it as Kurenai's unilateral beating, Noera Rin beside him gently tugged at his sleeve. Noticing Shuichi's puzzled expression, Rin slowly withdrew a small cloth bag from her pocket and softly inquired, "Sensei, I made some cookies at home. Would you like to taste them?" After speaking, Rin promptly lowered her head, her large eyes sparkling with anxiety, as if worried that Shuichi might decline her kind gesture. Shuichi smiled gently, replying, "Of course. I must savor Rin's craftsmanship." Hearing this, Rin's face lit up with delight. After nodding vigorously, she opened the cloth bag, revealing exquisitely crafted cookies that rivaled those of a pastry shop. Just as Shuichi reached out to take one, Rin seized a cookie and on tiptoe, offered it to his mouth. This action undoubtedly required all of Rin's courage. Had Shuichi refused, she would have likely retreated into a corner to shed silent tears. Were it not for the provocation of Kurenai's earlier behavior, such an act would have been utterly out of character for Rin. Thus, Shuichi opened his mouth wide and took a bite. However, he miscalculated the distance, not only consuming the cookie, but also inadvertently nibbling on Rin's 2 fingers. As the sensation of her fingers brushed against his tongue, Rin's face flushed a vivid crimson, akin to a persimmon in winter. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly withdrew her hand, her heart racing wildly as if a small deer were bounding within her chest. This scene did not escape Konan's notice, yet she bore no resentment towards Rin. If not for Kurenai's antics, Rin would never have had such an opportunity. Therefore, Konan remained silent, merely intensifying her grip. "My apologies. I accidentally bit your fingers," Shuichi said, offering an apology as he retrieved a handkerchief to wipe Rin's fingers. A look of disappointment crossed Rin's face, as she had planned not to wash her hands that evening. Her gaze then fell upon the handkerchief in Shuichi's hand. "Sensei, allow me to wash that handkerchief for you." Reluctantly, Shuichi handed it over. Rin accepted the handkerchief with great reverence and carefully tucked it into her pocket. Subsequently, Shuichi and Rin leaned against a large tree, munching on cookies while watching Kurenai endure her punishment. Once the cookies were finished, Konan had sufficiently vented her frustrations. At this point, Kurenai bore several bruises, and her once neatly styled hair was now disheveled. Observing the conclusion of the altercation, Rin promptly stood and rushed to Kurenai's side, employing medical ninjutsu to tend to her injuries. Konan had exercised considerable restraint, and despite Kurenai's disheveled appearance, she merely suffered superficial wounds that would heal with a few days of rest. Under Rin's care, Kurenai soon regained her vitality. Once the treatment was complete, Kurenai grasped Rin's hands tightly, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Rin, you truly are the best to me. In this cruel world, you are my sole beacon of light. Witnessing Kurenai's profoundly moved expression, Rin sheepishly turned her head away. For during Konan's earlier confrontation with Kurenai, she had found great amusement, even contemplating that if Konan continued her assault, she could remain close to Shuichi indefinitely. After tidying up, Shuichi summoned Charizard. After a long absence, Charizard had undergone a significant transformation, appearing considerably larger than before. Shuichi began to wonder if Charizard had consumed something peculiar. Despite already having reached its final form, it seemed to have experienced a second growth spurt. Charizard gently placed a claw on Shuichi's head, its expression softening in a gesture of affection. Shuichi reached up to pat the dragon's claw atop his head and began, Charizard, I'm afraid I must trouble you once more. Upon hearing this, Charizard patted its chest with its claws, seemingly declaring, leave it all to me. Chapter 115, Arrival. As she gazed upon the colossal Charizard before her, Noera Rin could not help but display a visage of trepidation. One of Charizard's eyes was as large as a lantern, and the flames at the tip of its tail blazed with fervor. Noera Rin surmised that her petite frame might only suffice to fit between this creature's teeth. Just then, she suddenly felt an unusual sensation around her waist. Almost instantly, her perspective elevated as she was lifted onto Charizard's back. At that moment, Akatsuki Yui, tugging at Sato Shuichi's sleeve, exclaimed with excitement, I want to ride like Rin. Please help me. Observing the exhilaration radiating from Akatsuki Yui, Sato Shuichi could not help but clarify, Rin was a bit frightened, which is why I assisted her. You can simply climb up yourself, can't you? No, I'm quite scared as well. You mustn't show favoritism, teacher. That would be divisive. Sato Shuichi could discern no signs of fear in Akatsuki Yui, yet he nonetheless lifted her onto Charizard. Meanwhile, Konan's face also brightened with eager anticipation, though she did not vocalize her desire. Instead, she gazed at Sato Shuichi with her enchanting eyes, silently urging him. Considering it a simple task, Sato Shuichi lifted Konan onto the dragon as well. Once the quartet was settled, Sato Shuichi instructed, Charizard, let us embark. At his command, Charizard flapped its enormous wings, and in an instant, a tempest erupted below. Branches swayed wildly in the wind as Charizard soared into the skies. This sudden lift elicited a jubilant cry from Akatsuki Yui, for it was her first time at such heights, surveying the miniature world beneath her. She quickly forgot the earlier incident involving Konan. In stark contrast, Noera Rin curled her delicate form tightly against Sato Shuichi's embrace. She tightly shut her eyes, too fearful to open them, her small hands clinging to the hem of Sato Shuichi's garment, as if he might vanish at any moment. Observing this, Konan furrowed her brow in discontent. How had I not noticed before that Rin has such a lack of spatial awareness? That spot was clearly mine. Nevertheless, the fear etched upon Noera Rin's face seemed genuine. Konan could say nothing further, merely watching Rin's every move with a scowl, wary of losing her chance with Sato Shuichi. After a considerable time, Charizard brought Sato Shuichi and the others to the Konoha camp, a journey that would have typically taken 2 days. This was with Charizard having moderated its speed. Otherwise, it could have halved the time if not for the consideration of Konan and the others. Enemy attack. Quickly informed Lady Tsunade. A ninja, spotting the approaching giant in the sky, became thoroughly flustered. Suddenly, an older ninja beside him slapped the back of his head. What are you shouting about? That is Lord Shuichi's summoning beast. There's no need for alarm. Is it truly Lord Shuichi, the student of Lady Tsunade? Indeed. I have fought alongside Lord Shuichi against the Sand Ninja scum. In his youth, he was able to defeat the Sand's second-in-command, Ebi. Now, he could single-handedly obliterate the Sand Village. This war is as good as won. The older ninja's face shone with fervor, viewing the Sand Ninja as little more than a mere nuisance. They were merely there to bask in the glory of battle. Naturally, Sato Shuichi was unaware of the fervent admiration brewing below, where one fan had elevated him to the status of a one-man army capable of annihilating the Sand Village. Indeed, In the eyes of fans, idols are often perceived as omnipotent. Charizard found a clear space beside the camp to land, and Akatsuki Yuhi eagerly leaped down, while Noera Rin let out a long breath of relief as her feet touched solid ground once more. Konan, too, relaxed her vigilant gaze. Sato Shuichi gently patted Charizard's massive head and murmured, "Thank you, Charizard. You may return now." Charizard nodded and then vanished back into the summoning realm. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "You still enjoy showing off, don't you?" Turning towards the voice, the group saw Tsunade standing with her arms crossed, wearing a bemused expression. Sato Shuichi's eyes brightened, and he quickly approached her, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "I merely wished to come quickly to assist you. How is the camp construction progressing? Do you require my help?" Tsunade pushed Sato Shuichi away and replied, "By the time you come to help, the Sand Ninja will have already breached Konoha. I've scarcely slept these past few days, unlike you, Sato, who seems to have a flock of admirers wherever you go." It was evident that Tsunade had witnessed Sato Shuichi embracing Noera Rin earlier, though she knew Rin's age precluded any impropriety. The sight of Sato Shuichi comfortably mingling while she toiled away at construction work, waking before dawn and sleeping late, left her feeling quite envious. In light of this stark psychological disparity, Tsunade's gaze turned decidedly less amiable. Sato Shuichi, attuned to Tsunade's sentiments, grasped her delicate hand and softly remarked, "I understand you've been working hard these past few days. I promise to come earlier next time. By the way, I've recently learned a new massage technique that effectively alleviates fatigue. Allow me to assist you." Tsunade refrained from responding, merely rolling her eyes. Subsequently, Sato Shuichi turned to Akatsuki Yuhi and the others, gesturing for them to follow. "Come along, everyone, let us return to the camp." Due to Tsunade's formidable presence, Akatsuki Yuhi and the others dared not utter a word during the walk, quietly trailing behind. Along the way, ninjas greeted Tsunade with reverence, their faces reflecting admiration. It appeared that Tsunade was quite well regarded in this place, Sato Shuichi mused. Unbeknownst to him, the ninjas they encountered were primarily from the Senju clan, who held deep respect for Tsunade as their clan leader. The matter of Tsunade selling off clan property to gamble was known only to the upper echelons of the Senju clan. To the ordinary Senju ninjas, Tsunade was a paragon of strength and virtue, being the granddaughter of the legendary Hashirama Senju. If not for the fact that most Senju ninjas were scattered throughout Konoha, the Uchiha clan would hardly have dared to claim the title of the strongest clan. Soon, Tsunade summoned a ninja to arrange accommodations for Akatsuki Yuhi and her companions, then pulled Sato Shuichi to her quarters. Before Sato Shuichi could thoroughly examine the decor, Tsunade flung him onto the bed. What followed was a whirlwind of entanglement. When they re-emerged, the once bright and sunny day had succumbed to darkness. Unlike her earlier demeanor, which had betrayed deep fatigue, Tsunade now radiated vitality, as if she had been rejuvenated in the spring of life, brimming with energy. Recently, the Sand Shinobi have established a new encampment, suggesting that they may be preparing to declare war upon us. Tsunade, leisurely strolling while holding Sato Hidaichi's right hand, spoke up. Upon hearing her words, Sato Hidaichi momentarily paused his steps before responding. "Is there a necessity for battles among ninjas to adhere to the same formalities as those of the samurai?" At this, Tsunade could not help but cast him a disapproving glance. "We are ninjas, after all. How could we concern ourselves with such antiquated notions? Why not seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Sand Shinobi's camp? The war has yet to officially commence, and they are unlikely to be on high alert. Besides, we cannot afford to wait until we are struck before we retaliate." Tsunade abruptly halted her stride. "You, my friend, occasionally possess a glimmer of brilliance. I shall now convene the necessary personnel to deliberate on this matter. The intentions of the Sand Shinobi are glaringly apparent. We cannot remain passive but must take the initiative. What say you all?" In the conference room, Tsunade took her seat at the head, her voice filled with fervor. Sato Hidaichi occupied the position beside her, while the remaining attendees were other jonin from the camp, mere nameless figures. As soon as she spoke those words, the atmosphere in the conference room erupted into a cacophony. "Lady Tsunade is absolutely correct. We cannot remain idle. We must deliver a decisive blow to those Sand Shinobi scoundrels. Indeed, Lady Tsunade is remarkable, having thought of what we had overlooked. With Lady Tsunade leading us, we are bound to return victorious." Hearing the flattery from the crowd, Sato Hidaichi observed the slight smirk on Tsunade's lips and could not help but shake his head. How can one effectively govern Konoha surrounded by a throng of sycophants? Very well, if there are no objections, let us now propose candidates to undertake this mission. At Tsunade's words, the room fell silent as if a mute button had been pressed. The Jonin present exchanged glances, yet not one dared to rise. This was hardly surprising, given their strength. Launching an attack on the Sand Shinobi's stronghold would be akin to eggs challenging a rock, regardless of the Sand Shinobi's level of preparedness. After a prolonged silence, Sato Hidaichi finally broke the tense atmosphere. Allow me to go. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise, I can retreat at any time. Upon hearing this, Tsunade nodded and cautioned. Above all else, prioritize your safety. We are not inferior to the Sand Shinobi and need not rush to accomplish this task. After Sato Hidaichi accepted the mission, the previously tense air in the conference room transformed into one of excitement. Lord Hidaichi will undoubtedly succeed in this endeavor. Indeed, he wields the legendary Flying Thunder God technique. Only a genius ninja like him could master it. Let us prepare a celebratory feast for Lord Hidaichi right here in the camp. After finalizing the arrangements, Tsunade addressed a few other matters before declaring the meeting adjourned. In the blink of an eye, the Jonin vanished. The vast conference room was left with only Tsunade and Sato Hidaichi. At this moment, Sato Hidaichi suddenly remarked, "Where did you find such a gaggle of hidden talents?" They must have all secured their positions as Jonin through backdoor means. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression turned awkward. Those individuals may indeed be somewhat obsequious, but their abilities pose no issue. When do you plan to execute the mission? As the military adage states, prolonged inaction dulls the blade. It is best to resolve matters swiftly. I shall depart shortly. By the way, could you keep an eye on Konan and the others for me? I have neither the time nor inclination to play caretaker for you. You are quite capable of managing on your own. Tsunade playfully patted Sato Hidaichi's head, and together they exited the conference room. Sato Hidaichi chose not to discuss the matter with Yuhi Kurinai and instead stealthily departed the camp under the cover of night. After stealthily traversing the dunes for over 2 hours, he encountered 2 Sand Shinobi. I'm feeling a bit tired. Why does the village chief want to wage war against Konoha again? I feel like I might not return home this time. Don't utter such defeatist words. It's not like we can ignore what happened to our third Kazekage. Given the circumstances, we certainly cannot pretend nothing occurred. Otherwise, there will only be 4 major ninja villages left. I doubt the disappearance of the third Kazekage was the doing of Konoha. If they truly had such power, they would have infiltrated our village by now. Who knows? In any case, it has nothing to do with us mere Chunin. I just want to endure until the war concludes and return to marry Hanako. Suddenly, a flash of silvery light cut through the darkness. In an instant, the heads of the 2 chatting Sand Shinobi soared into the air, 2 fountains of blood spraying onto the sand. Sato Hidaichi flicked his wrist, shaking the blood from his long blade. Gazing at the bewildered corpses before him, he murmured, "One should not tempt fate with such declarations, especially when contemplating the most ill-fated of wedding vows." After silently eliminating the 2 guards, Sato Hidaichi vanished into the shadows once more. Chapter 117, Banjira. Observing the distant structures illuminated by scattered lights, a slight smile graced Sato Hidaichi's lips. With a grand gesture, a colossal creature reminiscent of Godzilla materialized behind him. It was none other than Banjira, the desert tyrant, who thrived in the vastness of the desert thanks to its unique sand-hidden attributes. "Banjira, let the sands bury them." Sato Hidaichi raised his right hand, uttering this melodramatic line. Banjira nodded in response, summoning a ferocious sandstorm. The violent tempest swiftly enveloped the Sand Shinobi's camp, rousing the unsuspecting ninjas from their slumber. "Damn it! How can such a powerful sandstorm arise? We're almost out of the desert," one Sand Shinobi exclaimed, covering his face with his hands to shield against the invading sand, while spitting out a mouthful of sand in confusion. "Is Shikaku breaking free again?" Another Sand Shinobi shouted in panic. "Have you lost your mind? It's merely a bout of inclement weather. That monster Shikaku is still in the village." Inside a sturdy building, the raging sandstorm outside did not affect the interior in the slightest. Chio opened her somewhat clouded eyes and murmured, "Something is amiss." This sandstorm appeared far too suddenly. Just then, a Sand Shinobi who had come out to reinforce the camp accidentally stumbled upon an obstacle. After struggling to rise, the Sand Shinobi groped around to discern the nature of the obstruction. He felt a cold, solid surface, akin to unyielding granite. Strange. When did such a large rock get placed here? The Sand Shinobi pondered aloud, then shone his flashlight ahead. Despite the low visibility caused by the sandstorm, the beam illuminated the object he had collided with. With a clatter, the flashlight slipped from the Sand Shinobi's grasp, and he fell to the ground, letting out a piercing and terrified scream. "There's a monster." The piercing sound sliced through the entire camp in an instant, plunging the already tense sand ninjas into a profound state of unease. At that moment, Banjira shifted his heavy footsteps once more. His colossal footfall mercilessly crushed the unfortunate soul beneath him into a pulpy mass. Banjira, my apologies, it was in my blind spot. I thought it was merely a speed bump. Upon hearing that sound, the foreboding sense of calamity engulfed Eroso, who immediately unleashed a powerful wind technique, dispersing the endless grains of sand. After executing this maneuver, Eroso leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. His disheveled state was a testament to his age. He could no longer endure as he did in his youth. Moreover, the scale of the sandstorm stirred up by Banjira was overwhelmingly vast, necessitating his counteraction. The recent wind technique had drained nearly half of Eroso's chakra reserves. As the sandstorm subsided, Banjira's godlike form was fully revealed. Merely his imposing stature and formidable appearance instilled a sense of dread in most of the sand ninjas. He was a monster of the desert, a manifestation of nature's wrath sent to punish them. One sand ninja, in utter despair, discarded his kunai and cried out, overwhelmed by the prospect of confronting such an adversary. Just as the morale of the sand ninjas teetered on the brink of collapse due to Banjira's emergence, Chiyo finally stepped forward, her voice ringing out defiantly, "What is there to fear? It is merely an odd summoning beast. Even the Shikaku can be tamed by us. What is a mere summoning beast in comparison?" Seasoned by countless battles, Chiyo proved herself to be the steadfast anchor of Tsunade, her words swiftly rekindling the spirits of the sand ninjas. Yet, as she cast her gaze upon Banjira, a frown creased her brow. Logically, a summoning beast of such caliber ought to be well known within the ninja world. Why did it seem as if she had never heard of it before? Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her expression shifted from anger to fear. Sato, it's you, that accursed wretch. Chiyo would never forget that it was Sato Shuichi who had slain her beloved son, driving her grandson Scorpion to flee from home, leaving her, a woman in her twilight years, to endure a solitary existence when she should have been relishing familial joys. Eroso? It can't be mistaken. The only person capable of summoning such bizarre creatures in the ninja world is that detestable Sato Shuichi. Chiyo seethed inwardly, her eyes scanning for Sato Shuichi's presence. For years, she had dreamed of avenging her family by personally dealing with the architect of her misfortune. At that moment, a figure appeared atop Banjira's shoulder, none other than Sato Shuichi himself. He waved in Chiyo's direction as if greeting an old acquaintance. Ah, if it isn't the old hag Chiyo. Still alive? Is there truly no one left in Tsunade that they need someone of your age to lead? Chiyo suppressed her rising anger and let out a cold laugh. Humph, dealing with you leaf ninjas requires only this old woman. To dare to come here alone, next year on this day shall be your memorial. As she spoke fiercely, her hands were not idle. The moment Sato Shuichi appeared, Chiyo drew forth a scroll and swiftly unfurled it. In the blink of an eye, 10 humanoid puppets clad in white robes floated behind her, her pride, the white secret technique, the 10 puppets of Chiyo. With deft movements of her fingers, the puppets simultaneously launched themselves towards Sato Shuichi. Banjira, however, was no ordinary opponent. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to shatter beneath him. The tremors spread for miles, akin to a seismic event. At that moment, Banjira embodied the very essence of calamity. The debris propelled by Banjira's command hurtled toward the 10 puppets, which could only raise their weapons to fend off the onslaught with great difficulty. Chapter 118, Retreat. Just as Chiyo's puppets struggled to contend with the incoming boulders, Sato Shuichi issued a new command to Banjira. Banjira, obliterate everything here. Unleash a full-scale earthquake. Banjira once again forcefully stomped the ground, releasing a surge of energy that surged deep into the earth. After a brief pause, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. The structures that had been erected collapsed with a few shakes, while deep, bottomless fissures emerged in the ground. A few unfortunate sand ninjas fell into these chasms, disappearing without a trace. After wreaking this havoc, Sato Shuichi decisively chose to retreat. After all, this mission was merely to ambush the sand ninjas' camp. Banjira's earthquake had already surpassed the mission's objectives. If not now, then when? In the blink of an eye, Banjira's massive form vanished, and simultaneously, Sato Shuichi activated the Flying Thunder God technique, returning to the Konoha camp. Once Sato Shuichi's figure disappeared, Chiyo finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. There was no denying the malevolence of that young man. Even she could not guarantee capturing him here. However, surveying the scene before her, a veritable hell on earth, even Chiyo, with her vast experience, could not help but rub her temples, releasing a long, drawn-out sigh. She had originally planned to launch a surprise attack on Konoha once the situation stabilized. Little did she expect Konoha to act so unscrupulously, opting for a surprise assault without any declaration of war, disregarding the reputation of the 5 great ninja villages. Truly, a sign of moral decay in the world. With hearts grown cold. Moreover, a new camp would need to be established, as this place had been ravaged beyond recognition by Banjira's earthquake. Estimates suggested that the casualties from Sato Shuichi's ambush would certainly exceed 100. Having incurred such losses before even engaging in a proper confrontation was hardly an auspicious omen. Chiyo sighed heavily once more and began directing personnel to commence rescue operations. In a flash, Sato Shuichi appeared beside Tsunade, who had been perusing documents. Startled by his sudden appearance, she nearly reacted instinctively with a punch. As she recognized him, her tense demeanor gradually relaxed. "Can't you find a more conventional way to make an entrance? You always give me a fright." Tsunade's beautiful eyes bore into Sato Shuichi's face, revealing her profound dissatisfaction. In response, Sato Shuichi showed no sign of remorse. Instead, he casually picked up an apple from the desk, wiped it on Tsunade's garment, and popped it into his mouth. Seeing that Sato Shuichi paid her no mind, Tsunade could no longer contain herself. She raised her fist, ready to give his head a friendly tap. Just as her fist was about to connect, Sato Shuichi leisurely swallowed a mouthful of fruit and drawled, "Stop." Upon hearing this, Tsunade instinctively halted her motion, her fist hovering less than an inch from Sato Shuichi's head. The gust of wind generated by the punch even rustled the hair of Sato Shuichi several times. "You better provide me with a reasonable explanation, or you can await your demise," Tsunade declared, retracting her fist with a countenance that brooked no argument. She was already exasperated by the seemingly endless paperwork, and Sato Shuichi had the audacity to provoke her at such a moment. Such behavior was akin to brazenly petting a tiger's rear. Under Tsunade's unfriendly gaze, Sato Shuichi hastily finished the apple in his hand. He then flung the core with considerable force, sending it arcing through the air to land directly before Tsunade, splattering some juice onto her as well. At this, Tsunade could no longer contain herself. "Fine, let me deal with you first, and then I'll hear your explanation." With that, she lunged at Sato Shuichi, her fist resembling a heavy sandbag. Just then, Sato Shuichi appeared to dissolve into the shadows, causing Tsunade to miss her target entirely. As she scratched her head in bewilderment, questioning whether she had just experienced a hallucination, Sato Shuichi emerged from the shadows on the opposite side of the room. His ability to maneuver through the shadows was largely thanks to Jengar's assistance, who could ensnare enemies into a shadow realm, similar to the Kamui space of Obito Uchiha. Thus, with Jengar's help, Sato Shuichi was able to mimic the powers of Kamui. "Tsunade, you are being too impulsive. Such behavior is unbecoming of a ninja, especially towards a distinguished hero of Konoha. It is truly disheartening," Sato Shuichi remarked with a serious tone, reclining on Tsunade's bed. "Are you claiming that you have completed the mission?" Tsunade's face was etched with skepticism. Despite Sato Shuichi wielding the space-time jutsu of Flying Thunder God, the notion that he could launch an assault on the Sand Ninja camp in such a brief time frame, without a trace of battle on him, stretched credulity. Thus, Tsunade could not help but harbor profound doubts. In response to her skepticism, Sato Shuichi shrugged, as if to say believe it or not. Reports may deceive, but the front lines do not. Moreover, Konoha must have spies monitoring the Sand Ninja's main camp. If all goes well, we should receive news shortly. At that moment, a thought struck Sato Shuichi. During his incursion into the Sand Ninja camp, the techniques employed by Banjira were predominantly large-scale destructive skills. If Konoha's spies were unfortunate, they could easily find themselves caught in the crossfire. He couldn't help but pray for that unknown comrade, hoping they weren't so unlucky as to fall by the hands of their own. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the door. Upon hearing it, Tsunade rose to answer. When the door swung open, a travel-worn messenger appeared, yet his face radiated a dazzling smile, akin to someone who had just won a $5 million lottery. "Post-tax, Lady Tsunade, the Sand Ninja camp has been utterly destroyed. Should we seize this opportunity to launch an attack?" the messenger exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration for Sato Shuichi. The Sand Ninja's significant losses were indeed credited to Sato Shuichi's efforts. In Konoha, his name had become well known. Tsunade merely nodded in acknowledgement, as if she had anticipated this news. "Excellent. Gather the other jonin immediately. We shall commence a meeting at once." However, Sato Shuichi interjected. "I wish to rest, so I shall not attend." Tsunade nodded and promptly set about organizing the meeting with her usual decisiveness. The following day, Sunagakure officially declared war on Konohagakure, simultaneously condemning Sato Shuichi's underhanded ambush. Nonetheless, this condemnation was largely disregarded by Konoha, considering that the overseer from the Sand was Chiyo. After deliberation, Konoha opted not to take advantage of the Sand's reconstruction efforts for a surprise attack. After all, the battle-hardened Chio would surely not overlook such a ploy. To engage in a surprise attack now would likely result in falling into a trap set by the sand. During this time, Sato Shuichi found himself enjoying a rare respite. With only minor skirmishes occurring between Konoha and the sand, there was no need for his formidable presence. Out of boredom, Sato Shuichi even began to keep a diary. June 1st. To ensure the smooth continuation of the war, I plan to eliminate over 50 sand ninja this month. June 2nd. Sparred with Tsunade. June 3rd. Sparred with Tsunade. June 4th. Sato Shuichi. Have you forgotten the goals you set at the start of the month? How have you fallen so low? That evening, he once again visited Tsunade's quarters. Over the course of more than half a month, Sato Shuichi had not ventured beyond the confines of Konoha's camp. His days were consumed by sleep or sparring with Tsunade. Had it not been for Tsunade's superior physical prowess over ordinary ninjas, he might have grown weary of the repetitive training. After a brief period of introspection, Sato Shuichi resolved to undertake some missions. With Yuhi Karini and her companions gradually completing their tasks, he felt it was time for him, as a teacher, to shake off his lethargy. Thus, after gently rousing the slumbering Tsunade, he donned his attire and prepared to step outside. This was not a wise choice. Spitting out sand from his mouth, Sato Shuichi lamented. Humans are truly foolish. One could comfortably nestle in a warm bed, embracing the soft and fragrant Tsunade, yet here I am in this desolate place, observing lizards and cacti. He genuinely regretted his decision. Unfortunately, the weather that day was a sandstorm. Though less severe than Banjira's tempest, visibility had plummeted to under 5 meters. Fine grains of sand continuously scraped against Sato Shuichi's face, and had he not been wearing the glasses gifted to him by Noera Rin, he might have found it impossible to open his eyes. In this ghastly weather, even the sand ninjas must be sheltering at home, he muttered to himself. He planned to return home using Flying Thunder God after walking for 10 minutes. This weather was unbearable. No wonder Tsunade frequently sought conflict with Konoha. Compared to the harsh ecological conditions of the Land of Wind, the Land of Fire, where Konoha resided, was akin to paradise. Just then, several dark figures appeared before him. These shadows moved closer in his direction, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Consequently, Sato Shuichi halted and drew the long blade from his waist. Indeed, fortune favors the diligent. The chakra emanating from the approaching figures was distinctly unfamiliar to him. This signaled that enemies had unwittingly approached him. Soon, the two groups converged. Upon spotting Sato Shuichi, the sand ninjas were taken aback. After a brief moment of mutual recognition, they quickly distanced themselves from him. Is that fellow truly the legendary demon summoner, Shuichi Sato? I recall the village mentioning that should one encounter Shuichi Sato during a mission, they could abandon the task without facing any penalties. What if we just flee now? As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountain stands, there's no need to worry about firewood. Do you believe we can escape from the clutches of that demon? Whether we stick our necks out or retract them, we're still in peril. Let us scatter and run. Who knows, we might just make it out alive. I have no desire to meet an untimely demise here without understanding why. Indeed, let us disperse. I refuse to believe that he can capture us all. As Shuichi Sato listened to the loud conspiracies of the four sand shinobi, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Is that demon summoner referring to himself? Such a moniker is rather juvenile. He felt as though his very toes might unearth a modest abode. He had anticipated that, due to his Flying Thunder God technique, he would acquire a title akin to that of Minato Namikaze, perhaps something like the Black Flash. After all, Minato was dubbed the Yellow Flash due to his golden locks. Surely, with his striking black hair, he ought to earn a title of the Black Flash as well. However, this nickname also suggested that, in terms of intimidation, the fire dragons wielded greater menace than the Flying Thunder God technique. Just as the four sand shinobi finalized their escape route and prepared to make a swift exit, they were taken aback to discover that their bodies had become unresponsive. Despite exerting all their strength, not even a single finger would budge. At that moment, a sinister laughter echoed ominously. Hee hee. From the shadows emerged a Jengar. The reason these sand shinobi found themselves immobilized was due to Jengar's immobilization technique. In that very instant, Jengar's cheerful laughter resonated in the ears of the sand shinobi, akin to the harbinger of death drawing near, threatening to reap their names at any moment. Shuichi Sato stepped forward, scrutinizing the quartet of sand shinobi, 3 men and 1 woman, comprising 3 chunin and 1 jounin. This formation resembled that of a typical Konoha team. However, conventional reconnaissance missions typically do not employ such groupings. Chapter 120, Karura. Information-gathering ninjas usually operate alone. It seemed improbable that these sand shinobi were patrolling the vicinity, for the new sand village encampment lay quite a distance away, making it implausible for them to have reached this location. This indicated that this team of sand shinobi had just completed a mission and were en route back to their base when they fortuitously encountered Shuichi Sato. Just as Shuichi Sato raised his long blade, intending to send this group of sand shinobi on their way, he suddenly froze in his motion. His gaze fell upon the sole female jounin among the sand shinobi, plunging him deep into thought. This face seemed eerily familiar. However, in his past life, the only figures from Tsunade that left a profound impression on him were the traitor, Yakumo, and Gaara's elder sister, Temari. Who was this person? As Shuichi Sato pondered, a grain of sand struck the back of his head, abruptly reminding him of the identity of the individual before him. Karura? Indeed. The woman before him was none other than Gaara and Temari's mother, Karura. In the original narrative, even though she had perished over a decade or two ago, she had nonetheless left behind her power to protect Gaara. Gaara's sand shield does not derive from the one-tailed Shikaku, but from Karura herself. Thus, it appears that Karura must possess a bloodline limit, granting her the ability to manipulate sand. Upon hearing Shuichi Sato's words, Karura's eyes widened in astonishment. She could not fathom why a mere jounin like herself would capture the attention of someone of Shuichi Sato's caliber. Could it be that someone had secretly placed her name on a bounty list? Ignoring Karura's shocked expression, Shuichi Sato exchanged a knowing glance with Jengar, who promptly utilized his hypnotic technique on the remaining 3 sand shinobi. The once immobile shinobi collapsed to the ground, unconscious. At last, Karura could no longer contain herself. What on earth do you intend to do? In response to Karura's inquiry, Shuichi Sato leisurely approached her and, extending his right hand, grasped her chin, tilting her head upwards to face him. What do you think I wish to do? I am from Konoha, and you are sand shinobi. I cannot possibly invite you for a meal, can I? Whether you wish for mercy or destruction is entirely up to you. Do not expect to extract any information from me. Karura closed her eyes, adopting an expression of self-sacrifice. Just then, she suddenly felt a chilling sensation in her abdomen. This disconcerting feeling compelled her to open her eyes, only to find Shuichi Sato squatting before her, having lifted her shirt slightly to scrutinize her navel. Suddenly, an unprecedented sensation coursed through her abdomen, causing her expression to shift to one of bewilderment. Despite being a seasoned jounin, she had never experienced such intimate contact with the opposite sex. The unexpected touch from Shuichi Sato left her feeling quite embarrassed. Thankfully, his hand merely rested there for a moment before withdrawing. Your skin is quite lovely. It's remarkable that someone as beautiful as you could thrive in the harsh environment of Tsunade, Shuichi Sato remarked with an air of admiration. While his words were indeed a compliment to Karura, she felt a profound sense of humiliation. Her body had been reduced to an object for evaluation by the enemy, which was utterly intolerable. At that moment, Karura was astonished to discover that her body had regained mobility. Eagerly, she intended to employ her bloodline limit to bury this insufferable man beneath the sands. However, no matter how she attempted to channel her bloodline limit, not a trace of chakra responded. It was as if she had never trained in chakra control at all. Yet, Karura quickly deduced the cause of her predicament. Lifting her shirt, she was alarmed to find a remarkably intricate sealing pattern adorning her abdomen. It seemed that this sealing pattern was the root of her inability to manipulate chakra. Karura's expression darkened. She was already not particularly skilled in taijutsu, and now, with her chakra sealed, her capabilities had been drastically reduced. Escaping Shuichi Sato was utterly impossible, let alone saving her 3 subordinates. Just then, Shuichi Sato suddenly spoke. Get on the ground. Huh, are you out of your mind? His abrupt statement was so bizarre that Karura couldn't help but look at him with a perplexed expression. Could it be that this man harbored some mental affliction? Disregarding Karura's bewildered look, Shuichi Sato approached the unconscious sand shinobi and plunged his blade into the belly of one unfortunate soul. With a soft squelch, it slid in as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. Sato's long blade pierced effortlessly into the unfortunate's abdomen. Jengar's hypnotic technique proved effective. Even with a gash in his belly, the shinobi remained oblivious. The unfortunate soul remained ensconced in a profound slumber, exhibiting no inclination to awaken. Witnessing this scene, Karura was overtaken by a surge of urgency. You insufferable wretch, cease your antics at once, she exclaimed, preparing to confront Sato Shuichi with fervor. At that moment, Sato Shuichi's voice resonated with an eerie calmness. I detest repeating myself. If you wish to spare your comrades from their demise, heed my words. Upon hearing this, Karura was plunged into a tumultuous conflict within her mind. Were Sato Shuichi intent on ending her life, she would not have flinched. As a ninja, she had long reconciled herself to the possibility of death. After all, the slayer is invariably pursued by death. However, the threat to her student's life placed Karura in a precarious dilemma. Reason dictated that Sato Shuichi merely sought to humiliate her. Even if she complied, he would likely deliver the fatal blow, for the current enmity between Konoha and the Sand Ninja was palpable. Chapter 121, Surrender. Were Kururo to occupy Sato Shuichi's position, she would not hesitate to strike him down. After all, if death were inevitable, why not embrace a dignified demise rather than perish in ignominy? Glancing at her fallen subordinate, Kururo gritted her teeth and lowered herself to the ground. Yet, her eyes blazed with fury, fixed intently upon Sato Shuichi, as if poised to shred him to pieces at the first opportunity. Sato Shuichi remained unfazed by the hatred emanating from Kururo's gaze, instead casually gesturing with his fingers. The boundaries of human endurance are often eroded gradually. Thus, despite her seething discontent, Kururo crawled towards him. Observing her approach, Sato Shuichi could not resist reaching out to stroke her head, murmuring, "Such obedience." At this, Kururo felt her teeth clench, nearly shattering from suppressed rage. Was he toying with her, as if she were a mere pet? Sato Shuichi then extended his right hand towards her, raising an eyebrow. "Shake hands." This was the final straw for Kururo. She sprang to her feet, glaring daggers at Sato Shuichi, and shouted, "You scoundrel, do not push your luck." Sato Shuichi's expression remained unchanged as he silently drew his long blade, shaking off the blood before sheathing it. At that moment, the unfortunate soul's abdomen began to exude a steady stream of blood, resembling a small spring. If this continued, he would soon succumb to excessive blood loss. Did you know? A normal human being succumbs to shock after losing 20% of their blood volume, and death occurs after a 40% loss. At this juncture, Kururo had no time to entertain Sato Shuichi's sardonic remarks. She tore open the clothing of the unfortunate soul and fashioned a makeshift bandage to staunch the wound. "Your efforts are futile. He is already suffering from massive internal bleeding. Plugging the external wound will merely delay his fate unless you summon a medical ninja immediately. You must act swiftly. I estimate he has 6 minutes before it's too late." Upon hearing this, Kururo's countenance drained of color. In this desolate place, even without Sato Shuichi, she could not conjure a medical ninja from thin air. If she were to rush back to the camp for assistance, it would surely be too late. But wait, there was still a medical ninja present. With this thought, Kururo's expression turned complex as she regarded Sato Shuichi and asked, "What do you truly desire? Is it your amusement to torment me like this?" Sato Shuichi nodded, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "Of course, I find it quite enjoyable. I merely wish for you. If you agree, I assure you that these three will return unharmed." At this, Kururo fell into a deep silence. Sato Shuichi continued, "In truth, I intended to eliminate all of you, but upon seeing you, I altered my course. Initially, all 4 of you were meant to perish. Now, if you sacrifice yourself, the remaining 3 will live. Does this not seem a fair bargain?" Ultimately, Kururo lowered her proud head, performing a bow before Sato Shuichi. "I will accompany you, on the condition that you heal in no way and allow them to return. Otherwise, even in death, I will not forgive you." The latter part of her statement was imbued with a chilling tone. Should Sato Shuichi toy with her for amusement and refuse to help, she would unleash the most malevolent curse upon him, even if it condemned her to eternal suffering. Sato Shuichi shuddered involuntarily. From the original narrative, Kururo indeed possessed the capacity for posthumous retribution. Thus, he relinquished any intention of further teasing her. Crouching down, his hands emanated a green glow as he began to treat the ninja named Inoue. Under Sato Shuichi's skilled healing, Inoue's wounds rapidly mended. Were it not for the bloodstains on his clothing, one would scarcely believe that his abdomen had once harbored a gaping hole. Witnessing this transformation, Kururo's animosity towards Sato Shuichi began to wane. At the very least, he was a man of his word, even if she were to perish. Ensuring the safety of her comrades was a commendable outcome. Once the treatment concluded, Sato Shuichi rose and cast a glance at the visibly tense Kururo. As his gaze fell upon her, she clenched her teeth and lowered herself once more to the ground, gradually crawling towards him. Sato Shuichi then extended his right hand once more. This time, without hesitation, Kururo placed her left hand upon his. After completing this act, a flicker of anguish crossed her eyes. Now, she was but a pawn in another's game, left to wonder how Sato Shuichi would choose to treat her. Unexpectedly, upon her hand meeting his, Sato Shuichi yanked her upright. He then brushed off the dust from her clothing. "A ninja of your caliber should not be reduced to crawling on the ground. Cut it out. This is all you're doing. Now you pretend to be benevolent, utterly shameless." Kururo thought to herself, yet she found herself harboring a modicum of appreciation for Sato Shuichi. This man did not seem entirely irredeemable. "Very well. Those 3 will awaken in 3 hours. Come with me back to Konoha," Sato Shuichi stated, surveying the now compliant Kururo. In response, Kururo merely nodded in silence. From that moment forth, her fate lay in the hands of this man before her. However, she silently vowed that no matter the tortures she might endure, she would never divulge a single secret of Tsunade. Meanwhile, within the Sand Ninja camp, Rauza, who was using blood to craft gold for the treasury, suddenly felt a tightening in his chest. An inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over him, akin to having something that was rightfully his stripped away. Yet, he dismissed the feeling, attributing it to mere superstition. He merely believed that his recent fatigue had caused an illusion and did not dwell on it. After resting for a while, he resumed his pursuit of gold. Chapter 122, The Diligent Rin. As she followed the lead of Sato Shuichi, Kurura harbored no intention of fleeing. Firstly, her chakra had been sealed, and with her long legs, there was no way she could outrun Sato Shuichi. Secondly, her 3 disciples were still asleep. If she were to escape, Sato Shuichi, in a fit of rage, might very well vent his frustration on them. Thus, Kurura, with a sense of noble sacrifice, trailed behind Sato Shuichi towards the Konoha camp. She understood that within any village, a jonin constituted a formidable force. This meant that the intelligence gleaned from a jonin was often the most valuable. Consequently, it was exceedingly difficult for a jonin to be captured. If escape seemed impossible, they would typically choose to take their own lives. After all, even in death, some information could still be extracted from their heads. Hence, it was preferable to end their own lives rather than risk divulging secrets. Were it not for her concern for her comrades, Kurura might have chosen that path as well. After all, sometimes death could be less burdensome than life. Each village possesses an interrogation unit, and the methods employed there could only be described as horrifying. Kurura had once visited the interrogation department of Tsunade, an experience that left her deeply traumatized. Naturally, Konoha's interrogation unit would not be any gentler than that of Tsunade. Not to mention, there were ninjas capable of extracting intelligence directly from the brain. Kurura had no idea how she would be treated and could only follow Sato Shuichi with an anxious heart. "Good afternoon, Lord Shuichi," greeted a passing Konoha ninja. Halting in his tracks, Sato Shuichi nodded calmly and continued on his way. This ninja had no reason to suspect Kurura, who was following behind Sato Shuichi. After all, as the vice commander, it was inconceivable that Sato Shuichi would brazenly bring an enemy back to the base. Moreover, Sato Shuichi had already confiscated Kurura's forehead protector, leaving her without any proof of being a sand ninja. Furthermore, with the war having commenced, new ninjas arrived at the camp daily. Thus, the presence of an unfamiliar face drew little attention. Sato Shuichi led Kurura without hindrance to his quarters. Despite having spent the first night in the camp and the nights since at Tsunade's place, his room was immaculate, as if it were cleaned daily. Just as Sato Shuichi marveled at Konoha's excellent service, he suddenly caught a familiar fragrance in the air. If his memory served him correctly, it was the unique scent that belonged to Noera Rin. This meant that for all these days, it had been Rin who had tidied up his room. Just as Sato Shuichi was about to speak to Kurura, the door swung open, revealing Noera Rin, who entered quietly with a cloth in hand. "Teacher, you're back." Upon seeing Sato Shuichi, Rin's face lit up with a radiant smile. "I heard from Lady Tsunade that you were on a top-secret mission these days. Did you complete it?" Rin looked up at him, her face filled with admiration. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi's expression turned peculiar. He had been staying at Tsunade's place. How could he have had the opportunity to undertake any secret mission? Nevertheless, to maintain his image as a mentor, Sato Shuichi nodded and reached out to pat Rin's head. "Thank you for your hard work in keeping the place tidy." Under Sato Shuichi's adept touch, Rin closed her eyes in delight, softly responding, "It was my duty. There's nothing to commend. By the way, I heard you are now assisting at the temporary hospital. How is that going? The seniors there are all wonderful. I've learned many new things. Given time, my medical ninjutsu will surely surprise you, teacher. I shall eagerly look forward to it." Meanwhile, Kurura observed the tender rapport between the two, lost in contemplation. Was the bond between a teacher and student so intimate? Or was it simply that Konoha and Tsunade had different customs? In Kurura's eyes, it appeared that the two before her were anything but a conventional teacher-student relationship. At that moment, Rin finally noticed Kurura standing to the side. "Who is this?" Sato Shuichi drew Kurura closer and introduced her. "This is Kurura, who will be my assistant from now on. And this is Noera Rin, one of my most outstanding disciples." Upon hearing such an introduction, Rin felt a surge of joy within her. After a brief self-introduction between Rin and Kurura, Rin turned her gaze back to Sato Shuichi. "Rin, I need to discuss some matters with Kurura," Sato Shuichi stated, wishing to dismiss Rin. Upon hearing this, Rin did not press further. She merely nodded and reminded him, "Teacher, take care of yourself. I'll head back now." before leaving the room with a light step. Now, the space was left with just Sato Shuichi and Karura, the two solitary figures. At this moment, Karura was filled with confusion. She had initially thought Sato Shuichi would hand her over to Konoha or personally interrogate her for intelligence. However, she did not expect this man to inexplicably assign her the role of an assistant. What could Sato Shuichi's true intentions be? Despite being a woman who had attained the rank of Jonin at such a young age, possessing the bloodline limit to manipulate sand, Karura could be considered a child of destiny. However, aside from some intelligence regarding Tsunade, she doubted there was anything else that would pique Sato Shuichi's interest. Just then, an unsettling realization dawned upon her, causing her expression to darken. If he was not concerned about her identity and abilities, it must be her as a person that he desired. Coupled with Sato Shuichi's previous actions, he was nothing short of a lecher. Chapter 123, The Humiliation of Karura. And indeed, Sato Shuichi did not disappoint Karura. After Rin's figure had completely vanished, he swiftly pulled Karura into his embrace. Instantly, her body began to tremble involuntarily. This was her first experience with such intimate contact with a male, and the fear of the unknown left her mind in a whirl, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Sato Shuichi commanded in an authoritative tone, "Lift your head." Karura instinctively complied with his request. As she did, her eyes widened in surprise. She stared blankly at Sato Shuichi's face, now mere inches away, and the sensation on her lips rendered her momentarily speechless. So this is what a kiss feels like. After what felt like an eternity, Karura finally regained her senses from the peculiar feeling. Immediately, a fierce expression crossed her face as she bit down hard with her silver-white teeth. As their bodies finally disentangled, Sato Shuichi gazed at the cold figure of Karura before him, a semblance of trepidation flickering across his features. This individual was indeed ferocious in her approach. Had he not been vigilant about her expressions, his tongue might have suffered a grievous fate. Karura cast a frosty glance at Sato Shuichi, then spat out a few words laden with disdain. Beast, pervert, morally corrupt wretch. For someone of Karura's esteemed background, such terms constituted the most venomous vocabulary within her lexicon. However, to Sato Shuichi, they felt like a gentle breeze, causing no harm whatsoever. Yet, Karura's recent demeanor was irksome to him. How dare this mere prisoner exhibit such audacity towards a figure of his stature? Even if bitten, Sato Shuichi possessed the medical ninjutsu to heal, but pain remained pain. Thus, after casting a cold glance at Karura, he rose and made his way toward the exit. "Where do you think you're going?" Karura inquired, observing Sato Shuichi's resolute back. He did not halt his stride, responding in a frigid tone, to eliminate a few deserving individuals, lest some remain oblivious to their true standing. At his words, a pang of alarm struck Karura's heart. In that moment, she ceased to ponder his recent insolence, hastening to catch up with Sato Shuichi and grasping his arm. "You promised me you wouldn't take action against them. Why are you reneging on your word?" In response to Karura's challenge, Sato Shuichi merely offered a sardonic smile. "Am I the one breaking our agreement, Miss Karura? Who was it that attempted to sever my tongue moments ago? This is merely a tit for tat. Isn't it you who initiated that sudden kiss? I could have bitten you, you know. Such a petty man will find himself alone in the future. You must understand your position. You are my captive, and I am entitled to carry you home and bear 10 children if I so wish. Spare me your strange words. If it comes to it, I can allow you to bite me back," Karura retorted, unable to contain herself. "I have no interest in such matters. If you wish for my forgiveness, you must." Sato Shuichi leaned closer to Karura's ear, whispering a few words. Her face flushed crimson, and she waved her hands in a flustered denial, exclaiming, "No, no. I absolutely refuse to do that. Just kill me instead. I shall not kill you. But those 3 unfortunate souls may not be so lucky. You are aware of my Flying Thunder God technique, yes? I have marked them. In mere moments, I could extinguish their lives." Sato Shuichi's words effectively cornered Karura. Even he would not leave such marks on 3 mere passers-by. Nevertheless, having reached this point in their discourse, Karura remained resolute. "Then you should hurry along. I will never do such a thing." For a moment, Sato Shuichi found himself at an impasse with Karura. After all, he had leveraged the lives of those 3 sand shinobi as a threat. Suddenly, he stepped forward, closing the windows and locking the doors. Observing his actions, Karura felt an ominous premonition wash over her. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Sato Shuichi pushed her onto the bed, replying, naturally, to engage in the necessary actions. "Since you refuse to assist me with this trivial matter, let us begin with you bearing a child for me." At his words, Karura's expression shifted to one of utter panic. Although she had long been prepared for the possibility of dying on the battlefield, she had not braced herself for the role of a bride. In her mind, such matters should only be exchanged after a wedding with someone she cherished. How could it be taken from her in such a manner? Seeing the malicious glint in Sato Shuichi's eyes, Kururo gritted her teeth and ultimately resigned herself, exclaiming, "Fine. I will comply." Indeed, humans often possess a penchant for compromise. If one were to propose simply opening a window, those within the room might object. However, if one were to threaten to tear off the roof, then suggesting to merely open a window would meet with no opposition. Sato Shuichi seated himself in a chair. Observing Kururo, who stood a short distance away, her face a mask of conflict. Was she truly about to engage in such a degrading act? This man was undeniably a pervert, capable of devising such humiliating methods. Eventually, after Sato Shuichi's impatient click of his tongue, Kururo approached him, glaring at him with eyes full of discontent before slowly kneeling. Due to her short hair, there was no need for her to tie it up. As Sato Shuichi stroked her head, he squinted with satisfaction at her attire. After approximately half an hour, he stood up, invigorated. "You will reside here for the time being. As long as you do not speak of it, no one will recognize you as a sand shinobi." Having said that, he strode out of his room with a buoyant gait. Chapter 124, The Dormitory of the Three Young Ones. After Sato Shuichi's departure, Kururo remained motionless, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling. "I am sorry, mother. I am no longer pure." Feeling rejuvenated, Sato Shuichi wandered near the infirmary. If memory served him correctly, Noera Rin should be assisting there. He entered the infirmary and, indeed, spotted Noera Rin diligently tending to a ninja with a severe abdominal wound. Observing her earnest demeanor, Sato Shuichi refrained from interrupting, silently watching her work. After a considerable time, Noera Rin gently released her healing technique, her face breaking into a tender smile. "Mr. Kojiro, I have finished treating your wound. With a fortnight of rest, you will fully recover." Kojiro gazed at Noera Rin from across the room, a look of infatuation dawning in his eyes. How fortunate it was to have such a gentle and kind medical ninja in the camp. He wished he had been injured sooner. Just as he was about to inquire about her name, he witnessed Noera Rin's radiant smile, a warmth akin to the sun that dispelled the gloom within the infirmary. Then, Kojiro beheld a sight he would never forget. The very goddess he had resolved to pursue, with that dazzling smile, leapt into the arms of a male ninja. A sudden, intense pain pierced Kojiro's heart, far surpassing the agony he had felt when a kunai pierced his abdomen. Many others shared Kojiro's sentiments. For a medical ninja as gentle and captivating as Noera Rin was beloved by all. Listening to the chorus of envious murmurs around him, Sato Shuichi could not resist teasing Noera Rin by patting her head. "It appears our Rin is quite popular." At his words, a bashful expression crossed Noera Rin's face, and she responded in a soft, timid voice, "Sato-sensei, do you like me?" Seeing the anxious look on her face, Sato Shuichi was determined not to disappoint her. "Of course. I adore it. After all, Lin, you are my most proud student." Upon hearing Sato Shuichi's response, Noera Lin initially felt a surge of joy, yet as she absorbed the latter part of his statement, the delight in her heart swiftly diminished. "Am I merely a student?" Although the fact that she could make Sato Shuichi proud brought her immense happiness, she yearned for something more. However, being inherently shy, Noera Lin could not express her feelings as directly as Konan would. Thus, she could only manage a forced smile and nod in agreement. "By the way, am I interrupting your work by being here?" Sato Shuichi, seemingly attuned to Lin's mood, deftly shifted the topic. "Not at all. I'm merely here to lend a hand and can leave at any time." "Oh, sensei, I recently learned a new dessert recipe. Could you help me taste it?" After saying this, Noera Lin took Sato Shuichi's hand and led him out of the infirmary. After walking for a while, she brought him to an unassuming little wooden cabin. She then released his hand, retrieved a key from her bag, and unlocked the cabin's door. It seemed this was the dormitory for Noera Lin and a few others. Upon stepping inside, Sato Shuichi surveyed the space. Although it was notably smaller than his own room, it was charmingly furnished and well-equipped, comprising a living area, a bathroom, and a kitchen. However, the living room was somewhat cramped, nearly the same size as the bedroom. Sato Shuichi had no intention of exploring the bedroom further. After all, he was a man, and it was prudent to avoid any misunderstandings. Of course, had only Konan and Noera Lin been sleeping in the bedroom, he might not have felt the need for discretion. He had his own suspicions regarding Noera Lin's feelings, but as always, he believed it best to wait until they matured. Speaking of which, Sato Shuichi suddenly pondered whether someone was feeling a bit out of place. Meanwhile, in a desolate part of the desert, Yuhi Kurinai suddenly sneezed forcefully. She glanced around suspiciously and then muttered through gritted teeth, "Which oblivious fool dares to mock me from behind?" Not far away, Konan shot her a fierce glare softly admonishing, "Be quiet." Before long, a supply team from the Sand Village appeared not far from the trio. A bloodthirsty grin spread across Kurenai's face. Due to Noira Lin being a medical ninja, both Kurenai and Konan had to take on this combat-related mission. Coincidentally, since Kurenai was a lone wolf, the three of them formed an impromptu team dedicated to hunting down the supply squad of the Sand Ninjas. However, unbeknownst to Konan, her most trusted teammate was secretly wielding her small spade behind her back. Returning to the camp in Konoha, Noira Lin anxiously watched as Sato Shuichi held the spoon. As he placed it into his mouth, she could hardly contain her eagerness, asking, "How does it taste?" In response, Sato Shuichi shook his head. Seeing this, a shadow of disappointment crossed Noira Lin's face. "It's absolutely delicious. Lin, your culinary skills are simply extraordinary." After swallowing, Sato Shuichi gave a thumbs up, generously praising her. Only then did a bright smile return to Noira Lin's face, realizing that Sato Shuichi had merely been teasing her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but playfully punch him with her little fist. "Sensei, you rascal. Always enjoying to tease others." Sato Shuichi chuckled and proceeded to finish every last bite in the bowl. Seeing him enjoy it so much brought Noira Lin great joy. "Since you like it so much, how about I make it for you every day?" Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi's hand momentarily froze. He then smiled and replied, "Haha, that is quite unnecessary, Lin. After all, it seems you have your own responsibilities." Noira Lin shook her head, resolutely stating, "No worries, I can manage. I'll just wake up a bit earlier every day." With her words firmly spoken, Sato Shuichi felt it was not his place to refuse further, as doing so might hurt her tender heart. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Noira Lin then happily began recounting her recent experiences. Though they were merely trivialities, Sato Shuichi maintained a serious demeanor, listening intently. Time passed gradually. Just as Sato Shuichi was about to rise to bid farewell, the cabin door was abruptly flung open from the outside, revealing the weary figures of Konan and Yuhi Kurenai. Upon spotting Sato Shuichi, Konan initially lit up with joy, only for her expression to swiftly fall. "Brother Shuichi, what are you doing here?" Before Sato Shuichi could respond to Konan's bewilderment, Noira Lin interjected, "I invited Sensei here. I recently learned a new dessert that he quite enjoys." Konan furrowed her brow deeply at the gentle smile on Noira Lin's face. At that moment, Kurenai slyly crept closer to Sato Shuichi, whispering with a mischievous grin, "Oh dear. Someone's been caught. What would happen if Konan and Lin got into a fight?" Sato Shuichi glanced back at the gleeful Kurenai and promptly delivered a light smack to her head. "If that were to happen, I'd deal with you first. That way, their attention would be diverted." Kurenai shot him a look of exasperation, then playfully kicked his shin before darting back to her room like a rabbit, leaving no chance for retaliation. Sato Shuichi looked at the little shoe print on his pant leg and shook his head in resignation. After a brief standoff, Konan approached and sat beside Sato Shuichi, affectionately wrapping her arm around his. "You should have mentioned it earlier. Had I known, I wouldn't have taken on that mission." Noira Lin, not to be outdone, also nestled against Sato Shuichi's other arm, saying, "Konan, you needn't worry. I'm always here at the camp to take good care of Sensei." Just as the tension in the living room escalated, Sato Shuichi suddenly withdrew his hands and, applying equal measure, lightly tapped both Konan and Noira Lin on the forehead. Of course, he was much gentler than when he had smacked Kurenai. Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Sato Shuichi shook his head, disappointment etched on his features. "You two are truly disappointing. What did I say before? As teammates, you should be able to trust each other with your lives. How can you act like adversaries? Anyone would think you were enemies." At his words, both Konan and Noira Lin lowered their heads in unison, their faces revealing guilt. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi bore a triumphant expression, contemplating that while he might feel intimidated by a potential conflict between Kushina and Tsunade, dealing with the likes of Konan and Noira Lin would be a breeze. Then, he took the hands of the two girls and intertwined them together. "All right, under my witness, may you reconcile." Xiao Nan and Noira Rin lifted their heads and simultaneously apologized. "I'm sorry, Rin. I'm sorry, Xiao Nan." Sato Shuichi gently patted their heads and said softly, "These are truly my proudest students." At that moment, the freshly changed Yuhi Kurenai emerged and casually inquired, "If they are your proudest students, what about me?" Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi's face immediately contorted into a look of disdain. "You are my greatest mistake. I should never have chosen you to join our team." In response, Yuhi Kurenai was unperturbed and retorted without reservation, "Huh, as if I were begging you to be my teacher. With so many ninjas in Konoha, if you won't teach me, countless others would gladly take on the role." She then added, "Forget it, Discussing trivial matters with you is a complete waste of time. Let's go eat. I'm on the brink of starvation. Yuhi Kurinai patted her flat stomach, making her suggestion. Naturally, the other three were eager to accept this proposal. Xiaonan, realizing belatedly, got up to change into a tidy outfit. She had been so preoccupied with guarding against Noera Rin that she had forgotten to change her clothes. Fortunately, Sato Shuichi showed no sign of disdain. Otherwise, it would have been quite unfortunate. By the way, what are we eating later? I'm almost sick of the camp cafeteria. Let us cook for ourselves. The mere mention of food instantly sparked excitement in Yuhi Kurinai. Whatever the teacher wants to eat, I'll have too. Noera Rin was the first to express her opinion. Beside her, Xiaonan echoed, so do I. This response evidently did not satisfy Yuhi Kurinai, who stamped her foot in frustration, lamenting, I see you two could easily watch this guy devour 3 bowls of rice. It's truly disappointing. Suddenly, Sato Shuichi clapped his hands and suggested, how about we go for a picnic? There's a beautiful lake nearby filled with fish, and we can hunt in the vicinity. Upon hearing this, Yuhi Kurinai became animated. She playfully tapped Sato Shuichi's arm, her expression one of pleasant surprise. Well, you can occasionally come up with decent ideas. Shall I invite Anko? Sure, the more, the merrier, Sato Shuichi replied casually. However, Xiaonan's gaze towards Sato Shuichi began to flicker. To her, it seemed that he proposed this idea solely for her benefit, as she had once mentioned that her favorite food was grilled fish. Hehe. Those close to you often reveal their sentiments in subtle details. Rin, how do you intend to compete with me? Xiaonan turned to Noera Rin, wearing a faintly triumphant expression. After indulging in a satisfying meal, Sato Shuichi, considering that Karura in his room might have gone without food, specially packed some barbecue to take back. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by a scene that left him momentarily frozen in place. The once pristine floor was now a chaotic mess, strewn with various articles of clothing, resembling a disheveled pigsty. Chapter 126, Karura, I eat. Most crucially, all the clothes were his own. Witnessing this, a vein throbbed visibly on Sato Shuichi's forehead. He then directed his gaze toward the culprit responsible for this chaos, Karura, who sat on the bed with an innocent expression. Upon seeing Sato Shuichi burst in, her eyes flickered before she instinctively shielded the fabric she held in front of her. However, once she realized what she was actually holding, she tossed it aside as if shocked. Karura, can you explain why, after only being gone for a short while, the place has turned into this? Sato Shuichi asked with a forced smile. Faced with his inquiry, Karura initially panicked but then boldly retorted, You, hentai, have confined me here. It's no surprise I would act this way. Go ahead, kill me now. After saying this, Karura closed her eyes and stretched her neck, assuming a pose of resignation. Since I have already done such things, I have no desire to live. I might as well ascend to heaven now. Perhaps I could even become a martyr in the village. Karura thought to herself. Sato Shuichi sighed and sat down beside the bed, helplessly stating, You should at least speak some sense. Otherwise, I may have to accuse you of slander. When did I imprison your freedom? Did I bind your legs, or lock the door? Upon hearing this, Karura's face displayed a look of confusion. This person doesn't he seem as terrible as I imagined? However, Karura quickly shook her head vigorously, dispelling that thought. Karura, you mustn't be deceived by this man's facade. He is deliberately saying this to lower your guard. None of these Konoha folks are good. Immediately after, Karura adopted a look of indignation. How dare you say that you haven't sealed my chakra? Without chakra, how could I possibly dare to go outside? Don't try to twist the facts. We are enemies, aren't we? I was merciful to seal your chakra. If someone else had captured you, you would have been skinned alive. At this, Karura's emotions flared up. Humph, on what grounds do you wear that hypocritical expression? Don't think I don't know that the reason you treat me this way is. As she spoke, Karura found herself too embarrassed to utter the final word, as it was far too unsavory. What is it? Sato Shuichi inquired with a look of keen interest. Karura shot him a fierce glare and retorted angrily. You know well what I mean, you wicked man. There's no need to pretend to be serious here. After saying this, Karura turned her body away, clearly indicating her desire to ignore Sato Shuichi. At that moment, Sato Shuichi's voice floated back to her. Shouldn't you take responsibility for making my room look like this? Upon hearing this, Karura immediately stood up and began to tidy the scattered clothes. Although she still harbored considerable disdain for Sato Shuichi, she recognized that the situation was a mess of her own making. One must clean up the mess they create. Karura possessed a remarkable aptitude for household chores, and within 20 minutes, the once chaotic room was transformed, appearing pristine and spotless. Even the table and floor were polished clean. Witnessing this, Sato Shuichi did not hesitate to offer his praise. Karura, you will surely make an excellent wife one day. Upon hearing this, Karura shot him a fierce glare and, with a voice tinged with tears, exclaimed, "I've been forced into that kind of situation by you. How could I possibly get married?" Observing Karura's woeful expression, Sato Shuichi responded after a moment of silence, "If it comes to it, you could always marry me. I would never disdain you." Upon hearing those words, Karura's previously aggrieved expression transformed into one of utter disdain. "Humph, even if every man in the world were to perish, I would never wed you. Otherwise, I would be the most spineless of dogs," Karura declared with unwavering conviction, her disdain for Sato Shuichi evident in her tone. However, Sato Shuichi displayed no signs of displeasure. After all, they had only known each other for a mere day, and he had compelled Karura to engage in such circumstances. Even Stockholm Syndrome does not manifest so swiftly. He was not a deity capable of altering another's consciousness with a mere glance. Rather, it was more accurate to say that Karura's current attitude was quite normal. At that moment, Sato Shuichi produced a package of barbecue. "You haven't had dinner, have you? Come, have some barbecue. I saved this especially for you, though it may be a bit cold." Looking at the barbecue laid out on the table, Karura felt an overwhelming urge to hurl it to the ground. She was tempted to retort, "I refuse to eat the scraps offered by others." However, her stomach reminded her of her need for sustenance. She had initially carried some soldiers' rations, but those, along with her ninja tools, had been confiscated by Sato Shuichi. She had planned to indulge in a hearty meal at the camp after completing her mission, but instead, she was forcibly brought here by Sato Shuichi. Throughout the day, aside from some sugar, Karura had consumed nothing. After a fierce internal struggle, Karura ultimately chose to eat the barbecue brought by Sato Shuichi. After all, consuming the enemy's provisions could be viewed as a strategic maneuver. The more she ate, the less remained for the enemy. This was, in essence, a roundabout way of aiding her cause. With this self-reassurance, Karura began to eat. Although the barbecue had cooled to her famished state, it was no less than a culinary delight. Indeed, hunger is the world's most effective seasoning. Chapter 127, The Astonished Karura. Having satisfied her hunger, Karura closed her eyes, adopting an expression of noble resignation. "You heartless beast, come what may. Even if you claim my body, you shall never possess my heart." In response, Sato Shuichi delivered a light smack to her forehead. "What are you rambling about? Hurry and take a shower. Otherwise, do not even think about getting into my bed." As a person who valued cleanliness, Sato Shuichi would never allow someone to sleep in his bed without having bathed first. This principle was non-negotiable, even for someone like Kushina, let alone a mere captive like Karura. Thus, Sato Shuichi seized Karura by the collar and unceremoniously tossed her into the bathroom. Before long, the sound of water splashing echoed from within, evoking a sense of vivid imagination. However, Sato Shuichi remained comfortably seated, showing no inclination to investigate. Firstly, he had a sense of decorum and would never resort to such prying behavior. A true man never stoops to such underhanded actions. If he wished to observe, he would do so openly. Secondly, given that Karura was now akin to a cooked duck, there was no way she could escape. Therefore, Sato Shuichi exhibited a level of patience. As the hot water washed away her fatigue, Karura suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, "I knew you were peeking." Truly incorrigible. However, to her surprise, the bathroom door showed no signs of being opened, nor did she encounter the strange gaze she had anticipated. That guy isn't quite that depraved. A thought flickered in Karura's mind. After a considerable time, having finished her shower, Karura realized a predicament. She had no change of clothes. The garments she had just removed were now damp from the splashes of water, and putting them back on would render her bath ineffective. Moreover, there wasn't even a towel in the bathroom. Was she to seek assistance from that ill-tempered individual outside? After a mental tug-of-war, Karura finally decided to call upon Sato Shuichi for help. "Hey, do you have a clean towel and some clothes?" "I want to respond to hey. If you dislike calling my name, you may refer to me as master. I wouldn't mind at all," Sato Shuichi replied, while retrieving a fresh towel to bring to the bathroom door. He then casually turned the doorknob. With a click, the bathroom door swung open effortlessly. As Sato Shuichi and Karura locked eyes, an uncomfortable silence lingered. After a moment, Sato Shuichi finally broke the silence. Not bad. I quite like your figure." At this, Karura finally snapped back to reality. Instinctively, she grabbed whatever was at hand and hurled it at Sato Shuichi. "You hentai. I should have known better than to hold any expectations of you." Sato Shuichi deftly dodged the flying shower gel and explained, "I'm merely here to deliver a towel. Besides, who knew you wouldn't lock the door while bathing? Even if I bear 90% of the blame, you must share at least 10%. After a chaotic exchange, Karura finally emerged wrapped in the towel. Sato Shuichi then prepared to take his own shower. Just then, Karura recalled something crucial. She had drained the bath water. Hastily, she rushed in front of Sato Shuichi and let the water out of the tub. Watching Karura's actions, Sato Shuichi's lips quirked in disbelief. What does this mean? In response to his inquiry, Karura confidently asserted, I'm just afraid you might taste my bath water. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi's expression became even more incredulous. I'm not Durant. I have no interest in bath water. Besides, why would I need that? If I wanted something, I could just ask you directly. Though Sato Shuichi had a point, it did little to sway Karura. Regardless, she adamantly wished to avoid any contact between her bathwater and Sato Shuichi. After their showers, the two lay in bed clad in pajamas. Karura wore pajamas belonging to Sato Shuichi. At 1.7 meters tall, Karura was undoubtedly a tall female ninja. So Sato Shuichi's clothes were a bit loose on her. Speaking of which, it seemed that female ninjas were generally not shorter than average. Aside from a certain unnamed little apple, even fully developed women tended to be a mere 1.4 meters tall, barely reaching 1.5 meters. What a sorrowful tale. Sato Shuichi lay behind Karura, encircling her with his arms. As he embraced her, Karura involuntarily trembled several times. Yet, to her surprise, Sato Shuichi merely held her without advancing further. After a while, unable to withstand the anxiety of the unknown, Karura finally spoke. You, do as you wish. Just don't disturb my sleep. Sato Shuichi leaned closer to the back of Karura's neck and, after inhaling gently, asked, What is it that you wish to do? Feeling the warm breath on the back of her neck, Karura shifted her delicate, pale toes with a hint of unease. Deep down, she was acutely aware of her desires. All she longed for at that moment was to embrace Karura's fragrant, soft form and drift into a peaceful slumber. As dawn broke the following day, sunlight streaming in, Karura opened her eyes. She glanced at the still sleeping Sato Shuichi beside her, a complex expression gracing her features. This fellow had done nothing last night, merely holding her close as he slept. For a fleeting moment, Karura found herself perplexed about Sato Shuichi's true intentions. He had initially brought her here, threatening the lives of her comrades, and later even forced her into certain actions. He was, without a doubt, an irredeemable scoundrel. Yet, how curious it was that such a rogue could sleep soundly the previous night. Chapter 128, Karura's Employment. That said, it was undeniable that this man possessed an exceptionally handsome face. Such beauty seemed a waste to be housed within the head of a cat. With this thought in mind, Karura couldn't help but poke Sato Shuichi's cheek a few times with her finger. At that moment, Sato Shuichi opened his eyes. Upon witnessing the strange expression on his face, Karura instinctively withdrew her hand as if electrocuted, turning her head to the side to feign innocence. However, Sato Shuichi was not easily deceived. Karura, what were you just doing? Are you feeling unwell? He inquired. In response, Karura turned back with a displeased expression. You're the one who's unwell. I merely wish to poke you to death. Consider yourself fortunate to wake up so quickly, otherwise. Although Sato Shuichi couldn't fathom how her gentle poke could result in his demise, he chose not to press the matter further, instead rising to wash up. My dear Tsunade-sensei, is there something you require of me? Or perhaps you wish to indulge in some merriment together? Sato Shuichi stood behind Tsunade, wrapping his arms around her perfect form. Tsunade lightly slapped Sato Shuichi's arm. I have serious business to attend to. With that, she pulled out a stack of documents from her drawer. You've handled these, haven't you? After all, you are a vice commander. At her words, Sato Shuichi instinctively considered using the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. However, Tsunade swiftly grasped his weakness. Shall we see whether your Flying Thunder God is faster, or my hand? Haha, you jest. If you injure me, the loss would ultimately be yours, he retorted. Not to worry, I shall tend to your wounds. However, if you do not attend to these documents today, you can forget about sharing my bed this month. Faced with Tsunade's unyielding expression, Sato Shuichi swallowed back his retort, which would have been to say that many would desire his company. While Tsunade would not resort to extreme measures, he had no intention of testing her limits. Ultimately, Sato Shuichi left feeling deflated, having gained neither what he desired nor any reprieve from a pile of troublesome paperwork. Upon returning to his room, Sato Shuichi gazed at the documents on his desk. Lost in thought, these papers contained trivial matters of little significance. While not particularly challenging, they were undoubtedly time-consuming. At that moment, he glanced over at Karura, a plan forming in his mind. Karura, come here. Ignoring Sato Shuichi's command, Karura initially chose to disregard him. However, upon hearing his disgruntled humph, she reluctantly approached, a frown adorning her face. What do you want? It is time for you to fulfill your role as my assistant and help me with these documents. Karura cast a glance at the papers on the desk, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. You dare ask me to handle these? Have you forgotten that I am a sand ninja? In response to her incredulous expression, Sato Shuichi calmly replied, under my watchful eye. Do you think you have the opportunity to relay information back? Besides, you are likely considered deceased by the sand ninja. If your unfortunate comrades return, they will have to explain your demise. At his words, Karura fell silent. Just as Sato Shuichi had stated, she was very likely deemed dead among the sand ninja. Her chakra had been sealed, leaving her with no opportunity for escape. I refuse to comply with your wishes. I shan't do it, and what can you do about it? She defiantly retorted. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi's expression shifted dramatically. If you will not do this, then you shall find yourself assigned to other tasks. With that, he pressed Karura's head down. In an instant, she relented. Fine, I will handle it. Just stop pressing my head down. Seeing Karura dutifully seated at the desk processing the documents, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but tease her. I preferred you in that rebellious state from earlier. Hearing this, Karura shot him a fierce glare. Had it not been for his despicable threats, she would not have offered her assistance. Time passed, and Sato Shuichi refrained from coercing Karura into any further unwelcome tasks. He merely held her close while sleeping each night and offloaded Tsunade's responsibilities onto her during the day. When the mood struck him, he would take Karura for leisurely strolls nearby, ensuring she didn't grow weary within the confines of their quarters. Correspondingly, the resentment in Karura's gaze towards him gradually diminished. One night, the moonlight streamed through the window, casting a chill within the room. Unlike his usual playful banter, Sato Shuichi began to meticulously clean his weapons. Karura immediately sensed the change in his demeanor, but chose not to inquire. Recognizing her current position left her without the privilege to ask. At that moment, Sato Shuichi suddenly looked up at her. Don't you have any questions? Karura shook her head. You will say what you wish without me needing to ask, and if you choose to remain silent, my inquiries would be futile. Indeed, I appreciate a clever woman. Huh. Give it up. No matter what, I shall never hold affection for you. That is fine. My feelings for you hold no importance. I merely desire your form. Your heart is of no consequence. As Karura fumed at his words, Sato Shuichi unexpectedly declared, Tomorrow, Konoha and the Sand Ninja will go to war. At this proclamation, Karura's expression shifted dramatically. On the battlefield, all was uncertain, and even the strongest of leaders could fall. Surely, he cannot be. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, internally reprimanding herself. Karura, how foolish you are to worry for that man's safety. It would be best for him to perish on the battlefield. Perhaps then, I could escape this prison. Chapter 129, Leaf Warehouse. Sato Shuichi waved his hand in front of Karura's eyes several times before she returned to reality. With a swift motion, she swatted his hand away, her cheeks puffing out like a pufferfish. However, the subsequent words of Sato Shuichi shattered Karura's composure in an instant. With such an engrossed expression, are you perhaps worried? Karura immediately sprang to her feet, vehemently retorting, I wouldn't worry about a scoundrel like you. Your very existence is a blight upon this world, and it would be the greatest boon to humanity if you were to perish this instant. I truly cannot fathom how someone so self-assured as you even exists. Worry for you? Not a chance. Then why utter so many words? Sato Shuichi inquired, a hint of mockery in his tone. Your demeanor suggests otherwise, as if you're attempting to conceal your true feelings. Upon hearing this, Karura promptly abandoned any thoughts of further arguing with Sato Shuichi. Otherwise, she feared her heart might explode from the audacity of this shameless individual. At that moment, Sato Shuichi slowly approached from behind, encircling her slender waist with his arms. Subsequently, he rested his head upon her shoulder and gently kissed her ear. The unexpected assault left Karura trembling involuntarily. What are you doing? Didn't you say I would die on the battlefield tomorrow? How about you lend me a hand, considering my impending demise? After uttering these words, Sato Shuichi tenderly kissed her ear once more. Karura's body quivered uncontrollably, and a blush crept from her cheeks down to her neck. This reaction piqued Sato Shuichi's interest. As he seemed to have discovered her vulnerability, he then launched a relentless assault on this newfound weakness. In no time, Karura found herself limp in Sato Shuichi's embrace. Whispering in a soft, feeble voice, I'll help you, just don't be mischievous. Around an hour later, Sato Shuichi lay in bed, contemplating the very nature of the universe. Karura's attire had brought him immense satisfaction. Indeed, there was a stark contrast between compelled and voluntary actions. Yet, he mused, had Karura's affection for him truly escalated so rapidly? He had once believed she considered him a mortal enemy. Sato Shuichi stroked his chin, pondering the origins of the cosmos amid his reflections. Before long, Karura returned to bed after freshening up, lying silently beside him. Subsequently, Sato Shuichi turned off the light and nestled close to Karura, embracing her like a pillow. However, unlike his usual routine, he did not drift off to sleep immediately. Instead, after planting a kiss on her ear, he softly whispered, "I like you, Karura." Karura exhibited no reaction, though her fists clenched tightly beneath the covers. "Tsunade, what do you Konoha truly intend? Not only did you ambush our third Kazekage, but you have also amassed troops at the border, seeking to completely annex our Sunagakure?" Before the two armies, Chiyo initiated a moral condemnation. Though wars between ninjas seldom adhere to noble justifications, her words nonetheless bolstered the morale of the Sand Ninja. After all, the underdog often triumphs. Upon hearing this, Tsunade revealed a disdainful smile. "Is there truly no one left in Sunagakure? To have an elderly woman afflicted with dementia lead you? Your Kazekage must have committed grave sins for the heavens to have allowed this. Humph, your verbal prowess is commendable. Let us see how it fares on the battlefield." With that, Chiyo unfurled the scroll containing the 10-puppet brigade, summoning 10 puppets to advance toward Konoha's ranks. Simultaneously, the vanguard of the Sand Ninja launched an assault. Dozens of ninjas unleashed a mighty wind release. Great breakthrough. The sheer number amplified the power of a C-rank wind jutsu to nearly S-rank levels. At that moment, Sato Shuichi's figure suddenly materialized in the heart of the battlefield, accompanied by a towering shadow before him. With a resounding crash, the colossal wind jutsu collided with Banjiro's armor, leaving merely a shallow mark and inflicting minimal harm. Observing Banjiro's immense form, Chiyo felt her eyelids twitch uncontrollably. In one-on-one combat, Banjiro's massive physique could indeed pose a hindrance, as larger size often equates to reduced agility. However, in a team battle, Banjiro's vast stature was undeniably a nightmare for the enemy. Just as the Sand Ninja prepared to unleash their next wave of collective ninjutsu, Banjiro suddenly stomped fiercely on the ground. The earth trembled violently, causing even Konoha's ninjas to stumble and fall. The Sand Ninja, at the epicenter of this quake, suffered devastating losses. Witnessing this, Chiyo instinctively twitched her fingers, recalling the 10 puppets that had been ravaging through Konoha's ranks. She then directed them toward Banjiro's head. There was no choice. Banjiro's battlefield influence was simply too great. If left unchecked, even if the Sand Ninja emerged victorious, the losses would be catastrophic. At that moment, a figure resembling a dragon appeared between Banjiro and the puppets. The fire dragon first incinerated a puppet with its flames, then unleashed a lightning fist with its left hand and a fire fist with its right, sending the foremost puppets flying. Chiyo's 10 puppets were instantly restrained by the fire dragon. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade charged directly into the ranks of the Sand Ninja. However, Tsunade soon encountered her adversary. Ebi. Suddenly, Sato Shuichi felt the temperature around him surge several degrees. Just then, a Jengar emerged, pulling Sato Shuichi into its shadow. In an instant, the ground where he had stood transformed into molten lava, scorching even the earth beneath. Not far away, Sato Shuichi fixed his gaze on the architect of this chaos. The alluring Yakura, a jonin of the Sand Ninja known for her Kekiai Genkai, Scorch Release. Both her prowess and beauty were formidable. However, fate had dealt her a cruel hand. In the original narrative, her unwavering loyalty to Sunagakure did not earn her the accolades befitting a hero. Instead, she fell victim to the machinations of the village's higher-ups, meeting her demise at the hands of Kirigakure. Chapter 130. Yakura Rises, Yakura Falls. In essence, Yakura and White Fang are of the same ilk, both betrayed by the very village they trusted. Returning to the matter at hand, Sato Shuichi brandished a specially crafted kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Scorch Release, Yakura? You dare to attack me? Should I commend your bravery or lament your foolishness? Unfazed by Sato Shuichi's intimidation, Yakura's expression remained unchanged as she continued to weave hand seals. Sato Shuichi, this shall be your final resting place. Prepare yourself. With that, Yakura expelled a torrent of lava towards Sato Shuichi. Her Scorch Release possessed a potency far exceeding that of ordinary ninjutsu, though its slow velocity and cumbersome execution could be its downfall. Against typical ninjas, it might find success. But when confronted with Sato Shuichi, who wielded the swiftest jutsu in the ninja world, it paled in comparison. In a flash, Sato Shuichi hurled the Flying Thunder God kunai toward Yakura. She instinctively reached for her own kunai to intercept it. Just as her kunai met the incoming Flying Thunder God kunai, Sato Shuichi's figure appeared before her in an instant. Yakura's pupils suddenly dilated, and without a moment's hesitation, she executed her body flicker technique to distance herself from Sato Shuichi. Was that just now the legendary Flying Thunder God technique? How swift! Her eyes could scarcely discern his trajectory. As Yakura searched for Sato Shuichi's figure, she murmured to herself. Yet, no matter how diligently she searched, she could not locate him. Just moments ago, he had been right before her. How could he have vanished so completely? Could it be that he was hiding beneath the ground? Yakura, filled with suspicion, glanced downward. Just then, a voice, laced with a playful tone, floated from behind her. Are you looking for me? Simultaneously, a chilling sensation swept across Yakura's neck. Without a moment's hesitation, she spun around, delivering a swift kick to create distance between herself and Sato Shuichi. However, the sharp kunai had already sliced a thin line of blood across her neck. Blood flowed steadily down her neck, staining her clothing crimson. Fortunately, Yakura's luck held. The kunai had not severed her trachea or blood vessels, merely grazing a few capillaries. Due to the limited blood loss, she chose not to attend to her wound immediately, instead fixing a vigilant gaze upon Sato Shuichi in the distance. At that moment, Sato Shuichi's figure again vanished from her sight. A voice echoed once more from behind her, repeating its earlier taunt. The farce should come to an end. Just as Yakura prepared to distance herself anew, Sato Shuichi swiftly struck her navel with his right hand. In an instant, Yakura's chakra dissipated entirely. However, compared to Karuro, Yakura was quite knowledgeable in physical combat. Upon realizing her inability to utilize ninjutsu, she promptly transformed her palm into a fist and aimed to strike at Sato Shuichi behind her. Sato Shuichi merely shifted his body slightly to evade Yakura's furious attack. While Yakura's physical prowess was decent among jonin, it fell short before Sato Shuichi. He effortlessly dodged her tempestuous onslaught with a few simple movements. At this juncture, Yakura had ceased to expect victory over Sato Shuichi. Her primary concern was how to evade his relentless pursuit. In truth, during Sato Shuichi's initial use of the Flying Thunder God, he could have easily defeated Yakura then and there. Although Yakura had quickly reacted and employed her body flicker technique, Sato Shuichi had struck her down before she could even complete it. Yet, he had chosen not to do so, merely leaving a Flying Thunder God mark behind her. It could be said that throughout this confrontation, Yakura was entirely at the mercy of Sato Shuichi. Observing Yakura's growing despondence, Sato Shuichi lost interest in prolonging the game. He swiftly approached her, extending his right hand to tap several acupressure points on her body. Sato Shuichi's chakra surged through his fingertips into Yakura, momentarily disrupting her nervous system. Yakura's body became unresponsive, leaving her standing in a daze. Under the gaze of despair in her eyes, Sato Shuichi slowly approached, gripping her neck with his right hand. However, the sensation of suffocation she had anticipated never materialized. Instead, a warm feeling enveloped her neck, akin to receiving medical ninjutsu treatment. Confusion flickered across Yakura's face. This man was actually tending to his enemy on the battlefield? Surely, he must be deranged. Fortunately, Sato Shuichi remained oblivious to Yakura's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly kicked her to the ground. Truly, a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a benefactor's heart. Just as Yakura opened her mouth to inquire about Sato Shuichi's intentions, he suddenly produced a scroll. In an instant, numerous strips of white cloth emerged from the scroll, wrapping tightly around Yakura's entire body. Subsequently, the cloth pulled her into the scroll. Sato Shuichi weighed the scroll in his hands, his excitement evident as he proclaimed, "I have captured Yakura of the Scorch Release." Such sealing scrolls are typically employed for transporting corpses, preserving their freshness to allow specialized ninjas to extract information from the deceased's mind upon their return to the village. However, Sato Shuichi had modified the sealing technique. The current scroll could not only contain corpses but also seal living beings, though the latter could only remain enclosed for a maximum of 20 hours before complications arose. Sato Shuichi secured the scroll containing Yakura and prepared to converse with Chiyo, the old woman. Just then, a vast expanse of gold sand, resembling an ocean, engulfed Sato Shuichi's figure. Arriving at the battlefield without delay after Yakura's defeat was the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Even though Raza's appearances in the original work were limited, and he had even been ambushed by Orochimaru, his strength was beyond question. Within days of the third Kazekage's disappearance, Raza ascended to the position of Kazekage, reputed to possess the power to single-handedly subdue the rampaging Shikaku. The vast expanse of gold sand that had submerged Sato Shuichi was a manifestation of his unique bloodline limit, magnet release. Raza could convert chakra into potent magnetic force, allowing him to control the metallic particles within the sand. This ability not only played a significant role in combat, but also enabled him to pan for gold from the sand during leisure time, making him akin to a magnetism master in the ninja world. Observing the sand engulfing Sato Shuichi, Raza remained vigilant, refusing to relax his guard. He was not convinced that the rising star of the ninja world could be so easily defeated. As expected, Sato Shuichi's figure suddenly reappeared 10 meters away. So the fourth Kazekage has taken to the front lines. Are you planning to select a fifth Kazekage from the Sand Village? Sato Shuichi taunted. Raza's expression remained unchanged at this remark. However, he began to gather the nearby gold sand through his magnet release. All of this transpired underground. So Sato Shuichi remained unaware of any unusual occurrences. Suddenly, Raza called out to Sato Shuichi, "Is Kururo in your possession?" Sato Shuichi casually cleared his ear and responded flippantly, "What? Do you have business with my wife?" Although Raza recognized that Sato Shuichi was deliberately trying to provoke him, his eyes inevitably reddened. In truth, Raza had long harbored feelings for Kururo. However, due to the overwhelming responsibilities that accompanied his role as Kazekage, he had set those feelings aside for the time being. Originally, Raza had intended to confess and propose to Kururo after the war's conclusion. Yet, he had not anticipated the devastating news he received not long ago. In a fit of rage, Raza had even buried alive the 3 unfortunate souls who had fled back. Kururo would never betray the Sand Village. "You needn't attempt to manipulate my emotions here." Raza swiftly suppressed his anger, responding in a calm tone. However, Sato Shuichi's subsequent words shattered his composure entirely. Indeed, Kururo has not betrayed the Sand Village. However, she has chosen to relinquish her role as a ninja for the sake of being with him. "I plan to hold our wedding once this war concludes, and if you are still alive by then, you may attend. Yet, I seem to recall that Kururo has never mentioned you." As soon as these words left my lips, the expression on Rasha's face twisted into a mask of fury. He felt his dignity as a man ruthlessly provoked, as if a green hat had fallen from the heavens, settling atop his head. Nevertheless, it appears that all of this is merely his unrequited desire. After all, the relationship between Rasha and Kururo is nothing more than a mere acquaintance. Magnet release, sand gold spear. Rasha bellowed, and suddenly, the ground erupted with countless spears formed of sand gold, shooting up like bamboo shoots. They swiftly encircled the vicinity of Sato Shuichi, sealing off the area. This attack did not discriminate between friend and foe. It not only claimed the lives of numerous leaf ninjas, but also resulted in the demise of several sand ninjas. Yet, Sato Shuichi remained unscathed. As Gingue unexpectedly emerged from his shadow, whisking Sato Shuichi into the skies. Witnessing this, Rasha clenched his teeth and waved his right hand. Instantly, the sand gold spears reverted to a loose, sandy structure and surged towards Sato Shuichi. At that moment, Sato Shuichi suddenly hurled several flying Thunder God kunai. However, before those kunai could touch the ground, they were devoured by the boundless sand gold. Unable to contain his smugness, Rasha proclaimed, "Sato Shuichi, your flying Thunder God technique has been deciphered by our Sand Village. As long as you destroy those specialized kunai, you will no longer be able to utilize the technique. Surrender obediently." Sato Shuichi merely scoffed, and in an instant, his figure vanished into thin air amidst the sky. With a resounding thud, Sato Shuichi's long blade struck against the shield crafted from sand gold. Does this sand gold possess an automatic defensive function? How could such a troublesome ability possibly be dealt with unscathed by Orochimaru? Sato Shuichi mused inwardly as he retracted his long blade. Meanwhile, Rasha's expression morphed into one of sheer bewilderment. He could not fathom why, despite having obliterated all the flying Thunder God kunai, this individual could still employ the technique. Suddenly, a cacophony akin to a multitude of birds chirping erupted. Sato Shuichi's right hand became enveloped in crackling lightning. Subsequently, he thrust forth his right hand, and with the enhancement of Chidori, the once impenetrable sand gold barrier crumbled as easily as tofu. Indeed, Sato Shuichi had unveiled Chidori ahead of its original disclosure by Kakashi. Rasha's reaction was swift. Upon hearing the commotion of Chidori, he instinctively formed a layer of sand gold beneath his feet. Almost immediately, he took flight. Propelled by the sand gold, Rasha appeared to be one of the few ninjas in the ninja world with the ability to soar through the skies. Just as he began to relax, a figure emerged from the shadow behind him. With a resounding impact, Rasha was sent crashing to the ground by a shadow ball. Haha, look at you, Rasha, being sent tumbling to the ground. Gungue cackled malevolently. Following this, Gungue unleashed an onslaught of shadow balls, bombarding Rasha relentlessly. The explosive sounds echoed continuously as Rasha's sand gold barrier, under the assault of Gungue's shadow balls, crumbled within mere moments. By the time Gungue ceased his barrage, Rasha bore numerous wounds, his garments reduced to tattered rags, evoking a sense of impending doom. As Sato Shuichi slowly approached Rasha, intending to deliver the final blow. A series of violent explosions erupted from the direction of the Leaf Camp. Sato Shuichi's expression darkened, for both Karura and Noera Rin remained within the Leaf encampment. As a medical ninja, Noera Rin lacked substantial self-defense capabilities, and Karura, having her chakra sealed, was uncertain if she could even contend with a genin. Chapter 132, The Return of Shikaku. Haha. So what if you Leaf Village have defeated us on the front lines? By now, Shikaku should have completely obliterated your camp. This plan owes much to the inspiration you provided us. Rasha spat blood onto the ground, looking at the grim-faced Sato Shuichi. At that moment, Tsunade's voice suddenly rang out. Shuichi, return to the camp. We will handle things here. Sato Shuichi nodded silently, casting a glance at the fallen Rasha. I shall spare you this time. You best hope to never cross paths with me again, otherwise. With that, Sato Shuichi vanished from the battlefield in a flash. Simultaneously, the figures of Banjira and the Fire Dragon also disappeared. After the departure of these colossal entities, Chiyo finally exhaled in relief. During the recent skirmish, half of her 10 puppets had been shattered by the Fire Dragon. Had the battle continued, her prideful collection of the 10 of Chikamatsu might have been reduced to mere history. However, before Chiyo could fully relax, a gigantic slug materialized at the center of the battlefield. After Banjira's return, Tsunade summoned the living slug, continuing to suppress the sand ninjas. Unlike Banjira's direct assaults, the living slug dispersed its form into numerous smaller entities, clinging to the shoulders of the leaf ninjas, providing them with continuous healing. In essence, it served as a collective healing buff for the leaf ninjas. Is that Shikaku? Why is it appearing here? Karura pondered, eyeing the enormous tanuki that was laughing maniacally in the distance. Having grown up in the sand village, Karura had often heard tales about Shikaku. In reality, she had encountered Shikaku several times. Each of its appearances heralded the death of many, marking it as a true harbinger of disaster. The leaf camp was instantly engulfed in a swirling sandstorm, as Shikaku unleashed its wrath upon nearby creatures, emitting a frenzied cacophony. Haha, you wretched humans, perish before me. At that moment, Karura suddenly realized something. Now seemed to be the perfect opportunity for her escape. With her hands forming seals, she chanted incantations before placing her palms upon her abdomen. With a resounding pop, the sealing technique upon her dissipated. During her time in Sato Shuichi's abode, Karura had not idled away. She had learned a considerable amount about sealing techniques from his collection. For reasons unknown, it appeared that Sato Shuichi had not impeded her quest for knowledge. Just as Karura prepared to flee, a figure came into her line of sight. Noera Rin was struggling to assist an injured Kunoichi, making her way away from Shikaku. At that moment, a massive rock, swept up by the sandstorm, hurtled toward them. As the boulder neared Noera Rin, Karura's silhouette vanished from her original position. The shadow overhead caused Noera Rin to instinctively shut her eyes in fear. However, after a prolonged moment, the anticipated pain did not arrive. When she opened her eyes, she was astonished to find herself unharmed, with a somewhat familiar figure standing before her. Before her stood Karura, who was blocking her path, while a hand made of sand firmly held a stone suspended in midair. Karura? Noera Rin called out tentatively. She could hardly believe it. After all, her impression of Karura was that of an ordinary person devoid of any real power. How could she suddenly possess the ability to manipulate sand? At that moment, the unusual scene caught the attention of Shikaku, who was not far away. A look of astonishment crossed Shikaku's face. How can there be a wretched human with abilities akin to mine? Nonetheless, a powerful ant is still but an ant. With that, Shikaku opened its mouth wide and unleashed a massive ball of wind, infused with an overwhelming amount of chakra, aimed directly at Karura and her companions. This was Shikaku's unique wind release technique, the wind bullet. Although its power was no match for the tailed beast bomb, it boasted a shorter preparation time and an incredibly swift flight speed. Instantly, Karura and the others felt a palpable aura of death. In the face of such catastrophic power as that of a tailed beast, ordinary ninjas truly had little room for resistance. Just then, the scenery before them suddenly flickered. With a thunderous boom, a deep, bottomless pit appeared where the three had once stood. I hope I'm not too late, Sato Shuichi beamed, giving a thumbs up. The tension that had gripped Karura and Noera Rin evaporated in an instant with his arrival. Overcome with emotion, Noera Rin leapt into Sato Shuichi's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Shuichi-sensei, I thought I would never see you again. Sato Shuichi gently patted Noera Rin's head, soothing her with kind words. I'm sorry for arriving a bit late. Karura had intended to say something, but upon witnessing Noera Rin's actions, she could only let out an exasperated huff. Meanwhile, the injured female ninja, having lost Noera Rin's support, collapsed onto the ground. Yet, she bore no resentment in her heart. After all, were it not for Noera Rin risking her life to rescue her from the infirmary, she might have already met her end. Observing the interaction between Sato Shuichi and Noera Rin, the female ninja couldn't help but smile warmly. Only a ninja as exceptional as Lord Shuichi deserves someone as kind-hearted as Rin. Indeed, she had firmly joined the ranks of the Shu-Rin supporters. After a brief moment of comfort, Noera Rin finally released her hold on Sato Shuichi's waist. Only then did she realize the boldness of her actions in front of others, prompting an urge to dig a hole and bury herself. At that moment, Sato Shuichi turned his gaze toward Karura. I initially thought you would flee the moment the seal was lifted. Chapter 133, Banjiro vs. Shikaku. Just as Karura was about to speak, Sato Shuichi's next words transformed her relief at surviving into a surge of anger. Surely, it was because you are deeply infatuated with me that you chose not to escape at first? Alas, I am indeed a man burdened by sin. Without hesitation, Karura stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to Sato Shuichi's side. You arrogant fool, go die? It's still daytime. Save the dreaming for the night. The previously heavy atmosphere shattered in an instant with this playful exchange. After a moment, Sato Shuichi finally adopted a serious expression. You all stay here for a bit. I'm going to deal with that bothersome raccoon. With that, Sato Shuichi vanished, appearing before Shikaku. Shikaku widened its eyes, a look of confusion crossing its face, as it sensed that this human seemed eerily familiar. However, Shikaku soon had no time to ponder such matters, as it carelessly fired a wind bullet at Sato Shuichi. To Shikaku's astonishment, a creature of similar stature to itself suddenly appeared beside Sato Shuichi. Banjiro opened its mouth and unleashed a destructive beam, deflecting Shikaku's wind bullet back at it. Caught off guard, Shikaku's massive body was sent reeling back over 20 meters. Before Shikaku could comprehend the situation, Sato Shuichi's voice echoed ominously. Truly, you are the weakest among the nine-tailed beasts. It's no wonder you are a one-tail. Upon hearing this, Shikaku was instantly enraged. The one thing it loathed most was having its strength measured by the number of tails it possessed. Even so, the two most powerful tailed beasts were indeed the nine tails and the 8 tails. However, Shikaku was not a mere tailed beast, it was also skilled in sealing techniques. Thus, even if it couldn't match the 9 tails and the 8 tails, it certainly wasn't at the bottom of the hierarchy. Nevertheless, Sato Shuichi's words struck a nerve. With a resounding roar that shook the heavens, Shikaku began to gather a dark chakra sphere in its mouth. This was the innate ability of every tailed beast, the tailed beast bomb. Sato Shuichi would not allow Shikaku the luxury of firing the tailed beast bomb. Though he could teleport it elsewhere using the flying thunder god technique, that would undoubtedly deplete a significant amount of his chakra. Standing atop Banjiro's shoulder, Sato Shuichi suddenly snapped his fingers. An orange figure appeared in midair. Charizard opened its mouth and unleashed a massive fire blast towards the charging Shikaku. With a thunderous explosion, the tailed beast bomb detonated in Shikaku's mouth, charring its sandy-colored face. The tailed beast bomb was undeniably a powerful technique, but its long preparation time made it vulnerable to interruption by enemies. You wretched human, I will tear you limb from limb and seal you in the desert, never to be reborn. Shikaku roared with malice directed at Sato Shuichi. It then dropped to all fours and charged at Sato Shuichi with astonishing speed. Contrary to its massive size, its speed was utterly unbelievable. With a resounding crash, Banjiro collided with Shikaku. Yet, Banjiro only staggered back slightly. Clearly, Banjiro was still unable to match Shikaku in terms of raw power. If only it could undergo Mega Evolution, the Super Banjiro would have no trouble single-handedly taking down Shikaku. After a brief struggle between the two colossal beings, Banjiro found itself being pushed back slowly by Shikaku. A smug smile spread across Shikaku's face. Huh, you're nowhere near my strength. In response, Banjiro unleashed a destructive beam, but Shikaku seemed to anticipate it, dodging effortlessly to the side. Desert Layer Burial Seal. Shikaku bellowed. In an instant, Banjiro's figure was engulfed by a swirling cloud of yellow sand. Moments later, a towering pyramid stood where Banjiro had just been, adorned with intricate sealing symbols etched into its sandy surface. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers, including Yahara Rin, instinctively covered their mouths in shock. If Banjiro were also subdued by Shikaku, who could possibly halt this rampant beast of disaster? Before Shikaku could even utter a taunt, a familiar wave of impact emanated from its left side. This sensation is amiss. Wasn't he that fellow already sealed by me? Before Shikaku could comprehend the unfolding events, its colossal form was sent sprawling by Banjiro's destructive beam. At the very moment Shikaku had employed the sealing technique, Sato Shuichi had forcibly drawn Banjira back into the spirit realm. Thus, the Shikaku that had just been sealed had merely contained a mass of empty air. Seizing the opportunity while Shikaku was momentarily incapacitated, Charizard unleashed a torrent of explosive flames upon it. Meanwhile, Gengar emerged from the shadows, launching a barrage of shadow balls. Under the relentless assault of the three Pokémon skills, Shikaku's massive body dwindled significantly. Capitalizing on this moment, Sato Shuichi utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Shikaku. Under the weight of Shikaku's vengeful gaze, 8 robust chains emerged from behind Sato Shuichi, binding it securely. After ensnaring Shikaku with the adamantine chains, Sato Shuichi used the 5-element seal to confine it back within the Jinchuriki's body. Drawn into the Jinchuriki, Shikaku could only emit a frenzied roar, leaving behind a curse upon humanity. You wretched humans, I shall return, before being sealed once more. However, the condition of this one-tailed Jinchuriki was far from ideal. After all, the sealing techniques of Tsunade lagged considerably behind those of Konohagakure. Moreover, Shikaku had rampaged outside for an extended period, compounded by the age of the old monk. Not to mention, even Sato Shuichi, let alone Tsunade, would merely shake their heads at the situation. Chapter 134, Kururo. For the sake of Yakura, Sato Shuichi tended to the ailing Bafuku, alleviating his dire physical state, albeit only slightly. This was merely a temporary reprieve for Bafuku, as the life energy within him was nearly depleted. Sato Shuichi glanced at the frail figure of Bafuku sprawled on the ground, rubbing his temples. According to the best estimates, Bafuku had but a day left to live. Once he passed, Shikaku would inevitably break free from its seal. This meant that Bafuku was akin to a ticking time bomb. After a moment of contemplation, Sato Shuichi resolved to return Bafuku to Tsunade. Since the Sand Shinobi had shown no mercy, he would not hesitate to act unethically. With this thought, Sato Shuichi hoisted Bafuku's frail body with one hand. In a flash, their figures vanished. The next moment, Sato Shuichi appeared within Tsunade. Perhaps due to the ongoing conflict, the village was under a semblance of martial law. The streets were nearly deserted, with patrolling ninjas outnumbering the few wandering civilians. Before long, a squad of patrolling Sand Shinobi spotted Sato Shuichi. Hey, what is going on with you? What kind of attire is that? A small team of Sand Shinobi swiftly rushed towards him. In response, Sato Shuichi merely flashed a perfect smile, vanishing from their sight. What was that? Was it an illusion? There was clearly someone who looked like a leaf ninja. Forget that. ISNT, there's someone lying on the ground? Who is that? Oh no, it's Lord Bafuku. That fellow is indeed an enemy. Quick, let us get Lord Bafuku to the hospital. Initially, the Sand Shinobi had intended to investigate why Sato Shuichi had appeared and disappeared so suddenly. However, upon seeing Bafuku lying there, they quickly disregarded their inquiries. After all, for the major ninja villages, a Jinchuriki was undoubtedly the most critical trump card. While the Sand Shinobi frantically carried Bafuku towards the hospital, Sato Shuichi had already returned to the camp of Konohagakure, or rather, what remained of it. Following Shikaku's previous rampage, the place had been reduced to a desolate wasteland, shrouded in sand. As a medical ninja, despite Yahara Rin's desire to share the recent harrowing events with Sato Shuichi, her exceptional professionalism compelled her to swiftly engage in post-disaster reconstruction. Noticing the somewhat restless Kururo before him, a mischievous grin suddenly spread across Sato Shuichi's face. Upon seeing this smile, Kururo felt a chill run down her spine. Her muscle memory warned her that when Sato Shuichi bore such an expression, he was certainly up to no good. As expected, Sato Shuichi produced a scroll and, addressing Kururo in a haunting tone, asked, "Kururo, would you like to see me perform a magic trick?" Well aware of Sato Shuichi's true nature, Kururo resolutely shook her head in refusal. Despite her firm rejection, she could not withstand Sato Shuichi's insistence to perform. Keep your eyes wide open. The magic I am about to perform is the Great Transformation. With those words, a puff of smoke erupted before Sato Shuichi, and when it cleared, a person had indeed materialized. Kururo's eyes widened in disbelief. She was not astonished by Sato Shuichi's magic, but rather by the identity of the person who had appeared. Indeed, Sato Shuichi had conjured Yakura. Yakura, wearing an expression of indignation, fixed her beautiful eyes fiercely upon Sato Shuichi. To Yakura, Sato Shuichi's actions were nothing short of a deliberate humiliation. "Yakura, what are you doing here?" Kururo instinctively inquired. Hearing this, Yakura belatedly realized there was another presence here, her face flushing with embarrassment. After all, the hero of Tsunade had been captured by the enemy in such a humiliating manner, which was truly a sight unfit for the eyes. "Kururo, you're still alive." Yakura's next words caused Kururo, encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land, to lose her composure. Heh, of course I'm not dead. Did that fellow bring you here as well? Despite her reluctance to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Just as the two captives were about to exchange vital information, Sato Shuichi rudely interrupted. All right, we can catch up later. I trust you both have some awareness of your status as captives, such as... At this, Kururo instinctively shielded Yakura behind her, much like a hen protecting her chick. You scoundrel, whatever tricks you have up your sleeve, unleash them upon me. Do not lay a finger on Yakura, otherwise, I will ensure you pay dearly with my life. One person being humiliated is preferable to two. After all, I have already committed such acts. Consider it a bite from a dog. Kururo mused internally, though she was unaware that her possessiveness was also at play. Since you have requested it, I shall not hold back. Sato Shuichi stepped forward, lifting Kururo's chin with his finger before leaning down. After a brief moment of distraction, Yakura rushed forward. Her nature would never allow her companion to make such a sacrifice for her. However, before she could reach Sato Shuichi, she was horrified to discover that she could not control her own body. If glares could kill, Sato Shuichi would surely have perished thousands of times by now. As Yakura's eyes widened in fury, Sato Shuichi and Kururo finally began to slowly part. Kaguya blushed as she gazed upon Sato Shuichi's face, uncertain of when it had begun. But she found herself deriving a certain satisfaction from this behavior, rather than the overwhelming disdain she once felt. After exchanging glances for a considerable time, Kaguya turned to Yakura. Do not worry, Yakura, I am fine. I will certainly rescue you. If my freedom comes at the cost of you, Kaguya, I would rather perish right now. You fiend. Let something come at me instead. Do not torment Kaguya any longer, Yakura cried out towards Sato Shuichi, her voice filled with indignation. However, it was evident that neither Kaguya nor Sato Shuichi paid her any heed. As the sky gradually darkened, Tsunade returned with the majority of her forces. Chapter 135. The title of running away from home despite the fact that during today's skirmish, Konoha's casualties were significantly fewer than those of Tsunade. Not a single face bore the smile of victory, for their home had been ravaged. In this decisive battle, Konoha had committed all its resources, leaving only a handful of ninjas in the camp, most of whom were unwell. Nevertheless, the loss of supplies far outweighed the casualties among the ninjas. Konoha's logistical resources had been devastated by Chibaku. It is worth noting that with so many people, the daily consumption of resources was immense. Now, they could only await the resupply from the village. One must admit that ninjas are remarkably swift in their construction efforts. With the aid of earth release techniques, they formed the most formidable construction team. Within a few days, Konoha's camp was reconstructed. Sato Shuichi finally no longer had to share a tent with Kaguya and Yakura. Yet, the situation was far from pleasant. As the saying goes, one monk fetches water, two monks carry it, but three monks have no water to drink. If he were alone with Kaguya or Yakura in a tent, Sato Shuichi might have had the opportunity to indulge. However, with three of them, there was no chance at all. Moreover, under Kaguya's vigilant guard, Sato Shuichi and Yakura hardly interacted. Now that they had a sturdy house and soft mattresses, Sato Shuichi was determined to make Kaguya, who had been quite audacious lately, pay a price. Under Yakura's complex gaze, Sato Shuichi and Kaguya entered a room together. Simultaneously, Sato Shuichi set up a barrier within the room, ensuring that no sound escaped to the outside. After spending these days together, Yakura began to comprehend the nature of Sato Shuichi and Kaguya's relationship. It was less of a captor and captive dynamic and more of a mutually agreeable arrangement. This emotion was clearly beyond Yakura's understanding, as she was someone who only knew how to kill. Nevertheless, Kaguya was not entirely coerced, which alleviated some of Yakura's guilt. Inside the room, Kaguya comfortably reclined on the bed, a look of contentment gracing her features. Indeed, compared to a rigid sleeping bag, a proper bed was much more pleasant. However, Sato Shuichi did not approach her as he usually would, with hands eager to explore. Instead, he looked at Kaguya with a serious expression. Kaguya, do you wish to return to Tsunade? Of course, I want to go back. My family is still there. I wonder if that insufferable Yakimaru has graduated yet. Kaguya instinctively replied, referring to her younger brother. Though she and Sato Shuichi had forged a rather peculiar understanding, Kaguya did not believe for a moment that Sato Shuichi would allow her to return to Tsunade. If roles were reversed, and she had captured Sato Shuichi, she would certainly imprison him in a secret underground chamber known only to herself. I am serious. You and Yakura will be able to return to Tsunade in due time, Sato Shuichi said, moving closer to pat Kaguya's rounded cheek with a grave expression. A few days prior, the bomb he had planted in Tsunade had detonated as expected. resulting in the furious Shikaku venting his wrath in the village. Furthermore, Tsunade had also gone to war against Kirigakure and Iwagakure. For the time being, it seemed that neither Konoha nor Tsunade would take any further action. Sato Shuichi estimated that he would soon be dispatched elsewhere to quell another crisis, hence his inquiry. Upon hearing this, Kaguya lightly kicked Sato Shuichi's back with her foot. "How dare you say that? I've been captured by you for so long." The first thing Yakura said upon seeing me was to ask why I wasn't dead yet. "Perhaps my name has long since been inscribed on a monument for heroes." Sato Shuichi swiftly grasped Kaguya's foot. "When you two return, just say that Yakura risked her life to save you and that you escaped together." "When did you become so benevolent?" Kaguya questioned, a look of skepticism crossing her face. Sato Shuichi gently kissed the foot he held and replied, "That is simply because I love you, and with the Flying Thunder God technique, we can meet whenever we wish." At his words, Kaguya couldn't help but rub her arms. Feeling a sudden chill, "Are you alright? Why have you suddenly become so sentimental? Honestly, your words are quite nauseating." Hearing this, Sato Shuichi playfully slapped Kaguya's fair thigh. "You truly do not know how to appreciate a heartfelt moment. After I finally opened up, you completely crushed my spirit. That deserves punishment." Kaguya seized a pillow to use as a shield, declaring, "Humph, you speak so sweetly, yet in the end, it is merely to satisfy your desires. I have long seen through you." Kaguya had mentally prepared herself for what was to come, yet she did not anticipate that Sato Shuichi could endure for so long. Could he truly harbor such feelings for me? Kaguya mused, symbolically resisting Sato Shuichi's advances while her mind wandered. However, soon enough, she lost the capacity to think of anything else. The soundproof barrier Sato Shuichi had erected functioned flawlessly, and no noise escaped to the outside world. This, however, left Yakura in the living room in a rather unfortunate position. Her ears twitched slightly. Even without trying to listen, the sounds inevitably reached her. As she listened, a sense of curiosity began to stir within her. Was that sort of thing truly so pleasurable? When Sato Shuichi and Kaguya finally reappeared before Yakura, a full day and night had passed. Although it had only been a day since they last met, Kaguya exhibited a remarkable transformation. It was as if she had been imbued with a buff, her entire presence radiating vitality. Moreover, her demeanor had become even more striking. Kaguya intimately linked her arm with Sato Shuichi's, wearing a somewhat embarrassed expression. "Apologies, Yakura, for making you wait outside for so long." In response, Yakura shook her head. "It is quite all right. I lack for nothing here and have been rather comfortable. However, what does your companion plan to do with me?" Upon hearing Yakura's question, a blush bloomed on Kaguya's cheeks. Although her relationship with Sato Shuichi had undergone a dramatic shift, being called out directly by Yakura still left her feeling somewhat bashful. Chapter 136. The humiliation of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the clan akin to the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi of Konoha. Moreover, the bloodline limit possessed by Karuro is hereditary within her family. Thus, her return to Tsunade will not only exempt her from suspicion as a spy, but also elevate her to the status of a resilient and indomitable combat hero. The reason why Yakura is referred to as a pawn is likely tied to her unremarkable lineage. After all, in this world, one's background plays a significant role in their standing. Skill alone holds little weight. With this thought in mind, Sato Shuichi extended a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique to Yakura. "Should you encounter peril in the future, you can channel your chakra into it. If I have the opportunity, I may be able to rescue you," he remarked. Yakura received the kunai and nodded gently. Through their time together, she discovered that Sato Shuichi was not as ferocious as she had initially presumed. At the very least, apart from his penchant for banter, he maintained a decorous demeanor, never once laying a finger on her. However, Yakura remained unaware of the harsh reality that in this world, tranquility is merely an illusion. It is sustained by those who bear burdens in silence. Karuro, on the other hand, caressed the ring on her right middle finger, which bore the emblem of the Flying Thunder God. Whenever she wished to summon Sato Shuichi, she could effortlessly do so through this ring. Once all arrangements were made, Sato Shuichi bid farewell to the two women as they set forth on their journey. Gazing at the distant Tsunade, Yakura finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Although she had not been subjected to any unfair treatment, the status of being a captive had kept her in a constant state of tension. Meanwhile, Karuro clutched Sato Shuichi's hand, her eyes glistening with tears as she implored, "Please, do not forget me. Otherwise, I shall come to Konoha to cause you trouble. Do you understand?" After considerable effort, Sato Shuichi managed to calm Karuro down and watched as the two women made their way back to Tsunade. "Have you sent those two sand ninja little lovers back?" Tsunade inquired, seated in her chair, not bothering to turn around as she addressed Sato Shuichi. Her words dripped with sarcasm. Sato Shuichi had no choice but to approach and embrace Tsunade from behind, resting his head on her shoulder. They are merely captives. I released them for the greater good of Konoha. I hope this time, we do not let a tiger return to the mountain, he said. Oh, how very noble of you. Should I award you for your magnanimity? Tsunade retorted, extending her slender fingers to pinch Sato Shuichi's cheek, her tone laced with mockery. If they are merely captives, why do they reside in your home? And why does your abode possess soundproof barriers? When you are not spending the night with me, are you entangled with that Kururo? As she spoke, Tsunade's expression darkened further. It was one thing for Sato Shuichi to be a little flirtatious, but now he had the audacity to consort with the enemy. It should be noted that the Sand Ninja and Konoha were still bitter rivals. Sato Shuichi's actions were tantamount to treason. No, he was already guilty of treason by allowing Kururo and Yakura, these minor leaders, to return freely. With this thought, Tsunade could not help but rub her temples, letting out a deep sigh. At that moment, Sato Shuichi abruptly shifted to sit on Tsunade's lap and playfully tugged at her lips, grinning. What else with that expression? The Sand Ninja have exhausted their strength to engage in battle with us. Besides, for my accomplishments, releasing 2 Sand Ninja is hardly significant. Just the other day, I freed Chibaku, he said. Now, let us set aside those troublesome matters. With that, Sato Shuichi covered Tsunade's mouth. After a night of fervent exchanges, Sato Shuichi managed to dissolve the jealousy simmering within Tsunade. Concurrently, a summons from Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived. The message stated that Sato Shuichi was to return to the village for recognition, but in reality, it was meant to assign him the role of a firefighter. Despite the low likelihood of a large-scale war erupting, Sato Shuichi insisted on bringing along his 3 beloved disciples. After all, they had yet to fully mature, and keeping them under close watch would provide some peace of mind. With the assistance of a fire-breathing dragon, Sato Shuichi and his companions returned to Konoha in just half a day. After the announcement of their disbandment, Yuhi Kurinai and Noera Rin each went their separate ways. Only Konan remained, standing in place with a forlorn expression. Sato Shuichi gently ruffled Konan's hair and softly said, Konan, you should head back. I need to see what that old man wants from me. At Sato Shuichi's affectionate gesture, a serene expression spread across Konan's face. Watching her retreating figure, Sato Shuichi locked onto the flying thunder god mark he had left in the Hokage's office. In an instant, he appeared within the confines of the Hokage's office. However, the timing of his arrival seemed somewhat off. Upon witnessing Sato Shuichi's sudden appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared momentarily dazed, seemingly caught off guard by his presence. Nevertheless, having been previously dubbed the Doctor of the Ninja World, he quickly regained his composure. In a flash, he tucked away a book into his drawer, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as if the previous moment had been nothing but a figment of imagination. Ahem, I didn't expect you to return so swiftly. Shuichi, I was planning to greet you at the main gate, he said. Yet, the only response was Sato Shuichi's scornful gaze. If Sato Shuichi was not mistaken, Hiruzen had just been reading a book that was undoubtedly one of his recent works, filled with rather unsavory content. Had it not been for Hiruzen's age, Sato Shuichi might have witnessed an entirely different scene. Under Sato Shuichi's scrutinizing gaze, Hiruzen quickly faltered. Haha, Shuichi, you understand how it is. As one grows older, one develops an affinity for things they never encountered in their youth. Surely, you can comprehend my perspective, can't you? Sato Shuichi nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 137. Are there any attractive Umbu? Yet, what he said next plunged Hiruzen into a state of icy dread. I am somewhat perplexed by your meaning, but I shall take the time to consult with Granny Biwa. Hearing this, Hiruzen shot up in alarm. If Granny Biwa were to discover his secret collection of little Liu Bei, it would spell disaster. The mere thought of that ghastly visage sent chills down his spine. Thus, he approached Sato Shuichi, adopting a mysterious tone. What must I offer you in exchange for your silence on this matter? Sato Shuichi sighed and raised 5 fingers. Hiruzen shook his head, murmuring, my finances are tight at the moment. I can only offer you this amount. With that, he held up 2 fingers. Naturally, Sato Shuichi frowned in discontent. After a cordial exchange, Sato Shuichi accepted Hiruzen's bribe of 250,000 Ryo, and the matter was settled. For Sato Shuichi, this sum was insignificant, but he relished the sight of Hiruzen's pained expression, caught between the agony of parting with his money and the necessity of compliance. No joy came from acquiring wealth. Rather, it was the delight in tormenting another that brought him satisfaction. After pocketing the hush money, Sato Shuichi unceremoniously plopped himself into Hiruzen's chair, reclining comfortably as he crossed his legs. He then turned to Hiruzen, inquiring, So, what brings you to seek my presence? Observing Sato Shuichi's carefree demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but comment, "With that posture, one might think you are the Hokage yourself." Sato Shuichi waved his hand dismissively, responding with a rather haughty expression. "Oh please, such small aspirations. What is so great about being Hokage? If one is to aspire, let it be to become the sovereign of the 5 great shinobi villages. The ambitions left unfulfilled by Uchiha Madara shall be entrusted to me." Sarutobi Hiruzen merely shook his head at Sato Shuichi's audacious proclamation, dismissing it without concern. After all, even the formidable Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were unable to unify the shinobi world. Perhaps only the legendary sage of 6 paths could succeed in such an endeavor. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sato Shuichi had already begun to quietly strategize. In Konoha, having ascended to the position of clan head of the Senju and free from the debuff of fear of blood, Tsunade was essentially the chosen successor for the 4th Hokage. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was aging, and Danzo could never assume the role of Hokage. Jiraiya's whimsical nature rendered him unsuitable. Orochimaru was notorious for abducting the village's shinobi for human experimentation, and the legendary White Fang had long since retired. The new generation of shinobi, like Namikaze Minato, lacked the prestige and renown necessary for such a position. Thus, Tsunade truly was the most widely accepted choice. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi Mei was poised to become the 5th Mizukage. Sato Shuichi was contemplating whether to eliminate Yagura to facilitate Terumi Mei's ascension. In the Hidden Sand Village, Raza, the 4th Kazekage, met a fate similar to that of the 3rd Kazekage, having been ambushed and killed. With Raza's demise and the staunch support of the Yamanaka clan, Karura had a significant chance of competing for the Kazekage position. After all, the legacy of the Kazekage lineage revolved around manipulating sand, where the 3rd Kazekage wielded iron sand, the 4th gold sand, and the 5th would naturally handle ordinary sand. As for the Hidden Stone Village, they would have to await the emergence of the future Tsuchikage. In contrast, Sato Shuichi held no fondness for the brute force of the Cloud Village shinobi. In a certain sense, there was a deep-seated animosity between Sato Shuichi and the Cloud Village, particularly since they had once sent spies to abduct Kushina. Nonetheless, in a way, the Cloud Village had inadvertently served as a catalyst for the blossoming feelings between Sato Shuichi and Kushina. After casting a glance at Sato Shuichi, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly articulated, "The Mist Village has declared war on Konoha, and they have dispatched the 7 ninja swordsmen to infiltrate the Land of Fire." Fortunately, before he could finish, Sato Shuichi interjected, "Did those 7 from the Mist Village get trounced by Might Guy's 8th gate?" Sarutobi Hiruzen widened his eyes, unable to contain his surprise. "How do you know about this?" It was worth noting that he had only learned of it that very morning. How could Sato Shuichi, stationed at the border of the Fire and Wind countries, have acquired this information so swiftly? "Of course, I have my own sources of intelligence. No need to dwell on that. You didn't summon me back just to fight the Mist Shinobi, did you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. "That is indeed part of the plan. The Mist Shinobi are meant to contend with the Uchiha. They have long proclaimed themselves the strongest in the shinobi world. They cannot possibly falter now. No, it is merely that the Mist Village has sent a significant force. Even the Uchiha clan cannot withstand it. Thus, I intend to have you lead an additional 500 shinobi for reinforcement." Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi finally nodded in agreement. "Let the Uchiha hold out a few more days. I shall provide support in a week's time. Constant warfare demands that I take some time to enjoy life as well. Are there any attractive Ombu in your ranks? I could use some proper training." At this remark, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. He silently expelled Sato Shuichi from his presence. Setting aside the matter of how a Hokage could engage in such activities with the Ombu, Tsunade would undoubtedly not let him off easily if she learned of it. After parting ways with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sato Shuichi hurried home without delay. As he kicked open the door with a decisive flourish, he was greeted by the sight of Kushina, who was standing there, mop in hand, staring at him in shock. After a brief moment of mutual surprise, Kushina couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you trying to demolish the door upon your return?" Sato Shuichi swiftly approached and embraced Kushina, assuring her, "Fear not. If it breaks, I shall replace it with a gilded door." "Humph, having money is impressive, is it?" "Indeed, wealth is certainly commendable. By the way, during our time apart, did you miss me?" "Of course, you scoundrel. You disappeared for so long without even a letter. I was simply swamped with work. Now let me make amends." With that, Sato Shuichi hoisted Kushina onto his shoulder and made his way toward his bedroom. Kushina, perched upon his shoulder, began to struggle. "Put me down immediately. Konan is still at home. What will I do if she sees this?" However, Sato Shuichi paid her words no heed. In a cozy and elegant room, Konan, hearing the commotion outside, let out a deep sigh. She began to resent herself, wondering why she couldn't have been born a few years earlier. Otherwise, she wouldn't find herself in such a predicament, merely envying others. Chapter 138. A date. The following morning, Sato Shuichi gently shifted Kushina's left leg and arm from his body. His movements were deft, causing no disturbance to her sweet slumber. After a brief pout, Kushina merely rolled over and continued to dream. Upon completing his morning routine and entering the living room, he found Konan already awake. She was seated at the table, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing Sato Shuichi's footsteps, Konan promptly set down her book, stood, and greeted him with a radiant smile. "Big brother Shuichi, you're awake. Let me prepare breakfast for you." Without waiting for a response, she joyfully made her way into the kitchen. A short while later, her voice rang out from the dining room. "Breakfast is ready." The meal was quite simple: 2 heart-shaped fried eggs, a sandwich, and a glass of chilled juice. Sato Shuichi wasted no time in sitting down to eat. While Konan watched him with a beaming smile, her chin resting on her hands. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Sato Shuichi paused, somewhat unnerved. "Konan, have you had breakfast?" "I had it ages ago. Am I interrupting your meal, big brother Shuichi?" Seeing her anxious expression, he reluctantly replied, "Not at all. We are the closest of family." This response successfully brightened Konan's demeanor. After swiftly finishing his breakfast, Sato Shuichi was about to reach for a napkin when Konan unexpectedly rose and approached him, gently wiping his mouth. As a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, Sato Shuichi felt a hint of embarrassment. "You really don't need to go to such lengths. I'm not a child anymore. Did I do something wrong? I will make sure to improve next time." Konan deftly steered the conversation away from the topic. Originally, Sato Shuichi had intended for her to refrain from such bold actions in the future, but she had skillfully deflected it. Indeed, people change. The once naive Konan had grown into a young woman. "By the way, do you have any plans for today?" Sato Shuichi casually inquired. Upon hearing this, Konan immediately shook her head and then gazed at Sato Shuichi with an expression brimming with anticipation. Under the relentless assault of Konan's gaze, Sato Shuichi promptly capitulated. "I have nothing planned either. How about we go out for a stroll?" At his words, a radiant smile blossomed on Konan's face. "Hooray, I'll change my clothes right away." After a considerable time, Konan finally emerged from her room, now adorned in a sky blue dress that replaced her previous dinosaur pajamas. This attire, coupled with her innocent visage, evoked in Sato Shuichi a stirring sensation reminiscent of first love. Then, Konan affectionately took Sato Shuichi's hand, and they stepped out of the house. Despite the ongoing war, the atmosphere in Konohagakure was far from the desolation found in Tsunade. The streets bustled with a lively crowd, albeit with a few umbu discreetly patrolling the area. This was, of course, closely tied to the fact that the flames of war had not yet encroached upon the land of fire. Once on the streets, Konan appeared particularly exhilarated, seemingly tireless as she led Sato Shuichi through various shops. However, most of the time was spent merely browsing without any intent to purchase. This left Sato Shuichi feeling rather beleaguered. The experience of shopping felt more exhausting than engaging in a battle with an adversary. After more than 2 hours of wandering, the duo finally paused at a beverage shop. Sato Shuichi ordered a glass of lemonade, while Konan opted for a watermelon juice. The icy lemonade began to restore some of Sato Shuichi's depleted energy. At that moment, Konan unexpectedly offered him her watermelon juice. "This shop's watermelon juice is quite delightful. You should give it a try, big brother Shuichi." Gazing at the straw before him, Sato Shuichi fell into contemplation. Could it be that the previous incident with Kururo had emboldened Konan? Otherwise, how could her offensive prowess be so formidable today? As he pondered this, Konan suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, that's sour." Turning his gaze, Sato Shuichi saw her grimacing as she clutched her glass of lemonade. Due to his personal preference, he had requested the staff to make the lemonade extra pungent, rendering it significantly more potent than usual. For someone unaccustomed to sour flavors, it would indeed be quite a challenge to endure. Nevertheless, despite her discomfort, Konan persevered and finished the remaining half of her lemonade in one go. Afterward, she couldn't help but stick out her small, adorable tongue. "Why aren't you trying my watermelon juice? Are you perhaps disdainful of my saliva? That's quite hurtful," she pouted, her expression tinged with feigned melancholy. While it was evident to anyone that her demeanor was an act, Sato Shuichi remained silent, merely observing her performance. After realizing her little ruse had failed, Konan despondently rested her head on the table. Just as Sato Shuichi contemplated pinching her cheek, Konan suddenly straightened up, shouting, "I found a flaw." In an instant, she thrust the straw into Sato Shuichi's mouth. Instinctively, he took a sip, and perhaps due to psychological effects. The watermelon juice seemed to taste even better than usual. Witnessing this, Konan couldn't suppress a triumphant smile. Through her keen insight, she had emerged victorious in this playful skirmish. After resting for a while, the two exited the beverage shop. Chapter 139. The secret base of traffic and turmoil. However, this time Konan did not lead Sato Shuichi into the shops. Instead, she ventured against the tide of the crowd, arriving at a secluded path where few souls wandered. Soon, the only sounds echoing along the path were the footsteps of Sato Shuichi and Konan. Suddenly, Konan halted her stride, glancing up at Sato Shuichi with a mischievous grin. This path is usually deserted, which means if I want to do something with you, big brother Shuichi, no one will interrupt us. At her words, Sato Shuichi's lips twitched slightly, and without hesitation, he delivered a playful chop to Konan's head. With a thud, she crouched down, cradling her head. Following this light-hearted interlude, Konan led Sato Shuichi to a place that felt vaguely familiar. As he surveyed the surroundings, realization dawned upon him. Wasn't this the secret base he had once shared with Kushina? Not long ago, they had returned here to relive their past joys. If Kushina were to discover that he had left her at home alone while he frolicked here with Konan, she might very well turn dark. Meanwhile, at Sato Shuichi's home, Kushina lay languidly on the sofa, her interest waning as she watched a soap opera on television. The fact that neither Sato nor Konan was home left her feeling rather bored. Unbeknownst to her, Konan stood before Sato Shuichi, exuding a sense of pride as she declared, this is my treasure trove. The scenery is quite lovely, isn't it? Besides you, big brother Shuichi, no one else knows about it. The seemingly tranquil woodland path, in truth, had become a bustling thoroughfare unbeknownst to most. Since you discovered this place, it seems it is not solely our secret domain, Sato Shuichi suddenly remarked. Who knows how many others consider it their secret base. Nonetheless, the environment was indeed picturesque, and its seclusion made it a splendid place for recreation. Konan approached the riverbank, removing her sandals and dipping her delicate, fair feet into the water. The sudden chill elicited a delighted sigh from her. She then beckoned Sato Shuichi to join her, and soon they were both waiting at the river's edge. Gradually, Konan leaned her body against Sato Shuichi. Yet the disparity in their heights left her unable to rest her head on his shoulder, which she found somewhat regrettable. After an indeterminate passage of time, Konan suddenly stated, Big brother Shuichi, I want to eat grilled fish. At this, Sato Shuichi paused, momentarily bewildered, as if he had stepped into a frenzy. He then pinched Konan's smooth cheek, saying, If you want fish, why not catch it yourself? In response, Konan wrapped her arms around Sato Shuichi's entire arm, sweetly coaxing. But I want you to help me catch fish, please. Although Sato Shuichi was eager to impart the lesson that one should handle their own affairs, he found himself utterly defenseless against Konan's charming demeanor. Thus, he resigned himself to the plight of the fish in the nearby pond. With that, Sato Shuichi threw several shuriken into the small lake. He then gave his wrist a vigorous shake, causing the line attached to the shuriken to swiftly reel them back in, revealing the struggling fish still attempting to escape. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaonan immediately displayed an expression of adoration, clapping her hands in praise. Wow, brother Xiaoyi, you are truly remarkable, absolutely formidable. At the very least, in terms of emotional value, it was fully realized. Enveloped by the wafting fragrance in the air, Xiaonan could not help but quietly swallow a mouthful of saliva. At that moment, as if recalling something, she turned to gaze at Sato Shuichi. Is it not a bit inappropriate for us to leave Sister Xi and Nai behind to have fun? Upon hearing these words, Sato Shuichi promptly rose to his feet. You make a valid point. If that is the case, we should return. It coincides perfectly with mealtime. Xiaonan hurriedly reached out and tugged at Sato Shuichi's clothing, for she had merely been expressing a fleeting sentiment. If they were to return home, with Xi and Nai present, what place would there be for her, Xiaonan? Furthermore, Xi and Nai often monopolized Sato Shuichi's time. It was only reasonable for her to occasionally claim a portion for herself. We cannot waste food. These fish have sacrificed their lives for us. How can we simply walk away? Xiaonan asserted vehemently. Then let us pack it up to take home. But it will not taste as good once taken home. Grilled fish must be enjoyed while steaming hot to truly savor its flavor. After finishing lunch, Xiaonan energetically dragged Sato Shuichi off for a shopping excursion. It was only when the sun began to set that she reluctantly urged Sato Shuichi in the direction of home. You two have finally returned. I was nearly bored to death at home. Xi and Nai greeted them with a radiant smile. However, upon seeing the shopping bag in Sato Shuichi's hand and Xiaonan's somewhat guilty expression, Xi and Nai's face instantly froze. She had initially assumed that Xiaonan and Sato Shuichi had matters to attend to today, hence their absence. It now appeared they had abandoned her to frolic outside all day. With this realization, a surge of anger welled up within Jio Xi and Nai. Just then, Xiaonan suddenly reached out and grabbed the shopping bag from Sato Shuichi. I'm off to practice ninjutsu. With that, she dashed into the house, leaving Sato Shuichi alone to face the impending fury of Jio Xi and Nai. Haha, Shuichi, it seems you had quite the enjoyable day. Jio Xi and Nai attributed all of this to Sato Shuichi, for how could such a well-behaved and understanding child as Xiaonan possibly abandon her elder sister? Jio Xi and Nai? Clearly, it was all Sato Shuichi's fault. Observing the mixed expression on Jio Xi and Nai's face, Sato Shuichi realized that his evening as a hard-working ox was likely to be spent without rest. Chapter 140, Uchiha Danma. Gazing at Uchiha Danma, whose hair was meticulously styled, Sato Shuichi lifted the teacup before him and took a delicate sip. After a brief silence, Uchiha Danma finally broke the somewhat frozen atmosphere. I have heard that you are to support the front lines in the Land of Water in a few days. Indeed, it is precisely because your Uchiha clan is lacking that assistance is required to clean up the mess. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Danma's eyes widened in disbelief, expressing his agitation as he exclaimed, "Nonsense. It is merely due to that cunning bunch from the Mist Village that our Uchiha clan has suffered such heavy losses. Moreover, even without you, we would still be capable of defeating those Mist ninjas." However, Sato Shuichi paid little heed to Uchiha Danma's words. Were the situation truly as he claimed, Sato Shuichi would not need to specifically lead a team for support. Thus, he merely displayed a somewhat disdainful expression and replied with a simple, "Heh." Witnessing Sato Shuichi's contemptuous demeanor, Uchiha Danma suppressed his rising anger. Were it not for the fact that he was no match for Sato Shuichi, Uchiha Danma would surely have shown him the consequences of his arrogance. If you came to my home merely to provoke me, then your objective has certainly been achieved. In response, Sato Shuichi wore a peculiar expression. Do I appear to be unwell enough to seek out an old codger like you? I merely came to find Mei Jing. It was you who brought me here for tea. Sato Shuichi retorted bluntly. If you have nothing else, I shall be on my way to Mei Jing. At this, Uchiha Danma revealed an awkward expression. I have a child of an old friend with remarkable talent. Would you have time to mentor him? Is he good looking? Sato Shuichi inquired without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Danma's forehead creased with a frown. You rascal, you already have Mei Jing. How can you still flirt around? This is simply outrageous. TCH, Mei Jing hasn't said anything about it. It seems the emperor is not in a hurry. Yet the eunuchs are. In the span of 10 short minutes, Uchiha Danma had become angrier than he had in the past month. Truly, he and Sato Shuichi were not meant to be. Returning to the primary discussion, the child's name is Uchiha Shuichi, a descendant of Uchiha Kagami. If you are interested, you may take him under your wing. Why entrust him to me? Does your Uchiha clan lack capable individuals? In the face of Sato Shuichi's question, Uchiha Danma's expression turned awkward. Although Uchiha Shuichi was exceptionally talented within the Uchiha clan, he lacked the typical Uchiha disposition. His future aspirations did not involve elevating the Uchiha clan. Instead, he intended to protect Konohagakure. Furthermore, upon becoming a ninja, he planned to join the Umbu rather than the Konoha military police force. Thus, despite his outstanding talent, Uchiha Shuichi was poorly regarded among his peers in the Uchiha clan. Additionally, Uchiha Danma had received news that Danzo was secretly keeping an eye on Uchiha Shuichi. Should a talent from the Uchiha clan fall into the hands of their greatest enemy, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. After much contemplation, Uchiha Danma deemed it safer to entrust Uchiha Shuichi to Sato Shuichi. Firstly, Sato Shuichi was not one to bow to Danzo and possessed formidable strength. Secondly, due to Mei Jing's connection, Sato Shuichi could be considered somewhat of a family member. After pondering for a brief moment, Sato Shuichi finally nodded. For Mei Jing's sake, I will assist you with this. When I depart in a few days, have that little brat report to my team. Were it anyone else, Sato Shuichi would have undoubtedly declined without hesitation. After all, he had no inclination towards playing the role of a babysitter. However, Uchiha Shuichi was an exception. In the original narrative, Uchiha Shuichi possessed formidable strength, having earned the title of Shuichi of the Body Flicker at a young age, becoming a nightmare for the Mist ninjas. Moreover, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and could even forcibly utilize Susanoo, despite losing one of his Sharingan. Most critically, his Mangekyo ability, Koto Tsukimi, although having an exceptionally long cooldown, was far more powerful than Obito Uchiha's Kamui. In the original tale, had Uchiha Shuichi not been so distrustful of that old fool Danzo, with the power of Koto Tsukimi, the Uchiha clan would never have faced extinction. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted in from behind Sato Shuichi. There, Mei Jing clung to him from behind like a koala. Shio-e, you've come to find me. I missed you so much. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Shirsue's blood pressure surged. Ahem. I certainly did not teach you to be so unreserved, young lady. Uchiha Shirsue admonished Mei Jing with a stern expression. However, Mikoto disregarded Uchiha Shirsue's words as if they were mere whispers in the wind, showing no inclination to acknowledge them. Shuichi, shall we go out and play? I feel as though I might suffocate from boredom at home. Shuichi Sato raised an eyebrow at Uchiha Shirsue before rising to carry Mikoto on his back and heading outside. Observing the retreating figures of the two, Uchiha Shirsue couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh, realizing that a grown woman could not easily be held back. Shuichi, I haven't grabbed my shoes yet, Mikoto remarked after being carried out of the house by Shuichi. No matter, I can carry you all the way, rest assured. I am still quite strong. Please put me down. Others are watching us, she replied, feeling self-conscious. Let them watch, if you care too much about others' gazes. Living like that will be exhausting. The duo of Shuichi and Mikoto naturally drew the attention of many. Under the scrutinizing eyes of their clan members, Mikoto felt as if ants were crawling over her skin. Had she known she would be carried out like this, she would have preferred it if Shuichi had just let her walk out herself. Now, she found herself in this awkward predicament, leading her to bury her face into Shuichi's neck, playing the part of an ostrich, convinced that if she could not see others, she would not feel embarrassed. After a short while, Shuichi encountered a familiar face. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shuichi and Mikoto with a rather complex expression. If it weren't for Shuichi's sudden appearance, he believed he should be the one accompanying Mikoto at this moment. Contemplating this, Uchiha Fugaku felt a pang in his heart. Chapter 141. Who are you? Before long, Shuichi stood before Uchiha Fugaku. After a brief moment of mental preparation, Uchiha Fugaku wore a very official smile. Long time no see, Shuichi. I heard you have accomplished quite a lot at the front lines of the Land of Wind recently. It is truly admirable. Despite his inner resentment towards Shuichi, as the next head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku was quite astute. Given that events had already unfolded, provoking a formidable adversary would serve no purpose. It was wiser to cultivate a good relationship with Shuichi to solidify his standing within the clan. Once Shuichi came to a halt, Mikoto raised her head, glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, and curiously inquired, "What is up, Shuichi? Did you run into someone you know?" At her words, Uchiha Fugaku nearly spat blood. There exists a type of person in this world who is worse off than a sycophant. At least the goddess of a sycophant remembers their existence, while some individuals lack even the qualification to be remembered. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku could only force an awkward smile and respond, "I am Fugaku. Mikoto, do you not remember me? It seems we haven't met in quite some time." Upon hearing this, Mikoto merely replied coolly with an "oh," then leaned closer to Shuichi's ear, speaking intimately, "Shuichi, let us go, there's nothing entertaining here." Shuichi glanced at the disheartened Uchiha Fugaku before slowly walking away from the Uchiha clan's residence, carrying Mikoto on his back. After walking for a bit, Shuichi finally reacted. "You really forgot what Uchiha Fugaku looks like." "No, I would never forget that annoying guy, even if he turned to ash. I would remember him. I just didn't want to deal with him." "Are you jealous?" "How adorable," Mikoto teased, a smile breaking across her face. Shuichi, squeezing the soft object in his hands, responded softly, "Why would I be jealous? You've already been thoroughly claimed by me. There's no escaping now." "Humph. That may not be the case. If you dare to make me angry, I will certainly ignore you. If you ignore me, others will pay attention to me. Worst case, I can always seek out Kushina and Tsunade." Upon hearing this, Mikoto tightened her grip around Shuichi's neck. "You scoundrel, can't you say something sweet to placate me? This is utterly unfair. There are plenty of people who would pay attention to you. Put me down. I no longer want you to carry me." Naturally, Shuichi did not relent. If he set Mikoto down, she would undoubtedly become even angrier. "I was only joking. How could I bear to upset you?" He then carried Mikoto back to his home. Upon seeing the long queue before him, Shuichi couldn't help but sigh. His initial plan was to take the three little ones straight to the border of the water and fire countries. Now, however, he had to escort so many ninjas, which was indeed quite troublesome. Shuichi looked up to see Mikoto joyfully running toward him, at which he opened his arms. In no time, Mikoto leaped onto his back. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Ino Yamanaka and Konan darkened instantly. Meanwhile, Kurinai Yuhi observed her teammates' unusual expressions with a keen interest. "I thought you wouldn't come to see me off. You made me sad for a while," Shuichi remarked. "Not at all. How could I forget you? Besides, I am not here merely to see you off. I am here to accompany you," Mikoto replied with a smile. It was then that Shuichi took a moment to appraise Mikoto in his arms. Her neat and tidy attire certainly did not suggest she was simply seeing someone off. It seemed more akin to preparing for a mission. This made sense, considering Mikoto's only obstacle to joining the battlefield was her family. Meanwhile, Kushina, as the host of the Ninetales, could not leave the village of Konoha at this time. Heaven only knows how many ill-intentioned individuals were watching her. Then I shall rely on you more. Shuichi freed one hand to ruffle Mikoto's hair. With her 3-tomo Sharingan, Mikoto was indeed a genuine elite jonin. On the battlefield, as long as she did not encounter an exceptionally powerful foe, she would possess sufficient strength to protect herself. Coupled with the Flying Thunder God technique, Shuichi felt quite confident in safeguarding Mikoto. Thus, he did not suggest that she return home. After a considerable time, Mikoto finally jumped down from Shuichi's back. She then gave her head a light tap, as if recalling something, and fetched a small child from a distance. This little one appeared very young, even younger than Kurenai and her companions, clearly a student from the Ninja Academy. Greetings, Lord Shuichi. I am Uchiha Shursui. I hope to be in your care moving forward. Uchiha Shursui extended his right hand to Shuichi, wearing an expression of maturity that belied his age. Shuichi shook his hand in return and scrutinized him. So this is the future renowned Shursui of the body flicker technique? He certainly does not exude the demeanor of a strong individual. By the way, have you graduated from the Ninja Academy yet? Shuichi inquired, unable to resist asking. I took the graduation exam last year, but due to my age, I have yet to find a permanent team. Uchiha Shursui responded nervously. Hearing this, Shuichi nodded and then gave a few pats on Uchiha Shursui's head. In that case, you shall temporarily accompany me during this period. Let me give you a heads up. I am not in the habit of babysitting. If you lack confidence, you may still turn back now. Upon hearing those words, Uchiha Shursui immediately displayed a resolute expression in his eyes and earnestly assured Sato Shuichi, Rest assured, Lord Shuichi. I stake the honor of the Uchiha name on this. I shall not disappoint you. His voice resonated so powerfully that it attracted the attention of numerous passers-by. Thus, Sato Shuichi's party temporarily gained an additional member. Due to the large contingent accompanying them, Sato Shuichi and his team traveled at a considerably slower pace than usual. After all, in addition to the ninjas, there were many logistical supplies accompanying the group. Chapter 142, Black Hoe Thunder Fawn. In this context, it would not be an exaggeration to consider Sato Shuichi and his companions as a logistical support team. However, with such a multitude, it was unlikely that any foolhardy individual would dare to attack them. On the bright side, the sheer number of people rendered it impossible to conceal their movements, allowing them to enjoy warm meals instead of cold rations during their rest periods. Observing the mushroom soup simmering over the campfire, Sato Shuichi suddenly inquired, Uchiha Shursui, what ninjutsu do you excel in? Called upon, Uchiha Shursui stood up nervously and replied, I am particularly adept at body flicker technique and jinjutsu. And I have even developed the phantom body flicker technique. This technique allows Shursui to create multiple phantoms through his Sharingan, which attack alongside his real body. And these phantoms do not dissipate upon taking damage. This ninjutsu is remarkably unique, as Shursui is the only ninja in the entire shinobi world capable of employing it. In the original narrative, it was through this phantom body flicker technique that Uchiha Shursui earned the title of Shursui the Teleporter. It must be said that Uchiha Shursui's talent is indeed exceptional. To develop such formidable ninjutsu at a young age speaks volumes of his promising future. Reflecting on this, Sato Shuichi cast a glance at the nearby Hinata, who was engrossed in her meal, and sighed deeply. Despite sharing the same number of eyes and mouth, how could the disparity be so vast? Uchiha Obito had already developed such powerful ninjutsu at a tender age, while Hinata seemed solely preoccupied with eating. Noticing Sato Shuichi's gaze upon her, Hinata instinctively shielded her bowl with her hands, displaying a look of trepidation, fearing that he might snatch her food. Witnessing this scene only deepened Sato Shuichi's complex emotions. Never mind, being able to eat is a blessing. A few days later, Uchiha Shursui approached Sato Shuichi unexpectedly. Lord Shuichi, there are individuals nearby conducting a funeral. Before Sato Shuichi could respond, Hinata exhibited a rare expression of surprise. Isn't it quite normal to encounter funerals in a world where so many are dying? What I mean is, the attendees of the funeral appear rather peculiar, Uchiha Shursui continued, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. He couldn't shake the feeling that this group did not resemble those who were genuinely there to mourn. Intrigued by this, Sato Shuichi asked, what seems odd? Their expressions are filled with terror. They do not appear to be participating in a funeral, but rather seem compelled to partake in something against their will. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi fell into a contemplative silence. It didn't take long for him to recall a certain ninja known for such antics. He was one of the surviving members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, the infamous Black Ho Thunder Fong. However, it was surprising that Black Ho Thunder Fong had not returned to the village hidden in the mist, but had instead remained in the Land of Fire. His audacity was truly remarkable. With this thought, Sato Shuichi felt compelled to confront Black Ho Thunder Fong. Based on his estimation, Black Ho Thunder Fong, wielding the lightning blade, should possess the strength of an elite jonin, at most a quasi-shadow. This would provide a perfect opportunity for his beloved disciples to hone their skills. Thus, he instructed the deputy commander of the team to lead the majority onward while he, along with 3 of his apprentices, Mikoto and Uchiha Shursui, made their way to the location of the funeral. Not long after, Sato Shuichi's party of 6 heard the resonant sound of a suona. As they approached, they beheld a grand spirit pavilion. In the center of the pavilion stood a portrait of a ninja wearing an eye patch and the forehead protector of the village hidden in the mist. If he was not mistaken, this portrait depicted the late Nuri Shinpachi, who had been slain by Might Guy. At this moment, Sato Shuichi was certain that the orchestrator of this farce was indeed Black Ho Thunder Fong. At that moment, Black Ho Thunder Fong occupied the center stage, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the portrait. One might mistakenly believe that Black Ho Thunder Fong shared a profound bond with Nuri Shinpachi, given his sorrowful demeanor. However, in stark contrast to Black Ho Thunder Fong's emotional display, the surrounding villagers bore no signs of grief. Instead, their faces were etched with palpable fear. It was evident that they had been coerced into attending this extravagant funeral by Black Ho Thunder Fong. Your target is the individual at the center. His name is Black Ho Thunder Fong, a master of lightning release ninjutsu among the 7 ninja swordsmen. His lightning blade can transmit lightning release. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui and the others nodded in agreement. The hastily assembled 4-man team quickly began to strategize in hushed tones. At that moment, Mikoto tugged at Sato Shuichi's sleeve, her expression filled with concern. But they are the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen. Can Konan and the others truly handle them? Do not underestimate them. Konan and Shursui have likely attained jonin-level prowess, and with Rin, who excels in medical ninjutsu, ordinary ninjas will find it challenging to contend with them. Besides, I am here to oversee matters. What could possibly go wrong? Before long, Uchiha Shursui and the others concluded their discussion. Suddenly, Hinata formed hand seals, softly uttering, "Jinjutsu, Nirvana Temple Technique." A flurry of white feathers descended from the sky, and upon contact, the ordinary individuals collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep slumber. However, this Jinjutsu had no effect on Black Ho Thunder Fong. The moment the feathers appeared, Black Ho Thunder Fong reacted swiftly, utilizing earth release to burrow underground. Simultaneously, a thick mist unexpectedly enveloped the area, severely reducing visibility to the point where one could hardly see their hand in front of their face. Uchiha Shursui's expression darkened as he realized the severity of the situation. This is the mist concealment technique. Black Ho Thunder Fong has detected us. Amidst the mist, a somewhat deranged voice echoed. I initially thought it was Konoha Zambu that had found me, but it seems I am merely faced with a few younglings. It appears today, the guest list for the funeral will be expanding. Black Ho Thunder Fong's voice reverberated from all directions within the thick fog, rendering it impossible to pinpoint his location. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui activated his Sharingan, the 2 tomo spinning rapidly within his gaze. Chapter 143, A Dying Strike. However, reconnaissance was not the Sharingan's forte. No matter how intently Uchiha Shursui searched, he could not locate Black Ho Thunder Fong's presence. Just then, a sense of alarm gripped Uchiha Shursui's heart. Instinctively, he employed the body flicker technique to evade the area. In the very next moment, a bolt of lightning struck the precise spot where he had been standing. Leaving him to ponder the consequences had he not departed, he would have been reduced to nothing more than a charred husk. However, Uchiha Shursui soon devised a method to counter the situation. He swiftly formed hand seals, then bellowed, "Wind release, great breakthrough." Suddenly, a violent gust of wind erupted from Uchiha Shursui's mouth, dispersing the thick fog in an instant. At that moment, the figure of Kurozai Raya, wielding dual blades, was finally revealed. Rather than displaying any sign of panic at the dissolution of the hidden mist technique, Kurozai Raya wore a bloodthirsty grin. Ah, indeed. My hidden mist technique still lacks finesse. But no matter, prepare to meet your end, brat. With astonishing speed, Kurozai Raya charged towards Uchiha Shursui. With a clang, Kurozai Raya's lightning blade clashed with Shursui's kunai. This was followed by a crackling sound of electricity and a blinding flash of light. When the brilliance faded, Shursui's form was revealed to be nothing more than a charred husk. Yet, Kurozai Raya did not exhibit any triumph. Instead, confusion clouded his expression. He then performed an act that left onlookers baffled, drawing a kunai and plunging it into his own arm. The pain liberated him from the illusion that had ensnared him. Gazing at the vigilant Uchiha Shuichi in the distance, Kurozai Raya scoffed. As expected, I was merely ensnared in an illusion. The reason he was able to discern this was due to the peculiar sensation of the kunai piercing his flesh, in accordance with his years of experience in killing. Such a reaction was not typical for someone struck by lightning. Nearby, Yuhi Kurinai was panting heavily, clearly the architect of the recent illusion. Just as Kurozai Raya prepared to engage Shuichi in close combat, he suddenly felt a piece of paper affixed to his back. At that moment, Konan softly uttered, "Boom." A deafening explosion erupted from Kurozai Raya's back. The shockwave sent him hurtling away. A detonating tag? When did it get stuck to me? Was it during the illusion? Kurozai Raya mused, propping himself against a tree, coughing up a pool of blood. Suddenly, Uchiha Shuichi appeared before him, multiplied into a multitude of figures. Shadow clones. But that brat didn't even form seals. At this moment, Kurozai Raya began to reconsider his approach. He had initially thought Shuichi was merely a small fry to be easily dispatched. However, it now seemed he might be the one to fall here. As Shuichi and his clones surged forward, Kurozai Raya relied on his exceptional swordsmanship to fend off the onslaught. Yet, a perplexing situation arose. Despite having heavily injured one of Shuichi's clones, it showed no signs of vanishing and continued its relentless assault. It bore no resemblance to a typical shadow clone. Moreover, Kurinai was continuously using illusions to disrupt Kurozai Raya's movements, and he found himself gradually losing ground. At that moment, a glint of madness flashed in Kurozai Raya's eyes. "Damn brat, we shall journey to the underworld together." With a forceful strike, he sent Uchiha Shuichi flying, then thrust his lightning blade into the ground. Under the influence of his chakra, ominous clouds gathered in the sky. Shortly thereafter, a bolt of lightning, thick enough for 3 men to embrace, descended towards the earth. This catastrophic scene made Uchiha Shuichi feel death looming closer than ever before. In that critical moment, Uchiha Shuichi's Sharingan spun wildly, gradually transforming from 2 tomo to 3. He awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan. However, in such dire circumstances, even the 3 tomo Sharingan proved futile. Unless he could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan to utilize Susanoo for protection, he was at a loss. Just then, a towering figure unexpectedly shielded Shuichi. To him, this silhouette appeared as if a deity had descended. It left a profound impression on his young mind. Still too young, Sato Shuichi thought, exasperated. This guy is clearly prepared to fight to the death and doesn't even know to evade. Sato Shuichi then extended his right hand towards the roaring lightning dragon in the sky. The farce came to an end. A golden beam erupted from his palm, binding the lightning dragon. Moments later, the dragon dissipated under the golden light, and the heavy clouds slowly parted, allowing sunlight to bathe the ground once more. "Is this a sealing technique?" Uchiha Shuichi exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. He struggled to comprehend the sight before him. A lightning dragon, comparable to an S-rank jutsu, had been so effortlessly neutralized by Sato Shuichi's sealing technique. He never mentioned being proficient in sealing techniques. As sunlight illuminated Kurozai Raya's face, it only accentuated his despondent expression. "In my lifetime, I have clashed with leaf ninjas. Just kill me already." He spat another mouthful of blood, then closed his eyes, assuming a posture of surrender. At this moment, Sato Shuichi turned to Uchiha Shuichi and asked, "Have you killed before?" Shuichi nodded. "Go deal with him. Don't waste too much time." Shuichi acknowledged and slowly approached Kurozai Raya, kunai in hand. Just as Shuichi was within a meter of Kurozai Raya, the latter suddenly opened his eyes, swiftly drawing the lightning blade from the ground, a grotesque smile contorting his face. "Even in death, I can exchange one last blow, not a loss." However, Kurozai Raya was taken aback when the lightning blade failed to pierce flesh. He glanced down to see Shuichi's kunai protruding from his chest, his mind consumed by a singular thought. "I was killed by such a brat. They'll surely mock me in hell. But will they hold a grand funeral for me?" As Uchiha Shuichi withdrew his hand from Kurozai Raya's heart, the latter's body collapsed to the ground. "Not bad. I thought I would have to save you again." With that, Sato Shuichi unceremoniously claimed the lightning blade that Kurozai Raya had clung to so desperately, although the blade held little value for him. As his swordsmanship paled in comparison to other abilities, he unhesitatingly sealed it within a scroll. Perhaps he would encounter the likes of Ringo Yuri again, and this blade could serve as an appropriate gift. As for whether this action constituted aiding the enemy, Sato Shuichi paid it no mind. Given that Kurozai Raya had inadvertently provided an excellent piece of equipment, Shuichi, In an unprecedented act of kindness, arranged for the deceased's remains to be treated with dignity. He had Uchiha Shursui dig a large pit and wrapped Kurosai Raya in a grass mat for burial. Though it was somewhat modest compared to the lavish funeral he might have envisioned, it was indeed the best resting place for Kurosai Raya. Had it been another, his corpse would likely have found its way to the dissection table by now. After successfully dealing with the Black Hoe Thunder Fong, Sato Shuichi and his companions resumed their journey. A few days later, Sato Shuichi finally led his large contingent to the camp on the front lines against the mist-hidden village. The commander of this front was none other than Sato Shuichi's old acquaintance, the sinister Orochimaru. Simultaneously, the unexpected appearance of a certain individual caused Sato Shuichi to exclaim in surprise. "So, you are still alive?" Observing the genuine astonishment on Sato Shuichi's face, Kato Dan scratched his cheek awkwardly, revealing an embarrassed smile. Even the adept Kato Dan found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Sato Shuichi's blunt greeting. Indeed, his arrival had triggered a butterfly effect. Originally destined to perish in the last Shinobi World War, Kato Dan had unexpectedly survived until now. Or perhaps, that so-called necklace truly was a cursed artifact. This thought sent a chill through Sato Shuichi's chest. However, in the original story, Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality was significantly influenced by Nagasun and Kato Dan. With Nagasun now saved by Sato Shuichi and Kato Dan having no ties to Tsunade, could it be that the future shinobi scientist might vanish due to the butterfly effect? Such thoughts suddenly flooded Sato Shuichi's mind. Kato Dan, wishing to engage Sato Shuichi in conversation, tactfully withdrew upon noticing his pensive demeanor. At that moment, Yuhi Kurinai playfully nudged Sato Shuichi with her elbow, donning a gossiping expression. "Sensei, does that Kato Dan fellow harbor a grudge against you? How about we find a time tonight to ambush him with sandbags?" she proposed mischievously. In response, Sato Shuichi did not hesitate to deliver a sharp rebuke. "You, a mere child, should not meddle in adult affairs. Have you completed today's training? Have you written your weekly reflection? You spend all your time on trivial matters instead of focusing on what truly matters." He showed no mercy toward Yuhi Kurinai. A ninja like her, with average talent and a lackadaisical training attitude, was unlikely to surpass the level of an ordinary jonin, much like her father, Yuhi Akane. Without any special bloodline for illusion techniques, her prospects were bleak indeed. To achieve success in Jinjutsu, one must at the very least have a lineage akin to the Uchiha or the Inuzuka. Compared to other ninjutsu, Jinjutsu undoubtedly demanded the highest level of innate ability. In the dense forest, two figures were weaving seamlessly among the towering trunks. After an indeterminate passage of time, the duo finally paused to rest upon a branch. Mikoto leaned her head on Sato Shuichi's shoulder, a hint of nostalgia in her voice as she remarked, "It feels as though we've returned to those days of undertaking missions together. Back then, you were always provoking Teacher Tsunade. You were quite the mischievous one." At her words, a flicker of reminiscence crossed Sato Shuichi's face. During their novice days, life seemed devoid of worries, with the most pressing concern being what to eat next. How different it was now, with a multitude of responsibilities awaiting him upon waking. It was no wonder that children yearned for adulthood, only to find themselves longing for the simplicity of their youth once they had grown up. As the two reminisced about their glorious past, Mikoto suddenly fell silent. After a moment, she glanced at Sato Shuichi and whispered, "Shuichi, it seems that enemies are approaching." Sato Shuichi closed his eyes, employing sensory ninjutsu to scan the surroundings. Detecting an unidentified ninja squad advancing from approximately 3 kilometers away. Given their direction, these unknown ninjas were undoubtedly foes. With this realization, Sato Shuichi contemplated sending Gungue to probe their intentions. If they were indeed adversaries, they could be dispatched on the spot. After all, the lush vegetation here was ripe for fertilizer. However, Mikoto had other ideas. Her countenance brightened as she proposed, "Shuichi, let me handle these enemies. It's been a long time since I've engaged in battle, and I'm curious to see if my skills have diminished." With her enthusiasm laid bare, Sato Shuichi, as her boyfriend, could not extinguish her fervor. Nonetheless, his gaze remained fixed on Mikoto, ready to intervene at a moment's notice using the Flying Thunder God technique should any issues arise. Mikoto's eyes suddenly glimmered with the 3-tomo Sharingan. Then, concealed by the verdant underbrush, her figure stealthily approached the squad. Chapter 145. Man. "Captain, do you think we can complete this mission? I heard that the butcher is also here," one of the mist ninjas inquired of the jonin leading the way. The jonin glanced back at him, responding dismissively, "What is there to fear? We all carry a head on our shoulders. Even if we encounter that Sato Shuichi, the worst-case scenario is simply abandoning the mission. All right, if we encounter Sato Shuichi, We can just forfeit the mission. If all leaf ninjas were like him, we would never die, mused another. You're a fool. If all leaf ninjas possessed such monstrous power, the entire ninja world would have long been unified under Konoha. The four mist ninjas continued their banter as they traveled, a rare source of levity on the otherwise monotonous journey. Suddenly, the leading jonin halted his advance. Observing this, his three subordinates stopped as well, drawing their weapons and scanning their surroundings warily. What's wrong, Captain? Have you spotted the enemy? One asked. The jonin did not respond, but instead numbly produced a kunai. With a swift motion, he plunged the kunai into his own chest. A gurgle escaped his lips as he collapsed, spewing forth a torrent of blood. The jinjutsu had finally concluded, but his life had also reached its end. As his panicked subordinates rushed toward him, the jonin mustered his remaining strength to shout, "Run!" With that, his head tilted, and he departed this world. It was evident that such a foe could not be dealt with by mere chunin. At this time, the Hidden Mist village had yet to officially enter the Bloody Mist era, so the bonds among these ninjas remained relatively strong. Rather than heed their captain's dying words and flee, the three chunins remained alert, intent on identifying the unknown enemy and avenging their leader. The vast disparity in strength was momentarily overshadowed by their fury. Just then, the expressions of the three chunins turned blank, and they collapsed to the ground, slipping into a tranquil slumber akin to that of infants. At that moment, Mikoto's slender figure emerged from the nearby underbrush, revealing that this entire scene was her handiwork. Whether it was the jonin's self-inflicted demise under jinjutsu or the chunin's rendered unconscious, it all stemmed from Mikoto's profound mastery of illusion techniques. Just then, Sato Shuichi approached, surveying the fallen mist ninjas strewn across the ground, and could not help but commend. Well done. Truly commendable, just as I would expect from you. With that, Sato Shuichi stepped closer to Mikoto, slightly bowing his head in appreciation. Mikoto obediently lifted her head, nervously closing her eyes. Despite their status as a seasoned couple, she remained as bashful as when they first began their relationship during moments of intimacy. However, the anticipated sensation was disappointingly absent, prompting Mikoto to reluctantly open her eyes. There, she found Sato Shuichi holding a leaf in his right hand, his gaze laced with a hint of affection as he spoke. Silly girl. You have a leaf stuck in your hair. After discarding the leaf, he playfully brushed his fingers against Mikoto's nose. A wave of embarrassment surged through her, and she began to suspect that Sato Shuichi might have intentionally acted in a manner that could be misconstrued as a prank. Reflecting on his previous antics, Mikoto deemed this possibility highly likely. Thus, as Sato Shuichi wore an expression of feigned ignorance, Mikoto decisively raised her right elbow and delivered a swift jab. After the elbow strike, Mikoto stormed away in a huff, leaving Sato Shuichi to ponder what transgression had led the usually gentle Mikoto to resort to such violence. The advantage of his habitual kindness was that, in situations like this, he immediately questioned whether he had erred in some way. Had Yuhi Akatsuki dared to strike him, Sato Shuichi would certainly not have hesitated to retaliate, ensuring she understood who the true superior was. However, after contemplating for a considerable time, Sato Shuichi could not recall what had provoked Mikoto's ire. Observing her retreating figure, he produced 3 sealing scrolls, ensnaring the 3 genin ensnared by his jinjutsu, preparing to deliver them to professionals for interrogation upon returning to the camp. Although the body of the jounin could provide substantial information, Sato Shuichi had no intention of bringing it along, for he was not like Sasori of the Red Sand. Traveling with a corpse felt rather ominous. It was perplexing that during times of war, wild animals in nature tended to grow remarkably plump. What could be the reason behind this? It remained an enigmatic question. Upon returning to the camp, Mikoto's temper had subsided. Now, she intimately linked her arm with Sato Shuichi's, resembling a couple in the throes of passionate romance. Indeed, they were already a couple deeply in love. The sight was so dazzling that it left Noera Rin and Konan unable to bear watching. Sato Shuichi painstakingly extricated his hand from the softness of Mikoto's grasp and said, I will go and hand over those 3 mist ninjas to Orochimaru. You stay here and do not wander off. I'll bring you back 2 pounds of oranges. Oranges? Shuichi, do you want to eat oranges? Mikoto inquired, her eyes widening in confusion. Unfortunately, she was unaware of the inside joke. Otherwise, she would have retorted, saying she would only eat 2, leaving the rest for him. Hearing this, Sato Shuichi chuckled and pinched Mikoto's cheek, whispering in her ear, I don't like oranges. I only want to eat you. Go wash up, and I'll enjoy you when I return. Upon hearing this, a deep blush spread across Mikoto's face. After Sato Shuichi departed, Yuhi Akatsuki could no longer contain her curiosity. Mikoto-sensei, what exactly did Shuichi-sensei say to you that made you blush so fiercely? As she beheld the inquisitive faces of Yuhi and the others, Mikoto's blush deepened, even reaching her neck. I didn't say anything. It's just a bit warm today. I'm going to take a shower. Chapter 146, The Confused Shursui. Sato Shuichi unfurled the sealing scroll, and the three unconscious mist ninjas suddenly materialized, crashing heavily to the ground. He gently kicked one of them with his foot. Orochimaru. These three mist ninjas were attempting to gather intelligence and were captured by Mikoto and me. You can handle them as you see fit. A smirk danced on Orochimaru's lips as he licked his upper lip with his unusually long tongue upon hearing Sato Shuichi's words. Truly impressive, Shuichi, to have completed the task so swiftly. Do you have time later for a drink? Given that the Leaf Village was under a prohibition on alcohol due to being at the front lines of war, indulging too much could lead to dire consequences if the enemy infiltrated. However, such restrictions were utterly meaningless to the two present. Sato Shuichi rubbed his arms and shook his head. Perhaps not. I have other matters to attend to. Unbothered by Sato Shuichi's refusal, Orochimaru merely nodded. Very well. We shall gather another time. Sato Shuichi nodded in agreement and exited the room. The warm sunlight bathed Sato Shuichi, dispelling the eerie chill that had enveloped him. He could now ascertain that Orochimaru had decided to commence human experimentation at this time. The look in his eyes was entirely devoid of humanity, as if he were unaffected by what transpired around him. The Uchiha's heavy losses might well have been aided by Orochimaru's machinations. Sato Shuichi shook his head, casting aside such unsettling thoughts. None of this concerned him. As long as Orochimaru did not target those dear to him, he would remain uninvolved. Should Orochimaru overstep his bounds, Sato Shuichi would be more than willing to teach him a lesson in decorum. Returning to his secluded cabin, Sato Shuichi noticed the bulge of the blanket on his bed. Falling into contemplation, what could this signify? Was it an enemy ambush? Yet, would there truly be an enemy hiding beneath the covers? Uncertain of the situation, Sato Shuichi gently lifted the corner of the blanket and peered inside. He locked eyes with a pair of bright, clear orbs. After a moment, Sato Shuichi finally asked, Mikoto, what are you up to? Didn't you say you wanted me to wash up and wait for your return? Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi's eyes brightened. He had never anticipated that Mikoto would actually comply with his offhand remark. With this thought in mind, he could not resist yanking the blanket away. Hey Shuichi, what are you doing? Mikoto exclaimed, covering herself with her hands. Gazing upon her unclothed form, Sato Shuichi swallowed hard. Even the most talented artists of ancient Greece could never hope to create a masterpiece as captivating as the sight before him. Yet, Sato Shuichi did not lose his composure. Instead, he turned and cast a soundproof barrier. After all, it was still broad daylight. Though his cabin was relatively secluded within the camp, it would be quite inappropriate should anyone pass by. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the moonlight spread across the land, bringing a refreshing coolness. Sato Shuichi reached out to caress Mikoto's smooth back and suddenly asked, Are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare something to eat? Mikoto shot him an exasperated glance. What time do you think it is? The cafeteria has long since closed. Sato Shuichi buried his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply, a look of rapture adorning his face. How could our noble Princess Mikoto possibly eat from a communal pot? It is, of course, necessary for this guardian knight to personally take to the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Mikoto could not help but break into a radiant smile. I am no princess, she retorted playfully. Moreover, in fairy tales, do not princesses always live happily ever after with their princes? You mentioned fairy tales, he replied. And should any prince dare to covet you, I would promptly send him to meet his demise. What would you like to eat? As long as it is prepared by Knight Hideo, I would relish it. After a brief moment of tender intimacy in bed, Sato Hideo rose to prepare dinner. Both he and Mikoto had not eaten for nearly half a day, and having just engaged in such vigorous exercise, their stomachs were nearly hollow with hunger. To be frank, I have little to offer you in terms of guidance, Sato Hideo remarked, gazing down at the earnest Uchiha Shursui before him. Your combat style is already established, and attempting to alter it would not be prudent. Upon hearing this, a look of dismay washed over Uchiha Shursui's face. He had expected that the hero of Konoha he idolized would impart some profound combat techniques. Sato Hideo playfully tousled Shursui's hair into a chaotic mess. Do not be so disheartened. While I cannot provide you with practical combat advice, I am more than willing to offer you some clarity in matters of the spirit. Observing the bewildered expression on Uchiha Shursui's face, Sato Hideo could not help but think, what a splendid youth. How unfortunate he fell victim to that old fox Danzo in the original story. Since he is now in my care, I must instill in him what true values are. Which do you believe holds greater importance, Konoha or the Uchiha clan? Upon hearing this question, Uchiha Shirsue's countenance shifted to one of turmoil. He had been indoctrinated with the notion of Uchiha supremacy since birth, yet this clashed starkly with the teachings he received at the Ninja Academy. In his heart, it seemed that the ideals taught at the academy were the correct ones. Contemplating this, Uchiha Shirsue's eyes hardened with resolve as he answered unequivocally. Though the Uchiha clan is immensely important, the village holds even greater significance. Without the village, there would be no Uchiha. Such an astute response confirmed Sato Hideo's belief that Uchiha Shirsue was undoubtedly a prodigy. Even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, from the original narrative, possessed no greater political acumen. Do you know how Konoha was founded? It was established by the first Hokage, alongside Uchiha Madara. At the mention of Uchiha Madara, an uneasy expression crossed Uchiha Shirsue's face. Chapter 147, The Earth Spider. The character of Uchiha Madara has always been a source of great conflict for the Uchiha clan. Indeed, the zenith of the Uchiha clan was forged by Madara himself. However, the clan now occupies such an awkward position in Konoha due to Madara's rebellion against the village. Moreover, the Uchiha clan within Konoha has, in a strict sense, betrayed Madara, as they did not follow him into exile. It is no wonder that Madara showed no mercy on the night of the massacre. Returning to the matter at hand, seeing the peculiar expression on Uchiha Shirsue's face, Sato Hideo nodded. Konoha was essentially founded by both the Senju and Uchiha clans, meaning that both are indispensable. Yet, the circumstances for these two great clans have only worsened. Conversely, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans have suddenly risen to prominence following the Second Shinobi World War. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shirsue's expression shifted dramatically. He was no fool and understood the implications behind Sato Hideo's words. That is, Sarutobi Hiruzen had conspired with Danzo to suppress the Uchiha and Senju clans for the benefit of his own family. Otherwise, why was the reputation of the Uchiha clan deteriorating while they were relegated to the unsuitable front lines of the mist? As for the Senju clan, had it not been for Tsunade, they could very well be forgotten by now. Uchiha Shirsue longed to refute this notion, believing that the Hokage should be a figure of light and greatness, one who sacrifices for the village and would never resort to such actions. However, the reality laid bare before Uchiha Shirsue compelled him to reconsider his beliefs. In contemplation, Uchiha Shirsue instinctively activated his Sharingan, illustrating the profound impact Sato Hideo's words had on him. Sato Hideo said nothing further but gently patted Uchiha Shirsue on the shoulder before rising to depart. This was a matter that Uchiha Shirsue needed to ponder on his own. Further words would be futile, should he remain obstinate. The future would see Sato Hideo and him transformed into adversaries, for the power of Koto Amatsukami was far too formidable. Such strength, if not wielded by oneself, could indeed lead to sleepless nights. Yamashiro Aoi was an ordinary chunin of Konoha, born into a commonplace family, graduating from the Ninja Academy with average grades, and subsequently joining an unremarkable team. He had initially believed his life would pass by unremarkably, marrying an ordinary woman and begetting ordinary children to carry on his lineage. However, 6 months prior, his life underwent a cataclysmic change. The seemingly omnipotent instructor of his team was abruptly slain by an enemy, and his unfortunate teammates followed their teacher into the afterlife. Only he, by sheer luck, managed to escape the calamity. After this battle, Yamashiro Aoi, filled with regret and reflection, decided to retire from being a ninja altogether. He would return to Konoha and lead a normal life, for this life of violence and bloodshed was not suited for him. Thus, today marked Yamashiro Aoi's final day of duty. However, such moments often proved to be the most perilous. As he gazed at the diminutive figure before him, his legs trembled involuntarily. Why must I be so unlucky to encounter this individual, whom I cannot possibly defeat? Should I simply surrender? But it seems the Mist Ninja do not accept captives. What should I do? To die in a cowardly manner, or to sacrifice myself heroically? The answer quickly formed in Yamashiro Aoi's mind. Drawing a kunai, he shouted as if to embolden himself, "If I can hold you here, my comrades will arrive, and you will meet your end alongside me." With that, Yamashiro Aoi charged toward the enemy in the distance. A thunderous crash resounded as a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, instantly extinguishing Yamashiro Aoi's life. Observing the charred remains before her, Lin Xinyu curled her lip in disdain. What nonsense was that? I expected a formidable opponent, yet this is all I find. Where might I encounter a worthy adversary? Meanwhile, a somewhat familiar figure flickered in Lin Xinyu's mind. That individual was also a ninja from Konoha. Would she chance upon him? If they crossed paths, She would surely bring him back to the village, limbs broken. Simultaneously, dozens of miles away, Sato Hideo suddenly felt an unexplainable chill creep up his spine, as if something in the shadows had set its sights on him. Rubbing his arms, he could not recall having offended anyone. After all, he had always been amicable. Half an hour later, Sato Hideo arrived at the scene of the earlier incident. Gazing at the ashen remains, he could not help but sigh. Poor soul, to be dispatched so swiftly. Yet, in some ways, this is preferable. At least it was a quick exit, devoid of suffering. Recognizing the headband on Yamashiro Aoi, Sato Hideo identified his allegiance. Thus, he commanded the Gingue hidden within the shadows to create a breach with a shadow ball, and proceeded to bury it within. Should this war reach its conclusion, perhaps a ninja would escort him back to Konoha. If left undiscovered, this location could serve as a splendid resting place. Do not question Sato Shuichi's decision to refrain from bringing Yamashiro Aoi back. It is simply that the multitude of corpses scattered throughout this forest is overwhelming. Those from Konoha, from Kirigakure, and even innocent civilians. It would be an insurmountable task to gather so many bodies, even if it were to exhaust Sato Shuichi to the brink of collapse. Allowing Yamashiro Aoi to rest in peace suffices as a gesture of compassion towards a comrade. However, a sense of curiosity began to stir within Sato Shuichi. It is common knowledge that lightning release is typically the forte of those muscle-brain ninjas from Kimogakure. The Mist ninjas are predominantly adept in water release. Yet, the individual who eliminated Yamashiro Aoi possessed lightning techniques that could only be wielded by a jonin at the very least. When did Kirigakure give rise to such a formidable figure? This revelation certainly piqued Sato Shuichi's intrigue. Orochimaru spoke in a gravelly voice, handing Sato Shuichi a scroll of intelligence. Recently, Kirigakure has dispatched ninjas from the Tsuchigumo clan, inflicting considerable damage upon us. I hope you can assist in eliminating those fiends. Sato Shuichi did not respond immediately. Instead, he unfurled the scroll for a closer examination. It did not take long for him to comprehend why the so-called Tsuchigumo clan had caused such extensive casualties. They were, quite simply, a band of lunatics. The Tsuchigumo clan possessed a secret forbidden technique known as Rage of the Heavens, primarily enabling self-detonation. The explosion's radius was so vast that it could obliterate everything within several hundred kilometers. One could say, the ninjas of the Tsuchigumo clan were walking TNT bombs, quick to explode at the slightest provocation. Chapter 148, Interrogation. For an ordinary ninja, confronting such an adversary would leave them with no option but to flee. It goes without saying that if one cannot defeat them, there is little recourse. Even if victory is achieved, one could still be met with self-detonation, rendering escape futile. However, this posed no challenge for Sato Shuichi. After all, his mastery of sealing techniques should suffice to withstand the Tsuchigumo's self-detonation. Furthermore, should sealing techniques prove ineffective, he could simply employ the Flying Thunder God technique to evade. After a moment's contemplation, Sato Shuichi nodded in acceptance of the task. Given the Tsuchigumo clan's peril and the devastation they wrought, this mission was classified as an S-rank assignment, with a reward to match its gravity. After briefing Mikoto and his 3 students, Sato Shuichi hastily plunged into a dense thicket. As he traversed the forest, he pondered the matter at hand. He finally recalled the connection between the Tsuchigumo clan and the Jinchuriki of the six-tailed beast. Moreover, it appeared that the technique Rage of the Heavens was reserved for the clan's leader. How curious that it seemed as if every member of the Tsuchigumo clan had now mastered this technique. Could this be the so-called butterfly effect? Before long, Sato Shuichi spotted a ninja with golden hair. This individual bore no forehead protector, resembling a wandering ninja. However, he was flanked by 2 mist ninjas. Observing this peculiar duo, Sato Shuichi concealed himself, eager to discern their intentions. Why are we following this guy? He is not even from our village. One mist ninja whispered in frustration to his companion. The latter tapped his own head and replied softly, "Keep your voice down. Did you see what he got around his neck? If that detonates, everything within 100 meters will turn to ash. Moreover, their clan leader is said to possess the power to annihilate Kirigakure single-handedly, classified as a forbidden technique by the Third Mizukage." Upon hearing this, the earlier complaining mist ninja involuntarily shuddered. Sometimes, ignorance can be a blessing, as it alleviates many worries. However, upon learning the identity of the individual before them, the mist ninja could no longer regard this mission with indifference. Their task was to escort this Tsuchigumo ninja near the Konoha encampment, ideally delivering him directly into their base. What had commenced as a simple escort mission now resembled a death squad, a certain path to demise. Whether they succeeded or failed, self-detonation awaited them. With this grim realization, the Mist Ninja contemplated fleeing, for this harrowing task was beyond human endurance. Yet, thoughts of his family back in the village quelled his cowardice. Should he perish, he would become a martyr for Kirigakure, and his family's livelihood would improve under the village's protection. Should he abandon his comrades, his family would likely face ostracism. With that thought, the Mist Ninja struck the nearby tree in frustration, causing a shower of leaves to cascade to the ground. The noise attracted the attention of the other Mist Ninja and the Tsuchigumo clan member ahead, confronted with two pairs of skeptical eyes. The Mist Ninja could only muster an awkward smile. It's nothing, just a moment of impatience. Meanwhile, high up in the trees, Sato Shuichi slowly sheathed his long knife. Having initially feared he had been compromised, only to realize it was merely the Mist Ninja's moment of folly. After following the trio for a short distance, Sato Shuichi suddenly made his move. He launched himself from the branches overhead, descending like a divine being. With a swift motion, two heads were severed from their bodies. Soaring into the air, the speed of his action left even the Tsuchigumo ninja momentarily stunned, as Sato Shuichi's hand swiftly gripped his neck. A flurry of sealing inscriptions enveloped the Tsuchigumo clan member, rendering him incapable of self-detonation. After completing this maneuver, Sato Shuichi lifted the Tsuchigumo ninja by the throat, watching as his face turned ashen. Desperately, the ninja clawed at Sato Shuichi's iron grip, gasping for precious air. Yet, Sato Shuichi's hand was unyielding as steel, impervious to any marks left by the frantic struggles. As the Tsuchigumo ninja felt himself on the brink of unconsciousness, Sato Shuichi forcefully hurled him against a nearby tree trunk. Even then, the Tsuchigumo ninja disregarded the searing pain radiating from his back, greedily inhaling the fresh air. At that moment, Sato Shuichi approached him and inquired calmly, "Shall we converse?" The Tsuchigumo ninja looked up at Sato Shuichi, his face etched with terror. He had thought he had transcended the fear of death, but the sensation of suffocation had dragged him back into the realm of reality. Humans, after all, are creatures of instinct, driven by the will to survive. Seeing the Tsuchigumo ninja's silence, Sato Shuichi pressed on. "Isn't the rage of the heavens a technique exclusive to the clan's designated practitioners? Why does it seem that everyone in the Tsuchigumo clan has mastered it now?" The Tsuchigumo ninja's expression shifted to one of astonishment, unable to suppress his inquiry. "How do you know this? I am the one posing the questions, not you." Upon hearing this, the earth spider's face flickered with a hint of fear, and he quickly shook his head. "Kill me if you must. If I divulge any information, my family will face dire consequences." Observing the earth spider's nonchalant demeanor, akin to a pig unbothered by boiling water, Sato Shuichi silently mused. It appears this individual is not willingly participating in this suicide mission. The one known as the Traveler of the Rolls holds some weight after all. Chapter 149, Hikari. "Do you know who I am?" Sato Shuichi inquired. The earth spider shook his head, his expression betraying confusion. "I am Sato Shuichi." At this revelation, the earth spider's body trembled violently from sheer terror. The reason was simple. Sato Shuichi's notoriety was immense, albeit predominantly negative. In certain circles, he had become a figure of legend. A demon who could devour two children in a single meal. At this moment, the earth spider realized he had utterly lost hope for survival. Being in the clutches of such a harbinger of death left him no chance of reprieve. Then, Sato Shuichi leaned closer to the earth spider's ear, whispering seductively, "Since you are aware of my identity, you must comprehend my capabilities. Eliminating the Traveler of the Rolls is a trivial task. If you share all that you know with me, I shall allow you to return. Surely, your clan has dispatched many to undertake this mission. Your absence would hardly be noted." Sato Shuichi's words resonated like the whispers of a devil, continually seducing the earth spider's mind. Simultaneously, a thread of illusionary energy subtly invaded the earth spider's consciousness. After a considerable pause, the earth spider finally looked up at Sato Shuichi. "Are you certain that once I speak, you will let me go?" Sato Shuichi immediately broke into a radiant smile. "I swear by the name of Elder Shimura Danzo that if I fail to uphold my promise, may he meet an untimely demise." Seeing Sato Shuichi's earnest demeanor, the earth spider felt reassured, though he was still bound by the oppressive circumstances. Even as a loyal subject, death felt inevitable. Moreover, the loathsome Traveler of the Rolls had turned everyone into scapegoats. Such a being was unworthy of leading the earth spider clan. Harboring resentment toward the Traveler of the Rolls, the earth spider quickly divulged every piece of information he possessed. Sato Shuichi nodded in satisfaction and then released the restraints binding the earth spider. The earth spider rose, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs, and looked at Sato Shuichi with uncertainty. Will you truly let me go? Sato Shuichi nodded affirmatively. I have sworn by the name of Shimura Danzo. He is a revered elder of our Leaf Village, and I must honor my word. Our village values integrity above all. After glancing at Sato Shuichi's ambiguous smile, the earth spider turned and fled. Just as he believed he had escaped, his consciousness began to dissipate. Simultaneously, a chilling laughter echoed from the shadows behind him. Kekekek. The Jingue slowly emerged from the darkness. Sato Shuichi had not technically broken his promise, for he had indeed granted the earth spider a chance at life. However, it was the Jingue who acted upon that opportunity, and he had invoked Danzo's name, which bore no connection to Sato Shuichi. Having gleaned the information from the earth spider, Sato Shuichi clarified the situation. The Traveler of the Rolls had implanted a furious spirit into other members of the earth spider clan. However, it could only be utilized once, and the user would perish immediately afterward. Additionally, to prevent rebellion, the Traveler of the Rolls had taken control of the clan's elderly, women, and children to achieve his objectives. It was undeniable that the Traveler of the Rolls was on par with Danzo. With this newfound intelligence, Sato Shuichi resolved to address the issue at its source. By eliminating the Traveler of the Rolls, the complications would cease to exist. He had also learned the location of the Earth Spider Clan stronghold, which was quite nearby. It was no wonder there had been so many human bombs lately. In the early hours of the morning, when sleep was at its deepest, the night felt eerily silent. Even the dogs lay dormant, with only the occasional chirp of insects resonating through the forest. Gazing at the distant village, a bloodthirsty curve crept onto Sato Shuichi's face. He need not inquire about the Traveler of the Rolls' whereabouts, for the overwhelming chakra emanating from him revealed his position. The strongest individual in that village must undoubtedly be the Traveler of the Rolls himself. Soon, Sato Shuichi stealthily infiltrated the grandest house within the village. However, as he climbed through the balcony, he found himself locking eyes with a pair of bright orbs. Before him stood a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl, roughly the same age as Yuhi Kurinai. Sato Shuichi could not help but blink in surprise. After a moment, he slowly spoke. May I inquire who you are? I am Hikari. This handsome big brother, what brings you here? I am Sato Shuichi. What is your relation to the Traveler of the Rolls? He is my grandfather. The atmosphere instantly grew awkward, leaving Sato Shuichi at a loss for words. Was he to simply state, hello, I have come to eliminate your grandfather? At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Moments later, a white-haired, bearded old man burst into the room, panic etched across his face. Upon entering, he immediately shielded Hikari behind him. Casting a wary gaze at Sato Shuichi, I never expected you to come personally. It seems this old life of mine is quite valuable. This old man was none other than Sato Shuichi's target, the Traveler of the Rolls. Sato Shuichi plopped down onto the living room sofa, treating himself as if he were at home, casually plucking an apple from the fruit basket and taking a sizable bite. Witnessing this, the Traveler of the Rolls' eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Sato Shuichi's blatant disregard was a clear affront to him. Had he been in his youth, he would have launched himself at Sato Shuichi without hesitation. However, age had softened the Traveler of the Rolls, and with his precious granddaughter behind him, he chose to swallow his indignation. Before long, Sato Shuichi finished the apple, tossing the core in a perfect arc into the trash bin. Your apples are quite palatable. Do consider procuring more next time. By the way, since you are aware of my identity, you must also understand my intentions. The Traveler of the Rolls clenched his teeth, a look of reluctant resignation on his face. Speak. What must you have from me and Hikari to ensure our survival? The previously amicable atmosphere swiftly turned frigid upon the Traveler of the Rolls' words. Chapter 150, The Legacy. At this moment, Hikari finally sensed that something was amiss. This handsome big brother did not seem to be visiting for a friendly chat. With this realization, she tightened her grasp on the Traveler of the Rolls' clothing. I am quite curious about one matter. Your clan, the Earth Spiders, does not belong to the Hidden Mist Village. Why aid them in attacking the Leaf Village, especially at the cost of your clan members' lives? I suspect you may even be a spy for the Hidden Mist Village. Upon hearing Sato Shuichi's words, Hikari's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not fathom how her usually kind-hearted grandfather could commit such acts. No wonder she has been feeling that the village has been dwindling in numbers lately. It turns out that this is not merely her imagination. The body of the Traveler of Duty suddenly hunched over, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Alas, I do not wish to act in this manner. If I refrain from doing so, the Mist Shinobi will surely obliterate the Tsuchigomo clan. Observing the sorrowful expression on the Traveler of Duty's face, Sato Shuichi could not help but inquire, since you fear the Mist Shinobi, do you not also fear the retaliation from Konoha? The commander here is Orochimaru. I doubt he is much kinder than the Mist Shinobi. The Traveler of Duty was momentarily rendered speechless. He had indeed contemplated this matter. However, not long ago, the Third Mizukage had come here with the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, threatening him that if he did not assist, the Tsuchigumo clan would be erased from history. Furthermore, the modified version of Rage of Heaven was also provided by the Third Mizukage. Sometimes, the Traveler of Duty found himself curious about how the Third Mizukage knew so much about the Tsuchigumo clan. At this point, it was futile to speak further. I have only one request. Please spare Hikari. She is still very young and has much life to experience. As for me, I have lived long enough. If I die, so be it. Grandfather, Hikari tightly clenched the hem of her garment, her face revealing a complex expression. She could sense that her grandfather's current situation was rather grim. You are Tsunade's disciple. You should be able to discern my physical condition, Sato Shuichi nodded. Your body resembles autumn leaves, having lost the majority of its vitality. The only fate left is to return to the roots. This was one of the reasons Sato Shuichi was willing to engage in idle chatter with the Traveler of Duty. Even if he did not take action, this old man had few paths to survival. Just then, the Traveler of Duty suddenly stepped forward, grasping Sato Shuichi's wrist with his frail hand. Then, with clouded eyes, he stared intently at Sato Shuichi and spoke. Sato Shuichi, I know you to be the strongest of the new generation of ninjas. I would like to entrust you with a task. Will you look after Hikari after I pass? The Rage of Heaven from our Tsuchigumo clan should be of great assistance to you. Why do I feel as though you are arranging your affairs as if you were on your deathbed? You are not attempting to elicit my sympathy, are you? Observing the skeptical expression on Sato Shuichi's face, the Traveler of Duty managed a bleak smile. Do you know why only the leader of the Tsuchigumo clan can learn the Rage of Heaven? I was unaware, but seeing your current state, I can deduce it. The Traveler of Duty nodded, and then turned to Hikari, sternly ordering, kneel. Despite her confusion, Hikari complied out of trust for her grandfather. The Traveler of Duty's expression softened a little, and he continued, repeat after me. I swear, from this day forth, to follow Sato Shuichi. Should I violate this oath, may I be punished by heaven, earth, man, ghost, and God. Hikari echoed each word after him. This was all to ensure that after his death, his granddaughter would not fall victim to Sato Shuichi's reckoning. However, as long as Sato Shuichi was a normal ninja, he should not refuse the power of Rage of Heaven. The Traveler of Duty approached Hikari, gently stroking her head, his tone kind as he said, This will be the last time I pat your head, my dear. My life has reached its end. This is not related to anyone else. It is simply fate. After I am gone, you should follow Sato Shuichi back to Konoha. The curse that has plagued the Tsuchigumo clan for so long should come to an end now. With that, the Traveler of Duty placed his right hand on Hikari's back. As chakra flowed continuously from his hand into her body, his life force steadily dwindled. This method of inheritance piqued Sato Shuichi's curiosity. If one day the leader of the Tsuchigumo clan were to die unexpectedly, would the Rage of Heaven not be lost forever? About 10 minutes later, the Traveler of Duty's body lost all signs of life. His right hand suddenly fell, collapsing to the ground alongside his body. Hikari immediately turned and fell upon the Traveler of Duty's remains, weeping uncontrollably. As she gazed at the nameless grave, tears streamed down her face once more. Sato Shuichi placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and gently asked, What are your plans moving forward? Hikari, her eyes red, shook her head. I do not know. I have no family left in this world. I do not know where to go from here. Sato Shuichi could not help but let out a heavy sigh. In that case, you may stay by my side for the time being. After all, I promised your grandfather. Hearing this, Hikari stared blankly at Sato Shuichi's face. After a considerable pause, she suddenly reached out and embraced his waist. Instantly, a damp sensation appeared on Sato Shuichi's clothing. So, you've brought another person back? I seriously suspect that one day you will end up in prison, Mikoto remarked, rubbing her temples with a distressed expression. She simply could not comprehend how, after only 2 days apart, Sato Shuichi had managed to find yet another person. Wait, why did she say again? Sato Shuichi glanced at Hikari, who was nervously clutching his clothing, and proceeded to explain, This is a long story. Hikari is a person of unfortunate fate, and the circumstances are quite complicated. After Sato Shuichi briefly recounted the events, Mikoto's gaze softened as she looked at Hikari. To experience such hardships at such a young age is indeed a heavy burden for Hikari. Chapter 151. Farewell, Little Apple. This is our team's newest member, Hikari. Let us give her a warm welcome. Sato Shuichi addressed Kurinai and the others. Although they had never met Hikari before, Yohara Rin and Konan clapped enthusiastically out of respect for Sato Shuichi. However, Kurinai, being more headstrong, clearly lacked such political awareness. She stared curiously at Hikari, who was around her age, and asked, I don't think I've ever seen you in the village before. I was not a ninja from Konoha. Hikari did not disclose her origins from the Tsuchigumo clan, as the current Konoha and Tsuchigumo were sworn enemies. If her identity as the future heir of Tsuchigumo were to be revealed, she would have to keep one eye open while sleeping to guard against assassination. Kurenai nodded and then turned to Sato Shuichi. But aren't most teams composed of only 3 members? Why are we becoming 4? Sato Shuichi shot Kurenai a glance, his expression one of impatience. In that case, as the team leader, I shall dismiss you from our team. After all, you are now a Chunin and can handle missions on your own. Upon hearing this, Kurenai shook her head vigorously, as if trying to deny the very notion. I don't want that. Besides, we live in a time that values democracy. This isn't a dictatorship. As she spoke, Kurenai cast a hopeful glance at her teammates. However, she was sorely disappointed. Her 2 trusted companions appeared to lack any inclination to support her. Yuhara Rin wore an apologetic expression, avoiding Kurenai's gaze, while Konan directly grasped Sato Shuichi's hand, clearly expressing her stance. Why have you 2, Xiaolin and Xiaonan, betrayed me? Were we not teammates who relied on each other? I always believed that the bond we shared was stronger than anything else in this world. The sun setting in the west, Yuhi Kurenai, with both hands pressed to the ground, unleashed a roar of indignation. After finishing their treasure hunt, the 4-member team began to introduce themselves. Although Ing had yet to enter Konoha and still bore the title of enemy, who could dare to dismiss Sato Shuichi, the man destined to become Hokage? However, compared to Kurenai and her companions, Ing lagged significantly in strength, despite mastering the explosive technique of Rage Burst, which could detonate at any moment against an adversary. She could not even best Kurenai in combat. Moreover, the Rage Burst was not a technique to be wielded carelessly. Even though Ying's version was a complete form, unlike others who could only use a juvenile variant once before facing dire consequences, it remained a last resort, a trump card not to be revealed easily. Seeing the 4 youngsters getting along well, Sato Shuichi decided to leave and seek happiness with Mikoto. Suddenly, the previously clear sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, thick layers brewing a terrifying thunderstorm. The origin of this calamity was a diminutive mist ninja. This lightning, akin to a natural disaster, caused not only Konoha's ninjas, but even their mist ally to feel a twinge of fear. Let the lightning purify all, Lin Shinyu Yuli proclaimed with a hint of madness, addressing the Konoha ninjas whose faces had turned pale with trepidation. Without warning, bolts of lightning, as thick as water barrels, descended from the clouds, barreling towards the Konoha ninjas. In that critical moment, a towering figure suddenly positioned himself between the lightning and the Konoha ninjas. Sato Shuichi raised a hand to form a seal and then exhaled a gust of wind, engulfing the rampant lightning. Afterward, Sato Shuichi turned to the Konoha ninjas, who were now seated on the ground, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived. Everyone, I hope I'm not too late, he said, his gentle voice flowing like a clear spring, instantly dispelling the fear within them. It's Lord Shuichi. With him here, we can surely defeat the Mist Ninjas. How wonderful. We need not perish. Sato Shuichi pressed his hands down, silencing the somewhat raucous murmurs. Leave this to me. You should return. The Konoha ninjas nodded gratefully and helped each other away from this perilous place. Sato Shuichi then turned his attention to Lin Chinyu Yuli and the trembling Mist Ninjas. Lord Lin Chinyu Yuli, that fellow seems to be the legendary Sato Shuichi. Should we consider a temporary retreat? One of them suggested. Indeed. The village chief has stated that when encountering Sato Shuichi, we can abandon our mission and withdraw. Upon hearing the spineless remarks of his subordinates, Lin Chinyu Yuli's expression darkened. It was not their cowardice that angered her, but her own inadequacy in instilling fear compared to Sato Shuichi. Otherwise, they would not be so preoccupied with retreating. Just as Lin Chinyu Yuli was about to explode with rage, Sato Shuichi unexpectedly spoke. You should all leave quickly. Today, I have no desire to kill. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Mist Ninjas brightened. However, they exchanged hesitant glances, none daring to take the first step. They feared that if they fled now, what would happen when they returned? Lin Chinyu Yuli showed no mercy to enemies, nor did she spare her own village's ninjas. With an impatient click of her tongue, Lin Chinyu Yuli scolded, You pitiful cowards, hurry and get lost. Only then did the Mist Ninjas dare to flee. In that instant, Lin Chinyu Yuli's face lit up with an exhilarating smile, radiating electric energy as she charged towards Sato Shuichi. In the blink of an eye, she had dashed to his front, raising her fist to strike at his abdomen. Although targeting his chest or head would have been more effective, her stature did not allow for such maneuvers. Thus, she could only settle for an attack on his abdomen. At that moment, a large hand suddenly enveloped Lin Chinyu Yuli's electrifying fist. As that hand grasped her punch, it was as if Lin Chinyu Yuli had been drained of power, her lightning technique vanishing instantly. Suddenly losing chakra would throw ordinary ninjas into a frenzy, yet Lin Chinyu Yuli seemed to have anticipated this. With a surge from her waist, she leaped up and delivered a swift kick. Although it failed to inflict any significant damage on Sato Shuichi, it created distance between them. Gazing at Sato Shuichi, Lin Chinyu Yuli finally spoke the first words of their long-awaited reunion. After all this time, you're still such a scoundrel, directly banishing my chakra. Sato Shuichi retorted without hesitation. After so long, you remain as cold-hearted as ever. I spared those mist ninjas out of respect for you. Yet you came at me without hesitation. It seems my trust was misplaced. If you wish to kill those useless ones, do so. It is of no concern to me. Do you expect me to take credit for every ant you crush while walking? What a heartless woman, treating her fellow village ninjas as mere insects. I must reconsider our relationship, lest I fear being stabbed in the back by you. Lin Chinyu Yuli offered no response, but brandished a sharp kunai, charging directly at Sato Shuichi. However, he stood frozen in place, seemingly dumbfounded. Just as the kunai's tip pierced through Sato Shuichi's clothing, on the verge of embedding itself in his chest, Lin Chinyu Yuli smirked and eased her grip. Why do you not evade? Because I am unafraid. Why are you unafraid? Because I know you couldn't bear to kill me. Lin Chinyu Yuli could not help but retort. Do you truly think I would hesitate to kill you? With the space-time ninjutsu flying thunder god, you haven't visited even once in all this time. Sato Shuichi scratched his head, wearing an odd expression. What about the pendant I gave you? Lin Chinyu Yuli glanced down at the ground, then kicked a small stone away. That worthless trinket? I discarded it long ago. Then what lies beneath your clothing? What business is it of yours? We are enemies, and I have not killed fewer of your Konoha ninjas. Sato Shuichi reached out to pat Lin Chinyu Yuli's head, but she quickly bared her teeth and shoved him away. I do not know those ninjas. If you kill them, so be it. Do not let those irrelevant matters affect our friendship. Lin Chinyu Yuli said nothing, merely puffing her cheeks and turning her head away, resembling a petulant girl in love. Anyone familiar with Lin Chinyu Yuli witnessing this scene would be utterly astonished, unable to believe their eyes. Although Lin Chinyu Yuli possesses a remarkably petite physique and an undeniably adorable visage, her demeanor is decidedly more assertive than that of many men. Dining amidst piles of corpses is merely a commonplace occurrence for her, and she is quick to resort to confrontation at the slightest provocation. Furthermore, with her formidable strength, those who fall under her gaze are oftentimes left either dead or severely injured. Even in the talent-rich Hidden Mist village, a fierce individual like Lin Chinyu Yuli has made quite a name for herself. At that moment, Sato Shuichi unexpectedly reached under Lin Chinyu Yuli's armpit and, as if engaging in playful antics with a child, lifted her into the air. This action successfully caught Lin Chinyu Yuli off guard, for she despises being treated like a mere child. You scoundrel, put me down at once, or I swear I shall truly end you, she threatened. However, Sato Shuichi appeared unfazed by her warning, continuing to hoist her up and down while cheerfully chanting, "Up we go." As Sato Shuichi observed the deep bite mark on his wrist, he couldn't help but remark, "Is it really necessary?" It was merely a jest, why the sudden fury? Yet, the bite mark also revealed that despite her small stature, Lin Chinyu Yuli possessed remarkable physical strength. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for a mere ninja to breach Sato Shuichi's defenses. That's your own doing, Lin Chinyu Yuli retorted, crossing her arms with a look of exasperation. Sato Shuichi then placed an arm around her waist, but this time he refrained from any mischief and instead pulled her petite form into his embrace. Sitting together on the ground, Sato Shuichi rested his chin on Lin Chinyu Yuli's head and asked, "Have you missed me during our time apart?" Lin Chinyu Yuli offered no reply, clearly still harboring grievances over Sato Shuichi's prolonged silence. He sighed inwardly, contemplating, even in anger, one must employ reason. While it is true I left the Flying Thunder God mark, I also informed you that you could channel chakra into it, and it would lead me to you. But have you ever bothered to do so? Upon hearing this, Lin Chinyu Yuli finally broke her silence. I didn't call for you. Why didn't you take the initiative to find me? Sato Shuichi's expression turned comically incredulous. How could I dare to seek you out? The distance between Konoha and the Hidden Mist village is nearly enough to drain my chakra entirely. What if I arrived right in the heart of the Hidden Mist village? Wouldn't that be akin to walking straight into a trap? If I wished to enter and exit freely, I'd need Terumi Mei to work hard for that. What effort could that big-breasted airhead possibly exert? Lin Chinyu Yuli scoffed. She ought to strive for the position of Mizukage. Once Terumi Mei becomes Mizukage, we could stride through the Hidden Mist village with impunity. Lin Qinyu Yuli playfully nudged Sato Shuichi's chin with her head, expressing her discontent. Lack of ambition. Can't you simply fight your way into the hidden mist village? Despite her apparent disdain for Terumi Mei, she found it irksome that Sato Shuichi was praising her. Sato Shuichi, eager to appease her, responded, all right, I shall rely on the esteemed Lin Qinyu Yuli to protect me. A moment later, Lin Qinyu Yuli suddenly remarked, your claws seem rather itchy. Shall I assist you in removing them? Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi couldn't suppress a bemused expression. Though his actions were easily misconstrued, his intentions were devoid of any romantic undertones. He merely sought to assess Lin Qinyu Yuli's physical condition. In the original narrative, she had wielded powerful lightning release techniques, effortlessly overcoming adversaries, yet her life was tragically short-lived, cut short by illness at a young age. A cruel twist of fate for one so gifted. At that moment, Sato Shuichi furrowed his brows, noticing issues with Lin Qinyu Yuli's organs. They appeared overly stimulated, possibly due to some external influence. While she was still young and seemingly unaffected, this issue could become increasingly dire with age. Do you often enhance your body with lightning release? Sato Shuichi inquired. Lin Qinyu Yuli instinctively replied, how do you know? Have you been spying on me? In response, Sato Shuichi delivered a light chop to her head and, observing her indignant expression, gently said, while a moderate electrical current can indeed stimulate cells and temporarily enhance physical capabilities, as seen in the lightning release chakra mode of the Cloud Village, your reckless use of high-voltage currents could lead to irreversible consequences. Though Sato Shuichi's warnings were serious, Lin Qinyu Yuli remained dismissive. It's fine. Perhaps I'll meet my end due to something else before any side effects arise. As a ninja, pursuing longevity is unnecessary. Her cavalier attitude towards her own life infuriated Sato Shuichi, who restrained his anger and stated, I will grant you one more chance to articulate your thoughts. Unfazed by his underlying ire, Lin Qinyu Yuli stoked the flames further, declaring, my ideal is to perish at the hands of a formidable foe. If I were ever to lie bedridden due to illness, I would take matters into my own hands. That is my ninja way. Such impassioned rhetoric failed to sway Sato Shuichi, who simply produced a lollipop, unwrapped it, and placed it in her mouth. As Lin Qinyu Yuli pondered why Sato Shuichi had suddenly offered her candy, her perspective shifted abruptly, and she found herself seated on his lap. He then began to perform a traditional cultural dance, the Ansei waist drum. With the lollipop in her mouth, she was unable to voice any protest. As for why she didn't simply spit it out, that would underestimate her profound love for sweets. However, the physical discomfort was trivial compared to the humiliation she felt. Such behavior was reminiscent of mischievous children being reprimanded by their parents. Yet, with her chakra sealed, Lin Qinyu Yuli found herself unable to break free from Sato Shuichi's grip, ultimately surrendering to the situation with a vacant gaze toward the sky. After a period of physical persuasion, Sato Shuichi's previously turbulent emotions began to settle. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. When one can act, there is no need for excessive words. Have you come to recognize your error? Sato Shuichi looked down at Lin Qinyu Yuli, who gritted her teeth and replied, my greatest mistake was not eliminating you, you scoundrel, when I had the chance. Sato Shuichi delivered another firm blow to her. It appears you still have not fully grasped the depth of your transgressions. Moreover, when we first became acquainted, you were just a little rascal whom I could easily subdue with a single hand. Ultimately, after a series of amicable negotiations, Lin Qinyu Yuli decided to alter her combat style, choosing no longer to stimulate her body with electric currents. Sato Shuichi reached out to gently caress Lin Qinyu Yuli's silky long hair. Now, that's more like it, he remarked. Lin Qinyu Yuli promptly swatted his hand away from her head. I've told you countless times, stop treating me like a child. Of course, as was customary, Sato Shuichi took her words with a grain of salt, letting them drift in one ear and out the other. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, Sato Shuichi slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. I prepared a special gift for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinyu Yuli's interest was piqued. What gift? Is it a new flavor of candy? What else could possibly be in your head besides candy? There's also combat. Exciting. Sato Shuichi produced a sealing scroll and retrieved the Rayquaza from within. Observing the familiar pair of ninja blades, Lin Qinyu Yuli couldn't help but inquire. Isn't this the Raikou of that guy, Black Hole Raikou? How did it end up in your possession? Did you take him down? Sato Shuichi nodded affirmatively. When I first laid eyes on these blades, you were the first person who came to mind. Such a formidable weapon is far too wasteful in the hands of Black Hole Raikou. Without strength but adorned with treasures, he has long paved his path to demise. Lin Qinyu Yuli nodded in agreement and unceremoniously took the Raikou from Sato Shuichi's grasp, beginning to toy with it. She had long been aware of the renowned capabilities of this blade, which could transmit lightning chakra. In fact, Lin Xinyu Yuli had even contemplated finding an opportunity to eliminate Black Ho Reiku and claim the treasure for herself. It must be said that Sato Shuichi's gift was indeed timely. Noticing the proud expression on Sato Shuichi's face, Lin Xinyu Yuli pondered for a moment before decisively stepping forward. Sato Shuichi, stroking his cheek, gazed at Lin Xinyu Yuli, who was energetically discharging electricity with the Reiku, lost in thought. It turns out Lin Xinyu Yuli has such an adorable side to her. If only there were more opportunities like this. Meanwhile, although Lin Xinyu Yuli appeared to be familiarizing herself with the Reiku, she could not shake the feeling of a burning gaze behind her, causing her heart to race. A blush began to rise on her cheeks, lingering and difficult to dissipate. Chapter 154. A failed ambush turns into a counterattack after sharing a moment of camaraderie. Sato Shuichi and Lin Xinyu Yuli parted ways. After all, Lin Xinyu Yuli had no intention of leaving the Hidden Mist village to venture out on her own just yet. Thus, it was impossible for her to accompany Sato Shuichi back to the Leaf Village camp. At the time of their farewell, Sato Shuichi inquired about Terumi Mei's whereabouts. The moment he asked, Lin Xinyu Yuli's expression darkened. Nevertheless, despite her displeasure, she relayed Terumi Mei's location. She was still within the Hidden Mist village. But it seemed she would soon be arriving at the front lines. At that time, the trio could gather and reminisce about their past adventures in the Hidden Mist village. However, it was clear that neither of the two women, aside from Sato Shuichi, was particularly keen on the idea of a reunion. Sato Shuichi lifted his gaze to behold a towering, pink feline creature before him, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He questioned whether he was still dreaming. For standing in front of him was none other than Mewtwo, the legendary Pokémon of the psychic type. Moreover, this Mewtwo appeared to be at full strength, possessing the prowess of its prime. With Mewtwo at his side, Sato Shuichi felt he could easily contend with even the long-dormant Uchiha Madara, let alone the formidable Kaguya Otsutsuki once she broke her seal. Mewtwo gazed down at Sato Shuichi, uncertainly uttering, "Shuichi?" Sato Shuichi nodded vigorously, a warm smile spreading across his face as he extended his right hand. "Indeed, my name is Sato Shuichi. Mewtwo, I look forward to our future collaborations." Observing Sato Shuichi's outstretched hand, Mewtwo hesitated momentarily, scanning his form from head to toe. Having just arrived in this world, Mewtwo was filled with curiosity and caution. Nevertheless, it felt an inexplicable sense of trust towards Sato Shuichi. Otherwise, it would have vacated the premises by now. After a considerable pause, Mewtwo finally placed its right hand in Sato Shuichi's. "I look forward to working with you." At last, Sato Shuichi breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike Charizard and the others, who had arrived in the form of eggs, Mewtwo manifested as a fully developed entity. Thus, it lacked the same bond of dependency that the others had formed with Sato Shuichi upon hatching. Moreover, Mewtwo was a Pokémon with a strong sense of individuality. It would not simply obey a trainer due to their status. On the contrary, if a trainer failed to meet its expectations, Mewtwo would not hesitate to sever ties. It was known to have replicated Pokémon in the past to act as its own trainer. To be frank, Sato Shuichi felt somewhat apprehensive. If Mewtwo found him lacking, he would be left with little recourse. After all, in terms of individual strength, Mewtwo undoubtedly ranked among the most powerful in the entire ninja world. If Mewtwo truly deemed Sato Shuichi unworthy and chose to operate independently, Sato Shuichi might feel as though he had won the lottery only to discover that his ticket had expired. "Shuichi, I am eager to explore this world," Mewtwo expressed, its curiosity about the ninja realm evident. The bizarre jutsu and the myriad of bloodline limits fascinated it immensely. Naturally, Sato Shuichi could not refuse Mewtwo's request. Given Mewtwo's capabilities, it could easily navigate the ninja world without concern. Additionally, he was still in the early stages of nurturing their bond. If he were to dismiss Mewtwo's proposal, it might leave an indelible mark on their relationship, complicating future teamwork. Thus, after becoming acquainted with Charizard and the others, Mewtwo vanished from Sato Shuichi's sight. Even as Mewtwo's figure completely disappeared, Sato Shuichi remained rooted in place, overwhelmed with joy. At that moment, however, the faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. The sound was subtle, as if someone were deliberately controlling their steps to ambush him. Sato Shuichi paid little heed to the identity of the person behind him. For among those he knew, only one could execute such a stealthy approach. Suddenly, a rush of air surged from behind him. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Sato Shuichi swiftly turned and seized the slender ankle of Yuhi Kurinai, interrupting her attempt to execute a flying kick towards him. Caught by the ankle, Yuhi Kurinai found herself suspended upside down. Within moments, she began to twist her body, striving to break free from Sato Shuichi's grip. As he observed the actions of Yuhi Kurenai under the crimson sunset, Sato Shuichi could not help but let out a deep sigh. Suddenly, he released his grip. Kurenai's face was merely a few inches away from the ground, yet fortunately, it was cushioned by a bed of soft grass. Even if she were to land face first, she would likely sustain no harm. With a sudden burst of energy, just as her face was about to make intimate contact with the earth, she executed a remarkable core strength maneuver, flipping her body and standing firmly on solid ground. Upon completing this fluid series of movements, a look of pride emerged on Kurenai's face. "Teacher, you truly are outrageous. Not only did you inexplicably grab my foot, but you also suddenly let go. Were you hoping to ruin my looks? If this leads to me being unable to marry in the future, you shall be held accountable." Despite being the one who initially intended to strike Sato Shuichi, Kurenai seemed to have entirely forgotten this fact. She adeptly positioned herself on the moral high ground, pointing fingers at him. Her nonchalant demeanor indicated that this was not her first encounter with such antics. How could you possibly not find a match? After all, there is a loyal admirer at your side, Sato Shuichi remarked. Hearing this, Kurenai blinked her large eyes, evidently momentarily stumped as to who this so-called admirer could be. "Oh, that big guy, Saratobi Asuma," Sato Shuichi reminded her, and suddenly, Kurenai's expression transformed into one of utter disgust, her hands rubbing her arms as if experiencing goosebumps. "Even if I were blind, I would never associate with that pretentious smoker." Following this, Kurenai turned to Sato Shuichi with a curious expression. "I can't help but wonder, between Nan and Rin, which do you prefer?" Sato Shuichi cast a glance at Kurenai before replying. "It would likely be you, Kurenai." This answer clearly took Kurenai by surprise, leaving her momentarily stunned. She had contemplated that he might favor the gentle and kind Noera Rin, or perhaps the loyal Nan, even considering the newly joined member, Hikari. Yet, her own name had not crossed her mind in this context, for Kurenai possessed enough self-awareness. Sato Shuichi's own attributes were commendable, accompanied by formidable kunoichi like Tsunade, Kushina, and Mikoto. Kurenai could hardly fathom that among the four students, Sato Shuichi held her in the highest regard. Although she indeed possessed some charm, the other three were not lacking in that department either. Instantly, Kurenai's cheeks flushed crimson, and upon witnessing her unusual expression, Sato Shuichi felt compelled to clarify. He had merely been joking, hoping to avoid any misunderstandings. However, considering Kurenai's current demeanor, he suspected that revealing the truth might provoke her into a dark transformation, leading her to recklessly confront him. Thus, he decided that this jest could be clarified at a later time, even if she were to divulge this to Rin and Nan. Sato Shuichi remained unfazed, for he could easily deny it, and in a choice of trust between Kurenai and himself, Rin and Nan would almost certainly side with her. After standing in a flustered silence for a while, Kurenai abruptly looked up, casting a panicked glance at Sato Shuichi. I have a mission to attend to, so I won't disturb you further. We'll talk next time." With that, she hastily distanced herself from him as if fleeing. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed that another restless soul would be added to the long, sleepless night ahead. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, Sato Shuichi and Mikoto successfully completed several A-rank missions, and with the aid of the Flying Thunder God technique, this duo had unequivocally become the top team of the season. Following that incident of jest, Sato Shuichi noticed that Kurenai's gaze towards him had grown increasingly peculiar. In the past, she would often tease him playfully, despite always being met with his retaliatory measures. However, over the past month, Kurenai had not only refrained from teasing, but seemed to deliberately avoid him. During meetings, she would shrink into a corner, striving to minimize her presence, yet occasionally casting him furtive glances imbued with an indescribable intensity. Kurenai's strange behavior had evidently caught the attention of others. One evening, Mikoto even approached Sato Shuichi, inquiring if he had done something to provoke Kurenai, for her behavior was quite unusual. In response to Mikoto's question, Sato Shuichi could only shrug his shoulders, expressing his own ignorance of the situation. "You four troublesome kids seem rather unruly lately," remarked a hunchbacked mist ninja, observing Kurenai and her trio. "All right, quiet down. I'll release you shortly," the hunchbacked ninja continued, though his words seemed more like a soliloquy rather than directed at Kurenai and her companions. To an onlooker, the hunchbacked ninja's actions might resemble those of a recently escaped mental patient, particularly given his emaciated frame and lifeless visage, with deep-set eyes harboring only darkness. At that moment, enormous paper wings suddenly emerged behind Nan, lifting Kurenai and the others into the sky, soaring to a height of over 100 meters. Perplexed, Kushina inquired. This guy seems rather ordinary. Why do you appear so flustered, Nan? Among the group, Nan possessed the most potent sensory abilities. Having previously trained in unique sensory ninjutsu alongside Kushina, in Nan's perception, the hunchbacked ninja's chakra was chaotic and immense, akin to a bomb poised to detonate, instinctively urging them to steer clear of him. This sensation echoed her last encounter with a tailed beast host. And although their quartet was capable of taking down a mist ninja team led by a Jonin in perfect synergy, Nan felt no confidence when facing a Jinchuriki. At that moment, the hunchbacked ninja suddenly gazed up at Nan in midair. A smirk crept across his lips as he formed hand seals and shouted, "Water style, water dragon bomb." A colossal water dragon erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the airborne quartet at a terrifying velocity. Witnessing this, Kushina exclaimed, "This water style is rather terrifying. When did the hidden mist village produce such a master of water techniques?" Nan, too preoccupied to respond, watched as the wings behind her shed countless sheets of pristine paper, which coalesced into formidable shields. In an instant, the robust water dragon breached 5 layers of paper shields. The overwhelming power left Sunset Red and her companions utterly astounded. However, it was a stroke of fortune that the dense, overlapping paper shields ultimately succeeded in halting the advance of the water dragon. Yet, the precarious state of those shields suggested that any slight increase in the water dragon's might would likely shatter their defenses. Chapter 156, Under Attack 1. Before Sunset Red and her companions could catch their breath, a water dragon, even more formidable than before, surged forth. The 4 women, momentarily suspended in midair, were abruptly knocked down by this powerful water jutsu. Just as they were about to plummet freely, Konan swiftly conjured 4 parachutes using her paper jutsu. This allowed them to land safely, albeit with injuries sustained from the previous water dragon attack. At that moment, Noera Rin emanated a vibrant green light from her hands, initiating healing for the other 3's wounds. Thanks to the parachutes, their injuries were not severe and, under Rin's expert medical ninjutsu, they quickly began to recover. The first to complete her healing, Konan, cast a wary glance towards the hunchbacked ninja. The hunchbacked ninja, seemingly confident in his victory, did not interrupt Rin's healing but leisurely approached, as if taking a stroll. The sound of his wooden clogs striking the ground echoed ominously, resonating like the tolling of a death knell in the hearts of the 4 young women. Rin hastened her healing, hoping to increase their odds of survival. Suddenly, a multitude of white papers shot towards the hunchbacked ninja. These papers were as sharp as shurikens, slicing through the air with a series of whistling sounds. Yet, the hunchbacked ninja showed no change in expression, maintaining his stoic demeanor. Just as the lethal papers were about to hit him, a shield of water enveloped him. The sharp papers, upon striking the watery barrier, lost all momentum, akin to a mud cow sinking into the sea. At that moment, Konan whispered, "Boom." Instantly, a cacophony of explosions erupted towards the hunchbacked ninja. It turned out that she had concealed explosive tags within her earlier attack. Before they could exhale in relief, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust caused by the explosions. The sight that emerged caused their hearts to plummet. It appeared that Conan's attack had inflicted no harm upon the hunchbacked ninja. His clothing remained unscathed as he continued his slow advance towards the 4. Then, Hyuga gritted her teeth and said, "Wait. I will use my rage attack on him. You all must flee while I do." Konan shook her head, insisting, "It's not time for that yet." Hyuga's words clearly indicated her intention to confront the hunchbacked ninja, even at the cost of her own life, in hopes of providing an escape for Konan and the others. At that moment, Sunset Red suddenly cast an illusion jutsu towards the hunchbacked ninja. Konan nearly intervened, but ultimately refrained from speaking up. Given the presence of the tailed beast, Jinchuriki typically possess immunity to illusion techniques. However, aside from her illusion jutsu, Sunset Red had no other trump cards to play. It was perhaps worth a try, as it might prove effective. Following the recent battle, Konan surmised that the hunchbacked ninja was likely the Jinchuriki of the 3 Tails from the Hidden Mist Village. To her surprise, the 3 Tails Jinchuriki indeed halted his movements, his expression freezing as if ensnared by Sunset Red's illusion. At last, the 4 young women felt a slight easing of their anxiety. Seizing the moment, Rin quickly tended to her own injuries. After exchanging glances, they made a decisive choice to retreat. After all, their team was still somewhat inexperienced. Given a bit more time, Konan might have been able to single-handedly take down the 3 Tails Jinchuriki. Just as they had barely begun to flee, an overwhelmingly powerful and malevolent chakra suddenly appeared behind them. Sunset Red and her companions instinctively turned to look. They beheld the figure of the 3 Tails Jinchuriki, having vanished, replaced by a colossal turtle. Seeing this, Konan couldn't help but curse internally. Damn it, that guy truly is the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. At that moment, the Three-Tails noticed the presence of the four. It opened its mouth, gathering a tremendous amount of chakra at its maw. Just as the tailed beast bomb was about to be unleashed, a fierce flame suddenly descended from the sky, igniting the tailed beast bomb and inflicting considerable damage upon the Three-Tails. Sunset Red and her companions gazed up at the sky with excitement. An orange figure burst forth from the clouds, landing before the four. Sato Shuichi leaped down from the back of his dragon, turning to face the group. I haven't arrived too late, have I? In their exhilaration, the four were momentarily speechless, nodding vigorously in response. At that moment, the Three-Tails, having regained its composure, let out a tremendous roar and charged towards the fire-breathing dragon. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared in the path of the Three-Tails charge. Bandit grasped the Three-Tails' head with both hands, forcibly pushing it back. Simultaneously, the fire-breathing dragon unleashed a fiery attack against the Three-Tails shell. Despite being a water-type tailed beast, the Three-Tails possessed some inherent resistance to fire techniques. However, that resistance was only effective under equal circumstances. If the flames were too overpowering, water could not extinguish fire. Instead, it would be vaporized by the searing heat. Under the combined assault of Bandit and the fire-breathing dragon, the Three-Tails let out a cry of agony. Compared to the One-Tails Shikaku, the Three-Tails Isabu's strength was somewhat lacking. Even in its home terrain near a water source, the Three-Tails was still being firmly suppressed by the duo. At that moment, Sato Shuichi finally turned to look at the four young women, yet his expression was grim. You four have grown wings and wish to fly off on your own. Do you? You've disregarded my words, haven't you? This time, Sato Shuichi was genuinely furious. Had he not whimsically decided to ride his fire-breathing dragon here, the four might have been sent straight to the underworld by a single-tailed beast bomb from the Three-Tails. Before each mission, Sato Shuichi would repeatedly remind them that if they encountered an enemy they could not overpower, they were to activate the Flying Thunder God Seal immediately. Then, he would come to their rescue. The current situation made it abundantly clear that they had not taken his words to heart. Upon seeing Sato Shuichi's serious expression, Sunset Red, Konan, and Noera Rin all lowered their heads in shame. Clearly, they understood why he was so angry. Meanwhile, the newly joined Hyuga wore a perplexed expression. What had they done wrong? Why was Sato Shuichi so incensed? Sato Shuichi patted Hyuga's hand, signaling that this matter did not concern her, offering a semblance of reassurance. He then spoke. In order to ensure that you three deeply remember this lesson, each of you must submit a reflective essay of 20,000 words before the end of this week. Do you understand? Xiaonan and Noera Rin grimaced in dismay but ultimately nodded in resignation. However, Yuhi Kurinai immediately raised her head, her face alight with excitement. 20,000 words? Due by the end of this week? Today is Friday. How could one possibly finish it in time? With that, Yuhi Kurinai approached, grasping Sato Shuichi's right hand with both of hers, and feigned a pitiful expression as she pleaded, the best teacher in the world. Surely you can grant a bit of leniency regarding the time or word count. I implore you. I am willing to do anything for you. Regrettably, despite Yuhi Kurinai's fervent appeal, Sato Shuichi remained unmoved. You have two choices. One is to obediently write the reflection, he began, but before he could finish, Yuhi Kurinai eagerly interjected, I choose the second option. I choose the second option. In the past, she might have feared that the second choice would result in her expulsion from the group. However, given that Sato Shuichi had recently declared her as his favorite among the trio, she felt no such apprehension. Indeed, this was the brilliance of Yuhi Kurinai's reasoning. Yet, this time, she had miscalculated. Sato Shuichi swiftly seized Yuhi Kurinai by her collar, lifting her as effortlessly as one might a chick. Their eyes met at the same level. And upon seeing the sardonic smile on Sato Shuichi's face, alarm bells rang in Yuhi Kurinai's mind. In a fluster, she hastily corrected herself, I was mistaken. I choose the first option. I choose the first option. However, her late attempt at damage control was futile. Sato Shuichi had been contemplating how to vent his irritation, and Yuhi Kurinai had unwittingly walked right into the line of fire. Your second option is that I will give you a good thrashing, and then you will write the reflection, he declared. With that, he unceremoniously placed Yuhi Kurinai upon a large stone, laying her across his lap as he prepared to demonstrate the traditional art of the Ansei waist drum. Initially, Yuhi Kurinai did not comprehend what was happening, as she had never anticipated Sato Shuichi would engage in such antics before everyone. From birth, she had never been reprimanded by her family. They had indulged her to an extreme degree, treating her with utmost care. As Sato Shuichi's hand descended without mercy, Yuhi Kurenai finally began to struggle. Her body writhing like a caterpillar on his thigh, her voice pleading, "Teacher, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I will write the reflection when I return. Please let me off this once." Unfortunately, her frail physical constitution was clearly insufficient to liberate her from Sato Shuichi's grasp. In truth, the physical pain was not the most distressing aspect for Yuhi Kurenai. Rather, it was the mental anguish stemming from the gaze of her peers. Noera Rin and the others watched in wide-eyed astonishment as Yuhi Kurenai was subjected to this lesson. Xiaonan wore an expression of keen interest. Uncertain whether she wanted to be the aggressor or the victim, Noera Rin's face displayed a mix of sympathy and guilt. She pitied Yuhi Kurenai's predicament and wished she could take her place to spare her from suffering. The guilt stemmed from her realization that had she activated the Flying Thunder God mark earlier, Yuhi Kurenai might have been spared this ordeal. Meanwhile, Akane wore a perplexed expression, contemplating whether the rules of this team dictated that one must not only write a reflection after wrongdoing, but also endure punishment. It seemed that Sato Shuichi was indeed a stern yet caring teacher. Realizing her inability to escape Sato Shuichi's hold, Yuhi Kurenai covered her face with her hands. "Please, don't look this way." Woo. However, the others did not comply with her plea. Instead, they stared even more intently. Clearly, this lesson would be etched in Yuhi Kurenai's memory for a long time. After a considerable period, Sato Shuichi finally released her. Reflecting on the experience, he was astonished to discover that Yuhi Kurenai's physicality, perhaps due to her rounded figure, was surprisingly more agreeable than Lin Qinyu's. Coupled with her occasionally whimsical nature, he wondered if she was indeed the legendary natural-born punching bag. Meanwhile, far away, Lin Qinyu suddenly sneezed. Rubbing her nose, she wore a puzzled expression, scanning her surroundings as if trying to discern who might be speaking ill of her from behind. Back to Sato Shuichi. Once freed, Yuhi Kurenai immediately distanced herself from him, rubbing her still aching areas while casting him a profoundly resentful glance. "This guy is such a villain, hitting me there, and in front of Rin and the others. Without a thought for my dignity. This is utterly outrageous. If he ever falls into my hands, I will show him what true cruelty is." Chapter 158. Pay attention. However, Yuhi Kurenai's lofty ambitions might not be so easily realized. At that moment, Sato Shuichi glanced towards the distant struggle of three colossal figures. The Three Tails were entirely overpowered by Banjira and Charizard, and defeat was merely a matter of time. Yet, Sato Shuichi found their pace unsatisfactory. Thus, he addressed his shadow. "Gung-Gue, go assist Charizard and Banjira." With a familiar laugh, Gung-Gue slowly emerged from Sato Shuichi's shadow and joined the fray. Under the combined efforts of the three Pokémon, the situation for the Three Tails grew increasingly dire. At that moment, Sato Shuichi formed a seal with one hand, unleashing a fire technique that could only be described as S-rank, soaring into the sky. Observing Sato Shuichi's actions, Yuhi Kurenai and the others instinctively looked up at the sky. They were puzzled as to why he was casting fire into the air. Did he sense an aerial enemy? Yet, no adversary appeared, and the previously clear sky became shrouded in thick, heavy clouds. Accompanying these clouds was a refreshing gust of wind that rustled Sato Shuichi's garments, giving him an air of an elegant recluse. Then, without looking back, Sato Shuichi instructed, "Now, keep your eyes wide open, for the power of my upcoming technique is rather formidable." Following this, he continued to form seals. The clouds in the sky clashed, and the sounds of thunder echoed ominously within. Just then, Sato Shuichi hurled a Flying Thunder God Kanai towards the Three Tails. As the Flying Thunder God Kanai soared directly above the Three Tails, the figure of Sato Shuichi materialized in that very spot. With his right hand pointing skyward, a formidable bolt of lightning erupted from the darkened clouds, hurtling toward the earth. Remarkably, this lightning transformed mid-flight into the legendary beast, the Qilin. At that moment, Charizard, Banjiro, and Genki wisely distanced themselves from the Three Tails. Following this, a blinding flash of light surged forth, prompting Yuhi Kurenai and her companions to instinctively shield their eyes with their hands. Once the brilliance dissipated, they were met with a deafening explosion. As the cacophony faded, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the world had been muted, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats reverberating in their ears. When Yuhi Kurenai and the others finally opened their eyes, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. It dawned upon them that the colossal power Sato Shuichi spoke of was indeed titanic. The immense form of the Three Tails had vanished entirely, replaced by several chasms resembling bottomless abysses. Sato Shuichi then approached them, his demeanor calm and breezy, stating, "The Three Tails is considerably weaker than the One Tail. It succumbed to a single Qilin strike, and I have yet to unleash my full potential. His words dripped with arrogance, though only 4 individuals bore witness to this spectacle. However, the admiration brimming in Yuhi Kurenai's eyes indicated that Sato Shuichi's grand display had been remarkably effective. After a brief moment of shock, the exuberant Yuhi Kurenai was the first to break the silence, exclaiming, "Teacher, you were utterly magnificent just now. You defeated the 3 tails with a single move. That is so cool. From this moment on, you are my greatest idol." In response, Sato Shuichi did not exhibit any prideful expression. Instead, he moved forward and flicked her forehead, saying, "I highly doubt you learned anything of substance at the Ninja Academy. Can a tailed beast truly be slain?" To this, Yuhi Kurenai stuck out her tongue and laughed, skillfully avoiding the subject. She had already returned all that theoretical knowledge to her teacher on graduation day. Besides, what need did a typical ninja have to know whether tailed beasts could be killed? She possessed no such capability. At this juncture, the academically gifted Noara Rin alleviated Yuhi Kurenai's embarrassment, stating seriously, "When the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast does not perish. Instead, it will gather chakra and be reborn in the vicinity after a period." Yuhi Kurenai then embraced Noara Rin, exclaiming boisterously, "You truly are impressive, Rin." Simultaneously, she shot a teasing glance at Sato Shuichi, as if to convey, "What does it matter if I don't know? My teammate is well informed." Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi was engulfed by a peculiar sensation. In the original narrative, the next Jinchuriki of the 3 tails was indeed Noara Rin. To prevent being exploited by the Mist Village to assault Konoha, she had chosen to sacrifice herself, transforming into a candy hawthorn. Observing all of this, Uchiha Obito had descended into utter darkness, vowing to create a new world with Rin. It could be said that Noara Rin altered the future of the ninja world. After all, Uchiha Madara was now a mere shadow of his former self, with one foot firmly in the grave. Without a successor like Uchiha Obito, the feasibility of his plans was uncertain. Indeed, Uchiha Obito's talent was remarkable. He awakened his Sharingan with 2 Tomo on his first try, and on the second, he ascended directly from 2 Tomo to the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, starkly contrasting with a certain unnamed reincarnation of Indra, who had activated a single Tomo Sharingan amidst the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Sato Shuichi gently patted Noara Rin's head, and with her somewhat bewildered expression, he spoke meaningfully, "I shall ensure your safety, Rin, for the future of the ninja world must not be compromised." Though Rin was uncertain of the reason behind his words, it did not prevent her from secretly rejoicing within. Suddenly, Yuhi Kurenai, as if discovering a new continent, exclaimed loudly, "Wow, Rin, you're blushing. Let me see." Yuhi Kurenai's exuberance proved a tangible testament to the adage that a cornered rabbit will bite. Even someone as gentle as Noara Rin chose to retaliate when pushed to her limits. "The 3 tails Jinchuriki is dead? Our plans may need to be adjusted." Deep within an unfathomable underground, an elderly figure, hair as white as snow and skin wrinkled by the passage of time, spoke thusly. This man was none other than the legendary Uchiha Madara, once a titan of the ninja world. Before him stood a humanoid entity, half white and half black. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was blissfully unaware that the being before him was not of his creation, but rather a product that had existed since the era of Sage of 6 Paths. It must be noted that in his quest to rescue Kaguya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu had become an expert in survival, employing cunning strategies. Even during the fallout between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Black Zetsu's influence loomed in the background. Since the 3 tails cannot be reborn in a short time, we can simply acquire another tailed beast. All we need is for that little brat, Uchiha Obito, to witness Rin being taken down by her so-called comrades. Black Zetsu revealed with a sinister expression, addressing Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes widened, revealing a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. However, these Sharingan were not his original, but had been pilfered from an unfortunate soul. After obtaining Senju Hashirama's cells post the battle at the Valley of the End, his Sharingan evolved into the fabled Rinnegan, now residing with Nagato in the Land of Rain. This mismatch in lineage and connection had left Nagato in a frail state, as improper compatibility would inevitably lead to self-damage. The Mist Village was now left with only the 6 tails, and with that little rascal Sato Shuichi, who mastered the Flying Thunder God, it wouldn't be a simple task to target Noara Rin. "We must prepare an alternative plan," Uchiha Madara asserted with conviction. In response, Black Zetsu wore a puzzled expression, asking, "Are we to seek a new successor now?" Uchiha Madara shook his head. The power of the Uchiha clan is derived from emotion. The stronger the emotion, the stronger the eye. Uchiha Obito must have other cherished individuals. I recall that he has a grandmother, and she is his only remaining relative. Let us set that in motion. If we cannot succeed with Noera Rin, we shall use his grandmother as leverage. At that moment, Uchiha Obito, who was miles away arguing with Kakashi, remained blissfully ignorant of being targeted by such formidable figures. Truly, fortune and fate intertwine mysteriously. After vanquishing the Three Tails, Sato Shuichi enjoyed a period of unparalleled tranquility. The threat of the Tsuchigumo clan had been impeccably resolved, albeit with a hint of serendipity on his part. Given that the Jinchuriki had already been left with few paths to survival, Sato Shuichi merely expedited his own demise. After all, under the circumstances back then, had the bearer of the curse not maintained his dignity, Sato Shuichi would have stepped in to ensure it. Consequently, Hikari would have met her untimely end as well. Although Hikari possessed an undeniable charm, Sato Shuichi doubted his ability to influence a girl whose own grandfather had been slain by him. The matter concerning the Three Tails was an unexpected boon, as Konoha had not received any intelligence regarding the Three Tails Jinchuriki dispatched by Kirigakure. It can be said that had the Three Tails Jinchuriki not sought trouble with Kurenai and her companions, Sato Shuichi would have shown no interest whatsoever. During this period, Sato Shuichi either trained in martial arts with Mikoto in their quarters or urged Kurenai and the others to practice ninjutsu. Life had been relatively fulfilling. However, upon glimpsing Orochimaru's sinister visage, Sato Shuichi understood that his idyllic existence was about to slip away. "What brings you here again?" he remarked with an exasperated expression, addressing the unwelcome intruder. Unfazed by Sato Shuichi's demeanor, Orochimaru replied in his low, raspy voice, "I have urgent matters to discuss with you." In truth, Orochimaru had intended to seek out Sato Shuichi 2 days prior, yet upon his arrival today, a soundproof barrier enveloped the house. Although he often appeared as a mad scientist, Orochimaru was not ignorant of basic social niceties. Disturbing Sato Shuichi at that moment would have led to a confrontation, possibly culminating in Sato Shuichi unsheathing a 40-meter-long blade to retaliate. Sato Shuichi reclined on the bed, squinting as he queried, "Speak. What pressing matter necessitates your personal visit?" Orochimaru wasted no time in divulging. "The Third Mizukage is coming to the front lines. I intend to assemble an elite team to assassinate him." At this revelation, Sato Shuichi sprang from the bed. It is well known that the third Hokage of the 5 great shinobi villages are formidable figures, each bearing the title of the strongest, such as the strongest Hokage, the strongest Raikage, and the strongest Tsuchikage. The Third Mizukage, in comparison to the future Fourth Mizukage, Isabu, was indeed a daunting adversary. Yet, Orochimaru spoke of this formidable opponent with an unsettling nonchalance. "So the Third Mizukage is coming to the front lines? Let us eliminate him then." Truly, he was the same individual from the original narrative who dared to confront the fully realized Nagato, assassinate the 4th Kazekage, and slay Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Do you have a plan?" Sato Shuichi could not suppress his curiosity. According to intelligence, the Third Mizukage was expected to arrive at the front lines within the week, accompanied by merely 2 bodyguards. "We can ambush him on his path and eliminate him swiftly," Orochimaru proposed. Sato Shuichi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Just the 2 of us?" Orochimaru nodded. "With your strength and my intellect, can we not handle a mere Third Mizukage? He is not so formidable as to evade us." Despite the flattery, Sato Shuichi countered, "We are not merely 2, we are 3. As Orochimaru's words hung in the air, a somewhat familiar figure with white hair appeared before Sato Shuichi. "Oh, long time no see. Our Konoha hero," greeted White Fang, his deadpan expression betraying little warmth. "What are you doing here? Did you not retire long ago?" In response to Sato Shuichi's inquiry, White Fang's eyes reflected a complicated emotion. "For various reasons, after this mission, even if the 3rd Hokage beseeches me, I will not accept further assignments." White Fang silently set a death flag. With White Fang joining the endeavor, the mission's complexity diminished considerably. Orochimaru needed no introduction. Among the legendary Sannin, he ranked first in overall prowess. White Fang, a seasoned elite shinobi, alongside Sato Shuichi and his 3 Pokémon, formed a formidable coalition capable of hunting down Inoki or the 3rd Raikage. With intelligence backing them, the task of confronting the 3rd Mizukage seemed assured, barring unforeseen complications. Regrettably, the situation took an unexpected turn. Although Sato Shuichi and his companions had successfully located the 3rd Mizukage, they were met with over 50 mist ninjas in close proximity. These ninjas were predominantly Jonin-level fighters, indicating that the 3rd Mizukage had not come alone, but had mobilized a significant portion of Kirigakure's upper echelon forces. Among the ninjas, Sato Shuichi recognized a familiar face, Terumi Mei, whose physique had undergone a remarkable transformation in the years since they last met. Compared to the unchanged figures of Lin and Yuri, Kagami Mei appeared to have evolved, boasting a physique that could rival even Tsunade's. However, this was not the time for nostalgia. A significant intelligence failure had escalated the mission's difficulty. Sato Shuichi and White Fang exchanged glances, both turning toward Orochimaru. Despite their scrutiny, Orochimaru's expression remained unyielding. Without uttering a word, his demeanor conveyed a single message: the mission must proceed. At that moment, Sato Shuichi quietly suggested, "You two handle the Mizukage. I will take care of the Mist Ninjas." His eagerness stemmed from a desire to protect Kagami Mei from harm should Orochimaru or White Fang inadvertently cause her demise. It would be wiser for him to engage, ensuring her safety. To Sato Shuichi's proposal, both Orochimaru and White Fang offered no objections, recognizing that he was not one to boast without cause. His assertion indicated confidence in his ability to fulfill the task. Just as the Third Mizukage and his accompanying Mist Ninjas approached their hiding place, the Mizukage abruptly halted. Upon his cessation, the Mist Ninjas followed suit, drawing their weapons and scanning for threats. "It seems we have been compromised," White Fang remarked dryly. "Fear not. As long as we eliminate all witnesses, it can still be deemed a successful assassination," Sato Shuichi responded earnestly. With that, he hurled dozens of flying Thunder God Kunai towards the Third Mizukage. Though the elite Mist Ninjas were adept at evading such blatant attacks, the Kunai landed at their feet, darkening the Third Mizukage's expression. An attack signified that his whereabouts had been exposed, revealing the presence of a traitor within the ranks of Kirigakure. This traitor's identity bore significant consequence, for only a select few had knowledge of the Mizukage's mission. The ninjas accompanying him had only learned their destination upon departure. Clearly, the emergence of a mole posed a greater challenge for the Third Mizukage than the assassination itself, as he had once served as the protector of the First Mizukage, Haku. He is a ninja who has emerged from the graveyards of the First and Second Shinobi World Wars. This kind of assassination is something he has encountered countless times, and thus, he remains unfazed. However, he is unaware that this assassination attempt is unlike any he has faced before. Terumi Mei gazes at the flying Thunder God Kunai on the ground, lost in contemplation, as it seems eerily familiar, as if she has seen it somewhere before. At that moment, the figure of Sato Shuichi suddenly appears above the Kunai. This unexpected scene catches the Mist Ninjas off guard. In a swift motion, 5 heads of the Mist Ninjas are severed and launched into the air, just as the Mist Ninjas regain their composure and prepare to encircle Sato Shuichi. His figure vanishes once more. When he reappears, several more headless corpses lie at his feet. The Third Mizukage, observing the flickering form of Sato Shuichi from a distance, furrows his brow. Could it be a space-time ninjutsu, the flying thunder god technique developed by that Senjitobarama? Truly, the talents of Konoha are enviable. Flourishing in the richest soil, their ninjas surpassing those of the other 4 great villages. The Third Mizukage quietly laments, reflecting on why during the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha often found itself outnumbered yet victorious. Who else could be targeted when they are the strongest and wealthiest? As a seasoned warrior, the Third Mizukage quickly discerns the secret of the flying thunder god. So as long as those specialized Kunai are destroyed, that young one will lose his space-time mark. Just as he resolves to destroy the flying thunder god Kunai, a silver-white light streaks across like a meteor. Years of battle experience sharpen his instincts, allowing the Third Mizukage to evade this attack. He instinctively leaps back just in time. Where he once stood, a thin line appears. A gentle breeze passes, and the objects along that line are effortlessly cleaved in two. White Fang and Orochimaru. Konoha truly spares no expense, the Third Mizukage remarks. A mixture of admiration and sarcasm in his voice as he sees the sudden appearance of White Fang and Orochimaru. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, bolstered by the flying thunder god technique, Sato Shuichi's garments remain untouched by the Mist Ninjas. In an instant, only the Third Mizukage and Terumi Mei are left standing among the Mist Ninjas. The flying thunder god proves itself as the most formidable technique for dispatching foes. Were it not for this technique, Sato Shuichi could still eliminate all the Mist Ninjas, albeit not in such a brief span of time. Terumi Mei stands dazed, seemingly unable to process the unfolding events, while Sato Shuichi strides toward her with deliberate steps, his long blade dripping with blood, forming a trail like a guiding signpost. At the same time, the Third Mizukage, engaged in a fierce battle with White Fang and Orochimaru, frowns and calls out, "Terumi Mei, what are you doing?" The Third Mizukage holds Terumi Mei in high regard, for she is of commoner origin and possesses 2 Kekkei Genkai, making her a promising candidate for the future of the Mist Village. This is why he included her in this mission. However, encumbered by the 2 powerful figures, he cannot provide her any support, only managing to shout a warning. Yet, Terumi Mei appears stunned, remaining motionless as if in a daze. Indeed, perhaps she is too young for this. Had I known, I wouldn't have brought her along. The third Mizukage muses inwardly. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi stands before Terumi Mei, lifting his bloodied blade. The sunlight reflects off the blade's surface, causing Terumi Mei to involuntarily close her eyes. Suddenly, both Sato Shuichi and Terumi Mei vanish in an instant. When Terumi Mei opens her eyes again, she finds herself in a grassy field far from the battle, the scenery tranquil, accompanied only by the faint sounds of insects. The sight evokes a sense of surrealism within her, as if everything she just experienced were but a fleeting illusion. At this moment, Sato Shuichi playfully tugs at Terumi Mei's cheek and softly remarks, "You've made quite an impression, managing to infiltrate the third Mizukage's ranks." Terumi Mei swats away Sato Shuichi's hand, wearing an expression of exasperation. "Infiltrate? I joined on my own merit, standing here as the future fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village. Show me some respect. You'll never become the fourth Mizukage. Instead, focus on plotting to become the fifth," he retorts. "Why? Because the third Mizukage is doomed today. Currently, you are too weak. Even if you became the fourth, you would be at risk of assassination at any moment. Of course, you cannot achieve that now." Observing the smirk on Sato Shuichi's face, Terumi Mei feels an urge to deliver a playful punch to his nose. Yet, the disparity in their strengths renders such thoughts futile. The two then find a flat spot to sit down. Sato Shuichi takes Terumi Mei's left hand and begins to examine it. Despite her status as a jonin, her hands bear no calluses, remaining as smooth as they were in her youth. Perhaps it is due to her natural beauty or her diligent care. As he admires her delicate hands, Sato Shuichi, though lacking the peculiar tastes of Kira Yashikage, cannot help but continue his examination. At that moment, Terumi Mei suddenly asks, "Have you encountered that Yuri fellow?" "Indeed, I have. But she is not as gentle as you. She greeted me with a kunai in hand," he replies. Terumi Mei bursts into a melodious laugh, reminiscent of silver bells, before gently resting her head on Sato Shuichi's shoulder. "Now, you know who truly cares for you, right?" Sato Shuichi interlocks his fingers with hers, responding earnestly, "Of course, it's you. So you must strive to train diligently and break through to the level of Kaguya. Once you become the Mizukage, I will come to the Mist Village and join you. At that time, let us see who dares to provoke me. Is that so? I think your teacher Tsunade has a higher chance of becoming Hokage than I do of becoming Mizukage," Terumi Mei muses. "When that time comes, will you choose Konoha or the Mist Village?" Her expression is laden with significance. Sato Shuichi's face momentarily stiffens. He cannot fathom how Terumi Mei, so far from the Mist Village, knows of such matters. Could it be that his relationship with Tsunade has become widely known throughout the shinobi world? Before he can respond, Terumi Mei continues, "Besides Tsunade, your close ties with the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales and someone from the Uchiha clan are well known. How do you know about this? Are you investigating me from behind?" Sato Shuichi cannot help but inquire. Terumi Mei smiles knowingly. "Of course, I have my own sources of information, counting that short Yuri. There are only 2 people in the Mist Village. Meanwhile, Konoha has 3. Given what I know of you, the likelihood of your choosing the Mist Village is quite low." Fortunately, Terumi Mei refrains from mentioning Karura from the Sand Village. Otherwise, Sato Shuichi might suspect that she has some sort of surveillance on him. "You are aware of my feelings. My interactions with others are merely fleeting moments. In my heart, there has always been but one silhouette, yours alone." Sato Shuichi gazed at Terumi Mei with profound affection. Despite understanding that Sato Shuichi was merely speaking sweet nothings, Terumi Mei's heart soared with joy. After all, who does not relish kind words, especially when they are uttered by someone they cherish? Terumi Mei leaned in and pecked Sato Shuichi on the lips. "Though I know you are deceiving me, I shall overlook it this time, as my mood is quite delightful." Upon uttering these words, a blush suddenly graced her cheeks. Indeed, Terumi Mei not only outshone Lin Chinyu Yuli in stature, but also surpassed her in audacity. While Lin Chinyu Yuli remained at the stage of mere cheek pecks, Terumi Mei had boldly progressed to kisses. Is this what a kiss feels like? The books have lied. There is no electric thrill, nor is it particularly comfortable. Terumi Mei mused, her heart racing. If Sato Shuichi were privy to her thoughts, he would surely demonstrate what a true kiss entailed. This fleeting brush was akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface, barely a sensation at all. Chapter 162. Are you feeling shy? By the way, are you not concerned about your 2 teammates while you linger here with me? In an apparent attempt to shift the topic, Terumi Mei turned her gaze to Sato Shuichi. Sato Shuichi reached out and gently patted her head. "No worries, those 2 old fossils are not so easily dispatched. And you, as a bodyguard of the Mizukage, seem remarkably unconcerned about the Mizukage's safety," truly a born rebel. With my current strength, I cannot protect the Mizukage. Ensuring my own survival is achievement enough. Besides, I am not merely a bystander. After all, I am your captive now. Following this, Terumi Mei playfully extended her petite tongue to lick her upper lip. Sato Shuichi could only marvel at her prowess. It was not that the other party was weak-willed. Rather, she was simply too adept at seduction. Thus, he turned his head to the side, feigning ignorance. However, this act only piqued Terumi Mei's interest. She rose and playfully draped herself over Sato Shuichi's back, sporting a mischievous smile. "Oh, are you feeling shy? How rare. You, a man of mature years, embarrassed by such trivial matters. How utterly adorable." In truth, Sato Shuichi was merely unaccustomed to Terumi Mei's newfound boldness. Compared to Lin Chinyu Yuli, Terumi Mei had blossomed in every conceivable way, and Sato Shuichi was certainly not the type to shy away from such things. His silence was more about evading an uncomfortable truth. The sensation of her warmth against his back was simply too pleasurable. Terumi Mei had not only shown promise, but had fully realized her potential. He couldn't fathom what she consumed to grow so splendidly. Perhaps next time he encountered Lin Chinyu Yuli, he would suggest they dine together to see if it might fortify her as well. Soon enough, Terumi Mei sensed something amiss. For Sato Shuichi's expression lacked the embarrassment she expected. Rather, it bore a hint of something rather indulgent. It did not take long for her to understand the source of his peculiar demeanor. Yet, she remained silent, intensifying her playful gestures. There was no remedy. They were separated by the vast distance between Kirigakure and Konohagakure. Although Sato Shuichi could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to visit her, it was hardly a sustainable solution. Moreover, Sato Shuichi's striking looks attracted many admirers, making Terumi Mei's insecurities particularly pronounced compared to Lin Chinyu Yuli, whose thoughts predominantly revolved around battle. After a playful interlude, Sato Shuichi produced a storage scroll, extracting a grill and a pile of charcoal. He then retrieved another scroll, which contained beef and vegetables. Terumi Mei was momentarily stunned. Was this not a time of war? Such a lavish meal felt excessive. Why, she wondered, was Sato Shuichi using precious storage scrolls for such frivolous items? Sato Shuichi shot her a sidelong glance. Shouldn't you lend a hand? Otherwise, there might not be any left for you. Terumi Mei bit into a piece of beef, perfectly cooked, with a delightful blend of flavors flooding her mouth, making her eyes involuntarily squint in pleasure. What do you think? My culinary skills are commendable, are they not? With her mouth too full to respond, she simply raised her left thumb high in approval. Half an hour later, Terumi Mei abandoned her demure demeanor, sprawling comfortably on the grass, gently caressing her slightly rounded belly. What a sinful man you are, so effortlessly causing my belly to swell. Uncle, you must take responsibility. Or else. Sato Shuichi pinched her cheek. Or else what? It must be said, Terumi Mei's cheeks were truly delightful to pinch, soft, plump, and brimming with collagen. The only drawback was her apparent discontent with his playful gesture. Otherwise, I shall roam the streets of Konoha, accusing you of your treachery. Huh, Konoha is my stronghold. You think you can accuse me here? Who dares challenge me in my domain? Is Konoha so dark? Ah, the old adage of officials protecting one another holds true. Suddenly, Terumi Mei flipped over and nestled into Sato Shuichi's embrace. She took his right hand and placed it beneath her neck, using it as a makeshift pillow. Then, closing her eyes, she displayed a languorous expression. The sun feels so warm and comforting. I find myself yearning for a nap. Sato Shuichi tightened his embrace, softly replying, If you wish to sleep, then do so. I shall remain here to guard you. Indeed, Terumi Mei was a woman of her word. Shortly after her declaration, she succumbed to slumber. Observing her peaceful rest, Sato Shuichi stifled a yawn, feeling drowsy himself. After requesting Gungue to keep watch, he gently held Terumi Mei's soft form and gradually drifted into dreams. Have I forgotten something? No matter, it should not be of great importance. As Sato Shuichi's consciousness faded, on another battlefield, White Fang's short blade was nearly glowing with exertion. The Third Mizukage, single-handedly, stood his ground against two formidable shadow-level adversaries, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Damn it, this fellow is quite the handful. That guy Shuichi, he wouldn't have returned to the camp, would he? White Fang leapt to evade the Third Mizukage's formidable water jutsu, then vented his frustration to Orochimaru nearby. Chapter 163, The First Kill of the Shadow. Upon hearing these words, even Orochimaru, whose mentality had long transcended that of ordinary individuals, found himself momentarily halting his breath. For, given Sato Hidaichi's character, it was entirely plausible that he might undertake such an action. After all, his mentor, Tsunade, was a ninja who operated entirely outside the bounds of convention. The possibility that the pupil could surpass the master was not only existent, but considerable. However, before they could delve further into this matter, the next wave of assault from the Third Mizukage commenced. Humph! How dare you divert your attention in the face of me? Are the ninjas of Konoha truly this arrogant? With a scoff, the Third Mizukage hastened his movements. The confrontation appeared evenly matched at first glance. In fact, Orochimaru and White Fang, leveraging their numerical superiority, had even gained a slight physical advantage. Yet, the scales of victory were tilting towards the Third Mizukage. This location was alarmingly close to the camp of the Hidden Mist Village, while the distance to the Konoha camp was significantly vast. As long as the Third Mizukage could prolong the battle, he would undoubtedly await reinforcements. Furthermore, in pursuit of secrecy, Orochimaru had not informed any other ninjas about this operation. Thus, apart from the elusive Sato Hidaichi, both Orochimaru and White Fang were devoid of any support. Returning to Sato Hidaichi's side, when he finally opened his eyes once more, the sun had begun its descent towards the western horizon, casting the land in the warm glow of twilight, painting a breathtaking scene. At that moment, Terumi Mei rested her head against Sato Hidaichi's chest, soundly asleep. As Sato Hidaichi admired her serene visage, he was abruptly reminded of the plight of Orochimaru and White Fang. He hastily gave Terumi Mei's rounded cheek a gentle pat, and at his persistent urging, she finally stirred from her slumber. What time is it? Has the sun set already? Sato Hidaichi, having no time for idle chatter with Terumi Mei, understood the gravity of their mission. Should they fail, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, after planting a swift peck on Terumi Mei's lips, he spoke with urgency. I must eliminate the Third Mizukage now. Please wait for me here. I shall return shortly. With that, Sato Hidaichi vanished in an instant. Only when his figure had completely disappeared did Terumi Mei realize what he had set out to do. Why disturb my slumber over such a trivial matter? How audacious of him to declare his intent to eliminate the leader of my village before me. As Terumi Mei remained rooted in place, a mix of frustration and disbelief, Sato Hidaichi reappeared at the center of the battlefield. Observing the three ragged figures of the Kaguya clan, he struck a rather dashing pose. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust one am not late? White Fang, with his vacant gaze, responded with a sardonic tone, late? If you had come any later, I would have needed you to collect my remains. Orochimaru, unable to suppress a smile, clearly found that Sato Hidaichi's arrival had significantly boosted their morale. Conversely, the heart of the Third Mizukage sank. He had already exhausted all his efforts to maintain parity against Orochimaru and White Fang, and now, with the addition of Sato Hidaichi, a master of spatial ninjutsu, his situation had grown increasingly precarious. Moreover, he possessed 3 summoning beasts capable of contending with tailed beasts. Was this truly a cruel twist of fate? Was the heavens conspiring against him? At that moment, a prickling sensation suddenly coursed through his back, prompting the Third Mizukage to leap forward without hesitation. Decades of life and death battles had honed his sixth sense to a razor's edge. There was no mistaking it. Something was attempting to ambush him from behind. Just then, Gengar emerged from the shadows, though this time, it bore no smile. The unsuccessful ambush had left it somewhat dejected. In that instant, Orochimaru's right arm transformed into a multitude of venomous serpents, lunging towards the Third Mizukage. Distracted by the threat of Gengar, the Third Mizukage was ill-prepared for Orochimaru's assault. By the time he reacted, the serpents were already less than a meter away. With swift precision, he drew a kunai and, in a fluid motion, dispatched the serpents. However, Orochimaru displayed no signs of disappointment. Instead, a sinister smile graced his lips. One serpent's head landed near the Third Mizukage's feet and, with a sudden snap, bit down. Though the Third Mizukage managed to eliminate the serpent's head immediately, within less than a second, the venom had already coursed through his veins. The area where he had been bitten swelled rapidly, forming a lump the size of a fist within mere minutes. With a raspy voice laced with triumph, Orochimaru remarked, "Snakes are remarkably resilient creatures. Even reduced to a mere head, they will continue to fight until every last ounce of their strength is expended." After Sato Hidaichi's entry into the fray, the Third Mizukage's position had become exceedingly precarious. To make matters worse, his right leg had completely lost sensation. It appeared that this seasoned veteran, who had survived 3 shinobi world wars, might truly meet his end here. As the Third Mizukage reflected on the relentless passage of time and his own aging, an ominous laughter echoed from behind him. Kukuku. Before he could comprehend the situation, his body was propelled backward as if it were mere fabric. Gengar's Shadow Claw had inflicted significant damage upon the Third Mizukage. His body crashed heavily against a large tree, halting only after a jarring impact. Leaves cascaded down as if it were raining, a testament to the force of the collision. With a heavy cough, the third Mizukage spat out a mouthful of blood. Sato Hidaichi, White Fang, and Orochimaru exchanged knowing glances, confirming that the third Mizukage was on the brink of collapse. They resolved to deliver the final blow. Chapter 164, The First Kill of the Shadow, 1. Originally, this task was meant for White Fang, whose speed of attack was ideally suited for handling unforeseen circumstances. After all, none of them could guarantee that this wily old fox, the third Mizukage, would not feign weakness to bait them. However, Sato Hidaichi volunteered for the responsibility. He approached the third Mizukage slowly, bowing his head as he spoke softly. You will be the first shadow to perish by my hand, but I assure you, you shall not be the last. Soon, familiar faces will join you. A grim smile spread across the third Mizukage's face. I envy you, Konoha, possessing the most fertile lands across the continent and an abundance of prodigies. Strike me down, and let my death serve to cement your renown. Dying at your hands, I have no complaints. Sato Hidaichi nodded, then raised his long blade, plunging it directly into the third Mizukage's heart. With a swift stroke, he met his end, sparing him any unnecessary agony. As for the melodramatic notion of whether the heart of the third Mizukage would grow on the right side, such an oversight was inconceivable for Sato Shuichi. A seasoned medical ninja, gazing at the blood upon his blade, Sato Shuichi could not refrain from expressing, at long last, you have tasted the blood of a shadow-level powerhouse. I must be quite an admirable master. However, the long blade offered no response, for in this world, weapons are devoid of spirits. The sword in Sato Shuichi's possession was not a renowned blade, but rather one that Mikoto had procured by cunningly extracting resources from her father. After reflecting on this, Sato Shuichi turned his attention to Orochimaru, pondering how to dispose of the corpse. Should they take it back or leave it here unattended? Although Orochimaru had already commenced his human experiments, the third Mizukage bore no particularly unique bloodline limit. Much like Sarutobi Hiruzen, he relied on his exceptional combat awareness and chakra reserves to vanquish foes. Thus, Orochimaru exhibited little interest in his remains. However, a puppet master might find this body quite intriguing. Ultimately, it would be best to leave it here. Given the current state of relations between them and the village hidden in the mist, negotiations were out of the question. They had brazenly assassinated the highest leader of another village. What room for diplomacy could possibly remain? While it might be possible to extract some information from the average ninja's head, the third Mizukage was unlikely to leave behind such a potential risk. Consequently, his corpse was merely a tasteless existence for Sato Shuichi and his companions, unappetizing yet too valuable to discard. Thankfully, it could be left here, for it would not be long before the Mist Ninja arrived to clean up. Despite having been mortal enemies before, Sato Shuichi and his companions held a certain respect for the third Mizukage. Thus, White Fang gently laid the third Mizukage's body on the ground and pulled down his eyelids. After doing this, the three of them chose to withdraw swiftly. After all, this territory technically belonged to the village hidden in the mist. Moreover, Sato Shuichi harbored a nagging feeling that something was amiss. Their operation had proceeded far too smoothly. Ordinarily, Orochimaru and White Fang would have battled the third Mizukage for nearly a day. The mist's encampment should have long since sensed something amiss. After all, no matter how discreet the third Mizukage was, the leaders within the camp should have been informed. Yet as of now, Sato Shuichi had not seen a single mist ninja come to their aid. It seemed that the three of them had been used as mere tools. Deep within the dark abyss, Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his eyes. Had that little brat already perished? Not far away, the half-black, half-white Zetsu responded. The third Mizukage has been confirmed dead, slain by Sato Shuichi with a single stroke. As he spoke, Zetsu produced a kunai and plunged it into his own heart, dramatically reenacting the scene that had just transpired. Strangely enough, despite the kunai having pierced his heart, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever, maintaining an expression of carefree mirth. Uchiha Madara, observing Zetsu's antics, displayed no surprise, as if he were accustomed to such behavior. Since that is the case, let us proceed with the plan concerning Obito, Madara stated. No problem. I have already selected a perfect location for him. It is the Kanabi Bridge. I believe Obito will soon join us. The prospect of a new companion filled him with anticipation. They would have to organize a grand welcoming ceremony. No, not a ceremony, but a party. After a brief monologue, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu resumed their usual banter. Even Uchiha Madara found it somewhat intolerable, likening it to the incessant buzzing of 200 mosquitoes in his ears. Enough. You two are essentially one entity. What is there to argue about? Madara finally interjected, unable to endure their incessant bickering any longer. Otherwise, they would continue their squabbling for an entire week without respite. However, Madara remained oblivious to the subtle glint of intrigue that flickered in Black Zetsu's eyes when he mentioned their unity. Sato Shuichi did not return to the camp with Orochimaru and the others. Instead, he turned to seek out Terumi Mei. After all, this was a long-awaited reunion, a moment meant to be savored. Furthermore, with the demise of the Third Mizukage, the village hidden in the mist would be thrown into disarray for a time, allowing Sato Shuichi a brief respite. You finally returned. Didn't we agree it would be a quick affair? I've been waiting for so long. Upon spotting Sato Shuichi, Terumi Mei approached with a buoyant stride. Soon, she began to voice her complaints about him, her hands patting down his clothing to check for any injuries. Given her understanding of the Third Mizukage's prowess, she was understandably concerned for her beloved. Fortunately, Sato Shuichi bore no wounds, not even a speck of dust on his attire. This was only to be expected, as he had faced the Third Mizukage alongside Orochimaru and White Fang, three formidable shadow-level experts. Had he returned marred, it would have been quite the embarrassment. However, it was telling that Terumi Mei, a ninja of the village hidden in the mist, was more concerned about Sato Shuichi's well-being than the safety of her own village's leader. In a sense, this could be viewed as a darkly humorous irony. Observing the worried expression on Terumi Mei's face, warmth blossomed in Sato Shuichi's heart. He reached out and gently patted her head, assuring her, "With your concern, how could I possibly be injured? The mere Mizukage is but a fleeting shadow to me." Seeing that Sato Shuichi was unscathed, Terumi Mei finally relaxed. However, upon hearing the somewhat arrogant remarks that followed, she rolled her eyes in disdain. If you were so powerful, then why did you need Orochimaru and White Fang with you? Of course, it was to share the credit. After all, you must consider that I have aspirations for greatness. One should never hoard all the spoils. Sharing is essential. Gather as many allies as possible while diminishing the ranks of enemies. Unite all forces that can be united, Sato Shuichi declared, fervently emphasizing his point by clenching his right fist. Had Terumi Mei not already seen through Sato Shuichi's character, she might have been easily swayed. After a prolonged embrace filled with warmth, Sato Shuichi and Terumi Mei eventually parted ways. He intended to return to the Leaf's encampment, while she needed to devise a plausible explanation for why all of the Third Mizukage retinue had perished, leaving her unscathed. Nonetheless, though Terumi Mei hailed from a civilian background, her mentor, Aoi, held considerable status within the village hidden in the mist. Aoi's influence was somewhat akin to that of the two elderly advisors in the Leaf Village. Thus, as long as she concocted a suitable excuse, Terumi Mei could easily navigate the situation. Speaking of which, Aoi had significant ties to the Leaf Village, especially in light of the ongoing Ninja World War. He successfully eliminated a member of the Hyuga clan's main family, thereby seizing a Byakugan. Consequently, Ao acquired the moniker of the Byakugan Killer. The Hidden Leaf Village issued a gold-level wanted notice for him, while he also served as a commander on the front lines of the Hidden Mist. With a mentor of such esteemed status, the risk of exposure for Terumi Mei, the traitor, was virtually non-existent. Within the exclusive wooden cabin belonging to Sato Shuichi, he gazed at the dejected figure of Kakashi, who resembled a despondent salted fish, and couldn't help but inquire, "At this late hour, why do you still linger here?" Kakashi, with a grin, raised the tea that Mei had just brought and drank it in one gulp. After preparing the tea, Mei discreetly excused herself, providing the two men with a private space for conversation. "It has been quite a while since we last met, so I thought it prudent to reconnect. Moreover, you are on the verge of making a name for yourself in the shinobi world. To have personally slain the Third Mizukage, the last ninja to accomplish such a feat was the legendary Kinkaku and Ginkaku. In truth, prior to this, the so-called strongest wind shadow, the Third Kazekage, had already been single-handedly defeated by Sasori of the Red Sand. This marked the commencement of the Third Shinobi World War, although it remained largely unknown. Even now, Tsunade still recorded the Third Kazekage as missing. Compared to Sasori's individual triumph over the Kazekage, Sato Shuichi's accomplishment, achieved amidst a 3-on-1 confrontation, did seem somewhat diminished. Nonetheless, it significantly elevated his reputation, akin to how Orochimaru and his companions garnered the title of the legendary Three Ninjas for their successful confrontation against Hanzo, who was revered as a demigod of the shinobi world. Naturally, Sato Shuichi's renown echoed throughout the shinobi realm after he dispatched the highest authority of the Hidden Mist. "Enough already. You only show up when there's something to discuss. Speak quickly, for I wish to retire for the night," Sato Shuichi expressed with an air of impatience. It was unclear whether his intention to sleep was sincere. Upon hearing this, Kakashi let out a long sigh, as if burdened with unspoken troubles. "What I am about to reveal will surely make you think I have lost my mind. I have a premonition that Kakashi may soon find himself in peril, and I hope you will assist him when the time comes." After saying this, Kakashi stood, preparing to leave. Kakashi was, after all, the only motivation for his continued existence. Should anything befall Kakashi, he would undoubtedly lose the will to live. Thus, he humiliated himself before someone as much younger as Sato Shuichi. Unable to bear the thought of Kakashi encountering misfortune, he couldn't even dare to gamble on such a possibility. Sato Shuichi quickly moved to support Kakashi. "Are you attempting to prop me up? This is emotional coercion. It nearly drove you to despair before. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." Despite his teasing, Sato Shuichi's years of camaraderie allowed Kakashi to grasp his intent. Thus, he smiled as if released from a heavy burden. "If you're truly dissatisfied, feel free to stab me a few times. However, that would merely add another soul of a shadow-level ninja to your hands." After both resumed their respective seats, Sato Shuichi couldn't resist asking, "Do you genuinely place such faith in the so-called sixth sense of your so-called father?" Upon hearing this, a complicated expression crossed Kakashi's face. "The dream felt so real, so vivid that I could hardly discern whether it was a dream or reality. I even pondered if it was a warning from the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths has no time to concern himself with you. Middle-aged salted fish uncle. His spirit in the shinobi world is solely focused on the reincarnations of his two sons." Sato Shuichi inwardly scoffed. Nevertheless, Kakashi's sixth sense did hold some merit. Based on the timeline, the Team Minato should soon be preparing to blow up the Kanabi Bridge. Under the considerable alterations to the narrative instigated by Sato Shuichi, Kakashi might indeed find himself in jeopardy. Chapter 166, The Advancing Lin No Era. Given his long-standing friendship with Kakashi and his childhood memories of him, Sato Shuichi resolved to keep a closer eye on Kakashi. While Minato was undoubtedly reliable, even the most diligent of individuals have moments of lapse. In the original narrative, Minato was unable to save Rin Noara and Uchiha Obito. After all, seeing Sato Shuichi's demeanor, Kakashi finally felt reassured. "I entrust Kakashi to you. Should you encounter any troublesome matters, you can rely on me to resolve them. That short blade in my possession has yet to rust." Kakashi spoke earnestly to Sato Shuichi. Given the seriousness etched on his face, Sato Shuichi suspected that if asked to assassinate Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi would not flinch, but would instead charge forward without hesitation. The following day, the news of the Third Mizukage's assassination spread throughout the shinobi world. The Hidden Mist Village issued the highest level of wanted notice for Sato Shuichi. In the underground bounty office, his bounty had soared to 300 million. However, this exorbitant amount had yet to entice anyone to undertake the mission. After all, such wealth required a life to claim, just as it necessitated a life to spend. That little brat fell to someone significantly younger than himself. Truly a waste. How could he be a veteran of the First Shinobi World War? Anoki snorted disdainfully as he pointed fingers at the Third Mizukage. Is another prodigious ninja emerging from the Leaf Village? And one from a commoner background no less. I should have captured him back then, the third Raikage lamented, slapping his thigh in regret. Had the team dispatched to capture Kushina instead apprehended Sato Shuichi, perhaps he would have become the pride of the Cloud Village by now. In Tsunade, Raza rubbed his temples, indifferent to Sato Shuichi's illustrious achievements. To him, this harbinger of doom merely needed to refrain from disturbing Tsunade. As for the Third Mizukage, he was of little consequence. Moreover, Raza had his own significant issues. The daimyo of the Land of Wind was exceedingly dissatisfied with Tsunade's performance in the ongoing war, resulting in a slashed budget for the village. Thus, Raza, as the Wind Shadow, found himself laboring in the desert daily to extract gold to subsidize Tsunade. In addition to his professional setbacks, Raza faced emotional turmoil. He had meticulously arranged a romantic scene to express his feelings to Karura, only to be met with her disdainful gaze, akin to that of a cockroach. Heartbroken, he vowed to shut himself off from emotional attachments and dedicated himself to the relentless pursuit of gold in the desert to support his household. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi, now a figure of considerable renown in the shinobi realm, leisurely journeyed towards the border of the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire, accompanied by Lin Noara. Initially, Sato Shuichi intended to travel alone, intending to return after the Kanabi Bridge incident. However, considering the lurking threats posed by Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu, he decided it prudent to keep Lin by his side, ensuring that no unforeseen calamity would arise. Lin, embarking on this mission alongside Sato Shuichi, felt a sense of joy and anticipation. This was evident from her buoyant stride and the cheerful melody she hummed softly. After a long day of travel, Sato Shuichi cast a knowing glance towards Noara Rin, who promptly understood and retrieved a picnic blanket from her ninja gear, spreading it neatly on the ground. Without a hint of hesitation, Sato Shuichi plopped down onto the blanket. At that moment, Noera Rin gracefully handed him a cup of water, which she had been using herself. Sato Shuichi took a sip, savoring the taste. Indeed, water from a beautiful maiden bore a distinct quality, though it was simply chilled water. The liquid from Noera Rin's cup possessed a hint of sweetness, likely due to her addition of honey. Let's pause here for now and set up camp, Sato Shuichi said to the ever-obliging Noera Rin, who was always ready to cater to his needs. During the course of the day, he had been thoroughly managed by her, surrendering to a life of indulgence at an age when one should be striving for greatness. It was evident that Noera Rin would one day excel as an exemplary wife and mother. Upon hearing his words, Noera Rin nodded and immediately set about her tasks, refusing any offer of assistance from Sato Shuichi. As she put it, he had already endured enough hardship on the battlefield, and such trivial matters were well within her capabilities. However, once Noera Rin completed the campsite, her ambitious nature became apparent. Observing the solitary tent before him, Sato Shuichi suddenly grasped the unspoken implications. Noera Rin then displayed a pitiful expression, saying, "I'm so sorry, Shuichi-sensei. I only brought one tent. I'm truly foolish for not preparing better. I suppose I'll just sleep on the grass outside tonight." Her words were undoubtedly a tactical retreat, for there was no way Sato Shuichi could send her out to sleep in the open while he remained within the tent. Such an act would tarnish his reputation and contradict his nature of cherishing the delicate. Just as Sato Shuichi was about to assert that he had brought a tent as well, Noera Rin swiftly covered his mouth with her hand, as though anticipating his response. "What shall we have for dinner? Earlier, I spotted some wild chickens and mushrooms in the woods. How about I prepare a chicken stew with mushrooms for you?" Without waiting for Sato Shuichi's reply, she dashed into the woods with a kunai in hand. Half an hour later, she returned with 3 clean chickens and a small basket of mushrooms. Despite her infrequent involvement in direct combat, Noera Rin's skills were commendable. While she may not rival her teammates, she could easily match the capabilities of a chunin. Hunting was a trivial task for her. Before long, a pot was set over the campfire, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Noera Rin's culinary skills were quite impressive. While she could not compare to Sato Shuichi, among those he knew, she ranked first. Even if she chose to abandon her life as a ninja, she could effortlessly sustain herself by opening a restaurant. After they had eaten their fill, Noera Rin produced a napkin. Just as Sato Shuichi reached for it, he noticed a smile spreading across her face as she leaned in to wipe his mouth tenderly. After completing this gesture, she carelessly tossed the napkin to the ground, reasoning that paper was biodegradable and thus did not constitute environmental pollution. Then, she plopped down onto Sato Shuichi's lap. It must be said, her boldness today exceeded that of any previous occasion. What had driven her to such audacity? As Sato Shuichi pondered this question, Noera Rin suddenly remarked, "Sensei, when you returned from your last mission, you seemed to carry a lovely fragrance." Sato Shuichi chuckled, responding, "It must have been the perfume of Mikoto. She has never worn that particular scent. It must belong to another woman." Noera Rin replied with unwavering certainty. Sato Shuichi was well aware that the scent did not belong to Mikoto, but rather to the distant Terumi Mei in the Mist Village. Yet, could he voice such a truth? Revealing it would shatter the noble image he had cultivated. This was likely the root of Noera Rin's fervent demeanor throughout their journey. For one, they were alone together, unencumbered by the gaze of others. Moreover, the thought of Sato Shuichi, who had the audacity to flirt with others during missions, incited her envy. Why should anyone else have the privilege that she did not? Such was likely the turmoil within Noera Rin's heart. After a brief respite, they retreated into the tent to rest. However, upon seeing the noticeably larger sleeping bag, Sato Shuichi fell into contemplation. Was it possible that Noera Rin intended to bind him this evening? "I'm sorry, sensei, but I only brought one sleeping bag. How about you use it? And I'll just wear more clothes outside? After all, as a ninja, a little chill won't harm me." With Noera Rin making such a declaration, Sato Shuichi had little choice. They both nestled into the same sleeping bag, perfectly filling the space within it. At that moment, he realized that Noera Rin had planned this all along. "All right, I'll have Gungue keep watch for us. Let's get some sleep. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow." Sato Shuichi yawned and addressed the Noera Rin who was pressed closely against him. Yet, she remained silent, her bright eyes fixed intently upon him. After a prolonged moment, Sato Shuichi wore a look of resignation. "Is there something else?" Noera Rin replied in a soft, sweet voice. "When I was little, my mother would give me a goodnight kiss before bed." Observing the eager expression on her face, Sato Shuichi sighed gently and pecked her on the left cheek. "Just the cheek?" Noera Rin asked, a hint of disappointment in her tone. Sato Shuichi lightly tapped her forehead, saying, "Wasn't your mother's goodnight kiss on the cheek?" After this, he closed his eyes, intending to sleep, while Noera Rin murmured, "But sensei, you're not my mother." Whether she was ignored or simply unheard, Sato Shuichi kept his eyes shut. Noera Rin watched Sato Shuichi's peaceful face for a while, then shifted to find a comfortable position within his embrace, slipping into a deep slumber. After several days of travel, Sato Shuichi and Noera Rin finally arrived at the border of the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. The commander of this area was an old acquaintance, the notorious pervy sage, Jiraiya. Hey, you little rascal, are you tarnishing my reputation again?" "What do you mean, pervy sage? My title is Toad Sage. Thank you very much." Jiraiya strode over with an air of arrogance, his face displaying clear dissatisfaction. After voicing his complaints, Jiraiya, with an air of mystery, casually draped an arm around Sato Shuichi, his face adorned with a rather lewd expression. "Have you any works to publish recently? You've been silent for so many years, and your readers have been yearning for your return." Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi wore a resigned expression. "I've already made it clear that I've put down my pen." Jiraiya immediately expressed profound regret. "What a pity. The literary realm of the ninja world has lost half its glory with your departure. And the other half? Naturally, it is upheld by me. We are renowned in the industry as the Twin Stars. I never acknowledged such a title, nor do I consider it dignified," Sato Shuichi replied, shaking his head. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly winked and said, "My latest work, Intimate Paradise, is set to be released next week. Would you like me to send you an advance copy? It holds considerable collectible value." Sato Shuichi promptly waved his hand dismissively. "I have no interest in such matters, and besides, there are others here. Please do not lead them astray." After saying this, Sato Shuichi glanced at Noera Rin, who was standing quietly a short distance away. Jiraiya's energy was remarkably vibrant. Still engaged in battles at the front lines, yet he possessed the time and vigor to write. Perhaps that was the essence of true passion. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out. "Jiraiya-sensei, so this is where you are." The two turned to see Namake's Minato approaching with his 3 students. Upon catching sight of Sato Shuichi, Minato's smile brightened even further. "Shuichi, what brings you here?" He hurried over, his expression one of surprise and delight. Sato Shuichi playfully tapped Minato on the shoulder. "I heard you got into a scuffle, so I came to help you reclaim your honor." "Thank you very much," Minato replied, a sheepish smile adorning his face. He was baffled as to how the rumor of his unprovoked beating had spread, and even more so that it had reached Sato Shuichi, who was stationed at the front lines in the Land of Water. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito rushed to Noera Rin with an expression of excitement. "Rin, you've come too? How about I take you around our camp? Not to boast, but I'm doing quite well here." However, Rin's demeanor towards Obito was notably indifferent. "No thanks. I'll stick with Shuichi-sensei." With that, she moved beside Sato Shuichi and took hold of his right hand. Witnessing this scene, Obito felt as though he might shatter his own teeth in frustration. He simply could not fathom why Rin was so cold towards him, yet so amiable towards the insufferable Sato Shuichi. Perhaps the weight of his resentment was too great. Sato Shuichi sensed an intense gaze directed at him. Thus, he turned to meet the source of that stare, only to find Obito glaring at him with an expression that screamed jealousy. In response, Sato Shuichi merely offered a knowing smile. Just as Obito was perplexed by Sato Shuichi's smile, the next moment nearly drove him to awaken his Sharingan in fury. Sato Shuichi bent down and pinched Rin's smooth cheek. To this, Rin displayed no sign of discomfort. In fact, she tilted her head, making it easier for Sato Shuichi to continue. Seeing Rin's joyful expression inflicted 1,000 points of genuine anguish upon Obito's heart. After enduring such psychological torment, he ultimately decided to turn his head away, opting for an out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach. "As long as I don't see it, it's not happening." Meanwhile, Kakashi, observing Obito's reaction, chuckled and remarked, "What a troubled mind he has." Indeed, Obito's behavior significantly tarnished their small team's reputation. As night fell, Sato Shuichi entered the room prepared for him by Namake's Minato. Originally, Noera Rin, being a chunin, would have her own quarters. However, to mitigate any potential mishaps, Sato Shuichi decided it best for her to stay in the adjacent bedroom. This way, should any disturbances arise, he would be alerted and could respond immediately. After showering and changing into his pajamas, preparing to drift into slumber, there came a knock at his door. "Come in. It's unlocked," he called out casually. The door creaked open, revealing Noera Rin, dressed in pajamas and clutching a pillow, shyly glancing at Sato Shuichi before silently taking a seat on the bed. "Rin, is there something you need?" Sato Shuichi inquired, seeing her reluctance to speak. At his words, Rin cast a glance at him, then immediately lowered her head, lost in thought. Time ticked by slowly, and just as Sato Shuichi began to feel a tinge of impatience, Rin suddenly dove under the covers, burying her head within. Sato Shuichi's mouth twitched in annoyance. Rin, don't be willful. You should return to your own room to sleep. Otherwise, I shall become quite upset. In response, an exaggerated snoring sound emanated from beneath the covers, setting aside how Rin could fall asleep so swiftly. Sato Shuichi knew all too well that she would snore if she fell asleep. However, it was evident that Rin had made up her mind to stay the night. Unless Sato Shuichi chose to sleep in her room, he had no other option. Yet, Sato Shuichi would never entertain such a notion. How could he, the esteemed Sato Shuichi, be coerced by a mere Noera Rin to relinquish his own space? Resolutely, he switched off the bedroom light and settled into bed himself. The warmth of the covers enveloped him, infused with the scent of the shower gel mingling with Rin's natural fragrance. This aroma, combined with the sun-kissed scent of the blanket, lulled him into a state of relaxation. Suddenly, a voice filled with self-reproach pierced the darkness. I'm sorry, sensei. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi let out a deep sigh and pulled Rin into his embrace. It's all right, just go to sleep. We have an early start tomorrow. Following this, a faint whisper reached his ears. I like you the most, Shuichi. Shortly thereafter, he felt a damp sensation against his neck. Was Rin attempting to usurp his authority? She had even discarded the honorific of sensei. It was utterly audacious. For reasons unknown, Sato Shuichi was suddenly reminded of his past encounters with Tsunade. He finally understood her feelings from back then. Indeed, this world is a colossal boomerang. The next morning, Sato Shuichi was roused by a cacophony of voices. Kakashi, you scoundrel. I challenge you to a duel. Fool, I could dispatch you with either hand. Enough of your bickering. Sato Shuichi's eyes snapped open, brimming with a palpable aura of menace. It is widely acknowledged that Sato Shuichi possesses a temperament akin to Schrodinger's cat when it comes to his waking hours. The identity of the individual who dares to intrude upon his tranquil slumber is of paramount importance. Should the trespasser be a comely young lady, all would remain well. However, if the intruder happens to be a rugged man, Sato Shuichi would undoubtedly ensure that the individual learns the true meaning of cruelty. Thus, Sato Shuichi summoned his shadowy companion. Gungue, please teach those oblivious imbeciles outside a lesson. Spare no mercy, but ensure they remain intact. Upon hearing this, Gungue's eyes gleamed with malice, and after emitting a sinister chuckle, he slipped into the shadows outside. Before long, the air was filled with blood-curdling screams reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. This cacophony roused the slumbering Noera Rin from her dreams. Blinking in confusion, she opened her eyes. Chapter 169. Greetings, friend. Good morning, sensei. Is someone out there slaughtering pigs? It's quite noisy, she remarked. Sato Shuichi patted the bewildered Noera Rin on the head and rose to make his way to the living room. In the living room, Uchiha Obito and Kakashi found themselves unceremoniously suspended from the ceiling, their bodies inverted. Obito's visage was marred by an expression of sheer terror, as though he had glimpsed something monstrous above. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze wore an apologetic countenance, exchanging glances with Gungue. Initially, Gungue had contemplated hoisting Minato as well, but it was evident that Minato's prowess far exceeded that of the two unfortunate souls dangling above. At this juncture, Sato Shuichi turned his gaze, laden with resentment, towards Minato. If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall not hesitate to deliver a fist as formidable as a non-bread directly to your face. My fists are not your father's hands, nor your mother's heart. They harbor a darkness of their own. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression grew even more awkward, as he had indeed intruded without invitation. However, he could not be entirely blamed. Sato Shuichi had neglected to lock the door, for he found it incomprehensible that anyone in the Leaf Village would dare to trespass. Minato approached Sato Shuichi, his demeanor sheepish as he attempted to explain. We intended to wait for you outside, but your front door opened with the slightest push. I assumed you were already awake, which is why we entered. Sato Shuichi nodded in acknowledgement. Then, in a flash faster than a lightning strike, he delivered a swift strike to Minato's eye socket. The motion was so rapid that even Kamui would struggle to react. Kakashi and Obito, hanging from the ceiling, were momentarily rendered speechless as they witnessed the renowned Minato being struck. Clearly, Minato had not anticipated such an action from Sato Shuichi. Nevertheless, as a skilled medical ninja, Sato Shuichi exercised restraint, ensuring that no mark was left on Minato's already handsome face. Even if he had miscalculated, he could remedy it in an instant. Before Minato could utter a word, Sato Shuichi seized the initiative, stating, Minato, you have grown complacent. If you cannot evade such an attack, I genuinely worry for your safety on the battlefield. At this, Minato's expression nearly cracked under the weight of his embarrassment. Was this what they called a villain preemptively accusing the innocent? He felt the harshness of reality closing in. Thus, he could only muster an awkward chuckle. Haha, Shuichi. You remain as humorous as ever. Please, let us lower Kakashi and Obito. Having delivered his punch, Sato Shuichi's morning ire began to dissipate. He nodded towards Gungue, who promptly executed a powerful thud, causing Obito to plummet from the ceiling. Kakashi, in midair, twisted his body and landed gracefully, utilizing his core strength. Gungue, with a satisfied expression, melded back into Sato Shuichi's shadow. Though he had not managed to frighten Minato or Kakashi, the terror exuded by Obito had provided Gungue with ample energy to feast upon. After crashing to the ground, Obito gingerly touched his face, a look of relief washing over him. Ha ha, I survived. As the future Hokage, such trivial challenges are mere child's play. His laughter echoed with an audacity reminiscent of that fool, Shinjiro. Sato Shuichi couldn't help but interject with a sardonic remark. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression turned awkward as well. Youthful exuberance is only natural, he noted, but soon, Obito's mirth was extinguished as Noera Rin emerged from the room. Upon seeing her, Obito stood frozen, as if turned to stone. This cannot be real. I must still be under a jinjutsu. Such a thing is impossible. He appeared entranced, muttering softly to himself. Kakashi, unable to bear the sight, delivered a sharp tap to the back of Obito's head, forcing him back to reality. Upon regaining his senses, Obito, still clinging to a shred of hope, gazed at Rin. Rin, why are you in the room? You must have been the one to wake him, right? Haha. How ridiculous for someone of our rank to need assistance getting out of bed. I haven't been lazy since graduating from the Ninja Academy. Rin, wearing a bemused expression, retorted. What are you babbling about? I slept with Sensei Shuichi last night, which is why I emerged from the room. And could you please lower your voice? It's quite disruptive. Otherwise, you won't be welcome here. With her words, Obito's heart sank, and he felt utterly drained of energy, collapsing to the ground. However, there was a silver lining. A crimson hue suddenly flickered in his eyes, as a black tomo began to swirl within. In the wake of his mental turmoil, Obito inadvertently awakened his long-desired Sharingan. Yet, judging by the expression of despair etched across his face, the price for such a gift seemed excessively steep. His companions, however, remained oblivious to his transformation, as they too were reeling from Rin's earlier declaration. Kakashi finally understood why his father had once expressed relief that Kakashi was a boy, fearing what might have transpired under such captivating genes had he been a girl. After a brief moment of shock, Minato clapped Sato Shuichi on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Shuichi, you truly are remarkable. I'm seriously considering asking you to be my best man at my wedding. Sato Shuichi brushed Minato's hand away, exasperation evident in his expression as he replied. Do you truly believe I did nothing last night? Would you trust me on that? Minato responded with a grin reminiscent of Jiraiya's most mischievous smirk. I believe you. Of course. After all, with our years of friendship, how could I not know what kind of person you are? Chapter 170. Kakashi, you might as well just kill me. Sato Shuichi struggled to suppress the urge to strike Minato once more. If he had truly committed some transgression, it could be overlooked. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he has not done anything at all. Now, he finds himself unjustly burdened with such a grave accusation, which is understandably disheartening. Furthermore, Noera Rin shows no inclination to offer any defense for Sato Shuichi. In her view, the more people who are aware of the close relationship between herself and Sato Shuichi, the better. Consequently, she affectionately drapes her arm around Sato Shuichi's. Since he cannot provide an explanation, Sato Shuichi decides to forego one entirely. Instead, he turns his attention to Namake's Minato, shifting the topic. By the way, doesn't your team have another bystander? I saw him yesterday, yet today he seems to have vanished. During last night's patrol mission, they encountered a spy from the Rock Village. A somber expression crossed Namake's Minato's face. Sato Shuichi then comfortingly patted his shoulder, saying, This is the fate of ninjas. May you find solace in your grief. Unexpectedly, Minato instantly retracted his heavy demeanor and blinked. He didn't perish. He merely sustained injuries and has since returned to Konoha with the supply squad. You, with your bushy eyebrows and large eyes, are also engaging in cunning schemes here with me. Truly, the world is in decline, Sato Shuichi remarked, observing the mischievous grin on Minato's face. Now, do enlighten me regarding the reason for your early morning disturbance of my slumber. I shall consider whether to bury you underground. Upon addressing serious matters, Minato swiftly transitioned into a professional demeanor, his expression turning earnest. I intend to demolish the Kamizukabashi Bridge. It serves as a vital route connecting the rock village and its main camp. If we destroy it, we can significantly hamper their logistics. Sato Shuichi nodded, sensing that Toki's misfortune was imminent. He wondered if Kakashi would become the copy ninja this time. As for rescuing Uchiha Obito, Sato Shuichi dismissed the notion entirely. After all, as the designated successor of Uchiha Madara, even if Uchiha Obito escaped this incident unscathed, he would inevitably face peril in the future, unless Sato Shuichi were to watch over him like a caretaker, never leaving his side. Moreover, the absence of Uchiha Obito does not preclude the emergence of other characters such as Uchiha Kaido or Uchiha Moku in the future. Given this, it would be more prudent to allow the plot to unfold naturally. At the very least, Sato Shuichi was aware of all of Uchiha Obito's hidden cards after he became Akatsuki's member. Most importantly, there was no bond between Sato Shuichi and Uchiha Obito. Thus, why should Sato Shuichi expend his energy to rescue such a character? Additionally, he held a rather low opinion of Uchiha Obito as portrayed in the original work. So, what do you wish for me to do? Sato Shuichi inquired flatly, gazing at Namake's Minato. I require your assistance in intercepting the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han. With that, Minato produced a document detailing all of Han's information. With the power of the Five Tails, Mu, within him, Han had achieved considerable feats in the Rock Village. Simultaneously, he was also a perfect Jinchuriki, capable of harnessing the five-tail strength to unleash formidable power through steam, earning him the title of Steam Ninja. It seemed that aside from the Jinchuriki of the Mist and Sand villages, all Jinchuriki from the other three major ninja villages were perfect hosts. This might be related to the relatively lower rankings of the Sand and Mist villages among the 5 great ninja villages. Sato Shuichi accepted the document, nodding. So, we are to deal with this ninja named Han. Leave such trivial matters to me. When do we depart? We shall commence our operation the day after tomorrow. Come find me before we set off. After concluding their discussion, Sato Shuichi handed a flying thunder god kunai to Kakashi. Observing Kakashi's bewildered expression, Sato Shuichi playfully tousled his hair into a disheveled mess. Consider this a fatherly gesture. Your father requested me to ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Kakashi immediately bristled with defiance. He lifted his chin to meet Sato Shuichi's gaze, displaying an obstinate expression. I can protect myself. I don't need this. In response, Sato Shuichi chuckled lightly. Well, in honor of White Fang, I shall grant you another chance. Either you admit your error and comply, or violence will not make me yield. Even if you were to kill me, I would never reconcile with you. That may not be the case. After speaking, Sato Shuichi produced a photograph and handed it to Kakashi. In the picture, a white-haired infant, just learning to crawl, was stuffing an unknown snack into his mouth, while a panicked White Fang rushed toward him, seemingly attempting to intervene. Haha, who is this child? Picking up snacks like that. Could he be a fool? Uchiha Obito, having regained his composure, leaned closer to Kakashi, pointing at the photo. Despite Kakashi wearing a mask, his expression of despair was unmistakable. His eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, where did you obtain this photograph? Sato Shuichi patted his shoulder. My dear nephew, I possess a plethora of your embarrassing secrets. Would you like me to reveal more for your enjoyment? Under the weight of Sato Shuichi's formidable influence, Kakashi ultimately chose to lower his proud head and submit. I apologize. I was too arrogant earlier and took your kindness for granted. Please forgive me. At that moment, Uchiha Obito finally grasped the situation. No way, this little rascal is you. Kakashi, how could you have been like this as a child? You resemble a complete idiot. With a thud, Uchiha Obito collapsed to the ground once more. And the instigator of this incident was none other than the fist-clenching Kakashi. Subsequently, Namake's Minato prepared to return with his 2 students. It seemed that both of his students had been thoroughly subdued by Sato Shuichi. Chapter 171, Han. Gazing upon the peculiar creature before him, towering over 2 meters, Han fell into contemplation. He had never encountered such a being before. Could it be a unique summoning beast? Speaking of summoning beasts, Han was suddenly reminded of a certain individual renowned within the ninja world. As expected, a somewhat familiar figure emerged from behind the extraordinary summoning creature. Despite it being their first meeting, Han instantly recognized him, Sato Shuichi. Sato Shuichi approached the creature, casting a wary glance at Han. You are the Jinchuriki of the 5 Tails, are you not? There are those who have placed a price on your head. To avoid wasting time, you should surrender now. It would be advantageous for both of us. You little brat, what are you joking about? When I was a ninja, you were still in diapers. Han bellowed, as a large cloud of steam suddenly enveloped him. Under the influence of this steam, the ambient temperature soared several degrees. The grass in proximity to the steam visibly changed from vibrant green to a withered yellow at a rapid pace. Witnessing this, Noera Rin tightened her grip on Sato Shuichi's clothing. Judging by the steam alone, Han truly deserved the title of Steam Ninja. Even an average Jonin would find no means of countering such steam aside from fleeing. In a swift motion, the steam surged towards Sato Shuichi without any external force propelling it. The overwhelming presence loomed like a cataclysmic event, instilling terror in the hearts of many. Nevertheless, Sato Shuichi remained utterly composed, even taking the time to reassure Noera Rin. There's no need to worry. Just sit back and enjoy the spectacle of Mewtwo. Not even the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, or even the resurrection of the 10 tails, could stand against Mewtwo's might. Indeed, this was the unwavering confidence that the legendary Pokémon bestowed upon Sato Shuichi. He felt no trepidation, even in the face of Han, let alone with the formidable duo of Inoki and Jiraiya at his side. Upon hearing these words, Noera Rin nodded in understanding. Although she was unfamiliar with the 10 tails, Sato Shuichi's assured demeanor helped dissipate her fears significantly. As the steam threatened to envelop them, a sudden azure glow emanated from Mewtwo's eyes. In an instant, the steam coalesced into a spherical object the size of a ping-pong ball. Mewtwo toyed with this steam sphere in its hands. Is this your reliance? How amusing. Han's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He could not fathom how his once invincible steam was so effortlessly dismantled by Mewtwo. With that thought, Han hesitated not a moment longer and communicated with the 5 tails within him, willingly entering into tailed beast transformation. Before him, a colossal white creature resembling a hybrid of a dolphin and a horse emerged, prompting Mewtwo to finally suppress its disdainful expression. At that moment, the 5 tails' deep, resonant voice echoed, "Who are you?" Logically, a summoning beast of such immense power should not be unfamiliar to me after all these years. Mewtwo's face bore a contemptuous expression. "Weaklings like you need not know my name. If you wish to learn it, ask with your strength." Despite being known for its relatively good temperament among the 9-tailed beasts, the 5 tails couldn't help but feel a surge of rage at Mewtwo's haughty words. With a roar, the 5 tails opened its mouth wide, gathering a tailed beast ball to teach this impudent creature a lesson. While the 5 tails conjured its tailed beast ball, Mewtwo had countless ways to interrupt it. Yet, it remained motionless, arms crossed, observing the 5 tails as if it were merely a performance. Moments later, a massive tailed beast ball hurtled towards Mewtwo. Before it could strike, a gale of wind surged forth, rustling Sato Shuichi's clothing and causing Noera Rin to hide entirely behind him to shield herself from the tempest. Just as the tailed beast ball was about to make contact, Mewtwo extended its right hand, unleashing an overwhelming psychic force that instantly seized control of the projectile. The once swiftly moving tailed beast ball froze in midair as if time itself had been halted. Witnessing this spectacle, the 5 tails widened its eyes in disbelief. This is impossible. What kind of jutsu can control a tailed beast ball? Mewtwo did not respond, but slowly raised its right hand. The suspended tailed beast ball began to ascend in accordance with Mewtwo's movement. The 5 tails' expression shifted dramatically as it realized Mewtwo's intentions. With a forceful flick of its wrist, Mewtwo sent the tailed beast ball careening towards the 5 tails like a baseball, the speed magnified exponentially compared to its previous trajectory. Before the 5 tails could react, the tailed beast ball crashed into it with a resounding boom, enveloping it in a cloud of dust. In mere moments, a white figure shot towards Mewtwo with incredible speed. The previous tailed beast ball had made the 5 tails acutely aware that it stood no chance in long-range combat against Mewtwo. Thus, it opted for close-quarters engagement, convinced that its massive size would grant it the upper hand against the seemingly diminutive adversary. With a thunderous impact, the 5 tails' formidable horn collided with Mewtwo's fist. While scalding steam enveloped Mewtwo's form, a manifestation of the 5 tails' boiling release. The 5 tails' steam was an overwhelming force, eclipsing Han's in both quantity and temperature. While Han's steam could easily dispatch mid-level shinobi, the 5 tails' steam could threaten even the likes of Kaga-level shinobi. After all, not every Kaguya relied solely on their physical prowess or possessed an array of survival techniques like Orochimaru. Ultimately, a ninja is defined by their high attack and low defense. However, these vaporous tendrils that could evaporate anything they touched failed to leave a mark on Mewtwo, who stood unscathed, devoid of even a bead of sweat. The 5 tails was taken aback, realizing it could not budge Mewtwo in the slightest. It was as if its massive form was inconsequential. In disbelief, the 5 tails watched as Mewtwo's slender arm effortlessly pushed against it from the opposite direction. Soon after, Mewtwo lifted the 5 tails' enormous body with apparent ease, as if it were a mere trifle. With a swift motion, Mewtwo hurled the 5 tails away. The resulting impact sent shockwaves through the earth, striking a nearby hill with the force of a missile. The very ground trembled beneath their feet. Yet, Mewtwo's expression shifted to one of indifference. During its travels in the ninja world, it had learned of the tailed beasts as some of the most formidable forces in existence. Mewtwo had anticipated an exhilarating battle today, only to find the Five Tails disappointingly feeble. Even before unleashing its true power, the Five Tails was nearing collapse. As the Five Tails struggled to rise from the rubble, the expression on its face betrayed a growing reluctance. This adversary was simply too formidable, far beyond its capabilities. At that moment, the Five Tails began to entertain thoughts of retreat, its confidence in overcoming Mewtwo waning. Logically, as a tailed beast, the Five Tails should not even consider fleeing. Four-tailed beasts cannot be extinguished in a physical sense. Just as the Three Tails, after being obliterated by Sato Shuichi's Kirin, would eventually be reborn somewhere in time. If it were the likes of the Nine Tails or the One Tail, they would fight to the bitter end rather than flee. Such concepts were foreign to them. Yet, the Five Tails' decision to retreat stemmed from its inherently non-confrontational nature. Most crucially, Han was the Jinchuriki it favored the most. Otherwise, it would not have lent its chakra for Han's use. Should Mewtwo shatter it now, Han would be doomed. The prospect of finding a new Jinchuriki was fraught with uncertainty. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, the Five Tails resolved to make its exit. However, the subtle movements of the Five Tails did not escape the discerning gaze of Mewtwo. A faint cerulean glow began to emanate from Mewtwo's eyes. In no time, the Five Tails, which had been sprinting with all its might, sensed that something was amiss. It appeared that no matter how fast it ran, it was merely treading in place, unable to escape the small hill beneath its feet. Under normal circumstances, it would take the Five Tails less than 1/10 of a second to dash over such a mound. Yet today, it felt as if it were caught in a bizarre loop, having sprinted for nearly 5 minutes without making any progress. At this point, the Five Tails began to piece together the situation. Silently, it reached out to Han within its consciousness, conveying a message. "I'm sorry, Han. It seems we might be doomed here today. Haha, it's alright. To perish at the hands of such a formidable ninja as Sato Hidaichi is not an ignoble end. Since the very first day I became a ninja, I have been prepared for this eventuality. You are the finest Jinchuriki I have ever encountered, and I shall forever remember you. What an honor that is. In return, I shall not forget the name of King Mu in the afterlife. Lastly, I must say, I look forward to our partnership." At that moment, the aura surrounding the Five Tails began to surge dramatically. In a matter of moments, a powerful chakra enveloped it, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it might ignite from the heat. Witnessing this spectacle, Mewtwo finally displayed an expression of excitement. Indeed, only such power could rouse my enthusiasm. Come now, let me witness the true strength of the mightiest creation in this realm. The Five Tails let out a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens, then transformed into a beam of white light, charging towards Mewtwo. The spatial restraints previously established by Mewtwo did not impede the Five Tails' advance in the slightest, as if they were non-existent. Mewtwo's form also morphed into a flash of white light, rushing towards the Five Tails. At that moment, Sato Hidaichi swiftly retrieved 2 pairs of sunglasses from the system space. He donned one pair himself and placed the other on the diminutive face of Noera Rin. Just as they put on the sunglasses, a blinding white light erupted from the point of collision between Mewtwo and the Five Tails. The entire world seemed to be engulfed in daylight, everything transformed into shades of white. This intense radiance could be likened to the brilliance emitted by the 3 generals in another world: loyalty. Fortunately, Sato Hidaichi had given himself and Noera Rin sunglasses, otherwise, their eyes would have been temporarily blinded by the ferocity of the light. Shortly after the appearance of the white light, an ear-splitting explosion echoed throughout the land. Even the birds in the nearby woods, 100 miles away, were startled into flight by the thunderous sound. Once everything settled into silence, the only remnant at the epicenter was Mewtwo and a gaping, bottomless pit. This chasm would likely transform into a massive lake within a few short years. Immediately after, Mewtwo flashed to Sato Hidaichi's side. This creature known as the tailed beast possesses quite an interesting nature. I shall seek out more foes like this for future battles. Sato Hidaichi nodded in agreement. When faced with formidable adversaries, I will certainly summon you to the fray. For now, I must take my leave. Do not hesitate to call upon me should you require assistance. With that, Mewtwo vanished instantaneously, transitioning from reality into a small world, where it sat cross-legged and began to meditate. At this moment, Sato Hidaichi gently patted the dazed Noera Rin. Observing her bewildered expression, he could not resist teasing her. The Five Tails has already been dealt with by Mewtwo, and yet you remain here in a stupor? Hearing this, Noera Rin snapped back to reality, astonished. The Five Tails was defeated so effortlessly? Of course, My current prowess can shield you as you stride through the ninja world. Chapter 173, Kakashi and Obito. At this juncture, Noara Rin's expression shifted to one of admiration. Suddenly, Sato Hidaichi turned sharply to the right and shouted, "Who is there? Show yourself." As his voice echoed, numerous shadow orbs shot forth from Sato Hidaichi's shadow, hurtling towards the direction he was gazing. These shadow orbs were, of course, the handiwork of Jengar. Following a series of continuous explosions, a severed white limb suddenly flew into view before Sato Hidaichi and Noara Rin. Gazing at the human-like appendage, Noara Rin's face contorted in disgust. What is this? It looks utterly revolting. At that moment, Sato Hidaichi casually picked up a stick and poked the white, unidentified object. This thing, both in shape and texture, bore an uncanny resemblance to a human arm. The only unsettling aspect was its unnaturally pale hue. Such a color was evidently not one that a normal human could possess. Even someone afflicted with a rare disease would not turn this white. An answer surged into Sato Hidaichi's mind. Is this a white Zetsu? How repulsive that it has already set its sights on Rin. He then turned to the still oblivious Noara Rin and said with utmost seriousness, "For the time being, do not stray more than 10 meters from my side. If you sense anything amiss or feel a disturbance in your surroundings, activate my Flying Thunder God mark at once. Do you understand?" Noara Rin, taken aback by Sato Hidaichi's unprecedented seriousness, nodded gravely. Curiously, she inquired, "Teacher, why are you so anxious? Has something bad occurred?" Sato Hidaichi gently pinched Noara Rin's cheek and replied softly, "I have a premonition that you may be under surveillance. Therefore, we must proceed with caution." Upon hearing this, instead of feeling any trepidation, Noara Rin's heart swelled with a sense of delight, especially as she noted Sato Hidaichi's concern for her safety. She felt a wave of secret satisfaction. Sato Hidaichi lightly tapped her forehead, exasperated. "What are you grinning at? Did you hear what I just said?" "I heard you clearly. Every word you uttered, I will remember diligently. No matter what happens, I will not forget. You need not take it to such an extent, but given the current circumstances, you must indeed be cautious." To maintain operational secrecy, Namikaze Minato had only brought Uchiha Obito and Kakashi along for the mission to destroy the Kaminari Bridge. In theory, this operation should have been extremely discreet. Few in the Hidden Leaf Village were even aware of it, let alone the Rock Village. Moreover, those privy to the information could not possibly be spies from the Rock Village. Yet, as if they possessed foresight, the IWA shinobi gathered dozens of elite ninja, led by the third Tsuchikage's son, Kuratsuchi, to obstruct Namikaze Minato and his companion's path. "Namikaze Minato, the date of your demise shall be upon you this time next year." Boasting an overwhelming numerical advantage, Kuratsuchi taunted Namikaze Minato with confidence. In response, Namikaze Minato silently withdrew his Flying Thunder God Kunai, whispering to his comrades, "Leave these IWA shinobi to me. You should find an opportunity to advance." "But teacher, there are so many IWA shinobi, and you are alone." Uchiha Obito's words were cut short as Kakashi swiftly covered his mouth. Under the inscrutable expression of Uchiha Obito, Kakashi solemnly shook his head. Although Kakashi had recently passed the Jonin exam, becoming the youngest Jonin in the Hidden Leaf Village, his assistance to Minato Namikaze in the current dire circumstances could be deemed negligible. Furthermore, Obito, who had only recently awakened a single Tomo Sharingan, was even less capable. Thus, it was evident that Minato's recent maneuver was indeed the optimal choice. Consequently, Kakashi felt compelled to interrupt Obito's forthcoming words. After being silenced by Kakashi, Obito clearly grasped Minato's intentions. Subsequently, Minato hurled a handful of Flying Thunder God Kunai into the midst of the IWA shinobi. These ninjas, all of Jonin caliber, were fortunate enough to evade the misfortune of being struck by the kunai. However, Minato's objective was not to injure the enemy with the kunai. Just then, the earth beneath them trembled as Inoki suddenly shouted, "Quick, stay away from those kunai. They are the spatial coordinates of the space-time ninjutsu." Simultaneously, Inoki utilized body flicker technique to distance himself from the flying kunai. Unfortunately, the other IWA shinobi were not as fortunate. Minato had already employed the Flying Thunder God to appear before them, a Rasengan in hand. In the blink of an eye, the IWA shinobi had sustained significant casualties. Witnessing this scene, Inoki's eyes widened in shock. Even for the prosperous IWA village, Jonin were considered top-tier combatants. The fact that Minato could so effortlessly dispatch so many of them would likely render IWA the laughingstock of the entire ninja world if he was not stopped. Thus, Inoki formed hand seals and bellowed, "Earth release, ground-shattering core." He slammed his palms onto the ground, causing it to quake as if an earthquake had ensued. Nevertheless, Such a large-scale destructive technique was unlikely to ensnare the agile Minato. However, there was a silver lining. Inoki's Earth release had successfully slowed Minato's slaughter of the IWA shinobi. Seizing this opportunity, Kakashi and Obito circumvented the IWA shinobi's defenses and hastened towards the Kamizuke Bridge. Their subtle maneuver did not escape Inoki's keen observation, yet he had no intention of obstructing them. In his view, eliminating the greatest threat, Minato, was paramount. Those two youths could be dealt with later without much concern. With Inoki's tacit consent, Kakashi and Obito swiftly infiltrated the land of Earth. As they pressed on, Obito abruptly halted his steps, making his way to the roadside where he found a scarf. It was the scarf of Izuki Shirho. Something must have happened to him, otherwise his scarf would not be abandoned here. This was a cherished gift from his childhood friend, a token of his aspiration to become a ninja, and he was usually reluctant to let anyone touch it. Izuki Shirho was the quiet one in Minato's class. He had been ambushed by IWA shinobi while on patrol a few days ago, and had only just returned to the Leaf with the logistics team the day before. Given the current circumstances, it was highly probable that this unfortunate soul had been captured by IWA shinobi en route back to the Leaf. Upon hearing Obito's exclamation, Kakashi also paused and approached him, whispering, "Our mission is to destroy the Kamizuke Bridge. We must not stray from our objective." Upon hearing this, Obito's face registered shock, staring at Kakashi as if seeing him for the first time. After a brief moment of astonishment, Obito grasped Kakashi's collar, their faces mere inches apart as he shouted, "Kakashi, you bastard, what are you saying? Shirho is our comrade. Are you really going to abandon him? Have you forgotten who took care of you when you were bedridden with injuries?" Kakashi's expression beneath his mask twisted in pain upon hearing Obito's words. The duty of a ninja was to obey orders. Kakashi's father, White Fang, nearly perished for failing to adhere to this principle. After that incident, Kakashi vowed never to repeat the same mistake. Obito forcefully pushed Kakashi to the ground. Those who disregard mission protocols are worthless. But those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than that. You can carry out the mission. I am going to save Shirho. With that, Obito dashed along the path. Kakashi sat on the ground, lost in contemplation. After a long while, he drew the short blade gifted by White Fang, caressing its back. His resolve crystallizing. "You bastards, release me at once. Once I become Hokage, I will annihilate your IWA village." Bound tightly by ropes, Obito shouted at the IWA shinobi before him. Beside him, Izuki Shirho was similarly restrained. However, unlike the energetic Obito, Shirho's condition was dire. Parched and without sustenance for some time, his voice was nearly gone, leaving him too weak to shout. "This brat is so noisy, why not just gouge out his Sharingan?" One IWA shinobi remarked impatiently, brandishing a kunai as he approached Obito. In response, Obito showed no fear, defiantly spitting in the shinobi's face. "You scum of IWA. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I swear on my life that I will make you regret it." Obito's audacity ignited the shinobi's fury. He raised the kunai, thrusting it toward Obito's eye. Just as the kunai was about to pierce Obito, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, decapitating the shinobi in one swift motion. Witnessing this, Obito's face lit up with excitement. "I knew you wouldn't abandon us, Kakashi, you arrogant fool." Kakashi swung his short blade, severing the ropes binding Obito and Izuki Shirho, then tossed his water flask to Shirho. After quenching his thirst, Shirho regained much of his vitality. Minato's team, as usual, formed a triangular formation and began to engage the enemy. After a prolonged skirmish, Shirho suddenly shoved Obito away with all his might. Moments later, a kunai pierced through his chest. Blood sprayed onto Obito's face, leaving him stunned. Had it not been for Shirho's actions, he would have been the one to perish. Shirho had become Obito's substitute. Gazing blankly, Obito watched as Shirho, with his last ounce of strength, retrieved a dusty hairpin from behind and whispered, "When we return to the village, please tell Miko that I have broken my promise. She need not wait for me." With those final words, Shirho collapsed, devoid of life. Obito's Sharingan, now spinning wildly, transformed into a 3-tomo Sharingan. "You filthy bastards, I will ensure you all accompany Shirho in death." Obito roared, his combat prowess surging dramatically upon activating the 3-tomo Sharingan. Soon, alongside Kakashi, they managed to annihilate the entire group of rock shinobi. Upon unlocking the long-coveted Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Obito felt no elation, but rather an overwhelming sense of emptiness. At that moment, he comprehended the meaning behind a saying that had been passed down through the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan is both a divine gift and a curse. If the price for awakening the Sharingan is such, Uchiha Obito would rather remain unable to awaken it for his entire life. Before long, Uchiha Obito and Kakashi carefully placed the remains of Inoue Shirui into a scroll. Gazing at the thin scroll in his hand, Obito softly murmured, "Shirui, once we complete this mission, I will take you home." In that instant, he appeared to mature profoundly. Meanwhile, the shadow of despair deepened in Kakashi's eyes. "Kakashi, take Shirui back. I will fulfill this mission. Our team must ensure that someone retrieves the bodies. When you return to Konoha, be sure to tell my grandmother that I, Uchiha Obito, am a hero." With a serene smile, Uchiha Obito entrusted a sealing scroll and a hairpin to Kakashi, despite being half buried under rubble. "By the way, I still haven't given you your gift for becoming a Jonin. You would never guess what it is. It's on the third shelf of your bookcase. Kakashi, you must strive to become Hokage for me." After uttering those words, Uchiha Obito ignited over 20 explosive tags simultaneously. Kakashi cast a final glance at Obito's resolute figure before turning away to depart. Chapter 175, Old Man. With a thunderous boom, the Kamui Bridge, a vital artery of the rock-hidden village, was consigned to history. At that moment, the figure of Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared beside Kakashi, observing the collapsed bridge. He could not help but commend, "You've done well with your mission. Upon your return to the village, I will treat you all to a grand feast." However, upon witnessing the vacant gaze of Kakashi, Minato instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. He placed a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder and whispered, "I'm sorry for arriving late." Kakashi offered no response, instead trudging heavily towards the direction of Konoha. He needed to provide an account to the families of Inoue Shirui and Uchiha Obito. Watching Kakashi's retreating figure, Minato sighed deeply. Yet, he felt powerless. After all, this was the merciless nature of war. Even the village's strongest, the Hokage, faced the risk of falling, let alone the ordinary shinobi. "Are you saying your team is left with only you?" Sato Shuichi inquired, observing Kakashi's despondent expression with curiosity. Kakashi nodded, his throat constricting as he rasped, "I'm heading back to Konoha." Sato placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. "Returning to Konoha is wise. Take some time to rest. Don't bottle up your feelings. Communicate with your father about it. He has considerable experience in such matters." Kakashi nodded once more, then continued his slow march towards Konoha. With Kakashi choosing to return to the village, the tasks entrusted to Sato Shuichi by White Fang reached a natural conclusion. After all, within the Land of Fire, few could pose a threat to Kakashi. Despite his current somber demeanor, should he encounter an enemy, his strikes would be more ruthless than ever before. At that moment, Noera Rin exhibited a melancholic expression. Although she shared no special bond with Uchiha Obito or Inoue Shirui, they had shared 6 years as classmates. Not to mention, just 2 days prior, Obito had been full of life, and now he faced a bitter end. The transience of life indeed evoked deep reflection. This stirred feelings of sorrow within the seemingly gentle yet profoundly resilient Noera Rin. Sato Shuichi understood Rin's emotions. Thus, he gently embraced her, softly stroking her hair. He felt powerless to console her regarding such matters, as the people he cared for remained alive, while those who had perished on the battlefield were merely distant acquaintances. After spending a day in the camp, Sato Shuichi bid farewell to Minato Namikaze, for Mikoto and the others awaited him in the Land of Water. He had no time to waste with Jiraiya and Minato. However, upon learning of Uchiha Obito's demise under the rubble, Sato became even more vigilant in guarding Noera Rin, ensuring she would not have any opportunity to be seized. "Several of our plans have been thwarted by that guy Sato. If you hadn't intervened, we would likely have succeeded in capturing Noera Rin," Zetsu remarked, scratching his head in a hidden cave deep within the Land of Water, addressing Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, a displeased expression crossed Madara's face. "You two are truly worthless. You couldn't even handle a mere chunin. If my body were usable, would I need you?" Under Madara's scorn, Zetsu's expression remained unchanged, as he absent-mindedly kicked at a weed that had inexplicably sprouted in the cave, as if its allure surpassed that of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Observing Zetsu's non-compliant demeanor, Madara sighed heavily. Arguing with such a being would only serve to frustrate him. Rather than dwell on it, he would be better off contemplating how to abduct Noera Rin from Sato Shuichi or finding an alternative route. With this in mind, Madara raised his gaze towards Zetsu. "I recall that Obito has a surviving relative, correct?" Upon hearing this, Zetsu's face lit up with exaggerated surprise. "No way. You truly are a rare breed of villain, considering targeting an unarmed old woman. I must say, I've misjudged you. How wicked. I find it quite endearing." Madara's face darkened at Zetsu's flamboyant antics. His proud character would never have resorted to exploiting the elderly or the weak to achieve his goals, as it would evoke a sense of humiliation. Yet, the current circumstances were dire. His ailing body could no longer support his grand ambitions. Thus, he reluctantly chose to resort to leveraging an elderly woman's life to facilitate Uchiha Obito's true growth. Once infinite Tsukuyomi is unleashed, everyone will attain a blissful conclusion. Madara reasoned internally. Little did he know, Uchiha Obito, still unconscious on a stone bed, would be profoundly moved upon discovering Madara's well-intentioned motives. Just then, in another chamber, Uchiha Obito's eyes fluttered slightly. Sensing Obito's condition, Zetsu promptly reported to Madara, "It seems your heir is awakening. But can such a laggard truly inherit your legacy? You don't understand. Individuals with intense emotions, after experiencing despair, can unleash unimaginable power," Madara replied. "I see. So what you're saying is that all you Uchiha are a bunch of lunatics. The crazier one is, the stronger they become, right? What a peculiar race this is. No wonder you were previously unable to triumph over Hashirama Senju. Ultimately, malevolence cannot prevail against righteousness." Uchiha Obito's countenance darkened as he contemplated refuting the notion that he had been bested by Hashirama, insisting it was merely a display of feigned weakness. Little did he know that Hashirama's life had been so tragically brief, and that by the time he sought vengeance, his adversary had already departed from this world. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed in their ears. Before long, Uchiha Obito entered, leaning against the wall with a clear, yet foolish expression. Chapter 176, Tsunade. It is hard to fathom that a being who has faced the brink of death could possess such naive eyes. One can only speculate that Uchiha Obito harbors a heart of pure innocence. "Old man, do you know where we are?" And the person beside you looks quite comical. One side white and the other black. Zetsu was on the verge of laughing at Uchiha Obito's address to Uchiha Madara, but upon hearing himself described in such a manner, his expression soured instantaneously. Uchiha Madara's face morphed into one of pride as he looked down at Uchiha Obito and responded haughtily, "I am Uchiha Madara, the one who saved your life." However, Uchiha Madara's declaration failed to impress Uchiha Obito. "Haha, old man, you are quite the comedian. Uchiha Madara has been dead for ages. Even the youngest children just starting in the ninja academy know that. If you are truly Uchiha Madara, then I must be the second sage of 6 paths." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression darkened. "No one in this world dares to impersonate my name. After my battle with Hashirama, I did not suffer defeat. It was merely a strategic withdrawal." Uchiha Obito wore a look of exasperation, unable to contend with the absurdity before him. "All right, old man, I believe you are Uchiha Madara. May I inquire how to exit this place? Kakashi is still waiting for me. I am quite curious to see his expression upon realizing I am still alive." "You cannot leave." "Why can't I? I warn you, do not provoke me, for my fists are not to be trifled with." As Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito engaged in their mentor-student dynamic within the cavern, Sato Shuichi was returning to the Konoha camp in the Land of Water, accompanied by Noera Rin. Gazing at the camp before her, Noera Rin let out a soft sigh, feeling an emptiness envelop her. For from this day forward, the world shared solely between her and Sato Shuichi had come to an end. Here, the formidable Mikoto resided. Despite Noera Rin's confidence, she held no hope of capturing Sato Shuichi's attention away from Mikoto. Moreover, there was also the ever-watchful Konan, and the way Hinata regarded Sato Shuichi seemed rather peculiar. Just as Noera Rin lamented the multitude of rivals she faced, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted in from behind Sato Shuichi. Almost immediately, she felt a familiar push against her back. Sato Shuichi adeptly supported Mikoto's form, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Shuichi, you are finally back. I thought I might perish from missing you. I heard you even defeated the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails from Awagakure. How impressive. I missed you as well. And there's no need to dwell on such matters. After all, I am your man. Without some genuine prowess, how could I claim that title?" Witnessing the harmonious exchange between Sato Shuichi and Mikoto filled Noera Rin's heart with bitterness. At that moment, a slender arm encircled her from behind, followed by the familiar visage of Yuhi Kurenai, who teased her with a playful expression. "So, did you seize this precious opportunity to share something with your beloved teacher?" Not far away, Konan appeared to converse with Hinata, yet her ears were keenly attuned to the conversation, secretly anxious. Could it be that she had been outdone? If it were anyone else, she could accept it, but if it were Noera Rin, it would sting deeply. Despite their team's strong camaraderie, there were certain matters where retreat was not an option. Perhaps this complexity stemmed from the fear of one's comrades suffering while another thrived. In response to Kurenai's inquiry, Noera Rin initially displayed a bashful countenance, recalling the moment she had squeezed onto the same bed with Sato Shuichi. Soon, however, a look of dejection crossed her face. She too found herself perplexed by Sato Shuichi's intentions. Despite having shared the same bed for numerous days, the closest they had come to intimacy was the gentle brush of their cheeks. Noira-rin feared that Sato Shuichi merely regarded her as a younger sister. Observing Noira-rin's reaction, Konan finally felt a sense of relief, realizing she had not been surpassed by her teammate. As long as she persevered, she would surely be the first to mature among their quartet. After all, she had known Sato Shuichi the longest and had spent the most time with him. Within the conference room of the Kazekage Tower in Tsunade, Raza addressed the esteemed elders of the village, delivering an ultimatum. We must conclude our war with Kirigakure swiftly, otherwise, the village's finances will not endure. However, the challenge lay in the fact that while we seek peace, Kirigakure may not share our desire. Furthermore, Yakura has recently been placed on their list of targets. The elder did not complete his statement, yet the implication was clear to all present. Nevertheless, no one dared to voice this reality. Otherwise, they would become the pariahs of Tsunade. Raza's face remained obscured in shadow, rendering it impossible to discern his expression. After a lengthy silence, Raza seemed to arrive at a significant decision and slowly spoke. If Kirigakure offers this condition for peace, then we shall acquiesce. Yakura will understand. After all, this is for the sake of the village. As Raza's words hung in the air, Chiyo rose, her face darkened, and coldly declared, I am too old to continue managing village affairs. From now on, regardless of what transpires, do not seek me out. Having spoken, Chiyo left the conference room with a grim expression, and as her brother, Izo, witnessed his sister's departure, he too chose not to linger. Chiyo walked away, sighing deeply. Engulfed by an unprecedented sense of despair, she could not comprehend what had befallen Tsunade. The village she had fought to build now resorted to bargaining away its heroes for a plea of peace with its enemies. If the first Kazekage were to witness the pitiful state to which his creation had descended, he would likely be enraged enough to rise from the grave. Chapter 177, Yakura in Despair. Once the upper echelons of Tsunade tacitly accepted the plan, it was swiftly set into motion. Were they to channel this energy into the battlefield, not only would they be capable of defeating both Konoha and Kirigakure, but they would not be facing the current predicament. It seems some individuals are naturally adept at internal conflict, yet inept at external warfare. The following day, Yakura received an assignment directing her to assist the spies Tsunade had dispatched to Kirigakure. Gazing at the task list before her, an inexplicable chill crept up Yakura's spine. It felt as if this mission would lead to her irrevocable disappearance. At that moment, the door to her room swung open. Yitsong did not lift her gaze, still furrowing her exquisite brows as she pondered the matter at hand. What troubles you so, my friend? Surely you aren't pining for a man. Karuro's face, equally as refined as her own, appeared before Yitsong with a teasing tone. However, Yitsong had no intention of sharing her concerns with Karuro. She did not wish to burden her only friend with these ephemeral feelings. Thus, she deftly shifted the conversation. What man is there to long for? It's you who, every night, calls out that name in your dreams. I'm nearly weary of hearing it. Upon hearing this, Karuro gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Do I truly call out Shuichi's name in my sleep? Surely not. I have never been one to talk in my dreams. It was only when she caught sight of the barely restrained smile on Yitsong's face that Karuro realized she had been playfully teased. With a shriek of indignation, she lunged at Yitsong, and the two became entwined in a playful scuffle. Their garments soon lay in disarray, yet this enchanting scene remained unseen by any onlookers. Are you the one known as Ko? Karuro scrutinized the shadowy figure of the ninja before her, a skeptical expression gracing her features. Although the ninja's appearance and sign matched the expected, Yitsong felt an unsettling dissonance, as if this individual were not a comrade from their village. Ko nodded silently, withholding any words. In that case, per the mission's directive, I shall escort you back to the village. With that, Yitsong strode confidently down the narrow path. Observing Yitsong's unguarded back, Ko's face broke into a sinister smile, reveling in his deceit. He began to form hand seals, silently uttering the incantation. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A formidable water dragon erupted from Ko's mouth, surging towards Yitsong with tremendous force. At such close range, her chance of survival was virtually nil. Yet, in a surprising twist, Yitsong leapt aside just in time to evade the water dragon. Ko's smile instantly faltered. Before he could utter a word, Yitsong unleashed a scorching technique, transforming him into a puddle of molten rock. In truth, Yitsong had been covertly monitoring Ko's every move after sensing something amiss. Her apparent lack of defense was merely a ruse to lure him in. With her bloodline limit, she had successfully eliminated Ko, Yet now she was plunged into contemplation. Had the real Ko been exposed in the Mist Village, leading to the arrival of this Mist Ninja? Or was there someone within the village attempting to ensnare her? At that moment, Yi-Tsang recalled the words of Sato Shuichi. If one day you find yourself betrayed by the Sand Village and ensnared, come find me. Just then, a multitude of figures emerged from all directions. The elite ninjas of the Mist Village had arrived, and upon seeing them, Yi-Tsang's heart sank. She knew with certainty that this was a conspiracy orchestrated by both the Sand and Mist Villages against her. After all, it was inconceivable that the Mist Village would deploy such a number of shinobi for a mere espionage affair. In a one-on-one confrontation, Yi-Tsang felt she could face any of the Mist Ninjas without fear. However, the problem lay in the fact that there were at least 20 of them. Even if she were to summon 3 more counterparts of her skill, it would still be a formidable challenge. At that moment, one of the Mist Ninjas shouted at her, "Yi-Tsang, you have been abandoned by the Sand Village. If you wish to survive, align yourself with us in the Mist Village. We have no tradition of harming the loyal." Yet, such words did little to sway Yi-Tsang's resolve. This ninja had no genuine intention of recruiting her. He sought merely to humiliate her in her final moments, avenging his fallen comrades. Yi-Tsang, however, refused to be cowed and retaliated with a small fireball. With a stoic expression, she engaged in battle with the Mist Ninjas. A quarter of an hour later, Yi-Tsang leaned against a great tree, her chest heaving as if from a bellows in a forge. Her body bore numerous wounds, blood seeping through her garments. Nonetheless, the Mist Village had not escaped unscathed. Nearly half of their ninjas had been reduced to ash by her fiery wrath. Yet, Yi-Tsang found herself at her limits. Facing these elite ninjas, she was no match, even for a single lower-ranked shinobi. Her hiding place was far from concealed. The renowned wielder of the Scorch Release, it appeared that Yi-Tsang was nearing her end. A sardonic smile suddenly appeared on her face as she mocked herself, questioning the significance of all her efforts over the years. An agonizing pain surged from her wounds, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. With a clang, a kunai fell from her ninja tool pouch. As she beheld the uniquely shaped weapon, a figure flashed across her mind. Yet, she quickly shook her head in self-derision. What fanciful thoughts were these? She was not Karuro, and Sato Shuichi would never come to her rescue. Besides, their relationship was still one of adversarial tension. Chapter 178. Am I late? At that moment, an excited shout rang out not far from Yi-Tsang. That wretch is right here. Hurry, we cannot let her escape this time. Soon, over a dozen Mist Ninjas, their faces twisted into malicious smiles, surrounded her. The leading ninja suddenly tossed a kunai at Yi-Tsang's feet. Yi-Tsang, though we are enemies, I must admit I respect your strength. For that reason, I'll let you decide your fate. Today, even the Sage of Six Paths could not save you. Staring at the kunai, Yi-Tsang bit down hard on her lower lip, the pressure so intense that blood trickled forth. Ultimately, she slowly picked up the kunai. Yi-Tsang could accept dying valiantly on the battlefield, but she could not bear the thought of perishing at the hands of treacherous scoundrels. As she positioned the kunai over her heart, the Mist Ninja erupted into maniacal laughter. You truly believe I would grant you such an easy exit? Your hands are stained with so much blood, I would never allow you to die so peacefully. With that, the Mist Ninja raised his long blade, aiming to sever her arms. At that moment, Yi-Tsang possessed neither the strength nor will to defend against the strike. As she closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, a cacophony of panicked voices suddenly erupted. Damn it, how did that guy end up here? Could it be that the Sand Village scoundrels have allied with Konoha? Run. We are no match for this demon. Curious, Yi-Tsang opened her eyes, eager to understand the sudden shift in the Mist Ninja's demeanor, as if they had seen a specter. Upon opening her eyes, a somewhat familiar figure came into view for Yi-Tsang. Her throat constricted a few times as she rasped, "Why did you save me?" Accompanied by a flurry of glinting blades, the heads and bodies of the fleeing Mist Shinobi were swiftly severed. Sato Shuichi, with a slight exertion of his arm, flicked the blood from his knife to the side, then glanced down at the utterly disheveled Yi-Tsang, a malicious smirk spreading across his face. Oh, if at ISNT Yi-Tsang? After just a few days apart, you've really gotten yourself into quite the mess, haven't you? Yi-Tsang, devoid of the energy or inclination to spar with Sato Shuichi, turned her head away, opting to ignore this unpleasant individual. What do you intend to do? She suddenly opened her eyes wide, glaring at Sato Shuichi in indignation, as he had just unceremoniously lifted her into his arms, with a few sharp slaps to her backside. Sato Shuichi remarked, "Truly, a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize good intentions. If I had chosen to abandon you, you would be awaiting your demise." He stated this without exaggeration, for the grievous wounds upon Yi-Tsang's body were still actively bleeding. If left untreated, She genuinely risked succumbing to blood loss. After hastily constructing a makeshift platform from wood, Sato Shuichi laid Yitsong upon it. With a swift tearing sound, he removed the clothing from her body. Yitsong's eyes widened in shock. The abruptness of Sato Shuichi's actions left her momentarily speechless. She had never anticipated that her best friend's boyfriend would behave in such a manner. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and glared at him through gritted teeth. "What in the world are you doing, you despicable fiend? If I weren't utterly drained of strength, I would have slapped you across the face without hesitation." Sato Shuichi continued his task, unrelenting in stripping away the remnants of her clothing, while her outer garment remained intact. The layer beneath was riddled with shards that had adhered to her wounds. He could only gingerly extract these pieces with tweezers, all the while under Yitsong's piercing gaze that seemed to threaten his very existence. "Relax, I've already asked Ginkue to patrol the area. No one will witness your current state," he explained amidst his efforts. "Are you not human? Please, respect my profession, I am a doctor." Faced with Sato Shuichi's earnest demeanor, Yitsong couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Perhaps he truly intends to assist in my recovery. Was I too harsh? However, before her remorse could fully materialize, Sato Shuichi's next words shattered that notion. "As I suspected, your figure is rather enticing, and you rank among the rare 4 divine beasts. My discerning eye remains as sharp as ever. You lecherous scoundrel. Do you intend to help me or take advantage of me? Is it not plausible that while I assist in your treatment, I might indulge my eyes a little? I traveled all the way from Konoha to rescue you, and this is how you repay your savior?" Under Sato Shuichi's moral coercion, Yitsong's tone softened gradually. "It's not as if you were the only one to save me." Half an hour later, Sato Shuichi had finally attended to all of Yitsong's injuries. "Truly, I am remarkable. Had it been any other medical ninja, you might have ended up with scars. That would be a tremendous waste." At this, Yitsong rolled her eyes and retorted, "I am still awake, and your words imply that my body is merely an object." Sato Shuichi gently patted her cheek and replied, "At this moment, you are indeed my responsibility. Were it not for me, you would have been dismembered by the Mist Shinobi long ago. I suppose I shall reluctantly demand your body as recompense for my life-saving efforts." "What? So this was your ulterior motive for saving me? How revolting. Truly, Geru must have lost her senses to fall for a scoundrel like you. Go to hell." Sato Shuichi regarded her with a look of astonishment. "Why would I seek your body? Why would I exert such effort to come here and save you? Besides, you overestimate your worth. Geru has other friends as well." Chapter 179, Leave. Under Sato Shuichi's audacious reasoning, Yitsong momentarily found his words somewhat reasonable. However, she quickly regained her composure. "Do not twist my words. If the price for your rescue is to be sullied by you, I would rather perish there. That's not quite accurate. Can you be certain that those Mist Shinobi would have killed you on the spot? They might have taken you back to Kirigakure to torment you instead. You should be grateful to me. And I'm not unpleasant to look at, am I?" As Sato Shuichi attempted to reassure her, he tossed a bath towel over her shoulders. Yitsong's clothing was beyond repair, and he didn't wish to offer her his own, as she was covered in blood and required a bath first. Being somewhat of a neat freak, Sato Shuichi was reluctant to soil his own attire. He then procured a large wooden tub, filled it with water, and used lightning release to heat it to a suitable temperature. "How about I assist you with your back scrubbing? I assure you, I possess remarkable skills." Yitsong's response was succinct and unequivocal. "Get lost." Although Sato Shuichi had successfully treated all of Yitsong's wounds, her strength had yet to be replenished. Should she attempt to bathe alone, she might very well become the first ninja to drown while bathing. Thus, Sato Shuichi found himself playing the role of caregiver under Yitsong's deathly glare. After her bath, Sato Shuichi offered her a set of his own clothing. Given the disparity in their heights, the outfit appeared somewhat loose on her. Clad in a Konoha Jonin vest, Yitsong fell into deep contemplation. It felt peculiar for a Suna ninja to don the garb of Konoha. At that moment, Sato Shuichi interrupted her thoughts. "What are your plans now?" Yitsong opened her mouth to respond, but after a lengthy pause, no words came forth. The ordeal she had just endured was the result of a conspiracy orchestrated by the higher-ups of Sunagakure. While she had narrowly escaped disaster thanks to Sato Shuichi this time, what would happen next? There's no such thing as eternal vigilance. Moreover, following this incident, Yitsong harbored no desire to serve Sunagakure any longer. This village, which had nurtured her, now made her stomach churn. Observing the despondent expression on Yitsong's face, Sato Shuichi placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Why not stick with me for the time being? Once you've determined your future path, we can make plans together." Yitsong kept her head lowered, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, remaining enveloped in silence. To Sato Shuichi, her demeanor signified tacit acceptance. By the way, are you planning to return to Konoha's camp now? In the vicinity of the water country front, it is unlikely that many ninjas would recognize you. Upon hearing this, Yakura silently shook her head. At that moment, she had no desire to associate herself with anything related to ninjas, as such matters would only reopen the wounds in her heart. Observing Yakura's demeanor, Sato Shuichi let out a sigh and suggested, "How about I take you to a nearby town for a stroll to lighten your spirits? The hot springs in this area are quite renowned." Yakura looked up at Sato Shuichi with a gaze filled with skepticism. "Hot springs? I can't shake the feeling that your intentions might not be entirely pure." Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi wore an expression of exasperation. If he truly harbored any ill intentions, it would be one thing, but his previous suggestion was entirely selfless. After all, through the earlier treatment and bathing, he had tended to every inch of Yakura's body. There was no need to use the excuse of visiting hot springs to take advantage of her. The sensation of being wronged indeed left Sato Shuichi feeling quite uncomfortable. Thus, he retorted somewhat irritably, "Oh, if I'm such a nefarious character, why don't you go seek out those who are truly malicious? I won't be at your service. Who do you think you are?" Observing the disgruntled expression on Sato Shuichi's face, Yakura surprisingly broke into a smile. She gently took hold of his right hand and softly said, "I'm hungry." Still harboring a hint of annoyance, Sato Shuichi immediately shot back. "What does your hunger have to do with me being a supposed villain? I'm not your father." "Fine, I apologize. But if apologies were sufficient, why would the world need a police force? You have already deeply wounded my fragile heart. Therefore, I cannot accept your apology." Sato Shuichi replied with utmost seriousness. "How can I earn your forgiveness?" Yakura inquired. "If you insist that I forgive you, then you must unconditionally assist me with a task. You truly know how to seize an opportunity. Consider me unfortunate. I shall acquiesce." Although the ongoing war had rendered the small town unusually desolate, the streets were still bustling with pedestrians. The striking pair of Yakura and Sato Shuichi naturally attracted considerable attention. Were it not for the headband of Konoha dangling from Sato Shuichi's waist, many might have approached them. However, due to their ninja identities, most gazes directed at them were filled with a mix of respect and distance, and even a hint of animosity. Sato Shuichi gently squeezed Yakura's exquisitely soft hand and asked quietly, "Have you decided what you would like to eat?" Yakura wore a contemplative expression. Strictly speaking, this was her first time leisurely wandering the streets with someone. In the past, she would never have permitted herself to squander time in such a manner. After all, she could scarcely afford to waste time when there was training to be done. It was precisely for this reason that Karura had dubbed her the most boring woman in Tsunade. Suddenly, Yakura's attention was caught by a seafood restaurant. Given that Tsunade was situated in a vast desert, seafood was a rarity, and even river delicacies were considered quite precious. Even as a jonin, Yakura was not impoverished. Yet she had seldom enjoyed seafood. Due to its proximity to the border of the water country, seafood in this area was remarkably affordable, and the culinary techniques were far superior to those found in inland regions. After all, one eats what one is surrounded by. Those who have lived by the sea for generations certainly know how to bring out the exquisite flavors of seafood. Overall, Sato Shuichi was quite satisfied with their meal. Although it was merely a small restaurant in a little town, the flavors were nothing short of exceptional. This was evidenced by the slight bulge forming in Yakura's abdomen. Feeling Sato Shuichi's subtle gaze upon her stomach, Yakura felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. She then gently placed her hand on her belly. However, this somewhat conspicuous action only served to draw even more attention from passers-by. After walking a few steps to digest their meal, Sato Shuichi casually asked, "How about a dip in the hot springs?" Initially, he had posed the question without much thought, as he believed Yakura's current state of mind rendered her unlikely to agree. If he wished to enjoy the hot springs with her, he would have to wait until she was in a more compliant mood. However, much to Sato Shuichi's surprise, after a brief moment of contemplation, Yakura nodded in agreement. A look of astonishment crossed Sato Shuichi's face, and without hesitation, he took her right hand and led her toward a hot spring inn. Yakura glanced at their interlocked fingers with a slight furrow in her brow. Yet, as if recalling something, her expression relaxed. Inside the hot spring inn, the affluent Sato Shuichi reserved the entire establishment for their own use, not for any particular reason, just for the sake of extravagance. However, Yakura felt little impact from Sato Shuichi's lavish display, as she could easily afford such expenses herself. This realization left Sato Shuichi feeling somewhat disappointed, as the essence of showmanship is diminished when there are no witnesses to behold it. Aside from the astonished look on the face of the elderly woman at the front desk, Sato Shuichi garnered no other noteworthy reactions. After all, during wartime, businesses in this inn were rather sparse. This was not a large town, and Sato Shuichi was indeed a rare occurrence in the eyes of the proprietors. It was little wonder that the front desk attendant, whose demeanor was as rough as tree bark, displayed such excitement at Sato Shuichi's presence. Sato Shuichi leaned against the edge of the bath, relishing the moment with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the sound of bare feet pattering against the floor reached his ears. However, Sato Shuichi kept his eyes shut, remaining in a state of relaxation. Before long, he heard the distinct sound of someone entering the water, causing ripples to disturb the previously calm surface. As Sato Shuichi opened his eyes in anticipation, his expression immediately fell. Why on earth would someone enter a hot spring while still wearing a towel? Surely, a damp towel clinging to one's body could not be comfortable. As he observed the pained expression on Sato Shuichi's face, a playful smirk danced upon Yakura's lips. She then slowly placed her hand on the towel, winking at Sato Shuichi and parting her lips slightly. So, what do you think? Would you like to see? Without hesitation, Sato Shuichi nodded. Despite being thoroughly acquainted with Yakura's body, yet, in this moment, he still yearned to glimpse the secrets concealed beneath the towel. The steam from the hot spring rose towards the ceiling, rendering Yakura somewhat indistinct in the distance. This hazy perception only served to heighten Sato Shuichi's curiosity. He felt an overwhelming urge to uncover the allure hidden beneath the depths of the towel. If you wish to see, you might want to plead with me. Perhaps then I would consider letting the towel slip, Yakura teased, although her expression bore an unusual quality. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi stood abruptly in the water, earnestly countering. What do you take me for? A man stands tall between heaven and earth. How could he bow his head for a trifling gain? Truly, you have chosen your companion wisely. Consider this a humble request. Please remove the bath towel. Such a sight may jeopardize our relationship. Yitsong turned her head away, not out of respect for Sato Shuichi's earnest words, but rather due to the stark contrast between their states. At that moment, Sato Shuichi stood fully exposed, and Yitsong found herself witnessing something she had never seen before. Embarrassed, she turned her head, her cheeks flushed, yet her peripheral vision couldn't help but glance back. Seeing Yitsong's prolonged silence after turning away, Sato Shuichi, unsure of the situation, felt as if she were toying with him, prompting him to plop back down in irritation. Will you show me or not? Is this some sort of jest? As the steam from the hot spring cloaked the scene, the object that had caused Yitsong such embarrassment finally vanished from view. Turning back, she composed herself and responded, Since you have implored me, and in light of your saving my life today, I shall grant your wish. After saying this, Yitsong slowly began to unveil herself under Sato Shuichi's unwavering gaze. However, the excitement on Sato Shuichi's face swiftly shifted to disappointment, for beneath the towel, Yitsong was clad in a swimsuit. His expression fell instantly. Are you an old lady? It's one thing to wrap yourself in a towel at the hot spring, but to wear a swimsuit too? Who are you trying to guard against? Can't we have a little more trust and a little less pretense between us? At this, a sly smile crept onto Yitsong's face. Whoever harbors ill intentions, I am merely taking precautions against them. By the way, where did you get that swimsuit? I don't recall us visiting a clothing store. Leaning against the edge of the bath, she mimicked Sato Shuichi's posture and squinted, replying softly, You did reserve the entire inn, didn't you? This swimsuit was a gift from the old lady, who claimed it was for us. It appeared brand new, and the size was just right. So I decided to wear it. In retrospect, that was quite a judicious choice. Chapter 181, Yitsong 1. This is truly a shady establishment. What business do they have sending such things here? That old lady lacks any discernment. Sato Shuichi couldn't help but mutter under his breath. At that moment, he felt like a puppet, completely at Yitsong's mercy. After a brief interval, a sudden spark of inspiration flickered in Sato Shuichi's mind. He turned his gaze toward Yitsong. Sensing his intense scrutiny, she opened her eyes and inquired, What is it now? Are you planning something again? Do you not owe me something? He asked. Yitsong blinked, feigning confusion. Is that so? I don't recall anything. Surely, you're not trying to deceive me. Today's events, and you've already forgotten? Your village truly consists of untrustworthy folk, he retorted, causing Yitsong's good mood to plummet in response. With a huff, she replied, Well, if you have a request, spit it out. But let it be known, if it's unreasonable, I won't acquiesce. Sato Shuichi narrowed his eyes and softly requested, Could you give my back a scrub? At his words, Yitsong paused, then exhibited a slight grimace of disdain. You came in here without bathing first. Seeing her expression, Sato Shuichi quickly defended himself. Do you think I'm that sort of messy person? Who knows? Who can say what you're like behind closed doors? Enough chatter. Just tell me if you'll help or not. After a moment of silence, she gradually swam over to his side. You should turn around quickly. Following her instruction, Sato Shuichi turned, soon feeling the gentle caress of her smooth hands gliding over his back. The warmth and softness provided a rather pleasant experience. However, mere hand scrubbing would not suffice for Sato Shuichi. When I said scrub my back, I meant something beyond just with your hands. It requires utilizing your unique assets. Yi-Tsang froze for a moment, then lowered her head, suddenly understanding everything. Although her attributes could not rival those of extraordinary individuals like Tsunade or Terumi, among female ninjas, she ranked above average. Not only could she scrub backs, but she could also offer even more exhilarating experiences. Yet, upon hearing Sato Shuichi's words, Yi-Tsang seemed to be struck by Medusa's petrifying curse, standing frozen in place as if playing a game of red light, green light. After a lengthy pause, Sato Shuichi noticed a familiar piece of fabric drifting toward him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the swimsuit Yi-Tsang had just worn. Why had it suddenly appeared here? Before he could ponder further, a delightful sensation coursed through his back. Initially, he had intended merely to tease Yi-Tsang, but he was taken aback when she took his words seriously. Yet, he refrained from commenting, fearing that speaking would scare her off and ruin this enjoyable experience. Thus, he feigned ignorance, closing his eyes to savor the exclusive service she provided. After their time in the hot spring, Sato Shuichi and Yi-Tsang donned bathrobes and made their way to their designated room. As Sato Shuichi opened the door, the scene that unfolded before him elevated his opinion of the insignificantly. That old lady certainly has her moments. The room was dimly lit by candles rather than electric lights, and the air was filled with a soothing fragrance from incense. On the tatami mat, a heart shape made of red rose petals adorned the double bed. Upon witnessing the room's arrangement, Yi-Tsang halted abruptly. Shall we not find another room? I'm not particularly fond of this layout. In such an oddly romantic atmosphere, Yi-Tsang feared that it wouldn't be long before Sato Shuichi took advantage of the situation. Hence, she contemplated seeking a more conventionally arranged room. However, Sato Shuichi was unwilling to forego this splendid opportunity. With the stage set, it would be a shame to leave empty-handed. Consequently, he grasped Yi-Tsang's hand and led her into the room, diving beneath the brand-new double comforter. Once in bed, Yi-Tsang immediately turned her back to him, presenting her smooth, beautiful back while burying her face in her hands, resembling an ostrich playing hide-and-seek. Observing Yi-Tsang's frozen demeanor, Sato Shuichi's playful spirit ignited. He leaned closer, gently blowing air into her ear. Yi-Tsang involuntarily shivered at the sensation. Although Yodo's ears weren't particularly sensitive, the sudden assault by Sato Shuichi made her already tense nerves tremble instantly. Sato Shuichi didn't stop his mischief there. He leaned closer to Yodo's neck and gave it a light, fleeting kiss, though it lasted only a moment. Yodo felt as if an electric current had shot through her neck, leaving her completely paralyzed and unable to move. Just then, Sato Shuichi's teasing voice whispered softly in her ear, "Is this the legendary Yodo of the Scorch style? I never expected you to be like this. Just a few casual moves, and even your ears have turned red. It seems the reputation doesn't quite match the reality." Under normal circumstances, Yodo would have argued back fiercely against Sato Shuichi. But now, she didn't have the strength to refute him at all. She even felt as though her body no longer belonged to her, completely unable to control the strange sensations rising from deep within her heart. This guy really is a pervert. No wonder Garura, as this thought crossed Yodo's mind, she suddenly let out a sharp cry. Without any warning, Sato Shuichi had sneakily targeted the area just below her tailbone. Chapter 182. Yodo 2. What exactly do you want? Yodo couldn't help but demand. However, due to her current state, her voice sounded softer and more delicate than ever before. It didn't sound like a reprimand at all. Instead, it came across as coy and flirtatious. Hearing her tone, Sato Shuichi naturally had no intention of playing the virtuous gentleman. After all, faced with the choice between being worse than a beast and being a beast, he decisively chose the latter. So, Sato Shuichi placed his hands on Yodo's shoulders and turned her forcefully. Their positions shifted from back to back to face to face. Seeing Yodo's blushing, shy face, Sato Shuichi couldn't resist and committed the mistake all men under heaven are prone to making. Caught off guard, Yodo's eyes widened in shock. She didn't even know how to react or where to place her hands. For someone as ruthless and battle-hardened as her, this was an entirely unprecedented experience. It took a while before Sato Shuichi slowly pulled away from Yodo, watching her gasp for breath. He couldn't help but tease. "You really are a little fool. So nervous you even forgot how to breathe. If I hadn't pulled away, you might have passed out from lack of oxygen." Seeing the mocking expression on Sato Shuichi's face, Yodo's embarrassment instantly transformed into anger. Without thinking, she lifted her leg and aimed a kick at Sato Shuichi. However, her leg was caught by his prepared hand. Seeing Yodo's furious, puffed-up expression, like an angry hamster, Sato Shuichi continued, "Oh no, my first kiss was taken by you. You've ruined my reputation. You have to take responsibility for this." Yodo was nearly driven to laughter by his shamelessness. "You what first kiss? If you still had your first kiss, I'd be the next Kazekage of Tsunade." Sato Shuichi used his free hand to gently tuck the stray strands of hair behind Yodo's ear. Feeling his tender gesture, for some reason, Yodo's anger dissipated significantly. However, his next words ignited her fury once again. "That was my first kiss today, and you took it. Shouldn't you take responsibility for that?" Hearing this, Yodo just wanted to use her scorch style to melt this shameless guy into nothing. "First kiss today? Why not say it was your first kiss of the hour?" Just then, Sato Shuichi lightly tickled the sole of Yodo's foot. Yodo shuddered as if electrocuted, her entire body twitching several times. Seeing her extreme reaction, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but ask, "Wait, are your feet your weak spot?" Yodo shot him an annoyed, embarrassed glare and immediately pulled her foot back. Then, she turned away, secretly resolving not to pay any attention to this thick-skinned rogue, no matter what happened next. However, things often develop in ways beyond human control. Sato Shuichi suddenly leaned close to Yodo's ear and whispered softly, "Yodo, I like you." Hearing this, Yodo showed no reaction, as if she had completely dismissed it as empty words. However, her neck, which turned red almost instantly, betrayed her calm facade. After much coaxing and persistence from Sato Shuichi, Yodo finally relented. But before they began, she couldn't resist adding stubbornly, "This is only to repay you for saving my life. Don't overthink it. After tonight, there will be no further connection between us." Naturally, Sato Shuichi treated this as empty talk. If the atmosphere hadn't been so inappropriate, he would have loved to record her words to tease her about it later. After an incredibly wonderful night, Sato Shuichi looked at Yodo, asleep in his arms, with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. I really wonder how a place as harsh as Tsunade could produce such stunning flowers like Yodo and Garura. As Sato Shuichi was lost in his thoughts, Yodo's eyelids began to twitch. Soon, her amber eyes met Sato Shuichi's gaze. Still not fully awake, Yodo drowsily murmured, "Good morning, Shuichi." After saying this, she closed her eyes again, as if ready to go back to sleep. Just as Sato Shuichi was about to respond, Yodo's eyes snapped open abruptly. She bolted upright in bed, staring at Sato Shuichi in disbelief and demanding, "Sato Shuichi, why are you here?" It was then that Yodo realized she felt a bit chilly. Suddenly, all the events of the previous night came flooding back to her. Instantly, her face turned bright red at a visible speed. Then, she silently lowered her head and burrowed back under the covers. Sato Shuichi pulled her back into his embrace and whispered, "It's still early. Let us sleep a little longer. After all, we expended quite a lot of energy last night." Hearing this, Yodo couldn't resist biting Sato Shuichi's neck. "Don't mention what happened last night ever again. Forget it, or I'll kill you." However, her threat held no intimidation for Sato Shuichi. Even though she had just bitten his neck, aside from a damp mark, there wasn't even a red impression left. It seemed less like a bite and more like a kiss. But since Yodo was in an extremely embarrassed state, Sato Shuichi decided not to tease her further. After all, if he accidentally upset her and she ran away, it would be a great loss. After 3 days of sparring at the Hot Spring Inn, Sato Shuichi and Yodo finally left the place. In the time that followed, the two of them resembled a young couple on a leisurely vacation, wandering aimlessly. Chapter 183, Playing with Water. Sato Shuichi and Yakura strolled hand in hand along a deserted beach, the briny sea breeze greeting them. The sand beneath their feet was exceptionally soft, leaving an impression with every step. 2 trails of footprints extended behind them, fading into the distance. Yakura gazed at the distant ocean and suddenly remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "I've come to realize that this world is quite beautiful. I had been so engrossed in battles that I never paused to savor it." Sato Shuichi gently squeezed Yakura's delicate fingers, responding softly, "It's never too late to discover this. After all, we are still young, and there will be ample time for us to explore the world together." Upon hearing this, Yakura's expression did not reflect the expected gratitude. Instead, she turned to gaze at Sato Shuichi's face with an impassive look. "It's just me, isn't it? Where do you get the notion of we? I'm not as foolish as Kururo. You are merely accompanying me for now. Eventually, you will return to Konoha." Sato Shuichi couldn't help but display a resigned expression upon hearing Yakura's somewhat melancholic tone. "Could you refrain from shattering this perfect atmosphere? Besides, your words are rather absolute. Perhaps I might abandon everything in Konoha to wander the world with you. Huh, do you genuinely believe such nonsense? I lack the confidence for that, and you have friends in Konoha, don't you? I've heard many rumors about you. Sato Shuichi's expression darkened. His free hand clenched tightly as he muttered fiercely, if I ever find out who is tarnishing my reputation in the ninja world, I'll ensure they suffer endlessly. Even the sage of 6 paths 1T be able to save them. Yakura shot Sato Shuichi a disapproving glance, retorting, to want others to be unaware. One must first act without guilt. If you remain innocent, why fear slander? Sato Shuichi shot her a sidelong glance. Given our relationship, shouldn't you unconditionally support me? What relationship? Wasn't it you who coerced me? Yakura replied. Moreover, I've always judged the matter, not the person. Huh, the one who lifts the skirt speaks boldly. I'll have you judge the matter, not the person. After saying this, Sato Shuichi's hands reached for Yakura's waist. With a sudden burst of strength, he hoisted her high and tossed her towards the nearby sea. Yakura's body traced a perfect parabolic arc, crashing into the ocean. With a loud splash, she expelled a mouthful of salty seawater, turning to glare at Sato Shuichi with a murderous look. Her newly purchased yukata was thoroughly soaked, revealing hints of black fabric beneath. Fortunately, only Sato Shuichi and Yakura were present, allowing him to enjoy this beautiful scene alone. Of course, had there been others, Sato Shuichi would not have dared to toss Yakura into the sea. At that moment, Yakura suddenly stood in the water, hand seals forming as she channeled a scorching technique towards Sato Shuichi. A massive fireball approached him relentlessly, raising the surrounding temperature. Just as the fireball was about to strike, panic swept across Sato Shuichi's face. Observing this, Yakura's expression shifted dramatically. She had merely intended to teach him a minor lesson, yet he stood frozen in place. Fully aware of the destructive power of her technique, she hurriedly sprinted towards him. In that critical moment, Sato Shuichi's form vanished. Yakura halted, breathless, as relief washed over her. However, that relief quickly morphed into anger. It was clear to her that Sato Shuichi had feigned panic to elicit worry from her. Just then, a teasing voice emerged from behind her. You truly show no mercy, attempting to murder your husband. Aren't you afraid of becoming a widow? Upon hearing Sato Shuichi's voice, Yakura wasted no time in delivering an elbow strike backward. Thankfully, Sato Shuichi, being physically fit, managed to brace himself against her attack. Otherwise, he might have found himself on the ground, given that the elbow is one of the body's most formidable weapons, while the abdomen is among its most vulnerable areas. Despite his remarkable agility, Yakura's sudden strike was hard to evade. At that moment, Sato Shuichi stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Yakura from behind. How is your elbow strike so lethal? Surely you don't meet the son of Tsunade at 4 in the morning, every day? Yakura, clearly missing the reference, responded earnestly. At 4 in the morning, the sun of the wind country hasn't even risen. It's only in the summer that one can see the sun at such an hour in the earth or fire countries. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi wore an awkward smile. Truly, geography is my lifelong adversary. Yet, you are remarkably well informed. He rested his head against Yakura's shoulder. Their posture reminiscent of Jack and Rose from Titanic. However, given their current setting, it seems somewhat ironic. Before long, Yakura frowned, gripping Sato Shuichi's wrist. We are still outside. Can you control yourself? Sato Shuichi whistled. It's challenging to restrain oneself in the presence of such a captivating beauty. It's a common affliction among men, otherwise, you would have to live a life of solitude. Look at you. Let us head back. Your antics have left my clothes drenched and clinging to my skin uncomfortably. All right, but once we return, can we engage in some happy activities? What are you thinking about? My thoughts are consumed by you. Upon hearing this, Yakura's face flushed crimson. If Sato Shuichi had uttered flowery words, she would have been indifferent. However, his unintentional words that stirred her heart were far more effective, as she was quite susceptible to such charm. Chapter 184, Wintaro. Oh, you're blushing? Let me see. Just as Sato Shuichi finished speaking, Yakura playfully smacked his stomach. Let us go back. I'm not keen on wandering here any longer. Feigning calm, Yakura attempted to divert the topic. However, Sato Shuichi relentlessly pursued. What about what I just mentioned? Yakura shot him an exasperated glare, responding tersely, think for yourself. Upon receiving this answer, Sato Shuichi felt anything but disheartened. Rather, excitement lit up his face. Yakura's lack of outright rejection typically implied an acceptance of sorts. Thus began their joyful escapade. Sato Shuichi shed his shorts, revealing his flawless physique. Showcasing a body that was both lean and muscular, he embodied the ideal of being fit while also possessing a sculpted appearance. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Sato Shuichi could easily forsake his ninja duties and thrive as a trophy partner for wealthy women, earning a fortune in the process. After all, the adage about steel wool rings true. For Shuichi Sato, a mere steel wool ball was hardly a matter of concern. Exhausted, Yakura had just succumbed to sleep, had he not been devoid of the smoking habit. Shuichi would have indulged in a post-event cigarette to savor the sensations of the recent encounter. It was, after all, Yakura's first verbal concession, a momentous achievement worthy of commemoration. Typically, the obstinate Yakura, regardless of his physical state, would never utter a plea for mercy. Even if Thanos snapped his fingers and obliterated humanity, Yakura's defiant voice would likely persist in this world. At that moment, a faint knock echoed from outside the room, causing Shuichi to subtly furrow his brow. This dwelling had been painstakingly constructed by him, piece by piece, from wood and stone. Furthermore, due to Yakura's desire for seclusion, the location was deliberately chosen to be desolate and uninhabited. Logically, there should be no visitors. Yet, what could possibly account for the knocking? With an audacious spirit, Shuichi quietly summoned his Jinghost to hide in the shadows before abruptly flinging open the door. With Jinghost present, even if the visitor bore ill intentions, it would swiftly neutralize any threat. Upon opening the door, Shuichi was met with an abyss of darkness. Tonight, the clouds shrouded the sky, rendering the moon and its attendant stars absent from duty. Being in such a remote area, there was naturally a dearth of light. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant aspect was that before Shuichi lay in utter void. The recent knock seemed like a figment of his imagination. In any other setting, one might fear that some nameless horror had taken the opportunity to breach his sanctuary. At that moment, a crisp chirp sounded from beneath Shuichi. Lowering his gaze, he was greeted by the sight of an adorably charming weasel waving its tiny paws at him. Instantly, Shuichi understood the source of the earlier commotion. The true culprit was this little creature. He bent down and extended his right hand towards the weasel, which nimbly scampered up his arm and settled onto his shoulder. With a flick of his wrist, Shuichi closed the door, and as the solitary artificial light vanished, the outside world plunged once more into a profound silence. Returning to his abode, Shuichi retrieved a walnut and offered it to the weasel perched on his shoulder. Without a hint of hesitation, the weasel began to gnaw on it. Under its sharp teeth, the walnut's hard shell yielded as easily as if it were made of tofu, shattering effortlessly. Shuichi couldn't help but exclaim, "Futaro, you truly are remarkable. You even managed to find this place. You are indeed the most dependable companion of Kururo." Upon hearing Shuichi's words, the weasel lifted its small head proudly, as if to say that such a trivial task was merely a walk in the park, hardly worthy of note. Indeed, Futaro was no ordinary weasel but a spirit beast, bound to the contract of Kururo. It seemed that Futaro had followed Shuichi's scent to arrive here. After devouring a walnut, Futaro leapt onto the table and began feasting on other nuts with gusto. In a mere 10 minutes, Futaro had consumed nuts equivalent to twice its body weight. The physique of a spirit beast is truly astounding. Having feasted to satisfaction, Futaro reclined on the table, contentedly rubbing its little belly. Shuichi refrained from interrupting. After all, this little creature was endearing whether lounging or indulging in a meal. He felt an overwhelming urge to form a contract with a weasel himself. Just then, as Futaro lay comfortably, it seemed to recall something of great importance. With a sudden spring, it bounded off the table and, landing deftly, retrieved a meticulously folded letter from its tiny backpack. Clearly, this was the purpose of Futaro's visit. Shuichi accepted the letter from Futaro's paws and affectionately ruffled its little head. "Remarkable. You managed to keep this letter in such pristine condition. Truly impressive." Under Shuichi's effusive praise, Futaro's expression beamed with a distinctly anthropomorphic pride. Amused by the scene, Shuichi continued to amplify his flattery. "Has a guest arrived?" Yakura, clad in pajamas, emerged slowly from the room. She cast a glance at Futaro on the table and nodded. "Did Kururo send you a letter?" Upon seeing Yakura for the first time, Futaro's fur bristled in alarm. It promptly climbed onto Shuichi's head, watching Yakura with vigilant eyes. The sight of Futaro's anxious demeanor elicited a laugh from Yakura, her face lighting up with a captivating smile. "Why are you so sensitive, little one? You still remember my jest about roasting you?" she teased. Yet, her words did little to assuage Futaro's apprehension. The threat posed by this female human was far too significant. Thus, after patting Shuichi's head to signal the completion of its task, Futaro unhesitatingly returned to the spirit realm. Chapter 185, Kururo's Letter. After Futaro's departure, Jinghost also yawned and retreated into its small world. having just surveyed a 20-mile radius without encountering any formidable beings. It deemed it wiser to return to slumber than to linger here for mere scraps. The scene was left with only Yakura and Shuichi exchanging glances. After a prolonged silence, Shuichi could not contain himself any longer. What exactly did you do to Futaro? Why is it so fearful of you? Yakura blinked innocently, feigning confusion. Nothing much. I merely startled it a little. Shuichi regarded her with skepticism. After all, Futaro was a spirit beast and not easily cowed. The degree of fright that Yakura claimed to have instilled remained uncertain. However, he chose not to dwell on the matter further, knowing that Yakura posed no threat to him. In contrast, Shuichi often played small tricks to frighten Yakura, relishing in the sight of her startled reactions for his amusement. Accordingly, he delicately unfurled the letter in his hand. A subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Were it not for the knowledge that this scent belonged to Kururo, he might have suspected she had spritzed perfume upon it. Yet, it was likely a mere figment of his imagination, as he had not seen Kururo in some time, and found himself occasionally yearning for her presence. Yakura, situated closely beside Shuichi, seemingly did not perceive the fragrance. She furrowed her brow, observing him with curiosity. What are you reminiscing about? Hurry and see what Kururo has written. Interrupted, Shuichi shot an exasperated glance at Yakura. This letter is from Kururo to me, not for you. Why the haste? Truly, the emperor is not as anxious as his eunuchs. In this world, the power of the emperor, like that of the daimyos, was far from centralized. Thus, the profession of eunuchs, which extinguishes the essence of humanity, has yet to emerge. Consequently, Yitsong could not fully grasp the latter part of the proverb uttered by Sato Shuichi. However, judging by the expression on Sato Shuichi's face and his tone, it was undoubtedly not a commendatory remark. Under Yitsong's prodding, Sato Shuichi leisurely picked up the letter to read. Yitsong, showing no signs of being an outsider, leaned in closer to share the view, for the letter was penned by her dearest friend, and the reader was none other than her boyfriend. Naturally, there was no need for her to feel any jealousy. Yet, after a few glances, Yitsong furrowed her brows and turned her head away. The opening lines were filled with excessively sentimental prose from Jaloa, expressing her longing and affection for Sato Shuichi. In the past, Yitsong would have dismissed it with a teasing remark about how melodramatic the couple was. However, the current Yitsong felt an unsettling sensation rise within her upon reading those lines. Her chest felt constricted, as though something heavy was pressing down on her. The cause of her frown was not merely this discomfort. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that Jalaw was the newcomer, while she was merely an interloper. How could a third party possibly feel entitled to envy the legitimate partner? Had Sato Shuichi been privy to Yitsong's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly have patted her shoulder and reassured her, saying, "It's all right, you're not the third party. You don't even rank in the top 5. Such a consolation would likely prove quite effective, as it could seamlessly transform Yitsong's guilt towards Jalaw into a fervent animosity towards Sato Shuichi. After perusing the brief letter for a full 10 minutes, Sato Shuichi finally set it down with lingering thoughts. It must be said, Jalaw's writing was remarkably impressive. In certain aspects, it could even rival the literary finesse found in the shadows of the ninja world. Sato Shuichi silently commended her in his heart, thinking, "No wonder she's my Jalaw. She has not brought shame upon our household." Subsequently, Sato Shuichi cast a somewhat peculiar glance at Yitsong, remarking, "It seems Jalaw is quite concerned about you. She even took the time to write and asked me to keep an eye on your well-being, as she worries about you." Yitsong, noticing that she was mentioned only in a fraction of the letter, fell into a contemplative silence. Wasn't that merely a passing mention? Of course. It was possible that Jalawa's original intention was to ask Sato Shuichi to look after Yitsong, but as she continued writing, she completely strayed from the topic. Such things often occur. Observing Yitsong's silence, Sato Shuichi could not help but continue. "What do you intend to do now? Will you write back to Jalaw? Or shall we go see her directly?" Yitsong was genuinely touched by the fact that Jalaw had taken the time to write to express her concern for her. Ideally, she should promptly reply to reassure her friend, or even go to see Jalaw in person. However, after the previous incident where she had been wronged, Yitsong was reluctant to return to the sorrowful place of Tsunade. After much internal struggle, Yitsong finally displayed a resolute expression. "It is merely Tsunade. How could it possibly be more significant than my best friend Jalaw?" Thus, she resolved to return to Tsunade to see Jalaw, even if it meant giving up her status as a ninja. The following day, Sato Shuichi and Yitsong embarked on their journey to Tsunade. However, both of them had undergone some alterations in their appearances. Yitsong's deep green hair was transformed into the same black as Sato Shuichi's, and her hairstyle shifted from a gathered bun to flowing locks. After changing her hair color and style, Yitsong surprisingly radiated an aura of gentle femininity and nurturing warmth. In this guise, even her colleagues from Tsunade would hardly recognize her. The usually aloof Yitsong had transformed into a vision of tenderness. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi sported a bit of facial hair and donned a pair of thick glasses. Nevertheless, this disguise did not detract from his attractiveness. His appearance shifted from that of a spirited ninja to that of a sensitive artist, which suited his former profession remarkably well. Back when Sato Shuichi was engaged in the liu-bei industry, affluent female readers would sometimes attempt to communicate through financial means with bookstores, hoping to catch a glimpse of the true visage of the author behind the shadows of the ninja world. However, he had ruthlessly declined such advances, for he understood his own affairs best. He was well aware of what he had written, and those who would be enamored by such works were hardly reputable individuals. If they were to meet recklessly, he might very well find himself ensnared in a basement, forced to write by day and work overtime by night. Chapter 186. The Fox Assuming the Tiger's Ferocity. Who are you two? A group of fully armed sand ninjas intercepted Sato Shuichi and Yitsong at the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. In the face of these fearsome sand ninjas, both Sato Shuichi and Yitsong wore expressions devoid of emotion. Any one of them could effortlessly dispatch these sand ninjas. Sato Shuichi tossed a seal forward, fiercely retorting, "I am a distinguished guest of the daimyo. Who are you to block my path? Have you sand ninjas received too much aid?" Seeing Sato Shuichi's imposing demeanor, the sand ninjas immediately fell into a state of disarray. It was well known that the relationship between the daimyo of the Land of Wind and the Kazekage of Tsunade had never been amicable. There had been numerous instances where Raza had been overheard privately insulting the daimyo's relatives. Yet, publicly, Tsunade maintained a facade of respect towards the daimyo's house, demonstrating a readiness to oblige. The environment in which Tsunade existed dictated that they could not sustain themselves independently, while the daimyo of the Land of Wind needed military support, thus resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Additionally, since the daimyo of the Land of Wind held the reins of economic power, they naturally occupied a dominant position over Tsunade. If Sato Shuichi's claims were indeed true, upon returning, he could certainly whisper some slander into the ears of the daimyo, ensuring that these sand ninjas would face dire consequences. They could even be sacrificed to appease Sato Shuichi's wrath. As a result, the sand ninjas' attitude underwent a complete transformation. They quickly brought over 2 chairs with exaggerated politeness, then ingratiated themselves by saying, "Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I must report this important matter to our superior. How about I serve you some tea?" Sato Shuichi waved his hand dismissively, responding with a haughty tone, "No need. What good tea do you sand ninjas possess? It would be no different than brewing leaves plucked from trees." In the face of such disparagement, the sand ninjas felt no irritation. Instead, they regarded Sato Shuichi's identity with even greater trust. His haughty demeanor resembled that of an official emerging from the daimyo's residence, as if it were ingrained in his very being. However, they still harbored some doubts about Sato Shuichi's identity. What business would a high-ranking official from the daimyo's house have at the border, eating sand? This was not how one experienced the rural lifestyle. Therefore, after pacifying Sato Shuichi, they hastily dispatched subordinates to report to their superior. In the end, regardless of whether the person before them was genuine or not, it was of no concern to them. Once they had provided Sato Shuichi with a grand umbrella of protection, the sand ninjas stood at a distance, unwilling to bear the blame for eavesdropping on the daimyo's secrets. Observing the sand ninja's anxious demeanor, Sato Shuichi could not help but turn to Yitsong and say, "Are you sand shinobi truly so fearful of the daimyo? Should the daimyo actually appear, would you not be compelled to bow and pay your respects?" Upon hearing these words, Yakura could not help but deliver a hearty slap on Sato Shuichi's thigh. They are concerned about inciting diplomatic discord. Our Tsunade holds an attitude towards the daimyo that mirrors that of your Konohagakure. Although I have chosen to forsake my life as a ninja, I still feel inclined to speak a few words on behalf of my former comrades. After all, the betrayal we suffered was orchestrated by the upper echelons of Tsunade and had nothing to do with these ordinary shinobi. Therefore, I harbor no animosity towards the common sand shinobi. Is that so? Our Konoha ninjas would never act in such a manner when encountering someone from the daimyo's estate. On the contrary, those from the daimyo's court visit us in a state of palpable trepidation, Sato Shuichi teased with a smirk, raising an eyebrow. Yakura's expression darkened immediately. "If you hold such disdain for sand shinobi, why do you provoke me? I too hail from their ranks." Clearly, Sato Shuichi's remarks incited a sense of indignation within Yakura, for she had once been a member of the sand shinobi herself. Noticing her vexation, Sato Shuichi grasped her hand in an attempt to soothe her. That is not my intention. Allow me to explain. You mean precisely that. You looked down upon me. You scoundrel. You deceived me. And now you present yourself in this manner. Yakura retorted, her anger rendering her impervious to any explanations from Sato Shuichi. In a bold move, he stepped closer and silenced her incessant chatter with his lips. Yakura was taken aback, not due to the act itself, after all. They had shared far more intimate moments, but rather by the audacity of the location. This was not some secluded wilderness. Several sand shinobi lingered nearby. Though they had disguised themselves somewhat, Yakura felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After a brief moment of astonishment, she pushed Sato Shuichi away without hesitation. Have you lost your mind? Doing that here? Unfazed by Yakura's reproach, Sato Shuichi grinned and countered. Have you managed to calm down? Ignoring his playful demeanor, Yakura cast a furtive glance at the nearby sand shinobi. Thankfully, their attention remained elsewhere. The thought of being discovered in such an undignified state was unbearable to her. At that moment, Sato Shuichi took Yakura's hand once more and whispered, the reason your Tsunade is beholden to the daimyo is simple, a lack of funds. We of Konoha do not share this plight. Rather, it is the daimyo who requires our military strength, granting us the upper hand in negotiations. Yakura could not help but shoot him an exasperated look. The wealth of Konoha was a well-known fact throughout the ninja world. After all, why was it that they were often the target of aggression during inter-village conflicts? It was precisely because Konoha was a wealthy powerhouse that they were often besieged by their less affluent neighbors. Sato Shuichi continued. I have a bold idea. What if we were to merge Konoha with Tsunade and Kirigakure? The combined might of the three great ninja villages could easily dominate the entire ninja world. Under such circumstances, the realm would no longer belong to the daimyo. Chapter 187. Yakura, should I still express my gratitude to him? Sato Shuichi had long been curious about one particular question. Why did the Land of Fire have the institution of a daimyo at all? The other four great nations could be forgiven, but Konoha had once been home to the formidable Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Historically, those in power were always the most formidable warriors. To this day, the balance of power between the five great nations and their respective ninja villages remains skewed, particularly since ninjas possess the ability to traverse great distances with ease. The sight of Tsunade, so helplessly constrained by the Wind Country, was indeed disheartening. However, after hearing Sato Shuichi's grand vision, Yakura's expression revealed no signs of intrigue. Instead, she wore a look of resignation. She reached out and touched Sato Shuichi's forehead. Have you succumbed to heatstroke? Or perhaps you've been secretly indulging in alcohol while I was away. Sato Shuichi swatted her hand away, exasperated. I am not mad. I am discussing serious matters with you. Do you wish to become the fifth Kazekage? Upon hearing this, Yakura's expression grew increasingly concerned. Even if I were to assume the role of Kazekage, would you truly have authority over Konoha? And what of Kirigakure? My mentor, Tsunade, is undoubtedly the fourth Hokage, and the fifth Mizukage from Kirigakure is one of my own. Sato Shuichi responded with evident satisfaction, yet to Yakura, his demeanor seemed almost delusional. After all, Kirigakure was currently leaderless, and the fourth Mizukage remained missing, while the existence of a fifth Mizukage seemed implausible. Observing the disbelief etched across Yakura's face, Sato Shuichi refrained from further argument. If you doubt me, so be it. I could always appoint Karura as Kazekage. There are plenty who will heed my words. Yakura's expression shifted to one of perplexity. Karura as Kazekage? How could I even fathom such a dream? Soon, Sato Shuichi deftly changed the subject, steering their conversation in a different direction, and Yakura, in silent agreement, chose not to revisit the matter. In her eyes, Sato Shuichi appeared almost unwell, and thus, excessive stimulation was best avoided. After a considerable time, the leader of their Sand Shinobi team finally approached, accompanied by a rather serious-looking Sand Shinobi. This new arrival scrutinized Sato Shuichi and Yakura, a puzzled expression crossing his face. I am Aoi, a jonin of Tsunade and the commander here. Why have I never encountered you two officials from the daimyo's estate before? Following this inquiry, Aoi's gaze shifted to Yakura, his brow furrowing in contemplation. You seem remarkably similar to someone I know. At these words, Yakura maintained her composure outwardly, yet internally, she summoned her chakra, preparing for a potential confrontation. She had crossed paths with this Aoi jonin on several occasions, yet they had never exchanged words. If her identity were to be uncovered, she would be left with no choice but to resort to drastic measures. Despite her reluctance to harm former comrades, Yakura understood that for Sato Shuichi's sake, she had no alternative. Her hands were already stained with the blood of countless adversaries, including former allies. At that moment, Sato Shuichi abruptly positioned himself between Aoi and Yakura, indignantly pointing a finger at Aoi. What is your problem, staring so intently at my beloved wife? Is Tsunade so brazen now that it dares to covet the family of a daimyo official? Hearing this, Aoi quickly clarified, that is not my intention. I merely believe your wife resembles someone I once knew. Sato Shuichi huffed in disdain, exhaling a puff of air through his nose. Humph. As if I don't know what men like you are thinking. Aoi is it? When I return to the daimyo's estate, I shall ensure that Tsunade pays dearly for this insolence. As a jonin, Aoi possessed exceptional skills in combat. However, in the realm of verbal sparring, he was no match for Sato Shuichi. Left with no recourse, Aoi could only repeat that he meant no offense. This scene was undeniably embarrassing for his subordinates, who found it difficult to bear witness to it. At that moment, Sato Shuichi abruptly waved his hand to interrupt him. Enough of this nonsense. Quickly, open your eyes wide and observe clearly. Do not delay my schedule. Aoba finally exhaled in relief, then widened his eyes to examine the seal that Sato Shuichi had provided. However, given his status, he had never encountered such an item before. At that moment, he found himself at a loss as to how to ascertain the authenticity of this object. The seal presented by Sato Shuichi was exquisitely crafted, undeniably the work of a skilled artisan. Its texture was remarkably fine. Even in the current temperature, it exuded a coolness upon touch. Such a meticulously crafted item should not be counterfeit. Moreover, who would be foolish enough to impersonate an official from the feudal lord's residence? Consequently, Aoba resolved within his heart. He cautiously returned the seal to Sato Shuichi, and, with a submissive demeanor, stated, "This indeed belongs to the feudal lord's residence. I had momentarily doubted your identity, and I take full responsibility for that. I hope you can forgive my indiscretion." Sato Shuichi snorted coldly, and then strode ahead with Yakura. Noticing that Sato Shuichi disregarded his sentiments, Aoba clenched his fists. If this man were to report him to the feudal lord, his future in Tsunade would be irrevocably jeopardized. However, they were in a desolate wilderness. The nearby individuals were his subordinates. It would not be unusual for two ordinary people to vanish in the desert. Thus, why not eliminate them both without hesitation? A glint of malice flickered in Aoba's eyes. Little did he know that, to those he deemed weak, either of them could easily overpower him. Just then, Sato Shuichi's voice floated back to him. "I have no energy to squabble with a trivial character like you." Though Sato Shuichi's words dripped with sarcasm, Aoba felt an inexplicable sense of relief. This was fortunate. He would not bear the burden of assaulting an officer. While the sand shinobi nearby were indeed his subordinates, they were not his closest allies. Should he commit such an act, even Raza would be unable to protect him once the truth came to light. With this thought, Aoba unexpectedly felt a flicker of gratitude towards Sato Shuichi. Chapter 188, A Cozy Tent. Due to the sandstorm, Sato Shuichi and Yakura decided to spend the night here to avoid swallowing mouthfuls of sand. They sought refuge behind a sand dune and erected a tent. Outside, the sky was obscured by swirling yellow sands and a tempest strong enough to sweep away camels. Inside the tent, however, a warm scene unfolded. Both Sato Shuichi and Yakura held a can, eating it slowly. Given the current environment was unsuitable for cooking, they could only make do with ready-to-eat meals. Yakura glanced at Sato Shuichi beside her, a smile unwittingly gracing her lips. Days like this seemed rather pleasant. Hiding away with someone she cherished, seeking solace from the external calamities. Perhaps this was the ultimate goal of life. Nonetheless, something seemed to be missing. What could it be? After a moment of contemplation, a blush-inducing thought arose within Yakura. It seemed they were missing two children. Indeed, was this not the quintessential image of a husband and children gathered around a warm hearth? Furthermore, given their appearances, their offspring would undoubtedly be charming. In a moment of reverie, Yakura imagined two little angels calling her mama. Yet, a shadow soon jolted her back to reality. Sato Shuichi retracted his hand and, bewildered, inquired, "What were you thinking so intently? I've called your name several times, yet you didn't respond." As Yakura's rationality returned, she found herself blushing upon seeing Sato Shuichi's face. How could I entertain such thoughts? To even consider bearing children for this man? Yakura, when did you become so shameless? After mentally chastising herself, Yakura suddenly realized that the source of her musings was right beside her, and she shot Sato Shuichi a fierce glare. Sato Shuichi wore an innocent expression, confused as to why he was being glared at for merely eating quietly beside her. Before he could ponder further, Yakura suddenly tackled him. Fortunately, the can in Sato Shuichi's hand was already empty. Otherwise, cleaning up the tent would have been a challenge. Gazing down at Sato Shuichi, Yakura declared fiercely, "Forget it. I will absolutely never bear children for you." Hearing this, Sato Shuichi was left bewildered. When had he ever suggested such a thing? Moreover, being young, he had no intention of being tied down so soon. Before Sato Shuichi could voice his confusion, Yakura's lips descended upon his. In that instant, Sato Shuichi cast aside all other thoughts and focused on sparring with Yakura. Later that night, after both had enjoyed a bath in a small world, they returned to their tent. Fortunately, they could use the reverse spiritual technique. Otherwise, they would have to endure a night of sweat in the desert's wilderness, especially with the sandstorm raging outside, leaving no place for bathing. The tent they were now in was not the same as before. Some items may appear reusable, but they were, in fact, single-use. Sato Shuichi, being affluent, would not think twice about a tent. Thus, the one bearing numerous battle scars was sent to the netherworld by Yakura's scorching technique. Prior to this, Yakura had never imagined that her scorching technique could be utilized for such a purpose. Yakura lay atop Sato Shuichi, toying with the seal she had brandished earlier to intimidate him. Where did you acquire this item? Though I have never seen a genuine one, this seems remarkably authentic. Sato Shuichi gently kissed Yakura and responded, who told you this was a fake? This is a genuine seal obtained from the feudal lord's residence. Upon hearing this, Yakura's eyes widened in astonishment. A ninja from Konoha like Sato Shuichi was capable of procuring the seal of the feudal lord of the Wind Country? Did he possess such vast connections? Or perhaps, by night, he transformed into a phantom thief, specializing in acquiring valuables from the powerful? Moreover, his summoned beast, Jengar, seemed quite suited for such tasks. After all, as long as Jengar remained shrouded in shadows, no one could detect its presence unless it chose to reveal itself. Noticing Yakura deep in thought again, Sato Shuichi guessed she was overthinking once more. Consequently, he reached out for a playful interaction with her. A sharp sound echoed as he successfully pulled Yakura back to reality. Who told you this was the seal of the feudal lord of the Wind Country? This is the seal of the feudal lord of the Fire Country. Upon hearing this, Yakura was momentarily taken aback, her gaze turning mournful. Your teacher, Tsunade, seems to be quite fond of you, doesn't she? She allows you to have such items so casually. When mentioning the word teacher, Yakura involuntarily emphasized her tone. It is well known that Tsunade is famously referred to as the legendary Sannin. It is not merely a title of the Senju clan or a self-bestowed name of Konohagakure, but rather a designation widely recognized within the Land of Fire. The origin of this moniker can be traced back to the era of Senju Hashirama. In this light, Tsunade can indeed be considered an antique, having encountered the living legend of Hashirama himself. Moreover, Shuichi Sato harbors grave suspicions that Tsunade's penchant for gambling likely stems from Hashirama's influence. Observing the slightly jealous expression on Yakura's face, Shuichi hastily reassured her. Our relationship is purely that of mentor and student. You alone are the love of my life. Despite finding Shuichi's romantic words rather charming, Yakura remained skeptical of his declarations. After all, before her acquaintance with Shuichi, she had already heard tales of the mentor-student duo. With the spotlight firmly on Tsunade rather than Shuichi, the story suggested that Tsunade, wielding her authority, had ostensibly taken on a student, but in truth, it was merely a guise for their illicit affair. Initially, Yakura scoffed at such rumors, recognizing that it was commonplace for both sides in a conflict to besmirch each other's reputations. She had previously heard of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, before ascending to Hokage, had engaged in less than noble pursuits alongside his close companion, Shimura Danzo. Furthermore, the second Hokage was their most significant patron. Such blatantly fabricated tales of intrigue continued to circulate among the populace of the other four great nations. Thus, Yakura regarded these so-called secrets merely as idle entertainment, never allowing them to weigh upon her conscience. It is worth noting that she held a modicum of respect for Tsunade. Though they stood as irreconcilable adversaries outside the battlefield, there existed a mutual appreciation. Of course, this was a one-sided admiration from Yakura's perspective, while Tsunade likely had only heard of Yakura's name in passing, rendering their connection inconsequential. However, after encountering Shuichi, Yakura found herself contemplating the possibility that these rumors might not be entirely unfounded. As a woman, Tsunade's allure was indisputable. Yakura pondered. Should she have been a man, it would be exceedingly difficult not to be captivated by such a remarkable woman. Not to mention Shuichi, whom she could hardly believe would overlook such an enticing prospect. Hence, the most plausible explanation was that the relationship between Shuichi and Tsunade bore a semblance of truth. Yet, it was Shuichi, as the student, who had taken the initiative, rather than Tsunade, the teacher. Ultimately, the blame rested squarely on Shuichi, the one who had betrayed his mentor. After several days of travel, Shuichi and Yakura finally arrived in Sunagakure. This time, Shuichi dutifully produced a legitimate pass, confirming that he and Yakura were merely merchants. He refrained from brandishing the feudal lord's seal of the Land of Fire to assert authority, as one could never know if anyone in Tsunade might recognize it. This was no impoverished border town. The elite of the Sand Shinobi congregated here. As Yakura gazed at the dust-covered entrance before her, a look of nostalgia washed over her face. This place was her home within Tsunade, or more accurately, her house. Due to prolonged abandonment, the exterior was now encrusted with sand and dust, while the windows were clouded with grime. Yet, Yakura felt no inclination to return home. After all, her current circumstances were unknown to the upper echelons of Tsunade. To reveal herself recklessly would likely lead to complications. The immediate priority was to seek out Karura and clarify that she had not met with disaster. Thus, Yakura led Shuichi to a grand estate. Observing the two chunin stationed at the entrance, Shuichi rubbed his chin and could not help but exclaim, "It appears Karura is quite the affluent lady. Does this not mean I could spare a decade of toil?" Upon hearing this, Yakura could not suppress the urge to deliver a sharp kick to his leg. At that moment, a gust of wind rushed past them, and Shuichi deftly turned to evade an oncoming attack. The assailant, a young man wielding a kunai with a menacing expression, seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge against Shuichi. Clearly unprepared for such a swift evasion, he found himself caught off guard as Shuichi seized his wrist with a grip like a vice. In pain, the young man involuntarily relinquished his kunai, which clattered to the ground with a resonant thud. Shuichi remarked, "Is this the rustic charm of Tsunade? How is it that children of such age take pleasure in thrusting kunai at others?" Upon seeing the person Shuichi had apprehended, Yakura exclaimed, "Yakamaru, what are you doing here?" Yakamaru glanced at Yakura, clearly unfamiliar with her, and questioned, "Why would I not be here in my own home? Furthermore, you two seem awfully suspicious. Who knows what nefarious deeds you intend to undertake?" In response, Shuichi retorted, "Your methods are rather tyrannical. Merely standing at your doorstep warrants an attempt on our lives? Surely, you have not taken the lives of several innocent souls like us?" Hearing this, Yakamaru's body began to squirm, yet he struggled to free himself from Shuichi's grasp. "I am not one who revels in the senseless slaughter of innocents. It is this wretched toad who dares to malign my sister from the shadows. Can you speak my sister's name so casually?" At this revelation, Shuichi shot a glance at Yakura, silently questioning, "Is this foolish child truly Karura's brother?" Yakura nodded resignedly. It seemed that sometimes, overzealous disguises could lead to unforeseen consequences. Under normal circumstances, Yakamaru would not have dared utter a word in the presence of the stern-faced Yakura. Yet now, without recognizing her, he exhibited an unexpected bravado. This indeed surprised Yakura. Of course, it was also possible that Yakamaru was provoked by Shuichi's earlier remarks, rendering him oblivious to finer details. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the sweltering street, and 2 grains of sand silently climbed up the pant legs of Shuichi and Yakura. Yakamaru's face brightened with excitement as he recognized the distinctive bloodline limit of his sister. In his eyes, his gentle yet formidable sister would undoubtedly be able to vanquish these 2 nefarious beings. Observing this scene, Shuichi could not help but mentally scoff. What a little brat. His emotions are so transparent that even a fool could discern his intentions. Just then, a chilling voice pierced the air from not far away. "I do not know where my brother has offended you two, but if he has indeed erred, I will personally take him home for reprimand. I kindly ask that you release him. Otherwise," the icy visage of Karura slowly emerged into view before Shuichi and Yakura. Despite her polite words, her piercing gaze fixated upon Shuichi's hand, which clutched Yakamaru's wrist. Should Shuichi make any sudden movements, she would not hesitate to unleash her sand, ensnaring both him and Yakura. Upon the emergence of Karura, Sato Shuichi released Yashimaru. However, he refrained from immediately clarifying his identity. Instead, he raised an eyebrow at Karura and let out a whistle. Chapter 190. The Commendable Courage of Yashimaru. This frivolous gesture successfully intensified the coldness on Karura's face. At that moment, Yashimaru dashed to Karura's side, indignantly reporting, "Sister, those 2 rascals are lurking in front of our home. They are definitely up to no good. Moreover, that fellow just spoke ill of you behind your back." Despite the surge of anger within him, neither Sato Shuichi nor Yashimaru made any truly harmful moves. Thus, gentle-natured Karura had no intention of pursuing the matter further. "This is not a place for loitering. It would be wise for you to keep your distance." Just as Karura was about to take Yashimaru home, a frivolous voice called from behind, "Hey there, young lady, you look quite splendid. How about joining me for a drink tonight?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the street, previously only brushed by a gentle breeze, was suddenly swept by a fierce sandstorm. The expression on Karura's face turned icy in an instant. In her fury, even Yashimaru, her own brother, instinctively took several steps back. It was Yashimaru's first encounter with such an enraged sister. Yet, amidst his fear, a flicker of delight arose in Yashimaru's heart. Although Karura usually had a gentle temperament, her current level of anger surely meant that Sato Shuichi, that annoying fellow, would not see the light of day again. Karura slowly turned around, her gaze fixed fiercely upon Sato Shuichi. I've given you 2 chances. If you do not cherish your name, then I shall take matters into my own hands. With that, a massive hand formed from the swirling sands and bore down towards Sato Shuichi. Faced with this colossal hand that obscured the sun, Sato Shuichi remained rooted in place, showing no sign of movement. Whether he was stunned into silence or simply unconcerned remained unclear. At that moment, Karura furrowed her brow, for she sensed an inexplicable familiarity about this lecherous man. However, she chose not to speak hastily. After all, knowing the nature of this person, if he were indeed who she suspected, he would never admit to his identity, but rather continue to feign ignorance, relishing the spectacle. Thus, Karura turned her attention toward the previously overlooked Yashikura. Is that Yashikura? If one person felt such a sensation, it could be coincidence. But 2 individuals sharing the same feeling could not be mere illusion. The once rampaging sandstorm abruptly ceased, and countless grains of sand fell from the sky like raindrops. Looking towards Yashikura, Karura spoke with certainty. You are Yashikura. Confronted with her revelation, Yashikura gracefully dispelled her transformation technique, revealing his true form. A look of surprise instantly lit up Karura's face. She had feared that Yashikura had met with a grim fate, and had even contemplated erecting a memorial for her. To her astonishment, she found her alive and well before her, a truly delightful turn of events. However, if this person was indeed Yashikura, then this frivolous man must surely be Sato Shuichi, that bothersome fellow. With Yashikura revealing her true self, Sato Shuichi smiled and unveiled his true visage. The moment Karura laid eyes upon Sato Shuichi, her expression transformed into one of overwhelming excitement. Although she had already been 90% certain of his identity, the long-buried feelings of longing erupted upon seeing him. Initially, Karura had intended to chastise Sato Shuichi for his childish antics, but now, all she desired was to throw herself into his embrace to confirm that he was not a mere figment of her imagination. Yet, there was another individual present who was even more agitated than Karura, Yashimaru, Sato Shuichi's young brother-in-law. Upon catching sight of Sato Shuichi's face, Yashimaru's countenance froze in shock. For the name Sato Shuichi could, without exaggeration, silence the cries of children in Tsunade. Nowadays, when children in Tsunade misbehaved, parents would often warn them. If you don't behave, Sato Shuichi will come and take you away. Upon hearing this threat, children would invariably comply with their parents' commands. This was all due to Sato Shuichi's earlier unleashing of the one-tail Shikaku in Tsunade. With the death of the Jinchuriki, Shikaku had returned, rekindling memories of fear long buried in the hearts of the villagers. Consequently, Sato Shuichi's reputation in Tsunade had plummeted. Rumors circulated that he consumed 5 meals a day, each requiring the hearts of young boys and girls to accompany his feasts. As a ninja, Yashimaru naturally dismissed such absurd tales. However, he was acutely aware of Sato Shuichi's formidable prowess. The mere fact that the other 4 great ninja villages had issued warnings to flee upon encountering Sato Shuichi spoke volumes of his strength. With the enhancement of the Flying Thunder God technique, facing an opponent weaker than himself was akin to a massacre. Contemplating this, Yashimaru's body involuntarily trembled. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of fear, he bit down hard on his lower lip. Soon, the taste of blood filled his mouth. The pain jolted him back into action, allowing him to regain control over his trembling limbs. Without hesitation, Yashimaru rushed in front of Karura, donning a resolute expression. Sister, hurry. I will hold him off. You are the hope of our family. You cannot perish here. Gazing at Yashimaru's frail figure, Karura felt a mix of amusement and warmth in her heart. For in that moment, Yashimaru stood before her with the resolve to sacrifice his life. At that instant, Sato Shuichi spoke. You recognize me, yet instead of fleeing, you approach me willingly. I must commend your courage. However, with your current strength, what do you think you can accomplish against me? Chapter 191. Yashimaru, feigning composure, lifted his head, revealing a look of determination. There are no cowards in Tsunade. If you wish to harm my family, you must first step over my corpse. Yet, his trembling body betrayed his true feelings. Sato Shuichi extended his right index finger and gently poked Yashimaru's forehead. Instantly, Yashimaru's body fell uncontrollably backward. Fortunately, a layer of sand on the ground cushioned his fall. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured. How humiliating to be defeated so easily. If I had known, I should have trained harder instead of wasting time on frivolities, Yashimaru thought bitterly as he lay flat on the ground, gazing up at the azure sky. However, he quickly gathered his resolve and sprang back up from the ground. Because Sato Shuichi did not strike him down with lethal force, who was the target? After Yashimaru rose from the ground, he swiftly cast his gaze towards his sister. What unfolded before his eyes, however, left him momentarily frozen in disbelief. Karura was not, as Yashimaru had imagined, slain by Sato Shuichi, lying lifeless in the streets. Instead, the two were embracing each other intimately. The blissful expression on Karura's face made it abundantly clear that this was entirely her choice, rather than a result of coercion from Sato Shuichi. Their relationship appeared not as that of mortal enemies, but rather as long-lost lovers reunited. This scene instantly caused Yashimaru's mind to short-circuit. If that were the case, his recent display of self-sacrifice could only be deemed a fool's errand. Not far away, Yakura furrowed her brow upon witnessing this moment. Despite having reassured herself countless times that Karura was the one who had arrived first, the sight of their embrace still stirred an undeniable sense of agitation within her. Within the living room of the Karura household, Yashimaru pointed an accusatory finger at Sato Shuichi, exclaiming in exasperation, "Your behavior is truly despicable. How could you deliberately deceive me? How can such a person exist in this world?" In response to Yashimaru's rebuke, Sato Shuichi casually lifted a teacup, blowing gently on its surface before taking a small sip. Appearing utterly unfazed, this dismissive demeanor only intensified Yashimaru's ire. Were it not for the vast disparity in their strengths, he might have charged at Sato Shuichi in a fit of rage. Ultimately, Yashimaru resorted to calling for assistance. "Sister, look at him." Observing her flustered brother, Karura gently placed a hand on Sato Shuichi's arm and playfully chided, "Why do you always bully Yashimaru?" Sato Shuichi responded languidly, "This little fellow, while courageous, lacks a sense of decorum. After all this time, he still insists on calling me that guy." Upon hearing this, Karura cast a disapproving glance at Yashimaru. Under the weight of her gaze, Yashimaru could only pout, reluctantly addressing Sato Shuichi, brother-in-law. Sato Shuichi patted his head, grinning as he remarked, "How obedient. So, what level have you attained in Tsunade?" At this, Yashimaru seemed to regain his vigor, his previously stooped posture straightening as he proudly declared, "I am now a Chunin, among the fastest to be promoted in my class." However, he received no praise in return. Yakura and Karura remained focused solely on Sato Shuichi, ignoring his achievement. Sato Shuichi merely nodded, as if this were not particularly surprising. In truth, Yashimaru's ascent was noteworthy compared to ordinary ninjas, but rather unremarkable alongside prodigious talents. Moreover, with Kakashi from Konoha having risen from Genin to Jonin within a year, Yashimaru's accomplishments seemed less impressive in comparison. At this juncture, Sato Shuichi suddenly presented Yashimaru with a uniquely crafted kunai. Upon receiving it and examining it closely, Yashimaru couldn't help but curse Sato Shuichi under his breath. For he realized that this kunai was made of chakra metal. Such chakra-conductive metal was highly coveted among ninjas, its value exceeding that of gold, and its availability scarce. Generally, ninjas considered it extravagant to add even a trace of chakra metal to their weaponry, so the use of it in a kunai, a disposable tool, was astonishing. Even Yashimaru's family, well established in Tsunade, could not help but marvel at Sato Shuichi's extravagance. Sato Shuichi patted Yashimaru's shoulder. "Consider this kunai a token of our meeting. Should you find yourself in mortal peril, you can infuse it with chakra. It bears my flying thunder god seal, and if fortune smiles upon you, I shall come to your aid." Hearing this, Yashimaru inquired, "What if luck runs out?" "Then I shall come to collect your remains," Sato Shuichi replied. A promise from a powerful shadow-level figure was undoubtedly a precious thing. Even Yashimaru, who had harbored grievances against Sato Shuichi moments before, could only nod in gratitude. At that moment, he felt a growing sense of kinship towards Sato Shuichi, his sister's husband. The four began to engage in casual conversation within the living room. Half an hour later, Sato Shuichi glanced at the wall clock and turned to Yashimaru, saying, "It's getting late. You should head to bed." Yashimaru displayed a puzzled expression. "It's fine. I usually don't sleep this early. You needn't worry about me." Clearly, Yashimaru had failed to grasp the underlying implication of Sato Shuichi's words. "You should go to sleep. At your young age, a lack of sufficient rest could hinder your growth." "That is not true. I always sleep for 8 hours. Chapter 192, The Truth Revealed. Faced with Yashimaru's complete lack of social awareness, Sato Shuichi cast a pleading glance at Karura, responding to his gaze. Karura suddenly flushed with a rosy hue. Sato Shuichi's eagerness to send Yashimaru away was clearly motivated by his desire for private time with her. What a mischievous fellow. Thus, Karura asserted her authority as an older sister, firmly commanding Yashimaru. Yashimaru, I believe it's time for you to sleep. Yashimaru opened his mouth to protest, but the unyielding look on Karura's face quelled his objections. He obediently stood up and departed the living room, heading toward his room. Once Yashimaru had distanced himself, Karura suddenly plopped herself on his Sato Shuichi's lap. In the absence of onlookers, Karura finally felt free to express her true nature. She buried her head deep in Sato Shuichi's neck and inhaled sharply. Today's quota of Shuichi energy has been replenished. Not far off. Yakura observed Karura's actions with a melancholic expression. Karura then lifted her head from Sato Shuichi's neck and began pecking at his face like a chick pecking for grain. It wasn't until she had left her mark all over his face that she finally ceased her playful assault. Shuichi, I truly adore you. I've been dreaming of you every night lately. And to think you'd appear before me today, it must be true that what we think of during the day manifests in our dreams at night. Sato Shuichi pressed his forehead against Karura's, softly responding, I feel the same. I think of our meeting every moment, which is why I came to Tsunade here today. After a prolonged moment of intimacy, Sato Shuichi suddenly said, Karura, I must confess something to you. I have wronged you. At these words, Yakura, who had been an observer, suddenly found her breath quickening. In an instant, she recalled that Sato Shuichi intended to confess something significant to Karura. Observing the sincerity etched across Sato Shuichi's face, Karura leaned in and gently pressed her lips against his. It's all right. No matter what you've done, I shall forgive you. After all, I am hopelessly in love with you. Upon hearing these words, even the typically carefree Sato Shuichi found himself moved. Moreover, I can surmise what it is you wish to confess, Karura continued, casting a teasing glance toward the side at Yakura. Meeting Karura's gaze, Yakura's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Even during past encounters with enemies, when her life was on the line, she had never felt as anxious as she did now. After all, this situation stemmed from her own misdeeds. Far away in Tsunade, Karura had sent Futuru with a message, asking Sato Shuichi to watch over her, while Yakura had acted inappropriately towards Karura's beloved. If the roles were reversed, Yakura knew she would never forgive herself. The thought filled her with shame, and she instinctively lowered her head. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi wore an awkward smile, realizing that Karura was already aware of everything. Of course I know. Yakura is my closest friend. How could I not notice the changes in her? Besides, I have my own experiences to draw from. In fact, Karura had sensed Yakura's unusual demeanor the moment they reunited. The once cold and aloof Yakura was now exhibiting a gentle maternal warmth. Given Yakura's proud nature, it was evident that she had only one close friend, Karura herself. Thus, the explanation for Yakura's transformation was singular. What could surpass the gratitude of saving a life? Under the bridge effect, even a woman as formidable as Yakura could not escape the mundane. Hence, Karura swiftly acknowledged the connection between the two. Before Sato Shuichi could utter a word, Yakura, unable to contain her guilt, spoke up. I'm sorry, Karura. I've wronged you. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I shall accept without complaint. Karura took Yakura's right hand, her face adorned with a gentle smile. It's fine. I hold no grudges. In fact, this could turn out quite well. We'll be together for life. To be honest, it would be a lie to say that Karura felt no jealousy regarding the relationship between Sato Shuichi and Yakura. Unless she were completely indifferent to Sato Shuichi, it was only natural for her heart to feel a twinge of discomfort, despite Yakura being her dearest friend. However, with Karura's long-distance relationship with Sato Shuichi, she found herself plagued by insecurity. After all, given Sato Shuichi's qualities and character, it was expected that he would attract many admirers. If he were to forget her amidst the pleasures of Konoha, there would be little she could do. Yet, with Yakura's inclusion, she had at least gained an ally. To take it a step further, if Sato Shuichi were to betray her, Yakura would certainly not be as forgiving as Karura. Thus, Karura accepted the situation swiftly. It was a fait accompli, denying it would not change the reality. By extending her forgiveness, she would inadvertently elicit feelings of guilt from both Sato Shuichi and Yakura. This was what one might call a triple win. Karura emerged victorious on three fronts, akin to the famed Emperor Qin Shi Huang's triumph over the odds. Sato Shuichi enveloped both Yakura and Karura in his embrace, softly declaring, in this life, to have won the affection of both of you, I must have saved the world several times in my past life. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, the relationship between Karura and Yakura flourished, free from any previous tensions. Indeed, they grew closer than ever, united in purpose. As night deepened, it was nearly time to rest. Sato Shuichi rubbed his hands together, wearing a charming smile as he turned toward Karura. It's getting late. Perhaps it's time for the three of us to retire? However, from the peculiar expression on his face, it was evident that Sato Shuichi had more in mind than mere rest. How about this? Yakura, you sleep with me tonight. It's been ages since we last shared a bed, Karura suggested. Then, with a radiant smile directed at Sato Shuichi, she added, Shuichi, you can rest in the guest room. I've arranged for the servants to prepare it. At this, the smile on Sato Shuichi's face fell instantly. He had hoped that once the tension lifted, he would achieve the coveted experience of being nestled between two lovely companions. Instead, he found himself facing the prospect of solitude. Much like three monks without water. If he were alone with either Yakura or Karura, he was certain he wouldn't be spending the night alone. Yet, when the two gathered, Sato Shuichi found himself elegantly excluded. Indeed, the triangle proved to be the most stable of structures. However, sometimes, excessive stability can be a double-edged sword. Clinging to his last shred of hope, Sato Shuichi tentatively proposed to Karura, what if the three of us rest together? We haven't seen each other in so long. There is so much to discuss. Yet, in response, he was met with Karura's gentle smile and an unyielding tone. That one do. Tonight is reserved for us girls. Boys are strictly prohibited. With Karura's firm stance, Sato Shuichi could only sigh and retreat to the guest room. The following morning, having retired early the previous night, Sato Shuichi rose with the sun. Guided by a servant, he made his way to the dining hall for a simple breakfast. Inquiring about Karura and Yakura, he learned that they were still in their room and had yet to rise. Such lazy women, he muttered under his breath. A remark that certainly had nothing to do with his own solitude the night before. After finishing breakfast, Sato Shuichi wandered through Karura's expansive estate. As he meandered, he stumbled upon a clearing filled with numerous wooden training dummies, adorned with countless marks from sharp weapons. Clearly, this was a training ground. Just then, a diminutive figure caught Sato Shuichi's attention. It was Yashimaru. At that moment, Yashimaru stood with his hand on the hilt of his sword, eyes closed, exuding an aura of intense concentration. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes and executed a swift draw, leaving a deep gash in the wooden dummy before him. Pleased with his handiwork, Yashimaru nodded in satisfaction. However, a particularly irritating voice drifted from behind him. Is that all? My neighbor's grandmother could achieve such results with a kitchen knife. Yashimaru turned around. Displeasure etched across his features as he sought the source of the insolence that dared to belittle the esteemed Yashimaru. Oh, it's just Sato Shuichi, he remarked. Given the considerable disparity in strength between the two individuals and their respective statuses, Yashimaru generously chose to overlook Sato Shuichi's provocations, opting not to engage in further contention. Just as Yashimaru turned his back, intending to dismiss Sato Shuichi, the latter's voice resounded once more, laced with an eerie calmness. Your swordsmanship is somewhat ostentatious. When faced with experienced ninjas on the battlefield, one could easily find oneself in dire straits. Upon hearing these words, Yashimaru could no longer contain his frustration. This is our family's ancestral technique of drawing the sword. What right do you have to critique my skill? Sato Shuichi, lacking a reputation for his swordsmanship, was dismissed by Yashimaru, who internally assumed he was incapable of wielding a blade. In Yashimaru's eyes, only masters like Kakashi or Mifune had the authority to critique his technique. Sato Shuichi was merely proficient in other abilities, not swordplay. In response to Yashimaru's seething gaze, Sato Shuichi merely smiled in silence. Suddenly, Yashimaru was astonished to notice a long blade in Sato Shuichi's hand that appeared strangely familiar. Isn't that my sword? Yashimaru exclaimed, glancing down at his waist, which was now conspicuously devoid of its weapon. How could he have missed the moment Sato Shuichi had taken it? Sato Shuichi slowly drew the blade, a gleaming white light reflecting off its surface. It's a fine sword, though the wielder lacks finesse. Before Yashimaru could interject, Sato Shuichi continued, observe closely. I shall demonstrate only once. With that, he sheathed the long blade and placed it at his waist. In an instant, as Yashimaru's eyes widened, Sato Shuichi unsheathed the sword with remarkable speed. A sharp white flash sliced through the air, and the training ground was enveloped in a profound silence. Yashimaru's mouth fell agape. The technique Sato Shuichi had just displayed was the most formidable he had ever witnessed. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, causing nearly 100 wooden dummies to topple over in unison, their severed ends smooth enough to serve as mirrors. Yashimaru rubbed his eyes forcefully, disbelief etched across his face. He questioned whether he had fallen victim to an illusion, pondering how the same sword could wield such tremendous power in Sato Shuichi's hands, given that they were both merely human. Afterward, Sato Shuichi tossed Yashimaru's sword back to him. It was only then that Yashimaru snapped out of his stupor, clumsily catching the blade before hastening to Sato Shuichi's side. Brother-in-law, how did you achieve that? It was incredible. Without a doubt, Sato Shuichi's sword-drawing technique had utterly captivated Yashimaru, elevating his title from that guy to brother-in-law. At least for the moment, Yashimaru's exclamation was heartfelt, as he genuinely wished to learn that stunning move. Chapter 194. A film for three. Feeling the adoration radiating from Yashimaru, Sato Shuichi maintained an air of nonchalance, appearing as an aloof master. Internally, however, he reveled in the attention. After all, what is life without moments of glory? Would you like to learn? Sato Shuichi inquired. Yashimaru nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Sato Shuichi nodded in return and continued, if that is the case, practice your sword swings 20,000 times daily for a year. Upon hearing this, Yashimaru's excitement swiftly faded. It wasn't the daunting number of swings that daunted him, but the prospect of dedicating an entire year to practice, with no guarantee of success at the end. The time investment felt exorbitant, leading him to reconsider. Brother-in-law, is there a more expedient method? He implored. Sato Shuichi shot him a stern glare. Do you not understand the principle that great heights are built upon solid foundations? Without a strong base, even if you practice, it will be nothing more than a hollow facade. At that moment, Yashimaru's once burning ambition flickered and dimmed. After all, he was not a taijutsu ninja but a ninjutsu practitioner like Garu, and to devote such time and energy to swordsmanship felt fundamentally misguided. Yet, Yashimaru pressed on. Did you also spend several years mastering this technique, brother-in-law? Recalling the image of Sato Shuichi diligently practicing swordsmanship through all seasons, Yashimaru felt a newfound respect for him. Was this what they meant by 10 minutes on stage requires 10 years of practice offstage? However, Sato Shuichi's subsequent response plunged Yashimaru into a profound sense of imbalance. Not long, really. Just about 3 months. You know I don't particularly favor close combat. Yashimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 months? Why must I practice for a year? Because geniuses like me differ from ordinary individuals like you, Sato Shuichi replied. You know Kakashi, right? He once told me that in terms of swordsmanship talent, you are the strongest he has ever encountered. If you were to dedicate yourself to studying swordplay, you could surpass me in less than a year. Yashimaru's expression turned increasingly reverent. Then why didn't you immerse yourself in swordsmanship? He asked. If you could surpass Kakashi, that would be remarkable. Of course, it's because my talents in other areas are also exceptionally strong, Sato Shuichi replied. And remember, if you can attack from a distance, there's no need to engage in close combat. Upon hearing this, Yashimaru felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He wanted to ask, is talent truly so important in this world? If Sato Shuichi could hear his thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond with a teasing grin, sorry. But having talent does afford one a degree of freedom. Sato Shuichi patted Yashimaru's dejected shoulder and offered some consolation. Don't be disheartened. You still possess our family's bloodline limit. Look at Garu and his control over sand. If you delve deeply into your abilities, your future accomplishments could be remarkable. Due to Yashimaru being his brother-in-law, Sato Shuichi felt compelled to offer words of encouragement. However, Yashimaru's expression grew even more troubled. Our bloodline limit isn't easy to awaken. In our family, only my sister has awakened it across 2 generations. At this, Sato Shuichi found himself at a loss for words. He certainly couldn't suggest that Yashimaru accept his mediocrity like shoju. Instead, he could only continue to pat Yashimaru's shoulder in silence and say, then practice here for a while. I need to discuss something with your sister. With that, he vanished from the training ground in an instant, appearing in Garu's chamber. At that moment, Garu and Yakuro were entangled in slumber, their clothes disheveled. However, both of them had rather poor sleeping postures. Kururo clutched a pillow, sprawled horizontally across the middle of the bed. Meanwhile, Yakura had nestled her entire head beneath the covers, leaving her body entirely exposed. With a couple of gentle pats, Sato Shuichi raised his right hand to rouse the 2 sleeping beauties. At your age, how can you possibly be sleeping at this hour? The sun is going to roast your behind. Kururo, still in a daze, opened one eye slightly and muttered, it's fine, the sun won't rise again. This remark nearly amused Sato Shuichi to laughter, prompting him to give Kururo another playful slap. If the sun isn't going to rise, then it must be the end of the world. Under the relentless barrage of slaps from Sato Shuichi, Kururo finally sat up in bed, extending her arms. Hug me, Shuichi. Naturally, Sato Shuichi could not refuse this request. However, even after embracing him, Kururo was still unsatisfied, her head twisting about. I want a good morning kiss. Or I want to get up. Faced with the obstinate Kururo in his arms, Sato Shuichi had no choice but to lower his head and fulfill her wish. At that moment, Yakura also opened her eyes. However, the scene before her immediately dispelled her drowsiness. Sato Shuichi and Kururo were entwined, their heads closely connected. Awakening to find her best friend and boyfriend in such an intimate embrace, it was nearly impossible for anyone to remain calm. Nevertheless, considering her status as the latecomer, Yakura chose to remain silent, stealthily rising from the bed, adjusting her nightgown, and attempting to escape the suffocating atmosphere without disturbing Sato Shuichi and Kururo. However, just as Yakura slipped on her rabbit slippers and prepared to leave the room, Sato Shuichi suddenly grabbed her arm. Yakura glanced at Sato Shuichi, who was still locked in a kiss with Kururo, and could not help but pout. Chapter 195, Shopping for Clothes. Am I blind to have chosen such a scoundrel? With Kururo still in his arms, Hiwun-T let her leave. Was he really expecting her to witness their affectionate display? Would that provide him with some kind of twisted satisfaction? Despite her complex feelings and internal chastisement of Sato Shuichi, Yakura felt no inclination to rise and leave. With a sudden pop, Sato Shuichi and Kururo finally parted. At this moment, Kururo was thoroughly awake, but she wished everything before her was merely a dream. The embarrassing scene from moments ago had played out before Yakura's eyes entirely. How could she ever hold her head high in front of Yakura again? With this thought, Kururo cast a reproachful glance at Sato Shuichi. I'm not awake yet. Are you still not awake? You didn't even stop me, ruining my image in front of Yakura entirely. Fortunately, Kururo merely grumbled this in her mind. Otherwise, Sato Shuichi would have been at a loss for words. Had he not indulged Kururo's wishes earlier, he would have been branded a heartless traitor. However, soon enough, Kururo's earlier anxiety about facing Yakura dissipated. Sato Shuichi suddenly yanked Yakura's arm, pulling her closer, and leaned in. It was important to note that Kururo was still nestled in Sato Shuichi's embrace. The audacity of Sato Shuichi to kiss another while holding one in his arms was nothing short of impressive. Yet, surprisingly, Kururo felt no jealousy. Instead, she found herself somewhat delighted. She no longer feared facing Yakura. For now, their situations were identical. Both were in a state of disarray, and neither could look down upon the other. Yakura, meanwhile, stared wide-eyed at the face of Sato Shuichi, so close to hers. Her eyes were filled with shock, as she could not fathom how he dared to be so bold. Did he not fear incurring Kururo's jealousy? Little did Yakura know that not only was Kururo not jealous, but she was also silently grateful to Sato Shuichi. After the commotion, Kururo and Yakura finally emerged from the room. However, unlike the composed expressions of Sato Shuichi and Kururo, Yakura's face bore an unusual look, her gaze wandering. Even a 3-year-old could tell something had transpired. After finishing breakfast with the two girls, Kururo suggested they take a stroll through Tsunade. Because of the earlier incident, Yakura felt a twinge of guilt towards Kururo and naturally could not refuse any of her requests, especially for such a simple outing. As Sato Shuichi had already garnered 2 votes of approval, his opinion had become less significant. However, before setting off, Sato Shuichi and Yakura used transformation techniques to disguise themselves, as their reputations in Tsunade were too prominent, one notorious for his misdeeds, the other celebrated for her achievements. Shuichi, what do you think of this outfit? Kururo twirled joyfully, her face radiant with happiness. Yet, Sato Shuichi's expression was somewhat lackluster. It looks good. My Kururo looks lovely in anything. It was no wonder Sato Shuichi adopted such a nonchalant demeanor. This was already the 10th outfit Kururo had tried on in front of him. Upon hearing Sato Shuichi's words, Kururo was not offended. Instead, she beamed at the nearby sales assistant. Please wrap this outfit up for me. The sales assistant immediately bent down, her smile filled with excessive flattery. Of course, miss. You look so stunning. You could be a model in a fashion show regardless of what you wear. Would you like to try another style? Hearing this, Kururo glanced at Sato Shuichi, clearly intrigued by the suggestion. However, they had already spent over half an hour in the clothing store, and Kururo feared Sato Shuichi might become annoyed. Meeting Kururo's gaze, Sato Shuichi smiled and nodded. Go ahead and try it. I'd like to see another side of you. At that moment, the sales assistant chimed in. Your partner truly adores you. Such patient gentlemen are rare these days. This remark resonated perfectly with Kururo's sentiments. Overjoyed, she pulled out several banknotes from her wallet and handed them to the sales assistant. Consider this a token of appreciation for your help. The sales assistant accepted the tip with a beaming smile, her gaze towards Kururo now even more eager. However, Sato Shuichi couldn't shake the feeling that the assistant's gaze resembled that of someone spotting a lucrative target. After Kururo and the sales assistant retreated to a fitting room, Sato Shuichi, turned to Yakura beside him and asked, "Are you getting bored waiting?" Yakura shook her head. "Not at all. It's just as enjoyable as dressing up dolls when I was little. Moreover, it is the first time I have witnessed Karura in such a jubilant state. Would you care to purchase a few outfits as well? I shall cover all the expenses for today." However, this extravagant declaration from Shuichi Sato was met with a gaze from Yakura that suggested he was a fool. This was due to the fact that Yakura was still under the influence of a transformation spell, and her physique differed somewhat from her true form. To put it simply, certain aspects had been enhanced. It seems that even a woman like Yakura, who generally exhibits little interest in mundane matters, grapples with concerns regarding her figure. Nevertheless, Shuichi Sato harbored no particular preferences. For him, whether large or small, each had its own merits. His sole criterion was simple: beauty was paramount. After an entire morning of fervent shopping, Karura succeeded in acquiring dozens of garments. For the ensuing month, she could effortlessly wear and discard one each day. Even though these clothes represented merely a trifling sum compared to her wealth, when it came time to settle the bill, Shuichi Sato insisted on paying. After all, while Karura was indeed a young lady of privilege, Shuichi Sato was also a man of considerable means. Not to mention the years of compensation from his myriad tasks. Even his side ventures could sustain a lavish lifestyle for a lifetime. Naturally, when enjoying an outing with Karura, it was unthinkable for her to foot the bill.